For 3 years, I endured being the worthless son-in-law everyone despised. Every day I bring food to my icy wife, only to be turned away at the door. Until today, even all the experts in the hospital were helpless against this bizarre illness. I saw through the cause of the illness at a glance. Facing the provocation of the deputy dean, I made a bet that if I cured him, he must kowtow in public. Under the mocking gazes of the entire hospital watching my downfall, I picked up the silver needle and instantly entered the state of a divine physician. When the little girl miraculously recovered, everyone was stunned, and my path to becoming a divine healer has only just begun. But that second young master of the Chu family, with his profound background, will you really resign yourself to admitting defeat? His sinister gaze heralded the coming of an even greater storm. Chapter 1, I Can Cure It. At Tiannan City's first hospital, a stunning woman in a white coat strode confidently down the hospital corridor. On both sides of the corridor, whether patients or male doctors, everyone couldn't help but glance sideways. The sight of this person's curvaceous figure made their eyes gleam with admiration. However, when they caught sight of this person's face, everyone instinctively shrank back in fear. This person was none other than the renowned Ice Queen of Tiannan City, the head of the hospital's internal medicine department, Chening. Behind Chening trailed several male doctors, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. Their expressions were grim, and combined with Chen Ying's icy demeanor, many guessed they must have encountered another tricky patient. Meanwhile, at the hospital's entrance, a young man slowly approached, carrying a simple lunchbox in his hand. The security guard couldn't help but frown when he saw this person, yet didn't stop him. This man was none other than Qin Feng, Chen Ying's husband. 3 years ago, Qin Feng received an order from his family to experience the hardships and fickle nature of human society in Tiannan City. Under the Qin family's arrangements, he became a live-in son-in-law at the Chen family in Tiannan. The Qin family is the foremost medical lineage in Dragon Country, with each member being a reclusive medical prodigy. Qin Feng, in particular, was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius, which was why the family elders subjected him to this trial. Over these 3 years, he endured countless scornful glances and the Chen family's disdain, but to him, these were trivial matters. Feeling the gradually loosening seal within his body, he knew the 3-year deadline was approaching. Isn't that our director Chen's husband? Why is he back again? Who knows? This guy's got thick skin. For 3 years, not once has Director Chen agreed to see him. I heard Director Chen strongly opposed this marriage. For 3 years, that guy hasn't even touched Director Chen's hand once. That must be torture, seeing such a beauty but never being able to have her. Exactly. And to be honest, I do the same. Who'd want a loser like him touching them? As Qin Feng entered the hospital gates, whispers arose on either side. For the past 3 years, he had faithfully brought meals to Chening, only to be turned away without exception. Over time, he'd become all too familiar to the hospital staff. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to the comments from those around him. Over the past 3 years, he had heard too many similar remarks. If he couldn't endure even these, then his 3 years would have been for nothing. By the way, I think I just saw Director Chen heading toward 355. Could it be that he ran into some difficulty? I think so. That patient has been here for a week, apparently a child, but the father has some influence. He's currently throwing a fit in the ward. Qin Feng's ears perked up. His abilities were gradually recovering, so such discussions naturally reached him. Right now, in room 355, a man was fuming as he glared at a group of doctors. What kind of doctors are you? You can't even cure my daughter's illness. You're nothing but a bunch of quacks. Chen Wang clenched her fists. In all her years of practicing medicine, this was the first time she'd been called a quack. But she couldn't refute it, because she genuinely couldn't cure the patient. Who's making such a commotion in the hospital? Just then, a voice sounded at the door. Chening frowned upon seeing the newcomer but said nothing, while the others brightened up at the sight of the person. A man appeared at the door of the ward. It was none other than Chu Xiong, the deputy director of the hospital. Chu Xiong had grown up overseas and returned to Tiannan City 5 years ago. In just 5 short years, he had risen from an ordinary doctor to the position of deputy director. Not only is he the second son of the Chu family, but his background and strength are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The main reason is that Chu Xiong has always been very fond of Chening. As long as he is present, he would never let Chening suffer any injustice. It's me. What kind of hospital is this? My daughter has been here for a week, and why is there still no improvement? I think you're just a shady hospital, and all of you are incompetent doctors. I'll definitely have the law enforcement team arrest all of you. The man was slightly taken aback upon seeing Chu Xiong, but when he glanced at his daughter lying on the hospital bed, he gritted his teeth and continued angrily. Sir, we've already examined your daughter's condition. Her illness is very complex, and this matter cannot be rushed. Chu Xiong frowned, but remembering Chening was still beside him, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Is it that my daughter's illness is complicated or that you're incompetent? Let me tell you, if you can't cure my daughter, I'll never let you off even in death. Sir, mind your attitude. Every man has a limit to his patience, let alone this being the second young master of the Chu family, one of the 4 great families of Tiannan. Humph, Chu Xiong, I admit your Chu family is indeed formidable, but if you push me to the edge, do you really think I can't take a bite out of you? The man glared fiercely at Chu Xiong. Though his family couldn't compare to the Chu family, he was now the one in power at home. If he were to fight the Chu family with all his might, even the Chu family would likely have a major headache for quite some time. You, Chu Xiong roared. In the 5 years since his return, this was the first time anyone had dared to threaten him. Hey, it's lunchtime, what's all the yelling about? Just then, a voice abruptly cut in. Qin Feng lazily leaned against the wall, carrying a lunchbox. What are you doing here? Get lost. Chen was already in a bad mood, and seeing Qin Feng only made her more flustered, so she immediately told him to leave. Come on, the minute I got here, I heard you were handling a case. I figured you hadn't eaten yet. Here's your favorite shredded pork with garlic sauce and kung pao chicken, both made by me. Qin Feng chuckled shamelessly and handed the lunchbox in his hand to Chen. Sir, I'm sorry, we are currently dealing with a medical situation, please do not enter if you are not involved. Chu Xiong recognized Qin Feng and immediately stopped Qin Sun with one hand, provocatively glancing at him. The implication was clear, Chen Zhang and I are from the same world. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng flashed forward and appeared before Chen, handing her the lunchbox he was holding. Are you deaf? I told you I'm busy right now, get lost. In Chen Ying's mind, Qin Feng was nothing but a disgrace to her. What's more, she was already agitated and had no intention of saving face for him. Why are you in a bad mood? Is it because of this patient? Don't worry, eat slowly. I can cure it. Chapter 2, a gamble? You can cure it? Qin Feng, I'm begging you, even if you're being unreasonable, there should be limits. Get out now. To his surprise, Chen Ying showed no intention of reaching for the lunchbox. Instead, she pointed at the door and shouted at Qin Feng. Sir, this is a ward. Please leave. Just now, Qin Feng had effortlessly dodged past him, which made Chu Xiong feel a surge of anger. But now, in front of Chen Ying, he had to maintain a gentle and refined image no matter what. Do you think you can cure the patient? Qin Feng sensed a strong hostility from Chu Xiong, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Over the past 3 years, almost every man in Tiannan City had harbored such hostility toward him. Some envied him for marrying into a wealthy family, while others envied him for marrying a fairy-like woman like Chen Ying. But what was the use? Qin Feng believed no man would willingly live a life like his. For 3 years of marriage, he hadn't even held Chen Ying's hand, let alone entertained the wild fantasies others might have. And in these 3 years, he had to rack his brains daily to please her, yet every time he came, Chen Ying would shut him out, not even allowing him to step into her office. Hearing Qin Feng's questioning, Chu Xiong's face couldn't hide his embarrassment. The medical team had already held meetings to discuss this little girl's condition, but the disease was extremely complex, which was why they still hadn't developed any treatment plan after a week. This is an internal matter of our hospital and has nothing to do with you. If you continue to interfere here, I'll have to call security. Chu Xiong struggled to suppress his emotions, knowing many people were watching him now. If he lost his composure, the incident would likely spread throughout the entire hospital by tomorrow. For 5 years, Chu Xiong had maintained his gentle and refined image at the hospital. Combined with his naturally handsome appearance, he had charmed countless female doctors and nurses. Even his male colleagues spoke highly of him. If Qin Feng's presence ruins the image I'd maintained for 5 years, that would truly be a case of the gains not outweighing the losses. That's right, Dr. Chen. Just ask him to leave. What kind of impression does it give having him stay here? Other patients might see him, and it could create a bad image for our hospital. A live-in son-in-law with no sense of shame, he even had the audacity to claim he could treat the illness earlier. If he can actually cure it, I'll resign on the spot. You actually believe that? He's probably been so repressed over these 3 years that he's developed delusions. Otherwise, how could he say such thoughtless things? Instantly, murmurs of discussion arose all around, and Chen Ying's face grew even more unpleasant upon hearing these words. She strode directly up to Qin Feng, staring at him with piercing eyes. Qin Feng, you'd better know when to stop. Do you think me marrying you isn't humiliating enough as it is? And now you're trying to ruin my reputation further. I didn't. Qin Feng was about to explain when a figure stepped in front of him. It was Chu Xiong. Qin, you'd better be reasonable. Get out right now. Step aside. Qin Feng's face turned cold as he suddenly shouted. Who do you think you are, telling me to move and expecting me to obey? Chu Xiong was startled by Qin Feng's outburst, but when he realized it was just a worthless live-in son-in-law who had frightened him, his anger flared up. Daddy, I feel so uncomfortable. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, the little girl on the hospital bed suddenly spoke up, instantly drawing everyone's attention. As a doctor, Chen Ying couldn't care less about Qin Feng and Chu Xiong at this moment. She immediately walked to the bedside, gazing gently at the little girl. Little one, can you tell Auntie where you're feeling unwell? Auntie, I feel really uncomfortable here. The little girl pointed with difficulty. Seeing that Chen Ying hadn't followed, Chu Xiong immediately turned back, and the first words he heard upon entering were Qin Feng saying they couldn't find anything wrong no matter what tests they ran. He had been holding back all along, but now with only the 3 of them in the ward, of course, he had to properly put Qin Feng in his place and swiftly elevate his own image in Chen Ying's eyes. Chu Xiong, Why do you have to be everywhere? Since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? Shin Feng raised an eyebrow. He really couldn't stand Chu Xiong constantly showing off in front of Chunning anymore. Ah, Shin Feng, you brought this humiliation upon yourself. Since you're so eager to lose face, I'll gladly oblige. Let's make that bet. Chu Xiong's eyes lit up. In his view, Shin Feng was merely overreaching, and this was the perfect opportunity to put him in his place. Opportunity. Chapter 3, The Divine Physician Shin Feng. If we diagnose the illness, you must publicly declare yourself useless in front of the entire hospital and formally request a divorce from Chun Zhang. Chu Xiong stared at Shin Feng with a sinister look. As long as Shin Feng divorced Chunning, pursuing her afterward would pose no problem. Moreover, he had already thoroughly investigated and confirmed that Shin Feng and Chunning had never consummated their marriage. That meant Chunning was still a virgin. As for this harmless marriage experience, in his view, it had no impact whatsoever. Director Chu, this is my family matter. I think. Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chen Ying's face flushed with panic. The head of the Chen family had explicitly forbidden her from divorcing Shin Feng, the very reason she had endured all these years. Fine, I'll take your bet. But what if you lose? Before Chen Ying could finish, Shin Feng cut in. If I lose, I'll kowtow to you in apology. How about that? Chu Xiong didn't believe he would lose. The reason the cause of the illness hadn't been detected before was because they hadn't found the crux of the problem. Now that the issue had been identified, diagnosing the cause would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Fine. I hope young Master Chu won't go back on his word. Shin Feng deliberately emphasized the words young Master Chu because in his eyes, Chu Xiong was nothing more than a rich second-generation heir who had used his family connections to secure the position of vice president. If he truly possessed genuine expertise, how could he fail to identify the cause of a patient's illness? Fine. Then you'll join us. That way, you can't accuse me of reneging later. Chu Xiong narrowed his eyes. He didn't just want to win, he wanted to crush Shin Feng, leaving him utterly humiliated in front of Chunning. By then, even if he thickened his skin to stay by Chen Zhang's side, she'd likely find his presence unbearable. Shin Feng nodded, gesturing for Chu Xiong to lead the way. Chunning shot him a resentful glance. What if he actually lost? Would she really have to defy her grandfather's dying wish and divorce him? Oof. At least it wasn't her who initiated the divorce, it was him. If pressed later, she'd have a solid defense. Chunning snorted coldly inside. Though surprised by Shin Feng's performance today, it hadn't altered his image in her mind. Inside the examination rooms, every doctor and nurse was fully prepared. With the vice president personally overseeing today's procedures, not a single one dared to show the slightest negligence. Chu Xiong watched the array of instruments humming into operation, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With these formidable tools at his disposal, could a mere minor cause of illness possibly escape his scrutiny? Over a dozen tests, large and small, were conducted next. Since Chu Xiong was personally supervising, each result was immediately handed to him as soon as it came out. Initially, Chu Xiong remained composed as he reviewed the results. But as the tests progressed, his expression darkened. No matter the examination, the little girl's vital signs remained perfectly normal. Chunning, of course, also held the test results. Observing Shin Feng's composed expression, a flicker of astonishment crossed her mind. Could it be, this guy had actually guessed correctly? No, impossible. How could it not show up? After all the tests were completed, Chu Xiong nearly shouted in frustration, for not a single report indicated any abnormality. Check again. There must be a problem with the machines, Chu Xiong ordered coldly, glancing at all the doctors present. Retest? Everyone present froze. This series of tests had already consumed nearly 6 hours. Even if they didn't mind, would the patient's family agree? And how could every single machine have malfunctioned? Another round of tests? Chu Xiong, if you want to exhaust my daughter to death, just say so. It's clear your incompetence is to blame. You'll be hearing from the court soon enough. The man pointed angrily at every person in a white coat present. But just as he was about to point at Chunning, Shin Feng stepped in front of him. You can call others incompetent, but you can't call her incompetent? Who the hell do you think you are? If she can't even cure my daughter's illness, isn't that incompetence? The man was beside himself with rage, utterly indifferent to who stood before him. Who said your daughter's illness is untreatable? I told you before I can cure her. It's you who won't let me. Shin Feng waved dismissively. To him, this condition was nothing more than child's play. You really can cure her? The man was on the verge of losing his mind. He didn't care whether Shin Feng was telling the truth or not, all he heard was that Shin Zhen could cure his daughter. Yes. Shin Feng nodded, then addressed the group of doctors behind him. Find a hospital room and a set of silver needles. Chu Xiong, seeing his attitude, was about to explode with anger. But his assistant suddenly interjected, Director, if he insists on showing off, let him try. We have plenty of staff here. If anything goes wrong, we can shift the blame onto him. It won't reflect on our hospital. Hearing this, Chu Xiong's eyes lit up. Right, this man was nothing but a failure. Why waste his temper on him? If he wanted to treat her, let him try. If something went wrong, he could take the fall. Chu Xiong didn't believe the Chen family would risk antagonizing a top-tier clan over a worthless nobody like him. With that thought, Chu Xiong nodded lightly. Proceed as he instructs. Though puzzled by Chu Xiong's sudden change of heart, the others dared not disobey his command and immediately began preparations. Ha ha ha. Then I'll congratulate Dr. Qin on his success in advance, Chu Xiong remarked with a sly glance at Qin's son, his words dripping with the unspoken intent to kick someone when they're down. Naturally, young Master Chu. Don't forget our wager. Qin Feng met his gaze. He understood Chu Xiong's scheme, but would he fail? Would he give him that chance? Inside the hospital room, everyone stared coldly at Qin Feng. No one believed this notorious good-for-nothing from Tianan City possessed such skill, nor did anyone think he could succeed. Chu Xiong was already primed and ready. The moment Qin Feng failed, he would immediately begin smearing him with mud. After all, the hospital absolutely couldn't get dragged into this affair. Channing watched silently. She had already planned what to do if Qin Feng failed. Regardless, he was still her husband now. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But Qin Feng paid little heed to the surrounding tension. The moment he grasped the silver needles, he transformed completely. Having handled needles since childhood, he entered a state of profound focus the instant they touched his hands, a state of needle and practitioner becoming one. Only those medical titans crowned with the title of divine physician could attain such a state. Chapter 4, The Cure. Channing didn't understand this state. Chu Xiong had heard rumors, but he refused to believe Qin Feng could enter such a state. He immediately thought Qin Feng was playing tricks, putting on a show. Once Qin Feng entered this state, his eyes focused solely on the patient on the bed. With swift, deliberate motions, he placed all 20 silver needles onto the girl's body within mere seconds. Even Channing, who knew little about traditional Chinese medicine, was utterly amazed by this technique. She never imagined her husband, whom she had never taken seriously, possessed such extraordinary ability. That's it? The man glanced at Qin Feng in confusion. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but Qin Feng's technique had been so swift he hadn't been able to follow it. Qin Feng nodded and swiftly withdrew the needles. In truth, while administering them, he had discreetly used the needles to channel a thread of his own true qi into the girl. As Qin Feng withdrew the needles, the girl's previously pallid complexion instantly regained a healthy flush and her breathing evened out. It seemed she had fallen asleep. Is she really better? Everyone present froze in disbelief. It was utterly unbelievable, a condition undetectable by hospital tests cured with just a few silver needles. Channing observed a subtle shift in Qin Feng's expression. When had this fellow acquired such abilities? Seeing the look in Chen Ying's eyes, Chu Xiong knew he'd miscalculated this time. He never expected this useless fool to actually have a way to cure the patient. It's done. Qin Feng exhaled in relief. As expected, with his seal still unbroken, forcing the use of true qi was still quite taxing. Is she really cured? The man gazed at his daughter's condition, his heart swelling with joy. Yet he still couldn't believe such an intractable illness could be resolved so swiftly. Ha! Daddy, why are you guys so noisy? Just as the man was still puzzled, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. Still half asleep, she looked at her father with a face full of reproach. Daddy's fine, Daddy's fine. Sweetie, is there anywhere else you feel uncomfortable? The man rushed to his daughter's side, his voice filled with relief and tenderness. I'm fine. I'm just really sleepy and hungry. Sleepy and hungry? The man froze at first, then his face lit up with delight. Since falling ill, the girl had suffered from poor appetite and restless sleep almost every day. Now, both symptoms seemed to have vanished at once. All right. Daddy will go buy you something to eat, then we'll get a good night's sleep. The man gave his daughter a doting look before instructing his men to fetch food. All right, now that you're cured, young Master Chu, shouldn't we discuss matters between us? Qin Feng stretched lazily, then addressed Chu Xiong, whose face had turned ashen. Oomph. Qin Feng, there's nothing left to discuss between us. Chu Xiong's expression hardened. He spat out the words and turned to leave. I suppose you all aren't aware, but your young Master Chu and I made a wager. If he could diagnose the illness, I'd divorce Channing. Conversely, if he failed to diagnose it, he'd have to kowtow to me and apologize. Now, not only did he fail to diagnose it, but I've also cured the patient. Yet it seems your young Master Chu has no intention of honoring his end of the bargain. Qin Feng didn't lower his voice, and every word fell into the ears of every bystander. Qin Feng, must you be so ruthless? Chu Xiong's face was nearly dripping with fury. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to publicly humiliate him like this. Oomph. You say it is, so it is? Got any proof? Several of Chu Xiong's supporters couldn't stand it anymore and immediately began arguing back at Qin Feng. The word evidence jolted Chu Xiong back to reality. Besides himself and Qin Feng, there had been another person present, Channing, the very person he'd sought to impress. He glanced at Channing. As expected, her eyes were filled with disappointment. If Qin Feng had lost today, the outcome might have been entirely different. Qin Feng glanced at Chen Zhang's expression and nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't care less what others thought of him as long as Chen Zheng understood. Alright, the matter is settled. Let bygones be bygones. Chen Zheng knew forcing Chu Xiong to kowtow and apologize was impossible. Since that was the case, it was better to offer him a way out gracefully. Chu Xiong is the eldest son of the Chu family. We don't need to provoke him. This is enough. She moved quietly to Qin Feng's side, reminding him that Chu Xiong was someone he couldn't afford to antagonize. Qin Feng scoffed coldly. Unbeatable? True enough. But it was more that he couldn't afford to be kind to me. Of course, he kept this to himself, merely nodding to Chen Zhang. I'll take your word for it. Alright, since this is settled, I'll be going now. Here's your lunch. Remember to eat. Qin Feng had grown accustomed to delivering meals to Chunning daily, just as he'd grown accustomed to leaving immediately after handing them over. Chenning took the meal and watched Qin Feng's retreating figure with a mix of emotions. Yet she said nothing more. After all, the resentment had built up for so long. Today's incident alone could never change the image Qin Feng held in her heart. Alright, Chenning, what's so great about this food? I'll treat you to a proper meal. Chu Xiong, having just lost face, now desperately wanted to regain it. He refused to believe he couldn't outdo Qin Feng, even when it came to money. Dean Chu, it's work hours. I can't go out to eat with you now. Chen Ying's expression turned cold as she picked up her lunchbox and headed toward her office. Though her opinion of Qin Feng hadn't changed much, she had seen through Chu Xiong's true colors. A man who broke his word had now been permanently blacklisted in her mind. Qin Feng, this is all because of you. A figure rose in Chu Xiong's mind. His relationship with Chunning had been passable before, but Qin Feng's actions today had completely obliterated all his previous efforts. He refused to accept this, and resentment toward Qin Feng began to grow within him. Poof. You're just a son-in-law by marriage. What right do you have to compete with me? I am the esteemed eldest son of the Chu family. One day, I'll make you understand that before me, you're nothing but an ant. I can crush you whenever I please. And Chenning? She belongs only to me. At that moment, Qin Feng had just stepped out of the hospital. He knew nothing of this, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. In his eyes, eliminating not just Chu Xiong, but the entire Chu family, would be as easy as breathing. And that day was fast approaching. Chapter 5, I Can Help You. 3 years had passed since Qin Feng last practiced medicine. He felt his family's decision was correct. As he began to heal, he sensed a profound difference from before. Though it was only a minor ailment, he sensed a profound shift in his mindset compared to past treatments. His former self had been impatient for results, always rushing to finish treatments. But during this rescue, he discovered his state of mind was remarkably calm, completely free of his previous restlessness. It seemed this was the very purpose behind the family sending him here. Qin Feng sighed. He chose not to take a car home, as it was still early and he wasn't alone in the house. After delivering meals to Chenning, he always enjoyed walking alone on these streets. Though his name was well known throughout Tiannan, few recognized his face. This anonymity felt like the only time truly his own. Hey, robbery! At that moment, the shouts and commotion ahead instantly caught his attention. Ha! In this law-abiding society, how could a robbery possibly happen? Qin Sun's curiosity piqued, and he walked over to investigate. At the entrance of a pharmacy, a masked man stood brandishing a sharp blade. Everyone inside was under his control, and he held a person captive in his grasp. Law enforcement arrived quickly, but with a hostage in the robber's grasp, even they hesitated to act. After all, hostage safety was paramount in such situations. Comrade, please calm down. If you have any issues, you can tell us. We will help you. The law enforcement officers had no choice but to send negotiators to engage him. Help me? How exactly do you plan to help me? This pharmacy sold fake medicine. My mother died after taking it, and they swindled my family out of 100,000 yuan. Do you really think you can bring my mother back to life? The masked man was visibly agitated. His mother had trusted the pharmacy owner's claims and purchased counterfeit medicine from this shop for 2 years, spending nearly 100,000 yuan in total. It wasn't until she was rushed to the hospital in critical condition just days ago that they discovered the medication had been completely ineffective. It had actually worsened her condition. Overcome by rage, she passed away on the spot. So they were selling counterfeit drugs and it killed someone. Serves them right. After standing there for a moment and grasping the full story, Qin Feng felt a flicker of sympathy. Comrade, we've already launched an investigation. Killing him won't change anything. Rest assured, we'll ensure he faces legal consequences. But if you take the wrong path now, you might spend the rest of your life behind bars. Is it worth it for someone like him? The law enforcement team acted swiftly, uncovering the truth almost immediately. Yet even so, they wouldn't tolerate crime unfolding before their eyes. Qin Feng's keen eyes quickly spotted snipers positioned on both sides. If the masked man didn't surrender his weapon soon, the enforcement team would resort to force. Bang! As expected, after negotiations failed, the snipers fired on orders. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The shot was clearly aimed for the head. He already felt sympathy for the masked man, who was clearly not at fault in this situation. Without hesitation, Qin Feng flicked his finger, sending his silver needle hurtling through the air. Miraculously, it collided with the bullet mid-flight, deflecting its trajectory to strike the man's elbow instead. The enforcement team acted swiftly, quickly gaining control of the situation. But just as everything seemed settled, they discovered a problem. The bullet was lodged directly in the joint of the man's elbow. Elbow joint. If not removed immediately, the man risked losing the use of his arm. The incident had already garnered significant public sympathy. If the man were to lose his hand, it would likely face immense social backlash. Qin Feng sighed. As expected, without his full strength restored, he still couldn't control a bullet's trajectory. With that thought, he shook his head helplessly and headed toward the scene. "Comrade, please step back beyond the cordon." An officer immediately reached out to stop Qin Feng upon seeing his movement. Could you please inform your supervisor? I can assist in retrieving the bullet." The officer hesitated but truthfully relayed the matter to their captain. Soon, a man approached Qin Feng. "Comrade, is what you're saying true?" Qin Feng nodded. "Do you have a better solution?" The man fell silent for a moment before nodding. He truly had no other options. If anything happened to the masked man, he would be the first to face public scrutiny. "Surgical knife, sterile gauze, hemostatic cotton, you have these, right?" Qin Feng glanced at the wound before addressing the captain. "Yes, I'll have someone fetch them immediately." The captain nodded, gave a quick order to someone nearby, and soon the tools were handed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Several silver needles appeared in his hand, swiftly piercing the area around the man's elbow. Instantly, the man felt his elbow go completely numb. "What is this?" The man stared in astonishment. He never imagined that mere silver needles could render his arm numb. It was utterly astonishing. "We don't have any anesthetic here, but this method works better. If you want to keep your arm, don't move." Qin Feng glanced at the man. He had just sealed the transmission nerves in the man's right hand with the silver needles, causing the sudden loss of sensation in the elbow. Anesthetics numb nerves, whereas Qin Feng's technique had no side effects whatsoever. That was precisely why he claimed this method yielded superior results. The law enforcement officers nearby watched Qin Feng's procedure in stunned silence. They never would have imagined acupuncture could replace anesthetics. Qin Feng paid them no mind, picking up a scalpel and getting to work. The bullet was lodged in the joint, requiring him to cut through the flesh to extract it. Yet every incision was precise. The enforcement team members, trained in first aid, were utterly amazed by his technique. They had expected a mediocre doctor but instead encountered a master. The team leader watched Qin Feng's movements with eyes aglow. Such masterful skill in acupuncture, could this be divine intervention? Qin Feng remained unaware of the astonishment his actions had sparked. He had successfully extracted the bullet and completed the bandaging. To him, it all felt like second nature. He knew full well that these procedures were merely the surface level of his medical skills. Chapter 6, You're hoping I have issues? Yuran observed the situation, noting that the patient's vital signs had stabilized. "What's going on here? Who authorized you to treat the injured?" Just then, several doctors in white coats entered. Seeing Qin Feng, who had already finished treating the patient, anger flashed across their faces. "Dr. Wang, we sincerely apologize. The situation seemed urgent, and since this young man happened to know some medicine, we let him step in." The captain's face was plastered with smiles. The man before him was the most renowned doctor in Tiannan City. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare provoke him, lest his own family punish him. Yet Qin Feng's astonishing medical skills had just hinted at the aura of a divine healer. Now, he knew he couldn't afford to offend either side. Him? What medical knowledge could a greenhorn like him possibly possess? Dr. Wang frowned. In his eyes, people Qin Feng's age were the type who thought they could cure illnesses after learning medicine for a few days. And in his entire life, he disliked nothing more than people who were arrogant and looked down on others. Qin Feng's brow furrowed at Dr. Wang's words, but he quickly smoothed it out. A divine healer like himself wouldn't stoop to quarreling with such a mortal. "Captain Wang, since the doctor has arrived, I shall take my leave." Qin Feng's intervention had been purely a whim. Now that the patient was cured and the doctor present, he saw no reason to linger. "Stop! You're not leaving!" Just as Qin Feng lifted his foot to depart, Dr. Wang bellowed, halting him. "Old man, what do you think you're doing?" Qin Feng frowned. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a divine healer like himself. Though his 3-year agreement hadn't yet expired, that didn't mean he was a pushover to be pushed around. "Humph. How can you be certain you cured him? Mark my words, if your botched treatment worsens the patient's condition, you bear full responsibility." Dr. Wang glared at Qin Feng with venom, clearly convinced the man was a quack. "First, I believe it's your dereliction of duty as a doctor not to treat the patient immediately upon arrival. Second, if I hadn't intervened just now, this man would have lost his hand. Was I supposed to wait for you to amputate it? Finally, rest assured, even if you kill the patient, I won't be the one worsening his condition." Qin Feng looked at Dr. Wang with disdain. He couldn't believe the man kept picking fights with him, especially questioning his medical skills, something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. In this world, no one except his own mentor could question his medical abilities. The captain stood frozen beside them. This guy was way too bold. This was the most renowned doctor in Tianan City, and he'd just gone straight at him like that. But I like it. Dr. Wang, the patient is over here. Take a look. The captain didn't have Qin Feng's nerve to confront Dr. Wang, but he knew he should help Qin Feng. He immediately led him to the injured man. Oof. You brat, you'd better pray your medical skills match your sharp tongue. I'm warning you, if anything happens to this patient today, I'll have the enforcement squad arrest you immediately. Dr. Wang narrowed his eyes. With so many onlookers gathered, continuing this standoff with Qin Feng would only diminish his own standing. Better to find a problem with the patient and have this kid arrested outright. Once inside, wouldn't he be free to do as he pleased? With that thought, Dr. Wang made up his mind and walked up to the patient. Dr. Wang, look here, this is where the bullet struck, lodged right at the joint. Our colleague just performed emergency treatment to extract it. The captain continued explaining the situation to Dr. Wang, unaware that the doctor was inwardly gloating. How dare he attempt surgery? Just wait until I get my hands on him. With that thought, he excitedly approached the criminal. Hey, young man, how are you feeling? Does anything hurt? Or, is there something wrong with your hand? The criminal's hand was already wrapped in gauze, so Dr. Wang couldn't see the wound. If he had seen it, he probably wouldn't have asked that question. What? You really want me to have a problem? The robber already harbored prejudice against anyone in a white coat. Hearing Dr. Wang's words now, his expression darkened instantly. I'm just concerned about you. What kind of attitude is that? I'm warning you, you must tell me everything about your condition so I can determine if there's a problem. A flash of anger flickered in Dr. Wang's eyes. Why was he hitting walls everywhere today? Damn it, let me warn you, don't threaten me. I wasn't planning on leaving alive today anyway. Get lost. The criminal's eyes blazed with malice. He'd come prepared for anything. His family had been ruined by counterfeit medicine, and his repeated appeals had gone nowhere. If his actions could draw society's attention, he felt it would be worth it. Dr. Wang's expression darkened. He knew this man was a dangerous criminal. He was just a doctor. If someone like this targeted him, that would be trouble. They're all madmen. Let's go. Dr. Wang snorted coldly, then led his entourage away. Clearly, there was nothing left for a doctor to do here. Counterfeit drugs are harmful, but often it's your own desire for cheap deals that fuels this. Trust the government, they will handle it. Qin Feng sighed, gazing at the thug whose eyes glowed with malice. Physical wounds healed, but the pain in the heart lingered. Are you telling the truth? Perhaps because of Qin Feng's earlier treatment, the criminal didn't harbor the same resistance toward him as he did toward other doctors. Yes. Rest assured, the authorities of our dragon nation will never wrongly accuse a single good person, nor will they ever let any criminal go unpunished. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? After speaking, Qin Feng turned to the captain. Yes. Brother, rest assured. We will handle the counterfeit medicine issue with the utmost severity. The captain nodded urgently. He knew that if he didn't quickly calm the criminal's emotions, even if they managed to arrest him, it would be useless. All right then. I trust you. I know I've broken the law. Take me back. The criminal held out his hands. The captain breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Qin Feng with admiration and a hint of excitement in his eyes. Soon, the captain organized his men to escort the criminal back. Qin Feng felt the matter was mostly settled and prepared to leave. Hey, buddy, hold on a sec. The captain hurriedly called out to Qin Feng. Good heavens, he'd finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He couldn't just let him walk away like that. Oh? What is it? You doubt my medical skills too? Being stopped twice in the same place had soured Qin Feng's mood, but the captain's attitude wasn't as hostile as Dr. Wang's, so he held back his irritation. Of course not, brother. You misunderstand. I'm impressed by your astonishing skill and was wondering if you'd be willing to take on the case. Rest assured, the payment will be generous. And if you succeed, you'll earn an immense favor. You'll be able to walk tall throughout all of Wangsheng. If you succeed in the treatment, you'll earn an immense favor. You'll be able to walk tall across all of Tiannan. The captain stared at Qin Tong with burning eyes. He wasn't lying. If Qin Feng truly succeeded, with that family's protection, who in all of Tiannan would dare touch him? That's quite the boast. But sorry, I'm not interested. Qin Feng couldn't care less. Even if I fail, who in Tiannan could touch me? Why waste my energy? Brother, the consultation fee alone is 50 million. Doesn't that tempt you at all? The captain gritted his teeth. If even 50 million couldn't sway this man, there were only two possibilities. First, he'd only managed to treat the injury by sheer luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. He was overestimating himself. Second, 50 million wasn't enough to catch his eye. If that were the case, this man's background and capabilities were likely beyond anything he could imagine. Chapter 7, The Tiannanyu Family. 50 million. Shin's son's eyebrow shot up. Since arriving in Tiannan City, his monthly living expenses had barely exceeded a few thousand yuan hard-earned money he'd obtained through grueling labor and constant scorn. 50 million had never been something he'd considered worth his attention before. But now? Having 50 million at his disposal didn't seem like such a bad thing after all. Noticing Qin Feng's hesitation, the captain knew his chance had come. Brother, rest assured. This tip came from the Yu family. Do you really think the Yu family would waste their time leaking such information for no reason? The Yu family. Qin Feng nodded. The Yu family was Tiannan City's foremost clan. Though the city boasted 4 prominent families, the Yu family stood alone at the pinnacle. The other 3 could only barely match their influence combined. News released by such a family couldn't possibly be false. If it's from the Yu family, then how did you find out about it? Qin Feng knew the Yu family wouldn't spread false rumors, but he grew suspicious of the man before him. Such information was only accessible to those at the highest levels. He couldn't believe an ordinary enforcement squad captain could obtain such intelligence. Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, the captain let out a wry smile before pulling out his credentials and handing them to Qin Feng. Because my surname is Yu. You're from the Yu family. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The Yu family was the foremost clan in Tiannan. A mere wave of their influence could elevate someone to great heights. How could he be just a lowly enforcement squad captain? Yes, but our branch is a collateral line of the Yu family, not the main lineage. Plus, our branch has never achieved much. So, I become a Yu who doesn't quite feel like a Yu anymore. A bitter smile touched the captain's lips. Bearing the most prestigious surname in all of Tiannan, yet living the life of an ordinary man, how could such an existence not fill him with sorrow? So you sought my help to restore your branch's standing within the Yu family? Qin Feng's eyes darted as he instantly grasped the situation. For the Yu family to offer 50 million in medical fees, it likely meant some influential member was gravely ill. If they found a doctor for him, their branch might regain the family's attention. The resulting status boost would be beyond measure. You're right. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You get the money, we get the reputation. I see no conflict. At this moment, the captain no longer resembled a law enforcement leader but rather a shrewd businessman, calculating every detail with precision. Refreshingly straightforward. I'll count you as a friend. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed heartily. The other party hadn't concealed the truth from him, nor had he lied. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement for both of them. They could re-enter the Yu family's sphere of influence, and in turn, he would have the Yu family indebted to him for a tremendous favor. With his seal still active, the Yu family's assistance was far from dispensable to him. Qin Feng? You are. The captain froze. No wonder he was so shocked that name was legendary throughout Tiannan. That's right. You guessed correctly. I am that useless waste from the Chun family. Qin Feng didn't mind at all. Instead, he openly revealed everything. After 3 years of enduring trials, he could now face it all with composure. Brother Qin, you misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. If someone with your abilities is called a good for nothing, then the rest of us would have no face to live in this world. Hello, my name is Yu Bingling. Yu Bingling hurriedly explained, terrified that Qin Feng might suddenly take offense and storm off, leaving her with nowhere to hide her tears. Yet, a thread of admiration also stirred within him. Could someone possessing such medical prowess truly be a failure? At this moment, he began to doubt the entire Tiannan region's assessment of Qin Feng. The man standing before him bore no resemblance to the humiliated son-in-law who had once only washed clothes and cooked meals. Just then, Yu Bingling's phone rang abruptly. She glanced at it and her expression darkened instantly. Brother Qin, it's bad news. Grandfather Yu's condition has suddenly worsened. Numerous experts from home and abroad are here, but they all say they're helpless. I fear the Yu family is already preparing for the worst. Anxious worry spread across Yu Bingling's face. If old Master Yu passed away, who knew how long it would take for her branch of the family to rise again? So it was old Master Yu. No wonder he'd been so generous. No way that was her 50 million. She couldn't let him slip away like this. Calm down. He's only had a relapse, not passed away. That means we still have a chance. Alright, take me to the Yu family first. There might still be an opportunity. Qin Feng analyzed the situation. If he hesitated even a moment longer, the chance might truly vanish. Though going to the Yu residence now would bring minor complications, for the sake of his 50 million, he couldn't afford to care about that now. Yulong Villa. This was the most luxurious villa district in all of Tiannan City. The entire estate occupied nearly half of the city's northern suburbs, and its central area housed the core members of the Yu family. The villas commanded astronomical prices, inhabited solely by the ultra-wealthy or the ultra-powerful. Consequently, Tiannan City dubbed this area the Golden Villa District. Halt! Who are you? Don't you know this is the Yu family's exclusive villa district? Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Yu Bingling had just led Qin Feng to the entrance of the villa district when they were stopped by the security guards. Given the area's notoriety, countless people attempted to enter daily to feed their vanity, a sight the guards had grown accustomed to. Brother, I truly am a member of the Yu family, though I don't reside here. Here's my ID, take a look if you don't believe me. Yu Bingling handed over his credentials with a broad smile. He didn't want to get bogged down in unnecessary arguments here. If getting delayed here meant missing something important, it simply wouldn't be worth it. Oomph. Everyone who comes here claims to be from the Yu family. How am I supposed to know if you're telling the truth? But the guard didn't even glance at the ID. Instead, he looked down his nose at Yu Bingling with an air of utter arrogance. You! I warn you, you're just a security guard. That car holds the divine healer I found for the old master. If we miss the window for treatment, I'll see if you can shoulder the responsibility. Yu Bingling felt helpless. This was the Yu family's territory, she couldn't force her way in. But if this security guard kept blocking the entrance, she truly had no other options. So she could only reveal the purpose of her visit, hoping it would intimidate him. Indeed, the moment she mentioned this, a flicker of fear crossed the guard's eyes. News of the Yu family patriarch's illness was strictly forbidden from spreading outside the family. He himself had only overheard it by chance. If she knew about it, could she truly be a member of the Yu family? The patriarch's family ties ran deep. If he found out this guard had blocked someone from the Yu family, even a distant branch, the guard's job would be on the line. But when he saw Qin Feng in the car, a smirk crossed his face. Him? This is the miracle doctor you found? Kid, don't think knowing some gossip lets you sneak into the villa complex. As long as I'm here, you're not getting in. To the security guard, a miracle doctor should be an elderly man, not a young punk like Qin Feng. This only reinforced his belief that Yu Bingling and her companion were just two young people sneaking into the villa complex to brag about it later. What did you say? Having his medical skills questioned twice in one day pushed Qin Feng over the edge. Damn it, he might look young, but this miracle doctor title was no empty title. Didn't you hear me? I don't care where you got your gossip from, but you two need to leave immediately. The security guard wasn't intimidated. In Tiannan City, even the Yu family's bodyguards made him feel a sense of superiority. He didn't think these two greenhorns would dare lay a finger on him. Oh, isn't this little Bingling? What's the matter? Can't you get in? Qin Feng flipped his right hand lightly, and a silver needle appeared in his grasp. With his medical skill, one strike from this needle would likely leave the target incapacitated for a month. But just then, a mocking voice rang out. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced at another car parked nearby. Yu Bingling's brow furrowed as well. Upon seeing this man, a flicker of avoidance even appeared in his eyes. Chapter 8, I'll make sure he doesn't dare block you. Young Master Bing Tian, you're back? Please come in. The security guard's expression changed completely upon seeing him, as if he'd spotted his master. What's going on? How could you stop him? He's the young master of the Yu family. Well then, little brother, shall I escort you inside? This man was none other than Yu Bing Tian, the current eldest son of the Yu family. Yet, though his words were polite, his eyes sparkled with amusement and disdain. Yu Bingling clenched his fists. He desperately wanted to refuse, but reason told him he had to beg for help now. Yes, elder brother, please take me inside. Yu Bingling's expression was filled with respect. He had long since figured out the temperaments of these Yu family members and knew exactly what he should do now. It's rare to see you so sensible. But you'd better stick close to me. You know the villa complex is huge, and you've been away for so long. What if you get lost? Yu Bingling's words proved effective. Yu Bingtian let out a hearty laugh, then slammed his foot on the gas pedal. His demeanor showed no intention of waiting for Yu Bingling. Yu Bingling gritted her teeth and slowly followed. The security guard, having witnessed their exchange, made no attempt to stop them. Yet he had already sensed something amiss in their earlier conversation. You didn't expect this, did you? I bear the most prestigious surname in all of Tiannan, yet even at the Yu family villa, I get stopped by security. Yu Bingling's tone dripped with self-mockery. Though outwardly composed, Xin Zhen still detected a hint of melancholy in his expression. Indeed, being a member of the Yu family appeared glamorous to outsiders, yet who truly understood the bitterness hidden within the struggles of these great clans? This reminded Qin Feng of his own 3 years of humiliation. True, he had a wife envied by all of Tiannan and had achieved dreams many men could only fantasize about. Yet who truly understood how he'd endured these past 3 years? At this thought, a strange sense of shared suffering welled up within Qin Feng. The fact that Yu Bingling had bowed to Yu Bingtian earlier proved she was someone who knew when to yield. Her ability to hold on to him demonstrated keen insight. One could say that with a little cultivation, such a person would surely become a talent. Yet the Yu family had simply left her neglected on the sidelines. At this moment, Qin Feng felt an urge to stand up for Yu Bingling. Brother Qin, I don't know if inviting you here was the right call. But if you feel this is impossible, it's best to leave sooner rather than later. I've long since grown accustomed to the true colors of these people. Over the years, I'd become used to such matters. Hearing Yu Bingling's words, Qin Feng's heart stirred. Logically, he should be her lifeline now, she ought to cling to him tightly. Yet here she was, advising him to leave. This unexpected gesture instantly earned her his deep respect. With that thought, he straightened his posture, a glimmer of confidence appearing in his eyes. Rest assured. After today, he won't dare stand in your way again. Thank you. Seeing Qin Feng's resolve, a flicker of emotion crossed Yu Bingling's face. She was now utterly convinced she had staked her future on the right horse. Qin Feng was the pivotal turning point in her destiny. The Yu family villa occupied a central position within the estate, while the patriarch's residence stood at its very heart. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but utter a quiet gasp of astonishment upon arriving. The old patriarch's residence was so strategically positioned that access required passing through layer upon layer of security checks. It was clear that the Yu family patriarch placed immense importance on security. The entrance to the villa complex was now packed with vehicles. It was obvious these belonged to the Yu family's high-ranking members. Yu Bingtian, who had entered with them earlier, was now waiting leisurely. Oh dear, my apologies. I forgot your little brother's car accelerates slowly. Thank goodness you didn't get lost. Looks like your little brother still knows his way around. He said this in a sarcastic tone, then laughed loudly as he walked into the villa. Yu Bingling made no outward movement, but his tightly clenched fists spoke volumes about his state of mind. Brother Qin, things might get a bit messy soon. Hope you won't take offense. Yu Bingling turned to Qin's son with an apologetic look. I know. Rest assured, when it comes to endurance, I'm every bit your equal. 3 years of living in the shadows, enduring scorn and accusations, had forged in him a composure that remained unshaken by any turmoil. He understood exactly what Yu Bingling meant. After all, Yu Bingling was only half a member of the Yu family, and he himself was just an unknown young upstart. Entering with such credentials to treat the old master wouldn't be easy. Yu Bingling nodded, then led Qin Feng inside. The bodyguards at the door frowned but did not stop him. They weren't the outer security. Yu Bingting's earlier conversation had already made it clear to them that Yu Bingling was indeed a member of the Yu family. Inside the Yu residence, Yu Bingling led Qin Feng straight to the second floor. The room was already packed, every face etched with sorrow. Second uncle, how is the family head now? Yu Bingling approached a man and asked respectfully. Ah, Bingling. It's thoughtful of you to come, but since you're not of the direct lineage, you'll have to wait outside. This man, Yu Buwei, was someone Qin Feng often saw on television. He was the second son of the Yu family patriarch. Rumors claimed he was exceptionally capable and likely the next heir apparent of the Yu family. No, second uncle, you misunderstand. I'd found a divine physician who might cure the patriarch's illness. Seeing that Yu Buwei thought she was merely visiting, Yu Bingling hurriedly explained. Time was precious now, for the patriarch could pass away at any moment. What? Everyone present gasped at Yu Bingling's words. A flicker of surprise and delight crossed Yu Buwei's face. Where is this divine physician? Is he waiting at the door? I'll go fetch him immediately. He's right here among us. The master healer I invited is none other than Qin Feng. Yu Bingling shook her head helplessly and stepped aside, revealing a figure following behind her. Bingling, you should know this is a serious matter, not a time for games. How could he be a divine physician? Yu Buwei's expression immediately soured upon seeing Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng's appearance was utterly incompatible with that of a divine physician. Second uncle, he truly is a divine healer. Just now, Yu Bingling's face flushed with urgency. Yu Buwei was the current head of the Yu family. If he refused permission, not even the heavens themselves could enter. Leave it to me. Qin Feng patted Yu Bingling's shoulder. Words were useless now. Often, only proof could win trust. Your abdomen often throbs painfully late at night, and the pain lasts all night long. That's why you've been relying on sleeping pills. But in the past month, haven't you noticed the pills are becoming less effective? Qin Feng pointed at Yu Buwei, his face softening into a smile as he asked. How did you know? Yu Buwei was startled. This was his hidden ailment known only to his wife and daughter. Now Qin Feng had blurted it out. Qin Feng ignored him and pointed at another person instead. Lately, your legs often feel weak, accompanied by dizziness and vertigo, and... As Qin Feng began speaking, the man gasped in shock. How did you know? I've consulted countless doctors, yet none could help. Could you possibly treat this? Shall I continue? Qin Feng turned to Yu Buwei, his eyes brimming with confidence. At that moment, Yu Buwei's expression defied description. He stared at Qin Feng as if witnessing a monster, his heart surging with excitement. Could it be, this kid truly had the power to cure his father? No, he can't be allowed to treat him? Just then, a voice rang out. Qin Feng and Yu Bingling both frowned. It was none other than Yu Bingtian, whom they had encountered at the door moments earlier. Bingtian, what do you mean by this? Could it be you don't wish to cure the family head? Yu Buwei narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of Yu Bingtian's behavior and had long harbored dissatisfaction toward him. Second uncle, I never said that. Perhaps he guessed correctly just now? I refuse to believe he could pinpoint my specific issue. If Qin Feng cured the old master, their lineage would undoubtedly be heavily favored, something Yu Bingtian certainly didn't want to see. Impotence is fine? Must I spell it out? Since the other was deliberately making things difficult, Qin Feng saw no need to spare his feelings and bluntly stated his problem. Everyone present froze for a moment before bursting into suppressed laughter. How could a man still be called a man if he couldn't perform? You Bingtian's face darkened with anger, about to retort, but Yu Buwei stopped him. Enough, stop this. Young man, please treat my father. Rest assured, the Yu family won't shortchange you. Qin Feng nodded and followed Yu Buwei inside. On the bed lay a gaunt, sallow-faced old man, his body connected to numerous tubes. Clearly, this was the current head of the Yu family, Yu Renjie. Well, young man? Can you tell what's wrong with my father? Yu Buwei watched Qin Feng standing motionless, his face flushing with urgency. Desperate for a cure, they'd grasped at straws, and Qin Feng's earlier display had given him hope. Now, they clung to him like a lifeline. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly before uttering words that sent shockwaves through Yu Buwei, who said he's ill. To me, it looks more like poisoning. Chapter 9, Harming others ultimately harms oneself. What? Poisoned? How could that be? Yu Buwei's face twisted in disbelief. The Yu family villa's security was renowned in the industry, especially the old master's private quarters, where safety was paramount. If even the old master had been poisoned, it would deal a devastating blow to the Yu family's reputation. Exactly. Poison. A slow-acting poison administered over a long period, roughly 3 months now. The dosage was so small each time that no one noticed anything unusual. But once it takes full effect, it'll likely be too late. Qin Feng nodded. The moment he entered, he detected an unusual scent in the room. If it were merely illness, why would there be a distinct odor of poison? He immediately concluded the old master must be poisoned, and severely so. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Brother Qin, is there a solution? Yu Bingling's heart sank upon hearing Qin Feng's words. The old master was the hope for their branch's rise. If they failed to seize this opportunity, the Yu family would likely exploit this matter. Then, any dream of their branch rising would be nothing but a pipe dream. There is a way, Qin Feng replied, but the old master is already deeply poisoned. I cannot cure him instantly. It will likely require a long period of treatment. The prolonged ingestion of poison had allowed toxins to accumulate deep within the old master's body. Moreover, with his own seal still intact, he had no means to cure him instantly. How long will it take? Yu Buwei glanced at Qin Feng with doubt. Though he had begun to acknowledge Qin Feng's abilities, that didn't mean he truly trusted him. 1 month. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. It wasn't that treating the old man required a month, rather, his own seal would be lifted in a month's time. Once that happened, curing the old man would be a simple matter. So soon? You're that confident? Yu Buwei had expected Qin Feng to mention 3 to 5 years, or at least a year at the very least. But Qin Feng's immediate response of a month, which couldn't help but raise doubts. You yourself said the poisoning was severe, yet now you claim a month is all it takes? Isn't that contradictory? Absolutely. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Doubting his medical skill was the ultimate disrespect, especially since his seal would be lifted in a month. Curing such poisoning would be a mere trifle for him. Very well. Since that's the case, young friend Qin, proceed. Rest assured, the Yu family never breaks its word. If you cure my father, we will deliver the 50 million with our own hands. A flicker of struggle crossed Yu Buwei's eyes, but moments later, he gritted his teeth and agreed to let Qin Feng proceed. No. Just as Qin Feng prepared to act, a sharp rebuke cut through the air. Every present frowned. Qin Feng turned to see a man bearing a striking resemblance to Yu Buwei slowly approaching. Brother, what do you mean? You saw this young man's abilities. He claims he can cure our father. Yu Buwei's face darkened slightly at the arrival. Brother? Hearing Yu Buwei's words, Qin Feng recognized the newcomer as Yu Suowei, the eldest son of the Yu family patriarch. Compared to Yu Buwei, however, this man's reputation was far less impressive. His public image was that of a lazy glutton squandering his inheritance, a parasite on society, saved only by his privileged birth. Yet the moment he entered, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. For he detected something intriguing about this man. No wonder he'd blocked his treatment. Second brother, you've been far too careless. Even if he has some skill, he's still just a greenhorn. Do you truly believe he could cure father? What if something happened to him? Who would bear the responsibility for that? Yu Suowei pointed an accusing finger at Qin Feng, his voice raised in indignation. Though he claimed to be acting in the old man's best interests, he hadn't once glanced at the patient lying in the bed. I'd say you're the one with the guilty conscience, Qin Feng sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt as he stared at Yu Suowei. You insolent brat. What are you implying? Do you think I won't have you thrown out right now? Yu Suowei's body trembled at Qin Feng's words, but he quickly regained his composure, glaring at Qin Feng menacingly. What I'm saying is this, you could have played dumb and kept your head down. But you had to step out and draw attention to yourself. Now I have no choice. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. With the Yu family's chaotic mix of people, he wouldn't have noticed anything amiss without careful observation. But Yu Suowei had to come out and flaunt himself right in front of him. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Young man, what's going on here? Yu Bui's instincts were sharp, and even under these circumstances, he could sense that Qin Feng had uncovered something. That's for Mr. Yu to explain. You've already confined the old master to his sickbed. Isn't it utterly ruthless to persist with poisoning him? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The moment Yu Suowei appeared, he detected the same poison scent clinging to him as the old master. Coupled with Yu Suowei's desperate attempts to stop him, it instantly revealed much to Qin Feng. You little brat, say that again. Yu Suowei glared at Qin Feng with vicious eyes. Though his gaze was fierce, Qin Feng noticed a fleeting flicker of evasion in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yu, I truly admire your cleverness. Applying this poison to your body so its scent would drift and poison old Master Yu. And this poison poses little threat to ordinary adults. Its primary target was the elderly gentleman, correct? Seeing the other man still desperately trying to wriggle out of it, Qin Feng cut to the chase and laid out Yu Suowei's poisoning method. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Feng finished, Yu Suowei's eyes widened in horror. His entire body trembled, and he was rendered speechless. Brother, could it really be you? Yu Bui narrowed his eyes, staring at Yu Suowei in disbelief. He had always believed his elder brother, though lazy and gluttonous, had his limits. As long as he didn't commit outright crimes, what harm was there in the Yu family supporting him for life? But he never imagined Yu Suowei would attempt to murder their grandfather. Yes, it's me. All his life, he only had eyes for you. Why did he never spare me a glance? And now he wants to hand over the entire company to you, leaving me nothing? His actions are forcing my hand. Since he won't let me live in peace, why should I spare him? A glint of madness flashed in Yu Suowei's eyes. He drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged toward Qin Feng. To this day, Qin Feng remained the only doctor who had uncovered the truth, a fact that filled Yu Suowei with profound dread. If he could eliminate Qin Quan, the old master would have no one left to treat him. Qin brother, watch out! Yu Bingling's expression changed, and she cried out in alarm. But she didn't notice that Qin Feng's expression hadn't changed at all. Watching the figure grow larger, he didn't even need to dodge. He simply lifted his foot lightly, and Yu Suowei's body flew backward violently. Poof! What goes around comes around. True, your poison should only affect the elderly. But some people are naturally sensitive to such substances, sensitivity not bound by age. And you, Yu Suowei, are one of them. The Yu family members had already restrained Yu Suowei. Everyone's gaze toward Qin Feng shifted noticeably. Yu Suowei weighed nearly 200 pounds, after all. Yet no one had expected Qin Feng to dispose of him so effortlessly. To claim he hadn't trained, no one present would believe it. What do you mean? Yu Suowei froze, staring blankly at Qin Feng. Exactly. You're one of those with a naturally sensitive constitution. Such bodies instinctively absorb toxins. Of course, being an adult male, you won't experience symptoms as severe as the old masters. But haven't you noticed feeling increasingly anxious lately? Your sleep duration keeps lengthening, yet you never feel truly rested? Qin Feng finished speaking and turned his attention away from Yu Suowei. He walked softly over to the old man, whose condition was deteriorating rapidly. He could no longer delay. Mr. Yu, I require a set of high-quality silver needles. Additionally, I need everyone else to leave. If you're concerned, you may remain in the room, but you must not disturb me. It had been 3 years since Qin Feng last performed detoxification. He dared not be the slightest bit careless, especially now that his strength was less than a tenth of what it once was. Therefore, he had to be thoroughly prepared. Chapter 10, Detoxification. True to their reputation as a wealthy and influential family, the Yu household swiftly prepared everything Qin Feng requested. The moment his fingers touched the needles, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. They were sea silver needles. Indeed, wealth spoke volumes. Sea silver was no ordinary metal, its value far surpassed gold. Needles crafted from such metal would make his acupuncture efforts twice as effective with half the effort. With them, Qin Feng believed his treatment outcomes would improve significantly. Mr. Yu, I have one more favor to ask. Qin Feng hadn't expected to find sea silver needles here. With his abilities not yet fully restored, these needles could greatly elevate his medical skills. Young man, speak freely. Whatever the Yu family can provide, I shall not hesitate to grant. Yu Bui, consumed by the urgency to save lives, cared little for the cost. Even if Qin Feng demanded hundreds of millions, he likely wouldn't bat an eye. If I cure old Master Yu, I'll only ask for 40 million. But this set of sea silver needles is mine. How about it? The set contained a full 100 needles, and judging by their exquisite craftsmanship, their value far exceeded 10 million. Brother Qin, what nonsense are you talking about? Silver needles only work in the hands of a doctor. In our hands, they're nothing but scrap metal. Rest assured, if you can cure my father, I'll give you this set without charging a single penny. Yu Bui had expected Qin Feng to jack up the price, but to his surprise, he only wanted the silver needles. He readily agreed to Qin Feng's terms. Agreed. Yu Bui's straightforwardness earned Qin Feng's respect. He nodded immediately and produced 20 silver needles. He gently closed his eyes, entering a state of profound stillness. Yu Bui stood beside him, holding his breath. He sensed that the moment Qin Feng picked up the needles, he seemed like a different person. As a member of the Yu family, Yu Buwei felt suddenly insignificant in his presence. But the next moment, shock filled his eyes. Without opening his eyes once, Qin Feng's hands moved with lightning speed, and all 20 needles were swiftly inserted into the old man's body. Qin Feng didn't stop there. He gently helped the old man sit up, then began patting his back with both hands. What Yu Buwei didn't see was that with each palm strike, a surge of true qi flowed through Qin Feng's hands into the old man's body. As Qin Feng continued, Yu Buwei watched in astonished delight as a faint flush returned to the old man's pallid face, and his entire body slowly straightened. Impressive. Yu Buwei considered himself well-traveled and knowledgeable, yet Qin Feng's treatment technique now felt profoundly mysterious. No wonder Qin Feng didn't want others witnessing his process. If such methods were revealed, it would likely shock the entire traditional Chinese medicine community. In truth, Qin Feng harbored another concern. His seal remained unbroken, meaning his trial was far from over. If the Qin family discovered he had improperly used medical techniques, it could stir up unnecessary trouble. Yu Buwei's reputation preceded him. As long as Qin Feng explicitly requested discretion afterward, Yu Buwei wouldn't spread the news. That would resolve the matter perfectly. As time passed, when Qin Feng delivered his final palm strike, a mouthful of black blood spewed from the old man's lips, instantly filling the room with a foul, nauseating stench. There. The poisoned blood has been expelled. The old master should regain consciousness in about half an hour. However, the toxin hasn't been fully neutralized. I'll return in a month to complete his treatment and fully cure him. Retrieving his silver needles, Qin Feng helped the old man back onto the bed while instructing Yu Buwei. Half an hour? Might Brother Qin be willing to wait with us? I mean, no offense, but... By the end of his sentence, Yu Buwei's weathered face flushed crimson. The implication of his words was all too obvious. Of course. No problem. I understand. Qin Feng nodded and sat down on a nearby chair. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. After all, forcibly employing medical techniques like this was exhausting. To say he wasn't tired at all would be a lie. That's good. Thank you, Brother Qin. Yu Buwei nodded to Qin Feng before summoning servants to clean the room. Even he found the poison's foul stench unbearable. He couldn't fathom how his father had been poisoned so severely. He also summoned several members of the Yu household. Since Qin Feng had advised that the old master needed quiet rest and shouldn't receive too many visitors, Yu Buwei barred all other outsiders from entering. There was one exception, however, Yu Bingling. Though an outsider, he was the physician Qin Feng had sought out, so Yu Buwei permitted him to enter. Yu Bingling's eyes had been filled with worry, but upon seeing the old man breathing steadily in bed, he instantly relaxed. It seemed the old man's condition had improved significantly. At the same time, Yu Bingling made up his mind he would spare no effort to curry favor with Qin Feng from now on. No matter the circumstances, doctors, especially exceptional ones, would always be coveted by powerful factions. Half an hour passed quickly. The old man on the bed coughed softly, then slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the people in the room, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. I'm still alive? He seemed unable to believe what was happening. Having lived for decades, he knew his body well. He had nearly given up hope of survival, yet everything before him now confirmed he was still alive. Yes, grandfather, you're fine. A stunningly beautiful woman, seeing the old man awake in bed, could no longer hold back her tears. She rushed to his bedside and burst into loud sobs. Silly girl, you should be happy grandpa is fine. Why are you crying? The old man ruffled the girl's hair, his eyes softening with affection. Qin Feng, watching the scene unfold nearby, felt a pang of emotion. Rising to his feet, he nodded to Yu Buwei. Mr. Yu, the old man has regained consciousness. I believe I should take my leave now. Now that the family had reunited for a happy ending, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to linger. As for the medical fees, Qin Feng wasn't overly concerned. A family as prominent as the Yes certainly wouldn't run away without paying. Young man, please wait. Just as Qin Feng lifted his foot to leave, the old man suddenly called out to him. Is there something else, old master? Qin Feng held deep respect for the elderly Yu patriarch. Having built the Yu family empire from nothing through sheer determination, he never forgot to give back to society after achieving fame. He established numerous foundations dedicated to aiding the impoverished. It was largely because of this that Qin Feng had risked exposure to intervene. Young man, I don't know who you are, but with such medical skill, you're clearly no ordinary person. Rest assured, I'll pay you double the consultation fee our Yu family promised. Moreover, I, Yu Renjie, owe you a favor. Should you ever need anything in the future, just ask. The Yu family will spare no effort to assist you. Yu Renjie was a man who had lived through countless trials. He could easily discern Qin Feng's extraordinary nature. With his experience, he understood that such individuals must be cultivated as allies. No one could guarantee they would never fall ill in their lifetime. If one only remembered others when trouble struck, it would be a consequence they brought upon themselves. Double? That meant 100 million. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He never imagined his intervention would net him 100 million. While that sum wasn't staggering to him, possessing such wealth now meant he wouldn't have to endure the Chun family's humiliating treatment. Yu Buwei understood his father's intent and nodded immediately. He then instructed his attendants to prepare at once. Moving 100 million yuan was no small matter, but for the Yu family, it was merely a slightly cumbersome task. Before long, the Yu family steward presented a black bank card to Qin Feng. As he took it, he still felt a sense of disbelief. Was this truly the weight of 100 million? Chapter 11. Do you believe I'm a divine healer? Qin Feng accepted the card without hesitation. After bidding Yu Buwei farewell, he left the Yu residence and headed straight home. After all, it was about time to prepare dinner. For 3 years, he had played the role of the domesticated husband, shouldering every household chore, big or small. Worse still, since he hadn't consummated his marriage with Chun-Ing during those 3 years, his in-laws viewed him as a complete failure, incapable in every way, including that department. It wasn't that he was incapable, it was simply that their daughter wouldn't allow it. If she wanted to, he could make her pregnant tomorrow. Qin Feng felt like crying, but he had silently endured all this for 3 years. At the Yu residence, Yu Renjie had already arranged all matters, big and small. Since Qin Feng had instructed him to ensure his master rested well, Yu Buwei dared not overwork him. He also kept Yu Suowei's situation from him. Yu Renjie had always valued both his sons deeply. Though Yu Suowei was indeed a hopeless case, all these years, he had never actively given up on him. Bingling, you say he's that son-in-law from the Chun family? Only Yu Renjie, Yu Buwei, and Yu Bingling remained in the room. Yu Renjie felt immense curiosity about Qin Feng. Upon learning that Yu Bingling had invited him, he immediately summoned her. Yes, patriarch, he is indeed that son-in-law from the Chun family. But I find it strange with his abilities, how could he remain so indifferent after enduring such humiliation? Yu Bingling held nothing back, recounting the entire incident to Yu Renjie. Those destined for greatness must first cultivate an unyielding character. How could you possibly comprehend such matters? His 3 years of lying low within the Chen family speak volumes about his resolve. Alas, such a man is not one of the Yu clan. Yu Renjie sighed softly. He had once considered marrying his granddaughter to Qin Feng to strengthen ties between the Qin and Yu families, but upon learning Qin Feng was already married, he abandoned the idea. Father, that's not entirely true. I've already investigated. Qin Feng and Chun-Ing are married in name only, not in reality. We still have a chance to become Yu Renjie's right-hand men. Yu Buwei, who surely knew Yu Renjie's thoughts, immediately voiced his opinion. Oh. Tell me, what exactly happened? As the head of the Yu family, Yu Renjie paid little attention to the gossip of Tiannan City. He had only heard years ago that the Chen family had taken in a son-in-law, but knew nothing else of the matter. It's like this, she explained. My investigation reveals Qin Feng has endured constant humiliation within the Chun household. Moreover, Chen-Ing actively resists him. Frankly, their marital relationship is strained. If our Yu family extends goodwill and sends someone who can rival Chen-Ing, I have no doubt Qin Feng will be swayed. You mean Bing Xin? In all of Tiannan City, if there's anyone who could rival Chen-Ing, it would likely be my own granddaughter, Yu Bingxin. Yu Buwei nodded but said no more. He understood exactly what Yu Bingxin meant to Yu Renjie and feared that saying too much might only upset him. Bingxin is indeed an excellent choice, but this isn't for us to decide. It must be her own choice. This is what we'll do, you arrange for them to spend more time together. Qin Feng is an outstanding young man. I believe given enough time, Bingxin won't remain indifferent. Yu Renjie nodded. Qin Feng hadn't treated his granddaughter poorly, and Yu Bingxin's life had been tragic orphaned at a young age. She'd been raised by him all these years. When he had been poisoned, his greatest worry had been who would care for his little granddaughter in the future. Qin Feng's emergence now presented him with a favorable option. If Qin Feng could care for his granddaughter for the rest of her life, that seemed quite acceptable. By the way, Bingling, securing Qin Feng's involvement this time is largely thanks to your efforts. You should stop working at the enforcement team and join Yashiji Group instead. Yu Renjie's words instantly thrilled Yu Bingling. Yu Group was the Yu family's headquarters, and only the family's trusted confidants could work there. Could the old man's words mean he was pulling her back into the heart of the Yu family? Qin Feng remained unaware of all this. At that moment, he was haggling with an auntie at the market. No way, auntie, this is way too expensive. Can you go any lower? Young man, I'm a farmer too. Making a living isn't easy. If you keep haggling like this, I'll lose money. How could that be? I came yesterday and it wasn't this price. How could it have gone up so much today? Will you sell it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Fine. I never expected young people these days to be so good at haggling. I'll sell it to you. The vegetable vendor finally gave Qin Feng a resigned look before weighing the produce. Holding the vegetables in his hands, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Truthfully, he could easily afford these vegetables. He simply relished the process of haggling. For the past 3 years, this was the only place where he could find a sense of existence and pleasure. Running his fingers over his bank card, Qin Feng finally returned home contentedly. Where have you been again? Do you want to starve me to death? A torrent of angry shouts greeted him the moment he entered. Unfazed, Qin Feng obediently carried the vegetables into the kitchen. The voice belonged to Fangli, Chen Ying's mother. From the very first day Qin Feng had entered their home, she had never once looked at him kindly. Add to that the fact that Chen Ying's belly had shown no signs of life in 3 years, and it only reinforced Fang Li's belief that Qin Feng was nothing but a burden in her household. Hey! I'm talking to you. Why did you buy so much food? We won't be able to finish it all, isn't that a waste? I'm warning you, every penny the Chen family gives you is hard-earned. It's not meant for you to squander. Fang Li seemed in a foul mood, and seeing Qin Feng ignore her only made her furious. She didn't care whether she was right or wrong in her eyes, Qin Feng could never do anything right. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Fang Li loved playing mahjong, often spending entire days at it. She was constantly making plans with one person or another. If she was home, it could only mean one thing: she'd lost all her money. Fang Li received nearly 10,000 yuan in monthly living expenses, and at least 5,000 of that went straight to mahjong. Such extravagant spending, and she still had the nerve to accuse him of wasting money? Qin Feng couldn't fathom where she got the audacity. Of course, these thoughts remained firmly in Qin Feng's mind. If he voiced them aloud, Fang Li would likely fly into a rage. Then it would be a cycle of crying, screaming, and threatening suicide, and he'd be the one left holding the bag. Over the years, he'd learned how to handle someone like Fang Li, just let her rant and rave. Eventually, she'd tire herself out and calm down. Hey! I'm talking to you. Daff? But today, Fang Li seemed particularly irritable, determined to pick a fight with Qin Feng. She grabbed the vegetables he'd bought and dumped them onto the floor. Qin Feng's brow furrowed as anger flared within him, yet he held his temper. He simply crouched down and began picking up the vegetables one by one. Humph, what a useless piece of trash. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Fang Li lost interest. She gave a cold snort and returned to the living room. For 3 years, Qin Feng endured this daily grind: his mother-in-law's nitpicking, his wife's contempt. Sometimes he truly felt that his own family sought out suffering when they were unhappy. Deliberately sought him out to torment him. Yet he had to admit these years had tempered his spirit. For a healer, impatience was the greatest sin. Now he could achieve a stillness of mind, a realization that struck him deeply while acupuncture on Yurenjia today. With that thought, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and continued cooking. Soon, his father-in-law Chen Tianping and Chen Ying returned home. Yet, they all tacitly chose to ignore Qin Feng as he bustled about in the kitchen. Although Qin Feng's performance at the hospital today had indeed caught Chen Ying's attention, she quickly dismissed it. She reasoned that he had merely stumbled upon a lucky break. If he truly possessed such remarkable medical skills, why would he be content to remain a son-in-law in her family's home? She didn't ask, and Qin Feng certainly wouldn't reveal the truth. Besides, even if he did, she probably wouldn't believe him. Everything proceeded as usual: eating, washing dishes, sleeping. By evening, Qin Feng still hadn't offered an explanation, and Chen Ying found it increasingly difficult to contain herself. Even if she believed he was a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, he had to be a cat in the first place. Aren't you going to explain what happened today? Qin Feng sighed, then looked at Chen Ying earnestly. Would you believe me if I said I'm a divine healer? Chapter 12, let's go to the second floor to buy. Pfft, you're just bragging again. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. Chen Ying shot him a resigned look. Naturally, she didn't believe a word he said and dismissed it as him joking around. Seeing her reaction, Qin Feng said no more. Though his words were true, the 3-year deadline hadn't yet arrived, and he couldn't prove his abilities to her yet. Oh, by the way, go shopping for some clothes with shall we tomorrow? Grandma's 70th birthday is coming up in a few days. You don't want to show up looking too shabby. Chen Ying's words caught Qin Feng off guard. Since arriving at the Chen household, he'd never received a friendly glance from them. This was the first time Chen Ying had suggested buying him anything, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chen Hui was Chen Ying's cousin. They'd grown up together since childhood. Though not blood sisters, their bond was as close as any. She, however, was the one most critical of him. In her eyes, Chen Ying was a goddess, and marrying a good-for-nothing like him was the saddest thing imaginable. If he could, Qin Feng would have preferred not to go out with Chen Hui. But this was the first time Chen Ying had offered to buy him something. How could he possibly refuse? The next morning, Qin Feng rose early. After preparing breakfast for everyone, he headed downstairs to the neighborhood for his morning exercise routine. This was his daily routine, ingrained since childhood and never altered, even after marrying into the Chen family. Arriving at his usual spot, he saw 2 gray-haired elders playing chess by the small lake. A faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips as he approached and quietly watched their game. After an unknown amount of time, a move was made, and Qin Feng prepared to leave. Young man, you've been watching us play for 3 years now, never uttering a word. What purpose does this serve? The 2 elders wore long robes, one black and one white. The one who spoke was the elder in white. I have no ulterior motives, young man, Qin Feng replied respectfully, bowing deeply. I am simply fascinated by the game of Go. Your skills are truly remarkable, and by observing your matches daily, I learn so much. Qin Feng bowed respectfully, answering earnestly. The black-robed elder smiled faintly. If you're here to learn, then why do you only watch one game each day? I understand the principle that one cannot digest too much at once. A single game each day already occupies my thoughts for the entire day. More than that would overwhelm me. Ah, good lad, you're quite something. The black-robed elder laughed heartily. Qin Feng bowed once more before turning to leave. He truly is a fine lad. I can see he's no ordinary fish in a pond. But why would he come to the Chen family as a son-in-law? Once Qin Feng's figure vanished from sight, the white-robed elder slowly rose to his feet. Gazing in the direction Qin Feng had disappeared, he wore a look of satisfaction. Everyone progresses differently. His ability to endure 3 years of humiliation within the Chen family speaks volumes about his character. I believe we've found the one we've been searching for. The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. The white-robed elder's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Are you certain? Shouldn't we observe him further? No need. I can assure you, this young man harbors many secrets, but rest assured, he is absolutely a person of upright character. The black-robed elder nodded to the white-robed elder. Just then, a figure abruptly materialized behind them. What's the rush? Neither elder turned around, but asked softly instead. The Heavenly King requests the two elders return to discuss urgent matters. The elder's body trembled slightly. After bowing respectfully, he spoke. The two elders exchanged a glance and nodded lightly. Understood. We'll be right there. Qin Feng returned home. Chenning and the others had already left for work, and Feng Li had gone out to play mahjong, leaving him only with the remnants of a meal. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly before heading to the kitchen to tidy up. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and answered the call. My cousin wants you to come shopping with us. I'll wait for you at Yusen Mall. The voice on the other end gave only a brief message before hanging up. Qin Feng didn't get annoyed. The caller was Chen Ying's cousin, Chen Hui. Chen Hui had always disliked him, so he dared not delay too long. After a quick tidy-up, he headed out and hailed a taxi to Jade Heart Mall. Yusen Mall was one of the 3 largest shopping centers in Tiannan, an enterprise established by the Yu family. Its styles and brands were globally renowned. Qin Feng hadn't expected that when Chen Ying said she wanted to buy him clothes, she meant at Tiannan Plaza. Even though Qin Feng had made no delay whatsoever, Chen Hui still glared at him with obvious displeasure when he arrived. What took you so long? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? Honestly, if my cousin hadn't called me, I wouldn't have bothered coming out with you at all. Chen Hui's looks were only slightly less striking than Chen Ying's, and since she hadn't fully matured yet, she wasn't particularly eye-catching. Even so, Qin Feng could tell at a glance that this girl was definitely a beauty in the making. Alright, let's go inside. After muttering her complaints, Chen Hui lost interest in further discussion and simply led the way into the mall. Qin Feng watched the scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chen Hui was actually very kind-hearted. Her cold attitude toward him stemmed from feeling unworthy of Chen Ying. Yet, over the years, she had never spoken harshly to him. Alright, let's go look at suits. My cousin said you should dress more formally. Having been here before, Chen Hui immediately guided Qin Feng toward a suit shop. Qin Feng glanced around the layout. Most customers were clustered on the first floor, while the second floor seemed less crowded. However, judging by their attire, the patrons upstairs were clearly a notch above. Apparently, the second floor was the high-end section. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this our former class beauty, Chen Hui? What brings you here shopping for clothes? A voice suddenly rang out. Chen Hui frowned. Qin Feng turned to see a well-dressed woman slowly approaching, nestled in the arms of a man whose attire suggested he was a wealthy playboy. Wang Mi? So you've hooked up with another sugar daddy? Chen Hui clearly didn't hold much affection for the newcomer, her tone immediately sharp. Wang Mi was Chen Hui's high school classmate. Back then, Wang Mi had always sought out wealthy boyfriends. Later, Chen Hui got into university while Wang Mi failed the entrance exam. The two lost touch after that. Chen Hui never expected to see her here today. Wang Mi was actually quite attractive, but Chen Hui's presence had always overshadowed her. Whether in looks, academics, or family background, Wang Mi couldn't hold a candle to Chen Hui. So every time Wang Mi landed a wealthy boyfriend, she'd flaunt it in Chen Hui's face. I advise you to watch your words. He's none other than Yu Bingchun, the young master of the Yu family. Wang Mi narrowed her eyes, deliberately emphasizing the words Yu family. The Yu family. Hearing this, Chen Hui's brows furrowed slightly. Being from the Chen family, she was well aware of the gap between her family and the Yu family, and she immediately hesitated. Chen Hui, stunned, aren't you? Never thought I'd land a boyfriend from the Yu family, did you? Honey, I want to go upstairs to buy a handbag. Wang Mi burst into laughter before turning to coo at the man, occasionally shooting Chen Hui a smug glance. Sure, honey, let's go upstairs. Yu Bingchun gave Wang Mi a doting look before snuggling up to her and heading toward the second floor. What's so great about that? Chen Hui snorted coldly at their retreating backs, though Qin Feng caught a fleeting look of loneliness in her eyes. Everyone had a competitive streak, especially in such a setting. It was impossible for Chen Hui's heart not to be affected at all. Want to go upstairs and buy clothes? Qin Feng sighed. Chen Hui wasn't a bad person, and as his wife's cousin, he couldn't just stand by and watch her suffer. Of course I want to, but the clothes upstairs are all world-renowned brands, and many are custom-made. Even if I wanted them, what could I possibly do? Chen Hui sighed. What girl didn't love clothes and handbags? Yet reality often stopped people in their tracks. Just like now, the first floor and second floor were only a step apart, but that step proved insurmountable for many. Seeing Chen Hui's expression, Qin Feng chuckled softly, slipping his hand into his pocket to touch his bank card. Just wish for it. We'll go buy them on the second floor. Chapter 13, Payment Successful. Are you out of your mind? My cousin only gave me this much money. We don't even have enough for one item on the second floor. Chen Hui's expression darkened, staring at Qin Feng as if he were a lunatic. Ha, Chen Hui, when did you become so pathetic? Not only broke, but you've also snagged a crazy boyfriend. Wang Ni hadn't wandered far. Hearing Qin Feng's words, she burst into laughter too. Though Chen Hui was family, she didn't believe Chen Hui could casually shop on the second floor of Bingxin Mall. He's not my boyfriend, he's my brother-in-law. Chen Hui hurriedly waved her hands, clarifying Qin Feng's identity. Regret flooded her heart. With so many malls in Tiannan, why did she have to choose Bingxin Mall? So he's your useless brother-in-law, Qin Feng? No wonder I've always wondered what kind of taste your Chen family has, taking on a lunatic as a son-in-law. But Wang Mi didn't stop there. Instead, she doubled down on her mockery. She wasn't about to let this chance to humiliate Chen Hui slip away. You? Chen Hui glared at Wang Mi, furious and flustered, yet unable to refute her words. Wang Mi was undeniably correct in the eyes of all Tiannan residents. Qin Feng was nothing but a good-for-nothing. Ha ha ha, darling, why bother with such a loser? Let's go upstairs. Yu Bingchen shot Qin Feng a disdainful glance. He was merely a branch family member of the Yu clan. He hadn't been present when Qin Feng treated Yu Renjie, so he didn't recognize him. You're right. I have nothing to say to such a good-for-nothing. Come on, let's go upstairs, ha ha ha. Wang Mi shot a triumphant glance at Chen Hui before linking arms with Yu Bingchen and striding away. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm going up alone. Qin Feng frowned. Being repeatedly called a good-for-nothing had finally pushed him over the edge. In this world, if you can't fight for your bread, you must fight for your pride. Watching Chen Hui standing there, still seething with suppressed anger, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly before striding directly toward the second floor. Chen Hui was momentarily frozen in place. By the time she snapped out of it, Qin Feng had already stepped into the elevator heading upstairs. Chen Hui couldn't bear to let him go alone and immediately followed. What do you want to buy? Pick anything you like. Arriving at a store Qin Feng deemed decent, he pointed at the clothes inside and addressed Chen Hui. Are you out of your mind? These are global luxury brands. We can't afford them. Chen Hui screamed, convinced Qin Feng had lost his mind. Oh, what a coincidence, Chen Hui. You wouldn't be here to buy socks, would you? Not far away, Wang Mi watched the two standing at the store entrance, covering her mouth and giggling softly. That's right, we are here to buy something, but not socks. With that, Qin Feng walked straight into the store. However, dressed in shabby clothes, not a single salesperson approached him. To the staff here, someone dressed like Qin Feng was clearly just window shopping, certainly not a customer worth their attention. However, the moment Yu Bingchen stepped inside, all the staff swarmed over, greeting her warmly. This was Yu family territory, and as a member of the Yu clan, they recognized her immediately. Qin Feng frowned slightly but said nothing. Truth be told, he had excellent taste. Back in the Qin household, everything he wore and used had been custom-made by the world's top masters. Thus, he merely gave the selection a cursory glance before choosing his clothes. Ignoring the fawning waitstaff, he walked straight to the counter. Check out. Wrap it all up for me. Are you sure? The cashier glanced at Qin Feng's selections and nearly gasped. Goodness gracious, these were some of the most expensive items in the entire store, totaling well over $1 million. I won't say it twice. Check out. With that, Qin Feng handed his bank card to the cashier. The staff here dealt with wealthy patrons daily, and she instantly recognized his card as a Dragon Nation Bank Black Card. The bare minimum requirement for such a card was a deposit exceeding 100 million. So this was the real hidden tycoon. Cold sweat broke out on the saleswoman's brow. Thank goodness she hadn't offended him. Someone like this could easily cost her job with a single misstep. Oomph, what are you pretending for? I'll see how you handle it when your payment fails, Wang Mi sneered at Qin Feng. Even now, she refused to believe he could afford clothes costing over $1 million. Chen Hui, standing by the entrance, shared the same skepticism. She felt utterly helpless toward Qin Feng. She had already discreetly contacted Chening, who was now on her way. But even if Chening arrived, she'd likely be powerless against $1 million yuan purchase. Honestly, she never accomplished anything and only caused trouble. No, if the staff packed the clothes, they couldn't be returned. Seeing the clerk about to wrap the garments, Chen-hui panicked. As long as they weren't packed, she could still return them using her sister's connections. Wait! Don't wrap them yet! Chen-hui darted forward in a single stride, blocking the clerk's path. Ha! The clerk looked taken aback. These two clearly knew each other. Why would they refuse wrapping? This gentleman could obviously afford it. Then let's settle the payment first. Shin Feng understood Chen-hui's concern. To reassure her and prove he wasn't crazy, he reluctantly agreed to pay first. Certainly, sir. Please enter your PIN. The clerk nodded respectfully, handing the POS machine to Shin Feng. Shin Feng said nothing, merely lowering his head to enter the PIN. Chen-hui, however, stared at him with utter incomprehension. Even if he was trying to prove a point, was it necessary to humiliate himself like this? Wang Mi also stared fixedly at Shin Feng. She had already decided if Qin Feng's payment failed, she would immediately have Yu Bingchen call security to throw them both out. Payment successful. Total charge, 1,230,000 yuan. The POS machine's voice echoed through the store, freezing everyone in place. None had anticipated Qin Feng would purchase over 1,000,000 yuan worth of clothes in a single transaction. Chen Hui was utterly stunned. She knew exactly how Chen Ying treated Qin Feng. There was no way she would spend 1,000,000 on clothes for him. This situation could only mean one thing: the money was Qin Feng's own. But how could that be? Qin Feng was just a son-in-law who married into the family, a useless good-for-nothing who couldn't do anything. How could someone like him possibly have over 1,000,000 yuan in savings? Wang Mi was even more stunned. She never imagined Qin Feng could afford to buy clothes worth over 1,000,000. Whether it was out of spite or something else, the fact remained that he had paid over 1,000,000. That was the gap. No, impossible. Did you make a mistake? He's just a son-in-law who married into the family. How could he possibly afford clothes worth millions? Wang Mi stormed toward the front desk like a madwoman, refusing to believe it was true. Ma'am, please show some respect. This isn't the place for you to cause a scene. The staff frowned. They dealt with Tiannan's elite daily and weren't intimidated by Wang Mi. What do you mean by that? Get your manager out here to see me. Yu Bingchuan's face darkened with anger. As a man, he certainly didn't want to be outdone by another man in front of his girlfriend. Oh? What's this? You want to see me? Just then, a sharp, feminine voice rang out from outside the door. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing it except Qin Feng, who frowned. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? At the doorway, a graceful figure slowly stepped inside. Every face in the shop was etched with reverence, while Qin Feng's expression froze in shock. How could it be her? Indeed, it was none other than Yu Bingxin, the young lady of the Yu family. Qin Feng recognized her immediately. This was the woman who had wept after he cured Yu Renjie. Chen Hui slapped her forehead the moment she recognized her, inwardly screaming, "Oh no!" In her mind, Yu Bingxin belonged to the Yu family, and Yu Bingchun was also part of the Yu family. How could she not side with Yu Bingchun? Even if Qin Feng had paid, this entire mall belonged to them. What could be done? Wasn't it still up to their word? Chapter 14, People You Can't Afford to Provoke. Is this your idea of a public disturbance? Yu Bingxin's face was as cold as ice. Though still young, her upbringing in the Yu household had taught her the ropes of management. She knew exactly which attitude to adopt with whom. Yu Bingxin, hello. I'm Yu Bingchun. Though his status couldn't compare to hers, standing before his girlfriend, Yu Bingchun refused to appear overly submissive. Yu Bingchun, never heard of you. Since you're part of the Yu family, why are you causing such a scene in my Bingxin Mall? Unfortunately, Yu Bingxin showed Yu Bingchun no courtesy whatsoever. With so many branches of the Yu family, if she were to grant favor to just any member, her own standing would become utterly worthless. Yu Bingxin, what do you mean by this? As a member of the Yu family, you come here and question me without hearing my side of the story. Isn't that going too far? Yu Bingchuan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yu Bingxin to be so dismissive. Having lived in a position of privilege for so long as a member of the Yu family, he'd forgotten that his branch was now only considered half Yu. I'm jumping to conclusions? Fine. Then you tell me what's going on. Yu Bingxin coldly fixed her gaze on one of her staff members. She hadn't questioned others because only her own employees wouldn't lie to her. It happened like this. The employee had been terrified into a daze. Though Yu Bingxin was roughly the same age, her innate bearing and the overwhelming authority of a superior had completely crushed her. Only then did Yu Bingxin notice Qin Feng standing nearby. Her body trembled slightly at the sight of him. It's you! Yep, it's me. What a coincidence! Qin Feng gave a helpless chuckle. He had nothing to hide anyway, so admitting it didn't matter. Are you here to shop at my mall? Yu Bingxin eyed him suspiciously. After the previous incident, she deliberately investigated Qin Feng. Learning about his background had astonished her and only fueled her curiosity. To her, Qin Feng was clearly no ordinary man. What? Can I shop at your mall? Xin Feng looked at Yu Bingxin with a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl acted as if he wasn't allowed to buy clothes at her store. That's not what I meant. I meant, if you want to buy something at my mall, you could just tell me. Yu Bingxin's expression flustered, and she immediately forced out a response to cover her tracks. This. Everyone present was utterly astonished. Yu Bingxin's ability to command such a large department store at such a young age was undeniable. In Tiannan, she was renowned as a formidable businesswoman. Yet now, she was visibly flustered in front of Qin Feng. How could they not be shocked? The mall employees were particularly stunned. Yu Bingxin had always been pursued by countless admirers. Wealthy young men visited the mall daily, hoping for a glimpse of her beauty. Yet she had always treated them all the same, ignoring them completely. Now, to see her react this way to a man? The reason behind it left them with endless speculation. I don't think buying a piece of clothing requires such a big fuss. Besides, I didn't even know this was your mall. Alright then. Take this card. You'll receive discounts whenever you shop at our mall, and the same applies to all you family businesses. Not knowing what else to do, Yu Bingxin pulled out a card and handed it to Qin Feng. Holy crap, it's the Yu family's Supreme Gold card. Chen Hui's eyes flashed with excitement. The card in Yu Bingxin's hand was the Yu family's Supreme Gold card. With it, one could enjoy a 50% discount at any Yu family establishment and skip the lines at many locations. Such a card was only granted to those personally endorsed by the Yu family. It could be said that. You came to my mall to shop? Yu Bingxin gave Qin Feng a puzzled look. After the incident last time, she had specifically investigated him. Learning about his background had astonished her and only fueled her curiosity further. In her eyes, Qin Feng was definitely no ordinary person. What? Am I not allowed to shop in your mall? Qin Feng looked at Yu Bingxin with a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl acted as if he had no right to buy clothes in her own store. That's not what I meant. I meant, if you want to buy something at my mall, you could just tell me. Yu Bingxin's expression flustered, and she immediately forced out a response to cover her tracks. This. Everyone present was utterly astonished. Yu Bingxin's ability to command such a vast mall at such a young age was undeniable. In Tiannan, she was renowned as a formidable businesswoman. Yet now, she was visibly flustered in front of Qin Feng. How could they not be shocked? The mall employees were particularly stunned. Yu Bingxin had always been pursued by countless admirers. Wealthy young men visited the mall daily, hoping for a glimpse of her beauty. Yet she had always treated them all the same, ignoring them completely. Now, to see her react this way to a man? The reason behind it left them with endless speculation. I don't think buying a piece of clothing requires such a big fuss. Besides, I didn't even know this was your mall. Alright then. Take this card. You'll receive discounts whenever you shop at our mall, and the same applies to all you family businesses. Not knowing what else to do, Yu Bingxin pulled out a card and handed it to Qin Feng. Holy crap, it's the Yu family's Supreme Gold card. Chen Hui's eyes flashed with excitement. The card in Yu Bingxin's hand was the Yu family's Supreme Gold card. With it, one could enjoy a 50% discount at any Yu family establishment and skip the lines at many locations. Such a card was only granted to those personally approved by the Yu family. It was essentially priceless. Money alone couldn't buy it. Chen Hui couldn't believe Yu Bingxin would just hand this card over to Qin Feng. Yu Bingchun, standing nearby, froze in shock. If Yu Bingxin's actions in the mall could be dismissed as her acting freely on her own turf, the significance of this card was crystal clear to him. To bestow such a card required explicit recognition from the Yu family. In other words, this young man was someone the Yu family had acknowledged. Yu Bingchun inwardly cursed his luck. The fact that he, a member of the Yu family, didn't possess such a card spoke volumes. Alright then, thank you. I've finished shopping, so I'll be heading out now. Qin Feng had intended to refuse, but when he saw the gleam in Chen Hui's eyes, he knew this card was no ordinary item. Though he didn't need it himself, what if Chen Ning needed it someday? Better to have it than not. Taking it wouldn't hurt. Alright, then. I won't keep you. I still haven't properly thanked you for curing my grandfather. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Yu Bingxin nodded, no longer trying to keep Qin Feng. He picked up his clothes and left the mall. Yu Bingxin, what on earth are you thinking? The Yu family's Supreme Gold card, do you just give it away like that? If the family head finds out. Yu Bingchun still couldn't believe what had just happened. He preferred to think Yu Bingxin had acted impulsively out of emotion. Smack! Before Yu Bingchun could finish speaking, Yu Bingxin's hand landed squarely across his face. If grandfather learned she'd offended Qin Feng in his own mall, he'd likely fly into a rage. If the family head finds out, your entire family can pack your bags and leave the Yu clan. Mark my words, everything I did today was done under the family head's orders. If you want to stay in the Yu family, you'd better behave yourselves and stop provoking people you can't possibly afford to cross. How could you hit someone? Wang Mi hadn't heard Yu Bingxin's words, she only saw the slap land on Yu Bingchuan's face. In truth, Yu Bingchun had been boasting to her about being part of the Yu family's main branch, that her family represented the largest lineage within the clan. Wang Mi, completely unaware of these upper echelon family affairs, had believed Yu Bingchun's claims. Now that Yu Bingchun had been struck, how could she not fly into a rage? She immediately lunged forward, ready to attack Yu Bingxin. Unfortunately, before she could move, Yu Bingxin's bodyguards had already restrained her. Stop! Let me go! Bingchun, tell them to let me go! After struggling in vain for a while, Wang Mi could only helplessly turn to Yu Bingchun for help. But Yu Bingchun, now in her own precarious situation, dared not assist her. Is this the girlfriend you found? Yu Bingxin shot Wang Mi a disdainful glance. What difference was such a woman from a shrew? Aside from her face, she was utterly worthless. Of course, that face was worthless in her eyes too. It was only good for ensnaring a rich playboy like Yu Bingchun. A man of real substance wouldn't give a woman like her a second glance. You're a disgrace to the Yu family. Believe me, if I tell Uncle about today's incident, your entire family will be packing your bags and out of the Yu household by tomorrow. Hearing this, Yu Bingchun truly panicked. Everything he had today was given to him by the Yu family. Without them, he was nothing. No, Yu Bingxin, miss you, I was wrong. I don't even know this woman. Please don't tell Uncle about this. Panic washed over Yu Bingchun's face. He tried to grab Yu Bingxin's arm, but she kept him at arm's length. Enough. Consider today's incident a lesson. As for Yulat, Hao Zue, memorize that man's features clearly. When he returns, treat him with utmost hospitality. If I find any shortcomings in your service, you'll be packing your bags and leaving immediately. Yu Bingxin snorted coldly before striding out the door, leaving behind a trembling Yu Bingchun and a group of staff frozen in shock. Even after stepping out of the mall entrance, Chen Hui felt as if she were still in a dream. It wasn't until Qin Feng handed her 2 bags that she finally snapped back to reality. Are you seriously asking a girl to carry your clothes? Chen Hui snapped back, staring at Qin Feng as if he were an idiot. These are for you. If you don't like them, I'll just find someone else to give them to, Qin Feng said helplessly. While helping a girl carry her clothes was gentlemanly, he wasn't going to walk off with them. Was she supposed to come get them herself? For me? Chen Hui froze, then immediately opened the bags. Inside were the latest styles, all her favorite designs. Okay. Well, I'm heading home now. If I don't get back to cook, the whole family will starve. Qin Feng nodded, then hailed a cab nearby to go home. Chen Hui stood there dumbfounded. Those 2 outfits had always been her absolute favorites, but their combined price had already topped 100,000 yuan. While she could afford it, such an expense would wipe out her savings. Thank you. Chen Hui murmured instinctively, even as Qin Feng's figure faded into the distance. She had always looked down on him. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined he would buy her such expensive clothes one day. Is this really the same Qin Feng I know? Staring at the direction he'd departed, Chen Hui felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within her. Chapter 15, The Tai Chi Duo. As usual, Qin Feng haggled fiercely at the vegetable market before finally securing reasonably priced, exceptionally fresh produce. When Qin Feng returned home, Fong Li was humming a tune. Needless to say, she won money playing mahjong today. But the moment she saw Qin Feng walk through the door, her expression darkened instantly when she spotted the suit bag in his hand. These are all designer clothes. Did you rob a bank? Or win the lottery? Who are you buying all these expensive clothes for? Qin Feng had long grown accustomed to her sarcastic tone, though he knew these clothes were indeed expensive. Chen Ning gave me the money. I'll wear them for Grandma's birthday celebration in a few days. Qin Feng couldn't very well admit he'd made 100 million at the Yu family. If his mother-in-law found out, she'd demand endless sums and he'd already blown it all on mahjong. What? My daughter spent that much on you? So not only are you useless, but now you've learned to lie too? Oomph. Qin Feng knew arguing with her was futile, he'd just get lectured endlessly. After returning the clothes to the bedroom, Qin Feng hurried to the kitchen to begin his most important daily task. After cooking, wash my dirty socks. You won't do it unless I tell you to. You're a waste of air when you're alive and a waste of land when you're dead. Just looking at you makes me furious. Fong Li had been in a good mood today, but seeing Qin Feng instantly ignited the anger simmering inside her. Qin Feng deliberately made loud chopping noises to drown out Fong Li's nagging. What? Got a problem with that? If you do, then get lost. Get out of the Chen family so I can find my daughter a better son-in-law. Truthfully, Fong Li had repeated these words almost daily for the past 3 years, all to pressure Qin Feng into voluntarily ending his marriage to Chen Ning. Qin Feng immediately returned to his normal cutting pace, fearing he might push Fong Li too far and force her to make him sign divorce papers. Amidst Fong Li's endless complaints, Chen Ning and Chen Tianping returned home. After the family finished their meal, while Qin Feng was washing the dishes, Fong Li unexpectedly brought over a basin of dirty socks. Qin Feng, wash all these clean. Stop just eating all day and doing nothing. If I don't have socks to wear tomorrow, you can get lost. Fong Li stormed off to the living room to watch TV, furious. Qin Feng felt utterly helpless, but reminding himself the 3-year period hadn't ended yet, he could only endure it. Chen emerged from her room, clutching the clothes Qin Feng had just bought that day. Her expression was icy as she demanded. Qin Feng, could you possibly afford these with the money I gave you? I never imagined you'd be not only a useless good-for-nothing but also a vain show-off. Explain yourself. Where did this money come from? Watching Qin Feng wash her mother's dirty socks, Chen felt a twinge of pity. A man who does nothing all day but stay home doing chores is becoming more and more useless. Before Qin Feng could begin explaining, the Yu family's supreme gold card suddenly fell out of the bag. Qin Feng hadn't paid it any mind at all, tossing it carelessly into the bag holding his suit. This supreme gold card. Everyone in Tiannan knows that only those recognized by the Yu family can obtain it. Oh, this was given to me by someone named Yu Bingxin. She said it gets you 50% off at Yu family businesses, with no special privileges or anything, so I just took it. Qin Feng nonchalantly washed his dirty socks, while Chen Ying's mind was in turmoil. Could Qin Feng possibly be someone recognized by the Yu family, Tiannan's foremost clan? How could that be? Aside from being a braggart, Qin Feng only knew how to do housework. He had absolutely no connection to the Yu family whatsoever. Qin Feng, have you completely lost your mind? Where did you even get these things? Return them immediately tomorrow. The Yu family is not someone we can afford to provoke. If the card's owner comes looking for us, the entire Chen family will suffer the consequences. Chen kept her voice low. The kitchen and living room were close enough that Feng Li would surely come running if she raised her voice too much. Why won't you believe me? This card really was given to me by Yu Bingxin. If you don't believe me, ask Chen Wei. Qin Feng felt utterly speechless. No matter what he said, this woman would always argue back, never once believing him. Just you wait. If you're lying to me, I'll never let this go. Qin Feng looked at the expensive suits scattered on the floor, slowly picking up each piece. He gave them a light shake and was immediately impressed by how thoroughly he cleaned the floor. Not a speck of dust remained on the suit. Qin Feng had also finished washing the dirty socks. With today's work complete, he carried the basin of socks out to hang them to dry. Just as the socks were nearly dry, Chen rushed out in a panic. Qin Feng, Chen Wei told me everything. That card really was given to you by Yu Bingxin. Looks like I wronged you. But you shouldn't have bought such an expensive suit either. Money isn't meant to be spent like that. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and replied. I just wanted to look presentable that day, so I wouldn't embarrass you guys. Don't worry, I won't spend money like that again. Qin Feng didn't really have a strong grasp of money, especially now that he had 100 million in his hands. He kept thinking he could use it to change things. Go to bed early. Since you're so loaded, go prepare grandma's birthday gift tomorrow. You've got nothing else to do anyway. Chen turned and headed back to the bedroom. After finishing these tasks, Qin Feng was drenched in sweat. He gave himself a quick wash and returned to the bedroom to rest. Qin Feng reflected on how he endured these past 3 years, facing daily ridicule and endless rumors from everyone. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep. After all, sleeping was the only thing he could do at night. Chen wouldn't let him do anything else. The next day, Qin Feng rose early as usual, tiptoeing out of the room to avoid disturbing either of them. He headed out to exercise in the neighborhood. But when he reached the spot where he usually watched the two elders play Go, they weren't there. This puzzled Qin Feng. For the past 3 years, he had watched them play every single day. Go was a game of unfathomable complexity, and each match unfolded in a uniquely different way. Though evenly matched, one elder always seemed to attack with sharp precision while the other defended with skillful restraint. Their exchanges were a constant give and take, with each having claimed victories over the past 3 years. The aggressor didn't always win spectacularly, nor did the defender necessarily suffer crushing defeats. A single game of Go could last an extended period, and for a moment, Qin Feng found himself with nothing to do. Slowly, he walked over to where the two usually sat and saw that the board and stones were right there. For these 3 years, Qin Feng had mostly just watched, never even touching a Go stone. But these were someone else's possessions. He absolutely couldn't touch them without permission. Yet, beside a storage box for the stones, a note lay tucked away. It read, "To the young spectator. Open with care." Qin Feng immediately felt the note was meant for him, for no one else had ever watched them play except himself. Qin Feng carefully picked up the note. The characters were bold and vigorous. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the work of a master. Young man, we are the Tai Chi elders of the Heavenly King Hall. We are old acquaintances. Until we meet again. Everyone in the Dragon Nation knew exactly what the Heavenly King Hall represented. From the start, Qin Feng had sensed these two elders were no ordinary figures, but he never imagined their status was so formidable. Yet they seemed to have calculated precisely that he would appear here. Otherwise, such a small note could easily be blown away by even the slightest breeze. What puzzled Qin Feng even more was why these two elders felt compelled to reveal their identities to him. The Heavenly King Hall was a colossal entity. Even a minor envoy could shake the foundations of all factions in Tiannan. These two were the Tai Chi elders rumored to be second only to the Heavenly Kings themselves. What possible purpose could their presence here serve? Qin Feng sat there pondering for nearly half an hour, yet he came up with nothing. Since they had left him a note, it must hold special significance. Qin Feng decided to address it later and hurried home to ensure his family wouldn't miss breakfast. Chapter 16, Bargain Hunting. After breakfast, those who needed to go to work headed off, while others went to play mahjong. After tidying up at home, Qin Feng hailed a cab to the largest shopping mall in Tiannan. Stepping out, he mused that relying on taxis all day was inconvenient. He'd have to find time to buy a car. The mall was truly a treasure trove of goods. Since he was selecting a birthday gift, Qin Feng figured he had to find something decent. He headed straight for the jewelry section, reasoning that such items were universally appreciated. As long as he avoided scams and didn't get dazzled by the displays, he could ensure his gift wouldn't be looked down upon. He had initially considered pearls, gemstones, or a jadeite necklace. But upon arriving at the vast mall, he discovered that most of the jade and jewelry displayed in the counters were synthetic. Take the jade bracelet he was eyeing now. It was labeled as ice-type jade, but it was synthetic. Even an expert examining it under a lamp wouldn't detect much. But what kind of discernment did Qin Feng possess? This piece was made from the leftover scraps of high-grade ice-type jade, ground into powder, then bonded together using a special adhesive. Through dozens of intricate processes, this ice-type jadeite bracelet had been crafted to a level of authenticity that could fool even the most discerning eye. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how sophisticated the techniques had become. He even began to wonder if, at this rate of advancement, he himself might not be able to distinguish genuine from fake in just a few years. Sir, hello. Would you like to see the bracelet? Shall I take it out for you to examine? The saleswoman had actually spotted him the moment he entered the store, but she had deliberately ignored him until now. Her sudden approach likely stemmed from his prolonged stare at the bracelet, finally catching her attention. No need. Handling too many of these things might shorten my lifespan. Better leave it right where it is. I advise you to handle them sparingly too. Wash your hands thoroughly afterward. Those things are toxic. This saleswoman couldn't tell the authenticity of the jade bracelet at all. After all, Qin Feng had only analyzed it after glancing at it a few times himself. Sir, what exactly do you mean by that? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. The salesperson found Qin Feng's words odd. His attire already suggested he wasn't there to shop. Now he was saying things she couldn't understand, making her suddenly feel he was inexplicably strange, almost as if he had a screw loose. Qin Feng didn't respond to her question. He merely smiled faintly and glanced once more at the counter. Over 90% of the items displayed were counterfeits. He couldn't help but think, truly, there's no such thing as an honest merchant. He noticed the label on the jade bracelet was minuscule, with even smaller characters. Among them, a tiny character stood out. Most people wouldn't even notice it, as it was printed so small that some might assume it was a printing error. That character signified synthetic, but the owner never mentioned it to the sales staff, let alone the customers. That was precisely why these jade merchants could amass such wealth. Pfft, what a cheapskate. Pretending to be some kind of mystic here, but he can't afford a thing. I bet I scared him off just by talking to him. Who knows how long he'll keep staring at that thing. Exactly. He clearly can't afford this bracelet. It's worth over $1 million. The way he looked, he probably doesn't even have a single whole bill in his pocket. In his pocket. Ha 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 ha. After a round of mockery, the saleswoman who had spoken to Qin Feng laughed especially loudly, trying to cover up the awkwardness of having just served a poor customer. Salespeople at luxury goods stores like this deal exclusively with wealthy customers day in and day out. So when ordinary people come in to ask questions, they tend to be dismissive. Though they were merely service staff, they earned commissions on every sale. These commissions were the very lifeblood of their income. Naturally, they preferred conversing with the wealthy, as those interactions translated directly into their own wealth. Qin Feng paid no mind to their whispers. He found it amusing that a bunch of counterfeit sellers remained so oblivious, basking in their own deluded pride. He couldn't fathom what went through their heads. After circling the mall and examining numerous items, nothing caught his eye, let alone something suitable as a gift for someone else. He made his way to the smoking area, lit a cigarette, and pondered his predicament. It troubled him that even in such a vast mall, he couldn't find a gift that truly satisfied him. He opened the map app on his phone to see if there were other malls where he might find a suitable gift. After all, this was a task personally assigned by Qining, a clear sign of her immense trust in him. If he failed to handle it well, Qining would definitely be unhappy. As he browsed, Qin Feng stumbled upon an antique market in Tiannan. He'd never been interested in such places, knowing they were rife with counterfeits. He casually scanned the market's introduction and learned it had been around for many years, having sold numerous precious artifacts. These artifacts were all salvaged from the sea. Qin Feng thought that if that was the case, it made perfect sense. Perhaps he could even unearth some treasures there. Qin Feng promptly stubbed out his cigarette and soon arrived at the antique market. Upon arrival, he found the market looking rather desolate, with few people browsing. After all, this antique market had long since lost its original character. Most of what was sold now were decorative trinkets, along with some contemporary industrial products. You could even find identical items at 2 adjacent stalls. Hey, buddy, looking for treasures? I've got something special here, want to take a look? The stall owner was dressed impeccably. Anyone unfamiliar with antiques would surely believe they could buy genuine goods from this fellow. Xin Feng glanced at the items he'd bought from the street vendor and felt deeply disappointed. He reckoned that even all of them together probably weren't worth 1,000 yuan. The oldest piece might be that cloth from the stall. Still, Xin Feng was curious to see how these guys pulled off their tricks. He turned to the vendor and said, "What treasure do you want to show me? Why not bring it out for me to take a look? It might broaden my horizons." A barely perceptible smile touched the vendor's lips as he replied to Xin Feng in a deliberately mysterious tone. "This item belonged to my grandfather. He wouldn't approve of me bringing it out. I'll let you take a look, but only once. If you stare too long, I fear you won't be able to pull it out." Xin Feng watched the vendor's over-the-top performance and thought he should apply to film school or something to hone his craft, then his lines might actually be believable. But Xin Feng figured this was the perfect moment for a showdown of acting skills. He loved putting on a performance, why pass up such a golden opportunity? Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Might as well spar with this fellow and see if his skills had dulled lately. "Bro, you're making me nervous. What if I fall for it but can't afford it?" Xin Feng's performance was spot on, a hint of nervousness in his expression, a spark of excitement in his eyes, and a subtle tug at his sleeve. The stall owner was thoroughly delighted. "Bro, no worries if you can't afford it. I just want to broaden your horizon, show you what real firepower looks like." As he spoke, the vendor pulled a particularly tattered cloth bag from his electric tricycle and beckoned to Xin Feng. Xin Feng played along, glancing around. That glance proved significant. It caught the attention of several people. Their eyes gleamed with the anticipation of a good show, and 2 figures slowly approached. Spotting them, the vendor immediately addressed the pair. "What are you two doing here? You can't afford it anyway. Get back to your own stalls, you counterfeit peddlers. What are you messing around for?" Xin Feng hadn't expected such a grand performance to unfold in this place, complete with extras. Things were getting more and more interesting. "Hey, buddy, isn't everything on your stall fake too? What gives you the right to talk to us? Since you set up here, we've been supporting you." "Exactly. Everyone knows that ragged sack of yours holds a treasure. We've been eyeing it for ages. If you won't even let us take a peek, what the hell is in there?" Xin Feng hadn't expected these extras to be so enthusiastic. It seemed they must be getting a hefty cut from scamming people, otherwise, who would bother putting on such a show? Chapter 17, The Small Incense Burner. "Is this all you've got, just a little incense burner? Alright then. You two owe this to our brother here. Without him, you'd never get to see what this treasure is in your lifetime." "Bro, I'm new here. Business has been slow lately. These 2 good brothers have looked out for me. Can I let them take a look too? If it's not okay, I'll send them both away immediately. This isn't something just anyone can see." Xin Feng stood there pretending to ponder for a moment before addressing the stall owner. "I don't mind either way. Your item is so precious, I probably couldn't afford it anyway. If you don't object to them seeing it, let them stay. You see, many wealthy people are just like him, they dress in rags, thinking it'll prevent them from being ripped off. Truthfully, ordinary folk couldn't care less about antiques, they were the ones who truly couldn't afford them." So when the vendor heard Xin Feng's words, he grew even more delighted. He felt the sale was practically guaranteed. In fact, much of what Xin Feng had said was identical to lines used by many of his fellow performers. "Brother, no worries. Even if you can't afford it, we can still be friends. As they say, more friends mean more paths in life. If business here ever dries up and I can't afford to eat, I might just come looking for you." Xin Feng nodded and addressed the vendor. "You're absolutely right. If you can help broaden my life experience, I'll definitely treat you to a feast. But boss, with such a treasure in your hands, how could you possibly go hungry? You're just messing with me." Xin Feng had completely figured out these people's tactics. He felt they were deliberately trying to be friendly, lulling him into a false sense of security before ultimately taking advantage of him. "Alright, since you put it that way, what else is there to say? Young people these days sure have spirit. I'm sure you won't regret seeing this treasure today. Here, take it." The vendor handed him a magnifying glass. Xin Feng suspected this guy was deliberately testing him. Anyone pulling out a magnifying glass at a street stall clearly wasn't a professional. But Xin Feng's mind was racing. He realized these stall owners must have figured out he knew a thing or two about antiques. He'd passed many stalls earlier, including these 2 extras. They too had hidden treasures, but likely feared their fake items would be exposed by Xin Feng. Yet if Xin Feng refused the magnifying glass, these vendors might assume he was a pro, someone here to snatch bargains, and would surely stash away their fake treasures. If that happened, after all this time playing along with their charade, he wouldn't get to see the finale. Wouldn't that be a real letdown? So Xin Feng spoke up. "Hey, you're deliberately testing me, aren't you? I'm always watching those tutorials online. If I took the magnifying glass, that would make me look like a complete amateur. I came to this antique market with confidence, so don't try to pull a fast one on me with fakes." Xin Feng deliberately put on an air of arrogance, acting like a young guy who thinks he knows everything, when really he only understood the basics. The stall owner and his two accomplices were practically bursting with laughter. Coming across such a self-important greenhorn meant they could make a killing. Ha ha ha, brother, my treasure is exceptionally valuable. If an amateur were to see it, it would be a waste of time, utterly meaningless. But with someone knowledgeable like you, my effort won't be wasted. I've been sitting here for days, and finally, someone who understands has come along. Otherwise, if my grandfather discovers his treasure missing in a few more days, he'll be furious. The vendor then unwrapped the tattered cloth bundle. Beneath another layer of newspaper, the foot of a bronze artifact emerged, glistening with green patina. Xin Feng's eyes widened instantly. The two extras quickly crowded closer, craning their necks to get a better look, putting every ounce of effort into their performance. The vendor swiftly covered it again, glanced cautiously around, then addressed Xin Feng. You saw that corner just now, right? It's a Western Zhou Dynasty bronze artifact. The state strictly prohibits trading these. You must be careful, don't let anyone else find out. If someone reports me, and this piece turns out to be a national cultural relic, I could face criminal charges. I might even get shot. Xin Feng couldn't help but admire the vendor's acting skills. He put today's popular young actors to shame by a mile. Judging by the rust, it was far too old to be from the Western Zhou Dynasty, or even last week, for that matter. Truth be told, the oldest thing on his stall was probably the tattered cloth wrapped around the bronze artifact. It might genuinely have belonged to his grandfather. Since I've come this far, you've already shown me a glimpse. You're deliberately letting me taste a bit of sweetness to keep me hooked, aren't you? This way you can jack up the price. Your item is truly precious. If it's genuine, I might actually consider buying it. Xin Feng thought, if the stall owner is putting on such a convincing performance, I'd be remiss not to channel my inner Oscar-winning actor to match his acting prowess. Xin Feng suddenly found this acting duel with the vendor incredibly thrilling. If he ever invested in movies, he'd definitely come back for this vendor and these two supporting actors. Bro, don't talk big. Even though I saw you driving that fancy car, I doubt you've got the deep pockets to buy this thing. Just letting you see it today is already generous. What if you're here to bait me into a sting operation? Then I'd be the one getting sent away. Xin Feng feigned urgency. Hey, boss, stop teasing me like this, okay? Just from that tiny glimpse, I can tell it's a top-tier piece. Just let me take one look, just one glance. Xin Feng snatched the magnifying glass from the boss's hand at precisely the right moment. The boss now felt certain the item he was selling was genuine. All right. You two good brothers, keep an eye out for me. I'll buy you a couple packs of cigarettes later. If you really want to see it, we'll wait until it's less crowded, and then I'll let you take a look. The two extras feigned disappointment. Sigh, such a fine piece, and we two brothers can't even see it? Just buying us a pack of cigarettes to fob us off? Ah, forget it. How many times have we run into this guy? Didn't he say he'd show us when it's quiet? I'm sure he'll keep his word. But what if this guy buys it? Where else will we find something like this? Sure, we sell fakes, but we're passionate about antiques too. Don't you feel anxious about missing out on such a rare treasure? How could I not be anxious? At worst, we'll just ask this guy nicely to let us two take a look. You can help him authenticate it. Xin Feng watched these two extras play off each other with remarkable harmony, their performance utterly natural. He couldn't help but admire these folk artists. It seemed the saying, art imitates life, yet surpasses it, held true. Alright, we'll keep watch for you too. Just hurry up. If someone else spots it, we're in trouble. The two extras promptly turned their backs, pretending to look around. But when they accidentally exchanged a knowing glance, Xin Feng caught it. Boss, let's hurry up and get this done. I'm getting impatient. Seeing Xin Feng's impatient expression, the boss was secretly delighted. He found this young man's act of pretending to know everything utterly charming. Alright, then hurry up and take a look. The shopkeeper swiftly reopened the tattered package, spreading the newspapers outward to reveal a small incense burner that had been deliberately aged. The aging process was meticulously done, giving no hint of being fake at first glance. Yet Xin Feng instantly detected the artificial traces and the lingering chemical scent. Xin Feng deliberately picked up the magnifying glass and began examining it closely. Just moments ago, the shopkeeper had urged him to hurry, yet now he showed no sign of impatience. Boss, is this the only small incense burner you have? Chapter 18, Preparing the Birthday Gift. The shopkeeper suddenly felt a bit taken aback. What did Xin Feng mean by that? Could it be that he had truly encountered someone knowledgeable today? Just this one small incense burner. Is there something wrong with it? The two men pretending to keep watch also noticed the commotion over here. Never before had anyone spoken such words or asked such questions. Their aging techniques were so sophisticated they'd even fooled some national-level experts. There was no way this young pretender could possibly spot the deception. Oh, I remember there were some antiques known as the construction site old man's three-piece antique set. This little incense burner of yours should come with a matching wine cup and a small dish. Then you can claim it was dug up at a construction site, right? Xin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous grin. These three weren't exactly innocent little lambs. His scheme had been seen through by the young man before him long ago, and he'd even been played for a fool. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You knew exactly what was going on and still played along with us. I think you're asking for it. The stall owner, known for his hot temper, grabbed his antique incense burner and swung it straight at Qin Feng's head. Ha 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 ha. What's the matter? You were acting perfectly fine just now. Now you're changing styles? Switching to a fight scene? Qin Feng believed these stall owners were nothing but con artists. They sold items under the guise of antiques, but what they actually bought were artificially aged crafts. Whenever inspectors showed up, they'd claim these were just crafts, never sold as genuine antiques. They preyed on people who only knew the surface, making a fortune before disappearing from the city's antique market altogether, only to resurface in another city. Their tactics were all the same, and they rarely competed with each other. Qin Feng watched the incense burner hurled at him. With a swift grab, he seized it mid-air. Clenching his fist, the burner shattered into fragments. Clearly, it was cast iron, not even brass. Assault is illegal now, you scammers. I recorded everything you just did. Prepare to face the consequences of the law. These vendors all had some shady pasts, otherwise, they wouldn't have the nerve to scam people here. But seeing that incense burner crushed into pieces with a single squeeze, they realized the young man before them possessed considerable martial arts skill. Yet they believed that even a fierce tiger couldn't fight off a pack of wolves, and 2 fists couldn't withstand 4 hands. The vendors in this circle formed a gang. So the vendor who'd just been tricked roared, "Guys, this guy's trying to ruin our livelihoods. Today we'll show him what we're made of. Grab his phone, he just secretly filmed me. If these videos get to the authorities, we're all screwed. Brothers, attack." A dozen or so vendors nearby, each wielding knives, guns, sticks, and other antiques, all items they sold, charged toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained utterly unfazed. Facing these pathetic opponents, he couldn't care less. In less than half a minute, Qin Feng had dealt with them all, incapacitating them with pain. He walked up to the man who had acted alongside him earlier and said, "Friend, though you're a con artist, I must admire your acting skills. Should I ever invest in a film production, I'll find you wherever you are and cast you as an actor." The stall owner, witnessing his entire crew knocked out by this man who now stood perfectly composed, not even breathing heavily, realized he was no ordinary opponent. He instantly realized this young man was no ordinary person. "We've never crossed paths before, and we have no grudges now. Why did you treat us like this? If your family was cheated, I can compensate you double the amount. Let's consider this a friendship. Don't turn us in to the authorities." The vendor knew full well that prison life was no picnic, and he wasn't a first-time offender. He wondered if he could persuade this young man to let him off the hook. "You've deceived far too many people. Those who break the law and commit crimes deserve to be educated and punished. You must understand that those who defend our nation fight day and night to protect its people and property from harm. Yet you scum make a living by swindling ordinary people. If this weren't modern society, you lot would be torn limb from limb. If the soldiers guarding the border knew they were protecting such scum, they wouldn't hesitate to kill every last one of you. Ha ha ha, fine. I've fallen into your hands today. I don't care who you are, but I remember everything that happened today. When I get out, I'll come find you for revenge. You think you're so tough? I'll make you understand the power of bullets." Qin Feng stared at this unrepentant man, itching to slap him so hard he'd fly across the room. But he felt nothing for such scum anymore, and feared he might lose control and kill them all. Qin Feng pulled out his phone and reported the situation to the authorities. Based on the vendor's claim that he could get guns, it didn't take long before the authorities took the group away. Qin Feng realized he'd only browsed a few stalls so far. Since he was already here, he might as well explore more. Who knows? Maybe another drama would unfold? He scanned the area, glancing left and right, when suddenly he spotted a stall. An old man sat behind it, displaying antique porcelain shards and decorative bead bracelets. But such items alone wouldn't make Qin Feng stop. Qin Feng spotted a simple, antique-looking box. Crafted from small leaf rosewood, it clearly bore the marks of age. Yet even this box alone couldn't capture Qin Feng's full attention. What truly piqued his interest was what lay inside. "Old man, how much for this box?" Qin Feng deliberately avoided asking about the contents inside, for that object was still encased in a layer of skin that hadn't been peeled away yet it emitted a faint, captivating glow. Qin Feng toyed with the box in his hands, pretending not to care about the bead inside. "Well, young man, you have quite the eye. This box is crafted from the finest small leaf rosewood, and the wood itself isn't contemporary." Qin Feng could tell the box wasn't modern. The carvings were done in ancient techniques, though the age wasn't particularly long, only about 100 years. This box is indeed splendid. The carving is exquisite, and it feels substantial in the hand. It's a fine piece. It's only about 120 years old, not exceptionally ancient. And this piece isn't from Tiannan, is it? You must have acquired it elsewhere, right? In the antique world, feels substantial in the hand means it feels exceptionally good and solid when held. You're quite the connoisseur. I didn't expect someone so young to discern its age. Your eye is truly sharp. Young people like you are rare these days. If you're genuinely interested in buying it, I'll let you have it for 50,000 yuan. That's not too much, is it? Xin Feng juggled it in his hand again, then picked up the small round bead from the box. It wasn't particularly large, about the size of a glutinous rice ball. Yet the exposed sliver of skin made it look like imperial green jadeite. That's why the old man deliberately placed it in the box. He was actually selling this bead. Sell the box, give away the bead? This bead only shows a tiny bit of green. It doesn't catch the light well, and you haven't treated the outer skin. Isn't it all just for that little bit of green? But I really like this bit of green. If you agree, I'll take both for 3,000 coins. If not, then forget it. The old man pushed down his sunglasses, squinting to get a clear look at the young man before him, then cracked a wide grin. Ha ha ha. You should know this box of yours could easily fetch tens of thousands. And this bead? It has imperial green floating on it. If I met someone who didn't know any better, I could easily sell it for hundreds of thousands. But since you're so earnest about buying them, I'll reluctantly part with them. 3,000 yuan deal. No backing out. How do you plan to pay? The old man pulled out his payment QR code sign and grinned at Xin Feng. Chapter 19, Buying a Car. Xin Feng, fearing the old man might change his mind, quickly scanned the code to pay. After the transaction was complete, the old man chuckled. Ah, I'm truly sorry. This old man is taking a loss of 2,900 yuan for you. Consider it a lesson learned. Xin Feng didn't say much to the old man, for he had already purchased a gift he was extremely pleased with. Once given, it was sure to dazzle the entire gathering. Xin Feng had been busy all day. Glancing at the time, he realized it was almost dinner hour. He carefully stowed the small box and hurried home. The more he thought about it, the more inconvenient taking taxis felt. He resolved to buy a car tomorrow. Upon returning home, thankfully, his sullen mother-in-law hadn't finished her mahjong game yet. Otherwise, how could the door open without a sound? After placing the prepared birthday gift, Xin Feng hurried to start making dinner. Xin Feng couldn't wait for the 3-year term to end. He was truly sick of this life, accomplishing nothing but playing housewife day in and day out. Yet Xin Feng was exceptionally upright. He never tampered with the food. If he harbored malicious intent, Feng Li might have already been reduced to a pool of blood. After finishing the cooking, the family of 3 returned home one after another, as if they had arranged it beforehand. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air, making their rumbling stomachs growl with hunger. After all, Xin Feng's culinary skills surpassed even those of 5-star chefs. This meant the family found everything else they ate outside unsatisfying. Yet they never praised Xin Feng, they simply cleaned their plates every time, and today was no exception. Yet Feng Li still voiced her complaint. What? Wasn't the money I gave you for groceries enough? You have money for a suit, but can't spare more for food? Who can possibly eat this measly amount you make every day? Xin Feng was speechless. This felt like nitpicking. It seemed his suit purchase had deepened her resentment. Oh, well, I'll just make a couple more portions tomorrow. Xin Feng muttered under his breath while clearing the table. Don't get upset just because I pointed something out. Do you really think you're right? I think you're just trying to get back at me. I'm exhausted after a long day at work, and all you want is to ruin my meal. Feng Li launched into another tirade of complaints. Xin Feng thought to himself, she must have lost money playing mahjong again today, otherwise, why would she be so full of resentment? Xin Feng, did you buy the birthday gift I asked you to get? Shen Ying's icy voice drifted over, utterly devoid of emotion, as if she were speaking to a stranger. It's all set. Grandma Bao will be pleased. Xin Feng had struck gold at the flea market this time. If this item couldn't impress these people in Tiannan, it would only mean they were incredibly well-traveled. Is that so? Bring it out for me to see. Shen Ying seemed unwilling to utter another word. She'd always been this way, and though Xin Feng had grown accustomed to it, he still disliked how she treated him. We'll see it at Grandma's birthday banquet. Xin Feng had lost all interest by now. She felt she owed nothing to his family. After all that effort to find such a birthday gift, this was the attitude she got in return. Fine. You don't have much money anyway. Who knows where you found this thing? Probably not worth much. I'll prepare something myself later. If the gift you present that day is inadequate and brings shame upon the Chen family, you'll be kicked out of the house for sure. With that, Chen Ying turned and left, returning to her bedroom. Xin Feng shook his head. He was certain that by the day of the birthday banquet, he would make everyone look at him with newfound respect. He would make these people stick their necks out so he could slap them. Xin Feng then recalled the contact information left by the Tai Chi elders. Could it be that these two had discerned his sealed state? Why else would they have left him a note? Even the Qin family showed deference to the Heavenly King Hall. After all, the Heavenly King Hall was the most powerful force in Dragon Nation, not something just anyone could provoke. Xin Feng pondered, if this treasure in his hands wasn't enough to intimidate everyone, he could simply claim to be affiliated with the Heavenly King Hall and have the Tai Chi elders come out to back him up. The thought alone thrilled Xin Feng. This way, he wouldn't have to resort to the Qin family's influence, nor would he violate the clan's rules. It was a brilliant solution. After tidying up, Shin Feng went to bed. He figured he had nothing urgent the next day, so he'd visit the car dealership to look at vehicles. After all, relying on taxis daily was simply too inconvenient. The next day unfolded much like any other. Amidst Feng Li's grumbling, everyone left the house. Shin Feng finished cleaning up and hurried out the door. He hailed a taxi at the roadside. "Young man, where are you headed?" the taxi driver asked warmly. Shin Feng politely replied. "To take a look around and buy a car." "Just going to look around, maybe buy a car." Shin Feng thought it was a perfectly ordinary statement, but after the driver acknowledged him with a nod, he never spoke another word. Soon the taxi pulled up outside the largest 4S dealership in Tiannan. 65. Shin Feng rummaged through his pockets. He had just enough cash, so he handed it to the driver and stepped out. The instant he closed the door behind him, he heard the driver mutter under his breath. "Damn, what a cheapskate. What's he pretending to be here? Someone like him buying a car here? He sure can talk big." The taxi sped off in a flash. Even a taxi driver dared to mock him. Did he have some kind of mockable trait? When Shin Feng reached the dealership entrance, several salespeople spotted him approaching and all retreated back into the showroom. Not a single one remained to greet him. Shin Feng was taken aback. Even if he couldn't afford the cars here, their attitude was downright rude. Then, the salespeople started whispering among themselves. Though their voices were low, they couldn't escape Shin Feng's ears. "Look at him dressed like that, obviously a broke bum. He's just here to ride the air conditioning." Exactly. He can't even afford a spare tire here, yet he's putting on airs. Disgusting. Who's going to deal with him? Go on, maybe he can actually afford a car? Ha 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 ha. Shin Feng was leisurely admiring the cars, completely ignoring the salespeople's mockery. Shin Feng examined a brand new Rolls-Royce from top to bottom, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he reached out to touch the door handle, the salesperson beside him suddenly spoke up. "Hey, country bumpkin. Get your filthy hands off that. If you damage it, can you afford to pay for it? I worked my ass off to get it this shiny." Shin Feng sighed inwardly. Did every car salesperson look down on people like this? Just because he dressed casually, did that make him so despicable? "Are you talking to me?" Shin Feng asked, feigning ignorance. "You were about to touch the door. If I didn't say anything, would you think I was talking to thin air? Honestly, I can't be bothered with people like you. Can't afford a car, yet you come here trying to act all high and mighty? If you want to enjoy the air conditioning, sit in the lobby. No one will kick you out. Not a single car in here is within your budget. This is Tiannan's most exclusive dealership. We don't sell farm vehicles." Shin Feng didn't mind the salesman looking down on him. After all, he'd endured plenty of such condescending treatment before. But when the salesman actually looked down on farmers, Shin Feng's anger flared up instantly. Without farmers, what would you eat? What would you drink? What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? Looks like your pampered life has spoiled you rotten. How many generations back do you have to go before you find a family that wasn't farmers? You've been spoiled rotten. I'll take this car. Get your manager over here. The salesman rolled his eyes and sneered at Shin Feng. "Hick. We see posers like you pretending to be rich every day. But yours is the most convincing." Ha 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 ha. Shin Feng hadn't expected the salesperson to be so rude, launching into mockery right at him. Shin Feng sized up the saleswoman. Her figure was decent by ordinary standards, but her face was clearly altered, exactly the type of look that original silk enthusiasts craved. She must be used to being fawned over by suckers, which gave her the nerve to act like this. "Ha ha ha. My monthly commission alone is more than you earn in a year. Know your place and get lost. Don't waste my time here. Ring ring ring." Just then, the saleswoman's phone rang. Upon seeing the name on the screen, her expression instantly changed. Chapter 20, Give Me a Reason. "Mr. Zhao, didn't we agree to look at cars today? If you buy a car from me, I'll agree to that thing you mentioned." Annoying. "I'll be waiting here for you, don't stand me up." Shin Feng heard the salesman's growling voice and felt goosebumps rise all over his body. The salesman's voice on the other end of the line couldn't escape Shin Feng's ears. "You're quite the businesswoman, aren't you? Not only did you get him to buy a car, but you also get to sleep with him. You're the one having all the fun, aren't you?" Shin Feng no longer cared about the salesperson's feelings. He had come to make a purchase, yet this lowly salesperson had mocked him for so long. "What? How dare you eavesdrop on my call? So what if I sleep with clients? What salesperson doesn't sleep with customers? We do it willingly. What business is it of yours? I don't have time for you losers. Poor people are just poor people. Don't try to act tough in front of me. Every man who's slept with me is loaded. Someone like you isn't even worthy of licking my feet." Shin Feng had seen arrogant people before, but never someone this brazen. It felt like he'd slaughtered her entire family. "Then why don't you just become a prostitute? That pays way more. You're practically no different from one now anyway. You're such a cheap, filthy woman. Talking to you one more word makes me feel dirty. The saleswoman was utterly enraged by Qin Feng's words. She'd already been annoyed with Qin Feng, thinking she could been sweet-talking some rich boss into buying a car instead of wasting time on him. Instead, not only had he wasted her time, but this bumpkin had also subjected her to a tirade of abuse, instantly igniting her fury. Security! Security! Where the hell are you? Someone's causing trouble here. Can't you see? What kind of watchdogs are you? Letting beggars like this in? Get them out of here now. The salesperson yelled for security, and the guards standing by the entrance sprang into action upon hearing the commotion. What's wrong, Sister Hua? When the security guards arrived, they saw no argument. Though Qin Feng didn't look wealthy, he certainly didn't seem like a troublemaker. How are you supposed to guard this place? Look at how he's dressed. How could he possibly be here to buy a car? Without me, would this dealership have such high sales? Do any of you even want to keep your jobs? Sister Hua was the store's top salesperson every month, but her success came from sleeping her way to the top with wealthy clients. The boss didn't care about that. As long as you could boost sales, whatever methods you used made you a good employee in his eyes. Sis Hua, calm down. He looks like an honest guy. We'll get him out of here right away. Kid, this isn't the place for you to cause trouble. Please leave. The security guard gestured politely for Qin Feng and his group to leave. Are you guys bullying customers just because you're a big store? I'll say it again, get your manager over here. I can't tell if this place is a legitimate dealership or a brothel masquerading as one. Qin Feng no longer cared about saving face for them. In his eyes, these security guards weren't even worth the dirt under his nails. Sir, we're asking you to leave. Can't you see? Or do you simply not understand? Do you think you can just demand to see our manager whenever you please? We're telling you to leave now. Just go quietly. Don't make us force you. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips. He never imagined that every employee at this small dealership would be cut from the same cloth. Their arrogance suggested their boss wasn't much better. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Tiannan was getting more interesting by the minute. Ha. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? I'll return your words right back to you. I'm buying a car here today. Don't like it? Then come on, kick me out. I almost felt sorry for you lot earlier, being called watchdogs. But now I get it, that was wrong. You're actually dumb guard dogs. Hearing this insult, the security guards charged forward, clubs raised. These security guards were highly confident, professionally trained to handle ordinary people with ease. The one charging at the front was about to strike Qin Feng when suddenly, Qin Feng lifted his foot and sent him flying. Everyone was stunned. How could this seemingly skinny man possess such terrifying strength? The other guards hesitated to act, suspecting this young man had come to cause trouble. They speculated that Sister Hua must have offended someone, otherwise why would this young man come looking for trouble? Go. Get the manager over here. A security guard wearing a captain's armband barked the order. Hey, do you know where you are? This is the biggest dealership in Tiannan. Don't think you're hot stuff just because you know a little martial arts. Our boss is someone you don't want to mess with. Now that you've injured our security guard, you're not leaving here. The security captain eyed Qin Feng warily, slowly backing away. But he reminded himself that his boss had his back, so he no longer felt quite so intimidated by the young man before him. Oh, I never said I wanted to leave. I said I came to buy a car. But that dame just kept mocking me non-stop. If I don't teach her a lesson, she'll never understand why the flowers are so red. At that moment, a man in a suit approached. As he drew near, they noticed the man was missing an eye, his face a mass of fleshy bulges, clearly no one to be trifled with. Who dares cause trouble here? Have you gone blind like me? Don't you know where you are? Qin Feng nearly burst out laughing. He hadn't expected the man to point out his own flaw first, which suddenly struck him as rather amusing. Manager, it's that guy over there. He just insulted me and clearly doesn't respect our dealership at all. He even called this place a wolf in sheep's clothing, said it was a brothel. If the boss hears about this, he'll have that kid killed. Sister Hua was playing the victim first. She'd been rude to begin with, yet now she was shifting the blame onto others. No need to bother the boss with such trifles. Who cares about him? It's been ages since I last threw a punch. Perfect chance to loosen up my muscles. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. This manager was pinning all the blame on him without even bothering to find out what really happened. It seemed this 4S shop was used to acting high and mighty. Judging by their behavior, their boss must wield considerable influence in Tiannan. So you're the manager? Is this how you train your staff? Jumping to violence without even investigating the facts? Qin Feng saw the manager had already shed his suit jacket, rolled up the sleeves of his white dress shirt, and was fully prepared for a fight. Ha! Do I need some trash like you telling me how to run my business? Who do you think you are? The manager looked down on Qin Feng, seeing no designer labels on his plain, ordinary attire, a sight that only emboldened him further. In a dealership this size, he'd seen all kinds of people. Those like Qin Feng who came just to gawk were a dime a dozen. Usually, they turned a blind eye to such customers. After all, the other eye couldn't be opened anyway. Some had tried to act tough, but they'd all been kicked out. Manager, this guy's got some skills. One of our security guards got beaten up by him and is still unconscious. You better watch your back. The security chief reminded him, sounding like a sycophant. Ha, don't you know what kind of skills I possess? Dealing with these show-offs is a piece of cake. The security chief realized his worries were unnecessary. This manager had once been a national martial arts champion. After getting injured in a fight that damaged his eye, the boss hired him here as manager. Technically a manager, he was really there to keep order. After all, this dealership was full of luxury cars. Having someone capable on site was absolutely essential. Shin Feng watched the two men playing off each other with a cold smile curling his lips. He calculated silently, looks like the money for buying a car today won't be spent after all. Soon, this manager would hand over one of his cars just to save his own skin. Hey, you! Get down on your knees right now and kowtow to our top salesperson. Say, Sister Hua, I was wrong 3 times, then leave $1,000,000 for medical expenses. Then I'll let you go. After all, this is your last chance to stay alive. If I change my mind later, you'll surely meet your end here. Shin Feng burst into a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. You're a real piece of work. Just because I cursed your clerk and injured your security guard, you want to take my life? Should I call you a shady establishment? Or say you've gone too far? If you want to kill me, at least give me a reason. I don't want to die unjustly. Shin Feng's face was plastered with a smirk, utterly dismissive of this manager. Coming in and immediately threatening murder? Was taking a life really that simple? Chapter 21, how about I add some more? Do I need a reason to kill you? Dying by my hand is the honor of your lifetime. You'll be proud of it even in your next incarnation. So by your logic, you refuse to kneel and apologize or pay compensation? The manager hadn't expected his threats to fail to intimidate Shin Feng. He'd dealt with arrogant fools before. Just repeating his earlier words was enough to send them trembling in fear. But this young man was different. Not only did he show no fear, but his face was actually lit up with a sneer of contempt. Ha 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 ha. Fine, fine, bring it on. Let me see how you plan to kill me. I beg to be killed. The forest store manager was thoroughly enraged by Shin Feng's words. This was a complete disregard for his authority. After all, in Tiannan, anyone with any real power would show him at least a modicum of respect. Yet Shin Feng dared to provoke him so brazenly, forcing the manager to steel his resolve. Fine. When you arrive at the Hall of the King of Hell, mention my name. Then someone will tell you exactly why you died. The manager's rage reached its peak as he charged at Shin Feng with all his might. To others, the manager possessed formidable strength. Rumor had it he could kick a bull to death with a single blow. As he closed in on Shin Feng, he suddenly raised his leg, aiming straight for Shin Feng's face. The security guards gasped in horror, knowing the sheer force behind that kick could crush a face flat. But just as the manager's foot was about to strike Shin Feng's face, his leg was suddenly seized by Shin Feng. Snap! With a slight exertion, Shin Feng snapped the man's calf bone. Ah! The manager's blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the entire forest store, sending chills down everyone's spine. That kick had decent power. Too bad your disability certificate just got upgraded again. Shin Feng smiled as he watched the manager writhing on the floor, clutching his calf and wailing. He then looked up at Sister Hua and the security chief. So, can I buy a car now? This dealership is such a hassle. Do I really have to jump through all these hoops? Sister Hua and the security captain were now frozen in terror. They knew full well the manager's capabilities, yet he'd been taken down in an instant. And this young man before them seemed utterly unfazed. Hey, weren't you all tough just now? Threatening to kill me, making me kneel? Still alive, aren't you? Stop pretending. Hurry up and assign someone to me. I want to buy a car. Did you hear that? Shin Feng stared at the pale-faced manager writhing on the floor, showing no trace of sympathy. Shin Feng had no intention of letting Sister Hua serve him again. The manager was the highest authority here, and he demanded immediate assistance so he could buy the car and get home to cook dinner. Yes, sir. Sister Hua, hurry up and find someone polite to properly serve this gentleman. Sister Hua was so terrified her legs had gone weak. Hearing the manager's order, she dragged her numb legs to the front desk to find someone. Do you remember what you just said to me? If I heard correctly, you were just about to kill me? What's his background? In Tiannan, he's a big shot. You've met him before. You mentioned he's young and skilled. Could he be from the Yu family? Every member of the Yu family is exceptionally talented. Could it be that you, one-eyed man, didn't see clearly and offended someone from the Long Yu family? Even if we gave them the entire store, we wouldn't escape disaster. On the other end of the line, Wan Hao, the forest shop owner, calmly analyzed the other party's identity. No, I know the young masters of the Yu family. How could I not recognize them? If they ever came to our dealership, I'd notify you immediately. This guy today? Never seen him before. No clue who he is. The manager of the 4S store, enduring excruciating pain in his leg, reported the situation to Wan Hao. Really? Doesn't our surveillance system have facial recognition? Shouldn't his identity pop up in the database the moment he walks through the door? Wan Hao had invested heavily in this equipment to ensure every visitor's identity was verified, spending a fortune to build the current database. We already checked. He's just a son-in-law, but judging by his skills, he's definitely not that simple. It wouldn't be surprising if he's manipulating the entire family he married into. Wan Hao listened to Qin Feng's explanation of his background. He had never heard of Tiannan, or indeed the entire East Sea. Fine. You hold them off. I'll find some experts. We'll tear them limb from limb. If some random bumpkins dare cause trouble in my establishment, where would my reputation as Wan Hao stand? Wan Hao was extremely cautious in his dealings, which was precisely why he had risen to his current position. Once he understood Qin Feng's background, he resolved to teach him a lesson. Understood. I'll do everything possible to keep him here, but I can't guarantee anything. After all, if it comes to a physical confrontation, we're no match for him. The manager, staring at his severed leg and blinded eye, had never looked more wretched than he did today. No problem. If your methods fail, just install a GPS tracker on his car. Then I'll find him with ease. The manager hadn't even mentioned Qin Feng buying a car, but I'd already guessed it with near certainty. After all, people don't come to a dealership to buy cell phones, do they? Boss, you're incredible. You even guessed they were buying a car. No wonder you're the boss. Even in his pitiful state, the manager still couldn't resist sucking up. After all, when Wan Hao arrived, he could vent his frustration on him. Looks like you really got knocked out. How could you say something so childish? Does this place sell excavators? You idiot. Wan Hao hung up angrily and addressed the group gathered around the mahjong table. Something came up at the shop, so I need to head back to handle it. You guys go ahead and take a shower, get a massage, I'll cover everything. I'll be back by the time you're done. Wan Hao was on a winning streak today and was genuinely thinking of using this chance to win a bit more from them. But fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. He suppressed his anger, waiting to vent it all on Qin Feng once they met. Qin Feng knew full well that the manager of that dealership would definitely go and report everything. But the more Qin Feng looked at the car, the more he liked it. He was determined to get his hands on it today. After sipping a cup of tea, the 4S store manager hopped over slowly, supported by 2 security guards. We apologize for the delay. The paperwork is complete, but the license plates will require a bit more time. After all, the license plate process requires approval from the relevant authorities. But I've pulled some strings. Let's take it for a spin, and we can get the plates installed for you this afternoon. And I guarantee it'll be a premium plate number. Someone of your stature driving such a luxury car deserves a high-end license plate. Chapter 22, You Taught Me How to Be Human. At that moment, the dealership manager looked comically absurd, like the Toad character from the Chinese cartoon The Little Water Spirits. Registration doesn't matter. Isn't there a temporary plate? Get me one first. Qin Feng rose immediately upon seeing the paperwork completed. The fees and formalities meant nothing to him. Moreover, the name he provided was entirely fabricated. Qin Feng knew full well that the dealership manager would register the car under his name. If he ever asked about it, the manager would surely use some fake paperwork to cover his tracks. But none of that mattered. Qin Feng simply wanted a legitimate means to acquire a vehicle for transportation. If others knew his reasoning, they'd surely think this young man was outrageously arrogant. A car worth over 10 million yuan was nothing more than a means of transportation in his eyes. Yes. Are you hungry? I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Everything is prepared to 7-star hotel standards. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Truthfully, the dealership manager had initially intended to use the paperwork process to stall for time. But paperwork had its limits. This location was far from downtown, and it would take time for the boss to gather people and rush over. So he ordered the kitchen to prepare an exceptionally lavish meal. If Qin Feng agreed to dine there, the boss would definitely arrive with his men. No thanks. If I eat here, I'm afraid you'll poison me. We're enemies now. Even the janitor here knows you want me dead. How could I be foolish enough to eat here? It seems your disability isn't limited to your eyes and legs, your brain is crippled too. Despite Qin Feng's sharp words, the 4S store manager maintained a polite smile, careful not to offend this powerful figure before him. No. You taught me a lesson. I'll keep a low profile from now on and stop bullying others. I swear right here, if I ever act as arrogant as before, you can take my life anytime. Qin Feng chuckled. Ha. What good is your life to me? What use would it be? Look at you now, still thinking you can keep acting arrogant? Stop making me laugh. Qin Feng stared at the man's face, which looked more painful than crying when he smiled, and wished he could leave immediately. I can arrange for a few of us to dine elsewhere. Pick any place you like. Let's consider this an opportunity to build our friendship. Meeting someone of your stature is a blessing I accumulated in a past life. More friends, more paths in life. Had. Xin Feng knew the guy was stalling, but staying any longer served no purpose. Cut it out. How could I dare associate with a ruthless man like you? You're always talking about killing this person or that person. Hand over the car keys. I'm leaving. Xin Feng suddenly adopted an extremely stern expression, his gaze becoming downright terrifying. Here you go. But, the moment Xin Feng took the keys, he heard the manager about to speak again. He glared at him with icy eyes. But what? Why are you making things so difficult? Though Xin Feng's gaze was terrifying, driven by his desire for revenge, he steeled himself and spoke up. My funds only cover the down payment. The rest is financed. According to company policy, the vehicle you're driving should be equipped with a GPS tracking device. Xin Feng understood perfectly well what the manager meant. He was blatantly trying to track him. Xin Feng had had enough of this charade and didn't want to waste any more time with them. You make a valid point. But telling me this won't help. You just said you'd give me 50 cents, and now you won't give me a single penny. And you want to install GPS tracking on this car? Do you really think that's necessary? The entire car's paperwork is under your name, isn't it? If I run off, won't you be left holding the bag? Everyone knows I'm broke. I couldn't possibly afford a luxury car like this. I came here today just to scam you guys. Xin Feng grew increasingly annoyed with them. He'd come here in high spirits to buy a car, but now he'd wasted so much time that he'd soon miss dinner preparations. Whatever you say is fine, but this GPS tracking system is mandatory. You see. Xin Feng grabbed the car keys, got in, slowly rolled down the window, and addressed the manager. Install the GPS on your own body. That way, your boss won't lose track of you. The manager was utterly taken aback, wondering how he knew. But by the time he processed it, Xin Feng had already driven off. Xin Feng possessed exceptional driving skills, but the delay at the dealership, combined with grocery shopping, meant he arrived home a few minutes later than usual. He parked the car in an inconspicuous spot, confirmed no one was around, and then carried the groceries back home. Oh, the busy bee is back? A sarcastic voice echoed through the house. Needless to say, it was none other than Xin Feng's mother-in-law, Feng Li. I'll start cooking right away. Xin Feng rushed straight to the kitchen, thinking that if he worked quickly, he wouldn't delay their meal. Don't bother cooking. Just let me starve to death. You're getting worse and worse. At least before you stayed home and did your chores properly. Now look at you, running around all day. Tell me, what good are you? You're useless. Feng Li had actually followed him into the kitchen this time, clutching a stack of papers. Xin Feng glanced at it and saw the words divorce agreement written in bold letters. Xin Feng's face turned icy cold. He thought her usual verbal threats were harmless enough, but this time she actually produced a divorce agreement? Wasn't this a blatant attempt to kick him out of the house? Besides, he knew that once he endured old Madame Chen's birthday celebration, his 3-year term would finally end. This Chen family, which had subjected him to endless humiliation, was no place for him to stay. But for now, he had to endure. He had to endure until the old lady's birthday banquet was over. I'm delayed by something. I'll prepare dinner as soon as possible. You won't go hungry. Feng Li heard Xin Feng's icy tone, which sounded different from usual. In the past, Xin Feng had always spoken to her in soft, gentle tones, as if terrified of her. Today's tone, however, made Feng Li feel like a barrel of gunpowder that had suddenly been ignited. Xin Feng, what kind of attitude was that just now? Is that how you speak to your elders? Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xu Xiong, the hospital director, has had his eye on Ying for ages. Just sign this divorce agreement. Slam. Feng Li slammed the divorce papers onto the dining table, crossed her arms over her chest, and glared at Xin Feng with fury. Xin Feng paused briefly in his vegetable chopping before resuming his task, showing no inclination to argue with Feng Li. Xin Feng, did you not hear me? Are you deaf? Must you cling to our family? 3 years. Even if you'd produced a son or daughter, it would have been something. Instead, you're useless as a person and utterly worthless in that department too. Chapter 23, Heaven and Earth's Twin Heroes. Feng Li's words were like daggers. Xin Feng had heard plenty of rumors about this situation. But Chun-Ing wouldn't even let him touch her hand. He couldn't force himself on her. Mom, I won't sign this agreement now. If you truly want Chun-Ing to marry Xu Xiong, let's wait until after Grandma's birthday banquet to decide. Xin Feng thought to himself that he had to stall until then no matter what. He'd endured this long. If he acted impulsively now, wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? Feng Li had expected Xin Feng to refuse, but she never imagined he would agree after initially declining. The old lady's birthday banquet was imminent anyway. 3 years had already passed. A few more days wouldn't make a difference. Xin Feng, mark my words, you're never to call me mom again, got it? I don't have a useless son-in-law like you. You said it yourself just now. Don't try to back out later. Hurry up and cook. I'm starving to death. Feng Li tucked away the divorce agreement. She had discussed this with Chun-Ing, but Chun-Ing flatly refused. She insisted she had her limits. Even if Xin Feng was useless, she had already married him. That's why Fong Li resorted to this desperate measure to force Qin Feng into withdrawing voluntarily. Then, Chen Ning could search all of Tiannan for eligible young men. After all, countless suitors were devoted to her. During dinner, a sudden, violent pounding erupted at the door. Thump 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 thump. Qin Feng hurriedly stood up, while Fong Li continued to grumble under her breath. Who is it? So rude, don't they know how to knock? When Qin Feng went to answer, he saw a familiar figure, the manager from the car dealership earlier that day. Now, not only was he missing an eye, but he was also confined to a wheelchair, looking utterly disheveled. Standing before them was a middle-aged man puffing on a cigar, his arms wrapped around a seductive woman. This man was none other than the forest shop's owner, Wan Hao. Qin Feng saw the situation was turning sour and quickly shut the door. No harm should come to my family. Qin Feng took off his apron, neatly folded it, and placed it on the doorstep. Once he dealt with these troubles, he'd still have to come back to wash the dishes and mop the floor. This apron had been with him for 3 years. Qin Feng led the way, paying no mind to the crowd, heading toward the small square where morning exercises took place. It was dinner time now, and the square was completely deserted. For some inexplicable reason, Wan Hao and the others who had intended to berate Qin Feng harshly before beating him up. But inexplicably, they found themselves following him to the square. As if he were a natural-born leader, they obediently trailed behind. Upon reaching the square, Qin Feng gave Wan Hao a cold stare. It was obvious without saying Wan Hao's attire clearly marked him as the boss. Looking for me? Qin Feng had no regard for this den of thieves and spoke to them without the slightest courtesy. Ha 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 ha. One Eye, you got beaten into this state by such a skinny little punk? You've disappointed me. Wan Hao couldn't be bothered to take Qin Feng seriously. Though tall, Qin Feng bore no resemblance to the burly enforcers towering behind him. I don't have time for your nonsense. I'm in a hurry, gotta get home and clear the tables. Qin Feng felt these guys combined weren't nearly as much of a headache as Fong Li. If he stayed out too long, Fong Li would surely start complaining again. Ha 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 ha. A loser is a loser. Looks like you won't be cleaning tables anymore today, you'll be leaving your hands and feet behind for me. Wan Hao dared to speak so boldly because he ran a massive forest dealership, cultivating extensive connections. Whether it was the major clans of Tiannan or the underground underworld, he knew them all. This time, when he heard Wan Eye say Qin Feng was a bit tricky and had specially brought in 2 experts, they were none other than Tiannan's heaven and earth duo. Enough chatter. Looks like you're just like him, time you became a one-eyed man too. Qin Feng said coldly. For scum like this, there was no need to show any mercy. What? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. I was willing to spare your life and let this go. But you dare insult me like this? Your corpse will stay here. Wan Hao took a step back as a tall, thin man and a short, fat man emerged from behind him. Oh ho, what little charade are you putting on for me? Big head son and little head dad? Where's apron mom? Qin Feng eyed the pair. The tall, skinny one stood well over 2 meters tall, while the short, fat one barely reached 1.5 meters. The stark difference in their height struck Qin Feng as particularly amusing. He couldn't help but wonder where these 2 oddballs had been found. Heh, kid, don't laugh too soon. They're renowned enforcers in Tiannan, known as the Heaven and Earth Duo. Wan Hao spoke up, his face brimming with smug satisfaction, as if he knew Qin Feng was about to suffer a major setback. Are you sure these 2 aren't here for laughs? Bullying disabled people is illegal and despicable. Look at them, they look like morons. What exactly are you so smug about? At that moment, the short, fat one stepped forward, his face radiating murderous intent. He drew 2 curved blades from his waist, already primed for battle. You little brat, we'll let you enjoy your big mouth for now. Consider it mercy before we finish you off. Qin Feng could sense the killing intent radiating from the 2 men, but their strength was nothing but a drop in the bucket compared to his own. I really don't want to fight you. If I cripple both of you, can I leave then? Seeing time was running short, Qin Feng wanted to dispose of them quickly. You two, hurry up and get moving. Rip out this brat's tongue and cripple his limbs. Spare his life, but make him suffer every torment for the rest of his days. Wan Hao's methods were utterly brutal. It was tantamount to turning Qin Feng into a flesh club. Wan Hao took a few steps back. He knew the formidable power of the Heaven and Earth duo. Anyone who had crossed paths with them ended up either dead or crippled. Even if they survived, they were never whole again. The reason they followed Wan Hao so loyally was that during their darkest hour, he used his connections to buy them out of Tiannan's most secure prison. Of course, it cost a fortune. From that moment on, the newly freed Heaven and Earth duo became Wan Hao's trump card. Anyone who crossed them or violated the forest rules unless they belonged to a major clan couldn't escape the Heaven and Earth duo's deadly grasp. Heaven and Earth duo? You guys sure know how to name yourselves. Why not quit the forest shop and open a naming agency? You'd make a fortune. I think you two shouldn't be called Heaven and Earth duo, you should be called High and Low Idiots. How's that for a name? Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the 2 of them. Chapter 24, I'll pick you up tonight. You're asking for death. The tall one suddenly lunged at Qin Feng, pulling two needle-like weapons from his sleeves. Qin Feng hadn't expected these two to wield such vicious weapons. Judging by their demeanor, the blades were likely poisoned. As the tall man attacked, the onlookers sucked in their breath in horror. Yet Qin Feng wore a devilishly charming smile. The tall man's spiked blade shot straight for Qin Feng's face. At that moment, the short, stocky man suddenly moved with blinding speed, closing in on Qin Feng. His twin curved blades slashed toward Qin Feng's ankles. Such a coordinated attack, striking high and low, would be impossible for an ordinary person to evade. A dark shadow flashed past, and no one could discern Qin Feng's movements. But when they regained their senses, Qin Feng stood holding one man by the collar, both unconscious. Shock spread across the crowd's faces. Is this young man even human? Fear now filled Wan Hao's eyes. He knew the strength of the heaven and earth duo. These two men had served him faithfully for years, killing countless enemies. In Tianan, few could stand against them. But even the most formidable power couldn't possibly have instantly killed the heaven and earth duo. What kind of figure was Wan Hao? He was the kind of man whose stomp in the east would make the west tremble. His entire foundation rested on the heaven and earth duo. Yet now, his two prized assets lay unconscious before him. Even someone as worldly as he dared not continue putting on airs. Anything else? Should I go home and clean up the table? Qin Feng tossed the heaven and earth duo onto the ground. They looked like dead dogs now. Though a smile played on his face, everyone Wan Hao had brought, including himself, felt as if this young man before them was the Grim Reaper incarnate. So, that car belongs to you now, right? Make me a one-eyed man, okay? Wan Hao dropped to his knees instantly. He was no stranger to high-stakes situations, but witnessing the heaven and earth duo get taken out in an instant had left him terrified. He knew nothing of martial arts. If this young man wanted to kill him, it would be easier than taking candy from a baby. Poof. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with them. They posed no threat whatsoever, merely delaying his cleanup of the table. Fong Li would surely start complaining about him again soon. Do as you please. Qin Feng believed people like them would face retribution sooner or later. Their downfall at his hands was merely a coincidence. He turned and headed homeward. Yet, Wan Hao's eyes cold as venomous fangs stared fixedly at the direction Qin Feng had vanished into. Upon returning home, Fong Li immediately flew into a rage. Where the hell have you been? Ha? Who was knocking at the door? Did you get into trouble outside? Fong Li scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, finding nothing amiss. Someone knocked on the wrong door. I just went out to take out the trash. Qin Feng looked no different than when he'd left earlier, having already wrapped an apron around himself just as usual. Oomph. Hurry up and clear the tables. You always need to be reminded to do this much work. Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened, as if the entire incident at the small square had nothing to do with him. He went about clearing the tables and cleaning as usual. Finally, after finishing everything, Qin Feng returned to the bedroom. Seeing Xining still busy with her work, he said to her, I'll drive you to work tomorrow morning. No need to take a taxi anymore. His tone was utterly matter-of-fact, as if discussing everyday matters. Xining paused her work, turned around, and slowly replied, You're driving me? How exactly do you plan to do that? On foot? Don't make such ridiculous jokes with me anymore. Xining shot him a disapproving look before turning back to her work. Didn't you see it when you got off work? There's a brand new Rolls-Royce parked near the entrance. I'll use that to take you tomorrow morning. Xining flung the document she was holding at him in an instant, her voice filled with anger. Qin Feng, don't bother me while I'm working. I already made it clear jokes like this are utterly pointless. Do you have delusions? Get yourself checked out when you have time. Xining felt Qin Feng's words sounded like those of a mentally ill person. That brand new Rolls-Royce cost 10 million yuan for the base model alone. Even if they sold Qin Feng himself, they couldn't afford it. You'll find out tomorrow morning. Qin Feng bought the car for two reasons. First, taking taxis back and forth to buy groceries was too inconvenient. Second, he wanted to pick Xining up and drop her off for work, ensuring her safety. Oomph. Xining couldn't be bothered to engage with Qin Feng. She'd rather use her time to get some work done. The next day. After finishing his workout, Qin Feng still didn't see the two elders playing chess there. This solidified his suspicion that they might indeed be members of the Heavenly King's Hall. Otherwise, who would dare to joke about their affiliation with the Heavenly King's Hall? However, upon returning home, he found breakfast already prepared, yet Xining hadn't gotten out of bed yet. This surprised him. After all, Chen Ying's daily routine was usually very regular. He went to the bedroom and discovered she hadn't woken up yet. He gently called her awake. Ying, time to get up. At Qin Feng's call, Xining stretched lazily, showcasing her perfect figure to full effect. She glanced at her watch and sat up abruptly. Oh my, how could it be this late already? Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Xining dashed into the bathroom and began brushing her teeth and washing her face in a hurry. Qin Feng quickly changed into clean clothes too, because if they took a taxi at this hour, they'd never make it in time if they took a taxi. This gave Chin Fong a legitimate reason to drive her to work. Mom, I'm taking Ying Ying to work. I'll be back soon to tidy up the table. Before Fong Li could react, Chun Ying and Chin Fong dashed out one after the other. Why are you following me out when you should be doing chores at home? Chen Ying noticed Chin Fong following behind her and wondered why he was trailing after her. Oh, didn't we discuss this last night? You have to go to work today. Hurry up, or you'll be late. Chen Ying felt she was about to back down. Chin Fong probably wouldn't lie to her, so she followed him over. Is this really your car? Chen Ying eyed the brand new Rolls-Royce skeptically, her eyes brimming with doubt. Of course it is. Why would I lie to you? Beep, beep. Chin Fong pulled out the car's remote and pressed the unlock button. Come on, get in. Chen Ying, born into a second-tier family, had never ridden in such a luxurious car before. Even her movements as she got in were cautious and careful. Here, you didn't have breakfast, did you? Chin Fong handed her a sandwich. Chen Ying was unexpectedly touched by his gesture. But she didn't show it. In fact, she found Chin Fong looking surprisingly handsome behind the wheel. The profile of the Rolls-Royce seemed perfectly in sync with his presence. Chen Ying couldn't explain why, but despite the car's breakneck speed, she ate that sandwich with remarkable composure, a testament to his driving skills. We're here. Just in time. When Chin Fong pulled up to the entrance, they had exactly 5 minutes to spare. Yet all eyes were drawn to the latest Rolls-Royce model. As Chen Ying stepped out, envious glances followed her every move. Director Chen finally ditched that good-for-nothing from her family. What kind of wealthy guy did she find? Yeah, I just saw this car. It's the only one in Tiannan. Wonder whose rich kid it belongs to. Amidst the buzzing whispers, Chin Fong rolled down the window and addressed Chen Ying. Honey, I'll pick you up tonight. Everyone was utterly astonished. They all knew Chin Fong. How could he possibly drive such an expensive luxury car? Chen Ying, being a girl, had endured so much ridicule for so long. Unconsciously, she felt a tinge of pride. Chapter 25, Chu Xiong's appearance. The next day. Tiannan Grand Hotel. The place was packed with distinguished guests. It had been ages since the Chen family had seen such a lively gathering. Hey, Mr. Wang, it's been ages since we last met. Please come inside. Brother Chen, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend my mother's birthday banquet. Xiaofei, how is your father doing? Give him my regards when you get back. We haven't seen each other in ages. Chen Tianhua was surprised to see so many family branches attending his mother's birthday banquet. Even distant relatives they hadn't been in touch with for years had come. Dad, there's an important guest arriving shortly. You must keep a close eye on him and make sure he's well taken care of. After Chen Hao finished arranging his friends and classmates, he hurried over to remind Chen Tianhua. What important person could possibly come to our family? Those prestigious clans would never attend your grandmother's birthday banquet. Our family doesn't have that kind of standing. After exchanging these words with Chen Hao, Chen Tianhua spotted another guest and greeted them with a broad smile. Would I lie to you? His presence alone could make the entire Tiannan hotel shine with glory. Chen Hao noticed the time was almost up, yet still no sign of Chu Xiong. He wondered if the man would even show up. Stop being so mysterious. Who is it? Before Chen Tianhua could finish, he followed Chen Hao's gaze. What he saw left him stunned. How could the Chu family possibly attend his mother's birthday banquet? Even if they did show up, they'd likely send a servant to deliver some token gift before leaving that would be giving the Chen family all the face they deserved. Young Master Chu, forgive us for not greeting you properly. I'm truly flattered and honored by your presence. Chen Tianhua paid no heed to the other guests, whose eyes were all fixed on Chu Xiong. After all, he was the youngest dean in Tiannan and one of Chen Ying's suitors. Chu Xiong was the eldest son and grandson of the Chu family, the future heir apparent. His presence at the birthday banquet for Chen Tianhua's mother was an occasion that could bring immense honor to the Chen family. You flatter me too much. After all, I am your junior. Since you extended an invitation to our family, it was only natural for us Chus to attend. Moreover, I've prepared a gift for grandmother. You'll see it when we present our offerings shortly. Chu Xiong also recognized the immense value of the night pearl Chen Hao had given him. Even if he were to present his own gift, it would likely be comparable in worth to this pearl. My deepest gratitude. Truly, your presence here is gift enough. I need say no more. Chen Hao, hurry up and seat young Master Chu. Chen Hao directed Chu Xiong toward the front row of tables. Along the way, Chen Hao remarked. Young Master Chu truly keeps his word. Once this matter is settled, I will serve you with unwavering loyalty. Seeing the overwhelming attention drawn to them, Chen Hao stopped speaking. The guests attending the banquet were all staring in shock. Most of them came from small to medium-sized families. Chu Xiong's arrival instantly elevated the Chen family's standing in others' eyes. Chen Tianhua's heart swelled with delight. He never imagined his son could invite such a prominent figure. It seemed the responsibility of leading the Chen family would soon fall upon his shoulders. Before the guests could fully process Chu Xiong's arrival, a pair of jade-like beauties suddenly appeared outside the hotel. The young woman was none other than Chen Ying, the most beautiful woman in Tiannan. Today, she wore a white gown that accentuated her perfect figure. Her face bore delicate, understated makeup, giving her an air of simple elegance that drew admiring glances from both men and women alike. Beside her stood a strikingly handsome figure who instantly captured everyone's attention. This man was none other than Qin Feng. His current appearance was worlds apart from his usual attire. Normally, he wore ragged, no-name athletic gear paired with clean white sneakers that clearly weren't designer brands. Now, however, he wore a tailored suit that fit him perfectly. His hair, unlike his usual messy style, was combed into a particularly handsome look. His crocodile-skin shoes gleamed like polished mirrors. As he strode forward, his presence radiated such commanding authority that it felt like witnessing a triumphant general returning from battle. Everyone held their breath, staring at the two of them. They couldn't believe that the Qin Feng before them was the same useless waste everyone talked about. Because no good-for-nothing looked like this handsome beyond belief. Every move he made now tugged at the hearts of every woman present. Wow, I never imagined the son-in-law who married into the Chen family would be this handsome. Exactly. Even if he is useless, so what? If he asked me to marry him, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Chen truly lives up to her reputation as Tiannan's most beautiful woman. They'd be a perfect match if only Qin Feng had a family and connections. Otherwise, he'd be absolutely flawless. Listening to their chatter, Qin Feng felt incredibly uncomfortable in this outfit. If Chunning hadn't insisted he wear it, he never would have. The chatter grew so loud that Chunning overheard much of it, secretly delighted this was the first time outsiders had praised Qin Feng. What are you two doing? This is your grandmother's birthday banquet. You're strutting around like models? Go sit down immediately. Help me greet the guests instead of causing trouble here. Although Chen Tianhua also thought the two looked good together, she couldn't let them steal the spotlight now. Today was her event, and with Chu Xiong in attendance, everything had to be perfect. Seeing most guests had arrived, Chen Tianhua stepped onto the stage, offering Chu Xiong a polite smile as he passed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you all for attending my mother's birthday banquet. I bowed deeply to express my gratitude. Chen Tianhua was overjoyed today. Not only was the hall filled with distinguished guests, but Chu Xiong's presence was the icing on the cake. Chen Tianhua delivered an exceptionally eloquent speech from the stage, captivating everyone with his oratory skills. They were amazed to discover just how talented Chen Tianhua truly was. But they had no idea that months earlier, Chen Tianhua had spent a fortune hiring a Chinese literature professor to craft a custom speech for him. Next, please welcome my mother, my son's grandmother and the most important woman in my life, Ms. Ling, to take the stage. A woman rose, her figure slightly stout, yet she exuded an aura of formidable presence. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my birthday banquet. How could I possibly deserve such honor? After her speech, thunderous applause erupted. Then came the gift-giving segment. The families here in the eastern part of the city are mostly medium to small in scale. The gifts they brought are quite valuable. Some people looked extremely regretful. If they had known about the connection between the Chen and Chu families, they would have spent more money to present something more precious. From the head of the Chen family, Chen Yuanyi, a pair of ancient jade bracelets. The matriarch hurried forward to receive them. These bracelets were family heirlooms, and their arrival in her hands signaled great favor. Thank you for your efforts. With Chu Xiong's arrival, I foresee our family rising to great heights in the near future. Chen Yuanyi was well aware of Chu Xiong's presence, and knew that Chu Xiong had only attended out of respect for Chen Hao. In truth, it was Chen Hao who had secretly invited Chu Xiong. Moreover, he had promised Chu Xiong that once Qin Feng was driven away, he would help him win Chen Ying's heart. Dad, Chen Hao grew up by your side. He's a fine product of your upbringing. Chen Tianhua quickly interjected. Ha, you two get back to work. I'll go sit down downstairs. No sooner had Chen Yuanyi sat down than the host called out. Chen Hao, an antique fan. Everyone was naturally curious what Chen Hao would present, but seeing this antique fan paired with the cheongsam worn by the matriarch, it was truly a perfect match. Thank you, grandson. When you get home, tell me all about how you came to befriend the eldest son of the Chu family. Chen Hao nodded and stayed on stage with them, for at that moment, Chu Xiong stepped forward. Chapter 26, Appraisal. Grandma, happy birthday. This is a gift prepared for you, a small token of my respect, nothing to mention. Host, please have the hall lights dimmed. This item truly shines under proper lighting. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's instruction, the host picked up the microphone and announced loudly. Staff, turn off all the lights here and draw the curtains in the hall. Once everything was ready, the entire hall plunged into darkness so pitch black you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Everyone, please look. Chu Xiong opened the box, revealing a night pearl that shone brilliantly. Everyone marveled at its luminous glow. Wow, the Chu family sure knows how to make a grand gesture. A night pearl this size must have cost a fortune. Could you even buy one with money? Don't you know how precious these things are? It seems the relationship between these two families is truly strong to present such a precious gift. We must take the Chen family seriously from now on. Amidst the murmurs, staff members switched on the lights and drew back all the curtains. At that moment, the host announced, "Are there any more guests wishing to present their gifts?" Everyone assumed Chu Xiong would be the last to present, but suddenly a voice rang out from the audience. "Me too." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Xin Feng stood up and walked toward the stage. Everyone thought his appearance now was nothing but courting humiliation. Chu Xiong had already presented such an extravagant gift. What on earth could Xin Feng possibly offer? All eyes were now fixed on Xin Feng. Chen had meticulously dressed him up today, transforming him into the very image of a male god who captivated everyone present. Chen Hao and Chu Xiong wore smug grins, having already prepared their mockery. Whatever Xin Feng presented, it was unlikely to outshine the night pearl Chu Xiong had brought. "The son-in-law of the Chen family, please present your gift." Xin Feng reached into his pocket and pulled out the small rosewood box he had bought from the old man at the street stall. Wishing grandma many more years like this one, and many more days like today. Xin Feng bowed deeply. Even within the Qin family, no one dared to receive such a profound bow from him. It was reserved for truly significant figures. But at this moment, Xin Feng was doing it entirely for Chen Ying's sake. Otherwise, how could he possibly bow to someone like this? Just put it there. The matriarch paid no attention to the box, not even glancing at Xin Feng. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward from below the stage. He was quite advanced in years, well over 60. If anyone remembered, this was the very man brought along by Chu Xiong. "Mother, Xin Feng has thoughtfully prepared a gift for you. Young Master Chu has also brought an expert to help identify what kind of treasure it is, so everyone can take a look." Xin Feng had anticipated this very scenario. They would certainly try to make things difficult for him. What he hadn't expected was that they'd even bring along so-called experts truly thoughtful of them. It must be noted that although not many major clans attended this birthday banquet, numerous small and medium-sized families from Tiannan were present. To make a fool of oneself at such an occasion would be a tremendous embarrassment. "Fine, let's see it." Xin Feng deliberately feigned nervousness. He'd learned this line from street vendors as if he were practically inviting them to succeed in their scheme. "Xin Feng, where did you get this crappy box? What's inside it?" Chen couldn't wait to mock Xin Feng. She wished he'd pulled out a pile of dog poop just to humiliate him. "Oh, I bought it at the antique market yesterday. Didn't you guys hire an expert? Can't he examine it himself?" Xin Feng deliberately avoided eye contact, feigning nervousness. "Ha ha ha. Xin Feng, you actually bought something from the antique market? You're such a little cutie. That place has more con artists than our own town. Are you kidding me? Hey, brother-in-law, let us hear it. How much did you shell out for this?" Everyone knew Xin Feng was a good-for-nothing, but seeing him dressed up like this today, they thought maybe they'd misjudged him. But then he pulled out this treasure from the antique market, and everyone nearly laughed themselves silly. Chen Ying's face turned ashen, wondering what on earth Xin Feng was thinking. Just as she was about to rise and rush the stage to stop him, someone grabbed her arm. Turning around, she saw none other than the second young master of the Yu family, Yu Bingchen. "Young master Yu? What brings you here?" Chen Ying was utterly shocked. How could someone from the Yu family be here? It was simply impossible. My apologies. If I offended you by grabbing your sleeve just now, please forgive me. I heard about today's event yesterday. Our Yu family owes Xin Feng a favor. You should have notified us. Though our family holds some standing in Tiannan, matters like this demand our presence. We came uninvited today solely for his sake. We even prepared a modest gift, but Mr. Qin beat us to it. I couldn't outdo him. But rest assured, Mr. Qin handles matters with utmost care. It seems my prepared gift won't be presented today after all. How could our humble offering compare to Mr. Qin's? Chen Ying felt increasingly bewildered. What exactly had Xin Feng done for the Yu family in Tiannan? Now, when speaking of him, he was filled with nothing but respect. Chen Ying sat down, her mind filled with questions. She thought to herself that since the eldest young master of the Yu family had spoken so highly of him, Xin Feng must be confident in his abilities. Yu Bingchen took Qin Feng's seat, eagerly anticipating what exquisite treasures he would bring. "Oh, this one cost me 3,000. The room erupted in gasps. The entire hall fell completely silent, with only the hum of the air conditioner audible. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if a spell of time-stopping magic had been cast upon the place. "Mr. Qin, did you just say 3,000 or 30 million? The host knew that the cheapest gift in attendance was worth hundreds of thousands. How could the Chen family's own son-in-law possibly give something worth only 3,000? So he asked again. "That's right. I said 3,000. Silence fell over the room once more. Everyone struggled to believe their ears, wondering what on earth had possessed Xin Feng to do this. "Xin Feng, what do you think you're doing? My grandmother's grand birthday celebration, and you bring such a cheap gift? What were you thinking? Did you want to humiliate the Chen family in front of everyone? I think you did this on purpose. You waited so long just to make a grand entrance at the end. You're trying to humiliate us, aren't you?" Chen Hao had assumed Xin Feng would at least present a decent gift. After all, in front of so many people, Xin Feng wasn't exactly a pushover. How could he possibly give something so cheap? He'd already prepared to mock Qin Feng, convinced that whatever gift he brought couldn't possibly be extravagant. Instead, he presented this market stall trinket. Ha ha ha. If you don't know a good thing when you see it, move back a bit. Haven't you heard of snagging a bargain? If your grandmother doesn't want it, I'll take it back. Chen Hao stared at Qin Feng's confident expression. The box did look quite antique, but surely he couldn't be giving away just a box? Fine, I'll see what you're giving. Young Master Chu, could we trouble the elderly gentleman to appraise this and determine its authenticity? Qin Feng, let me tell you, if this turns out to be a fake, I'll have nothing to do with you. Ugh. Chen Hao struggled to suppress his rage, thinking that if Qin Feng dared to present a counterfeit, it would be a blatant mockery of him and the entire Chen family. Under everyone's gaze, the elderly man brought by Chu Xiong put on his reading glasses and carefully picked up the box Qin Feng had presented. The old man examined it meticulously. After a moment of scrutiny, he addressed the crowd. This box appears quite antique, and the carving techniques are indeed traditional craftsmanship. The small leaf rosewood used is also aged, but it's only present on these few panels around the edges. Everyone present listened to the old man's words. Anyone with a modicum of sense could tell that the box's sides were made from thin sheets of small leaf rosewood glued together. Therefore, the box was not entirely crafted from solid rosewood. Master, what you're saying is. Chen Hao understood perfectly well. He just wanted the old man to say these words in front of everyone, delivering a crushing blow to Qin Feng. Shening, watching from below the stage, clenched her fists in nervous tension. Qin Feng, in turn, looked at her with concern, knowing this girl must be worrying about him right now. Qin Feng shot Shening a resolute glance. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Yu Bingchen in attendance. He hadn't expected the Yu family to be so well connected, clearly eager to cultivate ties with him, even attending such a banquet. Still, having Yu Bingchen nearby was advantageous. The fellow possessed formidable martial arts skills. Should anyone threaten Shening, he could assist in protecting her. Young Master Chen, what I mean is that this box is a contemporary craft piece made from aged materials. It's perfectly understandable if someone misjudges its value. But upon closer inspection, one can easily spot a gel-like substance at the junction between the two thin layers. This adhesive is what holds the layers together. The host held the microphone as the master explained the box's construction on stage, taking the opportunity to show off his knowledge. The master knew exactly why Chu Xiong had sought him out to publicly humiliate this so-called masterpiece renowned throughout the land. Chapter 27, No Need to Look. Qin Feng, explain to me what this means. If you can't clarify it today, I'll make you understand the consequences of angering me. Chen Hao now felt profoundly humiliated, convinced Qin Feng had been plotting this for a long time. This embarrassment wasn't just his alone, it was the entire Chen family's. The crowd below remained largely silent, largely because Chu Xiong, the eldest son of the Chu family, still occupied the stage. They wanted to maintain a favorable impression. Appearing too gossipy would earn them the disdain of the Chu family. The master is absolutely right. The gift I sent wasn't this box. I have no idea what he's looking at here, and he just keeps droning on and on. Anyone can see this box is clearly a modern craft piece. Would I spend 3,000 yuan on a worthless box? Don't you use your brain? It's grandma's birthday, would I really give her a box as a present? Then what do you think this box means? Even though I can't stand you, and we've had our share of conflicts, I'm not stupid enough to give grandma a box as a present in front of all these people. Qin Feng's words were like pearls on a string, leaving Chen Hao speechless. The so-called master blushed with embarrassment, feeling as if he too had been played by this young man before him. Qin Feng, why didn't you clarify? You made the master go to all that trouble. Chu Xiong stepped forward to defend Chen Hao, realizing the latter was no match for Qin Feng in argument. Ha ha ha, isn't this the Chu family's eldest son? I see you're not much of an eldest son after all, sharing the same thoughts as this little cutie. That old man's quite amusing too, poring over that worthless box and thinking he's some kind of expert. Qin Feng's words made the audience below the stage stifle their laughter, though they dared not laugh out loud. After all, he was mocking the eldest son of the Chu family. Fine, Qin Feng. I'll see just what it is you're presenting that makes you so arrogant. If you dare play games with us, Chu Xiong, won't let you off the hook. Chu Xiong already harbored deep resentment toward Qin Feng. After all, his goddess Chening had married such a good-for-nothing. Ha ha ha. Who knows what you're trying to pull? You dare call an industrial product a night pearl? Aren't you afraid that if the old lady plays with it too much, she'll get poisoned? At that moment, old Madame Chen was holding the very night pearl Chu Xiong had given her, unable to put it down. Qin Feng, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't speak recklessly. This item has been authenticated by experts, how could it be fake? I spent nearly 100 million on this night pearl. Have you ever seen that much money? I wouldn't dare spout nonsense here. Qin Feng had long recognized the night pearl as a fake, covered in chemical substances. Prolonged handling would inevitably cause chemical poisoning. Ha ha ha. Don't you have a master right beside you? From what he just said, he seems to know what he's talking about. He's no good for nothing drunkard. Have him bring it over for you to examine. Better yet, take a lighter and heat it up. After all, these chemical substances glow brighter when ignited. At that moment, the entire crowd couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. If the night pearl Chu Xiong had presented was indeed fake, the Chu family would suffer a tremendous loss of face. Qin Feng, stop spouting nonsense. Do you even know what a night pearl is? Have you ever seen one? Everyone here knows what kind of family the Chus are. How could this possibly be fake? It seems you're just desperate now, trying to shift the focus onto young Master Chu. Everyone agreed Chen Hao made sense, suspecting Qin Feng might indeed be diverting attention. Ha ha, Chen Hao, I intended to spare you both some dignity, to avoid putting the Chen family in such an awkward position. But remember this, everything that happened today is entirely your doing. Soon, it won't just be the Chen family disgraced, the Chu family will also be dragged into disrepute because of your collusion. When the Chu family's wrath comes, don't drag my family into it. And don't try to wriggle out of this with excuses. Whether it's real or not, just have this master appraise it, then we'll know for sure, won't we? Qin Feng had just witnessed the master's technique with the box and heard his spot on analysis. It was all correct. He had to admit the man possessed some genuine skill. If Chu Xiong were humiliated by someone he brought over, he would certainly not let Chen Hao off the hook. Now, all eyes were indeed fixed on that night pearl. Everyone present was watching to see if Chu Xiong dared to have the master authenticate it. What's there to fear? Let him appraise it, then you'll finally give up. At least you'll die knowing who was right and who was wrong. Don't think this will distract me. Even if this night pearl is fake, it only means I misjudged it. But if your item is also fake, it won't be as simple as a misjudgment. Seeing Qin Feng's unwavering resolve, Chu Xiong began to doubt the night pearl himself. So he shifted the blame first. At worst, he'd simply misjudged it. But even if he had made a mistake, he'd spent nearly 100 million yuan. That level of sincerity was something those minor families couldn't possibly match. Ha ha ha, young Master Chu, don't be so quick to pass the buck. Is it really so acceptable to give away counterfeit goods? Earlier, you claimed my box was fake, but it wasn't like this. You threatened me, intimidated me, and now you want me to bear the consequences. So if you gave a fake item, you wouldn't face consequences? You two just want me to make a fool of myself in public, don't you? But now it's your turn to be humiliated. Better prepare yourselves. Don't go crying your eyes out looking for your mommy later. No one will care about you two then. If you admit now that this night pearl is fake, skip the master's appraisal. Save yourselves the embarrassment. Qin Feng deliberately provoked them now, having long noticed the suspicious glances between the two, clear evidence of their collusion, as if he hadn't noticed. He had given them chances before, hoping to spare them such humiliation in front of everyone. Yet they kept pushing him, leaving him no room to breathe. Only now did Qin Feng truly grasp the meaning of kindness being taken for weakness. He had shown them ample goodwill, yet they failed to cherish it. So don't blame him for being ruthless. They would become the laughingstock of all the small and medium-sized families in Tiannan, and they would take his place as the butt of jokes among the people of Tiannan. Master, appraise it. I refuse to believe this could be fake. While Chu Xiong still hesitated, Chen Hao could no longer contain his emotions. How could he possibly be outmaneuvered by Qin Feng? This was a blatant provocation. A mischievous grin touched Qin Feng's lips. He had seen through Chu Xiong's hesitation, but Chen Hao had always been this hot-headed. Sooner or later, he would pay the price for his temper. Chen Hao was supremely confident, having had the night pearl authenticated by an authoritative institution, it was genuine. Otherwise, his conviction wouldn't run so deep. Very well. Let this old man examine it closely. The old man carefully picked up the night pearl, first holding it under his nose to sniff. The pungent chemical odor made him immediately toss it to the ground. Young Master Chu, this. The master instantly recognized the night pearl as a fake. But he couldn't control himself, flinging it to the ground and plunging Chu Xiong into an awkward predicament. Chen Hao, you better explain to me what the hell is going on here. Chu Xiong abandoned all pretense of dignity. After all, Chen Hao had given him this item, and at the time, he'd been utterly confident, insisting it was genuine. Otherwise, how could he now be humiliated in public? Master, would you care to take another look? Chen Hao was equally bewildered. He believed this item had already been authenticated, purchased through a trusted contact. Just moments ago, under dim lighting, it had amazed everyone present. No need to look, no need to look. The master hurried off stage. Some appraisers had extremely sensitive organs, and he needed to clean his nose immediately or risk injury from the potent chemicals. Chapter 28, Shocking News. Everyone knew the master's departure meant the night pearl was fake. Chen Hao's mind went blank. Not only had he failed to embarrass Qin Feng, but he'd also offended Chu Xiong. Young Master Chu, let me explain. But Chu Xiong now felt thoroughly played. This couldn't be left unresolved. Since he'd been humiliated, Qin Feng must receive his due punishment. Chu Xiong swiftly grabbed the box, eager to see what was inside. If the contents proved cheap and tacky, it might divert attention away from his own humiliation. Upon opening the box, Chu Xiong discovered a stone with just a hint of imperial green. He immediately pulled out his phone's flashlight and shone it inside, revealing that the stone contained only a tiny speck of green. Shin phone, this gift of yours isn't much to speak of either. A worthless stone with just a tiny bit of imperial green showing through. Do you really think this is the real thing? And this thing of yours is so small, about the size of a glutinous rice ball. Even if I misjudged mine, what about yours? Yours is the real joke. Shu Xiong now held the stone high for all to see, clearly just a worthless rock with a faint trace of imperial green floating on its surface. These minor clans, after all, had seen far more of the world than ordinary folk. Such deceptive stones were a dime a dozen in the jade market. Shu Xiong, if you smash this thing, the world will truly lose a treasure. Didn't you want to give her a night pearl? This is the real thing. The entire crowd was stunned once more by Qin Feng's words, now convinced he was telling an enormous joke. Anyone with common sense knew this was nothing but a worthless piece of rock. Shin Feng, you're messing with me now? You dare call this piece of junk a night pearl? Are you mocking me? Shu Xiong made a move to smash the stone to pieces, but just then, a voice rang out. Stop. Shu Xiong looked up toward the source of the voice. It was none other than Yunanshan, owner of the Tiannan Grand Hotel and chairman of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. Yunanshan had actually intended to arrive earlier today. After all, as the chamber president, he was hosting his birthday banquet at his own hotel and had an important announcement to make. He had been temporarily tied up with some matters, and upon finally wrapping them up, he witnessed the scene before him. He had overheard Qin Feng's words earlier and trusted him implicitly, convinced that the pearl in Shu Xiong's hand was the genuine night pearl. Chairman, even if you are the head of the Chamber of Commerce and the owner of this hotel, is it your place to interfere in our affairs? Our two families' business isn't settled yet, is it? After stopping Shu Xiong's actions, Yunanshan slowly walked toward the stage. Though the Chu family was not as powerful as the Yu family, the two clans had been embroiled in long-standing disputes. With their unresolved issues, Yunanshan's intervention now felt decidedly improper. By rights, I shouldn't meddle in your affairs. But what if my interests are involved? Shouldn't I oversee matters concerning my own people? Rumors had been swirling throughout Tiannan lately that Qin Feng had cured the Yu family patriarch's illness. Now, with Yunanshan making such a statement, it was enough to send shockwaves through the entire audience below the stage. Yunanshan was the current head of the Yu family. Everyone knew the weight his words carried. What? Your subordinate? Have you truly taken that good-for-nothing under your wing? Chairman Yu, have your eyes grown dim with age? To allow such a person to serve under you? Shu Xiong voiced the question on everyone's lips. Now, all eyes were fixed on the answer, no longer concerned with whether the night pearl was genuine or not. Ha ha ha. Who I take as my subordinate is none of your business. Do I need to seek permission from your Chu family before recruiting someone? Do you really think your Chu family still has the clout to meddle in my affairs? Let me tell you this, go home and clean up your own mess. The business between our two families isn't over yet. If Yunanshan didn't even fear the head of the Chu family, why would he care about a greenhorn like Chu Xiong? Fine. You may wield power and influence now, but our Chu family is affiliated with the Han family of the capital. If you dare touch us, you're challenging the Han family itself. You haven't grown so arrogant as to disregard the Han family, have you? Don't assume this remote corner of Tiannan lets you think the emperor is far away. But our Chu family has rendered meritorious service to the Hans. Don't push us too far. If our two families clash, you might not come out on top. Shu Xiong poured out everything he'd been holding back lately, finding this Yunanshan fellow utterly arrogant and completely dismissive of the Chu family. Ha 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 ha. You're nothing but the Han family's lapdogs. Throw you a few bones, and you're jumping for joy like fools. Do you really think you're something special? These words come from me, Yunanshan. No matter how much you exaggerate, stir up trouble, or twist the truth back home, I won't give your Chu family a second thought. The respect I've shown you all this time was for the Han family. You've shown no gratitude. Even the Han family won't be able to save you now. Shu Xiong never imagined his words would fail to intimidate Yunanshan. Instead, they only fueled his fury. Fine. I'll relay every word you've said today to my grandfather. Since you've chosen to declare war on the Chu family, we shall meet you head-on. Our Chu family has fought our way to where we stand today. What do you have now? Blinded by age, taking useless men as subordinates, what a laughable spectacle. Smack! Before Chu Xiong could finish his sentence, Yunanshan's hand landed squarely across his face. The sharp crack echoed through the entire hotel lobby, leaving everyone stunned. They felt attending this birthday banquet was the wisest decision they'd ever made. Even movies wouldn't dare stage such dramatic scenes. Each moment unfolded with relentless intensity, making everyone present feel as if they were caught in a whirlwind of peril. Yunanshan, you old fox. How dare you slap me? Fine. I'll remember this slap when we leave today. I'll make you pay back double. And you, Chen Hao, don't think you're off the hook. Shu Xiong stormed off the stage, heading toward the hotel entrance. His rage had reached its peak. He'd been slapped and dared not retaliate. Had he retaliated, the bodyguard beside Yunanshan would have ended him on the spot. Chen Hao hadn't anticipated this outcome at all. Now that he thought about it, he wished he'd never invited Chu Xiong in the first place. He'd completely enraged him. Moreover, since Chu Xiong dared not confront Yu Nanshan directly, all that pent-up fury would inevitably be directed at the Chen family. Suddenly, it dawned on him, all this was thanks to Qin Feng. The matter with that stone remained unresolved, and he had to make Qin Feng pay. Qin Feng will settle future matters later. Do you think this is over for you? You and that damn stone, you owe me a proper explanation. Let's see what excuses you have now. Shen Hao picked up the broken stone that had fallen onto the stage and examined it carefully in his hands, yet he couldn't discern anything unusual about it. Sigh, I can't judge your discernment at all. Well then, let me open your eyes and show you what a real night pearl looks like. Qin Feng drew a dagger. The blade was pitch black, yet it emitted a cold, gleaming light that radiated an invisible sense of oppression. Qin Feng, what are you doing? In broad daylight, you're brandishing a restricted weapon. Believe me, I'll report you to the authorities. Chen Hao took several steps back, overwhelmed by the dagger's intense pressure, which filled him with a profound sense of dread. Ha, you're not worthy enough to die by this blade. Bring me the stone. Those with sunglasses, put them on, you don't want it blinding you in a moment. Everyone thought Qin Feng was just putting on a show, because no one believed that could be a real night pearl. Chen Hao hurried over and flung the stone forcefully into Qin Feng's hands. But Qin Feng deliberately played a trick, using Chen Hao's momentum against him with a subtle push. Chen Hao stumbled backward, landing flat on his face. How clumsy can you be? Falling flat on your face on such level ground? I wonder what you'll be good for in the future. After a few taunts, Qin Feng's dagger flashed in the air, his hand moving so fast it left only a blur. Everyone was utterly stunned. After all, cutting open a jade stone required machine assistance. Human strength alone was utterly incapable of such a feat. Turn off the lights. At Qin Feng's thunderous command, the lights instantly dimmed. The stage now shimmered with emerald light. Chapter 29, Two at Once. Wow, it's dazzling. Such a tiny thing emitting such intense light. Is this truly the legendary night pearl? I never imagined a night pearl could be this color. The gift Qin Feng presented is truly priceless. One might say such an object belongs only in heaven, not to be found among mortals. Everyone present was utterly captivated by the night pearl's radiance. Even the Chen family members, who had been seething with anger moments before, now wore expressions of pure delight. Except for Chen Hao, of course. Alright, turn on the lights. Qin Feng tossed the night pearl into Chen Hao's hands. Chen Hao instantly felt it like a hot potato too valuable to discard, yet it brought him endless shame. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Everyone agreed that the birthday gift Qin Feng had presented today was unparalleled, the finest possible offering. And Qin Feng had spent only 3,000 yuan. Starting tomorrow, business at the antique market would surely become exceptionally booming because of his actions today. Alright then, if everyone is still interested, would you mind if you shared a few words? Qin Feng's actions today made Yu Nanshan like him even more, further solidifying his belief that Qin Feng was a rare and exceptional talent. The applause died down. How could these representatives from small and medium-sized families refuse to give face to the Chamber of Commerce president? All eyes turned to the stage, awaiting what was about to unfold. Alright, I won't take up too much of your time. I'm simply taking this opportunity to announce something. Since everyone is gathered here, it saves me the trouble of notifying each of you individually later. Truthfully, the more astute among them already knew what Yu Nanshan was about to announce. Today, I formally take Qin Feng under my wing. You must understand that over the years, only Biao has stood by my side, protecting me. He has worked tirelessly. Recently, Qin Feng has demonstrated exceptional performance, revealing this young man's extraordinary capabilities. Therefore, I intend to have him assist me in my work. If anyone has objections now, speak up. Or if any of you also recognize his talent, we can compete fairly for him. After Yu Nanshan uttered those final words, which of the small and medium-sized families present dared to challenge him? After a tense 5-second silence, thunderous applause erupted once more. Yu Nanshan bowed modestly to the audience before turning to Qin Feng. So? Speaking up about this in front of so many people, did it scare you? Of course, these words were exchanged privately between the two of them. Qin Feng replied. I was a bit nervous, but things had gotten so messy earlier. It was truly unacceptable. If you hadn't stepped in to resolve it, that stone would have been wasted. Chen Tianhua and Chen Hao's expressions darkened considerably. This was supposed to be the old matriarch Chen's birthday banquet, yet it had now become Qin Feng's stage. Chen Yuanyi, of course, observed everything. Though he didn't know how Qin Feng had connected with Yunnan Mountain, the presence of Tiannan Merchants Association members in his family now meant that in the near future, the Chen family would rely on this once despised useless person to become a major clan in Tiannan. That meant in the near future, the Chen family would rely on this once despised good-for-nothing to become a major clan in Tiannan. But now that events had unfolded this way and not in a negative direction despite his lingering prejudice against Qin Feng, Chen Yuanyi realized those biases could be cast aside. Qin Feng was someone to curry favor with now. If this treasure were to slip away and turn against the Chen family later, the consequences would be unbearable. At that moment, Yunanshan descended from the stage, where song and dance performances had begun. Yunanshan headed straight for Chen Yuan's seat, with Qin Feng following behind him. After all, he was now under Yunanshan's command and had to maintain appearances. Old Master Chen, it's been ages since we last met. Even when we did cross paths, it was only at chamber meetings and you haven't attended those in years. I'm here to express my deepest gratitude for finding such an exceptional son-in-law for the Chen family. A man of his caliber? If I had a daughter, I'd want her to marry him myself. Chen Yuan was genuinely overwhelmed by the sudden attention. After all, Yunanshan had never once acknowledged him or exchanged words before. Now, not only had he proactively extended his hand, but he'd even exchanged pleasantries, a level of courtesy Chen Yuan had never experienced before. And this change in treatment was all thanks to Qin Feng. Indeed, it's been ages since we last met. I suppose age has caught up with me. I rarely meddle in household affairs anymore. Whatever state the children get themselves into, that's just how it is. Now that Qin Feng has become your subordinate, it's an honor for our Chen family. I hope he works diligently by your side and doesn't cause you any trouble. Chen Yuan simply couldn't find the words to express how highly he regarded Qin Feng. In his eyes, Chen Hao's constant nagging only reinforced his negative impression of Qin Feng. Today, however, he underwent a complete 180-degree transformation. Suddenly, couldn't think of a single reason to describe his goodness. Then you'd better take good care of yourself. With such a talent in your family, even though he's currently under my command, if he pursues his own ventures, he can manage both. When that day comes, the entire Chen family will rely on him. I'll ensure he receives appropriate support in his future endeavors. Just stay alive and witness the rise of the Chen family. When Yunanshan was on stage earlier, he had already noticed Yu Bingchen seated beside Chen Ying. He was his own nephew, yet he never imagined his younger brother would also be so eager to curry favor with Qin Feng. Very well, very well. I'll be watching. Chen Yuan spoke as Yunanshan looked in the direction he was pointing. He saw a young man seated beside Chen Ying. Not only was he handsome and well-dressed, but he also radiated an air of nobility. Qin Feng, who was that sitting beside Ying? I've never seen him before. Don't let unfamiliar men sit next to your wife. In the past, Chen Yuan would have welcomed an outstanding man by Chen Ying's side. If they took a liking to each other, she could remarry, and this marriage alliance could become a stepping stone for the Chen family's advancement. But Qin Feng was no longer the same man he once was. Now, he had to make sure his granddaughter kept a close eye on him. Oh, that seems to be the second young master of the Tiannanyu family, Yu Bingchen. Qin Feng had a vague recollection of him. His memory was photographic, whether for people or events, and Yu Bingchen had left a favorable impression back then. When he had treated Yu Bingchen's grandfather that day, the young man had stood silently by, his face etched with deep concern. That composure had left a profound impression on Qin Feng. Chen Yuan and everyone else seated at the table exchanged stunned glances. What? You're the second young master of the Yujia family from Tiannan? Chen Yuan's Chen family had reached the pinnacle of its influence today. Since he had elevated the Chen family to this level, he had never witnessed such a scene. Not only had representatives from the prestigious Chu family of Tiannan come to celebrate his birthday, but Chamber of Commerce President Yunanshan had publicly announced Qin Feng as his subordinate before this entire gathering. Even the second young master of the Yujia family, the foremost clan in Tiannan, had made an appearance. By age and lineage, I should address you as grandfather. I feel truly honored to attend the Chen family's birthday banquet today. I hope my uninvited presence doesn't cause you any displeasure? While Yu Bingchen showed gratitude toward Qin Feng, he remained utterly composed with everyone else. After all, with such vast family holdings backing him, he could handle anyone with composure. Except, of course, for Qin Feng. What nonsense are you talking about? Your presence at the Chen family's birthday banquet truly graces us with honor. It only shows that we, the Chen family, have failed in our duties. We should have sent someone to formally invite you. My son's oversight is unforgivable. I will severely discipline him for this. At his age, he should know better than to disregard such basic etiquette. Chen Yuan reflected on the Yu family members who had taken the initiative to come here, and not just one, but two of them. Their attitude was so gracious. He felt Chen Tianhua had truly fallen short in his duties. How could he have overlooked such a prominent family? It was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 30, the second young master of the Yu family. It's no trouble at all. Truth be told, I came rather presumptuously myself. I originally brought a diamond necklace, but the night pearl your grandson-in-law presented was simply too dazzling. So I didn't even dare bring out the gifts I brought. Compared to that night pearl, they're utterly insignificant. Presenting them now would only make a spectacle of myself. I'll just privately give them to today's birthday celebrant instead. Chen Yuan recognized the night pearl's extraordinary value, yet he hadn't imagined a diamond necklace could pale so completely in its presence. He reasoned that as the industry leader in jewelry, the Yu family surely possessed unique insights into its value. Thus, he was determined to uncover the true worth of that night pearl. To be honest, at my age, this is the first time I've ever seen a genuine night pearl. If, as you say, even a diamond necklace can't compare to it, what kind of value does this night pearl truly hold? Yu Bingchen smiled. After all, the Yu family was in the jewelry business. Beyond diamonds, they dealt in every conceivable type of gemstone. Moreover, his family never engaged in deception. They traded jade at fair prices based on its true quality, never resorting to trickery. Very well. Since you wish to know this night pearl's worth, I'll indulge you. By now, a crowd had gathered around them. Though the Chunhao family felt a bit embarrassed, they too were curious about the pearl's worth. After all, none of the people present had ever seen such a night pearl before. Grandma, could you hand this night pearl over to me first? Grandmother Chen knew full well this night pearl must be priceless, so she held it with extreme care, afraid it might slip from her grasp. Grandma Chen handed the night pearl to Yu Bingchen. Like a magician, he had somehow slipped white gloves onto both hands, making him look even more professional. Alright, since everyone is gathered here, I'll explain it to you all. It won't take too long, after all, we're here for the birthday banquet today. Don't be fooled by its size, it's only about the size of a glutinous rice ball. If this were an ordinary night pearl, such a small size wouldn't hold much value. What makes this night pearl a rare treasure in the world is the pure green light it emits, utterly free of impurities. You all witnessed its glow just now. Ordinary night pearls emit only a pale blue glow, or perhaps a faint hint of green. But this most pure green hue is known throughout the jewelry industry as imperial green. Its meaning should be clear to everyone. Imperial green signifies the pinnacle of status. As for this night pearl's imperial green hue, let me put it this way, having worked at the Yu family for so many years, I've seen more treasures than most of you here will ever encounter in a lifetime. But this particular shade of green? I've never seen it before. I feel incredibly honored and fortunate to witness it. It might very well be the last time in my lifetime. If it's truly worth only 3,000 yuan, as Brother Qin claims, then its value has multiplied by billions. At that moment, everyone gasped in unison. They realized that this single night pearl might be worth more than all their family fortunes combined. This alone proved the night pearl's extraordinary value, and it made everyone appreciate just how sharp Qin Feng's eye was for discovering such a treasure. Truly, it made them all look at him with newfound respect. Grandmother, since this item now belongs to you, may I discuss something with you? Grandma Chen was completely dumbfounded, though she was usually. She was utterly bewildered by such an object. You say? Old Madam Chen stammered. I'm willing to offer 200 billion to purchase this night pearl in your possession. Would you consider it? The moment Yu Bingchen uttered those words, the crowd nearly gasped in unison. He had just mentioned 200 billion, an amount that even their families, striving for dozens of generations, might never amass. Yu Bingchen caught Qin Feng nodding at him. He felt certain his decision had been absolutely correct. For if this treasure remained in the Chun family, it could invite mortal peril. The entire Chun clan might be slaughtered over such a priceless artifact. But if it were converted into money deposited in a bank, these people wouldn't become so greedy. Instead, they'd simply think the Yu family was being generous. Most importantly, it would also earn Qin Feng a favor. The old matriarch hesitated, for she had never heard of such a vast sum of money before. It was beyond her wildest imagination, like a dream. This item has already fetched the highest possible price. Any more would be excessive. I'm acquiring it to display as our jeweler's crown jewel. It will never be sold again. Moreover, I must make this clear, if this item remains in your possession, not only will it fail to become your family heirloom, but it will also bring misfortune upon you. I'm not implying Brother Qin's gift is a curse itself, but your family currently lacks the strength to properly safeguard it. Many have seen this treasure today. Even with Brother Qin now serving under my uncle as head of the Tiannan Merchants Guild, there will be those willing to risk everything to this thing for themselves. Yu Bingchen had just gained Qin Feng's approval, so now he needed to lay out the entire situation, the pros and cons of the matter. I know you'd be reluctant to part with this item, and I won't force you. What I just said wasn't meant to scare you either. But I still urge you to think it through. If this item were to come into my possession now, should your Qin family gain sufficient strength in the future, no matter how many years pass, I would return it to you at the original price. Yu Bingchen's true intention was to help the Chen family safeguard this item, effectively protecting them. Though he'd heard that Qin Feng and the Chen family didn't exactly get along, sometimes even hitting rock bottom, none of that mattered. Qin Feng's current presence in the Chen household surely stemmed from specific reasons. By stepping in to help, he was essentially repaying grandfather Chen's favor to Qin Feng. The old matriarch was utterly indecisive. She was a bully at home, but when faced with real challenges, she had no clue what to do. Young Master Yu, this matter is of great importance. Perhaps we should let our guests finish their meal and drink their wine first. After all, they're here for the birthday banquet. I don't want this issue to spoil everyone's enjoyment. If you find it too noisy here, my eldest son has prepared a private room for us elders and the family. The dishes in this private room are identical to those served here. It's so that once everyone has finished their duties and attended to the guests, our family can enjoy a peaceful meal together. Now that such a stunning treasure has appeared, why don't we wait in the private room first? We can keep the night pearl there too. Once they're done with their tasks, we can discuss it further. What do you think? Chen Yuanyi reasoned that with so many people present, even if the item remained in Jade Young Master's possession, someone might take desperate measures and harm Yu Bingchen. His current approach was thus remarkably considerate of the bigger picture, not only diverting the guests' attention from the matter, but also paving the way for a proper discussion later. He himself coveted that enormous sum, as it would fund numerous ventures for the Chun family. However, forging ties with a prominent family like the Yes couldn't be based solely on that fortune. If the two families collaborated harmoniously, the benefits to be gained in the near future would far exceed this single transaction. Yu Bingchen casually glanced at Qin Feng, who nodded imperceptibly in return. I find your suggestion quite excellent. Then, I'll take the liberty of disturbing your leisure time. Chapter 31, Uncle and Nephew Vie for Talent. With Qin Feng's approval, Yu Bingchen found the plan quite sound himself. He also recognized that Chen Yuanyi possessed considerable acumen to devise such a foolproof strategy. Alright, Chen Hao. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and escort young Master Yu to the private room. Chairman Yu, if you're not too busy, would you like to join us for a small gathering in the private room? Chen Yuanyi suddenly realized that while he'd been preoccupied with the night pearl, he seemed to have neglected Yu Nanshan. Moreover, Yu Nanshan and Yu Bingchen appeared to be at odds, as they hadn't spoken a word to each other. He also suspected that with Yu Nanshan's heavy workload, even now that Qin Feng had become his subordinate, he probably wouldn't grant him the courtesy of accepting his invitation. Certainly. I've been meaning to announce Qin Feng's appointment as my subordinate anyway. And I was just about to ask you for a drink. That old fox Yu Nanshan with the Chun family's night pearl incident unfolding now, and the young master of the Yu family so openly defending the Chens, it seemed clear he was determined to secure Qin Feng's allegiance. Even if he had pressing matters at hand, he couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. After all, his position in Tiannan was now unshakable. But expanding connections beyond his circle had always been a challenge. Now that a chance to befriend Qin Feng had presented itself, how could he possibly let it slip away? Ah, splendid. Splendid indeed. I shall order someone to fetch my treasured vintage wine from home at once. Let us, old man and young master, drink 300 rounds together. Suddenly, Yu Nanshan's expression darkened. Everyone noticed the change in his face and felt their hearts sink. Had Chen Yuanyi said something to offend him? Household head Chen, are you mocking me? This tavern is mine. Could it be that our treasured collection here is less than yours? All expenses today are on me. Each table will receive a jar of 30-year-old vintage. Let us drink freely today. Aside from the limited vintage, all other wines may be enjoyed freely, provided none is wasted or taken away. Now that I've taken on such an outstanding subordinate as Qin Feng, who possesses such keen discernment to recognize such rare treasures, I believe he will bring me boundless wealth in the future. Yu Nanshan spoke bluntly, for merchants like them were all about making money. As the head of the Merchants Guild, he had always led the way in showing everyone how to profit. Thus, no one found his words excessive. Qin Feng's gift of that night pearl today was truly breathtaking. Chairman Yu, how could this be? Today is the Chen family's banquet for all of you. How could we possibly let you bear the expense? Chen Yuanyi couldn't fathom why Yu Nanshan held Qin Feng in such high regard. Even if Qin Feng had been incredibly fortunate to obtain such an unparalleled treasure, it hardly warranted such sudden prominence, did it? Head Chen, by choosing to dine at my establishment, your family has shown me, you, great respect. To refuse my invitation would be to show me disrespect. With Yu Nanshan speaking so decisively, how could Chen Yuanyi possibly argue? Well then, I'm afraid I can't refuse. Since you hold Qin Feng in such high regard, I'll make sure to keep a close eye on him from now on. I won't let you down. Chen Yuanyi found himself increasingly baffled. What on earth had Qin Feng done to earn such profound regard from Yu Nanshan? Alright, then you'd better keep a close eye on this kid for me. Don't let him run off somewhere else. After their conversation ended, the others present dared not linger any longer. After all, Yu Nanshan was the Chamber of Commerce president they wouldn't dare overstep. Led by Chen Hao, Yu Bingchen, Yu Nanshan, and the others entered an exceptionally luxurious private room. Chen Tianhua now had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the social obligations outside. Originally meant to be the main attraction, they now weren't even supporting characters. All the spotlight had been stolen by Qin Feng. Yet they couldn't even muster resentment. Not only had Qin Feng presented such an extravagant gift, but his current status placed him far beyond their reach. Even major clans would show Yu Nanshan some deference. For a minor family like the Chens, having someone rise to become his subordinate meant that one man's success elevated everyone connected to him. Qin Feng and Yu Bingchen entered the restroom together, having exchanged a knowing glance moments before. Brother Qin, did I do something wrong? Or should I not have been here today? Yu Bingchen had completely lost the confidence he'd shown earlier. Now, he seemed like a younger brother meeting his elder, his words lacking any conviction. No, you did very well today. I'm just curious why you were here. Your father sent you, right? Qin Feng thought Yu Bingchen had performed exceptionally well today. Not only had he handled the situation calmly, but his presence clearly wasn't due to the Chen family's influence, it was for Qin Feng's sake. What puzzled him was why Yu Bingchen had suddenly appeared here. After all, the Yu family had already given him 100 million yuan, which had been a significant help. He couldn't quite grasp the reason behind this unexpected visit. "Oh, my father did send me. We've looked into your affairs in Tiannan. Though we don't know why you're hiding your capabilities. Have your reasons. We won't pry further. At a birthday banquet like today's, these people will inevitably make fun of you and try to embarrass you in front of everyone. So my father instructed me to bring an exceptionally exquisite diamond necklace. When the time comes, we'll say it's a custom piece exclusively for you, specially delivered by our Yu family. This way, not only will you avoid embarrassment, but it'll also thoroughly humiliate those with ill intentions." In the end, that diamond necklace wasn't needed at all. You truly have an eye for quality. I've seen it firsthand. Having worked in the jewelry industry for so many years, and with our family's unique treasure appraisal techniques passed down through generations, I can say this with certainty. I wouldn't dare exaggerate in front of you, but I can guarantee this: any jade or jewelry circulating in the market, I can spot the real from the fake at a glance. Moreover, I've achieved considerable success in jadeite rough stone appraisal. I'd say my success rate is around 90%. But when you brought out that night pearl with its skin intact today, I truly held my breath for you. I knew that thing only had a faint hint of green, yet you could determine it was a top-grade night pearl. And when you peeled it, that technique, using no tools whatsoever, to flawlessly remove the skin from that night pearl, it was nothing short of divine skill. If I may be so bold in the days to come, might I ask if you could teach me this art? Though their conversation seemed lengthy, it lasted only as long as a quick bathroom break. And since they were talking in the restroom, no one else would think anything of it. In the minds of those gathered in the private room, these two had never met before, even though Qin Feng now served under the Chamber of Commerce president. In the eyes of a colossus like the Yu family, even Chu Xiong was deemed unworthy, how much less so a minor figure like Qin Feng? After finishing their business and pulling up their pants, especially as they approached the private room door, Qin Feng proactively held it open for Yu Bingchen. This gesture made everyone perceive him as a man who understood propriety. "Bingchen, your father sent you here, didn't he? You're one of the most promising young talents in our family." This morning, I was so preoccupied with announcing Qin Feng's appointment that we didn't get a proper chance to talk, uncle and nephew. Yu Bingchen cared little for anyone besides Qin Feng. After all, she stood on a cloud, looking down on them all. But the man before him was his eldest uncle. Though both families lived in the Yu family villa complex, their relationship had soured over the dispute for the Chamber of Commerce presidency. Thus, the two now carried an air of distant formality. Even if Yu Nanshan didn't initiate conversation, Yu Bingchen had no intention of greeting his uncle. "Uncle, you're joking. Besides, Tiananfa is doing exceptionally well right now. As the Chamber of Commerce president here, you must have plenty on your plate. Besides, my only reason for coming here this time is to see Qin Feng. I think we both know that." As Yu Bingchen spoke these words, his palms grew clammy with nervous sweat. He had witnessed Qin Feng's formidable abilities firsthand. He wasn't sure if his words had revealed any cracks, but these were all instructions his father had given him before arriving to ensure Qin Feng saved face in front of the other clans. Only after arriving did Yu Bingchen realize he had no room to maneuver. Before coming, the records had labeled Qin Feng as a notorious failure in Tiannan. Yet today's events on stage prove that a true powerhouse remains unshaken, needing no one's assistance. I've only just discovered his extraordinary qualities myself. Not only does he possess a brilliant mind, but he also shows remarkable courage. With such a man by your side, achieving great things is practically inevitable. Now, I wish to address a few words to the Chen family head. Though they may sound harsh, I hope you'll bear with me. Chen Yuanyi now sat in a posture of attentive listening, for whatever Yu Nanshan said to him would surely be for his own good. With Yu Bingchen still present, he likely wouldn't say anything too harsh. Speak freely. Chapter 32, Undercurrents. Normally, Yu Nanshan wouldn't give someone like Chen Yuanyi the time of day. Even if the man were to die before him, you would simply step over him. Detouring would be a waste of his precious time. But now it was entirely different. Having just heard Yu Bingchen's assessment of Qin Feng, he now had to keep Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a hot commodity right now. From what I recall, Qin Feng had been a son-in-law in your Chen family for quite some time. Your family treated him terribly back then. To be honest, I can understand why. All this time, he achieved nothing. Beyond doing household chores daily, he seemed to have no other purpose. What I really want to tell you is this: if you hadn't looked at him through tinted glasses back then, he wouldn't have been able to build up his strength in silence. If you had given him enough opportunities, he might have created immeasurable value by now. Now, I'm sorry to say he's in my hands, but I won't stop him from pursuing his own path. Don't read too much into it. From today onward, I hope our two families grow closer. I trust you understand what I mean by that. I'll drink to that. Yu Nanshan's words were flawless, leaving one feeling both repentant and strangely at ease. Very well. I find your words most reasonable. This old man will join you for a cup. How could Chen Yuanyi have imagined that the once useless youth would now become the object of such fierce competition? Thus, the drinking commenced, cups clinking, and toasts exchanged. Chen Hao, however, found himself in an awkward position. He fidgeted restlessly, unable to utter a single word. Yunnan Shan and Chen Yuanyi were deep in conversation, leaving Yu Bingchen unable to interject, though she listened with rapt attention. They discussed future developments. Though whether the future would unfold as they envisioned remained uncertain, he felt as if he'd glimpsed the gateway to a new world. He felt his previous mindset had been far too narrow. Every word, every syllable they spoke, he committed to memory. Chen Yuanyi, who normally drank like a fish, had only one glass today. He needed to stay sharp at all times. He even harbored a faint hope that if the two got drunk, he might overhear some major secret. Ying, eat your food. If you're tired, I can take you home first. Chen looked at Qin Feng now, wondering when he had become so formidable. But she never imagined Qin Feng would be seen as so outstanding in others' eyes. 3 rounds of wine, 5 courses of food. Yu Bingchen and Yunanshan had clearly consumed a great deal of alcohol, yet both remained remarkably clear-headed. They understood each other's intentions, neither wanted to get the other drunk. Instead, they grew increasingly sober as they drank. Finally, they said helplessly, "Nephew, you truly have an impressive tolerance. In Tiannan, I've never seen anyone drink this much. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Yu Nanshan's drinking prowess was legendary in Tiannan. Once, during a business investment project, he single-handedly drank a dozen foreign representatives into submission, leaving them sprawled beneath the table. But today, after drinking all kinds of liquor with Yu Bingchen, he hadn't taken a single drop less than me. He should be perfectly fine since I've finally met my match. Uncle, your drinking capacity is beyond ordinary. I'm not exaggerating counting you, there are no more than 3 people who can drink with me to this extent. Continuing to drink now would serve no purpose. Let's not waste any more of the Chen family's time. We'll have plenty of opportunities to drink together in the future. Why dwell on this moment? Yu Bingchen's drinking capacity was bottomless, likely due to his extraordinary physical constitution. Alright, I shan't keep you any longer. The guests outside have likely dispersed. I'll take my leave first. I imagine you two still have matters to discuss. Of course, Yunanshan had been preoccupied with the Night Pearl all along, otherwise, Yu Bingchen wouldn't have appeared here now. If he didn't resolve the Night Pearl matter today, the Chen family would likely face trouble in the future. Alright, uncle. Take your time leaving. Seeing Yunanshan rise, Qin Feng, now his subordinate, immediately stood to see him off. Qin Feng, stay seated. Keep young master you company. Ah Biao will escort me back. You two should grow closer, both are people close to me. Only when you cooperate well can I work more effectively. I'm off. Thank you, Chen family head, for giving me this opportunity. Rest assured, you'll soon see the benefits the Chen family will receive. Even Yunanshan, no matter how much he could drink, now felt as if he were walking on cotton, swaying unsteadily. Supported by Abi, the two of them slowly made their way out. By then, most of the guests had departed. Chen Tianhua and his wife entered from outside. Their timing couldn't have been more perfect. Father, the guests have mostly left. The matriarch of the Chen family took out the Night Pearl and handed it to Chen Yuanyi. It was important to note that this Night Pearl was now a ticking time bomb. If it were to the Chen family, it could explode at any moment. Young master Yu, I have decided to pass this Night Pearl on to you. Old woman, don't blame me for this decision. I'll make it up to you in the days to come. The old matriarch had been in a daze throughout the entire banquet, all because of this Night Pearl. Though she yearned for such a vast fortune, she knew this money wouldn't come easily. Old man, I don't blame you. Such a rare treasure should never have been in our Chen family. For days, the old matriarch Chen had been consumed by the thought that Night Pearl must not remain in her possession. Otherwise, she might truly meet an untimely end. The Chu household. Dad, that's how things went today. What do you think we should do? Chu Xiong recounted every detail of what had transpired at the Tiannan Grand Hotel to his father, Chu Yuntian, leaving the latter seething with anger. Damn it! The Chens think they found a powerful ally now, treating our Chu family like little darlings. They're playing games. This absolutely cannot be left unpunished. I'll make sure these minor clans learn what the wrath of a major family truly means. The more Chu Yuntian thought about it, the angrier he grew. The eldest son and grandson of the Chen family had dared to treat the eldest son of the Chu family like a little darling. To toy with him. These people clearly didn't hold the Chu family in any regard. They needed a powerful lesson to show them just how terrifying the wrath of a major clan could be. Exactly. The Chen family is at the height of their power now, acting as if they're above everyone else. And today, the second young master of the Yu family even showed up at the Chen family banquet. You should have seen them today, utterly smug. Earlier, when I presented my gift unaware that the Night Pearl was fake, not a single Chen family member gave me the time of day. They were polite on the surface, but the moment Yunanshan announced he was taking Qin Feng as his subordinate, everyone turned cold toward me. I could feel they wanted me gone, otherwise, why would I have come back so early? They had no intention of keeping me for the banquet. If I hadn't left immediately, where would the Chu family's reputation stand? Chu Xiong exaggerated the entire incident to fuel his father's anger. Over the years, his father had cultivated numerous connections within the underworld. Rest assured, this debt must be repaid. Chu Yuntian added. You young man, if you ever hope to achieve anything in life, you must change your current temperament. You're far too impulsive right now. I used to think it was just youthful exuberance, but you're no longer a child. As the eldest son and grandson of the Chu family, you must shoulder the family's responsibilities. You need to cultivate a steadier temperament. You're not the only young heir in this family. If others see you still acting like you used to, do you think this family legacy will truly fall to you in the end? Think carefully about this. Chu Xiong had already been driven to near frenzy at the Chen family's birthday banquet today. He'd been looking forward to venting his frustrations at home. Even a few million yuan would have sufficed as consolation. Now, to top it all off, he was being lectured by his own father. Got it. I'm outta here. After being lectured, Chu Xiong felt utterly miserable. He vowed he'd never let the Chen family off the hook, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. As soon as he got into the car, he picked up his phone. Hello, Wei Gu? Chu Xiong's tone was unusually submissive, like a fawning lapdog. What kind of person could make the eldest son of the Chu family speak in such a manner? Oh, young Master Chu. You're calling me now about the Yu family matter? I can't handle that either. Chapter 33, The Chen Family's Transformation. Although the Chen family members now looked at Qin Feng with newfound respect, and excitement was visible on his face. Qin Feng certainly wasn't thrilled about becoming Yunnan Shan's subordinate. The reason he hadn't denied it today was purely to save face for the Yu family. Though the Yu family held considerable status in Tiannan, it wasn't enough to make Qin Feng their subordinate. By not denying it, he intended to use the Yu family's hands to deliver a resounding slap to everyone. His current excitement stemmed from the fact that his 3-year period was about to end. Tonight, the Qin family should come to retrieve him. Moreover, his actions today had effectively slapped the face of all Tiannan. By this time tomorrow, he would become a legend in Tiannan, the object of everyone's admiration. Chen Ying found all this utterly unexpected. In her eyes, Qin Feng was nothing but a useless good-for-nothing who only knew how to wash clothes and cook, without a shred of backbone. Fang Li, however, had fallen completely silent. Qin Feng was now under the Chamber of Commerce President's command, which meant he was connected to the Yu family. In Tiannan, even the slightest connection to a branch of the Yu family was enough to make anyone feel immensely proud. Qin Feng watched Fang Li's sour, ugly face and felt a surge of satisfaction. Soon after, the banquet guests dispersed. Yu Bingchen had drunk quite a bit, and Shen Hao immediately offered to drive him home. Yu Bingchen declined, for someone of his stature naturally had a dedicated chauffeur. Qin Feng, focus on building your future here in Tiannan. The Yu family will always stand behind you. Rest assured, we will never let you suffer. Yu Bingchen's words were clearly meant for the Chen family to hear, leaving them feeling profoundly ashamed. All right. Drive carefully on your way back. In a few days, I'll still come to visit old Master Yu. Qin Feng showed no sign of servility, speaking as if he were conversing with an ordinary friend. After watching Yu Bingchen depart, Chen Tianhua and his family of 3, accompanied by Chen Yuanyi and the old matriarch, also left the premises. However, Chen Yuanyi now shot Qin Feng an approving glance, leaving Qin Feng momentarily flustered and flattered. Though he didn't consider himself a big shot, he had endured the cold shoulders of every member of the Chen family during his 3 years there. Now, knowing the 3-year period was nearly over, witnessing the Chen family's recognition of him, Qin Feng felt strangely reluctant to leave. He found this feeling quite peculiar. Oomph. Qin Feng, we'll settle this when we get home. You'd better explain clearly what exactly happened these past 3 years. Fang Li stormed off in a huff. Shen Tianping hurriedly followed, glancing back at Qin Feng. He sensed something different in the young man's eyes. As the Chen family members gradually departed, Chen Hui, now wearing the dress he'd bought her that day, skipped over. Brother-in-law, I never knew you were so capable. I apologize for what I did before. Keep it up. Hearing her call him brother-in-law made Qin Feng happier than any childhood New Year celebration. That single word, brother-in-law, signified her acceptance of him. Moreover, the look in Chen Ying's eyes now no longer held its usual icy chill, it seemed to carry a hint of warmth. Warmth. Let's go. I bet you two haven't eaten much. We should go out for a walk. No matter what happened, we need to fill our stomachs first. Chen Hui nodded happily and said to Chen Ying. Sis, from now on, the Chen family has truly turned things around, and it's all thanks to your brother-in-law. I was wondering why that spoiled brat Yu Bingxin was so respectful to him at the mall the other day. Turns out he really did cure old Master Yu. Sis, stop moping around. Let's go out for a nice meal with him. The way he swiped the card the other day was so cool. He even lied to you for 3 years for us. We should treat him to a feast. Chen Ying let Chen Hui pull her toward the exit, her mind replaying Yunnan Tian's words. Perhaps it was true the Chen family had never given him a fair chance. Otherwise, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass what he had now. Chen Ying felt completely dazed. Xin Feng had transformed overnight from the laughingstock of Tiannan into the envy of the entire city. She couldn't process it all and mechanically followed Chen Hui out. Outside, Xin Feng had already parked the latest Rolls-Royce at the entrance. Rolling down the window, he addressed the two women. "Get in. Since we don't have to cook at home tonight, let's go explore the food street." Chen Hui felt that even if Xin Feng showed up in a private jet, she wouldn't be particularly surprised. Ever since that day at the mall, it had signaled that Xin Feng was about to turn everything upside down. Seeing Chen no longer as sharp-tongued as usual, Xin Feng suddenly felt that it wouldn't matter if the Qin family didn't take him back. After all, he was a man. Facing a beauty like Chen, having spent 3 years without even touching her hand, he felt some lingering attachment. But tonight marked the end of that 3-year period. He figured the worst that could happen was returning to the Qin family to break the seal, then coming back to continue his journey. It might not be such a bad thing after all. Xin Feng brought Chen and Chen Hui to the food street in Tiannan. "Wow, it's been ages since I last visited the food street. I never imagined it would change so much." Chen Hui marveled at the sheer scale of the food street. Chen Hui gazed at the dazzling array of delicacies, accessories, and many items unique to Tiannan City, momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer variety. Chen had been busy with work for years and hadn't visited this food street in ages. Xin Feng had come here because he'd heard while shopping for groceries that the ingredients here were exceptionally fresh, nothing like the junk found in other food streets. Moreover, it encompassed all the delicacies from every corner of Dragon Country. So he thought, even though he might be leaving tonight, he'd create a wonderful memory for them. On the surface, Chen appeared like an icy goddess, but in reality, she was a total foodie. Every meal prepared at home was devoured until not a crumb remained. "So, aren't we looking pretty good right now?" Chen Hui teased playfully. Because they didn't have to worry about anything else, just enjoying this carefree time off from work. You look like a fairy descended from heaven, and you look like an earthly sprite. Both are lovely. Hungry? Tonight's on me. You two better make him pay big time so I can learn what real-world cruelty feels like." Xin Feng saw a different side of Chen today, and his mood lifted considerably. After all, this might be their last meal together, so they deserve to eat something special. "Sounds good. The banquet food didn't suit my taste at all. I'm starving. What should we eat?" Chen Hui asked. "I just took a quick look. There's a seafood place that looks pretty good. Let's grab dinner there first, then keep exploring." This food street was the most prime location in Tiannan outside of the commercial district. The seafood stalls here offered the freshest catches, but the prices were equally steep, among the most expensive in all of Tiannan. "Hello, welcome. How many people are dining?" the stall attendant inquired. The stall itself looked quite spacious. Though it lacked a proper storefront, it boasted over 30 seats, more than half of which were occupied by diners. This alone proved their immense popularity. In Tiannan, if a seafood stall could achieve this level of success, it meant their seafood was truly exceptional. 4 people. You may order now. Xin Feng took the menu handed to him by the server, but without opening it, he addressed the server. "I saw your sign outside advertising fresh half-shell abalone today, right? Bring us 4 of those." Xin Feng's first order was exceptionally expensive. In everyday life, we commonly see 8-head or 9-head abalone, as abalone is measured by heads. These so-called half-head abalones were actually half a whole abalone, weighing about a pound each. Needless to say, the smaller the head count, the higher the price. "Don't look at me like that. Do you think I can't afford it?" The waiter, seeing Xin Feng dressed plainly, worried he couldn't afford such an expensive order. Xin Feng noticed the waiter's expression and quickly explained, his tone tinged with irritation. "Sir, I didn't mean it that way. Please continue ordering." Xin Feng didn't want to argue with the server, focusing instead on ordering. "Bring me 4 of your freshest lobsters, the biggest ones you have. I'm starving after a long day." In truth, Chen and Chen Hui hadn't paid attention to what he ordered at all, completely absorbed in the jewelry they'd just picked out. Xin Feng ordered whatever was most expensive. This meal alone would easily cost 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. That half-head of abalone alone was priced at 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Soon, every dish Xin Feng ordered arrived at the table. The spread of seafood was nothing short of extravagant. Virtually every top-tier seafood delicacy in the country was represented on this table, drawing envious glances from other diners. Chapter 34, Pirate Viagra. "Look at them, they're so rich. I'd love to be friends with people like that. Yeah, they ordered so much. Can they even eat it all? I wish we could share a table with them." Chen Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement, her mouth practically watering. "Brother-in-law, you really know how to order. These are all the things I wanted to eat. Thank you." Her attitude was completely different from before, chatting and laughing with Xin Feng. "Well then, let's dig in. Some of this stuff I've never even tried before, it's just so expensive." The Chu household. The elders have all gone home. Xin Feng, his wife, and his sister-in-law are at a seafood stall on the food street. That useless son-in-law is stuffing his face right now. The informant sent by the Chu family reported back to Chu Yunfei. His objective was clear, to make an example of Qin Feng. Keep monitoring them. Ignore the old fools. I'll send men to the food street immediately. You handle the backup. Do well, and I'll reward you. At that moment, Qin Feng and his companions were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Seeing Chen also tucking in heartily, Qin Feng felt genuinely pleased. Brother-in-law, the seafood here is truly exceptional. Not only is it incredibly fresh, but the texture and flavor are completely different from what I usually get at home. Chen Hui had completely abandoned any pretense of ladylike decorum, holding an abalone in her left hand and a lobster in her right. Taking bites left and right, the diners at neighboring tables couldn't help but feel they were wasting such delicacies. Such precious delicacies demanded careful savoring. A single bite of that half-head abalone cost hundreds of yuan. How could ordinary people afford such extravagance? Slow down, don't choke. Chen certainly didn't eat like that, but this seafood feast was still quite extravagant for her, and she ate far more than usual. Chen maintained an enviable figure through years of strict dietary control and regular exercise. Faced with such delicacies now, she let go of her usual restraint, sampling each dish. I've really gone overboard today, eating so much. But I still want just a little more. I'll just work out more in the coming days to make up for it. Chen stared at the mountain of food before her, shocked at how much she'd consumed. When she caught Qin Feng's smiling gaze, she felt he was mocking her. But she had indeed eaten far too much today. All she could manage was a quiet, feeble excuse. Seafood doesn't make you fat. Your figure is already perfect, and your beauty is unmatched. Do you want to put other girls out of business? Qin Feng thought Chen was absolutely perfect, both in figure and looks. Even though she wasn't always the nicest to him, after 3 years together, he had developed genuine feelings for her. I told you not to always joke around with me. I don't know why I came here to eat with you, but don't think we're going to spend our whole lives together. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the group had nearly polished off everything on the table. Waiter, the check, please. Seeing everyone was nearly finished, Qin Feng promptly summoned the waiter. Sir, the total comes to 39,200 yuan. Our owner is offering you a discount. You only need to pay 39,000. At that moment, Qin Feng pulled a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the server. Charge it. You two want to go out and explore? I'll stay here and finish the leftovers so nothing goes to waste. The 2 girls exchanged a glance. Feeling they hadn't quite had their fill at the jewelry stall earlier, they turned to Qin Feng and said, All right, wait here. We'll be back soon. Chen Hui pulled Chen Ying away from the spot. Qin Feng watched Chen Ying's retreating figure and wondered if he really had to leave like this. After tidying up the battlefield, Qin Feng realized he hadn't wasted much food after all. Satisfied, he left the area. But just as he stepped out from the stall, his head bowed, he collided with a bald, tattooed, muscular man wearing a black vest. You blind? Can't you watch where you're going? You bumped into me, old man, and you don't even apologize? At 1.8 meters tall, Qin Feng had to tilt his head back to look at the burly man. The man's face was a mass of bulging muscles, his entire demeanor menacing, as if he could devour Qin Feng whole with a single bite. Ouch. So it's you. The son-in-law of the Chen family, now working for the boss. No wonder you're so cocky you bump into someone and don't even say a word. This fat man was the boss of a certain underground organization in Haicheng. He often took people out to sea, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a pirate. When the owner saw the fat man strutting over, he immediately bowed and scraped, quickly pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it for him. Hey, brother Wei, what brings you to my place? Sit down, order whatever you want. This little brother's treating. But the man called Wei Gu kept his eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Haven't you apologized to Grandpa yet? Are all of you Chen family members blind? This pirate, known as Wei Gu, was notorious throughout Tiannan. On several occasions when authorities attempted to arrest them, they'd receive advance warnings and flee to international waters to hide. This time, Xu Yuntian had paid a hefty sum to hire them back from the sea. Qin Feng paid him no mind. If he had to knock down every person who challenged him, how many people would he have to kill by now? They'd never even met, so there was no possible conflict between them. Better safe than sorry. He'd just leave this place. What the hell? Someone actually dares to ignore my orders? Is my baggage not good enough? Send 2 men. Bring him over here. Make him kneel and lick my shoes clean. At Wei Ji's command, several burly men emerged from behind him. They clearly spent their days drifting on the sea, their muscles the kind only developed by those who labor with brute force. While such muscles might not be aesthetically pleasing, their strength far surpassed that of gym-bound bodybuilders. Qin Feng saw that Wei Gu wouldn't let it go, and with the men across from him advancing aggressively, he knew he had no choice but to act. He swung his leg out, kicking the first man squarely in the gut. The man flew backward instantly, knocking over several tables before finally coming to a halt. Damn it, looks like we've really hit a tough nut today. No wonder that old bastard Chu paid such a high price. Guys, don't be scared, he's just a hot-headed kid. A few hits and he'll lose his nerve. With Wei Ji's words, his men were suddenly energized, shedding their earlier fear as they charged toward Qin Feng in unison. Seeing them all charging at him, Qin Feng transformed like a different person, his eyes filled with icy coldness. He grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it at the group. Few onlookers dared to watch the scene unfold. Everyone knew Wei Gu was a notorious pirate. If he took a dislike to someone, they could easily become his next victim. Thus, Qin Feng held nothing back, hurling the stool with tremendous force. The stool flew like a missile, striking one of the men with blinding speed. But the stool showed no signs of stopping. Carrying the man, it continued hurtling toward the others. Like bowling pins struck by a ball, they all fell down simultaneously, writhing on the ground in agony as several bones snapped under the impact. Wei Gu snapped out of his earlier smugness, suddenly realizing the situation had turned. Yet he remained supremely confident. Over the years as a pirate on the high seas, he had faced many formidable opponents, but he had defeated them all. His confidence was rock solid now. The men at sea were far stronger than Qin Feng, and fighting on the unstable deck gave him an advantage. "Boss, bring me your strongest liquor. I'm going to have some fun tonight." Chapter 35, Get Out of My Sight. No one understood why Wei Gu would choose to drink at this moment, but since he brought a large crew of tough, resilient men, they didn't question it. Years of sea life had altered their skin, some even developing a hardened texture that dulled their sensitivity to pain. "All of you, beat him up. I want to see what he's really made of." Previously, his targets had been street punks or muscle-bound show-offs boring fights with little substance. But today, fighting these sailors was different. Each punch landed on their bodies, and he could feel their rock-hard muscles. Beyond their remarkable resilience, their strength was formidable. Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of punches left, right, each landing with a thud, then sent one crew member flying with a single kick. Yet that guy called Wei Gu just kept drinking his liquor. And he was drinking purely for the sake of drinking, not eating a single thing. It seemed he intended to get himself drunk. As Qin Feng fought with increasing fervor, the crew members he had brought along dwindled to just a few. When only two remained, Wei Gu lifted his bowl, downed the strong liquor in one gulp, and staggered to his feet. Qin Feng observed his obvious intoxication. Could he possibly be practicing drunken boxing? Though it was a legendary martial art, legends never arose from nothing. "Everyone, stand down. You've worked hard. I never expected this guy to be so strong. That old fox from the Chu family didn't tell me the truth, forcing me to drink all this liquor just to recapture that feeling on the ship." Qin Feng understood immediately upon hearing his words he was hired by the Chu family. Qin Feng reasoned that as a pirate accustomed to shipboard combat, the man's unsteady footing meant he needed that swaying sensation from alcohol to unleash his full power. "Young man, I never expected this so-called useless son-in-law famous throughout Tiannan to possess such skill. I must say, it truly makes me look at you with new respect. It's just a pity you crossed paths with me. It seems heaven truly envies talent, for you'll meet your end at my hands while still so young." "I have no choice. You provoked the Chu family. Taking money to eliminate troubles is my mission. Don't blame me when you die." Qin Feng watched Wei Gu swaying unsteadily. He recognized the man had some skill, but not enough to truly challenge him. Besides, this man had committed countless evils. He could only act as heaven's avenger. "Come on then. Let me see what kind of strength a pirate possesses. Since you found your fighting spirit, don't let your crew down. Rest assured, I won't kill you. Attack with all your might, I'll spare your life." When had Wei Gu ever been spoken to like this? Everyone in Tiannan trembled at the mere mention of his name. Yet this worthless son-in-law dared speak to him like this? It was nothing short of a colossal joke. "Young man, wake up. Don't think defeating those few makes you invincible. Remember, there's always someone stronger, and beyond the sky lies another sky. On these vast seas, many have fallen by my hand. Truthfully, I admired your fighting spirit today. How about this? Hand over your woman, and I'll spare your life. Then you can join me as a pirate aboard the Wei Gu. That carefree life is something you can't even imagine now. Don't miss this chance to be my brother. I promise you'll live in luxury. What do you say? Feeling tempted? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Today I'll acknowledge you as my underling. From now on, we'll be brothers." Wei Gu genuinely admired Qin Feng's skills. With someone like him as his right-hand man, the two could dominate the seas from now on. "Ha! The man who'll make me his underling hasn't even been born yet. Don't get your hopes up." Qin Feng felt as if Wei Gu were telling a joke. If anyone from the Qin family heard this, wouldn't they laugh themselves silly? "Quite the backbone you've got there. I'm growing more and more fond of you. Truly, I don't want to hurt you." A sickening grin spread across Wei Ge's ugly face, as if uttering those words was the greatest mercy he could offer Qin Feng. "Don't you dare like me. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. Hurry up and hurt me already. Big brother doesn't have time to waste here. Look at you, you're like a toad that's turned into a monster. Is the Chu family out of options? They actually spent a fortune to hire trash like you. What a worthless family, truly nothing special." Wei glared at Qin Feng like a wild boar fixated on its prey. "Damn it, you brat refuses the wine and drinks the punishment. So young, never been hurt before? The Chus ordered me to bring you back alive. Looks like I'll have to get creative. Whether you live or die is up to your luck. What a waste of such promising talent. Had you joined my crew, I'd have made you first mate second only to me. Shin Feng cut Wei Go off impatiently. If you're gonna hit me, just do it already. I've been dragging this out because soon you won't get the chance. You're a big, tough guy, but you're whining like a woman. If you don't make your move now, don't blame me for getting rough. In the city, Shin Feng always acted with extreme caution. Though he wasn't afraid of official surveillance causing serious repercussions. So whenever he acted, he'd let the other side make the first move before dispatching them as swiftly as possible. Damn it, looks like you really don't want to live. I've invited you time and time again, and you still push your luck. Wei Go drew a half-meter-long machete from his waist. Shin Feng could sense the bloodthirsty aura emanating from the blade, prompting him to take the situation seriously. Despite his formidable strength, his life principle was never to underestimate an opponent. Moreover, this fight relied entirely on physical combat. His sealed inner energy was completely useless. Regardless of who the opponent was, once they drew a weapon, he would give it his all. Kid, watch out for the blade. Wei Go swung the machete straight down. Though his body swayed slightly from the strong liquor. If that blow connected, Shin Feng's head would be split clean in two. But Shin Feng could see that Wei Ge's strike relied entirely on brute force, lacking any technique or pattern. His entire body was riddled with openings. Shin Feng scanned his surroundings at lightning speed, finding no suitable weapon nearby to block the blow. Yet Shin Feng never backed down in battle. Despite the immense force behind the blow, he clasped his hands together and performed a bare-handed blade catch. With a sudden burst of strength, he snapped Wei Ge's broad machete clean in two. This sobered Wei Go considerably. What kind of strength could possibly cleave his prized blade in two with a single strike? This machete had been salvaged from the ocean by sheer luck. When he first retrieved it, aside from some barnacles clinging to it, the blade radiated a cold, piercing glint. Ever since he acquired it, he had been unstoppable, terrorizing the seas and capturing countless ships. But Wei Go didn't freeze in place. Years of combat had honed his battle experience to a razor's edge. He knew that any hesitation now would mean certain defeat. His obese body swiftly retreated several steps, attempting to evade Shin Feng's striking range. Little did he know that Shin Feng's speed was blindingly fast. In an instant, Shin Feng was before him, landing an uppercut that slammed directly into his jaw. His bulky frame flew backward, crashing heavily onto a table and smashing it to pieces. Ah! Wei Go had never suffered such a blow in all his years. Clutching his jaw, he stared in disbelief at the pain radiating through his body. But Shin Feng wasn't done yet, knowing this Wei Go was no pushover. As Wei Go struggled to rise, Shin Feng delivered a swift kick to his face. The impact shattered nearly every bone in his jaw with a crunching sound. Blood gushed out instantly, and the man collapsed unconscious. Yet Shin Feng showed no mercy, sparing his life. Instead, he addressed the two remaining crew members. You two needn't fear. Take him to the hospital. When he regains consciousness, tell him he'll drift forever at sea. He'll never be allowed back on land for the rest of his life. If I ever see any of you, including the two of you, on land again, I won't show the same mercy I did today. You should know what the consequences will be. I won't waste my breath explaining further. Now get this dead pig out of my sight. As the men lifted Wei Go, Shin Feng, who had already stepped out from behind the stall, spoke to them coldly. Tell the Chu family, if they have the guts, let them send their own people to find me. No need to hire you lowly minions anymore. And tell them this, before long, I'll be paying them a visit. They'd better wash their necks clean and wait for me. Did you two hear that? Shin Feng's cold tone made the two sailors tremble all over. They hurriedly answered him. Got it, got it. Upon hearing their reply, Shin Feng dismissed them and hurried off to find Chen Ning and Chen Wei. Chapter 36, Roadside Scam Encounter. After finding the two women, Chen Ning had purchased a new hairband and tied up her hair, giving her an instantly different kind of beauty. As dusk fell, the trio realized they still had a journey ahead. They climbed back into Shin Feng's latest Rolls-Royce and headed home. After a meal together, their relationship had clearly improved. Just as they were chatting happily, an old man suddenly darted out from the bushes beside the road. Shin Feng reacted instantly, slamming on the brakes. The old man froze in place, utterly stunned that the driver could react so swiftly. This old man was no novice. He sprinted toward Shin Feng's car at top speed. Shin Feng tried to reverse, but the car behind had already closed in, and there was another vehicle on the left. Shin Feng felt utterly helpless as he watched the old man charge straight into the car. The old man was incredibly determined, using his head to smash a small dent into the Rolls-Royce. Ouch! Someone hit me! Help! After the collision, the old man rolled around on the ground, clutching his head and wailing loudly. Shin Feng and the two girls in the car exchanged glances, clearly realizing they'd encountered a scam artist. Yet helpless, they had no choice but to get out and assess the situation, wondering what the old man was up to. When Shin Feng stepped out from the driver's side, a flicker of surprise flickered in the old man's eyes. He muttered under his breath. Damn it, he's so quick. Shin Fong, observing his clumsy performance, addressed him. Get up. It's the middle of summer, isn't the ground hot? You're the one who crashed into my car, yet here you are making a scene. Shin Fong had seen everything clearly. No matter what, he wouldn't let this old man take advantage of him. Shin Fong was the type who always made others pay the price. He'd never once been the one to take a loss. Young man, how can you speak like that? You've left me in this state and I haven't even complained. Yet you turn around and accuse me? I never imagined you'd be one of those rotten young people of today. Just because you drive a fancy car and have some money at home, you think you can run people over whenever you please? At my age, do I need to lie to you? I was just thinking I'd rest a bit and then leave. After all, you young people are busy with your careers. But you're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unappreciative of kindness. Today, I'm going to the hospital for a full checkup. Otherwise, none of you three will be leaving here. Shin Fong felt helpless. It seemed this old man frequently pulled stunts like this, playing the victim. Moreover, the crowd of onlookers was growing, and traffic behind them was backed up. Anyone else in this situation would be stuck between a rock and a hard place. But today, the old man had some bad luck. He'd run into Shin Fong, a real force to be reckoned with. Looks like he's in for a rough ride today. Look, old man, your acting is impressive. You could make more money as an actor than you do pulling stunts like this. But you gotta be reasonable. Choosing this stretch of road without cameras shows you've done this before, got plenty of experience under your belt. But I have one principle: I own up to what I do, and I won't let anyone pin something on me that I didn't do. Shin Fong stared at the scam artist old man, thinking someone like him was utterly unreasonable. At his age, he already had a pension. As long as he didn't splurge, it was more than enough for his daily expenses. Some thrifty seniors could even save substantial sums from their pensions to help their children buy homes or cars. But people like this, seeking gains without effort, were the most despicable. Trying to extort money from others through such despicable means was utterly shameful. Young man, why won't you admit it? You hit someone and still won't take responsibility. Is this the low standard of young people nowadays? My head hurts terribly. I'm calling the hospital right now. I need medical attention. I need to be admitted. The old man relished confronting those who refused to admit fault, for the more onlookers gathered, the more gleeful he became. In his mind, anyone driving a luxury car must be a wealthy big boss. And these big bosses' time is precious. Sometimes tossing down 10 or 20,000 yuan is just routine. So this old man had extensive experience in staging accidents, even training several apprentices. Watching the crowd gather, he knew it wouldn't be long before someone started blaming the young man in front of him. Plus, with the internet so widespread these days, someone was bound to film a short video and upload it online. Those big bosses would surely fear the pressure of public opinion and pay to settle things. He particularly relished confrontations like this one, as they gave him ample opportunity to play the victim and win sympathy. By then, even if the young man had a perfectly valid case, he'd be dragged down by the old man's tactics until he couldn't defend himself. Old man, I gotta say, you're stubborn as a mule. You wreck my Rolls Royce like this, repairs alone will cost tens of thousands. Plus, you wasted my precious time. You have no idea how much value I could have created in that time. Let me put it simply, compensate me 200,000 yuan. If you keep haggling here, it won't be that amount. Shin Fong wasn't the least bit intimidated by the old man's antics. He had nothing better to do anyway, so he might as well entertain him. What did you say? I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. You wrecked my car like this, and now you're trying to extort money from me? What do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, my son is a department manager at Chu Group. If you don't want trouble, hand over 50,000 right now, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll call my son. When he shows up with his people, neither your car nor you will get away. The old man was incredibly proud. If he truly had a son working as a department manager at Chu Group, he could live comfortably without a care in the world. Although Shin Fong now despised the Chu family intensely, he couldn't deny that running such a massive corporation meant their employees were well compensated. They clearly possessed considerable resources. Oh? Your son works for such a big company? I'm truly envious of you having such a fine son. Unlike mine, who just comes out here to scam people. Shin Fong found this old man utterly unworthy of respect. His actions revealed a man whose character had deteriorated to the extreme. Facing such a complete scoundrel, Shin Fong naturally held nothing back in his words. What did you say? You young whippersnapper, trying to take advantage of an old man? I thought people driving luxury cars were all well-mannered, big bosses, successful individuals. But look at you, a complete scoundrel. Your behavior is nothing short of thuggish. You're a total jerk. The old man had never failed before, but today he'd finally met his match. Not only had he failed to extort any money, but he'd ended up being taken advantage of himself. What? Are you admitting you're a scam artist? I never said you were my son. I said my son is the kind who would stage an accident. Didn't you keep saying I hit you? Now you're suddenly the one staging it? Can you even be trusted to tell the truth, old man? I was so scared by your son's reputation earlier that I almost gave you money. But now you're a scam artist? I can't give you a dime. Xin Feng toyed with the old man, and the onlookers had caught on too. Realizing the old man was the scam artist, their eyes sparkled with the thrill of watching a show. Fine then. I don't have time to argue with you over who's right. You hit someone, you pay up. No amount of talking will change that. Mark my words, if you don't pay, I'm calling the police. The enforcement team is utterly impartial. You might even end up behind bars for this. With your attitude right now, the enforcement team will definitely arrest you. Then it won't be solved with just 50,000 yuan. I'm telling you this for your own good. I'm an old man like this, how could I possibly scam you? The old man suddenly adopted a kindly expression. Xin Feng thought this old man must have graduated from drama school, how else could he pull off such top-notch acting? Ha ha, then go ahead and report me. Let's see who ends up in trouble. Or better yet, call your son. Maybe I know him. If our companies happen to have business ties, this whole thing could just blow over. I'll invest more in the projects your son oversees. I'll help him climb the corporate ladder, so he won't just be a lowly department manager anymore. He'll become a big shot. I'll give you time to call. Have your son handle this. Let's see what kind of son you have that makes you so proud. Upon learning his son worked at Chu Group and tolerated his father's behavior, Xin Feng concluded he wasn't much better. It seemed he needed to teach them a lesson. Fine, just wait. You forced my hand. I'll tell you, when he arrives, you're finished. The old man pulled out his phone. Xin Feng expected an old-fashioned flip phone, but instead, it was the latest iPhone. It seemed this old man had made a fortune through this method. At his current rate, 5 transactions a day, he must be raking in serious cash. Truly a get-rich-quick scheme. Hey, son, I got hit by a car on Longquan Road. The guy won't admit it and is trying to take advantage. Bring people over immediately. Looks like he won't learn his lesson until he's forced to. After hanging up, the old man looked at Xin Feng with smug satisfaction. The only thing bothering him was how unbearably hot the summer asphalt was against his butt. Chapter 37, Rage in Disguise. About 5 minutes later, a man in his 40s slowly emerged from the crowd, followed by several young thugs. Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Were these onlookers really that bored? The middle-aged man approached with a look of concern, addressing the old man. Dad! Dad! What happened? Who hit you? Xin Feng observed the man, who didn't seem like the old man's son at all. His acting was far too stiff. Son, you finally came. Was it him who bumped into me? After the collision, he refused to admit it and was spouting nonsense. Today, you must get justice for me. The middle-aged man instantly stormed toward Xin Feng, his rage palpable. Xin Feng thought this reaction finally matched what one would expect after their father had been hit by a car. Do you even know who the hell I am? You had the nerve to hit my father? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. You think driving some old, beat-up Rolls-Royce makes you some big shot? Let me tell you, I'm a project manager at Chu Group. I could buy 10 of your cars with a single deal I close. If my father gets hurt today, you'll pay for it. And you better know what the Chu family is capable of. Xin Feng stared at the middle-aged man. The way he kept dropping the Chu family name, as if he were the head of the clan himself, made it clear he was just someone flexing the family's name to intimidate others. Oh, I didn't hit him. He rammed his head into my car himself, leaving it like this. I called you over to discuss compensation. The middle-aged man grew even angrier. He was much larger than Xin Feng, with 2 massive floral tattoos covering his arms. Most people would feel intimidated just looking at him. You think my dad's some kind of idiot? He'd just go and ram his head into your car for no reason? Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Or did he get his head stuck in a door? You're just spouting nonsense here, trying to wriggle out of this. Stop playing dumb with me. If you don't want serious trouble, leave 500,000 yuan and I'll let you go. Otherwise, my tools aren't just for show. The middle-aged man lifted the hem of his floral shirt, revealing a machete beneath. He did this deliberately to intimidate Xin Feng. Oh, you know carrying restricted knives in our country is punishable by law, right? You two teaming up to extort people. I thought this old man was so advanced in years, I'd just play along for a bit. But then someone forgot to zip up their fly and let you slip out. Now you're brandishing some pathetic little knife to scare people? Looks like you really deserve to face the law. Ying, call the police. We've got dashcam footage of everything they did. It's the strongest evidence we have. Xin Feng hadn't actually intended to kill them. He thought the old man was so old, and since he was in a good mood today, he'd let him off the hook. But then this guy showed up, clearly not his son. These two were obviously treating him like a toy. This tactic must have worked for them before, otherwise, why would the old man have looked so smug earlier? When they heard about the police report, the two men still feigned calmness. Let me tell you, reporting this won't do you any good. I've got connections. You're the one who messed up. Once the enforcement team arrives, you'll be detained. Driving a luxury car like that, if you get locked up for a few days, the money you'll lose will be way more than 500,000. Think it through. We're doing this for your own good. If my dad gets seriously hurt in your crash, this measly sum you're offering won't cover a thing. I'm a department manager at Chu Group. Do you really think I'm short on money? I'm just teaching you a lesson. My father and I are doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand? Shin Feng hadn't expected this gang to use the same old tricks, but these tactics would certainly work on ordinary people. But such childish tricks could never fool Shin Feng. Shin Feng had summoned this so-called son precisely because he suspected the man might be a department manager at Chu Group, a way to indirectly pressure the Chu family. Now, seeing this so-called son was nothing special, clearly part of the same gang. The old man's scam failed, so they stepped in to intimidate the other side. Fine. Since you both insist, you can explain yourselves to the enforcement team later. It's too late for words now. My car is already wrecked by you. If I asked you to pay for the damage, you'd claim you couldn't afford it. But if I just let you walk away, you'd go on to harm others. Handing you over to the enforcement team is the most reasonable solution. Shin Feng paid no heed to his nonsense. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise. This trick with the old man had never failed before. But today, they'd unexpectedly encountered someone both intelligent and courageous. It seemed they'd misjudged him. All right, the man said to Shin Feng. Enough. You wrecked my dad like this, and your car's totaled too. Let's settle this privately. You fix your car yourself, I'll take my dad to the hospital. I'll just take the loss on this one. Facing a stubborn, unreasonable jerk like you, I've got absolutely no way to deal with you. Shin Feng could clearly see the middle-aged man was trying to escape. He sneered coldly. Heh, you two aren't the sharpest tools in the shed, but you think everyone else is as dumb as you? It's too late to run now. The enforcement team is already on their way. Today, you won't escape justice. I hope you get to meet those vicious criminals in prison and try your scam on them. Then you'll truly prove your mettle. Go inside and lecture them on justice. Tell them not to beat you, because beating you will only add to their sentences. Shin Feng teased them like they were little kids. The onlookers burst into laughter, convinced Shin Feng was a righteous young man. Don't make me do this. I haven't killed anyone in years. If you don't want to end up dead, just get the out of my way. Let's go. The middle-aged man, accompanied by his two henchmen and the old man, began to make his way toward the edge of the crowd. Seeing the machete strapped to the middle-aged man's waist, no one dared block his path. But Shin Feng wasn't the type to be intimidated by such a weapon. Didn't I tell you to leave? Looks like you guys are the real ones who won't learn until you see the coffin. Shin Feng looked at them with utter contempt. If he let these lowly minions escape right before his eyes, wouldn't all he'd learned in the Chin family be wasted? Looks like you really want to die, you bastard. Fine, I'll grant you your wish. The middle-aged man, utterly consumed by rage, drew the machete from his waist and swung it viciously at Shin Feng. Shin Feng, seeing the attack moving like slow motion, spun to the side. Using the force against him, he shoved the middle-aged man hard, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Oh? How did you manage to fall down? Are you trying to play the victim now? Shin Feng watched him with a sneer, finding the man's current state utterly ridiculous. You. If I don't cripple you today, I'll take your ing surname. This middle-aged man had never suffered such a defeat before. Once a notorious street thug, he'd been sent to prison for rehabilitation. By the time he was released, the entire neighborhood had changed beyond recognition. No one gave him any respect because he had no power left after his release. So he joined this old man's scam crew, providing intimidation services. They moved from place to place, making a fortune. Once he had money, he rediscovered the feeling of being a boss, his confidence soaring. But today's humiliating defeat brought back the shame he'd felt after release. Once the boss of so many, after his release, even his own men looked down on him. He had just regained a shred of confidence, only to have it shattered by this young man before him. The middle-aged man scrambled to his feet, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He had been imprisoned for aggravated assault, proof that he was once a ruthless man himself. His time behind bars had taught him the bitter pain of lost freedom. He'd vowed never to resort to violence again after his release. But today, the rage buried deep within him erupted once more. He grabbed the machete and charged at Shin Feng again. Chapter 38, Changing Vehicles. Just then, law enforcement officers arrived at the scene. Witnessing the tense situation, they swiftly drew their pistols and shouted at the middle-aged man. Drop your weapon immediately. If you continue to use violence, we will open fire. Consumed entirely by rage, the middle-aged man swung the machete again without hesitation. This time, Shin Feng didn't retaliate. He immediately retreated beyond the blade's reach. Bang! The law enforcement officer fired without hesitation, hitting the middle-aged man in the arm. The machete fell to the ground as the man clutched his wounded arm in agony. The officers swarmed forward, subduing the man in an instant. But the old man tried to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Shin Feng shouted loudly. That old man is with him. They're part of a scam gang. Two officers immediately subdued the elderly scam artist, who continued to shout loudly. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. This has nothing to do with me. He forced me to do it. I'm an old man, how could I possibly be involved in a scam like this? One of the officers replied. We've been watching your scam gang for a long time. You keep moving from place to place, always finding spots without surveillance to strike. If you channeled that cunning into legitimate pursuits, you'd surely achieve something. But today, don't cry foul here, we'll deliver the fairest punishment. Qin Feng watched as the scam gang was apprehended by the officers, with onlookers applauding in approval. One of the officers approached Qin Feng. Hello. Thank you for your courage today. Standing up to thugs is something every citizen should do. Never bow to evil forces. We law enforcement officers stand behind you as your strongest support. If you encounter trouble, seek out law enforcement officers. Next time, don't act so impulsively. If you get hurt by these people, it would be such a waste. The officer addressed Qin Feng. Qin Feng held deep respect for law enforcement officers. Their profession was exceptionally high risk, the most righteous and sacred vocation. Day after day, they dedicate their precious time to maintaining social order. They have no concept of rest, no set hours for clocking out. Their sacrifices remain largely unseen by the public, making their profession truly worthy of admiration. Alright, I'll heed your advice. However, I still have matters to attend to. Should you require my assistance, I'll cooperate fully at any time. Qin Feng thought to himself that he hadn't done anything wrong. If anything, he was contributing a little to society. I noticed your vehicle sustained some damage earlier. That car isn't cheap, shouldn't we pursue compensation? Qin Feng looked at the enforcement officer's face, worn from years of inadequate rest, and felt a pang of sympathy. He addressed the officer. No need. I'll get an estimate at the dealership later. Once I know the cost of the damage, I'll call you with the details. As for how you charge them, that's none of my concern. I'll just repair the car myself. They can't afford the damages anyway. Let them face the full force of justice. Qin Feng reasoned that going to the enforcement bureau would only add to the officer's workload. Besides, the car had been driven for quite some time, and he'd heard a new model was out. It might be better to just buy a new one. Alright, then please leave your phone number. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. This was due to our inadequate work procedures. We appreciate your understanding. Qin Feng was impressed by the high caliber of these officers. Not only were they efficient in handling cases, but they also took responsibility for their own mistakes. No. People like them deserve what they get. If it weren't for scammers like them, I'm sure you'd be resting comfortably. I won't waste your valuable time here. I'll head straight to the dealership now. With that, Qin Feng got into the car with the two girls. Seeing the scam gang being taken away by the officers, the onlookers dispersed. Once inside the car, Qin Feng felt deeply disappointed. That middle-aged man wasn't affiliated with the Chu group after all. Qin Feng was determined to make everyone who abused their power under the Chu family's influence pay for their crimes. He would make them understand that the Chu family was nothing, bringing utter disgrace upon them and causing everyone who had relied on him to look down on him. Once inside the car, the two girls chatted and laughed as if nothing had happened, seemingly with endless topics to discuss. Looks like you two haven't finished chatting. How about I drop you off at home first? I'll head to the dealership to assess the damage. After all, the enforcement team is waiting for my update. Qin Feng thought about how rare it was for Chening to open up like this. She was usually a reserved woman who handled everything on her own, never bothering others. She'd grown accustomed to keeping her life private, never sharing what she liked, be it food, handbags, or jewelry. Her favorite foods, handbags, or jewelry, she never mentioned any of it. But today was different. After the banquet, Chening felt inexplicably cheerful and just wanted to talk more. Alright, let's head home first. After all, who knows when we'll meet again? By then, my sister will be the wife of the Chamber of Commerce president. I might not even be worthy of her anymore. Chen Hui rarely joked with Qin Feng, so this playful remark caught him off guard. Sis, stop teasing me. I need to get to the bottom of this. Chening shot Qin Feng a glare, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Alright, I'll drive you two back first. Who knows how long this car damage assessment will take? Qin Feng drove this Rolls Royce. Although it only had a small dent, if it were an ordinary car, the results would come back quickly. But with a luxury car like this, the staff would be extremely thorough. Repairing such a vehicle typically took a considerable amount of time. Alright, let's go. Qin Feng observed Chen Ying's current demeanor. She seemed genuinely happy today, the kind of joy that radiated from within and couldn't be concealed. So Qin Feng drove the two women home before heading alone to the dealership. On the way to the dealership, Qin Feng sorted through the current situation. After tonight, he'd be leaving this place. Why all this running around? Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the Rolls-Royce dealership. Though he'd extorted the car, repairs still required a specialist facility. After pulling up to the entrance, a staff member promptly came out to greet him. Good evening, sir. Is this for routine maintenance or a vehicle issue? The moment Qin Feng stepped out of the car, the attendant's smile vanished instantly. Qin Feng was dressed in such ordinary clothes that anyone could tell at a glance they were all cheap, off-the-street finds. The attendant concluded Chin Feng must be some boss's driver, even drivers wouldn't dress this shabbily. Oh, the front end has a dent from a collision. What should we do about it? Though the attendant assumed Chin Feng was a driver, he reasoned that anyone driving a Rolls-Royce must have considerable status. What if he was the driver for some influential family? Such people were not to be trifled with. A mere whisper in the ear of one of those bigwigs could make this small dealership vanish from existence. Alright, I'll take the car to the repair department. Please wait in the lobby. Chin Feng observed the attendant. He seemed quite professional, and Chin Feng detected no trace of contempt in his eyes. Chin Feng suddenly felt surprised. Everyone he'd encountered lately had looked down on him. Today was the first time he'd encountered such a thing, and he found it surprisingly refreshing. Chin Feng slowly walked into the dealership lobby. The attendant led him to the waiting area and poured himself a cup of water. It was safe to say that after visiting so many dealerships, this was the first time he'd ever received such treatment. The attendant observed Chin Feng's expression and concluded he was merely a driver. It seemed natural that he would look surprised at receiving such service. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll notify you once the results are ready, along with the repair time and cost. Chin Feng nodded and addressed the attendant. Thank you. You're very kind. Chin Feng never imagined this would be his first experience with courteous service. He took a pleasant sip of water, thinking that since he had to wait anyway, he might as well browse the latest models since he was in a good mood today. Chin Feng rose and began pacing through the entire showroom. This was a Rolls-Royce dealership, no other brands were displayed. Chapter 39, A Mode of Transportation. Chin Feng didn't know much about cars. He only looked at the surface specs and the car's appearance. In his mind, no matter how expensive a car was, it was just a means of transportation. As long as it appealed to him and had sufficient power, Chin Feng was inclined to upgrade to the latest model. After all, it would lend him some prestige when conducting business in the future. Hello, is this your dealership's latest model? I saw it online just the other day. I didn't expect it to be available domestically so quickly. Typically, imported luxury cars like this spend some time on the international market before hitting the domestic market. He had spotted this latest Rolls-Royce model just days prior and found it exceptionally striking. The fact that it was only available in black made it particularly appealing to him. Yes, sir. Only 10 units were imported into China, and this one just arrived today. You have excellent taste. The salesperson eyed Chin Feng's shabby attire, clearly not a wealthy man, yet he'd just driven up in a Rolls-Royce, which the salesperson had witnessed. He shared the same assumption as the previous attendant that Chin Feng was merely a driver. A few perfunctory words sufficed, there was no point in elaborating. Oh, how much does this car cost now? Looks like I'd better act fast if I want to buy it. Chin Feng genuinely adored this car. It perfectly matched his taste, as if tailor-made for him. It's priced at 30 million now, and it must be paid in full, no financing accepted. Actually, the overseas market has gone to great lengths to break into our domestic market, and these 10 units were shipped here at considerable effort. After all, this model sells exceptionally well overseas, and it doesn't face high taxes abroad. The more Chin Feng looked at it, the more he liked it. He turned to the salesperson and said, I'll take this car. The salesperson looked at Chin Feng, convinced he was joking. Given his attire, how could he possibly produce 30 million yuan on the spot? Sir, please don't joke like that. It's fine to tease me, but you should know that selling this car would mean a commission of hundreds of thousands for me. The salesperson politely declined, convinced Chin Feng couldn't possibly afford it. I'm not joking. I genuinely love this car. Charge it to my card. I'll take it. Just as Chin Feng reached into his coat pocket for his card, a voice suddenly cut in. Hey, I've been waiting for this car for ages. Your boss really let me down. He promised to notify me about new arrivals. Or was he afraid I couldn't afford it? Chin Feng froze mid-motion and turned to see an extravagantly dressed young man clutching a flamboyantly made-up woman. The two of them walking together actually created a surprisingly harmonious scene, like two demons from Journey to the West, swinging unsteadily with every step, lacking any semblance of composure. Oh, young Master Pan. How nice of you to drop by. You should have given us a heads up before coming. We could have brewed your favorite tea and had it ready for you. Oh. A man in a suit hurried over, his face plastered with an exaggerated smile that looked almost fake. Ha, manager, you're such a stickler for formality. I've been keeping an eye on this car for ages. Didn't you know? Your dealership had already delivered it here. I rushed over as soon as I finished driving. On the way here, I kept hoping you'd call me manager. But I was disappointed. When I arrived, you weren't here to greet me. Looks like old Pan, she isn't up to par anymore. Chin Feng watched as the salesperson ignored him, and suddenly this Mr. Pan appeared. It seemed this car wasn't just something he liked, these rich second-generation kids loved it too. After all, there were only 10 of these in the entire country, and this was likely the sole one in the province. Whoever drove this car out would definitely turn heads. After all, rarity breeds value, and this car was undeniably stunning, worth the competition. You see, it's not that I didn't notify you. This car is simply too sought after. If I had notified you but not the other young masters, how could I face anyone afterward? We figured whoever gets here first gets the car. Whoever buys it, it's theirs. That way, our dealership can explain things to the other young masters. Truthfully, the moment this car arrived, manager, you knew it was a hot potato. If he notified each young master individually, this dealership wouldn't survive. Tiannan was a top-tier metropolis where talent flourished across every industry, fueling its remarkable prosperity. Beyond the four major families led by the Yu clan, other prominent clans existed. Take the Pan family, for instance. They were among the earliest pioneers in the real estate business. Manager Yu, I never expected you to be so smooth. So, where do I rank among the others? Has it sold yet? Manager Yu quickly offered an apologetic smile. As luck would have it, you're the first one here. So go ahead and handle the paperwork right now. This car is yours. The paperwork is ready. This car is yours. Pan Shidwa gazed at the car before him as if he'd struck gold. After all, owning this vehicle would let him brag to his friends for a long time to come. Come on, swipe the card right now. I need to take it away immediately. If those guys show up, I won't be able to drive it off. Pan Shidwa urged Manager Yu excitedly, determined to avoid any potential trouble later. Hold on. I was here first. Why is he being called the first one? Shin Feng had also set his sights on this car. He had almost swiped his card just now, and Manager Yu had explicitly stated that whoever arrived first would get the car. He had arrived much earlier than Pan Shidwa. Therefore, as long as his payment went through, by the rules, the car should be his. Ha 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 ha. Where did this broke guy come from? Are you brain dead? With taxes, it's nearly 40 million. Have you ever seen that much money? Judging by the threadbare clothes you're wearing, I doubt there are many zeros on the back of your bank card. Or maybe it's just full of zeros? Ha 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 ha. Manager Yu also thought Qin Feng's offer was absurd. He just wanted to pass this hot potato off quickly so it wouldn't be his problem anymore. Whatever those rich kids fought over was none of his business. Sir, we're running a business here. Could we please refrain from such jokes? Xiao Chun, brew this gentleman a cup of coffee, the finest blend we have. Manager Yu bellowed at a server, hoping to shoo Qin Feng away so he could sell that lift truck and finally get some peace tonight. If those young masters started arriving at the dealership one after another and caused a scene, he simply couldn't handle the fallout. No. Shouldn't people be reasonable? I can drink coffee, but I must have this car. As you just said, I was the first one here. As long as I pay for it, this car is mine. I don't understand what you're getting at. Are you worried I can't afford it? It's only a measly 3,000. Money is the last thing this young master lacks. Pan Shidwa found Qin Feng's earnest expression suddenly amusing, and Manager Yu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Sir, I did say that earlier the first person to arrive and pay in full gets the car outright. But this isn't the place for jokes. After all, the Pan family is also in the real estate business. Why don't you tell us which family you represent? Manager Yu was well acquainted with these young masters from Tiannan, as they constantly competed with one another. Rolls-Royce cars had become the currency of their rivalry. Manager Yu had no recollection of Qin Feng. Given his youthful appearance, he likely wasn't a young master from any prominent family. Yet, judging by his earnest demeanor, he genuinely seemed capable of paying the full amount. I'm from the Chen family. My name is Qin Feng. Pan Shidwa and Manager Yu searched their memories for that name. Suddenly, they both exclaimed in unison. You're that useless son-in-law from the Chun family? Manager Yu visibly relaxed. After all, how could that useless son-in-law of the Chun family possibly come up with such a large sum? He wouldn't dare offend him. Pan Shidwa was overjoyed. How much competition could such an opponent possibly pose? It was safe to say Qin Feng was utterly unworthy of being his rival. Chapter 40, Losing More Than You Gain. Hey, why don't you go home and draw bathwater for your wife? A freeloader like you, spouting big talk here, had your fill of it, didn't you? Alright, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. Just go chill somewhere else. Pan Shidwa's tone dripped with contempt. And truthfully, in Haicheng, who would give Qin Feng the time of day? After all, news of today's birthday banquet hadn't spread yet. Qin Feng had been in high spirits earlier, relieved to have avoided rude waitstaff and not caught any scornful glances. It just proved how deeply his image was ingrained in people's minds. Mention his name, and they'd instantly associate him with a good-for-nothing. But now he was slowly turning his fortunes around. It was time to start fighting for his dignity in matters of pride. Therefore, Qin Feng was determined to secure this car today. Who the hell are you? I wasn't talking to you. What business is it of yours if I buy a car? What makes you think you're so important? Manager Yu, as a manager in the service industry, I think your vision is far too narrow. Can't a sugar daddy rake in tens of millions? As long as my wife loves me and I take good care of her, what's a measly few million? According to the rules, I was the first one here. Take me to process the paperwork immediately, and I won't hold you accountable. Otherwise, I'll definitely make that complaint call. Manager Yu's expression was worse than eating. Qin Feng's actions put him in a terrible bind. Even if he offended the Chen family, he didn't want to cross the Pan family, who were heavily invested in Pan Shidua. The Pan family had extensive business dealings with the Chu family. Years ago, the head of the Pan family had guided the head of the Chu family into the real estate business, meaning the Pan family had done the Chu family a significant favor. Even though the Chu family now had connections with the Han family in the capital, the two families kept their business affairs strictly separate. Together, they nearly monopolized half of Tiannan's real estate market. Thus, it was widely believed that offending the Pan family was tantamount to offending the Chu family. Though the Pans never sought to curry favor with the powerful, whenever members of the Pan family faced trouble, the Chus would always appear promptly to offer assistance. Manager, you certainly didn't want to antagonize the Pan family, given the extensive connections behind him. Sir, we've been looking for you. I see you're here. Your car repair estimate and estimated repair time are ready. Let me walk you through the details. The service attendant approached Qin Feng, holding a printed sheet. He hadn't been present earlier and was unaware of the situation that had unfolded. Meanwhile, the attendant who had initially greeted Qin Feng shot repeated glances at this new attendant. Forget about that car. It's yours. Qin Feng said indifferently. He wanted the car right in front of him now, and he felt the previous attendant had been exceptionally courteous. Besides, that car would take ages to repair. He didn't have the time to keep coming back here. What? The attendant seemed to have misheard, thinking he might have imagined it. Even if that car had been driven for a while, it was still a Rolls-Royce. At the very least, it could fetch tens of millions now. Was he just casually giving it away like that? I said that car is yours. Just drive it for fun. Once I buy this one, I'll cover the repair costs for that one too. Everyone present exchanged bewildered glances, convinced Qin Feng was just showing off. There was no other plausible explanation. Ha ha ha. A freeloader like you actually talking tough? Aren't you afraid your wife, that heavenly beauty, will tear you apart when you get home after giving away this car? But your wife really is stunning, a renowned beauty in all of Tiannan. And yet she ended up with a loser like you. Truly, a flower planted in cow dung. Honestly, that shunning woman barely deserves me. Why don't you lend her to me for a couple days? I'll return her once I've had my fill. Ha 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 ha. Pan Shidua let out a wildly maniacal laugh, but manager, you didn't join in. He felt this joke had gone too far. Ut. Ugh. Cough cough cough. Just as Pan Shidua was splitting his sides laughing, he suddenly felt something enter his throat. Slippery and gelatinous, it felt like jelly, and it was precisely what Qin Feng had done. What did you do to me? What just went into my mouth? A playful smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he addressed Pan Shidua. Didn't you find it delicious? That was Grandpa's phlegm. Your mouth stinks like a spittoon, isn't that what it's for, to spit into? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Pan Shidua felt utterly disgusted. After all, he was the eldest son of the Pan family, the sole heir among the grandchildren. Now, having swallowed some worthless piece of trash's phlegm, especially if outsiders found out, particularly the young masters from other families, he knew he'd be the laughingstock for ages. I gave you too much credit, you bastard. You really don't want to live anymore, spitting phlegm into my mouth like that? I'll cripple you today. Pan Shidu shoved the demonically beautiful woman aside, grabbed a glass ashtray, and charged straight at Qin Feng. Manager, you also felt Qin Feng had gone too far, so he stood frozen in place, showing no intention of intervening. Qin Feng, of course, remained unruffled. Such an attack from an ordinary person was beneath him. He sidestepped effortlessly, then swiftly extended his foot to trip Pan Shidua. Pan Shidua, a spoiled rich kid with no martial arts training, didn't react in time. His body flew backward, crashing face first into the floor. The glass ashtray in his hand crashed to the floor. Shards of glass flew up, slicing a deep gash across his face. Blood gushed instantly from the wound. Blood. I'm bleeding? He actually dared to make me bleed? Only then did Manager Yu realize the gravity of the situation. He rushed over, only to discover the wound was on Pan Shidua's face, effectively disfiguring him. Oh dear, young Master Pan, let's tend to that wound first. If it gets infected, it won't be a minor issue. Manager Yu felt utterly defeated. He shot Qin Feng a withering glance and addressed Qin Zhen. Do you realize how serious this is? Look what you've done to young Master Pan. The Chen family will suffer because of you now. You couldn't afford a car, yet you had to show off here. I have no idea what you were thinking. Hurry up and help young Master Pan up. Get him to the hospital immediately. Manager Yu felt his own career was ruined. Pan Shidu had been injured right under his nose. If the matter was investigated, he'd bear undeniable responsibility. He grabbed the cigarette lighter himself, trying to hit me. He ended up shooting himself in the foot. What does that have to do with me? Did you see me slash his face? Can you provide evidence? If I pinned his head down and disfigured him like this, I'd admit it. His actions just now, even if I hit him, it would be self-defense. I'd win in any court. Would you just stand there if someone swung an ashtray at you? Are you that eager to be a bootlicker? Qin Feng's words were like pearls on a string. Though spitting into Pan Shidwa's mouth was undoubtedly humiliating. But Pan Shidwa's behavior was utterly outrageous. If it had been someone else of comparable status, he wouldn't have dared act this way. Chin Feng, you disfigured me today. I'll make sure the entire Chen family vanishes from Tiannan. Pan Shidwa pressed a handkerchief against the wound on his face. The cut wasn't deep, but its length made it look gruesome. Oh? You slashed your own face and now blame someone else? What the hell is wrong with you? Is a small-time real estate developer this arrogant? Let me tell you, the Chen family has crucial partnerships with the Yu family of Tiannan. Try making a move and see what happens. Pan Shidwa eyed Chin Feng with a mix of skepticism and caution. The Yujia clan's power in Tiannan was no secret. If the Chen family truly had such a crucial partnership with the Yu family, his own clan simply didn't have the clout to challenge them. Chin Feng had come up with this on the spur of the moment. He couldn't very well kill the man, and lacking significant influence in Tiannan, mentioning the Yu family was his only option. The Yu family held an unshakable position in Tiannan. Now that Yu Nanshan claimed him as his subordinate and he was the Chun family's son-in-law, this claim held no exaggeration. Even if he planned to leave Tiannan tonight, why not leverage this identity to teach this rich kid a lesson in manners? Chapter 41, Chin Feng's Magnanimity. Cut the crap. The Yu family is a major clan. How could they possibly partner with your puny Chen family? What makes you think the Chen family is so great? A poor little nobody who takes pride in living among those minor clans. Looks like you've never seen real money. Don't try to intimidate me. I wasn't raised by cowards like you. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, kneel down, kowtow 3 times, call me grandfather 3 times, and leave 100 million behind. I'll let you crawl away, and I'll spare the Chun family. Second, if you keep messing with me here, spouting all this nonsense, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Chen family will vanish from Tiannan. Pan Shidwa possessed absolute confidence. For his family to deal with the Chens would be as easy as turning over one's hand, no outside help needed. Ha ha ha, are you some unweaned child? How else could your thinking be so childish? Right now, it's not you giving me 2 choices, it's me giving you 2 choices. Believe it or not, I'll call the Yu family right now and make sure your Pan family vanishes from this world. From Pan Shidwa's expression just now, Chin Feng could tell the guy was scared. When the Yu family was mentioned, a flicker of terror had appeared in his eyes. Chin Feng hadn't expected that even without the Yu family present, their mere mention could still carry such overwhelming intimidation. Cut the crap. If you've got the guts, hit me. Knock me out, and I'll back down. No matter which young master from the Yu family speaks up, today's incident will be forgotten. Pan Shidu's voice now lacked conviction, for he sensed Chin Feng genuinely knew someone from the Yu family and that their relationship was far from simple. If he'd truly offended a partner of the Yu family, he'd be in serious trouble now. Why are people like you always like this? Fine. Once the call connects, don't wet your pants. Chin Feng now realized that a single phone call could resolve this matter and save him a lot of trouble. He dialed Yu Nanshan's number and put the call on speakerphone. Upon seeing Chin Feng's name flash on the screen, Yu Nanshan answered with a notably deferential tone. Mr. Chin, this is Yu Nanshan. May I ask the purpose of your call? Yu Nanshan felt compelled to state his position first. It was the polite thing to do. Normally, his secretary or assistant would answer calls first before transferring them to him. Chin Feng was different. He had specifically instructed his staff that if Chin Feng called, he must take the call personally. Oh, I was wondering if what you mentioned at the birthday banquet today was true. I just wanted to confirm if I ever run into trouble, could the Yu family help me resolve it? As the president of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce, Yu Nanshan frequently appeared at various press conferences, so his voice was familiar to many. Even if manager Yu and Pan Shidu were 100 times reluctant to believe it, that voice was unmistakably his. Words spoken by the Yu family are like water spilled, they can never be taken back. You say someone's messing with you? Where are you now? I'll send someone over immediately. Let me see who has the audacity to lay a finger on my people. Yu Nanshan's voice brimmed with fury, for he was desperately trying to curry favor with Chin Feng. Though his offer to take Chin under his wing had surprised many. Yet Chin Feng had yet to give him a definitive answer, leaving him feeling uneasy. If he could assist him now, it would be a golden opportunity. No need. It's just a minor matter I can handle myself. You go ahead with your work. I'll call you when I have time. Yu Nanshan snapped angrily from the other end of the line. Are you sure you don't need my help? If you're really in trouble, just say the word. After hearing Yu Nanshan's reply, Chin Feng hung up. He then looked at Pan Shidwa, who was sitting on the ground, blood streaming down his face, trembling violently. The sight of this man struck him as utterly ridiculous. Just the Yu family had scared him into this state? How amusing. If he knew Chin Feng's true identity, wouldn't he be scared to death on the spot? Chin Feng hadn't expected that using the power of such a family to bully someone could actually bring a hint of satisfaction. No wonder these rich second-generation kids enjoyed doing this. It really was a bit more satisfying than taking matters into his own hands. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have crossed someone as important as you. But honestly, it's not entirely my fault you hid your identity too well. Everyone thought you were a failure. No, I'm the failure. Please forgive me for my petty transgression. I've gotten my just deserts. Spare me this once. I'll be a better person from now on and never bully anyone again. Pan Shidwa was now utterly certain that Chin Fong had deep connections with the Yu family. If he didn't admit his mistake and continued acting arrogant, even his grandfather stepping in might not save him. If you'd shown this attitude earlier, none of this would have happened. I know you like this car too, but there's nothing to be done. I was here first. The reason I didn't want you to know who I associate with was to spare you the awkwardness. But you kept provoking me one after another. I had no choice. You'll just have to part with this car. Had you been here first, I wouldn't have contested it. People should act reasonably, right? Alright, hurry to the hospital. Then find the best cosmetic clinic. Your face should be fixable. Pan Shidu stared at Chin Fong in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that after such an affront, Chin Fong would simply let him go. This man's magnanimity was almost unbelievable. Can I really go? Are you serious? You won't hold me accountable? Pan Shidwa looked like a child who'd made a mistake, his eyes filled with guilt and fear. Yes, you can go. I understand youthful impetuosity. What kind of youth wouldn't be impetuous? But I'll remind you, whatever happened between us today, it's best not to spread it around. If anyone present here spreads word of today's events, I think you know what the methods of these major families are like. Don't blame me when that happens. Chin Fong realized that having a powerful family backing you truly made a difference. Yes. How could we dare to spread rumors? Even if I die, this matter will rot in my grave. Right, Manager Yu? Manager Yu was in a bit of a daze at that moment, having experienced such extreme emotional swings throughout the day. First, learning Chin Fong was the Chen family's useless son-in-law had brought him relief. He could sell the car to Pan Shidwa. Then Pan Shidwa's face split open, sending his heart racing for what felt like an eternity. He'd even imagined himself being tossed into the ocean to feed the sharks. Then came the final twist. Chin Fong actually had connections to such a powerful family. He'd looked down on Chin Fong just moments ago. It seemed his day was ruined. Right. We wouldn't dare speak out of turn. We're people who know the rules. We'll say what we should, and we absolutely won't say what we shouldn't. Manager Yu now had to adopt an exceptionally deferential attitude, for his very survival depended on it. Whether he'd survive this or not. Chin Fong, however, didn't dwell on the matter so heavily. After all, his image to everyone in Tiannan was that of a useless son-in-law. He couldn't blame them for that. Fine. Have your woman take you to the hospital? You're done here. You take me to pay the money and complete the paperwork. Since this attendant is here, let's handle the transfer paperwork too, so he won't have any trouble using the car later. Pan Shidwa, as if granted a pardon, hurried away with the demonic-looking woman supporting him, muttering endless thanks. Seeing his responsibility dismissed, Manager Yu promptly led Chin Fong and the attendant to pay and complete the paperwork. Once Chin Fong got the car remote, the vehicle was officially his. After getting in, the entire driving experience felt exceptionally smooth, and all the minor incidents that had just occurred were quickly forgotten. He drove off, leaving the scene behind. Manager Yu and the attendant stood frozen in place. Manager Yu felt fortunate to be alive, while the attendant, holding the remote for what had been the latest Rolls-Royce model just days ago, still hadn't processed what had just transpired. The entire dealership fell deathly silent, as if frozen in time. Manager Yu was the first to snap out of it. He immediately called a meeting with the entire dealership staff. The main agenda? Under no circumstances were they to speak of today's incident. Those working in such luxury car dealerships weren't pushovers. They all knew to keep their mouths shut. Chapter 42, Coming to the Door. Chin Fong didn't have to cook today, which meant he could finally get a proper day of rest. Moreover, tonight, his family might send someone to bring him back home. It seemed like a perfect ending. Chin Fong thought about leaving this car for Chen Tianping after his departure. At least within this household, despite Chen Tianping's cold demeanor toward him, he had never done anything truly excessive. Among the entire Chen family, Chen Tianping's attitude toward him was relatively decent. After parking at the entrance, Chin Fong retrieved the suit he changed out of. Once the banquet ended, he slipped back into his tattered clothes. He thought that even though these clothes looked extremely worn, at least they were comfortable to wear, far better than this expensive new suit. As he approached the main gate, a wave of emotion washed over him. This place, where he had endured endless humiliation and ridicule for 3 years, had somehow grown a sliver of sentimental attachment in his heart. His emotions grew complex in that moment. He even felt as if he had lived his entire life in this place, never changing. Now, as he prepared to leave, he found himself reluctant to depart. He couldn't tell if it was this place he was reluctant to leave, or that beautiful person. For 3 years, Chunning had been cold toward him, never once offering a smile. Today, however, her sudden shift in attitude toward him, coupled with the radiant smile he witnessed on the food street, these were sights he had never before encountered. Truthfully, Chunning wasn't entirely without feelings for Chin Fong. She simply felt he spent his days idling at home. A man his age should at least venture out and make his mark in the world. Even starting from the bottom and climbing step by step would prevent others from looking down on him so much. Now that Chin Fong had earned the recognition of the Yu family, the foremost clan in Tiannan, it was an immense honor. Chen Ying's change of heart wasn't because he'd climbed the social ladder through the Yu family. It was because Chin Fong seemed to genuinely understand medicine. He'd actually cured old Master Yu's illness. At least on this point, Chin Fong hadn't deceived her. Now that he was working under Yunnan Shan, the head of the Merchants Guild, it proved he finally had legitimate work. Chin Fong reasoned that even if he no longer had to cook, he should at least clean the house. After all, he had maintained it himself for the past 3 years. Before leaving, he wanted to leave them with a positive impression. Chin Fong finally stepped inside to find the entire family seated there. Though Fong Li still wore a stern expression, this marked the first time he'd returned home without being scolded. Chin Fong, come here. Chen Tianping beckoned to Chin Fong. It had been ages since the two of them had spoken. Okay. Chin Fong placed the bag containing his suit in an inconspicuous corner, a habit formed over the years, fearing that any small gesture might provoke Fong Li's anger. Tell us what happened with the Yu family. Why didn't you mention it when you came home? Chen Tianping realized the question sounded odd. Who else could Chin Fong have told? Chin Fong, knowing he'd be leaving tonight, saw no need for further concealment. He recounted the events of that day. It happened like this. However, he omitted the poisoning incident at old Master Yu's residence, merely recounting the events in a simplified manner. Even so, their story sounded utterly fantastical to the listeners. Thump 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 thump. Just then, a violent pounding erupted at their door. Chin Fong wondered if Pan Shidhua had come looking for trouble. Chen Tianping's house had a doorbell. If it were a normal visitor, they would politely ring the bell. But such intense pounding made it clear these people were up to no good. Now, everyone except Chin Fong stared nervously at the door. Chin Fong slowly approached the door. Fong Li and Chen Ying nervously clung to each other, while Chen Tianping's legs were so weak he could barely stand. The moment Chin Fong opened the door, he saw Wanhao waiting outside with his men. It was clear they had come prepared this time. Who are you looking for? What's the matter? Seeing over a dozen people standing outside the door, and what looked like more people in the car behind, Chin Fong couldn't care less about such a minor scene. Big brother, it's him. He swindled the latest Rolls-Royce from my dealership, and when I confronted him last time, he had his men beat me up badly. Chin Fong, you despicable scoundrel. Using such underhanded tricks to deceive me, may you rot in hell. Seeing Wanhao now acting like a bully with his backers, Chin Fong sneered coldly. Don't try to play the fool with me here. That car was given to me by your one-eyed manager. How could it be a scam? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just spout nonsense. A middle-aged man slowly emerged from the crowd. Around 50, he was stocky and bore a certain resemblance to Wanhao in his eyes and brow. This man was Wanhao's older brother, Wan Li, within Tiannan's underground underworld, and held considerable influence. The Chen family truly lives up to its reputation as a minor clan. With honored guests arriving, you actually turn them away at the door? Did no elder teach you manners? Seems my brother was right. You must be that kind of despicable scoundrel who schemes behind the scenes. No wonder you chose to live off others. It really is a smart choice. Just as Chin Fong was about to retort, a voice suddenly echoed from within the room. Chin Fong, who is it? If they're guests, usher them inside. Oh. Chen Tianping's voice echoed out. Just as Chin Fong was about to comply, Wan Li suddenly bellowed. Chen Tianping, is this how you teach your son-in-law to behave? Barring us from your doorstep and spouting righteous nonsense? I'd say your Chen family has had its fill of high city, haven't you? Then Wan Li shoved Chin Fong. Chin Fong didn't stop him, but he would make him pay for this shove later. Oomph. What an ill-mannered brat. I wonder if the Chen family is blind, wasting that beautiful Chen Ying on him. Wan Li and his entourage gradually made their way into the living room. Chen Tianping mustered every ounce of strength to rise from his seat and greet them. Oh my, it's Brother Wan. Why didn't you give us advance notice? I could have prepared some premium tea for you. Since I didn't prepare in advance, I've been rude to Brother Wan. Fong Li, take Ying Ying to prepare some top-grade Longjing tea for Brother Wan. Hurry up, don't keep Brother Wan waiting impatiently. Chen Tianping shot Fong Li a meaningful glance. The visitors across the room were clearly not here for pleasantries. He urged them to leave quickly to protect them from harm, for one never knew what this one family member might do. What's going on? Why bother Brother Wan with such a big commotion? Can't we just sit down and talk about it? Chen Tianping replied evasively. Ha ha ha, you still don't know? Then let me tell you in detail what your outstanding son-in-law has done to our Wan family. Wan Hao, recount what happened at the dealership to your Chen brother here. Let's see who's in the right and who's in the wrong. Wan Li plopped down onto the Chen family's leather sofa, his cigar ash landing on the upholstery and immediately burning a hole through it. But now wasn't the time to worry about the sofa. Chen Tianping knew Wan Hao would exaggerate the story, and his eyes filled with despair. Alright, so this good-for-nothing from your Chen family came to our dealership claiming he wanted to buy a car. Our salesperson patiently explained everything to him. But then, wouldn't you know it, he got lustful over our saleswoman's beauty. Right in front of everyone, he started groping her all over. He even tried to force himself on her right there in the showroom lobby. Our security alerted me immediately. How could I let such a thing happen on our one family's turf? That would tarnish our reputation. When I stepped in to stop him, it was you, my so-called son-in-law, who beat our manager to this state. You even threatened to kill me if I didn't hand over the car for free. Manhwa's accusation was blatant slander. It was clearly their poor attitude causing the problem, yet instead of admitting it, they turned the tables on us. You're talking nonsense. Don't you know what you did? And you actually had the nerve to come to my house. Everyone at the dealership knew exactly what happened. How could Qin Feng possibly be framed by him? But before he could finish, Chen Tianping cut him off. Shut up. Chen Tianping knew that even if Wanhao was lying, if Qin Feng kept explaining, in Wan Li's eyes, it would just look like he was making excuses. Dad. Seeing that Chen Tianping was genuinely furious, Qin Feng dared not say another word. He could only watch as Chen Tianping addressed the Wan family members in a timid and submissive manner. Chapter 43, A Small Gift. So that's what you were referring to. They just explained it to me, but it differs somewhat from what Brother Wan mentioned. But it doesn't matter. You see, they're so young. I've already sent them to the Wan residence to apologize in person. I never expected you to grace us with your presence yourself. The car, along with that so-called promissory note they signed, I've prepared everything. And I've prepared a small token of appreciation, several jars of aged liquor, over 20 years old. I had intended to open them for my daughter's wedding, but as you know, our family has faced such misfortune. Chen Tianping spoke with such heartfelt emotion that tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Ha ha ha, Chen Tianping, I never imagined you'd develop such skills over the years. Do you really think this will make me forget the past? Your Chen family has prospered nicely these past years. I hope to discuss a partnership between our two families with you. The proposal is currently being drafted. But it seems your useless son-in-law has no interest in such cooperation. Look at my brother's men, he beat them to this state. They say a son-in-law is half a son. Don't you think he deserves harsher punishment? At that moment, Fan Li lunged forward, raising her hand to slap Qin Feng. He instinctively dodged backward, and the blow missed his face. Fan Li shouted at him furiously. You've brought such disaster upon our family, and you still dare to hide. Kneel down and apologize to them. Fan Li wasn't a heartless woman. After all, she'd lived with Qin Feng for so long. Even if he were a dog, she'd developed some feelings for him. Besides, he might still have connections to the Yu family. Since Wan Li had spoken so decisively, he clearly intended to take action against Qin Feng. If it came to that, the entire Tiannan knew just how ruthless Wan Li could be. Even if she alerted the Yu family now, it would be too late to send reinforcements. Besides, what if Qin Feng was merely a minor figure in the Yu family's eyes? Judging by the manager's injuries, Wan Li would strike with lethal force. This incident could cost Qin Feng his life. No, why should I kneel before such untrustworthy people? They provoked us first. Heaven sees all. I did nothing wrong. It's their 4S shop that acts without a shred of conscience. If anyone should apologize, it's them. His so-called big brother barges in without discerning right from wrong, relying solely on his younger brother's one-sided account. Is there no one in this world who stands for reason? Qin Feng addressed the Wan family with righteous indignation, his words sharp as needles. Yet his speech sent shivers down the spines of the Chen family members, their fear growing with every sentence. Qin Feng, what are you saying? Do you truly intend to push the Chen family into ruin? From the day you suddenly appeared, you've thrust the Chen family into the eye of the storm. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Fan Li stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng. For the Chen family to confront the Wan family with their strength it would be like a mayfly shaking a tree. They thought that if Qin Feng backed down today, he might just save his own life. But now, with his attitude, not only would he suffer, but he would drag the entire Chen family down with him. What do I intend? Has the Chen family spent all these years merely to be suppressed by these so-called great clans? What gives them the right to monopolize the finest resources? If we possessed such resources, would we fare any worse than them? The deeds of the Wan family are known to all. If no one resists, they will only continue and grow more outrageous. Qin Feng voiced his inner thoughts. With him around, protecting the Chen family would be a breeze. Ha ha ha, young man, well said. But what good does it do to voice these thoughts? In this world, it's always been survival of the fittest. Your very existence is merely a mercy we grant you. Do you think it would be difficult for us to wipe out a minor family like yours? You, a worthless son-in-law, dare speak to me like this? Either you're ignorant, or you have no idea how treacherous society truly is. I'm only speaking to you at length today because the Chen family has no reason to exist in Tiannan anymore. First, we'll dispose of you. I'll spare you a proper burial. Then, every asset belonging to the Chen family will be seized and transferred to the Wan family's name. Perhaps we'll spare one or two of your Chen family members. Take Chening, for instance, she'll become my daughter-in-law. She's quite attractive. After bearing our one family's heir, we can dispose of her too. Women are nothing but tools for bearing children anyway. Having her bear children for our one family is an honor for her. It might even grant her a few extra years of life. Anything else you wish to say? I'm letting you speak. After all, the Wan family doesn't bully people. You can have your last words. Fong Li collapsed onto the floor in utter despair. Chen Tianping sat motionless on the sofa. With death approaching, what was the point of speaking now? When the Wan family got serious, dealing with a clan like the Chens was child's play. All of this was because of Qin Feng. As Fong Li broke down in tears, she shouted at Qin. Qin Feng, all of this is because of you. From today onward. Qin Feng, you're the one responsible for all this. From today onward, you are no longer our Chen family's son-in-law. Our family has no further ties to you whatsoever. Fong Li had long wanted to say these words, but had held back out of consideration for Chen Ying's feelings. Now that events had escalated to this point, uttering these words held little practical meaning. Yet, if Fong Li didn't voice them, she would die with regret. Qin Feng stood silently, but if anyone from the Wan family dared to make a move, he would ensure they had no place to bury their bodies. You woman, though past your prime, still possess a certain charm. Suddenly, I find your figure quite appealing, and your looks are not bad either. Become my concubine. That way, I'll spare your life. And I hear you're quite clever, let me experience that for myself. Greed flashed in Wan Li's eyes as his gaze roamed over Fong Li's body, as if he'd already committed unspeakable acts upon her. Old dog, have you had your fill? She's my mother-in-law. I won't tolerate you looking at her with that disgusting gaze. If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Qin Feng sensed the humiliation Fong Li felt from Wan Li's gaze. Regardless of what Fong Li had said or done to him, this situation had arisen because of him. Therefore, he would resolve it. He had anticipated that Wanhao would cause trouble again, but he hadn't expected it to come so quickly and with so many people coming straight to his doorstep. Qin Feng had held back precisely because their numbers were overwhelming. If anything went wrong and Chen family members got hurt, he'd truly regret it forever. Boy, still calling her mother-in-law? She's already crippled you. From now on, you're no longer the Chen family's son-in-law. Suddenly, I've thought of something amusing. Why don't I slaughter them all and leave you alone to crawl through life in agony? Every member of the Chen family died because of you. From now on, you'll be despised by the world. I'll see how you manage to live on. Qin Feng hadn't expected Wan Li to be so scheming. If things truly unfolded as he suggested, Qin Feng would be ruined, his reputation shattered, becoming a pariah, a rat everyone wanted to beat. Ha ha ha. Old dog, could you please stop barking so loudly? It's irritating me. You've got a measly underground operation and now you're acting so arrogant? I've also thought of something amusing. Care to hear it? Qin Feng's aura was completely different now. If Wan Li could conceive of such cruelty, then this man was no saint either. Wan Li sensed the shift in Qin Feng's aura. Facing this young man, a sudden wave of fear washed over him. Yet he couldn't pinpoint why. Steeling himself, he addressed Qin Feng. Go ahead. Let's see how you beg for mercy. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and kill you too. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh, his eyes turning as icy as a god of death. Everyone except Wan Li instinctively took half a step back. Leave your life behind. From this day forward, you are forbidden from troubling the Chen family. I will let you leave this place alive. Save me the trouble of cleaning your filthy blood off the floor I painstakingly scrubbed clean every day. The very thought makes me sick. Chapter 44, Yu Zhong. Wan Li stared at Qin Feng in bewilderment, wondering where this young man found the audacity to speak to him like this. Boy, do you even know who you're talking to? Youthful arrogance is one thing, but your actions now border on sheer ignorance. Do you think an ant could harm an elephant? Are you truly unaware of the power our Wan family possesses? Dare you repeat what you just said? Wan Li's anger flared with every word. No one but his own father dared speak to him this way. Now, some worthless son-in-law from a minor clan, powerless and penniless, dared utter such insolence. Wan Li felt more enraged than if his own mother had been insulted. Ha ha ha. Is it that you're too old to hear clearly? Or have you done so many evil deeds that karma has struck, leaving you deaf? I said leave your manhood behind. Got it this time? Chen Tianping and the others watched Qin Feng's actions, too terrified to utter a word. They all thought Qin Feng had gone mad. How else could he utter such words? Especially Fong Li. She knew exactly what kind of person Qin Feng was at home. She never imagined he would do something like this today. Ha 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 ha. Looks like you've scared yourself into a psychotic fit, kid. Think telling a joke to make me laugh will save their lives? Just now I thought you showed some guts, but now it's clear it's just the courage of a fool. I won't waste my breath on you. What's the point of talking to a lunatic? Get moving. Everyone must die except that worthless son-in-law of the Chen family. As Wan Li issued his orders, Qin Feng readied himself for battle. After all, to protect these people, every moment to strike had to be perfectly timed. Wait! Chen Tianping suddenly shouted, addressing Wan Li. Think carefully. He is now Yu Zhong's subordinate acknowledged before all the clans. If you touch him, it means the Wan family ceases to exist in Tiannan from this day forward. Chen Tianping, unaware of Qin Feng's true strength, could only leverage his connection to the Yu family to potentially save his own kin. Chen Tianping, stalling won't help. Do you think Yu Zhong is some kind of god? Even if he's under the heavenly king himself, none of you will leave here alive today. Wan Li believed Chen Tianping's current actions were merely stalling for time, scheming to devise some desperate plan to save his own skin. Wan Li, you'd better think this through carefully. Don't get yourself burned. Wan Li's eyes, sharp as a viper's, fixed on Chen Tianping as he spoke coldly. Ha ha ha. Chen Tianping, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Coming up with such a lame excuse to fool me? Do you think I'm some little darling? Are you kidding me? Ignore him. Get moving. So what if he's Yu Zhong's man? Dead men tell no tales. Wan Li didn't believe a word Chen Tianping said and ordered his men to attack. But just then, a voice cut through the air. You dogs of the Wan family. Dare to lay a finger on him, and I'll chop off every last one of your claws. When the Wan family had entered earlier, the village door had been left open. Wan Li was already furious from Qin Feng's provocation. Hearing this sudden voice only made his rage boil over. Who the hell is that bastard? How dare he talk to me like that? Doesn't he want to live anymore? The Wan family men remained frozen in place, awaiting Wan Li's command. Everyone inside the room turned toward the doorway. There stood an elderly man of average height, accompanied by a very burly man. Qin Feng instantly recognized the old man. This was Yu Zhong, the Yu family's steward. Holding such a position in a family of that stature, his status was undoubtedly high. But Wan Li had no idea who he was. Yu Zhong never appeared in public, handling only internal family affairs. Qin Feng had only seen him that day by chance and remembered him. He never participated in any news reports. All matters concerning the Yu family, big and small, were handled by Yu Buwei. Consequently, many people were unaware of Yu Zhong's true appearance. Yu Nanshan was merely the son of the second younger brother of Old Master Yu, a few years older than Yu Buwei. In his youth, he had been considered one of the more capable members of the family, which was why Yu Bingchen still addressed him as uncle. However, their relationship had soured over the position of Chamber of Commerce president, leaving their current ties strained. Old man, sticking your nose in at your age? Your bones must be falling apart. Get lost, this isn't your place. Wan Hao had expected to vent his grievances immediately, but the sudden appearance of Yu Zhong doused his rising anger like a bucket of cold water. Smack! Thud! The burly man behind Yu Zhong delivered a single blow that sent Wan Hao crashing into the wall. The thud of Wan Hao's body colliding with the wall struck Wan Li's soul. Butler Yu, what brings you here? Qin Feng smiled at him. Naturally, there's trouble here. Our master instructed that since the family residence is temporarily unattended, I'm here with Yu Binggu to help guard your place. In truth, Yu Zhong and Yu Binggu had purchased a house nearby the day Qin Feng left the Yu residence, specifically to protect him from potential trouble. The Yu family's influence spanned all of Tiannan. They were well aware of every move Qin Feng had made. To guard against retaliation, Old Master Yu had dispatched his most loyal steward here, proof of the Yu family's current regard for Qin Feng. Now that someone was threatening Qin Feng, the two had no choice but to reveal themselves. They couldn't hold back any longer and stormed in. That loudmouth, Wan Hao, had become the Yu family's warning shot fired at the Wan family. Brother! Wan Li cherished his younger brother deeply. Now, seeing his brother flung violently through the air, his condition uncertain, life or death hanging in the balance, Wan Li's heart clenched in dread. Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours what happens between me and the Chun family? Wan Li was certainly no fool. Yu Bingdu's earlier strike had been shocking enough. But Wan Hao was his beloved younger brother. How could he possibly suppress his rage when his brother had been beaten so badly by unknown assailants? It doesn't matter who you have beef with. But you just said you'd dare to touch him even if he were under the heavenly king himself. That's where I draw the line. He may not be the son of heaven's man, but he's now part of the Yu family. You trash don't even give the Yu family a second thought? Looks like you've really had enough of living. Yu Zhong commanded respect without raising his voice. Though his tone was measured, each word struck Wan Li like a thunderclap. Earlier, Wan Li had dismissed Chen Tianping's claims as empty boasts, a flimsy excuse to buy time. But to Wan Li's utter astonishment, Qin Feng, that notorious good-for-nothing son-in-law, actually had genuine ties to the Yu family. Today's my unlucky day. Let's get out of here. Wan Li knew his men were no match for Yu Binggu. You could wipe them out effortlessly. Therefore, he decided that fleeing was the wisest course of action. The longer they stayed, the greater the danger. Hold your horses. Do you think the Chen family is someplace you can just come and go as you please? Qin Feng stepped forward to speak. Even without Yu Zhong's appearance, the Wan family wouldn't be allowed to walk out unchallenged. What are you, Chen family? It's an honor for you that I've come here once. Don't think having someone backing you gives you the right to push your luck. Wanli feared the Yu family, but the Chen family held no terror for him. He looked down on them entirely. Who would have thought your Wan family takes pride in being someone's lapdog? I feel nothing but pity for your ancestors. At that moment, Fangli interjected. Xin Feng, that's enough. Let them go. Fangli now desperately wanted the Wan family to leave immediately. Even if the Yu family had power, they could protect the Chen family for a time, but not forever. I stand by what I said. We haven't done anything wrong from start to finish. They came to our house and caused such a scene. We absolutely cannot let this slide. Xin Feng naturally argued his case. If he truly had been in the wrong, he would have accepted it without complaint. But clearly, the Wan family had done wrong. Letting them walk away like this would simply be letting them off the hook. You. Chapter 45. It's you. Fangli glanced at Yu Zhong, hesitating to say more. After all, she didn't know the true nature of Qin Feng's relationship with the Yu family. Moreover, she had just voiced her true feelings to Qin Feng. If he didn't hate her for it, she'd count herself lucky. Useless fool, do you really think the Yu family will protect your Chen family forever? The entire Wan family knows we came here this time. If anything happens to us, do you think your Chen family will fare any better? Wanli is desperately trying to find a way to get out of here right now. If Yu Zhong gives the order, none of them will leave alive. If I just let you go like this, do you think our Chen family would be any better off? What kind of people the Wans are doesn't the whole of Tiannan know? Stealing eggs from the supermarket, pulling down old ladies' underwear, is there any vile deed you haven't committed? Of course, Xin Feng made all this up. Even if the Wans were despicable, they wouldn't stoop to such acts. What are you saying? This is blatant slander. Hearing such shameful accusations was an insult to the entire Wan family. Ah, you think I'm slandering you? Then what were you doing when your brother slandered me? Those saleswomen at the Forest dealership, if I hadn't known it was a dealership, I'd have thought it was a brothel. They're all ugly as sin, not even worth a single hair on our Ing Ying's body. Why would I lay a finger on them? Wanli knew full well that Wan Hao's accusations were false. But the sheer number of the latest Rolls-Royce models in Qin Feng's possession was an indisputable fact. But now, the Yu family's arrival had completely disrupted his plans, effectively ruining everything. His immediate thought was to escape this place first. Once the Yu family left, he could approach the Chen family to carry out their original plan. Fine, I admit it. We're trash. Can we leave now? Chen Tianping watched Wanli, who usually carried himself with such imposing authority, now reduced to the pathetic state of a stray dog. To hear him utter such words in front of so many people truly gave Chen Tianping a sense of satisfaction. You can leave after this is done. Wanli looked at Qin Feng with confusion. What task? Qin Feng said coldly. You came in wearing shoes. Clean the floor for me. He knew how hard he worked every day to keep the floor spotless, only for them to trample it with their shoe prints. All his effort had been ruined by them. Easy enough. You lot, strip down and scrub this floor clean. Just as the men Wanli had brought began to undress, Qin Feng waved his hands at them repeatedly. I forgot to mention earlier, you're the one who'll be kneeling to scrub this floor clean. If Wanli had a gun in his hand right now, he'd have shot Qin Feng to pieces on the spot. Qin Feng, don't push it too far. A wicked grin spread across Qin Feng's lips. You can skip it, but then you'll end up like your brother. Your choice. Wanli glanced back at Wan Hao, thinking revenge could wait a decade. Slowly, he peeled off his designer shirt, a garment worth tens of thousands. But what did it matter now, when his life was on the line? He slowly knelt down, expecting a simple wipe down. Yet to his utter humiliation, Qin Feng and the Yu family wouldn't relent until he scrubbed every speck of dirt from the floor. Qin Feng could see that Wan Hao's vital signs were fading. Without immediate medical attention, he wouldn't survive 2 hours. That's enough. Steward Yu, my business is done. Should I have them leave? Wan Li's eyes fixed intently on Yu Zhong's lips, for Yu Zhong's decision at this moment held the power to determine his very survival. Get out. As if granted a pardon, Wan Li had Wan Hao carried away and hurriedly left the Chen residence. As he stepped out the front gate, he shot a vicious glare at the Chen residence. In his mind, the feud was now set in stone. After Wan Li and his men departed, Chen Tianping's family looked at Yu Zhong with puzzlement. They had never seen this man before, their eyes filled with confusion. Yet witnessing their ruthless decisiveness, they knew these men were no ordinary folk. Sit down. This is your home. How could I dare sit if you don't? Qin Feng observed Yu Zhong. Though the old man wasn't particularly tall, his eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence. The burly man beside him was unfamiliar to Qin Feng, but judging by his earlier display of skill, he possessed extraordinary strength. Dad, Mom, allow me to introduce you. This is Yu Zhong, the chief steward of the Yu household. Qin Feng broke the awkward silence, addressing Chen Tianping and Fangli. This sent a chill through the entire family. Everyone knew the Yu family had a legendary steward. Some even claimed the household wouldn't run as smoothly without him. Yu Zhong had seen countless people in his lifetime. He had been present when treating old Master Yu, a moment when everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Yet Qin Feng, in such an environment, had managed to make someone remember his identity after just one brief encounter. Such individuals were rare indeed. According to their intelligence, Qin Feng was merely a son-in-law who had married into the family, and the Chen family held him in very low regard. Thus, the entire family was working to persuade Yu Bingxin. If they could bring Qin Feng into their household, it would truly be like finding a treasure. Yu Bingxin also held a particularly favorable impression of Qin Feng. Perhaps the relationship between the two of them could genuinely blossom. Hello, I'm Chen Tianping. This is my wife, Fong Li. We had no idea you'd be coming over. We haven't prepared anything, and we're terribly sorry. Ying, quickly fetch my finest tea leaves and brew some for our guest. Chen Ying's mind was still reeling. Today's events had unfolded so suddenly. It felt like a dream. Though Qin Feng still wore those same ragged clothes, she felt strangely unfamiliar with him now. His demeanor, his speech, his very mannerisms all felt different from before. Qin Feng was indeed like this. After all, tonight marked the 3-year deadline. Overwhelmed by excitement, he struggled to contain himself, perhaps inadvertently revealing his aura. No need for formalities. I'm here on orders, and besides, it's no big trouble, something easily handled. How I envy you for finding such a perfect match. He's now part of our Yu family, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. My husband's illness will depend on his help in the future. Yu Zhong's words sent shockwaves through the Chen family. Their minds went blank. Chen Hui, usually so lively, sat stiffly, while Chen Tianping's eyes went wide. The most interesting reaction came from Fong Li. She now felt profoundly anxious and extremely tense. Chen Ying noticed her mother's distress and addressed Yu Zhong. Mr. Yu, I know it's not the best time to interrupt, but I have something I'd like to say to Qin Feng. Would that be okay? Chen Ying remained polite. Though she had a flood of words to express, she still sought Yu Zhong's permission in his presence. Go ahead. If you need us to step aside, we can leave immediately. Yu Zhong displayed the grace of a gentleman. Seeing Chen Ying so courteous, he realized she was not only beautiful but also well-educated and refined. He knew that if Yu Bingxin wanted to win Qin Feng over, she would face a formidable rival. That won't be necessary. As you said, Qin Feng is now part of your Yu family. You can hear these things too. Qin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. After all, aside from scolding and ordering him around, they had never once initiated a conversation with him. Qin Feng, I know exactly what you've endured in my household these past 3 years. I'm well aware of how my family has treated you. Now that you've achieved great success, if you feel no attachment to this family, you may choose to leave. But please, don't make things difficult for my mother. I'm begging you. Chen Ying knew the current Qin Feng was vastly different from the man she once knew. She was also acutely aware of how her mother had treated him over the years. Her mother had urged her countless times to divorce him. Yet Chen Ying had her limits. Even though she'd married that good-for-nothing back then, she didn't want to simply walk away now. Though she insisted nothing could ever happen between them, witnessing Qin Feng's complete transformation today had stirred something within her. Hearing these words from Chen Ying, Qin Feng was deeply moved. At least she no longer seemed as cold as before. I may be gone for a while, but rest assured, I will return. This place holds my deepest attachment. You. Chapter 46, Waiting for the Notice. Though Qin Feng lived an inhuman existence here, washing clothes, cooking meals, and doing housework day in and day out, he had never done any of the things men were supposed to do. Yet over these 3 years, Chen Ying had taken root in his heart, an unalterable truth. Every gesture, every smile and frown of Chen Ying was etched in his memory. Regardless of how their relationship began, Qin Feng had long since resolved that Chen Ying was his wife. Once he returned to the Qin family and broke the seal, he would make a triumphant return. Then, all of Tiannan would bow before him. He would make those who once looked down on him see him in a whole new light. He would give Chen Ying a wedding of unparalleled grandeur, inviting all to witness their happiness. Though Fong Li spoke harshly every day and sometimes crossed the line, Qin Feng understood that no one was perfect. As long as she didn't threaten his life, he might even forgive her. Besides, she was Chen Ying's mother. What good would it do to hold a grudge? Chen Ying listened to Qin Feng's words. She didn't know where he was going or how long he'd be gone when he said he needed to leave for a while. But hearing him say it, for some reason, her heart felt hollow, as if something were missing. All right, that's all I have to say. Chen Ying felt there was no point in saying more. She recognized the unusual turmoil in her emotions, and crying now would feel too embarrassing. MHM, rest assured, I never make empty promises. We'll see each other in action in the near future. Yu Zhong watched the pair of lovesick fools and suspected that Yu Bingxin might make things even harder for him in his pursuit of Qin Feng. His tea was nearly finished, and he saw no point in lingering. Turning to Qin Feng, he said, Qin Feng, you mentioned leaving temporarily. Where are you headed? Should we arrange a car or even a private jet to take you? With old Master Yu still recovering, the core members of the Yu family all recognized Qin Feng as an exceptionally rare talent. Therefore, Yu Zhong felt he had the right to go out of his way to make a good impression, ensuring Qin Feng held the Yu family in high regard. Qin Feng was also deeply puzzled. It was already late, yet no one from the Qin family had contacted him. Had they forgotten about him? Qin Feng couldn't help but grumble inwardly at the old folks, wondering if they'd simply forgotten about him now that they were getting on in years. Had they really just left him here to fend for himself? Oh, I was just saying it might happen. The exact timing hasn't been finalized yet, so no need for you to worry about it. Qin Feng looked at Yu Zhong. Since he hadn't received any official notification yet, he had to keep his emotions in check. Alright. If you need anything, just let me know. You know my standing, the Yu family holds you in very high regard. Though you're currently under Yu Nanshan's name, if the opportunity arises, you could reach even greater heights. Though Qin Feng didn't grasp the full meaning behind these words, he understood perfectly well that the Yu family currently needed him to treat old Master Yu. Regardless of whether they genuinely supported him now, he didn't want to take undue advantage of them. Alright. Leave old Master Yu's matter to me. I'll make sure to deliver on my promise. I will deliver. My word is my bond. Yu Zhong had been waiting to hear precisely that. After all, Qin Feng had no familial ties to the Yu family. Granting one favor was already generous, asking for another would mean begging for it outright. Very well. I shan't keep you longer. Feel free to visit the Yu residence when you have time. Our doors are always open to you. Yu Zhong rose and addressed Chen Tianping. Chen Tianping was genuinely flattered. His own family was merely a low-ranking second-tier clan. In ordinary times, even the collateral branches of the Yu family were beyond their reach. Now, Qin Feng had inexplicably cured old Master Yu's illness, instantly elevating his family's status to an entirely new level. After the birthday banquet ended today, numerous calls poured in, all extending overtures of goodwill. The Chun family, after all, dealt in medical equipment and medicinal herbs. Otherwise, why would they send their beautiful daughter, Chening, to work at the hospital? Chening worked late every day, demonstrating remarkable diligence. She was also an outstanding figure in her professional field. Otherwise, at such a young age, she wouldn't have been able to secure the position of director based solely on the Chen family's influence. This is truly a blessing for us. We must pay you a visit another day. Since it's already so late, why don't we grab a simple meal together? Chen Tianping glanced at the darkening sky. Though he had no appetite whatsoever, his emotions were too turbulent. But proper etiquette must be observed. For someone from such a prominent family, even exchanging a few words with him had once been a distant dream, something he dared not even imagine. No need. I don't have the habit of eating dinner. I'll just have some tea when I get back. Tea when I get home. By the way, don't worry about the Wan family matter. I'll handle it. I guarantee you, in Tiannan, those two brothers will never show their faces here again. Unless our Yu family falls. Qin Feng had actually considered this very issue. If he were to leave tonight, he would need to seek help from the Yu family to guard against the Wan brothers' retaliation. Now, Yu Zhong seemed to have read his mind, bringing up the matter directly. This was a huge help to Qin Feng. Chen Tianping had been deeply unsettled by this very possibility. Their timely intervention had averted disaster, but if the Wan brothers had secretly brought men here to exact revenge, the consequences would have been dire. With this development, his emotions settled. All that remained was a newfound respect for Qin Feng. Steward Yu, since you've put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. From now on, we'll settle matters through action. Whenever you need anything from me, Qin Feng, just ask. Though the Yu family held considerable power in Tiannan, in the eyes of the Qin family, they were merely a minor clan from a small city. For the entire Dragon Nation, the Qin family ranked among the top 3 clans, a status far beyond their reach. Alright, no need to see us off. The car is parked right at the entrance. You can rest assured. Go back now. After watching Yu Zhong's car drive away, the Chen family members slowly made their way back. Fong Li looked utterly lost. She was acutely aware of everything she'd done over the past 3 years and felt utterly incapable of facing Qin Feng. After seeing Yu Zhong off, she retreated to her room. Chen Tianping, seeing his wife in such a state, hurried over to comfort her. He knew full well that Qin Feng's current silence was worse than if he had scolded her. At least that might have eased her guilt. Brother-in-law, why didn't you tell me you were this capable before? I apologize for my past actions. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me. Chen Hui had spent years taunting Qin Feng, and he couldn't help but despise that weak version of himself from back then. Just by connecting with the Yu family, Qin Feng had already caused them such significant impact. What would happen if they discovered his true identity? No need to apologize. I'll pretend none of that ever happened. If you still consider me your brother-in-law, I'll keep buying you new clothes and treating you to good food. Qin Feng had endured their mockery for 3 whole years, yet he harbored little desire for revenge despite their treatment. That, perhaps, was a testament to his innate magnanimity. Really? That's wonderful. Sis, don't be so down. Your brother-in-law went to such lengths to surprise you. How can you not be happy? Qin Feng noticed Chen Ying's slightly despondent expression and was about to say something when she turned and walked toward the bedroom. I'm feeling a bit tired. You should go rest, shall we? Come home early. After Chen closed her bedroom door that night, Chen Hui looked around their small apartment, a place she didn't even have her own space in, and turned to Qin Feng. Brother-in-law, comfort your sister properly. You've become so accomplished. If this were back then, I would have chosen to marry you myself. I should go now. My parents will worry if I'm too late. Qin Feng had intended to walk her out, but seeing Chen Ying's emotional state, he turned to Chen Hui instead. Be careful on your way home. After Chen Hui left, Qin Feng sat on the sofa at home, staring intently at his phone, afraid he might miss any notification from the Chen family. Ding! Chapter 47, The Plan. The notification sound nearly made Qin Feng jump off the couch. Though he hadn't seen the message yet, it was from his grandfather Qin Haoran, the head of the Qin family. For the past 3 years, no one from the Qin family had ever sent him a single message or made a single phone call. Qin Feng had honored their original agreement, maintaining complete separation from the family. Thus, this sudden message sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Everyone in Tiannan knew exactly how he'd survived these past 3 years. At times, he'd even despised himself for enduring. Today, however, the events unfolding had caused Chen Tiannan and a portion of the Chen family to completely change their view of him. This news was thrilling enough, but it also meant he might have to leave Tiannan. Had this news come a year or two ago, or even yesterday, it would have filled him with unbounded excitement. But now, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Yet, the news he had longed for day and night had finally arrived. His hand trembled slightly with excitement as he held his phone. The moment he finally resolved to open the message and carefully read the words written there, Qin Feng completely lost his composure and let out a loud cry. Are you kidding me? Qin Feng reread the message. It stated, my grandson Qin Feng has demonstrated exceptional conduct. For 3 years, he has never once sought assistance from the family. Now that the 3-year period has concluded, it is time to bring you back to the family to lift your seal. However, I'm currently traveling abroad with my entourage. All those capable of lifting your seal are with me. Wait 1 more month. As compensation, I've established a hospital in the northern part of Tiannan City under the Qin family's name. Tomorrow, Tiannan's wealthiest man, Qian Wanliang, will contact you. See you in a month, my dear grandson. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. Though he felt a deep reluctance to leave this place, why couldn't they simply let him return after the seal was lifted? Why did they have to do this? Wasn't this clearly toying with him? Qin Feng couldn't contain his anger and called his grandfather. After all, he was the eldest son and grandson of the Qin family, its future. Why treat him this way? Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Qin Feng assumed his phone was turned off to avoid him. He then tried calling every key member of the Qin family, only to find all their phones were off. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, feeling utterly helpless and staring blankly at his phone. Then, a message popped up. He hurriedly opened it, only to see an unfamiliar number with several 8s at the end. Hello, this is Qian Wanliang from Tiannan. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to serve the Qin family's eldest son. I will contact you tomorrow regarding the hospital transfer arrangements, but you will still need to come in person. Upon reading this message, Qin Feng knew the matter was settled. Whether he wailed here or shouted at the top of his lungs, it would be useless. Qin Feng knew Qian Wanliang well. Though the Yu family was Tiannan's foremost clan, Qian Wanliang's standing was unshakable and unassailable. He focused solely on making money, earning as much as possible, and always through legitimate means. While the Yu family possessed immense power, they fell slightly short of Qian Wanliang when it came to generating wealth. As for that hospital in the northern part of the city, Qin Feng knew it all too well. Since its construction began last year, it had undergone a year of renovations and equipment procurement. It had launched an intensive advertising campaign across Tiannan, with its grand opening ceremony scheduled for 3 days hence. It was said that all of Tiannan's elite would attend. Qian Wanliang had been overseeing the development of this project, leading everyone to assume he was the owner. Yet, he told everyone he was merely working for a powerful family and that the place didn't belong to him at all. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the clearer it became, this was clearly the old guard scheme. Otherwise, why would they choose to go on vacation precisely when he was about to break his seal? Wasn't this just a blatant attempt to play him for a fool? But what could he do about it? Now that he thought about it calmly, this situation wasn't so bad after all. He wouldn't have to leave here, at least not for the next month. Even if he stormed back to the clan now and caused a scene, it wouldn't disrupt their plans. They probably just saw how miserable he was and decided to offer a small favor, making his life a bit more bearable. But then Qin Feng wondered, why not just bring him back to the clan directly? Wouldn't that be a far greater favor? Why go through all this trouble? What the hell were you yelling about just now? Chen had heard Qin Feng's loud shouts earlier. In the past, if he'd suddenly made such a racket, Feng Li would have come out to scold him immediately. But after waiting in her room for ages, Feng Li hadn't made a sound. Instead, the house had grown eerily quiet again. So she stepped out to investigate. Ever since Qin Feng said he'd be away for a while, she'd returned to her room hoping to distract herself with work. Yet her mind remained restless, unable to settle no matter what she tried. Hearing Qin Feng's shout only intensified her desire to know what had happened to him. Oh, no big deal. Just saw a news story that kind of shocked me. You go ahead with what you're doing. I'll go mop the floor first. Shin Fong watched as Chun-Ing had already removed her makeup, now clad in plain pajamas. Yet her bare-faced appearance, combined with her flawless figure, was utterly tempting. Shin Fong was, after all, a man in the prime of his youth. The fact that he could restrain his desires was already commendable. That's good. Seeing Shin Fong genuinely unperturbed, Chun-Ing felt a weight lift from her heart. She couldn't fathom why she reacted this way. In the past, even if Shin Fong shouted himself hoarse, she would have ignored him completely. But what was happening to her? Could it be that she was truly reluctant to leave him? Her previously settled emotions grew tangled once more. Though her eyes scanned the hospital documents, her mind couldn't tear itself away from Shin Fong. She had worked tirelessly these past 3 years. Having endured everyone's contempt because of Shin Fong, she was determined to prove herself through sheer effort. She had become a director at a young age and was now busy campaigning for the position of deputy hospital director. It could be said the hospital system was relatively fair, no underhanded dealings had surfaced yet. Still, many eyes were fixed on that vice president position. Among them were members of influential families. Yet to rise above the rest, Chun-Ing had to enter the race. Even if she encountered underhanded tactics, she was determined to fight for that position. Shin Fong stood in the bathroom, listlessly scrubbing the mop. Had Chun-Ing not appeared earlier, he would have stormed back to the Chin residence in a rage. It was those old fools who broke their word. Even if he caused chaos at the Chin residence, they couldn't criticize him. But the moment Chun-Ing stepped out, his heart settled completely. You old fools, you refuse to lift my seal? Fine. With just this small hospital, I'll show you all what Shin Fong is capable of within this month. As Shin Fong scrubbed the mop, his hands grew increasingly powerful. Chapter 48, Memory. I'll drive you to work later. Shin Fong felt that Chen Ying's exhaustion was partly his fault. If he hadn't been such a pushover before, she wouldn't have to shoulder so much responsibility. Chun-Ing remained silent. She knew Shin Fong had somehow acquired that nice car, but after Wanli and the others showed up yesterday, she understood where it came from. Still, she felt a sense of satisfaction. People like Wanli deserved a stern punishment. Just then, Shin Feng's phone rang. Everyone in the household was utterly astonished. In the 3 years he'd lived here, they'd never once seen him answer a call. Seeing Chen Wanliang's name on the display, Shin Fong was surprised he'd contacted him so early. But catching the Chen family's priceless expressions, he hung up anyway. Ugh, prank call. As the wealthiest man in Tianan, Chen Wanliang understood that Shin Fong must have something important to attend to after hanging up. He didn't call back. Chun-Ing had finished breakfast by then. Shin Fong quickly got up and followed her outside. After I drop Ying off, I need to handle some other matters. I'll clean up the dishes when I return. Shin Fong had long since made laundry and cooking his most important duties. Even though he was about to embark on a major venture, he didn't want the Chen family to feel uncomfortable. Still, there was no response. Fong Li still felt unable to face Shin Fong. He was now under the Yu family's employ and had a very good relationship with them. She dared not treat him as she had before. Yet maintaining peaceful coexistence with him felt daunting for now. Silence remained her only recourse. Ying, with your exceptional abilities, you could even be the dean. I heard there was some shady dealings going on over there this time? Chun-Ing no longer felt the same aversion to Shin Feng's words as before. Instead, she found herself cherishing the time he was still by her side. After all, he had said he would be away for a while. Who knew when he would actually leave? But she was too proud to ask such questions herself, so she could only endure it silently. I heard about it too. But I have complete confidence in my professional competence. That person's work performance is particularly mediocre. From a purely professional standpoint, I believe I'm far superior to him. Outwardly, Chun-Ing was an ice queen who rarely interacted with others. As a result, she kept certain thoughts bottled up inside, never developing the habit of confiding in anyone. It's okay. I believe you can handle it. Shin Fong couldn't think of how else to encourage her, so that was all he could say. After dropping Chun-Ing off at the hospital, Shin Fong drove away, found a parking spot, and called Qian Wanliang. Hey, what's up with calling me so early? Shin Fong asked. Oh, I see I disturbed you. I thought there were some matters we needed to discuss today. I was planning to send a car to pick you up this morning. When would be a convenient time for you? Shin Fong heard Qian Wanliang's voice, which was extremely polite. Considering that Qian was the richest man in Tianan, such deference towards him meant that the Qin family must have put a lot of pressure on him. But he was merely the wealthiest man in this region. Serving the Qin family would be an honor in itself. Oh, no need. I'll drive myself. Isn't it that newly opened private hospital in the northern part of the city? I should be able to find it. Just wait for me there. If you have other commitments, feel free to attend to them first. Shin Fong considered that the man was, after all, the wealthiest in the region, a status worlds apart from his own former position. He felt it would be unfair to keep him waiting too long. What nonsense are you talking about? You're putting me on too high a pedestal. Serving you is a blessing in 3 lifetimes. I'll be here with tea brewed and ready for your arrival. Xin Feng now realized that leveraging his family's influence to put on airs outside wasn't so bad after all. Everyone treated him with utmost respect, sparing him the anger of facing mockery. Very well, I'll come over now. I won't keep you long. Over these past 3 years, Xin Feng had not only learned patience but also shed every trace of his former arrogance and bad habits cultivated within the family. He had matured remarkably well. Perhaps his only remaining weakness was Chening. Xian Wanliang was currently in the hospital director's office, though he wasn't seated in the director's chair. Several extremely valuable teas were displayed on the desk, each gram commanding tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of yuan. These teas were his carefully accumulated treasures over the years. After all, he was about to receive the eldest son and grandson of the Qin family, the future of the Qin clan. Even though he knew everything Qin Feng had endured in Tiannan over the past 3 years, he couldn't help but admire Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. If it had been him, he would have broken down long ago. So he brought out every variety, instructing his assistant to prepare numerous teapots. He brewed a small amount of each, hoping to discover his preference. This way, he could prepare his favorite teas in the future, hoping it would help build a closer relationship and leave a favorable impression. The hospital wasn't operational yet, but everything was ready. Xin Feng parked his car in the lot, where his Rolls-Royce sat next to a Bentley. That BMW must belong to Qian Wanliang. Xin Feng suddenly felt his Rolls-Royce pale in comparison, thinking he absolutely had to get a car more luxurious than his. As Xin Feng approached the entrance, 2 security guards suddenly stepped forward to block his path. Who goes there? This facility is not yet open. No unauthorized entry. If you're here for medical care, please return after we open. The guard's tone seemed polite, but his attitude was actually quite hostile. Judging by the sound coming from his phone, it seemed his appearance had interrupted his gaming session. Oh, I'm here to see someone. Xin Feng understood the guard's attitude. After all, the place wasn't open yet, and their job was simply to watch the entrance. Can't you understand human speech? Didn't I just tell you? This place isn't open yet. Who are you looking for? There's only us 2 here, plus the richest man in Tiannan. Stop playing dumb and get lost. Xin Feng glanced at his 0-16 kill-death ratio and knew instantly the guy was terrible at gaming. Though gaming was his sole pastime, he'd long since reached the king tier, the top rank in the entire server. But this guy's attitude really rubbed him the wrong way. So he said coldly, I'm looking for Qian Wanliang. The security guard's screen flashed a blood-red defeat. With his skill level, it would be a miracle if he didn't lose. I don't have time to mess around with you. Dressed like that, you think you know the richest man in Tiannan? Stop wasting my gaming time. If it weren't for you, I'd have won this match. Xin Feng looked at him, a mocking smile curling his lips. With your skills, how could you possibly win? Hurry up and tell him to come down. Say Xin Feng is here. The 2 security guards exchanged glances. Given his ragged appearance and their own status, it was impossible for him to know what had happened at yesterday's birthday banquet. But the name Xin Feng was household in Tiannan. So the security guard sneered. Ha! You worthless son-in-law, what are you doing here trying to act tough? Go home and do your laundry and cooking. Have you lost your mind? I don't have time to play games with you. Get lost. If you don't, I'll beat you up. Xin Feng never imagined his name would be so deeply ingrained in the minds of these lowly individuals. Ha ha ha, I think the ones who should be leaving today aren't me, but you too. Xin Feng had seen through them completely. Their attitudes were so ingrained that even if the place officially opened, they'd never change. Looks like you're asking for it today. We're itching for a fight, so you'll be our first target. Let you idiots learn this isn't the place for people like you. The 2 security guards tucked away their phones and charged at Xin Feng, clubs raised. In an instant, Xin Feng materialized before them. As shock filled their eyes, a wicked grin spread across his lips. Seizing one head in each hand, he slammed their skulls together. How could they withstand such terrifying force? They instantly passed out. Xin Feng controlled his strength perfectly enough to knock them out but not kill them. However, 2 massive bumps would remain on their heads for life, a permanent reminder of their mistake. Chapter 49, Till the End of Time. Xin Feng surveyed the hospital's interior. It was undeniably luxurious. It seemed the Qin family had spared no expense for him. Glancing at the hospital map, he made his way to the floor housing the director's office. Upon entering, he caught Qian Wanliang frantically brewing tea, his movements clumsy and awkward. What are you doing? Xin Feng inquired. Qian Wanliang frequently appeared on television as the city's wealthiest man, so Xin Feng recognized him. Young Master Qin? Goodness, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I was just about to finish brewing the tea and come downstairs to greet you. Look at me, all clumsy. Just how influential was Qian Wanliang in Tiannan? Even members of the Yu family had to give him ample respect. Yet now, standing before Xin Feng, he fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together like a child who'd done something wrong. No need for such formality. I'm well aware of your standing in Tiannan. But this hospital's security needs an overhaul. We need to find some truly capable personnel. No more mediocrities filling positions they're not qualified for. Xin Feng walked over to the chair reserved for the director and sat down abruptly. Perhaps it was his innate bearing, but he looked perfectly at home there. Is that so? Did those two jerks downstairs show you disrespect? Xin Feng remained silent, deeming it unnecessary to revisit matters he'd already resolved. Enough. These are minor matters. What exactly did you want to discuss with me today? This was Qin Feng's first time handling business matters. Although he had learned much about such things at home, this was his first time putting it into practice. The Qin family was a medical dynasty, but running a hospital was no trivial matter. This was a place for healing and saving lives. Every decision demanded utmost caution. Oh, it's about handing over all the paperwork here to you. And since you're the director, we'll need some administrative staff. I've selected a few promising candidates from our Tiannan region. I need your final approval on them. Everything else is already prepared. You should be able to see some results within the year, right? Xian Wanliang was undeniably a highly successful man, exceptionally thorough in his affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the wealthiest individual here. Yet now, he couldn't quite fathom his own thoughts. All he knew was this burning desire to earn Qin Feng's approval. Your promotional efforts have been immense. Everyone has seen it, heard about it. Even the blind and deaf know the largest private hospital is opening here. Truly befitting the wealthiest man here. You've done exceptionally well. It's something I should learn from in the future. Hearing Qin Feng's affirmation, Xian Wanliang beamed like a child, utterly delighted. He had completely forgotten that Qin Feng was a son-in-law by marriage. He was the eldest son of the Qin family, and he must follow his lead. Being merely the wealthiest man in town was nothing. Becoming a member of the Qin family was true success. Not at all, not at all. Here is a list of department heads and deputy directors. Please review it. I've carefully screened each candidate. If any are unsatisfactory, simply remove them. What about the business matters? This was Qin Feng's first time handling business matters. Though he'd learned much about such things at home, this was his first time putting it into practice. The Qin family was a medical dynasty, but hospitals were no place for carelessness. This was a place for healing and saving lives. Every decision demanded utmost caution. Oh, it means handing over all the paperwork here to you. And since you're the president, you'll need some administrative staff. I've selected a few promising candidates from our Tiannan region. You'll need to make the final decisions on them. Everything else is already prepared. You should be able to see some results within the year, right? Xian Wanliang was undeniably a highly successful man, exceptionally thorough in his affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the wealthiest individual here. Yet now, he couldn't quite fathom his own thoughts. All he knew was this burning desire to earn Qin Feng's approval. Your promotional efforts have been immense. Everyone has seen it, heard about it. Even the blind and deaf know the largest private hospital is opening here. Truly befitting the wealthiest man here. You've done exceptionally well. It's something I should learn from in the future. Hearing Qin Feng's affirmation, Xian Wanliang beamed like a child, utterly delighted. He had completely forgotten that Qin Feng was a son-in-law by marriage. He was the eldest son of the Qin family, and he must follow his lead. Being merely the wealthiest man in town was nothing. Becoming a member of the Qin family was true success. Not at all, not at all. Here are the lists of department heads and deputy directors. Please review them. I've carefully screened each candidate. If any don't meet your standards, simply remove them. Qin Feng pored over the candidates' profiles with meticulous care. Lives were at stake. This matter demanded absolute precision. Reviewing their achievements, Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. They were all top performers in their respective fields. Qin Feng couldn't help but recall something. Chen Ying's hospital was also a private institution, one with its own shady dealings. If she failed in this vice president election, it must be due to those underhanded tactics. Since he owned such a large hospital and she possessed such outstanding abilities, why not let his woman work at his hospital? I see that the candidates for our hospital's vice president position are all fairly evenly matched in ability. I have someone else in mind, but she's only a backup. If she succeeds, this position won't be needed. Seeing Xian Wanliang's puzzled expression, Qin Feng continued. She is my wife, Chening. He then laid out a series of events and plans. Considering Chen Ying's professional capabilities, Xian Wanliang also felt she was significantly more competent than the current candidates for vice president. Alright, proceed with your plan. Nothing else needs addressing. Care for some tea? Qin Feng waved him off, gathering the documents in his hands. You've worked hard this past year. As the eldest son of the Qin family, this identity absolutely cannot be revealed. I hope you can keep this confidential for me. Right now, my standing and identity in Tiannan are even lower than yours. Don't act like this when we're out. If I ever become more successful than you in the future, I won't forget your help. No tea for me. I've work to do back home. Contact me if anything comes up. As for the ribbon cutting ceremony, I think I'll pass for now. You can attend on my behalf. We'll see. Plans change faster than we can adapt. Xin Feng walked out carrying the documents. Xian Wanliang looked at the tea left on the table, feeling no sense of waste. Instead, he wondered how someone with such formidable abilities had managed to conceal them for 3 whole years. By the time Xin Feng reached the lobby, the 2 security guards had vanished. They must have escaped after regaining consciousness. Xin Feng remembered the table at home still needed tidying up, so he got in his car and hurried home. Upon returning home, he found all the housework neatly done, and Fang Li was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, Xin Feng felt strangely unaccustomed to the silence. He opened the hospital records again. He'd only skimmed them before, but now he had time to examine them carefully. Time flew by, and it was almost time for Chen Ning to finish work. Thinking about how she worked during the day and prepared for her campaign at night, he felt she was working incredibly hard. He decided to drive to the hospital to pick her up. After parking, he had a few minutes before her shift ended, so he went upstairs to find her. That's when he ran into an annoying guy. This person stood at the entrance to Chen Ying's office holding a large bouquet of flowers. It was clear Chen Ning hadn't let him in. He obediently waited at the doorway. Judging by his attire, he was a rich kid from a very well-off family. His name was Sun Jiawei. His family ran a media company specializing in training actors and cultivating internet celebrities. With the internet booming, many of the influencers his company developed became hugely popular, bringing in massive profits for the business. This was because some viewers purchased virtual gifts for live streamers with real money, and ultimately, all that money flowed into their company's coffers. Although his family doesn't have deep-rooted connections, his father was once a renowned film director who produced many famous movies. Later, his father discovered the potential of online streaming and became one of the earliest media companies to enter this field. Media companies, propelling them to instant prominence in the industry. Moreover, they don't compete with others for resources because their offerings are virtual. All they need to do is promote their own company's talent. Unlike some established companies scrambling for coastal docks, land properties, and offshore oil reserves, Sun Jiawei was actually quite talented himself. He graduated from a prestigious media university and had once been an internationally ranked supermodel, blessed with an exceptional physique and striking looks. Some men were even deeply infatuated with him. He stopped modeling because his age made it impossible to sustain that youth-dependent career, so he returned to his father's company. His years as a top model had cultivated extensive connections. With his backing, their media company expanded rapidly, even influencing the entertainment industry's trajectory. At a cocktail party, this man named Sun Jiawei met Chen Ning and instantly fell for her. He expressed his interest to her then, but was rejected. He was notorious as a playboy rumored to have slept with over half the women in his company and had never faced rejection before. This only fueled his desire to conquer her. He sensed Chen Ning was different from other women. As a wealthy second-generation heir in Tiannan, he launched an intense yet impeccably gentlemanly pursuit of her. Xin Feng initially considered confronting Chen Ning directly, but curiosity got the better of him. He hid in a corner to observe what would unfold next. Sun Jiawei stood at the doorway, addressing Chen Ning inside the office. My love for you flows like the mighty river, endless and unyielding. Whether you're married now or even have children, I'll still pursue you. Even if you won't let me in now, I'll wait here for you. I'll wait until the end of time, until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. Chapter 50, Sissy. Sun Jiawei worked in media, after all. Why was he spouting such clichés? It made Xin Feng chuckle inwardly. Chen Ning murmured under her breath in the office. Sick. Though her voice was barely audible, it didn't escape Xin Feng's ears. He chuckled quietly in the corner. But he didn't leave yet. Even if Sun Jiawei crossed the line, he could be there in a flash. Xin Feng simply wanted to see how such a handsome man would react after being rejected by his own wife. Ying, I'll let time prove how pure my love for you is. I admit I used to be what others called a playboy. But for you, I'm willing to give up everything. I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. Please give me a chance. That man named Xin Feng, I know he's an outstanding person, but I don't think he's as good as me. All he knows how to do is cook and do laundry, and he's still achieved nothing. Sure, he picks you up from work every day, but I could do that too, I just haven't had the chance. Xin Feng never expected Sun Jiawei to start off sounding somewhat reasonable, only for his later words to devolve into utter nonsense. Wasn't he just belittling Xin Feng to elevate himself? This was clearly his tactic to win over girls, a seasoned player through and through. Xin Feng was confident Chen Ning could resist Sun Jiawei's advances. Yet, at that very moment, she stood up and slowly walked toward the door. Xin Feng wondered, had she been blinded by Sun Jiawei's sweet talk? Was she coming out now to accept Sun Jiawei? After all, this man possessed both looks and wealth, the very embodiment of every woman's ideal. Though Xin Feng possessed ample self-confidence, his own handsomeness couldn't compare to this man's. Sun Jiawei possessed the kind of universally appealing, star-like looks, while Xin Feng's handsomeness was more rugged and masculine, his chiseled features radiating the authentic charm of a real man. Sun Jiawei, we're not exactly close, are we? Your behavior is disrupting my work. If you think acting like this makes you a gentleman, you're dead wrong. Also, my husband is quite formidable. I'm almost done with work and he's coming to the office early. Seeing you like this, he might just beat you black and blue. Chen said expressionlessly, her entire demeanor resembling an ice queen. Her words were meant to drive Sun Jiawei away. Xin Feng held much the same place in her heart as before, though now tinged with a different kind of feeling. But Sun Jiawei remained undeterred, striking a dashing pose. Any ordinary girl would have been utterly charmed. Ying, you came out to see me. I knew I still had a chance. Please give me a chance to love you. You're in my dreams every night. That's why I came to see you. Even if you shut me out, I wouldn't complain. Fighting for love makes everything worthwhile. Sun Jiawei's words were downright sickening. Just then, a man's voice came from behind him. Hey! Pretty boy, always chasing after other people's wives. You really have no shame. Xin Feng's arrival fell perfectly timed to Chen, who was struggling to handle Sun Jiawei. It wasn't because he was particularly handsome, but because this man was so tediously long-winded. He kept droning on with useless chatter, wearing that smugly confident expression that grated on her nerves. You must be Ying's husband? That good for nothing. Heard you still haven't gotten Ying pregnant. Got something wrong down there? How about it? Fixed yet? Need me hook you up with a famous doctor? Sun Jiawei managed to appear completely unfazed at this moment, and Xin Feng couldn't help but admire his composure. Here he was, facing the husband of someone he'd just spoken ill of, yet he remained utterly unruffled. I am her husband. Whether my condition is cured or not is none of your business. Or has your little media company already grown so powerful? You even meddle in other people's affairs? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You look like a transvestite. What part of your face hasn't been under the knife? Sun Jiawei's face was so handsome precisely because he'd undergone highly advanced plastic surgery. Even with specialized equipment, it was impossible to detect that he'd ever had work done. Internationally, everyone believed his face was natural. To others, he embodied perfection. What are you talking about? I don't understand. My face is already perfect, why would I need surgery? Sun Jiawei felt uneasy. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. And judging by the man's gaze and tone so utterly certain, could he really tell Sun had work done? You're such a sissy. If you want to be a man properly. Not only do you get plastic surgery, but you wear makeup too. You reek of perfume, it's nauseating. What the hell are you wearing? Is that a skirt? Am I just clueless about fashion? Or do I just not understand what a real man is? Xin Feng couldn't stand this kind of person, neither man nor woman. If you want to be a woman, why not just get a sex change? If you want to be a man, then be a man with dignity. Have the appearance and bearing befitting a man. That's what makes a real man. Sun Jiawei desperately tried to maintain his gentlemanly image, struggling to suppress his rage as he glared at Xin Feng with eyes ablaze. But he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his goddess, so he forced himself to sound calm once more. I never imagined Ying's husband would be such a lowlife. Attacking someone on our first meeting, do you really think that's acceptable? What kind of filthy clothes are you wearing? You look like a bum. I can practically smell the stench coming off you. Want me to take you for a full body cleaning? Sun Jiawei pinched his nose as if he truly smelled something foul. What grandpa has his manly charm. Easy on the nose pinching, or you'll pop out your implants. Full body treatment? You've done everything women do. Can you even give birth? But it wouldn't matter, you have no milk. Science has advanced these days. They can just attach a fake one for you, and you'll be able to feed the baby. As an international supermodel, Sun Jiawei hated being called effeminate more than anything. Being insulted like this by Xin Feng was more than he could bear. His anger erupted instantly. He roared at Xin Feng. People like you shouldn't exist in this world. You have no manners whatsoever. Watch me rid society of this scourge today. Sun Jiawei lunged forward, clawing at Xin Feng's face. Xin Feng grabbed his wrist mid-strike, then flung him aside with a dismissive toss. You're disgusting. A grown man getting manicures, all colorful nails with diamonds on top? You're the queen of queens. I shouldn't say this, but you're a woman. Why don't you just get your junk cut off tomorrow and become a proper woman? When had Sun Jiawei ever endured such humiliation? At work, he was an international supermodel. Back at the company, he was the revered general manager. And the number of internet celebrities and stars he'd slept with was countless. Xin Feng couldn't fathom what those women were thinking. Wasn't this essentially homosexuality? Xin Feng, you just wait. I'll make you pay dearly for this. Sun Jiawei angrily threw the bouquet of roses on the ground, realizing he was no match for Xin Feng. He stormed back to the company to gather reinforcements. After all, his family ran a media company. Not only did they have celebrities and internet stars, but also many stuntmen, people skilled in martial arts. They would definitely make Xin Feng pay dearly. After watching Sun Jiawei leave, Xin Feng and Chen entered the office. I never imagined our Ying could be so captivating to attract such a sissy. I'd heard about this guy before and seen his old posters. I thought he was a total hottie, but seeing him today? That totally shattered my worldview. Shin Feng had come to terms with that artists probably always had their quirks. Don't talk to me like we're close. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to enter my office? Though Chen Ying's tone was icy cold, it was completely different from her usual attitude. Shin Feng actually relished this change, smiling as he replied. My parents have a gathering tonight, so I don't need to go home to cook. How about we grab dinner out? Chapter 51, Educating Sun Jiawei. In the past, Chen Ying would have refused outright. But now, ripples stirred within her heart as she looked at the man who had just saved her. She replied coldly. Wait here. I'll change. Shin Feng was overjoyed. This was their first time going out to eat alone together. Last time, Shinui had been there too, but this time it was just the two of them. After changing into her own clothes, though their current life wasn't easy, the simple white dress, not some international brand, still gave her an indescribably ethereal aura. Let's go. Shin Feng was so mesmerized he could barely look away. Only when Chen Ying spoke did he snap back to reality. So the two headed to a Japanese restaurant. Tiannan City, situated along the coast, boasted a thriving fishing industry that even brought up deep-sea catches. Consequently, the ingredients at this Japanese restaurant were exceptionally fresh. As long as the chef's technique wasn't too lacking, they could present one delicious Japanese dish after another. Hello, how many people are in your party? A woman in a kimono at the entrance asked directly. 2. Do you have any seats available now? After wandering around for quite some time, they had missed the prime dinner hour. Many diners had already left, leaving plenty of empty seats. We have seats available. This way, please. Led by the server, the two entered a private room with elegant decor. I'll have some sashimi, and... They ended up ordering quite a few dishes, but Japanese portions are notoriously small. Even with their large selection, they could easily finish everything. Ah, if only we hadn't driven. We could have had a few drinks. Now we're stuck eating dry. Qin Fang's car was one of only 10 in the country, and no designated driver dared to handle it. So he had no choice but to drive himself or leave it at home. Fine, no drinks then. Not drinking lets us savor the seafood's freshness. Besides, who wants to drink with you anyway? Soon, course after course of exquisite dishes was slowly brought out by the waitstaff, and the two began savoring the exquisite flavors of the seafood. Since neither was drinking, and the cuisine was exceptionally delicious, they sat in the private room devouring their meal with wolfish abandon. They soon finished their meal, having exchanged little conversation throughout. Suddenly, someone burst through the door, nearly crashing into Chen Ying. Chen Ying let out a startled cry and scrambled to her feet, darting behind Shin Feng. Shin Feng stared in disbelief. Wasn't this the very same psychopath, Sun Jiawei? Ha? Shin Feng? That good-for-nothing from the Chun family? Ha ha ha, it really is you. You think you're worthy of that Tai Chen Ying? And you dare humiliate me today? I'll make sure you don't walk out of this Japanese restaurant alive. Shin Feng's face turned ashen. The insult to Chen Ying was the last thing he could tolerate. Just as Shin Feng was about to explode, Chen Ying stepped in to stop him. Forget it. Look at him, he's so drunk he'll probably forget everything he said tomorrow. Let's just go. Chen Ying felt her career was on the rise, and Sun Jiawei's family media company held considerable clout. It was best not to provoke trouble. Shin Feng felt this was supposed to be a happy day, but running into this idiot twice made him want to teach him a lesson. But for Chen Ying's sake, he forced himself to swallow his anger. He vowed that next time he got the chance, he'd rip every single one of Sun Jiawei's fake nails off. Otherwise, he'd never feel satisfied. Oh? You two think you can just walk away? You won't get far. Any woman I, Sun Jiawei, set my sights on, I get. You can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. I was planning to entertain my brothers from the stunt team tonight, but since I'll be dealing with you tomorrow anyway, I guess I'll just move it up. The sooner it's over, the better. If you beg for mercy now, it's not too late. Just leave Ying alone, and I'll let you go. And you, if you agree to sleep with me, I'll let this man leave safely. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Shin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He could tolerate anyone mocking him personally. But this man before him, repeatedly uttering words he shouldn't have spoken, he must be punished. With Sun Jiawei's agonized scream, a group of people charged toward Shin Feng's private room. Shin Feng hadn't expected Sun Jiawei to have gathered so many people, each possessing solid martial arts skills, clearly individuals with genuine training. Ying, hide behind me. Chen Ying quickly ducked behind Shin Feng. She'd never seen anything like this before. Terrified, she couldn't even bring herself to open her eyes, obediently staying hidden behind him. Ah! Ugh! Amidst the screams, barely half a minute passed before Chen Ying felt a hand reach out to touch her. Terrified, she let out a loud cry. Ah! With so many people suddenly entering, how could Shin Feng, unarmed, possibly be a match for them all? Ying, don't be afraid. It's me. Recognizing Shin Feng's voice, Chen Ying quickly opened her eyes. She saw the people on the ground, all snarling and grimacing, each with injuries of varying severity. You took them all down? Chen stared in disbelief at the bodies sprawled on the floor, wondering how Qin Feng had managed it. Didn't I tell you? I've been training in boxing since I was a kid. Fists that could take down the South Mountain nursing home, kicks that could kick the North Sea kindergarten. See how tough I am now? Qin Feng said to Chen with a relaxed expression. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Chen had nothing more to say. At least the trouble was taken care of. Qin Feng, you just wait. I'll make you pay for this. I'll kill you. Sun Jiawei clutched his injured finger, spitting venom at Qin Feng. Ha. Let me tell you, I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, I'd rip every single one of your manicured nails off. If you really have the guts, come find me when you've grown into a real man. Qin Feng's words left Sun Jiawei lying on the floor, speechless. He genuinely feared Qin Feng would rip off every single one of his fingernails. Qin Feng then pulled Chen out of the Japanese restaurant. As they reached the entrance, he addressed the owner. The guy lying inside is our friend, Sun Jiawei. He drank too much and got completely wasted. His family runs a media company and is extremely wealthy. Make sure they compensate you generously. If they refuse, threaten to call the police. They'll pay your restaurant handsomely. The owner, who ran such a large Japanese restaurant, was a seasoned man who knew the score. He was, of course, very familiar with Sun Jiawei, who was notorious in Tiannan for being a sissy. But those who knew this dared not speak openly about it. Sun Jiawei's family company had grown immensely, and everyone knew he hated being called effeminate more than anything. So while few would openly state it, behind his back, people constantly judged him. Yes. I just reviewed the entire incident. It had absolutely nothing to do with you. He was clearly drunk and came looking for trouble in your private room. Everything you did was purely self-defense. If he refuses to compensate me, I will report him to the authorities. I'll also clarify your situation with the relevant departments. I hope you'll continue to patronize my establishment. The owner was a smooth operator. He knew better than to crush Qin Feng now he'd just witnessed the man's power. If this guy flew into a rage, the place would be smashed to smithereens. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll definitely be a regular here. Besides, your dishes are right up my alley. So, the bill? Qin Feng had certainly spent a fortune on this meal, as he'd ordered nothing but the most expensive seafood dishes, each costing thousands, even tens of thousands. Oh, you're too kind. Your advice is worth far more than this meal. Consider it on the house. I hope to see you again soon. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to accept, knowing the owner had just peeked into the private room. He'd caught the owner's eyes through the door crack. Even if Qin Feng offered him money now, the owner probably wouldn't dare accept it. How could I possibly accept? This meal cost quite a bit. Qin Feng deliberately phrased it this way. Though it sounded polite, his tone dripped with insincerity. Just come back a few more times, and you'll have everything covered, haha. Come on, let's go. Did you drink? Want me to call you a designated driver? Chapter 52, Meeting Force with Force, Water with Earth. The owner was a master of social graces. Though his words were pure pleasantries, they were incredibly soothing to hear. Alright, I'll be sure to visit often. Thanks for the meal. After exchanging a few more polite words, the owner escorted Qin Feng all the way to his car. When the boss saw Qin Feng driving a limited edition Rolls-Royce, he felt his decision had been incredibly wise. After all, Tiannan was a city full of hidden talents and unexpected surprises. Rumor had it that this particular limited edition Rolls-Royce was the only one of its kind in the entire city. The news had caused quite a stir back then, as many expected it to be a bidding war among wealthy young masters, only for it to be snapped up by a mysterious buyer. Since Qin Feng was driving a Rolls-Royce sports car and the area was relatively deserted, he floored the accelerator. With the roar of the engine, the car screeched past along the coastal highway. As the summer night breeze flooded the cabin, the two felt utterly exhilarated. Everything was now on an upward trajectory, making it impossible not to feel exhilarated. As Qin Feng drove along the coastal highway, he eased off the gas. Soon, he found a spot to pull over and park the car. They slowly walked from the car to the highway guardrail. All they could hear was the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Looking up at the stars in the sky, neither spoke. This profound sense of ease was something they hadn't experienced in a long time. They'd been so consumed by their own affairs that moments of leisure had become rare. Qin Feng, what are your dreams? Chen broke the silence first, feeling that such a scene was perfect for discussing life and aspirations. Qin Feng thought for a moment. Truthfully, he didn't have any dreams. If he had to talk about dreams now, it would be to spend the rest of his life with Chen after the lockdown ended. I don't have many dreams. I just want to accomplish some very important things, then grow old with the woman I love. There's one bigger dream, though probably unrealistic, and that's world peace. Chen remained silent, unsure of her own thoughts or the nature of her feelings toward the man before her. Ring ring ring. At that moment, Chen Ying's phone rang. Wondering who would call her so late, she picked it up to find it was Fong Li. Ying, where are you guys? Did Qin Feng cause trouble again? The boss of Phylon Media is at our house right now, saying Qin Feng beat up his son. Is that true? Xin Feng overheard the entire conversation. He hadn't expected them to track him down so quickly. But trouble shouldn't spill over to his family. He would take full responsibility for his actions and absolutely forbid anyone from harassing Chen Ying's family. Sun Jiawei clearly provoked us first. Xin Feng acted in self-defense. Are we supposed to just let him and his thugs beat us to death? Chen Ying hadn't expected Sun Jiawei to inform his family either. Rumor had it his father had some influential connections, a figure the Chen family couldn't afford to provoke. Self-defense? That's no excuse for breaking someone's fingers. I don't care where you are, get back here immediately. Once you're back, make sure you apologize properly. He's a very troublesome guy. How did you manage to provoke his family? Fondly had thought their family situation was finally improving, only for Xin Feng to stir up trouble again. Though she'd been impressed by his recent actions. But after today's incident, she couldn't help but think he was a real troublemaker. Alright, we'll head back immediately. Whatever we did, we'll take responsibility. Don't get into an argument with them. After hanging up, Chen Ying pulled Xin Feng into the car. Though Xin Feng had heard everything clearly, he still feigned concern and asked, "What's going on?" Though he asked, Xin Feng had already started the car and was speeding toward home at full throttle. Sun Jiawei told his dad. His dad is at our house now with people. My mom said he's a really tough guy to deal with. Chen Ying recounted everything Feng Li had just told her. Even if he hadn't asked, she needed to inform him so he could strategize. "MHM, it'll be fine. We'll meet force with force, water with earth. None of this trouble was started by us. Justice will prevail. If they try to turn things upside down, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chen Ying couldn't care less about what Xin Feng said. She felt incredibly guilty that her own actions had dragged her family into this mess. If Xin Feng usually drove this fast, she would have been terrified. But now, she wished they could fly back home immediately. Soon they arrived home. Sun Jiawei, his hand wrapped in white gauze, sat quietly beside a middle-aged man. The man was extremely obese, clearly someone who ate whatever tasted good. Chen Tianping sat there, feigning composure as he looked at Sun Jinglong. "You're finally back. What happened? If we did something wrong, we'll apologize immediately. But if your son provoked them, what do you think should be done?" When Chen Tianping saw Xin Feng appear, he felt inexplicably emboldened for some reason. Xin Feng and Chen Ying slowly approached. Seeing Sun Jiawei's eyes swollen red from crying, a faint smile touched Xin Feng's lips. "Kid, you still have the nerve to smile? Think you're proud of what you did? How dare you beat my son like this? Don't you know what kind of person he is? How could he possibly have provoked you? Today, you'll give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, forget about you, I'll make the entire Chen family pay." Behind Sun Jinglong stood two burly musclemen, clearly hired thugs, but they were no threat. It was the old man sitting there silently, head bowed as he puffed on his pipe, who possessed formidable strength. Ha. It was clearly your son who provoked my wife. He harassed her at her company during the day, and I chased him away. Then that night, your son gathered a bunch of thugs to eat at a Japanese restaurant, where we just happened to run into them. Your son got drunk, barged into my private room, and verbally abused my wife. If your wife were verbally abused, would you just let it slide? Xin Feng spoke nothing but the truth. Every word was factual, not a single lie. Is that so? Well, that's not what my son told me. He was just having drinks with some company people at a Japanese restaurant. Then, out of nowhere, you walked in and beat him up. And you injured a bunch of my stuntmen too. After you came back, you didn't even have the decency to apologize for hurting people. What a rude guy. Xin Feng had anticipated Sun Jiawei wouldn't tell the truth. Sun Jinglong would naturally believe his son, but Xin Feng wasn't about to take this lying down. He spoke up. "Oh, I was wondering if calling him your son might have offended you. Now I can finally confirm he is indeed a man. I've never seen a man dressed like that, all flashy colors, and he even has manicured nails. I thought he was a woman." Sun Jinglong trembled with rage. Truthfully, he disliked Sun Jiawei's appearance too, but nowadays, people admired those who led the fashion trends. Besides, Sun Jiawei held a prominent position in the fashion world, adored by many. Otherwise, Sun Jinglong wouldn't have agreed to let him become this way. What do you know? This is fashion. Look at your ragged clothes. Do you think you're handsome? Do you think you're manly? What kind of status does my son have in the fashion world? It's unimaginable. He has tens of millions of fans. Any photo book he releases sells out instantly. If he posts a styling tutorial, it gets hundreds of millions of views. Now you've injured him like this. Do you have any idea how much compensation he'll demand for lost earnings? Sun Jinglong didn't entirely believe Sun Jiawei's words. If it were any other girl, Sun Jiawei's claims might have seemed plausible. But with Chen Ying? Everyone knew Sun Jiawei had been lusting after her for ages. Once, over this girl, his usually obedient son had actually argued with him. But even Sun Jinglong felt overwhelmed by the staggering cost of lost wages. Besides managing his own company, Sun Jiawei took on numerous projects for other firms both to boost his visibility and promote his family business. Chapter 53, Instant Success. His schedule was packed every day. Today's appointment had been rescheduled at the last minute, which is why he had time to show up at Chen Ying's company. Oh, people these days are truly like that, addicted to celebrity worship. They know everything about these stars and internet celebrities, what they like to eat, what they like to drink, even what time they go to the bathroom and how much they produce each time. They know it all inside out. But think about it, there are so many scientists in this country, so many so-called frontier warriors, and countless unsung heroes doing truly remarkable things. Yet no one cares about them. It's truly saddening to see the state of today's youth. It's precisely because of people like you that they become this way, shooting videos with no boundaries, hyping up celebrities and influencers for exposure, raking in huge sums of money while evading taxes. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Have you ever considered how the next generation feels? Especially someone like your son. Do you want all young people to emulate him? Neither man nor woman, disgusting to watch. Do you find him pleasing to the eye? Is this the image you want every young person on the street to emulate? I admit I hit him today. But if someone like him hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have given him a second glance. Hitting him made me feel like I'd dirted my own hands. If you know what's good for you, take him home right now. Stop dragging him out in public to embarrass yourselves. Both the hospital and the Japanese restaurant have surveillance. If you don't believe me, we can retrieve the footage. Once you see it, you'll know exactly what kind of person your son really is. Qin Feng's words were like pearls on a string, leaving Sun Jinglong speechless. He tried several times to open his mouth but couldn't think of a rebuttal. You smooth-talking brat. Even if my son started it, you shouldn't have beaten him like this. He won't be able to work for a while. You must compensate us for our losses, or I'll take you to court. Sun Jinglong never imagined that this so-called good-for-nothing, this freeloader everyone talked about, could speak with such steely resolve. Every word stung like a dagger to his heart. He had once been a renowned director whose films were deeply profound. He never imagined his son would turn out this way. But he'd told himself everyone had their own path, and Sun Jiawei excelled in his chosen field. So he'd tacitly accepted it. Yet now Sun Jiawei was becoming increasingly outrageous, dressing in ever more bizarre ways that made his father deeply uncomfortable. And yet, within the fashion world, he had become its darling. He had once confronted Sun Jiawei about these matters, but Sun Jiawei had erupted in anger, declaring that his father didn't understand true art at all. They parted on bad terms, and for a long while afterward, they had no contact whatsoever. At the end of the day, you just want the money. You don't care about your own son at all, you're only worried about how much he'll cost you. But I won't give him a single penny. Sun Jiawei knew his father disapproved of him, but he had gone to great lengths and paid a hefty sum to hire these men to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Yet unexpectedly, his father was rendered speechless by a single remark from Qin Feng. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped forward and declared, "What I choose to live like is none of your business. Those people see this as fashion, as the trend. They choose to follow my lead, that's their right. What business is it of yours? If you don't like it, that's your problem. It doesn't mean others dislike me." Sun Jiawei hadn't always been this way. It was by chance that he discovered the true essence of fashion lay in embracing both genders. So he led the trend, and many followed his style, copying his outfits. These men had once been very masculine. I don't care what you turn yourself into, but if you make all the young people in our country become like you, then I have to step in. If you keep nagging me, I'll beat the crap out of you. Qin Feng couldn't stand him. How could a man live like this? It truly disgusted him. Aren't you getting a bit too cocky? Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? I'm sitting right here, and you dare threaten to beat my son? If I don't teach you a real lesson, I doubt you'll ever understand how cruel society can be. Gentlemen, he broke 3 of my son's fingers. I want him to pay double. Sun Jinglong realized he couldn't out-argue Qin Feng. Worse, this young man dared threaten his son right in front of him, utterly intolerable. He'd brought these men specifically to teach Qin Feng a lesson. There was no point in reasoning with him now. Action came first. Brother Ginglong, this is my home. You're attacking my son-in-law here. Aren't you taking things too far? Chen Tianping, who had remained silent until now, could no longer stand by and watch. He believed Qin Feng's words held profound truth. Moreover, Qin Feng had forged an exceptionally strong bond with the Yu family, a remarkable achievement. He wasn't the useless fool everyone made him out to be, he was a genius. Chen Tianping believed the son-in-law would one day become his pride and joy. Though he'd only changed his perspective today, he felt incredibly fortunate that he had acquired such a talented individual. Now that outsiders had come knocking, seeking to harm his son-in-law, Chen Tianping, though not from a prominent family, possessed immense pride. He absolutely refused to allow outsiders to lay a finger on Qin Feng. Chen Tianping, all your Chen Group holdings combined don't earn as much as a single subsidiary of mine. What do you have to stand against me? I advise you to sit there quietly and not move a muscle. If you dare make a move, we'll beat you too. Hearing Chen Tianping's words, Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth. He realized that his actions had not only changed the Chen family's perception of him, but his father-in-law's attitude today left him genuinely flattered and a bit overwhelmed. Qin Feng knew Chen Tianping was an exceptionally steady man, cautious in both his actions and dealings, never one to seek trouble. But that didn't mean he was weak. His actions today proved he was a man of great courage. Seeing Sun Jinglong utter such arrogant words and dare to threaten his father-in-law, Feng realized that both father and son seemed determined to bring about their own downfall. Sun Jinglong, I'm giving you 3 seconds to apologize to my father-in-law. Otherwise, I won't let you walk out of this house alive. Qin Feng's aura now was completely different from before, radiating an air of commanding authority that made Sun Jinglong unable to even meet his gaze. But his threats had already been made. Moreover, the men he'd paid a fortune to hire were formidable figures in Tianan. Their fees were exorbitant, making them rarely available for hire. Yet, when his company's entire martial arts team had been wiped out by this young man in an instant, he'd had no choice but to pay a fortune to secure their services. Ha ha ha, what difference does it make if I don't apologize? The moment Sun Jinglong uttered those words, a dark shadow flashed past. 2 thunderous thuds echoed as fists struck flesh. The 2 burly men behind Sun Jinglong fell silently to the ground. The 2 burly men behind Sun Jinglong lay motionless on the floor, not even uttering a scream before falling into this state of uncertain survival. Sun Jinglong collapsed onto the sofa in terror, while Chen Tianping, Chen Ning, and Feng Li all froze in place. They had never witnessed Qin Feng in action before. They only knew he practiced some medicine, never imagining he possessed such terrifying strength. You. Sun Jinglong stared in disbelief. He had hired those 2 men, known as the Iron Duo. They possessed terrifying strength and were said to master the Golden Bell technique and Iron Shirt skill. Yet this young man before them had knocked them both down effortlessly. I gave you 3 seconds to apologize to my father-in-law. If you remain so stubborn, then I have no choice. At your age, I certainly won't hit you. If you were to sue me, I'd end up paying you compensation. Just then, the pipe-smoking old man slowly approached, moving with the grace of a peerless martial artist. Chapter 54, The Secret. Young man, show mercy when you can. Leave a little room in your actions. Though you possess considerable skill, you should understand that beyond every master, there is always another. I have no choice. I take money to eliminate troubles. If you refuse to reason, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. But the old man merely extinguished his pipe bowl and approached Qin Feng with extraordinary composure, his face radiating a confident smile. Old man, your petty tricks are nothing special. You just laced the tobacco with a sedative I smelled it the moment I walked in. Still got a smile on your face now? Qin Feng suspected the old man was merely playing the role of a reclusive sage, sitting there shrouded in mystery until the drug took effect, then striking his opponent down in one blow. Then he'd take another puff of his pipe, this time laced with an antidote. By then, no one would ever know how the old man had defeated his opponent. What? The old man's eyes widened in shock. He'd defeated countless opponents with this tactic, and it had never failed him. What did you feed me? Ugh. The old man could be seen forcefully gagging at his throat, trying to spit out the poisonous pills, but it was utterly impossible. For this was a secret concoction crafted by Qin Feng. It dissolved the moment it touched the tongue, directly permeating the finest capillaries. Heh, no need to keep gagging. You won't dislodge it. Most people can't even get their hands on this stuff. For the next week, steer clear of spicy foods. Otherwise, if the toxins flare up, even I won't be able to save you. Clean this up. At your age, I don't want to have to hit you. Once you've tidied everything, you can get out of here. The old man hastily wiped the floor with his clothes, leaving not a speck of ash behind, then slunk away from the Chen residence. You lot are making such a racket here, disturbing my family's rest. What do you suggest we do about it? Qin Feng watched Sun Jinglong's terrified expression and wondered how his son had managed to provoke such a demon. Now he was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. I'm sorry. Please spare me and my father. I beg you. I'll never bother Chunning again. Today, I lied to my father. From now on, I'll live with honor and integrity. Please give me another chance. Spare us both, and I'll gladly serve the Chen family as a slave. Qin Feng stared down at Sun Jiawei kneeling before him. Truthfully, Sun hadn't directly offended either Qin Feng or Qining. Yet Qin Feng harbored a deep, visceral hatred for men like him. He believed that as a celebrity or influencer, one should uphold a wholesome image and promote a sound worldview to everyone, instead of relying on bizarre outfits, daring attire, and provocative looks to attract attention. Over time, this had become a trend. Qin Feng felt that the border guards were protecting precisely this kind of crowd. He felt it was a waste for those soldiers, which was why he couldn't control his emotions. Get up. You have your strengths. I hope to see more of your wholesome image in the future. If you can do your best, I won't force you if you can't. But if you continue to use this image to influence young people, I won't let you off lightly. And don't you owe my father-in-law an apology? Qin Feng now carried himself like a king, as if everyone should obey his commands without question. Yes. Brother Chen, I was wrong today. I came to disturb you without investigating the cause. I apologize. Please give me another chance. From now on, I'll leverage our company's influence to promote and develop yours all without charge. Since arriving in Tianan, Sun Jinglong had never been so thoroughly humiliated. He was completely subdued by Qin Feng. How could someone possess such terrifying power in this world? Every word he spoke now was not from the heart. For if he could serve someone with such terrifying power like Qin Feng, even as a lowly servant, he would do so willingly. Chen Tianping was still reeling from the shock, for he too had no idea Qin Feng possessed such power. Fortunately, he had never crossed any lines with him. Otherwise, who knew what consequences he might have faced? Rise. Today was a misunderstanding. A conflict between two children escalated to this extent. Moreover, your son is injured, which will inevitably impact your company's revenue. Let's leave today's incident at that. From now on, we'll mind our own business. You walk your broad highway, I'll take my narrow plank bridge. Chen Tianping was extremely cautious by nature. He believed his company had no connection whatsoever to the media industry. Moreover, he suspected Sun Jinglong was merely saying these things to save his own skin. It certainly wasn't heartfelt. So letting them leave now was a favorable outcome. No, Brother Chen, please give me a chance. My company has massive promotional reach. With influencer live streams, we can sell anything effortlessly. Plus, our company has film production capabilities. We could provide free product placements for your company. Even if we were selling toothpicks, we could generate hundreds of millions in sales. I'm desperate to partner with your company, and everything would be complimentary. I just need you to give me a chance, I'll make the most of it. Sun Jinglong didn't want to miss this opportunity. Though he didn't know Qin Feng's true identity, he believed Qin Feng was no ordinary person. Alright. We happen to have plenty of projects needing promotion. I'll give you a shot. Do this well, and you'll be rewarded handsomely in the future. Qin Feng felt that befriending a reputable media company would be a tremendous advantage. And everything was free. He knew hiring celebrity endorsers nowadays came with hefty costs. Qin Feng didn't feel he was taking advantage. If Sun Jinglong delivered, he wouldn't shortchange him either. Moreover, the Chen family's businesses were currently on the rise, drawing the covetous eyes of many other clans. Forging ties with a company that hadn't aligned itself with others would be highly advantageous. In Tianan, most comparable companies had ties to major clans. Sun Jinglong hadn't aligned with them precisely because he already wielded considerable influence. After all, he was a renowned director, and Sun Jiawei was making waves in the fashion world. Most importantly, their company posed no threat to those major families. In Tianan, companies like theirs were few and far between, so there were no reservations about forming an alliance with them. Sun Jinglong was overjoyed upon hearing Qin Feng's words. He'd never been this happy before. Really? I'll do my best. Qin Feng observed Sun Jinglong's shift in attitude and noticed Sun Jiawei nearby, discreetly picking at his manicured nails. Judging by their father-son display, they had genuinely submitted to him. Alright, let's go. We'll contact you if needed, but you'd be wise not to reveal anything about me. Also, keep the partnership with the Chen family confidential. I trust you're a smart man, no need for further explanation. Your actions will speak for themselves. Oh, and take these two away. They're only unconscious, not seriously injured. Sun Jinglong and Sun Jiawei struggled to drag the two burly men, slowly making their way out of the Chen residence. After they left, Qin Feng turned to look at Chen Tianping and his family of three, all staring straight at him. Qin Feng spoke up. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Qin Feng was utterly puzzled, wondering why the three of them were staring at him like that. Later, it dawned on him he hadn't controlled his emotions and had instantly killed those two men. They probably weren't used to it. Didn't you know I know martial arts? Qin Feng could only feign innocence, as there was no other way to explain it. Qin Feng, how many secrets are you keeping from us? Chen Ying found what just happened utterly unbelievable. Qin Feng's series of moves had been like something out of a superhero movie. You never asked, so I never mentioned it. Didn't you know before? Qin Feng couldn't possibly reveal his entire identity, so he could only dodge the question. No, the records showed nothing. It only said you had no background, no money, and were just a son-in-law brought into our family arranged by grandfather. Chen Ying was utterly baffled. Did grandfather not know about Qin Feng's extraordinary abilities? Oh, I do have no background. The money I earned at the Yu family's place a couple days ago, I wasn't lying to you. Chapter 55, Why Fear a Worthless Good for Nothing? Qin Feng's current persona was exactly that: no money, no connections, just decent medical skills and now martial arts. You do have a point. Since Qin Feng had become a son-in-law, no one had ever asked him about these things. Now that they knew, they were merely surprised it didn't prove he hadn't possessed these abilities all along. Right, don't overthink it. That's how it is. Aren't you still preparing for the deputy hospital director election? Go on. Qin Feng's mind raced, preparing to answer Qin Ying's next question at any moment. Chen Tianping, meanwhile, stood there not only puzzled but also realizing that with such exceptional medical skills and now revealing impressive martial arts, Qin Feng was definitely no ordinary person. If he were an ordinary person, facing daily ridicule from his own family and scorn from the outside world, especially since the Chen family wasn't even a top-tier clan, there would be no compelling reason for him to stay. Qin Feng had chosen to stay here, so he must have his reasons.
Ying, no need to ask anymore. Isn't it a blessing to have such an outstanding husband? Qin Feng, I know there are things you might not want to voice aloud.
But right now, it's just the four of us in this room.
We're family.
Admittedly, we all had our biases toward you before, and that's only natural.
Who wouldn't want a good son-in-law? But now, you've proven yourself to be exceptional. I acknowledge you'll become an outstanding man.
Whatever your motives may be, your kindness toward Ying is clear to all of us. You've never done anything to harm the Chen family, and I hope you never will.
From now on, this is your home.
You've built a career and set goals for yourself. I support you. I hope you live up to everyone's expectations.
None of us will speak of today's events.
I understand you wish to conceal your capabilities. Perhaps you're pursuing endeavors unknown to us.
It's best not to involve Ying in this. She is now your wife. But no matter what rumors circulate outside, if your affairs ever drag Ying into trouble, I, Chen Tianping, will fight tooth and nail to make you answer for it. Alright, we've been at it all night. You two haven't stopped since you got back. Let's all wash up and get some sleep. We've got work to do tomorrow.
Chen Tianping didn't know why these words came out of his mouth, but Qin Feng thought they made perfect sense. As Chen Ying's father, he had both the right and the duty to protect his daughter and safeguard the Chen family's well-being.
If his affairs dragged them into trouble, Chen Tianping would be in a terrible predicament.
Qin Feng silently vowed that whatever he did from now on, he absolutely must not involve them.
Don't worry. I know my limits.
So the family of four, each lost in their own thoughts, went through a simple wash-up before retreating to their respective bedrooms. But tonight, the bond between two people had undergone a profound shift.
Chen Ying tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep.
She thought about everything that had happened since Qin Feng entered the Chen family, and how this man always appeared by her side whenever she faced difficulties or danger. He had never once harmed her. And as he said by the sea, this man might truly offer her a bright future. Qin Feng sat on the edge of his bed, pondering Chen Tianping's words. He hadn't accomplished much yet, merely securing some funds from the Yu family.
Moreover, Chen Tianping had never once treated her coldly, as he was perpetually occupied with the Chen family's business affairs. Qin Feng understood Feng Li's daily complaints. As Chen Tianping had said, what family wouldn't want a good son-in-law?
The next day arrived the day of the selection process for the deputy director at Chunying Hospital. To ensure fairness, the selection was held in the hospital's large conference room, open not only to family members but to all attendees. In the past, Chunying would never have allowed Qin Feng to be present. Yet there he sat, dressed in his usual plain clothes, occupying a seat reserved for family members. You all, this is Qin Feng. Rumor has it he used some underhanded scheme to climb onto the high branch of the Yu family.
Look at him looking so shabby. He probably just did some menial work for the Yu family. To maintain their family's grand image, they announced he'd become Yu Nanshan's subordinate.
Exactly. I bet they're worried he'll stick around like a leech. Once someone like that latches on, they won't budge.
These people spoke without the slightest restraint, utterly brazen and showing no regard for Qin Feng whatsoever. Qin Feng paid them no mind whatsoever.
In his eyes, they were utterly insignificant. His eyes were fixed solely on Chen Ying's anxious expression, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He had obtained the campaign materials through Qian Wanliang. In terms of qualifications and capability, Chen Ying was undoubtedly the best candidate. But among them was the head of the logistics department. Even from her photo, she was clearly a seductive woman, and today she was dressed up to the nines. After all, this was a private hospital with fewer regulations.
She wasn't responsible for treating patients, so there were no dress code requirements whatsoever.
Rumor had it she was the daughter-in-law of the Hong family from the southern part of the city. While the Hongs weren't considered a top-tier family in Tiannan, they possessed near-elite status, a level the Chen family could never hope to match. The reason she was brought here to work was because she had given birth to a daughter, failing to produce a male heir for the Hong family. Still, securing her position as director of logistics was a decent compromise. She was now Chen Ying's biggest rival. This was because the Hong family held half the shares in this private hospital. It was the largest private hospital in the region, but in a few days, when Qin Feng's hospital officially opened, it would no longer hold that title. Qin Feng's facility had recruited numerous talented professionals, boasted the most advanced equipment, and occupied the largest footprint, 4 or 5 times the size of this hospital when compared side by side.
Ying, don't be nervous. Your abilities are outstanding. These people can't hold a candle to you.
Chen Ying nodded, knowing that Wang Lei, the Hong family's daughter-in-law, was leveraging their connections to compete for the position of vice president. Moreover, rumors had already spread that Wang Lei had been internally selected for the position long ago, making all the other candidates mere token contenders.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, family members, to observe our Vice President's selection conference. This conference. The private hospital's director began his speech from the podium, though he was merely reading from a script, proof of his utter incompetence. The family members below were all nodding off, seemingly uninterested in the selection meeting. Only Chen Ing appeared tense. Xin Feng gradually realized that these people kept seeking opportunities to greet a young man, Wang Lei's husband, Hong Fei. As Xin Feng looked at him, their eyes met. A sneer of contempt flashed across Hong Fei's face. He slowly rose to his feet and actually began walking toward Xin Feng. It was well known that the dean was delivering his speech. Regardless of whether he was a useless good-for-nothing, he deserved at least a modicum of respect.
Hey, you're that useless son-in-law of the Chun family? Heard you've latched onto the Yu family now? Looking at you like this, how could the Yu family possibly give you the time of day? Ha!
Xin Feng observed his arrogant demeanor and realized that arguing with him now would only unsettle Chen Ing. He responded coldly.
I don't know you, and I don't want to talk to you. Stay away from me. I'm not one to mince words. If I start cursing, I doubt you'd be able to handle it.
Chen Ing was completely immersed in her speech at that moment, seemingly oblivious to everything happening around her.
Fine. Then remember this well, my name is Hong Fei. Wang Lei is my wife.
The position of vice dean has long been internally decided for our family. You can just stay here with your wife while you go home and wash your underwear.
I've heard you're quite the expert at washing underwear, ha.
Hong Fei laughed unrestrainedly, paying no heed to the dean's speech on stage. The dean noticed the commotion but showed no intention of intervening. I'll say this one last time, get out of my sight immediately.
Your presence here is disturbing my wife. Hong Fei froze for a moment, staring at Xin Feng's furious expression as if slightly intimidated. But then he thought, how could he possibly be afraid of a useless piece of trash? Chapter 56, Chen Ying's shock. Xin Feng, did I give you too much leeway? How dare you speak to me like that? What the hell is she preparing for? My wife is about to become the vice president of this hospital.
As Hong Fei spoke, he reached out to grab Chen Ying's file.
Xin Feng couldn't stand people like this.
He could tolerate anything directed at himself, but when it came to Chen Ing, he absolutely would not tolerate it.
Stop.
Xin Feng grabbed his wrist, causing him to yelp in pain.
Damn it, let go. You're hurting me.
Chen Ing snapped back to her senses and hurriedly stopped Xin Feng. Feeling Chen Ing tugging at his arm, Xin Feng realized he couldn't possibly hurt her. He immediately released his grip.
Get lost.
Xin Feng said coldly to Hong Fei, who glared back at him.
You just wait. With that, Hong Fei strode to the podium.
The dean, noticing his approach, halted his speech.
Get up.
No need for further nonsense.
I'll make the announcement myself. Hong Fei pushed the dean aside.
The dean offered no complaint, instead offering an awkward smile. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are likely aware, our family holds a 50% stake in this hospital. I now formally appoint my wife, Wang Lei, as the vice president of this institution. As for those pretending to work hard, go cool off somewhere else.
Bang!
Before Hong Fei could finish his sentence, the conference room door was kicked open.
All eyes turned toward the entrance. 7 or 8 men in suits, each imposing and well-built, strode in with commanding presence. What shocked everyone even more was that the last person to enter was none other than Qian Wanliang, the wealthiest man in Tiannan. Everyone knew who he was, but what possible reason could he have for appearing here now? Hong Fei immediately fell silent. After all, his family was merely a second-rate clan before Qian Wanliang, they were but insignificant insects. The dean, already in his 60s, leapt down from the stage and hurried over, eager to shake Qian Wanliang's hand. Xin Feng saw Qian Wanliang arrive and temporarily suppressed the rage in his heart. Had he been delayed even a few seconds longer, Hong Fei would likely be nothing more than a vegetable now. Good day, honored guests. Our apologies for the delayed welcome. Before the principal could finish, Qian Wanliang waved him off. You're unworthy of my handshake. I don't know you. I'm here to see Director Chen. Everyone present wore expressions of eager anticipation. The Chen family could never possibly have any connection to Qian Wanliang.
Therefore, his aggressive demeanor suggested that Chen Ing might have gotten herself into trouble.
You're here to see me? Chen Ing looked at Qian Wanliang. She didn't recognize them at all. What could their purpose be in seeking her out? Yes. As is widely known, I manage a private hospital in the northern part of the city. After careful consideration, we are currently seeking a vice president. Would you be interested? It boasts the most advanced equipment. You should be well aware of which prominent family owns it. So, take a look. If you find it suitable, just sign this contract.
Chen Ing felt completely dazed.
Everyone knew about the private hospital in the northern part of the city.
It was filled with so many elites. Not only would she feel incredibly honored to be the deputy director there, but even being an ordinary doctor would be a privilege.
Ying, I hear the music there is fantastic, far superior to what we have here. Once that place opens, this hospital will probably be deserted.
Seeing Chen Ing still hesitating, Xin Feng quickly urged her from the side. Everyone present fell completely silent at that moment. The news was simply too shocking, they couldn't process it all at once. Director Chen, this is a rare opportunity. You must cherish it. Chen snapped out of her daze upon hearing Qian Wanliang's words. She pondered how such an incredible opportunity could have fallen into her lap. She glanced at Qin Fang's smiling expression and wondered if he had anything to do with this. But now, she had no grounds to refuse. Who wouldn't want to work at the best place? Just then, the hospital director suddenly appeared and addressed Qian Wanliang. Mr. Qian, she is still our hospital's director and is under contract with us. Isn't it inappropriate for you to poach her like this? Qian Wanliang's lips curled into a cold, dismissive sneer as he retorted icily. So what if it's a breach of contract? Just name your price. A talent like Director Chen can't even be the vice president of your little hospital. Looks like you really are blind. Stop wasting my time. I'll pay you later, and that's the end of it. Seeing Qian Wanliang was genuinely intent on hiring her, Chen hesitated no longer. She picked up the pen and signed the contract. Qian Wanliang nodded in satisfaction, waving to his subordinate. The man produced a gold card, and Qian Wanliang addressed Qin Feng. Director Chen has agreed to join our company. This is a reward for her. Please accept it. I hear your living conditions aren't ideal. Use this money to buy a house. Everyone present was stunned. Merely signing a contract had earned her a house as a reward, and this gold card held at least 10 billion yuan. No. It's already the greatest honor for me to work at your hospital. How could I possibly accept this card? Chen tried to decline, but this was Qin Feng's idea. She had lived in that dilapidated neighborhood for 3 years. It was time to improve their living conditions. Just take it when they offer it. To the richest man in the mortal world, this amount is less than a drop in the bucket. Qin Feng snatched the gold card from her hand. Chen opened her mouth to protest but closed it again. She realized that using this money to buy a house could also satisfy her mother's vanity. Better to accept it. Alright, then there's nothing else. When you have time, come take a look at the office environment at the hospital. If there's anything you need, just let us know. Shall we go then? Qian Wanliang glanced at the stunned faces around them and addressed the pair. Let's go. I don't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. Qin Feng took Chen Ying's hand and followed Qian Wanliang and the others out. It was the first time Qin Feng had held Chen Ying's hand, and he felt a little flutter of excitement. The remaining individuals, who had been hoping to curry favor with Hong Fei, witnessed this scene and promptly departed. They all scattered and left. After leaving the hospital, Chen Wanliang said goodbye to them and departed. Phew, that went okay, right? After getting into the car, Chen Wanliang took a deep breath and addressed his men. His men nodded in unison, but Chen Wanliang still felt uneasy, waiting for Qin Feng's approval. Qin Feng watched Chen, still dazed and unfocused, and found her utterly adorable. Let's go. Strike while the iron's hot, we're going house hunting now. Chen was still a bit dazed, feeling as if everything that had happened today was like a dream. She followed Qin Feng into the car. The car drove all the way toward the coast. Qin Feng had long been drawn to this newly developed property. Opening the window revealed the ocean. Living here would be pure bliss. Wow, this place is so close to the ocean. I absolutely love the sea here. The seas of Tiannan were renowned worldwide. Strictly regulated with restricted access in certain areas, the entire ocean surface was crystal clear. During the few months when the surrounding islands were open to the public, diving enthusiasts flocked here. The water here boasts exceptional density, along with stunning coral reefs and diverse fish swimming right beside you, making you feel as though you're part of their world. As Chen admired the crystal clear sea along the coastal highway, her mood lifted completely. She no longer felt the dazed confusion she had earlier. Having lived in this city for so many years, Chen had long grown accustomed to the sight of the sea. Yet now, accompanying this man and embracing her new job, she stood together with him, basking in the sea breeze. She didn't have to think about work or worry about the Chen family's troubles. Everything felt so comfortable. Before Chen could fully savor the moment, they reached their destination. Qin Feng parked the car, and the two entered the sales office. Hello, do you have an appointment? The saleswoman standing at the entrance eyed Qin Feng's attire with obvious disdain, her expression utterly unwelcoming. The other saleswomen, observing Qin Feng and his companions, couldn't help but snicker, whispering among themselves. Look at how that guy's dressed. Even bricklayers dress better than him. He's a dead ringer for a reincarnated poor schmuck. Don't say that. Calling him a poor schmuck is insulting to poor shucks. He looks worse than a beggar to me. Chapter 57, Enemies Meet. Of course, these voices were too soft for Chen to hear. Qin Feng merely shot them a cold stare but chose not to engage. He was too jaded by such snobbish behavior to waste his anger on them. We didn't make an appointment. We just saw this was a newly completed development and there were coastal villas, so we came over. Chen Ying's beauty won over the saleswoman. At least she looked like a wealthy young lady. Hello, miss. The coastal villas start at 50 million yuan. The saleswoman said nothing more, merely observing that while Chen Ying was indeed beautiful, given her age, she simply didn't look like someone who could produce 50 million yuan on the spot. Moreover, these villas were merely the starting price. Additional fees could easily reach tens of millions, and prime locations typically doubled the cost.
Show us around. And mind your attitude.
Qin Feng spoke sharply to the saleswoman, noticing Chen Ying's awkward expression. The saleswoman was visibly irritated, not even moving an inch as she replied with a dismissive tone.
What's the point of showing you around? Can you even afford it? It's just a waste of time.
If you want a gawk, go home and stare at your crappy phone.
Don't waste my time here.
My time is for making money, not playing games with you lot. Qin Feng stared at the saleswoman's abysmal attitude, tempted to slap her across the face. But he didn't have the habit of hitting women, so he could only say coldly, "As a service worker, you're at the very bottom of society.
You're not even as good as those bricklayers outside.
You use your body to win over buyers, spending all day scheming to hook up with rich guys.
Don't you feel disgusting? What gives you the right to strut around here like you own the place? Think you're some kind of noble creature?
Let's be honest, you're just a woman selling herself in disguise." Qin Feng had phrased it as delicately as possible, yet the meaning was crystal clear to anyone listening.
The saleswoman stared in shock.
How could this penniless guy speak with such cutting sharpness?
Had she misjudged him?
Even if she had misjudged him, that didn't give him the right to insult her like this.
Yet the saleswoman failed to grasp that it was her own actions that had provoked Qin Feng's fury.
Instead, she believed he had initiated the verbal assault.
You cheapskate, you came here looking for trouble, didn't you? Do you even know who developed this place? You dare cause a scene here? Looks like you've had enough of living.
Qin Feng watched the saleswoman walk away, still acting so arrogant. He knew the developer behind this place must be no ordinary entity. But who cared who developed it? If they provoked him, they'd pay the price. Who the hell developed it matters? I'm here to buy a house, not to be lectured by you. You should consider yourself lucky to serve me. But look at you, so shameless, lacking even basic professional ethics. You'd make a fine prostitute. Not every saleswoman in a high-end community like this one engaged in under-the-table deals. But this saleswoman before me clearly didn't earn her position to sell properties. Judging by her attitude, she must have received plenty of favors from big bosses. What did you say? Who are you calling a prostitute? A piece of trash like you isn't even worthy of licking my feet. You should consider yourself lucky just to sniff my panties. The saleswoman flew into a rage, spewing such vile words that Chen Ying flushed crimson. Cut the crap. The moment I walked in, I smelled your stinky feet, and not just any stink. Look closely and you'd see green gas. Not only do your feet stink, but your mouth stinks worse. I have to hold my breath talking to you, or you'd suffocate me. And that other place? Don't even get me started. Don't you know how much you stink? You actually flaunt it? Think putting gold trim on it makes it not a toilet? Faced with Qin Feng's sharp retort, the saleswoman was instantly speechless. Seeing she had no intention of continuing the tour, Qin Feng opened his mouth to speak, only for the saleswoman to shout angrily. Security! Security! The security guards at this sales office weren't real security at all, just a bunch of street toughs. They only worked here because of the Chu family's influence. And this Ocean Sky development? It was developed by the Chu family. The man in charge here is Chu Tian, Chu Xiong's younger brother. Chu Tian was known for his extravagant spending and had always been drawn to the underworld lifestyle since childhood. Only because of the Chu family backing him had he not yet reached the level of utter ruthlessness. Nevertheless, the underground forces in Tiannan all gave Chu Tian some face. The so-called security guards hurried over, none wearing uniforms, just black tank tops that exposed their tattoos. What's wrong, Fei Fei? Did someone bully you? Or did someone sleep with you and not pay? The speaker was a man with a buzz cut covered in messy tattoos, weighing at least 200 pounds. His lecherous grin spread as he eyed Fei Fei up and down. What are you talking about? Just take care of him tonight and I'm yours. Do whatever you want with me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Qin Feng listened to Fei Fei's words and felt his judgment was spot on. She really did use her body as a bargaining chip for everything. The fat man beamed with delight. Clearly, he'd been lusting after Fei Fei for ages. Everyone says you're A, and it turns out you really are. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already offering to sleep with me tonight? I've been craving your body for ages. So many men have slept with you, I wonder if you even feel anything anymore. Ha 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 ha. Surprisingly, Fei Fei looked a bit bashful, her gaze at the fat man particularly seductive. Whether I feel anything or not, won't you find out tonight? Ugh, you're so annoying. Qin Feng couldn't stand watching this filthy transaction unfold any longer. He spoke up. Are you two ever going to stop? Don't you find this disgusting? And you fat pig, aren't you afraid of catching something? The fat man turned toward Qin Feng, drawn by his words. He had actually spotted Qin Feng when he arrived, but hadn't given him a second glance. What surprised him was that this young man dared to provoke him. He eyed Qin Feng up and down, his gaze drifting to Chen Ying behind him. Shen Ying's beauty was the kind that made anyone fall head over heels at first sight, and this fat man was no exception. His gaze grew lecherous to the extreme, as if he could see right through her body. That look infuriated Qin Feng completely. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. If you want to keep your own 2 eyes, withdraw that disgusting gaze. The fat man, who had been thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, was interrupted once more by Qin Feng. This time, he was thoroughly enraged. I'm in a generous mood today. Apologize to Feifei right now, leave these 2 women behind, and you can get the hell out. One more word from you, and I'll slice your tongue out, you little bastard. What are you trying to pull with me? Do as I say, or else. Smack. Ah. Qin Feng delivered a resounding slap across the fat man's face. The man spun around 3 times before crashing to the ground. Qin Feng had his limits. Provoking him came at a price, but provoking his women? That wasn't just a simple price to pay. The people behind the fat man were stunned into silence. They watched as he was knocked unconscious with a single blow, stunned by the sheer force that sent him spinning 3 times. Qin Feng's icy gaze swept over them, landing on Feifei. The saleswoman named Feifei immediately collapsed to the ground. Get someone over here. I want to buy a property. Did you hear me? Qin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it pierced their souls, leaving those so-called tough guys trembling in place, too scared to move. Are you all deaf? You. Go get someone. Qin Feng pointed at someone, who finally snapped out of it and hurried off. Halfway there, he lost one of his shoes. Shortly after, a young man approached. His entire demeanor radiated an air of refinement, clearly marking him as a wealthy heir. This man was none other than Chu Tian. He had been passionately entangled with a new saleswoman in the office, both thoroughly enjoying themselves, when he was abruptly summoned by the man who had just passed by. As he strolled over, he spotted Qin Feng and sneered. Well, isn't this a case of enemies meeting by chance? Chapter 58, Dare You Bet Against Me? Qin Feng and his companions had never seen Chu Tian before. His remark left them utterly baffled. Who are you? We don't recognize you. We're here to buy a property. Are you the manager here? Qin Feng stared at Chu Tian, finding the man utterly baffling. Why had he suddenly blurted out such a remark? Qin Feng racked his brain. He hadn't had any arguments with this man before. They had absolutely no connection whatsoever. Ha 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 ha. You must be that good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Chen family. What did you do to my brother that brought shame upon the Chu family? Are you proud of yourself? How dare you show your face on our turf? Qin Feng pieced together from Chu Tian's words that this guy must be from the Tiannan Chu family. Speaking of the Chu family, they were traitors to the Han family of the capital. Over the years, in their attempts to curry favor with the Han family, they had committed countless acts beyond the bounds of decency. His remark about enemies meeting by chance seemed to apply to himself as well. Now that he knew the man's identity, he wouldn't be held accountable for showing no mercy. Ha. You're from the Chu family, aren't you? A family that serves as someone else's lapdog, and you actually take pride in it? Judging by your appearance, you're hardly a prized breed either. Who'd have thought the Han family's taste in the capital has deteriorated so much they taken even a stray like you? Qin Feng's words struck deep into Chu Tian's heart. All the rumors circulating outside these years had been exactly like this. Since childhood, Chu Tian had endured daily humiliation, barely clinging to life. His childhood had been utterly dark. But it wasn't until the Han family of the capital acknowledged the Chu family as their traitors that the Chu family finally rose. With the Han family as their backing, they had flaunted their power for many years. You worthless good-for-nothing, you freeloading scum. Say that again if you dare, and I'll break your dog legs and pull out every one of your dog teeth. Qin Feng had ripped open Chu Tian's deepest wound in front of everyone. How could he not be furious? So young, yet your ears are already failing? Deaf? Or is your brain not working? Didn't you hear what I said? Aren't dogs supposed to have sharp hearing? Looks like you're failing at being a dog. Has the Han family been skimping on your bones lately? Though furious to the extreme, Chu Tian had learned restraint since childhood. He knew that even with the entire sales office against him, they were no match for Qin Feng in a physical fight. Unable to win by force, he chose to fight with words. After his family became wealthy, he'd picked up gambling and secretly mastered some techniques. So he composed himself and addressed Qin Feng. Looks like you're the one stepping out of line today, you good-for-nothing? I know you're a tough fighter, and I admit it with the people I have now, I'm no match for you. Besides, I'm a civilized man. How could I possibly be filled with nothing but fighting and killing? Care to wager a game with me? Qin Feng wasn't particularly skilled at gambling, but relying on his extraordinary perception, he figured it couldn't be that complicated. What harm could come from playing along with this young Master Chu? Besides, he was already scheming a plan. Fine. How do you want to wager? Seeing Qin Feng agree, Chu Tian's heart was bursting with joy. He felt victory was already in the bag. The victory was already in the bag. Qin Feng had a bit of a reputation throughout Tiannan, but Chu Tian had never respected him from the bottom of his heart. He never imagined this son-in-law of the Chen family would try to play the hero. Well, let him take on a high-stakes gamble with him. He would make sure Qin Feng was utterly disgraced and perhaps even bring the entire Chen family to its knees. After all, the Chen family had recently begun to gain influence in Tiannan. This was the perfect opportunity to eradicate them from the region, a move that would also serve as his redemption. Fine. I didn't expect a worthless piece of trash like you to have any guts. You probably don't know my reputation in Tiannan's gambling circles. Everyone calls me Invincible Thousand Hands. Winning every bet is my trademark. How about it? Scared yet? Qin Feng looked at Chu Tian as if he were a little kid. Wasn't that nickname essentially admitting he was a card shark? Who knew this guy was so delusional? What a pity. So young, yet your brain isn't quite up to par. If your parents' health permits, maybe they should try for another child. Looks like a bright young man, but turns out to be a mentally unstable one. I'm starting to not want to gamble with you. If word gets out that I bullied a little cutie, how could I ever show my face in Tiannan again? Maybe we shouldn't play after all. Qin Feng's words nearly made Qining burst out laughing. Chu Tian, however, thought Qin Feng was scared that he'd back down upon hearing his name. He laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. If you're scared, just say so. Why all the nonsense? Leave 50 million here to cover my brother's medical bills and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you're no man. You can't even face a simple gamble with me. You're nothing but a useless freeloader. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. This Chu Tian was clearly out of his mind. He couldn't fathom what the Chu family was thinking, handing such a prime property over to him to manage. Alright, what's your game? What are we betting on? You make the rules. This isn't me picking on the little cutie, right? Qin Feng stared at Chu Tian, who couldn't tell right from wrong, and decided it was best to figure out how to trick him. Talking about anything else was pointless, he wouldn't understand anyway. Ha ha ha, fine. Since you claim you're here to buy property, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this once. The smallest units here start at 30 million. That means you've brought enough cash. Let's bet your 30 million on the first round. If you change your mind now, you still have time. Go borrow some more cash, leave my guy's medical bills, and then you can get lost. Qin Feng pondered how to trap him, then spoke slowly. How about this? Best of 3 rounds. We'll draw up a contract and seal it with our fingerprints. After all, that kind of money isn't small change. You know I don't have much money. If I lose all this, it'll be tough to earn it back. Chu Tian didn't care about the tens of millions, but seeing Qin Feng's expression, he felt certain of victory. Fine, I agree. Someone, print out the contract immediately. I'm going to make money for our family. The contract was printed out quickly. Both men signed it, pressed their fingerprints, and saved photos of it on their phones. No one could back out now. Qin Feng studied the documents, a barely perceptible smirk curling his lips. Chu Tian, meanwhile, burst into maniacal laughter, scheming that beyond these 30 million, he would win even more from him. If he could bring down the Chen family in one fell swoop, that would be the icing on the cake. Come on then. How do you want to gamble? It's entirely up to you. Qin Feng regarded Chu Tian with unwavering composure, his strategy already mapped out. Don't talk about how we'll gamble yet. First, put your money on the table. I need to verify you actually have that much cash. No backing out later. Don't even think about pulling a fast one and getting something for nothing. You won't beat me. I know my reputation is. Qin Feng cut him off sharply, thinking this Chu Tian was nothing but a lunatic. It wasn't something to be proud of, so why keep harping on it? Of course, Qin Feng couldn't show him the bank cards in his hand. Revealing those cards would instantly expose how much money he actually had. Qin Feng walked over to Qining with a smile and said to her, "Honey, can I borrow 30 million? Qining had never intended to let him gamble with Chu Tian in the first place. It was unnecessary. Qin Feng knew exactly how much she had saved. All her bonuses over the years had been tucked away, and it just happened to add up to 30 million. But Qin Feng had already agreed to Chu Tian and even signed a written agreement. Now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. I can lend you the money, but this is every penny I have. If you lose it all, we'll be left with nothing." Deep down, Qining still had faith in Qin Feng. Yet she hesitated. Losing that money would truly leave them destitute. "Don't worry. I won't lose," Qin Feng declared with unwavering conviction. Qining reached into her bag, pulled out a bank card, and handed it to him. Qin Feng took the card with a smile and hurried back toward Chu Tian. "Come on, let's see what you've got." Chu Tian let out a cold laugh, his face full of contempt as he addressed Lin Yuan. "What a freeloader. Borrowing money from your wife for this? You look like a lapdog. You're killing me. No need to test it. Let's start now. The rules are simple, 1 deck of cards, and we each draw for 9 points. You get to draw 2 cards at a time. If you're not satisfied with the total, you can draw a third. If you're still unhappy, well, you'll just have to leave it to fate." Chapter 59, This is the One. This method of drawing for 9 points was the simplest form of gambling, yet it was also the ultimate test of card shuffling skills. Chu Tian excelled at this game, and a look of confidence was already spreading across his face. Alright, I understand the rules. Let's begin. Xin Feng rubbed his hands together eagerly, eyeing the deck on the table as Chu Tian addressed him. You shuffle first. After you, I'll shuffle. That way, it's perfectly fair. Xin Feng could tell from Chu Tian's expression that this guy had already figured out how to cheat. But Xin Feng obediently picked up the deck and performed the simplest shuffle. Alright, your turn. Chu Tian swiftly grabbed the deck, manipulating it with unpredictable, intricate movements. Chu Tian shuffled the cards with dazzling sleight of hand techniques that were precisely his methods for cheating. Everyone was so captivated by how dazzlingly he shuffled the cards that they overlooked how he had already arranged certain cards in a highly systematic order according to his cheating sequence. Xin Feng's gaze never left the deck of cards, and he clearly saw how the cheating was done. Even when Chu Tian employed his fastest speed and sleight of hand, it played out like slow-motion replay under Xin Feng's intense scrutiny. Chu Tian assumed Xin Feng was mesmerized, captivated by his sleight of hand. He then placed the deck on the table in the order he desired. Go ahead, you choose first. Xin Feng, utilizing his extraordinary memory, had already memorized the exact position of every single card. Not one was out of place. Xin Feng slowly picked 2 cards from the top, a 3 and a 7, and revealed them to Chu Tian. How do you want to count this? Chu Tian laughed loudly. Ah, yours is 0 points. Any card I pick will beat you. It all depends on whether you can draw a 9. But now it's my turn to draw cards, hee hee hee. Chu Tian searched for his pattern, precisely drawing 2 9s from the deck. Now, if he could draw an ace, he'd have the highest possible 9 points. It would also drastically reduce Xin Feng's chances of drawing a 9. I've got 2 9s. Let's see how lucky you are pulling another pair from such slim odds. Chu Tian's smugness practically oozed from him. Xin Feng feigned panic, glancing at him before pretending concern for Chen Ying. Despair washed over Chen Ying's face. Chu Tian was clearly toying with Xin Feng, and it seemed her 30 million yuan was gone for good. She was too tense to speak, her eyes fixed intently on the cards on the table. Xin Feng's fingers began moving, searching repeatedly through the deck for the 9. Just as one finger landed precisely on a 9 card, tension flashed across Chu Tian's face. However, after pausing for 2 seconds, Xin Feng's finger moved instead to the card next to the 9 and ace. This is the one. Xin Feng slammed the ace down on the table. Before the card was even turned over, Chu Tian burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's just 1 point, how could you possibly beat me? But I won't bully you. I'll just pick any card at random and show you what a crushing victory looks like. Chen Ying instantly felt those 30 million yuan had gone completely down the drain. But the moment Chu Tian drew his 3rd card, his face turned ashen. He stared at the 3 cards in his hand, utterly speechless. He hadn't been able to resist drawing the 3rd card. After doing so, his eyes widened in utter bewilderment. He had meticulously arranged every card according to his own pattern. So why, of all cards, did he draw this one? Show your cards. You could win no matter which one you pick, unless it's a 2. Then, by your own rules, you'd have 0 points, right? Chu Tian had actually drawn a 2. He believed his card switching skills had reached divine mastery. He dismissed Xin Feng as another idle good-for-nothing who couldn't possibly have switched cards. Moreover, he had been watching Xin Feng the entire time. He was certain Xin Feng couldn't possibly cheat right under his nose. In reality, Xin Feng had already concealed the 2. The moment Chu Tian drew, he would swap it out at lightning speed. With Xin Feng's skill, even if surveillance footage were slowed down 10,000 times, no one could detect his flaw. Chen Ying stared intently at Chu Tian's hand, which he hesitated to put down. Can you hurry up? You're dawdling like a girl. Chen Ying was impatient by nature, and Chu Tian had just spoken to her disrespectfully. Chen Ying was exceptionally sharp. She could already guess that Chu Tian held the 0-point card. Smack! Chu Tian angrily slammed his cards onto the table, muttering in frustration. Go pay him up. It's best of 3 anyway. We'll see if you're still so lucky later. Xin Feng had known the outcome all along, but if he didn't feign excitement now, he might give himself away. Oh, it really is 0 points. Your invincible 1,000 hands aren't so great after all. You'd be better off joining a dating show and holding hands with girls. Don't go bragging about how great you are here. Chu Tian's face flushed crimson with anger, yet he couldn't pinpoint why he'd lost. He certainly couldn't admit his cheating technique had failed. Shortly after, his secretary transferred 30 million yuan from Chu Tian's card to Chen Ying's account. Chen Ying was naturally overjoyed, convinced Xin Feng had won this round purely by luck. But after the initial excitement, worry crept in. After all, there were still 2 more rounds to go. If Chu Tian won the next one, he'd surely pull some tricks in the final round. But glancing at Xin Feng's current state and the confident smile on his face, her worries settled somewhat. What should we play next? What's the stake? Xin Feng knew Chu Tian was now furious and flustered. After all, the one thing he was most confident in had unexpectedly shown a flaw. Anyone else would have their composure shaken. Faced with Xin Feng's question, Chu Tian pondered. If they were going to play, he might as well go big. 30 million was merely bait, he was waiting for the moment the big fish took the hook. He reasoned that the earlier mishap might have been due to his poor mood affecting his technique. Given the limited conditions here, let's continue. We'll each draw one card. Whoever draws the highest card wins. This time, Chu Tian's eyes were filled with utter seriousness. Xin Feng observed Chu Tian's intense focus. It seemed this round demanded his complete defeat and the stakes needed to be raised. Last time you set the stakes. This time, I decide. What do you say? Chu Tian scoffed coldly, thinking Xin Feng couldn't have seen much of the world. Let him set the terms. Fine, whatever you say. Name your stakes. If I don't agree, I'm a dog. Xin Feng had already gauged Chu Tian's temperament, but he also knew that even if he named the stakes, Chu Tian might not necessarily agree. The stakes were simply too high. Unless Chu Tian acted purely on impulse, anyone with a shred of sense would likely refuse. Since we're in this neighborhood and you're the one in charge, how about we bet this plot of land? When Xin Feng blurted this out, not only did Chu Tian freeze, but Chunning covered her mouth. Had Xin Feng lost his mind? This plot of land was worth billions, and they'd only just won 30 million. And now he was making such a bold claim? Even Chening, who trusted Qin, couldn't believe what she was hearing. Haha, Xin Feng. Do you even know the value of this land? Have you gone mad chasing money? Even if I agreed, what could you possibly offer in exchange that's worth this land? Chu Tian looked at Xin Feng, finding him rather amusing. Everyone coveted this plot, developers had long lusted after it. Yet in the end, it was the Chu family who secured the development rights, though the backroom dealings behind it remained unknown to outsiders. Once you owned this land, you held the power to demolish every structure on it and start anew. Xin Feng observed how well the area had been developed, with the entire residential complex boasting exceptionally luxurious architecture. Chapter 60, Just You Wait. He knew the Chu family must have invested heavily. If he could win this plot of land, it would deal a severe blow to the Chu family of Tiannan. And given Chu Tian's current state, he was highly likely to accept this wager. Xin Feng slowly pulled out the exclusive Qian family bank card from his pocket. Xin Feng thought to himself that although he didn't know the exact weight of this card, Chen Wanliang was the richest man in Tiannan, and this card was something he had temporarily given to him. Therefore, this card must belong to Chen Wanliang, and its credit limit must be exceptionally high. Moreover, gambling now felt incredibly simple to Xin Feng, almost like child's play. All those card tricks and sleight of hand techniques were utterly insignificant in Xin Feng's eyes. What they considered masterful maneuvers looked to him like children playing with mud. Chu Tian recognized it instantly, Chen Wanliang's exclusive bank card. Besides the entire card being red, the character Qian on it was gilded in gold. The Chu family had considerable influence, and Chu Tian knew of this card's existence. Yet he couldn't fathom how it had ended up in Xin Feng's hands. You're using this card to scam people, aren't you? What kind of clout does the Qian family have that they'd entrust such a valuable item to you? If you found it, return it immediately. The Qian family might reward you with tens of millions. At least you wouldn't have to borrow money from your wife whenever trouble arises. Ha 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 ha. Though he was confident in this gamble, he wanted to wrap it up quickly before Chu Tian changed his mind. If that happened, his plan would fall apart. Not only would he fail to secure the land, but the Chu family would also have him in their sights. After all, this was Tiannan, where the Chen family still held sway. Any retaliation from the Chu family would inevitably spill over to the Chens. That would be losing both the battle and the war. You've wasted so much of my time. Don't tell me this card is fake? Even if you can't beat me, my time is precious. Why am I playing along? I need to verify this card. Xin Feng chuckled. He knew the card was genuine. Once verified, if he didn't present the land use rights, he'd be branded untrustworthy. Even if Chu Tian denied it, with only their two parties present, there would be no witnesses to corroborate the truth. But Xin Feng had already read Chu Tian's character. Besides, managing the sales rights for such a large residential complex, he certainly didn't want to lose face by failing to produce the land use rights. I can let you check my card, but only if you hand over the land use rights. If you can't produce them and you've already checked my card, I won't have time to play games with you here. Xin Feng deliberately wore a look of contempt toward Chu Tian, fully aware that in everyone's eyes, he was nothing but a useless son-in-law. Such a privileged second-generation heir, looked down upon by someone like him, would surely act impulsively. What Chu Tian did next proved Xin Feng's hunch exactly right. Fine. You just wait. Chu Tian turned and stormed off, heading straight for his office. After all, something as crucial as land use rights had to be locked away in a safe. He'd have to retrieve it himself. And after being looked at like that by Xin Feng just now, he stormed into his office, muttering under his breath. Damn it! You worthless freeloader, you piece of trash! How dare you look down on me? You bastard! Today I'll show you what real power looks like. Chu Tian was so furious his hands were shaking. He even mistyped the safe combination twice. He pulled out the land use rights and gazed at them with satisfaction, instantly feeding his vain ego. Good for nothing, look at this! Ever seen one? First time, huh? Chu Tian slammed the land use rights documents onto the table, glaring at Qin Feng with pride. Qin Feng slowly picked up the land use rights documents, examining each page carefully. He wanted to confirm these were originals, not copies. If he could win this land use right into his own hands, and with the agreement signed between them, even if Chu Tian sued him, the court wouldn't accept the case. Moreover, with Chu Tian's standing, the entire Chu family stood behind him. If his son reneged on a gambling debt, the entire family would be looked down upon. If the Chu family's reputation suffered, a Han family in the capital wouldn't continue to tolerate them as their traitors. After all, the Han family was a major clan. If they harbored such untrustworthy traitors, how could the Han family maintain their standing in the capital? In the capital, the Han family wasn't the sole dominant force. Numerous prestigious clans held even greater influence than theirs. Therefore, even their own renegades had to maintain basic integrity. Alright, no problem. We can begin. While Qin Feng verified the land use rights, Shen Wanliang's card was also checked. The information on the card was genuine and valid. If one were to compare, this bank card belonging to the Qian family was several times more valuable than the land use rights here. Upon hearing the bank card was genuine, Chu Tian's face lit up with the smug satisfaction of a scheme succeeding. After all, he had won it through gambling. When word got out, the entire clan would look at Chu Tian with newfound respect. Because Chu Tian had gained the attention of the head of the Chu family, many felt he was too young and lacked sufficient capability. Moreover, entrusting such a crucial real estate project entirely to Chu Tian's management had sparked intense jealousy among many, especially the elders who harbored deep-seated resentment. Yet the elders, out of deference to the patriarch, dared not voice their discontent. Still, every pair of eyes was fixed intently on this situation. Should Chu Tian make any misstep, or worse, cause losses to the Chu family, he would face utter ruin. Even the position of family head could change hands. Alright, Qin Feng. Before we begin, I find myself wanting to thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance to turn things around. Now those old fools who look down on me will have to grovel at my feet. After I defeat you, pick any villa you want. I'll give you a discount and waive all subsequent fees. Consider it my repayment. Life is about give and take, and I'm a grateful man. Ever since I was young, I've loved helping others. Ha 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 ha. Chu Tian couldn't hide his excitement. After all, he felt certain of victory. He was already imagining the elders fawning over him. He pictured himself high above them, casually issuing orders to those elders who usually acted so formidable. The thought alone brought him joy. Well, I accept your gratitude. After all, you'll be the one crying soon. If that's the case, I'd better apologize now, just in case you refuse to accept my apology later. After today, you'll become the eternal scapegoat of the Chu family. Everyone who sees you will despise you. If one day you're reduced to begging outside my door, I'll give you a few cold steamed buns and a cup of lukewarm water. After eating this combo, your stomach will feel incredibly bloated. Because some things aren't meant for everyone to consume. Qin Feng had no interest whatsoever in this piece of land. What he sought was to slowly chip away at these families who bore him grudges, bit by bit, through his own accumulation. He would push these families toward the abyss, inch by inch, like a man sinking into a swamp. The harder he struggled, the deeper he would fall. Until they reached the bottom, gasping for air. Qin Feng intended to inflict that suffocating agony upon them, the very torment he himself had endured years ago. Everything would be repaid in full. Those inhuman torments would be savored to the last drop. Ha 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 ha. You worthless piece of trash from the Chun family, you're not entirely useless after all. Serving as my stepping stone is an honor for you. Just wait a few years until I rule the Chu family. When you see me, call me Brother Tian, and I'll treat you well. Of course, Chu Tian knew nothing of Qin Feng's hatred toward these families. Victory had already clouded his mind, filling it entirely with thoughts of what would come after his triumph. Whatever floats your boat. Hope you're still laughing when we're done. Let's begin. Without waiting for Chu Tian's response, Qin Feng picked up the deck of cards and began shuffling. He knew Chu Tian would insist on shuffling first, and this move would lull him into a false sense of security. Seeing the excitement in Chu Tian's eyes, Qin Feng knew this guy's mind was filled with nothing but unrealistic fantasies. Here we go. Shuffled. Chu Tian took the deck and shuffled it with the utmost seriousness, employing the most advanced technique he'd ever mastered. Shenning watched the two of them. Though Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with confidence, she couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Tian held the upper hand. They believed Qin Feng's previous win had been pure luck, a fluke of chance. Both women held their breath, tense to the extreme, not daring to blink for fear of missing the decisive moment. This time, I'll go first. Everything unfolded precisely as Qin Feng had orchestrated. He casually drew a card from the deck, but this time, he kept it hidden. Chu Tian watched the card Qin Feng took, knowing full well what it was. After all, he controlled the order of the deck. Confidently, he drew a card from the deck. He knew Qin Feng had picked a 6. Chu Tian's arrogance drove him to make another decision. Just as Qin Feng had gained a slight advantage over him earlier, this time he would gain a slight advantage over Qin Feng. Chapter 61, Shu Yunfei. So he picked up a 7 and excitedly declared to Qin Feng. No need to rush to reveal your card. I have a 7, and you have a 6. Sorry, I win. Ha 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 ha. Chu Tian excitedly revealed his 7 and reached for the bank card. Hold on. I have no idea where you get your confidence. Do you really think your card tricks are unbeatable? As Chu Tian watched Qin Feng slowly reveal the card in his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could this be? Impossible. Chu Tian stared blankly at the A in his hand. He had just employed his most refined technique. Suddenly lifting his head, he narrowed his eyes at Qin Feng. You ing cheat. You dare to cheat right in front of me? I think you're ing asking for it. Though Chu Tian spoke these words, his hand reached for the land use rights document. But how could his speed possibly match Qin Feng's? A blur flashed past, and the land use rights, along with the bank card and the signed contract, all appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Sorry, you lost. As the second young master of the Chu family, you're not going to be a sore loser, are you? Did you really think you could fool everyone with that little trick? Kid, today you should learn what it means when they say the devil is clever, but the sage is wiser. Chu Tian never imagined this outcome. Furious and flustered, he shouted. Security! Security! Where the hell are you all? I pay you so much to keep you around, and when I need you, where the hell are you all? The men in black vests who had been standing by rushed over, but they dared not lay a finger on him. Instead, they fumbled in their pockets and tossed out their bank cards. This is the money you gave us. We spent a lot of it. This is all that's left. We're done working for the Chu family. You lot over there, thanks for showing mercy. I'll let you off. We're outta here now. From this day forward, we've no ties to the Chu family. Qin Feng watched it all unfold with a smile. Chu Tian, like an enraged mad dog, roared furiously at the group. You bastards! When you took my money, how did you promise me? You said you could handle anything that happened here. You can't even take down this worthless piece of trash? With all of you, not a single one of you can beat him? Faced with Chu Tian's tirade, the security guards who had already turned to leave spun back around and confronted him. Kid, you got the balls to say that again? Don't think a few stinking bucks let you run wild. You dare curse us again, and we'll knock every damn tooth out of your mouth. We've got nothing to lose, so we're not afraid of you well-heeled jerks acting all high and mighty. Chu Tian fell silent, terrified by these men. He knew exactly what they were capable of. If he uttered another word, he'd be beaten senseless. No way, boss. We can't just walk away like this. He's been trash-talking us all this time. We gotta beat him up before we leave. Yeah, and those damn women too. They need to taste our fists. Damn it. These so-called security guards were utterly ruthless. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have put up with this humiliation. Now that I'd resolved to sever ties with the Chu family, I wouldn't spare them even a shred of courtesy. Qin Feng saw that something unsavory was about to unfold here. He quickly left the place with Chun Ying and the loot. As they departed, voices echoed behind them. Actually, I'm quite interested in this young Master Chu. Today, I'll get to taste the body of a rich kid. The voice belonged to a coarse-voiced man, followed immediately by Chu Tian's desperate pleas. No, no, no. I'll give you any amount of money, just don't do this. Qin Feng heard Chu Tian's agonized screams and didn't want these filthy matters to pollute the girl's ears, so he stepped on the gas pedal. Qin Feng looked at her, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. He teased her playfully. Who'd have thought this guy had such a kink? If I hadn't gotten you out of here, you probably wouldn't have escaped his clutches either. That evening at the Chu residence, Chu Tian knelt before the head of the Chu family, recounting the events of the day. Grandfather, it is my incompetence that failed to deal with that good for nothing. It is also my fault that the land use rights for that area fell into Qin Feng's hands. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I accept it willingly. I am an adult now and should bear the responsibility that comes with it. Chu Tian's words were pure posturing. Everyone knew the family patriarch's favoritism meant no real punishment would follow. The matter of the land use rights has already occurred and cannot be undone. We must look forward now. As the head of the Chu family, Chu Yunfei had 2 sons of his own. However, his second son had 3 children, all daughters. Thus, the only male heirs remaining were Chu Tian and Chu Xiong. As for the collateral branches, Chu Yunfei never regarded them with any seriousness. Their bloodlines were impure, unworthy of inheriting the vast legacy of the Chu family. However, Chu Tian was a compulsive gambler. Though furious over the land rights incident, Chu Yunfei intended to discipline his son thoroughly. Chu Yunfei's sole concern now was that the Chen family stay out of today's affairs. That would be ideal. Yeah, he also said our family must never trouble the Chen family again. If they find out, they'll make us pay dearly. Even the Han family couldn't protect us. Then they forced me to kneel. I kneel to heaven above and earth below, and at home to my parents. How could I ever kneel before them so easily? But Qin Feng pushed me too far, threatening to kill me if I refused. I had no choice but to swallow my pride and comply. I thought that as long as I survived and could tell grandfather about this, he would surely find a way to deal with them. If all else fails, grandfather, use your connections to secretly get me some firearms. I'll kill them all. If it comes down to it, I'll take them down with me. I won't allow anyone from the Chu family to be humiliated like this. He even said our Chu family are traitors to the Han family. Back then, Haicheng wasn't the thriving city it is today. It was just a small coastal town relying on fishing and seafood exports for its main income. Back then, Chu Yunfei was merely the leader of a small dockyard gang. By chance, he once aided the Han family, which ultimately paved the way for their clan's rise. Chu Tianzhang exploited this vulnerability, knowing it was Chu Yunfei's lifelong pride. Without his actions back then, the Chu family wouldn't exist today. Yet outsiders persistently labeled his family as traitors to the Han clan, the most unbearable accusation. Now Qin Feng dared to openly provoke him, an unforgivable act. Chu Yunfei slammed his fist on the table, seething. Qin Feng had gone too far. This was nothing short of bullying. You brat, the Chu family is no pushover. Since he dared to make such claims on our turf, we'll make sure he learns the true strength of the Chu clan. Just wait. They will face consequences. But the most urgent matter now is how to reclaim the land use rights. Otherwise, all the houses there will be lost. Cough cough cough. Chu Yunfei couldn't sleep a wink over this matter. After all, half the family's fortune had been invested there. To see it all go to waste like this, anyone would feel bitter. Grandfather, what's wrong? Chu Tian, who had been kneeling on the ground, immediately stood up upon hearing Chu Yunfei's cough, his eyes filled with concern. It's all because of this recent trouble. My old ailment flared up again. Don't worry, it'll pass once this is over. Chu Yunfei's ailment stemmed from his younger days. Now, with poor sleep and a touch of fever, the old condition had simply flared up again. Grandfather, please remember to take your medicine on time. This is all my fault. I will definitely quit gambling from now on and stop causing you worry. In the future, I will carry the banner of the Chu family high. I will make everyone know the might of the Chu family. Chapter 62, Negotiations. Chu Tian's expression now radiated the sullen responsibility of a man who had truly matured. Seeing this, Chu Yunfei felt immense relief, convinced his grandson had genuinely grown through this ordeal. Good, good, good. As long as you have that resolve, it's enough. No one knows what the future holds. When I was building this empire, I never imagined the Chu family would grow so vast. Who could have foreseen life's twists? Had we not aided the Han family, the Chu clan would never have reached this point. Chu Yunfei sighed. You needn't worry about the land use rights. I'll find a way to negotiate with the Chen family. If all else fails, we'll spend a little less and buy back the rights. Once we regain our footing, we'll settle accounts with the Chens. If we swallow our pride now, more people in Tiannan will mock us in the future. As the future of the Chu family, I absolutely refuse to let this happen. I promise you this, if I fail to resolve this matter, I don't deserve to be called a member of the Chu family. Chu Tian stood with righteous indignation, and Chu Yunfei felt deep satisfaction. This was his most cherished grandson, even if many in the family looked down on him. Yet Chu Yunfei believed Chu Tian would achieve great things in the future. After all, people grow. He himself had once been merely the leader of a small gang on the docks, commanding no more than a dozen men. Though he had stumbled upon the Han family by chance, it was his extraordinary courage that had driven him to intervene. Thus, he was certain Chu Tian would become the pillar supporting the Chu family in the years to come. At that moment, Chen Tianping finally halted his pace, as if having reached a crucial decision. He addressed the others. Understand that what we're about to do is utterly reckless. So I've decided to take one last gamble. We'll negotiate with the Chu family. If they refuse, then we'll walk away. I won't just hand over that land use right to them for nothing. Though the Chu family wields power and influence, backed by the Han family in the capital. But I refuse to let this chance slip away. Let's give it a shot. If we don't try now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. What do you think? Qin Feng smiled at Chen Tianping, feeling that the man before him had finally matured. After much deliberation, Qin Feng realized that holding on to that land use right was like carrying a ticking time bomb. Earlier, he decided to sell the land use rights for that residential complex back to the Chu family, which was why he'd shared his thoughts with Chen Tianping. He must have mustered every ounce of courage he possessed. This was something he never even dared dream of before. Now he was actually going to negotiate with the mighty Chu family. He felt a bit dazed. Rest assured, I'll handle the negotiations with them. You just continue with your regular routine, go to work as usual. You don't need to worry about anything else. Chen Tianping looked at the confident expression on Qin Feng's face and couldn't quite explain why he trusted him. Somehow, he just felt certain this would succeed. Alright, it's settled then. Be extremely careful. The Chu family is treacherous and capable of anything. Don't risk your life for those interests. Chen Tianping was born and raised in Tiannan. Over the years, he'd witnessed the shifting power dynamics in the region firsthand. He knew all too well the lengths the Chu family would go to achieve their goals. Had some understanding of their methods. So what lay ahead meant confronting the colossal Chu family. What depths they might sink to, he couldn't even begin to guess. Alright, I understand. I won't let Chening lose her husband at such a young age. Just wait for my good news. I'm heading to negotiate with the Chu family right now.
Shall I drive you to the company?
Seeing Chen Tianping's genuine concern for him, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and go to the Chu family to squeeze a hefty sum out of them.
Aren't you heading to the Chu family? We're not going the same way. I'll get to the company on my own. You go handle your business. Stay safe. Seeing Chen Tianping didn't need a ride to the office, she dressed neatly and headed out. Hey, Ying, your dad agreed. I'm on my way to the Chu family now. Don't worry. I'll call you after it's done.
Since Chun-Ying had been anxious about the outcome of his negotiations with Chen Tianping, he called her as soon as he stepped outside.
That's wonderful.
But please be careful, the Chus aren't exactly decent people.
Xin Feng felt warmed by Qing Ying's concern.
Thinking of this woman as his wife, he resolved to protect her well from now on, never letting her suffer any injustice again. Xin Feng hadn't notified the Chu family in advance because he'd already investigated their current situation. It was safe to say the Chu family was like ants on a hot pan right now. They were frantically scrambling over the land use rights. After all, a residential complex built so close to the sea would inevitably develop problems without proper maintenance. But now the land use rights were firmly in Xin Feng's grasp. If they spent money on maintenance only to fail to regain those rights, it would be a massive waste of funds.
Just then, the family butler entered.
His expression made it clear something important had happened, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared interrupt the grandfather and grandson.
Mr. Lin, Xin Feng addressed him, after all these years serving the Chu family, don't you know basic etiquette?
My grandfather and I are discussing important matters.
Do you really think this is an appropriate time to interrupt? Get out immediately. Do you want to anger grandfather?
When facing others, Chu Tian adopted a completely different demeanor, as if he were the king of the world.
Chu Yunfei felt his grandson was defending him. After all, the Chu family was a prominent clan in Tianan, and their steward should know the rules. Without order, nothing could function properly.
But the man called Lin the steward didn't leave. Instead, he kept stealing glances at Chu Yunfei, as if he truly had something important to report. Chu Tian was about to explode. After all, his status within the Chu family was supreme. One could even say he had long considered himself the future head of the family, holding Chu Xiong in utter contempt. Now, even a steward dared to defy him, and he was naturally furious. But at that moment, Chu Yunfei spoke up.
Speak. Is there something important?
Having served the Chu family for so many years, Steward Lin possessed exceptionally keen intuition. His skill in reading people and situations had reached a masterful level. He understood perfectly well that Chu Yunfei held Chu Tian in special regard. When the two spoke privately, they rarely allowed others to join them. He understood that Chu Tian held the greatest potential to become the future head of the Chu family. Yet now, he believed the matter at hand far outweighed any private conversation between them.
Master, a man named Xin Feng is seeking an audience outside. He is likely that useless son-in-law of the Chun family. Us about land usage rights.
Chu Yunfei abruptly rose from his chair, only to be seized by a violent coughing fit.
Cough cough cough, cough cough cough.
Chu Tian hurriedly reached for the tea, but Chu Yunfei waved him off and instructed Lin, the butler.
Show him in. Have him wait in the reception room. I'll change clothes and be right there.
Chu Yunfei was currently wearing his comfortable home attire, though, given his status, such attire was unsuitable for receiving guests. Although he knew Qin Feng's status merely as son-in-law who had married into the family, unaccomplished and living off his wife. Yet now he had come knocking at his door, and the matter at hand was something he had been deeply preoccupied with. Therefore, he had to dress appropriately. After all, Qin Feng was a guest. He dared to come to the Chu family alone, so he must have some confidence. Otherwise, who would dare to storm through the gates of the Chu family alone? Chu Yunfei changed his clothes precisely to assert his status. He intended to overwhelm Qin Feng with sheer presence, making him understand what kind of man the head of a great clan truly was.
Grandfather, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it.
He's just a useless fool with a few tricks up his sleeve. This outfit will suffice. Chu Tian had never witnessed Qin Feng's true strength, as Qin Feng had never demonstrated it before him, merely winning a single wager.
Chu Tian dismissed it as mere luck.
Regardless, we cannot let others see the head of the Chu family being so casual.
Come with me shortly.
Since he dared to come knocking, he must leave the land use rights behind.
Chapter 63, Young friend, stay a moment.
Led by a servant, Qin Feng entered the reception room. The entire space exuded an antique charm, with meticulously crafted furniture and exquisite decor. The table and chairs were crafted from rosewood, while the decorative ornaments were made from premium pine flower stone at the very least. The walls were hung with calligraphy and paintings by renowned masters, every piece an authentic original. The finest sandalwood incense filled the air, creating an atmosphere that felt refreshingly invigorating. Yet as Qin Feng sat quietly in his chair, he knew all this opulence belonged to the Chu family only because of the Han family in the capital. They lived so comfortably they must pay the price. Qin Feng hadn't even taken a few puffs from his lit cigarette before the ash fell onto the Wanwali table. But Qin Feng didn't care at all. These things might be valuable, but they belonged to the Chu family. Even if he burned them all to ashes, he wouldn't feel a twinge of regret. Just then, Chu Yunfei, accompanied by Chu Tian, slowly entered the reception room. Qin Feng only lifted his head slowly upon hearing the footsteps. Looking at this elderly man, Qin Feng could tell from Chu Yunfei's appearance that he was suffering from late-stage lung cancer. Qin Feng could tell that Chu Yunfei was merely prolonging his life with precious medicinal herbs. While these herbs couldn't defy fate, they were enough to extend his life by another 3 to 5 years. He, you must be Qin Feng, the son-in-law of the Chen family? You do look quite spirited. No wonder the Chen family chose you. Chu Yunfei sat directly in the seat of honor. Upon entering, he had merely glanced Qin Feng once upon his entry. But now, the cigarette ash scattered across his Wanwali wood table infuriated him. In his mind, this table was a treasure. Not even a speck of dust was allowed on it. Once, a servant who hadn't cleaned it thoroughly had been beaten so severely by him that they nearly lost their life. Since then, even guests visiting the Chu household dared not touch those tables lightly, fearing they might leave scratches or marks and provoke Chu Yunfei's wrath. Chu Tian, whose eyes were equally sharp, followed Chu Yunfei's gaze and immediately spotted the ash on the table. His own anger flared instantly, and he roared at Qin Feng. My grandfather treated you as a guest and even changed his clothes for you, yet you have the nerve to disgrace him by leaving cigarette ash on such a precious table. Looks like people from small families just have no manners. Clean that ash right now. If even a single mark stays on that table, I guarantee you'll have the same mark on your body. Sitting beside Chu Yunfei, Chu Tian spoke with unyielding confidence, convinced that no one but his uncle could rein him in. He knew how much Chu Yunfei cherished those tables and chairs. Even though he himself enjoyed his uncle's favor, he dared not cause any damage to them. Are you out of your mind? I'm still a guest here. If you're so attached to this table, well, sorry to disappoint, I just love taking what others cherish. Qin Feng pressed the nearly burned out cigarette butt directly onto the table. The intense heat from the ember instantly left a deep, black scorch mark on the Wanwali wood. Chu Yunfei's eyes widened in anguish. Was this young man ignorant, or possessed extraordinary audacity? How dare he do such a thing? Chu Tian was stunned by Qin Feng's actions. This had touched a nerve with Chu Yunfei, and if he did anything now, Chu Yunfei would surely vent his fury on him too. You're asking for death, you bastard. How dare you touch my grandfather's table? I'll kill you today. Chu Tian grabbed the burning incense burner and lunged toward Qin Feng. Just as he took a step forward, Chu Yunfei raised his cane, blocking his path. Compared to that rosewood table, the land use rights for that residential complex were far more crucial. Qin Feng now held that land use right in his hands and had clearly stated his purpose, proving he was fully prepared. If not for Chu Tian's impulsiveness, the Wanwali table wouldn't have been scorched. Qin Feng smiled at Chu Yunfei, though it was a forced smile. Had he not considered the consequences, Chu Yunfei would have died by his hand long ago. Ha. It's good for a young man to have some spirit. But do you really think you can act on impulse without paying any price? In my youth, I was even more reckless than you. But recklessness should be backed by action. If you rely solely on arrogance, you'll become a laughingstock in the future. Chu Yunfei looked at Qin Feng as if seeing a hot-headed youth. He dismissed his earlier actions as mere petulance. Oof. I haven't sunk so low that I need lessons from you. You don't seriously think I came here to beg for mercy, do you? While changing clothes, Chu Yunfei had indeed considered this. After all, the Chen family couldn't afford to develop that land, nor did they dare to. Now they'd sent this useless son-in-law to negotiate with him. After all, the whole affair had started because of him. They probably thought he'd come to apologize and then obediently hand over the land use rights. Then he'd agree to drop the matter, and that would be the end of it. Chu Yunfei figured there was no need to hold a grudge against a minor family. He'd just wait for the storm to pass before crushing them. Ha, young man, I suggest you beg for mercy. After all, that way I might spare your life. Otherwise, your actions will bring ruin upon the entire Chen family. Chu Yunfei felt a twinge of unease. Qin Feng had come alone, without any entourage, making Chu Yunfei realize his worries were somewhat unfounded. Whether my actions affect the Chen family is none of your concern. You'd do better to worry about your own Chu family affairs. Years of accumulated stress have taken their toll, and now this incident has struck your household, all thanks to your fine grandson's handiwork. Has his condition worsened again? Even if you've consumed countless precious herbs, what good does it do? You're merely prolonging your existence. Do you truly believe you can rely on that good-for-nothing to inherit the Chu family's legacy? If not for him, your condition wouldn't have worsened this much. Watching that apartment complex crumble day by day must be unbearable, huh? But what can you do? Without that land use rights, you couldn't sell a single house. And now you're here acting all high and mighty? You're the ones needing me, not the other way around. Drop the superiority act, it makes me sick. I thought you'd show some respect. If you'd satisfied me, I'd have handed over the land rights. But judging by your current state, I think your illness is still too mild. When you're on your deathbed, maybe then I'll feel a bit happier and maybe I'll consider returning those rights to you. Chu Yunfei grew angrier by the second, but what could he do? The upper hand was firmly in Qin Feng's grasp. Even if he flew into a rage and beat him to death, the land use rights wouldn't come back. Besides, if he was this confident, the Chen family must be aware of it too. Without thorough preparations, how could he dare to be so arrogant? But cough cough cough. Xu Yunfei's rage overwhelmed him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Due to his lung cancer, he coughed violently. Xu Yunfei considered the stakes too high. Before arriving, he de-ordered all household servants to stay away from the reception room. Now, only the three of them remained inside. Although the household guards were concealed in adjacent rooms, without a signal, they dared not act rashly. Seeing Xu Yunfei spit blood, Xu Tian panicked instantly. He wanted to rush the guards back to beat Qin Feng to death with clubs. But just as his hand moved, Xu Yunfei quickly stopped him. This was their only chance to reclaim the land use rights. Once this opportunity passed, he feared it would be lost forever. He sensed Qin Feng had no fear of death threats were useless. So he took out a handkerchief, wiped the blood from his mouth, and sat there to catch his breath. Xu Tian knew that if he continued provoking Qin Feng, the man would only spew more outrageous insults. At that point, there was a high chance Qin Feng would drive Xu Yunfei to his death. That would make him a criminal in the eyes of the Chu family, and he would never allow such a thing to happen. Qin Feng rose to leave, fully confident that Xu Yunfei wouldn't let him depart so easily. He moves deliberately slow. Young friend, stay a moment. Chapter 64, Qin Feng's Tactics. Xu Yunfei's weak voice drifted over. Qin Feng felt no pity for him whatsoever, believing he deserved every bit of it. The suffering Xu Yunfei was experiencing now was merely a drop in the bucket compared to what Qin Feng intended to inflict. When his true plan finally unfolded, spitting up a little blood would be the least of it. This was the price the Chu family paid for provoking him time and again. Don't bark at me so familiarly. Though dogs are man's best friend, I won't befriend dogs like you. You dogs are always biting people indiscriminately. You should have been sent to the dog meat restaurant long ago, slaughtered for their meals. Qin Feng couldn't care less whether Xu Yunfei was furious or feared their impending retaliation. As long as he was present, the Chen family faced no danger whatsoever. Qin Feng, you damn. Before Xu Tian could finish, Xu Yunfei cut him off. The greater good came first. What did a little insult matter? Hadn't they been called names like this for years? Though the entire Chu family deeply resented such labels, small grievances must be endured for the greater good. Xu Yunfei had never faced such humiliation before, yet now he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Because once they reclaimed that land use right, all this would be insignificant. Once they regained their strength, they would tear Qin Feng limb from limb. Xiao Tian, shut up. Xu Yunfei said weakly. Qin Feng, however, wore an amused smile, impressed by Xu Yunfei's remarkable restraint. Even after such blatant humiliation, he still held his ground. No wonder someone like him could seize opportunities. With just a little help from the Han family, he'd built his current success. He definitely had some tricks up his sleeve. What exactly brought you here today? If you believe the land use rights in your hands are your bargaining chip, then you've succeeded. You've indeed seized the lifeline of our Chu family. But don't push your luck too far. Don't you fear that once this matter blows over, our family will unleash a fierce counterattack? Let's be clear, once this dust settles, I will make sure you and the Chen family suffer consequences beyond imagination. You could vanish from Tiannan entirely, and I'll pretend this never happened. But if you remain here, there's no other way. I'll make sure you witness the full extent of the Chu family's capabilities. Xu Tian observed that despite his current state, Xu Yunfei remained remarkably lucid, capable of uttering such words. Truly, as the head of their clan, he possessed considerable resolve. Xu Yunfei understood perfectly well. Since Qin Feng had come here today, he must have anticipated what would follow. What good would deceiving him with lies do now? Better to speak his mind and grant them time to vanish from Tiannan, a chance, however slim. But if they chose to remain in Tiannan, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Chu family. For the Chu clan, dealing with the Chen family was more than manageable. Ha, you think saying all this makes me believe you're sincere? That I'll just hand over the land use rights? You're thinking way too simplistically. Qin Feng sneered, utterly unfazed by Xu Yunfei's threats. Ha ha ha, young man, I suggest you beg for mercy. After all, that way I might spare your life. Otherwise, your actions will affect the entire Chen family. Xu Yunfei was actually a bit uneasy. Rumors circulated that Qin Feng was under Yu Nanshan's command, and it was said he had exceptionally good relations with the Yu family. But Qin Feng had come alone, without any Yu family members present, so Xu Yunfei felt his worries were somewhat unnecessary. Qin Feng felt no sympathy for the Chu family. Even if their entire clan perished before his eyes, what could they do? His purpose in coming was precisely to achieve this end. Whether it meant spitting blood or making threats, it made no difference to him. Since you've made up your mind, I assume the Chen family is aware of your actions. So, what are your terms? Xu Yunfei had recovered somewhat, no longer coughing as violently as before. His mind was already plotting how to deal with the Chen family, making them taste his endless vengeance. My terms are simple, give me 50 billion yuan, and I'll return the land use rights to you. If all the units in that complex were sold, it would be worth far more than that. But your family's accounts only hold that amount. Asking for more is pointless. Qin Feng had already thoroughly investigated every detail of the Chu family's finances. There was no way they could deny it in front of him. Besides, 50 billion was more than enough for him to accomplish many things. What? Don't you think this demand is outrageous? Don't you realize you're asking for an exorbitant sum? Do you genuinely believe our Chu family is so easy to bully? Chu Yunfei found Qin Feng utterly outrageous. He dismissed him as a greenhorn who'd likely be satisfied with a mere 100 million or two. But then he demanded the entire family's current assets. How Qin Feng knew about it didn't even matter anymore. Excessive? If you find it excessive, we can call off the deal. You can just let your building sit there to rot. When it becomes a pile of rubble, I'll develop it however I please. If you refuse, I'll take my leave. There's no point in further discussion. Looks like your family really is going down because of this fine grandson of yours. Qin Feng turned to leave once more, giving Chu Yunfei no time to think, forcing him to make a decision. Don't go. I agree. Chu Yunfei thought the apartments in that complex would sell quickly, recouping his investment soon. Then he could swallow up all of the Chun family's assets, probably worth 50 billion. Then he could leave Qin Feng penniless and powerless, reducing both him and the Chun family to fallen dogs. With the Han family of the capital backing the Chu clan, no one would dare help him. Why didn't you just agree earlier? Why go through all this trouble? You've spilled blood everywhere. It's disgusting to watch. Come on, transfer the money. Once it's in my account, I'll return the land use rights to you. Qin Feng produced his bank card. For such prominent families, daily transfer limits were non-existent. Simply providing his account details would ensure swift funds transfer. How can I trust you? What if you change your mind later? Who would we go to for the land use rights then? The land use rights must be transferred to my name first. Only then will I transfer the money to you. Otherwise, I won't agree to your terms. Chu Yunfei was no novice. If Qin Feng reneged on the spot, even if they beat him to death right there, the money would vanish into thin air. He reckoned that even 100 Qin Fengs wouldn't be worth 50 billion. If he got played by this slippery youngster, he'd be furious enough to drop dead on the spot. Ha ha ha, old man, I didn't expect you to be so sharp. Alright then, once the money is in place, I'll sign the transfer documents. You can even use my photo for facial recognition. Is that acceptable? We'll do it simultaneously. You can even have this brat record it, though I doubt it's necessary after all. You said the place is crawling with surveillance. Chu Yunfei had no choice but to trust Qin Feng. Otherwise, given Qin Feng's stubborn nature, he'd keep pestering him relentlessly. The losses then wouldn't stop at just 50 billion. I'll trust you this once. I see you have decent guts, and as a man, I doubt you'd do something that despicable. At the very beginning, Qin Feng had actually intended to trick them. Creating a fake website would have been child's play for him. Even transferring the Chu family's assets silently into his own name wouldn't have taken much effort. But Qin Feng wanted to do it this way to torment them bit by bit, to make them understand what true suffering felt like. Only then could he achieve his goal. Alright, let's get started. They proceeded with the transaction via their phones, and soon the deal was finalized. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yunfei would have instantly changed his mind, ordering his guards to storm into the room and beat Qin Feng to death with clubs. But the sudden turn of events left him momentarily stunned. With lightning speed, Qin Feng subdued Chu Tian, pried open his mouth, and forced him to swallow a pill of unknown origin. Before Chu Tian could react to the sudden turn of events, I swallowed the pill. A wave of heat surged through my veins, and Qin Feng released his grip. Chu Tian frantically tried to gag the pill out of his throat. A wicked grin spread across Qin Feng's face as he spoke slowly. Chapter 65. I succeeded. Everyone knows how treacherous your Chu family is. Having made this deal, I had to prioritize the safety of the Chen family and myself. Stop gagging. It's useless. That pill dissolved the moment it touched your tongue. Its toxins now permeate your bloodstream. I imagine your grandfather knows this pill. It's called the 9-day soul severing pill. Even if you drained every drop of blood from your body using the most advanced technology, it wouldn't help. The poison has bonded to your blood vessel walls. If you don't come to me for the antidote by the 9th day, every blood vessel in your body will burst and you'll die. Moreover, this antidote must be taken every 9 days. You'd be wise not to cross me or the Chen family. Otherwise, you, one of the few remaining male heirs of the Chu clan, will meet a gruesome end. At that moment, Chu Yunfei seethed with hatred toward Qin Feng. All the schemes he'd concocted to exact revenge on the Chen family and Qin Feng vanished instantly. Now, Chu Tian's life was in Qin Feng's hands. Moreover, this poison was unique to each individual, meaning the antidote was equally unique. The slightest discrepancy in the formula would cause instant death upon ingestion. This made the 9-day soul severing pill the ultimate weapon for blackmail in the martial world. Qin Feng had thoroughly investigated. Chu Yunfei's 2 sons had long been rendered infertile. The only remaining male heirs of the Chu family were Chu Tian and Chu Xiong. Chu Yunfei would never bring himself to abandon them. You. Chu Yunfei coughed up another mouthful of blood. This time, he could no longer hold on and collapsed unconscious. Chu Tian rushed over to support his father, but his expression was blank. Knowing he'd been poisoned with such a deadly toxin, he felt utterly hopeless. Here's my number. Remember to come find me for the antidote 9 days from now. Best not get any funny ideas. I'll prepare it that very day. Without me, you're dead. Chu Tian mechanically took the business card Qin Feng handed him, then sat there in a daze. Qin Feng slowly exited the meeting room. Guards had been stationed at the door long before, preventing any arguments or physical altercations inside. But the moment the door opened, everyone instinctively took a step back. Qin Feng emerged with a smile, radiating an air of complete victory. The guards rushed into the meeting room. They saw the unconscious Chu Yunfei and Chu Tian sitting on the floor, expressionless. None of them knew what had transpired. Yet the bloodstain where Chu Yunfei had sat revealed the violence that had erupted inside. Seeing Qin Feng unscathed, the guards prepared to rush out after him. But just as they began to move, Chu Tian spoke. Everyone, stand down. Do not pursue him. Go get a doctor for my grandfather now. The guards obeyed his command. As Qin Feng walked out, no one stopped him. In truth, every servant in the Chu household knew that the family had recently been thrown into utter chaos by that useless son-in-law from the Chun family. Everyone in the Chu household was on edge. By now, Qin Feng had already exited the Chu residence gates. He felt he had finally vented his anger. Though the Chu family had received only a minor punishment, if that was enough to make them suffer, so be it. He was well aware that the Chu family would seek revenge against him and the Chen family in the future. Naturally, he had prepared for this the 9-day soul-severing pill. He had slightly altered the formula, ensuring that if the antidote was taken within 3 months, the antidote was administered on time, it would completely neutralize the potency. But 3 months would suffice. Now that he controlled the largest private hospital, substantial profits were guaranteed. Future developments could be addressed later. Moreover, perhaps within a month, the Qin family would appear to lift his seal. Yet he dared not be certain, for the events that had transpired left him utterly helpless. The Chu household was now in utter chaos. Chu Yunfei's condition had worsened due to blood and qi attacking his heart, so they urgently summoned the most renowned physician in southern Tiannan, the legendary Dr. Zhou. The two families lived quite close. Zhou the divine doctor did possess some skill, but only a limited amount. His legendary status stemmed solely from having saved a certain influential figure. After that, his fame skyrocketed. It was well known that those who sought his treatment were all influential figures suffering from affluent ailments. With simple remedies, he could make them recover instantly. In truth, these individuals weren't suffering from serious illnesses, they sought him out merely to buy peace of mind with their money. Dr. Zhou hurried to the Chu residence. Since the Chu family had personally sent for him, he dared not delay. Besides, he already knew Chu Yunfei was in the late stages of lung cancer. Even if Hua Tuo were alive today, he couldn't save him. So on his way over, Dr. Zhou briefly inquired about the patient's condition. What is the current condition of the head of the Chu family? Give me a brief overview. Though the two households were neighbors, a distance still separated them. The messenger who had summoned Master Zhou spoke up. I don't know the exact details, but I heard the master coughed up blood and then passed out. He still hadn't regained consciousness when I arrived. Initially, we considered taking him to the hospital, but since we didn't know his exact condition, we dared not act rashly. If anything were to happen on the way there, no one could bear the responsibility. Dr. Zhou inwardly groaned. Wouldn't taking him to the hospital have solved everything? Hospitals had all those advanced machines and renowned specialists. Even if they weren't on duty, knowing it was Chu Yunfei, they'd rush over immediately. Who wouldn't want the Chu family owing them a favor? If he managed to save Chu Yunfei, everyone involved in the rescue would receive a generous reward and his reputation would soar. But now that the Chu family had summoned him, he couldn't refuse. After all, he bore the title of divine doctor. If he backed down now, how could he ever hold his head high again? So now he had no choice but to grit his teeth and come, frantically searching his mind for solutions. He hoped that by the time he arrived, Chu Yunfei would be awake. Very well, I understand. It's fortunate you didn't act rashly, or your master's condition would have worsened. Rest assured, once I step in, the illness will vanish with the first dose of medicine. Master Zhou could only feign utmost confidence, for if he didn't, he had no other recourse. Dr. Zhou, it's a good thing our two families live close by. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to our master, the Chu family would lose its backbone, and I might lose my job too. The man sent to fetch Master Zhou was fiercely loyal to the Chu family, otherwise, he wouldn't have been dispatched for this urgent task. Drive faster. Every minute counts now. Delaying even a minute puts your master in greater danger. Dr. Zhou could only feign deep concern. He thought to himself, anyway, Chu Yunfei was in the late stages of lung cancer. He couldn't save him, and no one would blame him for it. The driver slammed his foot on the accelerator, disregarding traffic laws as he weaved through the streets at breakneck speed. After leaving the Chu residence, Xin Feng immediately called Chen Ying on his way back. Ying. Xin Feng deliberately feigned weakness, wanting to make Chen Ying worry about him. Xin Feng, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Where are you now? I'll come find you immediately. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, Chen Ying's own voice trembled. After all, the Chu family compound was a den of danger. Qin Feng's solo venture there was already incredibly perilous. Now that he was calling out like this, something must have happened. She immediately dropped what she was doing, her eyes inexplicably welling up with tears. I did it. Qin Feng recognized the slight tremor in Chen Ying's voice and knew she must be terrified. He immediately changed his tone, rushing to tell her the good news with excitement. What? Is this real? You really succeeded? Chen Ying was thrilled beyond belief. If Qin Feng could pull off something this difficult, what couldn't he accomplish? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Let's treat ourselves to a big dinner tonight. What do you say? Qin Feng was genuinely delighted today. He absolutely had to treat himself to a nice meal to celebrate. Sounds great. But you should go home and tell Dad first. He didn't go to the office today and is waiting for you at home. Chen Tianping couldn't focus on work. This matter had staked the entire Chen family's future. If Qin Feng botched it, the entire Chen family would be finished. Truthfully, after Qin Feng left, he began to regret it. He regretted making such a rash decision, regretted why he'd been so foolishly swayed into trusting Qin Feng at that moment. Chapter 66, The Gold Card Incident. Alright, since you still have some time before work ends, I'll head back first and tell him the good news. Chen Ying felt incredibly relieved now that the land use rights had been sold back to the Chu family. Though she didn't know the exact price, she found herself inexplicably trusting Qin Feng. Ever since Qin Feng had announced his departure, Chen Ying hadn't realized how subtly she had begun to change. The moment the door creaked open, Chen Tianping stared intently at the doorway. He'd never felt this tense before. For it was possible that it wasn't Qin Feng entering, but someone from the Chu family armed with knives, guns, or clubs coming to beat him to death. All of it was possible. When waiting for news, people always lean toward the worst-case scenario. After all, in uncertain situations, hoping for the best rarely matters much. When Qin Feng walked in with a smile on his face, Chen Tianping found it hard to accept. The outcome he had imagined did not include Qin Feng returning unharmed. Yet here he was, slowly approaching. Chen Tianping still couldn't process it. Qin Feng slowly sank into the sofa. The drive had been filled with problems swirling in his mind, leaving him exhausted. He immediately lit a cigarette. What's wrong? No one's behind us. It's just me. Qin Feng took a drag of his cigarette before addressing Chen Tianping. Oh. How did things go? Did you succeed or fail? Did the Chu family give you any trouble? Did I do anything too much to you? Chen Tianping's questions were all leaning toward the worst-case scenario. He believed that given the Chu family's temperament, they wouldn't let Qin Feng off easily. It went very smoothly. They've already bought back the land use rights with cash, and they wouldn't dare cause trouble for our Chen family. You can rest assured. Qin Feng had always held this belief: if they kept rising at this pace, perhaps the Chen family could ascend to extraordinary heights. Really? It succeeded? They just agreed so easily? And they won't cause trouble for the Chen family? I find that hard to believe. Chen Tianping couldn't possibly believe what Qin Feng was saying. It sounded like a fairy tale. Just check the bank balance. As for why they won't dare cause trouble for us, well, I used a little trick. You don't need to worry about that. Qin Feng pulled out his phone, displaying the text message from the Chu family confirming the successful transfer. Chen Tianping scrutinized the screen repeatedly, counting the zeros in the displayed figure. After multiple confirmations, he finally blurted out in disbelief. 50 billion? Qin Feng nodded. He figured Chen Tianping, working at Chen Group, shouldn't be acting like he'd never seen money before. Yeah, that was every last penny in their account. Probably just a few thousand left now. Good thing they only had that much, otherwise, I'd have made them pay far more. Everyone knows that residential complex could easily fetch hundreds of billions. This money is practically nothing. They'll recoup their losses in no time. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Qin Feng stubbed out his cigarette. Glancing at his watch, he realized Chen Ying was about to finish work. He should leave soon to pick her up. Chen Tianping, however, remained frozen in place, utterly stunned. He had never earned so much money in a single day before. And it had come without lifting a finger. Qin Feng seemed utterly relaxed, as if this whole affair had nothing to do with him. I'm going to pick up Ying. Chen Ying emerged from the hospital beaming with joy. Seeing her so happy filled Qin Feng with delight too. Where to, young lady? Qin Feng asked. To the mall to buy clothes, then to the snack street. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Why did this girl only think about eating? Why did she want to eat snacks again? The two chatted about everything under the sun as they made their way to the largest mall. Xin Feng had the card given to him by Wanliang, so he didn't care where they spent money as long as Chen Ning was happy. Besides, he'd spoken more in the past few days than he had in the entire 3 years since they'd met. Though this was Xin Feng's first time shopping with a girl, he'd seen it done in movies and TV shows. He had to buy her a gift. Xin Feng's values now were fundamentally different from those of ordinary people. Back in the Qin family, he'd never given a thought to where money came from. Once inside the mall, Chen Ning led Xin Feng straight to the clothing section. She'd been struck by how dashing he looked in his suit at the birthday banquet, the very image of her Prince Charming. The money from that day is still in my card. I don't spend much pocket money normally, so there's plenty in there for us to splurge today. Listening to Chen Ning, Xin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. How many people could genuinely be this happy spending someone else's money? Waiter, hello? This outfit, this one, and these shoes, find this gentleman the size he can wear. Chen Ning instructed the attendant to fetch the clothes and shoes she'd picked out for Xin Feng to try on. Led to the fitting room by the attendant, Xin Feng pulled out his card and handed it over. Charge it to this card. The attendant took the card, noticing it was entirely gold with the character "for money" embossed on it. Seeing Xin Feng's shabby attire, he looked at the card with suspicion. Sir, we accept both bank cards and credit cards here, but I've never seen this one before. Perhaps you could try another one? The attendant began scrutinizing Xin Feng, his expression suggesting he looked like someone without money. Just swipe this one. Last night, when Xin Feng saw Chen Ning approaching, he hurried into the fitting room and started trying on clothes. The attendant smiled at Chen Ning, then took the card and sought out the manager. Though the store was an international luxury brand, the manager also suspected the card's legitimacy. He instructed the attendant to keep the customers occupied while he called the investigation office. This manager had heard rumors before about a special type of card that displayed deductions but contained no funds, a high-tech scam. The manager examined the card with confidence, nodding to himself. He was certain he'd caught a fraudster and anticipated praise from investigators. He couldn't help imagining the scene, days later, investigators presenting his store with an award for assisting in the capture of an international fraudster. With such a display of resourcefulness, the company would surely promote him and give him a raise, propelling him to the pinnacle of success. Chen Ning selected numerous suits for Xin Feng at once, making the fitting process painfully slow. The main issue was that every single one seemed to fit him perfectly. Although Chen Ying's family was extremely wealthy, this single suit cost over 100,000 yuan. Buying them all would amount to millions. While the money in his account was sufficient, he wanted to browse other stores and didn't want to spend most of his funds here. While the two were trying on clothes, changing outfits, and selecting items, the investigators had already arrived. You're finally here. I've kept them occupied. Look, here's the card. The manager felt he'd handled things perfectly. Several investigators, holding the unfamiliar card, followed the manager to the door of Xin Feng's fitting room. Xin Feng was admiring himself in the mirror, pleased with the outfit he was trying on, when he caught sight of the investigators approaching through the reflection. Only Chen Ning, himself, and another sales assistant were present in the fitting room. His powerful intuition told him they were here to investigate him, though he couldn't guess the specifics. Perhaps it was related to the Chu family. Hello, we're from the local investigation bureau. We need your assistance with a matter. Please cooperate. Xin Feng, dressed in a suit, looked exceptionally distinguished. Chen Ning also appeared to be a wealthy young woman. This made the investigators suspect the matter might not be as straightforward as it seemed. If they were fraudsters, why would they be shopping so openly in a mall? Hello, what matter requires our cooperation? Xin Feng inquired. Is this card yours? The investigator now held the gold card Xin Feng had handed to the waiter. It's mine. Is there a problem? Chapter 67, Chairman Lu Fugue. Chen Ning had seen that card before and looked at the investigator with confusion. We suspect you may be connected to an international fraud case. Xin Feng chuckled. How could he possibly be linked to an international fraud? There must be some misunderstanding. I wonder if there's been some misunderstanding. Why would you conclude I'm involved in an international fraud case? Xin Feng asked, not to argue with the investigator, but to understand what evidence they had linking him to the international fraud case. We'd appreciate it if you could discuss the specifics at our office. After all, this is a shopping mall, not a place for official business. The investigator glanced at the growing crowd, realizing that making a scene here could have negative repercussions. I'm willing to cooperate with your investigation, but you need to give me a reason why I should go with you. Xin Feng understood the investigators' work well. They pursued every lead with full force, often working overtime and sacrificing their personal time to protect people's property and interests. Then could you explain what this card is about? If you can't, we'll need you to come with us. Xin Feng watched as the investigator waved his gold card in front of him, realizing the misunderstanding stemmed from this very card. Oh, you mean this card? You can take it to any bank for verification. The details will be clear at a glance. If that doesn't work, contact Qian Wanliang personally. This gold card bore the Qian family emblem but didn't resemble a standard bank card. Yet, at any bank worldwide, its balance could be verified, always displaying 100 billion. You can pull out your phone and check right now. If this card is genuine, I won't waste any more of your valuable time. Every minute and second counts for you. Though Qin Feng's family wielded immense power, maintaining that influence required countless others. The role of an investigator was sacred and inviolable. He felt that delaying them was a waste of the public's time. Observing Qin Feng's unwavering confidence, the investigators employed their specialized methods to verify the information. While they confirmed the existence of such a card, they couldn't definitively confirm that the one in Qin Feng's possession was the same one. Given the card's rarity, how could it have fallen into the hands of someone who appeared so ordinary? What are you planning to buy? One of them inquired. Oh, yes. I figured I shouldn't have a girl pay for me while shopping, so I handed the card to the attendant beforehand. I didn't expect it to cause such a big fuss. Qin Feng explained. Chenning stared blankly at him, utterly confused. What was going on? Why had so many investigators suddenly appeared? Judging by their conversation, it must be about that gold card. Then let's see if you can use this card to make the payment. I'll have the manager verify with the bank whether the funds have actually been deposited. That should clear up the misunderstanding between us. Qin Feng thought this was a good solution. He then had the waiter pack up all the clothes Chenning had just tried on and found satisfactory. After calculating the total, it came to over 6 million yuan. He then swiped the card. The crowd watched as he spent over 6 million yuan as easily as if it were 600. After the owner confirmed the funds had arrived via the bank app, the misunderstanding was resolved. But no one had ever imagined such a card existed, let alone that it would be in the hands of such a young man. Alright, it seems this was a misunderstanding. We'll be on our way now. Thank you for cooperating with our investigation. The leader extended his hand to Qin Feng, ready to shake it. Qin Feng quickly raised his hand to meet his grasp. It's only right. You guys work harder than anyone. Cooperating with your investigation is the least we ordinary citizens can do. Sorry for taking up your valuable time. Seeing Qin Feng's cooperative demeanor and his genuine respect for their profession, unlike some who harbored hostility toward their line of work, the group released his hand and withdrew. As for the manager, though his dream of promotion and pay raise the path to the pinnacle of his career had been shattered, Qin Feng had propelled this month's sales figures to unprecedented heights. After all, they sold luxury goods, each garment custom made, with every item requiring ironing and disinfection after each customer tried it on. Yet every garment Qin Feng tried on fit perfectly, and he purchased them all. Logically, such a large purchase should have warranted significant discounts, but he didn't even ask, he simply swiped his card. So he rushed over to curry favor with Qin Feng. After all, having such a big spending client who came to his store every month meant his salary would rise accordingly. We sincerely apologize. We were overly cautious, especially given the large sums involved. If we've offended you again, please accept our deepest apologies. Here is our Supreme VIP card. Please provide your name and phone number. Any clothing or shoes purchased from our store will receive complimentary cleaning and maintenance for life. Qin Feng didn't blame the manager. He understood that such caution existed for good reason. It was a form of responsibility not only to themselves but to society. I'm not blaming you. Your caution is understandable. Wrap these clothes up and keep them here for me. I'll come back for them later. And that card? No need for it. I won't wear these clothes more than a few times a year anyway. Qin Feng genuinely didn't wear these clothes often. He'd only bought them because Chenning thought they looked good on him. After speaking to the manager, Qin Feng pulled Chenning, who had remained silent, out of the store. What's wrong? Ying, are you stunned? Or hungry? Let's go grab something delicious. Don't be so quiet. Chenning had been in a highly excited state the entire way, chattering nonstop to Qin Feng. Now that she'd fallen silent, he felt a bit unsettled. Spending so much money all at once feels a bit strange. I wonder if I'll be nervous on opening day as the vice president. The luxurious mall was already sparsely populated. Sitting on a sofa meant for shoppers to rest, Chenning voiced her inner thoughts. It'll be fine. We've got plenty of money. Stop worrying. They practically visited every single store in the mall, buying everything from small car ornaments to a large robotic car. At each shop they entered, they became VIP customers. Eventually, the mall's chairman personally came to greet them. Ladies, I am the chairman of this mall. Thank you for choosing to shop here. I understand you've been browsing all night, you must be hungry. I've arranged a feast at our Western restaurant. Would you honor us with a meal? The chairman knew exactly what to do. He recognized these two as walking fortune gods. Keeping them loyal to his mall meant smooth sailing ahead. With these two patrons, the mall would only need them to visit once a year. Sounds great. Sounds great. But if the food's no good, we'll turn on you, you know. Chenning perked up the moment she heard the word food. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Please. The chairman had no secretary or assistant by his side. He was extending a genuinely sincere invitation to the two. To open such a large shopping mall, this chairman was undoubtedly extremely wealthy and powerful. So the three of them arrived at a Western restaurant inside the mall. The decor was quite upscale, and there wasn't a single customer inside. All the chefs were waiting to serve just the three of them. Bring every vintage red wine we have. Caviar, foie gras, and the finest cuts of steak. Select only the very best. I expect you to give these distinguished guests your utmost attention today. The chairman had surely given these instructions before arriving, but repeating them here was really meant for Qin Feng and the other guests to make them feel his sincerity. Please be seated, gentlemen. This gentleman looks rather familiar, and this lady seems very recognizable too. Even though Qin Feng had changed into exceptionally stylish attire, his appearance was so different from his usual demeanor that even acquaintances might struggle to recognize him. Chen Eng, however, was another story. Naturally stunning, she was impossible to forget at first glance. Handling numerous responsibilities at their hospital, she frequently appeared in television interviews as their spokesperson. Moreover, she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in southern China. Now, her appointment as vice president of the largest private hospital was the talk of the town. The only thing that struck the chairman as unusual was that the Chen Eng he saw on TV always projected an ice queen persona, whereas the smiling Chen Eng before him today seemed like a completely different person. Chapter 68. Can you afford it? Ha ha ha. Seeing you two together, such a perfect match. I'll cover every single dish here today. Eat and drink to your heart's content. This is my way of expressing my gratitude to both of you. The chairman really knew how to talk. He looked like a rough and tumble guy, but who knew he was so thoughtful? But that would be too much trouble for you. Wherever we eat, we'd be spending money anyway. It just so happens we're here at your place today. Qin Feng replied. That's different. Since we crossed paths, it's fate. I may not be eloquent and come across as a rough and tumble guy, but I'd love to make friends like you. I'd welcome a couple more. You look young, but you're not restless. You're wealthy, but not ostentatious. Every merchant here says you two are incredibly low-key and polite. Young people like you are rare these days. Su Fugue himself was very wealthy, but he had earned every penny from nothing. Seeing many young people today spend lavishly, thinking their parents' wealth justifies extravagance. They were arrogant and overbearing, acting as if they could pierce the heavens. He wanted to keep these two as friends. Yet despite having earned every penny himself, he harbored deep resentment toward these young people living off their parents' wealth, especially since these two remained so unassuming. They spoke with impeccable manners, never flaunting their wealth. This only fueled his twisted envy. Why did they have parents to fund their extravagance at such a young age? Why didn't they strive to become wealthy themselves? So he hated. His marriage was a complete failure, his son a reckless spendthrift. The world truly held every kind of person. Faced with such outstanding individuals, many would likely feel envy. This was nothing but a trap he had set. He wanted to teach these two a lesson, to show them the cruelty of the world, to satisfy his twisted heart. Only then could he find happiness. Though his face wore a cheerful smile and his words were full of praise, it was all a mask of hypocrisy, concealing his filthy heart. Having seen every other rich kid with a rotten heart, he was determined to destroy these two before him to satisfy his twisted soul. As the exquisite dishes arrived one after another, Chen Ying's eyes lit up. When it came to food, she was never one to act ladylike. Thank you for preparing these dishes for us. Aren't you going to eat? Qin Feng inquired. Oh, I've just finished eating. I can't manage anymore. At my age, water replaces wine. Here's a toast to you both. Thank you for visiting our mall. Su Fugue finished his drink in one gulp. Qin Feng and his companion also lifted their glasses of red wine and drank. But as Qin Feng savored it, he detected a peculiar taste in the wine one he couldn't quite place. This is a homemade red wine from over 100 years ago. How is it? The taste is decent, right? Su Fugue saw Qin Feng carefully savoring the red wine in his mouth. Fearing he might notice something amiss, he quickly explained. It's quite good. Qin Feng spoke as he took a bite of the premium steak before him. The steak shared that same flavor, leading Qin Feng to think it might be a signature dish of the restaurant. And you, lovely lady, I finally recall who you are. You must be the Chen family's heiress, right? Chen Eng, though maintaining her ladylike demeanor in front of others, nodded without missing a beat. You truly embody the grace of a lady from a distinguished family. I've had dealings with your father before. Your family truly produces exceptional talent. With such an outstanding father, his daughter is also the vice president of the largest private hospital in our city. Su Fugue spoke these words, but envy gnawed at his heart. How had that good-for-nothing Qin Feng snagged such a prize catch as Chen Eng? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That kid was a freeloader, all pious and righteous on the outside. Just wait and see how he'd deal with the two of them. So, when are you two planning to hold the wedding? Give me a heads up beforehand so I can prepare a gift and join you for the celebration. Su Fugue continued his twisted scheming, for he had set his sights on this pair of jade-like beauties. He intended to ruin both their lives and their happiness. Oh, we haven't set a date yet, but we'll definitely let you know in advance. Qin Feng took a bite of the dessert. That peculiar taste was still there, and he knew it wasn't a pleasant one. His mind raced, trying to figure out what it could be. You two make such a handsome couple. Your children will surely be beautiful too. Where does the gentleman work now? Su Fugui noticed Chen Ying's gaze growing hazy. Struggling to contain his excitement, he began asking trivial questions. He hasn't found a job yet. Qin Feng answered, then noticed Chen Ying dazed and holding her head. Ying, what's wrong? Chen Ying looked at Qin Feng, her eyes unfocused. I think I drank too much. Why do I see two of you? Qin Feng stood up, clutching his own head in pain, and pointed at Su Fu in front of him. You. Then both of them collapsed face first onto the table and passed out. Oomph. Quite the gluttons, aren't you? One a rich kid who became vice dean by relying on his pretty face, the other a freeloading pretty boy. You're nothing but scum in this society. Today, I, Su Fugui, will take justice into my own hands. Guards, tie up this man and bring him to my office. Ha. Su Fugui grinned lecherously. He'd pulled stunts like this before, and the reason he'd never been exposed was simple. Whenever he engaged in his sordid activities, he made sure to record video evidence. He used these recordings to blackmail wealthy young women, finding great pleasure in this scheme. He specifically targeted young couples who spent money recklessly. As for the men, he would brand them with a tattoo. He would ink words like scum, loser, or trash onto their arms. He deliberately chose the forearm or wrist, knowing that even after removal, ugly scars would remain. They dragged the unconscious Qin Feng, stripped off his shirt, and sought his exceptionally well-defined muscles and perfectly sculpted physique. No wonder this kid managed to latch onto the Yu family's big tree. He's got a pretty decent build for a small guy. Su Fugui admired Qin Feng's physique, but he grabbed one of Qin Feng's arms with one hand while holding the tattoo gun in the other, preparing to start the tattoo on Qin Feng's arm. What's going on? Why won't it tattoo? The tattoo gun seemed to pierce through Qin Feng's arm, yet no design would transfer onto the skin. Get me another gun. This one must be malfunctioning. His henchman brought another tattoo gun. After confirming it was working, they began piercing Qin Feng's arm once more. Why isn't it working? What the hell is going on? Su Fugui angrily slammed the tattoo gun onto the ground. Just as his own desires were about to be satisfied, the tattoo gun failed him. The truth was that Qin Feng's arm had been soaked in heavenly elixirs since childhood, rendering it impervious to blades and bullets. Su Fugui's state of mind was particularly foul now. His pent-up rage threatened to erupt completely. Clenching his fist, he swung it toward Qin Feng's face. Just as his fist neared Qin Feng's face, Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand and seized Su Fugui's fist. His tightly closed eyes snapped open, locking gazes with Su Fugui. Who knew you had this kind of hobby? Don't you find it disgusting yourself? To actually get your hands on high-grade sedatives, seems you've really gone all out to satisfy your twisted desires. Su Fugui recoiled in shock at the sight, but the fist gripped tightly by Qin Feng sent a wave of excruciating pain through his arm. What are you doing? Grab your weapons and attack him. Beat him to death. I'll take full responsibility. Su Fugui ordered his men to grab weapons and attack Qin Feng. You'll take responsibility? Can you even handle it? Do you think being the chairman of some small shopping mall gives you free reign over everything? Qin Feng twisted Su Fugui's tightly clenched hand downward, then jerked it upward. The sound of cracking bones echoed, followed by Su Fugui's wild, boar-like howl. Qin Feng followed with a kick that sent him flying. His obese body slammed into the bar counter before coming to a halt. Are you sure you want to fight me? Kneel down and apologize properly. Don't stop until blood runs from your forehead. Chapter 69, Spring in Full Bloom. Those wielding knives, guns, and clubs were stunned by Qin Feng's terrifying display of power. Yet some fearless souls still swung their cleavers at Qin Feng. Qin Feng dodged the blade and, in an instant, was at the man's ear. You truly have no fear of death. Then I'll let you taste what death feels like. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around the man's neck, thrust his shoulder into the man's cervical spine, and pulled down with force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as life drained from the man's body. Qin Feng's strength was precise. He wouldn't kill him. This man would spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. The others immediately dropped their weapons, fell to their knees in unison, and began kowtowing to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't need their worship. He merely wanted them to understand the price one pays for aiding a monster. Qin Feng watched the sleeping Qining. The sedative posed no threat to her life. It merely induced deep sleep. Unlike sleeping pills, no matter how much was ingested, it posed no harm to the body. Then Qin Feng slowly approached Su Fugui, who clutched his wrist, blood streaming down his face as he wailed. But no matter how loudly he screamed, no one would come to his aid. Before inviting Cheng and Qin Feng, he had already cleared everyone from this floor. This cleared the way for him to commit his monstrous acts, satisfying his perverted desires. You're truly a monster with a human face and a beast's heart. How could you commit such disgusting acts? What were you thinking? Too bad you ran into me today. And thank goodness you did, or who knows how many more lives you would have ruined, how many futures you would have destroyed. You're truly a monster. At first, Qin Feng had thought he seemed human. But that was just his disguise so convincing. Qin Feng never imagined he'd be outmaneuvered by a shopping mall chairman. You, people like you, if you don't struggle, don't fight, you think you'll have a good life. You're the scourge of this world. Su Fugue gasped out these words, clinging to life. Even facing the overwhelming power of Qin Feng, his obsession remained fierce. It was clear his hatred for the rich second generation ran deep. Though Qin Feng didn't care to know the full story behind him, such actions were utterly unforgivable. While Qin Feng also disapproved of some rich kids' behavior and attitudes, those were their parents' money to squander. They hadn't committed crimes. Moreover, their parents willingly allowed their children to indulge. Their attitudes toward people and matters would naturally be shaped by those around them. If they became too arrogant and broke the law, there would be consequences. No one can guarantee that everyone possesses the same level of character. Does that mean every poor person is inherently polite and never arrogant? It's just that the behavior of these rich kids gets magnified, and they attract a lot of attention. Besides, who pays attention to how a poor person lives? Their actions may influence certain individuals. Some poor people might be led down the path of crime because of their influence. But their wealth wasn't obtained illegally. Isn't the reason people dislike the behavior of the rich second generation simply because most people aren't as wealthy as they are, leading to feelings of envy? You've truly let your twisted mindset consume you. Do you really think what you're doing is right? Life has no inherent right or wrong, but when you harm another person's body, that is your fault. I may not know what you endured in the past, but I hope you'll be kind when you leave prison. Tell me, where are those sordid files of yours? Qin Feng knew Su Fugue wouldn't volunteer the information, so he initiated hypnosis. It's hidden in my phone. The password is 88. After he finished speaking, Qin Feng searched his body, found the phone, located the hidden files, and entered the password. Inside were all the video recordings he had stored. Each file had a note, followed by a string of numbers, likely the sums he'd extorted from this person. Qin Feng immediately notified the relevant authorities, then placed the phone in the most conspicuous spot on the bar counter. He picked up the soundly sleeping Chen and walked out. The terrified patrons dared not even glance at Qin Feng's actions. One by one, they prostrated themselves, banging their heads until they bled, unable to stop. After carrying Chen to the car, Qin Feng pressed several acupoints on her body, waking her up. He noticed her flushed cheeks and realized her drink must have contained another drug. My mouth is so dry. I feel so hot. Qin Feng gazed at the captivating sight before him, yet he knew this state was entirely drug-induced. He absolutely could not stoop to such despicable acts. Su Fugue is truly inhuman, resorting to such despicable tactics. As Qin Feng was lamenting this, he saw Chen attempting to remove her long dress. Qin Feng quickly reached out to stop her and said, "Calm down first, don't take it off." Qin Feng knew she'd been drugged with an aphrodisiac, so he quickly drove the car into the underground parking garage, to a corner without surveillance cameras. If he didn't counteract the drug's effects immediately, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Feng intended to use acupuncture to counteract the drug's effects, which would require removing some of her clothing. To prevent others from witnessing such an intimate scene, he had no choice but to perform the treatment inside the car. "Ying, forgive me." Qin Feng removed the upper garments from Chen Ying's body, then had her turn her back to him. He began inserting needles into her back. Qin Feng stared at her back, her serpentine waist and the body writhing under the drug's influence, forcing himself to suppress his desires. He absolutely could not take advantage of her in this vulnerable state. Even if their relationship had grown somewhat complicated, it was still unacceptable. Fearing he might succumb to temptation, Qin Feng swiftly inserted the needles into the acupoints along her back. The pain from the needles entering her body elicited a soft, delicate moan from Chen Ying. Ah! Qin Feng was startled by Chen Ying's moan. Under the drug's influence, her back was already glistening with sweat. That bastard, how much of that stuff did he give her? Watching Chen Ying's body twist and writhe, Qin Feng felt his own desire burning fiercely. He quickened his movements, sealing major acupoints to ease her discomfort. "I'm so hot and uncomfortable. The feeling down there is so strange." Chen Ying's slender legs rubbed together frantically, as if that alone could ease the itch. She was an adult, a doctor even, and naturally harbored desires. After all, she was still young, though she hadn't yet experienced the full range of human relationships. The exquisite pleasures of certain things remained untasted, but whenever desire arose before, simply clenching her legs together and rubbing them brought comfort. Now, however, Qin Feng had sealed several of her meridians with needles. Though her mind was clearer, her desire remained unchecked. She had thought she had simply fallen asleep, unaware that someone had drugged her. "Ying, calm down. Have some water." Even with the meridians sealed, the effects weren't immediate. Qin Feng watched the aroused Chen Ying before handing her a bottle of mineral water. Qin Feng. Facing this man she both loved and hated, Chen Ying's desire, fueled by the drug, surged uncontrollably within her. Combined with Qin Feng's concerned gaze, Chen Ying found unexpected strength within her. She pulled him close and pressed her lips firmly against his. "Mum." Qin Feng thought this might bring her some comfort. Seeing how irresistibly tempting she looked, he responded to her kiss. They began kissing passionately in the car, but Qin Feng knew the needles in Chen Ying's back and remained cautious, afraid of hurting her. But at that moment, Chen Ying was utterly consumed by desire. Her hands reached out to tear at Qin Feng's clothes, her usual sweetness completely overshadowed by the overwhelming sensuality of the present. Qin Feng quickly grabbed her wandering hand.
Ying, don't do this. Calm down. Though he spoke these words, truthfully, if Chen Ying didn't calm down soon, he himself would lose all restraint. Chapter 70, Charity Wine Tasting. Qin Feng, right here, take me. I feel so bad.
Chen Ying's wide eyes fixed on Qin Feng as her hands didn't stop moving.
Instead, they explored his body with even greater urgency.
Qin Feng was still in the prime of his youth, but the last shred of his wits overpowered his desire. He felt it would be despicable to take advantage of her, even if Chen Ying had fallen for him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng said,
Ying, this is the only way.
With that, he raised his hand and delivered a swift karate chop to her neck. With a muffled groan, Chen Ying collapsed unconscious. Qin Feng quickly supported her neck with one arm and laid her face down across the back seat. Fortunately, his car was long enough to barely accommodate her body. Watching Chen Ying finally still, Qin Feng hurriedly stepped out of the car. He lit a cigarette, trying to calm his racing heart. Just now, he had come dangerously close to doing something he shouldn't have.
Cough, cough, cough.
Qin Feng scanned the ground littered with cigarette butts when he heard Chen Ying's coughing. The drug must have worn off, and she was waking up from thirst.
You're awake? Don't move. I'll remove the needles from your back.
The atmosphere between them was awkward, especially for Chen Ying. She remembered every word she'd just spoken, and now the thought of it made her want to die of embarrassment. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That Su Fugue, he laced our drinks and food with a potent sedative. And he slipped that drug into your drink too. How could Chen Ying not know she'd been drugged? It was one thing to be unconscious, but later, when she regained her senses, she couldn't control herself and blurted out those words. She felt utterly humiliated. All right, let me zip up your jacket. In the rush earlier, Qin Feng had broken the zipper on Chen Ying's dress, and now it simply wouldn't close.
It won't zip up. Should we go home first? Qin Feng asked. How am I supposed to go home looking like this? Didn't we just buy some clothes?
Chen Ying remembered buying several dresses at the mall, but no matter how she looked around, she couldn't find the bag holding them. Things got so hectic earlier, I forgot to grab them.
Wait in the car, I'll go get them and be right back.
Some larger items were scheduled for home delivery, and she'd planned to pick up the clothes after dinner, but then this happened.
Okay, hurry back then.
I'll wait here for you. Chen Ying didn't want to trouble Qin Feng, but returning home looking like this, if her family didn't see her, it would be fine.
But if they did, it would be rather embarrassing.
When he returned, he glanced at Chen Ying in the back seat. She had fallen asleep. It wasn't surprising. After all that turmoil, she'd be exhausted.
7-0. Ying.
Qin Feng called softly to Chen Ying. Her jacket zipper was undone, exposing her fragrant shoulders. Asleep, she looked both sweet and sensual. How could Chen Ying not know she'd been drugged? It was one thing when she was unconscious, but later, when she regained her senses, she couldn't control herself and said those things. She felt so humiliated. All right, let me zip up your jacket. Due to the urgency of the situation, Qin Feng had broken the zipper on Chen Ying's jacket, and now it simply wouldn't close.
It won't zip up. Should we go home first? Qin Feng asked. How am I supposed to go home looking like this? Didn't we just buy some clothes?
Chen Ying remembered buying several dresses at the mall, but no matter how she looked around, she couldn't find the bag holding them. Things got so hectic earlier, I forgot to grab them.
Wait in the car, I'll go get them and be right back.
Some larger items were scheduled for home delivery, and she'd planned to pick up the clothes after dinner, but then this happened.
Okay, hurry back then.
I'll wait here for you. Chen Ying didn't want to trouble Qin Feng, but returning home looking like this, if her family didn't see her, it would be fine.
But if they did, it would be rather embarrassing.
When he returned, he glanced at Chen Ying in the back seat. She had fallen asleep. It wasn't surprising. After all that turmoil, she'd be exhausted.
7-0. Ying.
Qin Feng called softly to Chen Ying. Her jacket zipper was undone, exposing her fragrant shoulder. Asleep, she looked both sweet and sensual.
You're back? She must be exhausted. She fell asleep.
Seeing her fast asleep in the car, it was clear her body was utterly exhausted. After what she'd been through, her mind needed rest too. Coming home was the best place for her.
I need to use the restroom first. I have to. Qin Feng didn't think twice.
He got out of the car and accompanied her to the restroom in the underground parking garage, determined not to let Chen Ying face any more danger. But after Chen Ying went inside, Qin Feng lit a cigarette and waited quietly by the door.
Ah!
Chen Ying's sudden scream made Qin Feng immediately toss his cigarette aside. Without hesitating whether it was the women's restroom, he rushed inside.
What happened?
Just as Qin Feng reached the restroom door, he collided head-on with a figure clad entirely in black, wearing a hood.
Pervert! He was secretly filming me. He almost got away with it.
Xin Feng furiously grabbed the man, suddenly wondering if this mall was cursed. Why did trouble keep happening everywhere? He felt like buying a bomb right then and there to blow the whole place up. You bastard! Xin Feng swung a punch. Though his rage was at its peak, he controlled his strength. If he hit with full force, the pervert's head would be exploded. Ah! But even that single punch knocked the pervert unconscious, if not from a concussion, then from a broken neck or fractured skull. How are you? Did he do anything to you? Xin Feng looked at the terrified Chen Ning and asked with concern. Just as I was about to get up, he thrust his phone toward me. I caught him red-handed. He didn't get away with it, but it was terrifying. That pervert. I'll beat you to death, beat you to death. Chen Ning kicked the motionless man on the ground a few more times, though the blows felt like a child tickling him. Xin Feng crouched down, picked up the man's phone, and crushed it in his furious grip. Why did such scum exist in this world? And why did this scum always seem to appear before him? Xin Feng looked at the terrified Chen Ning, who clung to him like a child. Let's go. Someone will probably find him. He won't die. The two returned to the car. Xin Feng composed himself, started the engine, and drove back toward Chen Ying's home. Take this. You've been through too much today. Xin Feng produced a small jade bottle from somewhere. The bottle looked quite valuable. Chen Ying took the bottle and poured out a small red pill. It wasn't large, about the size of a quick-acting heart pill. What is this? Though she asked, Chen Ying placed the pill under her tongue. It's a calming pill. You might not have heard of it, but I wouldn't harm you. Xin Feng said earnestly as he drove. It actually tastes sweet. You made it sound so sinister. Did you scare the life out of me? Surprisingly, Chen Ying remained remarkably calm, perhaps because Xin Feng was by her side. After returning home, the two went straight to bed. And after everything that had happened today, Chen Ying was exhausted. The next morning, Xin Feng rose at his usual hour, but the aroma of breakfast already filled the room. Though Fang Li still ignored him, her scolding had ceased. After Xin Feng went out for his morning workout, everyone else woke up. Xin Feng, there's a charity wine tasting event requiring a representative from the Chen family. However, I have matters to attend to at the company tomorrow, and Ying is also quite busy right now. Are you free tomorrow? If Chairman Yu hasn't assigned you any work, would you consider going? Since becoming a son-in-law to the Chen family, Xin Feng had never represented them in any capacity, and the Chen family had never attended such charity events. Such events were reserved for top-tier families and high society. The Chens were merely a mid-sized clan. Even when engaging in philanthropy, they rarely contributed significant financial or material resources. Why would they invite our Chen family to this charity event? These were gatherings we could never even dream of attending before. Xin Feng knew full well that these so-called charity events were less about philanthropy and more about wealthy families flaunting their wealth. However, the donated funds genuinely went toward charitable causes. The money didn't disappear. It was merely a game of one-upmanship among the elite. Most crucially, such events offered opportunities to network with members of prominent families. A mid-sized family like the Chens had never before been deemed worthy of attendance. Yet they fought for every invitation. Successfully attending meant connecting with major clans, which could bring immense benefits to the Chen family. This time, of course, it's all thanks to you. While the Night Pearl's value won't elevate us to a top-tier family, it proves you possess remarkable potential. And Chairman Yu publicly announcing you as his subordinate in front of so many people, that was likely done to save face for him, which is why he invited our Chen family. After careful consideration, I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Xin Feng agreed. Chen Tianping was absolutely right. In truth, the organizers of this charity wine tasting had specifically invited him. Refusing the organizers' invitation would jeopardize the Chen family's future prospects. Thus, attending this charity wine tasting was non-negotiable. All right. I haven't received any work assignments for tomorrow yet. I'll give him a call in the morning. After all, this concerns our Chen family. Chairman, you should grant me this favor. These people knew full well that the Yu family owed him an enormous debt of gratitude. Without his intervention, old master, you might not even be alive today. Good. Here's the invitation. Just arrive on time tomorrow. Chapter 71, Something's Off. Xin Feng opened the exquisitely crafted invitation. The time was set for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, but the location was on a cruise ship. Cruise ships were peculiar things. Wealthy people loved buying them to flaunt their riches. Xin Feng found it strange what was so impressive about a cruise ship. If someone truly wealthy bought a warship, Xin Feng might actually look at them with newfound respect. Alright, then do you know who the organizer is this time? Xin Feng reasoned that organizing such a large-scale charity event required substantial backing. Otherwise, who would heed their call? This is hosted by the Yu family. They're in charge of the whole thing. The two chatted for a while longer before it was time for work. Chen Ying didn't actually need to go to work, but her kind nature compelled her. Even though she'd left that unpleasant place, she felt she should properly hand over her duties to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for her patients. After seeing Chen Ying off, Xin Feng immediately called Yu Bingchen, since they had exchanged contact information at the previous birthday banquet. I heard you're hosting a charity cocktail party on a cruise ship tomorrow, inviting many prominent families.
My family is among the invitees. I just wanted to ask who are the representatives from the Wan and Chu families.
Xin Feng's mention of his family being among the invitees caught Yu Bingchen off guard.
She quickly flipped through tomorrow's guest list while answering. The Chu family sent their second young master, Chu Tian. The Wan family submitted Wan Tuo on their list. Yu Bingchen answered without hesitation she couldn't treat Xin Feng like anyone else. Good. Don't let either of them in tomorrow. Figure out the reason yourself.
I don't want to see anyone from those two families. Had anyone else uttered these words, be they high-ranking officials or members of distinguished families, Yu Bingchen wouldn't have taken it as a jest.
The Chu and Wan families held considerable standing in Tiannan.
Barring them from the charity banquet was genuinely perplexing. But coming from Xin Feng's mouth, no matter how many people she offended, she had to comply. In Yu Bingchen's eyes, Xin Feng was nothing short of a superhero. He knew all too well that without this man, young Master Yu would have perished long ago. It was precisely this man who, through his masterful medical skills, had pulled young Master Yu back from the brink of death.
Alright, leave this matter to me. I won't let either of their families in, not even their pet dogs. Yu Bingchen affirmed.
You needn't worry about negative repercussions. After all, I believe it won't be long before both those families cease to exist. Xin Feng said calmly.
Alright, rest assured. I absolutely will not let either of those families enter the venue.
Xin Feng felt relieved. His goal was to humiliate them, to make them suffer the embarrassment they deserved.
Their current arrogance demanded a taste of their own medicine. Alright, see you tomorrow. Just handle things as usual. Xin Feng was certain that Yu Bingchen would be furious upon seeing him tomorrow.
So he hurried to inform him.
Got it, understood.
Yu Bingchen's expression turned exceptionally stern, as if he'd received the highest level directive. After hanging up, he immediately dispatched men to ensure neither family appeared at the venue. Should they show up, whoever caused trouble would bear the consequences.
The next day,
Xin Feng arrived at the pier punctually according to the invitation schedule. By then, numerous family members had already gathered here, awaiting pre-boarding inspections.
Well, isn't this the useless son-in-law of the Chun family?
Now that he's climbed onto Chairman Yu's high branch, he seems like a whole new person. The speaker was none other than Chu Tian, the second young master of the Chu family. Though the Chu family never acted with restraint, Chu Tian stood out for his extreme arrogance, never giving anyone the time of day.
Moreover, his family had been badly screwed over by Xin Feng.
Now, all they could do was vent their frustration through sharp words. Xin Feng's appearance demanded a good dose of mockery, lest he get too big for his britches.
I wondered who it could be. So it's the second young master of the Chu family.
This old dog's pup wasn't kept on a tight leash and ran out barking wildly.
Xin Feng wasn't about to back down.
He'd kept a low profile long enough. Anyone who came looking for trouble would get a strong response.
What the hell did you say? Say it again if you dare. Do you even know where you are? This is a high-profile charity gala. Do you even think you're qualified to be here? How dare you attend such an event? Show me your invitation, is it even real?
Chu Tian believed that even if Xin Feng had become a subordinate of Yunnan Shan, given the Chen family's current standing, sending Xin Feng to such an event was clearly just a stunt to grab attention. Charity events like this casually involved spending thousands, something the Chen family simply couldn't afford.
Oof. What business is it of yours whether my invitation is real or not? Or have dogs learned to read now? Stop worrying about me. I see this high-class event is attended entirely by humans. Dogs like your Chu and Wan families would have a hard time getting in.
Just as Chu Tian was about to retort, a figure suddenly appeared on the cruise ship, none other than Yu Bingchen.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
I prioritized safety, so you may now board. However, please cooperate with security screening to ensure everyone's safety.
Thank you for your cooperation. Yu Bingchen didn't actually need to make this announcement, he never had before.
His real purpose in coming out was to spot that familiar figure in the crowd. And he had indeed found him. Xin Feng remained much the same as before, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve, radiating an undeniable aura of a true leader. After making the announcement, Yu Bingchen hurried back, fearing he might not be able to control his overwhelming emotions. So everyone began boarding the ship in an orderly fashion, but then a remarkable scene unfolded.
Mr. Chu, there's something wrong with your invitation.
Chu Tian examined his own invitation, then took the one from the person beside him. Finding no difference whatsoever, he addressed the man at the entrance.
Bro, take another look. Open your dog eyes wide. What's different between my invitation and his? How dare you say mine is problematic?
Chu Tian was naturally arrogant, and he was deeply dissatisfied with the person checking invitations at the entrance. Moreover, Xin Feng had previously mentioned that his entry wasn't guaranteed, a fact witnessed by many. Now, with this situation unfolding, he felt furious.
Faced with Chu Tian's attitude, the gatekeeper dared not argue back.
He had only received orders. No one from the Chu or Wan families was allowed entry, on the grounds that their invitations were problematic. Second young Master Chu, your invitation is indeed valid. After all, this is a large-scale gala held at sea. To ensure everyone's safety. So we can't let you board. Saying your invitation is problematic is just giving you face to save your dignity. But honestly, don't you know what you've been up to lately? A man who appeared to be a butler addressed Chu Tian. He was Yu Bingchen's butler. This young man had earned admission to an international university through his own efforts, where he studied the art of becoming an exceptional butler. With his qualifications, he could easily serve as butler for any prominent family. Yet he chose Yu Bingchen, drawn by her personal charm. What have I done? You'd better explain clearly, or none of you will be leaving here. So what if it's a cruise ship? My family has one too. Just wait until I dock mine right in front of yours. Then let's see how you'll pull off that damn charity gala. Chu Tian knew exactly what he'd done. This was pure bluffing with so many onlookers. Failing to board the ship would be utterly humiliating. Young Master Chu, must I spell it out? Don't you know exactly what you've done? If you don't mind the embarrassment, I can. Recount every detail of your recent actions. Besides, our young master isn't afraid of your family. So stop making a scene here. It's best for both families if you leave now. Chu Tian's gaze grew unfocused. He didn't need to be told what he'd done lately. He committed heinous acts daily, whether abducting women or oppressing the common folk. Chapter 72, Fully Aware. Truthfully, everyone knew these deeds, they simply hadn't spoken them aloud. If Yu Bingchen's steward laid them all bare now, the young master would be utterly humiliated. Poof. Then why did you invite our Chu family? Was it just to publicly humiliate me? Or do you have ulterior motives? Chu Tian had to save face somehow. Otherwise, leaving in such disgrace would bring shame upon the entire Chu family. I did invite your Chu family, but I didn't know who would come. Anyway, everyone from the Chu family except you is welcome aboard. Even your household servants are qualified to board this ship, only you are not. Chu Tian's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Jin Feng stepped out from the crowd. Second young Master Chu, why haven't you boarded yet? Oh, right, you probably didn't bother reading the invitation carefully. After all, someone like you likely can't recognize a single character. Jin Feng smiled at him. Chu Tian felt Jin Feng was being downright arrogant. Even if he was now under Chairman Yu, he shouldn't treat him like this. After all, when Yu Nanshan spoke to the Chu family, he was always courteous. Whether genuine or not, at least he maintained appearances. But Jin Feng was merely a new recruit under Yu Nanshan. And before that day, he was a well-known good-for-nothing. Jin Feng, do you think you have any right to speak here? What are you, anyway? Do you think attending this cocktail party makes you part of high society? Even if you're now under Chairman Yu, you're still that good-for-nothing who drives his wife to and from work every day. I'd advise you not to go to the banquet. Haven't you washed your wife's underwear yet? Ha 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 ha. Chu Tian was utterly arrogant. His words instantly made the atmosphere tense and hostile. Ha ha ha. The Chu family is nothing but a lapdog for the Han family of the capital. What exactly do you have to be so arrogant about? Are all dogs like this nowadays? But I'm not one to stoop to a dog's level. I'm not going to bite back just because a dog bit me. Jin Feng handed the invitation to the butler, who respectfully made way for him. As Jin Feng boarded the ship, he turned back and said to him, "Woof woof. Ha ha ha." Chu Tian was furious beyond measure. Though the world may call his family traitors to the Han clan of the capital. But he absolutely could not allow some worthless trash to humiliate him like this in front of so many clans. Butler, if you know what's good for you, step aside. I'll deal with that good for nothing, then leave immediately. If you continue to obstruct me, don't blame me for being impolite. Jin Feng stood on the boarding stairs, no longer ascending. Instead, he sat down on the steps, glaring at Chu Tian. What? Have you gone mad? Should we call the dog catchers to haul you off? Rabies is quite terrifying, after all. Those waiting below deck to board couldn't help but suppress their laughter, fearing Chu Tian's wrath might land on them instead. Jin Feng, you son of a... I'll come up and kill you right now. Let's see how long you can keep acting so arrogant. Chu Tian lunged forward, determined to force his way in. But the butler standing there addressed him. This is the Yu family's vessel. It's not a place for you to act so arrogantly. If you insist on forcing your way aboard, it shows you hold young Master Yu in utter contempt. As young Master Yu's steward, I stand here to prevent you from barging in. If you don't believe me, try it. Any order given by Yu Bingchen must be carried out. Otherwise, how could he possibly continue serving as steward? So you're openly declaring war against the Chu family, is that it? Facing Chu Tian's fury, the steward remained unruffled, his gaze steady as he spoke coldly. I care not what skills or power your Chu family possesses. If you didn't understand me earlier, let me repeat, this ship belongs to the Yu family. Everyone must abide by its rules. I'm simply following protocol. Regardless of your dispute, since young Master Qin has boarded this vessel, he is now a valued guest of the Yu family. It is my duty to ensure his safety. As for your future disputes, how you resolve them is none of my concern. I only deal with what happened today. The steward's stance was unyielding. Qin Feng watched Chu Tian with a look of schadenfreude, while Chu Tian seethed with rage, grinding his teeth. Yet he chose not to force his way through. After all, the entire Chu family stood behind him. If Yu Bingchen dared to challenge the Chu family's honor, they would not be spared its retaliation. Fine. You'll all pay for this. Chu Tian tore the invitation to shreds and stormed away in fury. Move aside. He stormed through the crowd, climbed into his Ferrari sports car, and roared away. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the delay. Please board the ship in an orderly fashion to prevent such incidents from recurring. Those attending the reception now felt Yu Bingchen had shown no regard for the Chu family's face, finding him remarkably bold. They began boarding the ship in an orderly fashion. However, the Wan family members were absent. The Wan family representative listed on the invitation was Wan Hao, but for some reason, he hadn't arrived, likely because his injuries hadn't healed properly. After Qin Feng saw Chu Tian depart, he turned and walked toward the ship. Yu Bingchen, already on the deck, exchanged a glance with Qin Feng. The two shared a knowing smile, saying nothing. Numerous families had arrived today. Yu Bingchen had organized this charity reception precisely to strengthen ties with these families, knowing it would bring him considerable benefits. Entering the ship's grand hall, Qin Feng observed the luxurious interior decor. While not ostentatiously extravagant, the entire design radiated Yu Bingchen's unyielding character. Qin Feng nodded approvingly. He then took a glass of champagne from a server, sipped it thoughtfully, and began observing the evening's proceedings. After all, this was a charity event. It wouldn't make sense for these families to simply hand over donations and leave. That would render the gathering meaningless. Qin Feng saw that the first segment featured Yu Bingchen's speech. He assumed it would be nothing but pleasantries. However, the second segment piqued his interest. The second segment was the auction. Qin Feng found this part particularly intriguing. It would likely showcase the strength of each family while also satisfying them as they donated their funds. This auction was designed to foster a sense of competition among the families, as they all relished the chance to prove their superiority. Even though the money would ultimately be donated, each family could walk away satisfied with the spoils of victory, a rather splendid arrangement. Just as Qin Feng was intently observing the charity wine tasting proceedings, a strong scent of perfume suddenly wafted toward him. No need to guess, it had to be a woman, and certainly not a virtuous one. What decent woman would wear perfume this strong? Hello, you must be Qin Feng, the son-in-law of the Chen family? Qin Feng tore his attention away from the event, looking at the woman before him. She wore a red qipao with a slit that reached the top of her thigh. If it were just 2 centimeters higher, her underwear would be visible. It was proof enough that she was a flirtatious woman, but her figure was impeccable. The qipao she wore perfectly outlined her devilishly curvaceous body. Looking up, 2 full breasts strained against the fabric, threatening to burst through the silk. Though their shape suggested augmentation, Qin Feng recognized the telltale signs of breast implants. The most damning feature was her face, a patchwork of implants, every inch of it having been altered by the surgeon's knife. I am. What's the matter? Qin Feng thought it best to acknowledge her since she had approached him. No matter how distasteful she seemed, basic courtesy was still required. He. The whole world calls you a good-for-nothing, but you sure don't look like one today. You're the first person who dares speak to the second young master of the Chu family like that. Qin Feng couldn't figure out what she meant by that. Was she trying to hit on him? He hoped not, because even from this distance, he could smell the scent of silicone wafting off her. Oh? What's up? Need something? Qin Feng remained utterly cold. He felt no connection could ever exist between him and such a woman. Women like her climbed the social ladder using their bodies. Or rather, they simply looked down on someone of his current status. You're the first man to speak to me, young man, in such a tone. Interesting. Chapter 73, Ambush. Qin Feng knew full well that women like this were mere playthings for powerful figures, constantly moving between them while completely controlling those men's hearts. They kept those men perpetually frustrated, eager to possess her yet forever denied. Men poured immense effort into winning her favor, though for some, merely touching her hand might be the extent of their reward. Oh, I just find your scent overwhelming. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. I can't stand the smell on you. Qin Feng wore a look of utter disgust. The scent emanating from Zhang Man was overwhelmingly strong. Though it was undoubtedly expensive perfume on her, it felt nauseating. What did you say? Zhang Man frowned slightly. No one had ever spoken to her like this before. After all, men had showered her with gifts just for the chance to smell her scent. And now this so-called useless waste everyone talked about dared to treat her like this? Zhang Man was furious. As a woman, I'm afraid you can't handle such harsh words. But I must tell you, no amount of perfume can mask the stench emanating from you. Qin Feng despised women like her, viewing them as nothing but scourges on this earth. And since she'd gone out of her way to provoke him, nothing good could come of it. Fine. All I can tell you is that you've crossed second young Master Chu. Soon, you'll be tossed into the sea to feed the sharks. Qin Feng knew from Zhang Man's words that this woman must have been sent by Chu Tian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have approached him like this. Ah, fine. But a woman like you? Sharks wouldn't even touch you. That silicone stuff would probably get stuck in their teeth. Young Man was visibly annoyed. Her plastic surgery was her most sensitive topic. She believed her results were flawless, yet any mention of her procedures always rankled her. You. Young Man was accustomed to being fawned over by men who never uttered harsh words. She never imagined a man like Chin Fong could speak so cruelly words she never expected to hear from a man's mouth. If you have the time, go make some more male friends. Why bother me? That guy Chu Tian isn't omnipotent either. Didn't he fail to get on this ship? Stop bothering me. Your stench is overwhelming. Chin Fong just wanted to observe the reception procedures here. After all, this was the only place where they were held. Many attendees had been through this countless times and paid it no mind. Chin Fong figured that if he was going to be stuck on this ship for so long, not understanding the procedures would leave him feeling like he was missing out. Fine, just you wait. Jiang Man stormed off, her cheeks puffed with anger. But she walked slowly, carefully controlling her expression. She had come here to maintain her composure at all times. Only by staying elegant could she attract more men. I won't wait for you. I'm married now, and my wife is 100 times prettier than you. Chin Fong called after her retreating figure, but Jiang Man had already turned away. Engaging him further would compromise her image. Chin Fong suspected Chu Tian hadn't sent just this one woman. If seduction failed, more projects would surely follow. Suddenly, the cocktail party seemed incredibly promising. Chin Fong stopped following the event schedule. He figured the people approaching him soon would likely be sent by Chu Tian. The more he thought about it, the more amusing it became. After a while, Chin Fong found a seat to sit down. After all, with Jiang Man's failure, the others were surely biding their time. Then, the familiar figure of Yu Bingchen slowly made her way onto the stage. Yesterday, he had only entrusted her with one task, to prevent anyone from the Chu or Wan families from boarding the ship. Everything else was to proceed according to his plan. Chin Fong now simply enjoyed this leisurely moment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this charity cocktail party hosted by yours truly, Yu Bingchen. I would like to offer you all a deep bow. Yu Bingchen then launched into a formal speech designed to grant these family members ample face and elevate them to a certain status. Once they felt this sense of importance, they would perceive their own families as highly influential. During the upcoming auction, they would inevitably compete fiercely to bid higher, donating more generously. When Yu Bingchen's gaze fell upon Chin Fong, his speech paused ever so slightly. After a brief adjustment, however, he resumed his address. From his speech, it was clear that all donations from this charity wine event would be allocated to national defense initiatives, a fact that deeply pleased Chin Fong. Chin Fong considered all his wealth to be rewards bestowed by the nation. With no clear purpose for the funds, this occasion presented a perfect opportunity to contribute his share, thereby adding his own brick and tile to the nation's cause. Alright, everyone, please take a short break. The auction will commence shortly. With his keen intuition, Chin Fong sensed a cold gaze, like that of a venomous snake, observing him from the shadows. He turned toward the source of the gaze, but all he saw was a retreating figure. Yet, judging by the way the person walked, he was clearly someone with considerable skill. And this person was undoubtedly formidable. Among the guests at this banquet, accompanied by bodyguards, none could match that individual. Alright, everyone. The long-awaited auction is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. The Jade family head has brought forth many treasures for this event. He has retained only the original value of these treasures, with all proceeds going towards supporting our Tiannan naval endeavors. Whoosh! Beneath the stage, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause at the auctioneer's words. Some felt pride at having the chance to contribute to strengthening the nation's military. Others, however, saw this as a long-awaited opportunity to flaunt their wealth. For families locked in years of open and covert rivalry, the chance to outbid their rivals at the auction offered a brief moment of triumph. Chin Fong reasoned that those plotting against him wouldn't strike now. Though everyone would soon be fixated on the auction treasures, the crowd below would be utterly silent. Attacking now would cause an uproar, disrupting everyone's enjoyment and showing disrespect to Yu Bingchen. Just then, a person dressed as a server approached Chin Fong. Chin Fong sensed no trace of hostility from this individual. The server addressed him. Mr. Chin, might I speak with you privately? Though dressed as a waiter, Chin Fong sensed this man was no ordinary person. From his muscular build to the callus on his right index finger, he was either a professional assassin or a military veteran. Go ahead. Chin Fong was now fully prepared. The moment he sensed even the slightest hint of danger, he would strike with lightning speed, instantly eliminating this person. The young master requests your presence upstairs for a discussion. After delivering this message, the waiter nonchalantly carried his tray away. Chin Fong surmised that Yu Bingchen must have lost his patience. After all, he likely still held a significant place in the young master's heart. Moreover, when boarding the ship earlier, he had caught the eager look in his eyes, likely an impatient desire to meet him. Chin Fong rose as if nothing had happened. Though many eyes had followed him upon entering, undoubtedly due to his earlier confrontation with Chu Tian. He was, after all, a prominent figure constantly discussed by everyone. Some even joke that Xin Feng should open a freeloading training program for those aspiring to live off others. Before ascending to the second floor, Xin Feng glanced down at the crowd below. Finding no one paying him attention, he proceeded upward. But as he reached the staircase landing, he spotted a dark-skinned, shaven-headed man who clearly wasn't from this country. Moreover, the aura emanating from him matched the one Xin Feng had sensed earlier. It was the same person who had just harbored murderous intent toward him. Xin Feng surmised it was the waiter who had schemed to harm him, luring him upstairs so this black man could ambush him. Chapter 74, Immortal Pill Island. This jade rui was personally carved by Qi Sandao, our nation's master engraver. Upon hearing the master carver's name, everyone immediately began scrutinizing the jade rui. It was well known that even a small plaque carved by this master, barely the size of a child's palm, could fetch tens of millions. Qi Sandao was exceptionally particular about his materials. He never used jadeite that wasn't ice quality. If he disapproved of the raw material, not even tens of billions or hundreds of billions would persuade him to carve it. But if he set his sights on a piece, he would pay for it himself to carve it with his own hands. Seeing the audience's growing interest, the host paused briefly to allow for discussion before continuing. Well, just hearing the name Master Sandao startled me at first. You see, his material selection is exceptionally stringent. Most importantly, the pieces carved by Master Sandao possess an incredibly powerful magnetic field. Over 90% of you here are business people. Imagine if this jade rui were placed on one of your office desks. If discerning eyes recognized it as Master Sandao's work, what effect do you think it would have on you all? I, a mere host, needn't elaborate further. Does anyone still have interest? If not, I'll smash it right now. Suddenly, the host produced a hammer from somewhere. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. After all, this was a masterpiece by the three-blade master, and such a large one at that. To shatter it would be an utter tragedy. I'll give you one last chance. The young master instructed me that any exhibit displayed today which fails to capture your interest shall be destroyed by me, one by one, to avoid dampening your spirits. Xin Feng couldn't help but admire the auctioneer's skill. The pacing was flawless, and even he found himself drawn to this so-called master's carved rui. All right. I see a shift in your expressions. I'll give it a try. Starting bid, 50 million. Xin Feng never imagined that despite the exceptional quality of the jade, the bidding price would keep climbing. The price kept climbing, fueled by the auctioneer's dramatic presentation. He was genuinely curious to see how high this jade rui would ultimately sell for. Alright, bidder 67, 600 million. Any higher? Lot 99, bidding 70 million. After the auctioneer's dramatic build-up, interest began to stir among the bidders. Most importantly, they hadn't yet fully grasped their true purpose for being here. It wasn't to bid on these items. Their primary objective was to undermine their rivals. At an auction like this, they could force their opponents' families to pay exorbitant prices for items. This was a battle of wits and courage. By controlling the pace, they could force rival families to lose a fortune. As the bidding war raged on, the price for this jade rui had soared to 120 million. Only two families remained locked in fierce competition. Other families had withdrawn from the fray, each wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Xin Feng recognized these two families as rivals, making their bidding war a silent battle. Alright, 120 million, going once. 120 million, going once. 120 million, going once. The auctioneer brought down the hammer, and the jade rui finally settled at 120 million. A family's faces clearly showed disappointment, for the piece was simply not worth that price. They had clearly been outbid by the other family, hence their expressions. Xin Feng also found this auction fascinating. Though only 5 items were up today, he wasn't particularly fond of this jade rui. He decided to wait a bit longer, confident that something more to his taste would eventually come up. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for securing this jade rui at 120 million yuan. Your contribution truly bolsters our national defense efforts. Thank you. At the auctioneer's prompting, the entire audience applauded. Only the family that had secured the jade rui did not share in the joy. Alright, everyone, please take a short break. We'll be presenting the second item shortly. The auctioneer stepped down from the podium to take a sip of water, preparing for the next round. Xin Feng glanced around. Over a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed on him, none of them friendly. He wasn't surprised, though after all, Zhang Man had already made a move against him. The Chu family's connections extended far beyond these individuals. Roughly half of the families attending the auction likely sought to curry favor with them. Xin Feng suspected these individuals had been recruited by Chu Tian before the auction began. They had likely tipped each other off beforehand. But Xin Feng paid them little mind. Even if they brought bodyguards, how could those bodyguards possibly be a match for him? Very well. The next artifact to be displayed is no ordinary piece. It is a bull once used by a high-ranking minister 500 years ago. Xin Feng listened as the auctioneer launched into another round of hype, but he had no interest in this item either. The proceedings unfolded methodically, with rival clans vying fiercely for items and allied families launching coordinated bidding wars. Xin Feng found the artifacts utterly dull. The clan's rivalries, however, were a spectacle he thoroughly enjoyed watching. Time flew by as the families snapped up one artifact after another. Shin Fong, however, never made a single bid. To him, these items were nothing more than commonplace trinkets. This charity auction has been the most intense and fiercely contested one I've ever presided over. It's truly an honor to host such an event. I truly wish there were more items up for auction, for that would allow me to spend more time with everyone and feel your enthusiasm. Alas, this is the final item. These pieces are truly unprecedented, unheard of and unseen. Shin Fong listened as the auctioneer spoke with such emotion, as if genuinely reluctant to part with these items, though it was all part of his job. Shin Fong thought to himself that since it was the final item, he didn't care what it was, he absolutely had to secure a successful bid. Otherwise, attending this auction would have been completely meaningless. Ladies and gentlemen, please look. On the stage, inside a glass display case, stood an antique-looking book. However, everyone was too far away to see it clearly. But Shin Fong had already recognized what the book was. It was blurry, though, and he could only vaguely make out what looked like the imprint of a seal belonging to an ancient sect. You may not be able to see it clearly, nor could I at first glance. But the information in my hands is enough to leave everyone here in awe. Please hold on to your armrests, for this item originates from Immortal Pill Island. The moment the host revealed the book's origin, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. All eyes were fixed intently on the book, for any tome that happened to surface from Immortal Pill Island was powerful enough to elevate an entire clan. This artifact alone would deliver an unprecedented shock to everyone present, a shock that would pierce the very soul. The host remained silent. Below, not a sound could be heard, not even a whisper of discussion. For everyone was calculating their own fortunes. Each was resolved to stake everything to secure this manual, for a Xiandan Island secret text was worth their clan fighting to the death for. Moreover, everyone knew that the Han family of the capital had risen to such prominence precisely because of their close ties to Immortal Pill Island, which had allowed them to become the dominant power in the region. The families of Tiannan had set the Han family of the capital as their future development goal precisely because the Chu family had become a giant in Tiannan after receiving only a fraction of the Han family's favor. Seeing that everyone was nearly ready, the host opened his mouth to speak. Did I not remind you all correctly just now? Without me, you'd probably all be sitting on the floor by now. Though we all know how precious this book is, the starting bid will naturally be a bit high. Chapter 75, a paltry 100 billion. The auctioneer scanned the crowd below the stage. He saw the gleam in everyone's eyes, but he didn't know that Shin Fong, sitting in the corner, was already itching to bid. He had always wanted a book on alchemy, and this one might just be what he sought. The usually composed Shin Fong now felt his heart pounding wildly. He struggled to suppress his excitement, sitting there, waiting for the auctioneer to announce the price. Alright, starting bid, 10 billion. The entire crowd gasped at the figure. Though these families possessed immense wealth, 10 billion was still a significant burden for them. And this was merely the starting bid. Once the bidding war began, it would unleash a bloody battle on this cruise ship. No one made a rash move just yet. They were all waiting to see who would be the first to bid, because at this starting price, each bid raised the stakes by 100 million yuan or even more. Shin Fong glanced at his bid paddle, number 177. Seeing no one else raise theirs, he slowly lifted his own. Alright, bid 177, 11 billion. All eyes instantly focused on Shin Fong. Most passengers had witnessed the scene between him and Chu Tian upon boarding and knew he was merely the Chun family's son-in-law by marriage. Recently, he hadn't been involved in any businesses or seen conducting any trades. Now, daring to raise his bid card, everyone looked at him with a mix of disbelief and skepticism. But no one dared mock him now. Everyone knew he was under the protection of Yunnan Shan, the Chamber of Commerce president. Provoking him now risked him reporting it to the Yu family, which would inevitably affect their own family businesses. The people Chu Tian had brought to watch him were now exchanging glances and whispering among themselves. They all wondered how Shin Fong could possibly come up with that much money. So, acting on behalf of the Chu family, they instructed those around them not to bid. They planned to watch Shin Fong fail to pay, proving he had deliberately disrupted the charity wine auction. When that happened, young Master Yu would show him no mercy. 11 billion, going once. The auctioneer was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated such a turn of events. After all, the rarity and value of this item far surpassed any other artifact presented tonight. Logically, everyone present should understand the significance of the Immortal Pill Island manual. Acquiring it would undoubtedly bring unimaginable benefits to their families. Yet now, only one bidder had stepped forward. And through the large screen, the host could see his face clearly. He knew exactly who Shin Fong was. As the host, he couldn't say anything inappropriate on stage. Even if Shin Fong was deliberately causing trouble, he couldn't voice it publicly. 11 billion, going once, twice. The auctioneer deliberately slowed the pace considerably, as the rhythm had been entirely different moments ago. Each auction item had a predetermined ceiling price. Once the threshold was reached, the host could accelerate the bidding pace at any moment. But the limit for this Immortal Pill Island manual was a staggering 10 billion. Moreover, Yu Bingchen intended to use the charitable fund established through this book to provide the Tiannan Navy with funding for aircraft carrier research. The auctioneer could say nothing more at this moment. And he noticed the audience below the stage all wearing expressions of eager anticipation. They couldn't believe Qin Feng could possibly come up with that much money. His gaze shifted to the butler standing beside the stage. After all, the final say on certain matters rested with this butler, as the current situation had completely spiraled beyond his control. But when he saw the butler nodding in his direction signaling approval of the bid, the host relaxed. 11 billion, going once, twice. Slam. Sold. The moment the hammer fell, the auctioneer felt a wave of relief wash over him. He'd been so nervous his underwear had gotten damp except for his very first time hosting. He'd never felt this tense before. Congratulations to bidder 177. Please proceed to the backstage area to settle your payment. This Xiantan Island manual is now yours. In truth, many buyers who secured items at auction wouldn't pay immediately. They'd wait until after the reception to settle the bill. They didn't truly care about the items themselves, all they wanted was the prestige. But Qin Feng was different from those people. He cared deeply about this manual. He was itching to get on stage right now and flip through its pages. He strode quickly toward the backstage area. Those who had been watching him wanted to follow, but the payment area was heavily guarded for the buyer's safety. Any rash attempt to enter would result in immediate expulsion by the guards, followed by a thorough investigation. Only after proving their innocence would they be permitted to leave. Once Qin Feng entered the backstage area, all eyes fixed on the exit. They were certain he would be beaten like a beaten dog and thrown out. But when Qin Feng arrived backstage, waiting for him was none other than Yu Bingchen. Yu Bingchen had been upstairs the entire time, monitoring every movement below through surveillance. When he saw Qin Feng take action, he knew Qin Feng must have been determined to succeed, otherwise, he wouldn't have intervened. So he came down from upstairs to wait for Qin Feng. Brother Qin, what on earth got you interested in this thing? He had already stationed everyone at the entrance to ensure their conversation remained private, which was why he dared to address Qin Feng so familiarly. Here's the card. Spend freely. I know there's a limit on this thing, but for the sake of national defense, spend whatever you need. Just let me see the book first. Qin Feng tossed his card, loaded with 10,000 taels of silver, onto the table. He'd never had a concept of money, believing that anything money could accomplish wasn't worth worrying about. Yu Bingchen promptly handed the book about Immortal Pill Island to Qin Feng. The moment Qin Feng touched the book, he sensed its immense age. He opened it with great care. Yu Bingchen had no idea what Qin Feng's true intentions were, but he didn't utter a word. Qin Feng's expression was too serious, reminiscent of when they had worked together to treat his grandfather. When Qin Feng opened the first page, he found no names inscribed there. He continued flipping through the pages, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Brother Qin, it seems like you're searching for something, but haven't found it? Needless to say, disappointment was written all over Qin Feng's face. Ah, never mind. I was looking for something, but I didn't find it. Fine, swipe the card. Qin Feng adjusted his mindset, reasoning that so many years had passed, and the obscure, difficult to understand content recorded in this book was simply too complex to grasp. Brother Qin, what's mine is yours. Why bother swiping a card? How could Yu Bingchen possibly want Qin Feng's money? I told you to swipe, so just swipe. What are you dawdling for? Swipe 100 billion first, then swipe more if it's not enough. Qin Feng felt that spending this money on national defense was worthwhile. He'd gladly transfer any amount. After all, it was all Chen Wanli's money anyway. Using it for the nation's cause, he figured, should be understandable. Yu Bingchen knew Qin Feng was a man of his word. Forcing a refusal might only upset him. Alright, I'll transfer it then. He picked up the golden card. After all, it was crafted from pure gold. It must hold substantial funds. With a few swipes, 100 billion instantly appeared in the account. Brother Qin, you're ridiculously wealthy. How could this card possibly hold that much money? Qin Feng paused briefly before replying. Oh, it should be possible. I don't know the exact limit, but a mere 100 billion is certainly within the withdrawal range. Yu Bingchen was now a full-fledged businessman. Even though Qin Feng was his grandfather's savior, he couldn't help but notice a hint of arrogance in his expression. Outside, two people are coming in. Yu Bingchen didn't know what Qin Feng's purpose was in this small place called Tiannan. But having encountered him, he felt compelled to do something for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Qin Feng also thought that since he wanted to liven things up here, joining him on stage would surely achieve a great effect. The two shared a knowing smile before stepping onto the stage. Qin Feng was flanked by two guards, and his feigned nervousness made Yu Bingchen suspect he might actually be anxious. Though Yu Bingchen couldn't claim to know Qin Feng intimately, she knew he wouldn't feel the slightest bit nervous in such a minor situation. Not even a shred of it. Chapter 76, Assassination. Everyone was utterly astonished. Why had Yu Bingchen brought Qin Feng onto the stage? But now, seeing the two guards standing behind Qin Feng, they realized he probably couldn't afford the fee and had been dragged up for a public shaming. Yu Bingchen scanned the crowd on stage, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. She knew they were all expecting her to berate Qin Feng. Yu Bingchen's mind raced, searching for the perfect words to make the audience below the stage see Qin Feng in a new light.
Ladies and gentlemen, the auction has concluded. We now enter free time, but I must announce something concerning him.
At that moment, Yu Bingchen's tone and gaze were both intensely serious. The crowd below the stage suddenly found it difficult to control their expressions. Hearing her deliver such a solemn announcement, especially one concerning Qin Feng, they hung on her every word, waiting for the answer they hoped to hear. Yu Bingchen realized his ploy had worked. He hadn't expected these business tycoons, so adept at making deals, to be so blinded by their own success that they failed to see through his simple trick. It is he, the winner of the final lot, the son-in-law of the Chen family, and now the subordinate of our Tiannan Chamber of Commerce president, Qin Feng. Logically, the auction house should be pleased when someone wins an item. Yet Yu Bingchen's expression grew increasingly grave. Tears were even welling in his eyes. Some knew that when certain people were enraged, tears could flow unconsciously. Thus, they assumed Yu Bingchen was now consumed by fury. This meticulously prepared item, so precious, was bound to fetch a high price. Though the money wouldn't end up in his pocket, it would come from the charity wine tasting he hosted. Everyone was primed for the show about to unfold. Qin Feng was about to receive a stern reprimand from Yu Bingchen, and it would be a very severe one at that. This charity event was no trivial matter. The donated funds were earmarked for military facilities. Even the slightest oversight would be no small affair. Qin Feng. Now, everyone was even more eager to see what kind of punishment Qin Feng would receive. Now, everyone was speculating on how Yu Bingchen would punish Qin Feng, filled with anticipation. He is the embodiment of selfless dedication. After uttering these words, Yu Bingchen bowed deeply to Qin Feng. The entire audience below the stage was stunned into silence, utterly quiet, even more so than when the book had appeared on Immortal Pill Island. When no one was looking, Yu Bingchen let out a satisfied smile, feeling he had achieved his goal. He had deliberately deceived them, deliberately made them look foolish. She intended to overturn their perceptions of Qin Feng, to make them understand just how towering his stature truly was. After acquiring that book for 11 billion, he donated another 100 billion to strengthen our Tiannan military. Yu Bingchen spoke with passionate fervor, yet everyone below the stage exchanged bewildered glances. 100 billion? Not 100 yuan. How could Qin Feng possibly have that kind of money? Even if he sold off every single asset the Chen family owned, it would take several rounds of sales to scrape together that 100 billion. No one present dared believe it, yet not a whisper escaped their lips. After all, Yu Bingchen had announced it himself. This matter couldn't possibly be false. Qin Feng, do you have anything to say at this moment? Qin Feng looked at Yu Bingchen, who gestured for him to step forward and say a few words. For now, Qin Feng had no choice but to steel himself and comply. Truthfully, I have no particular thoughts. I'm simply delighted that this money is being allocated where it truly matters. That's all. Qin Feng had been practically forced into this spotlight by Yu Bingchen. Otherwise, someone as low-key as him would never have sought such attention. Impossible. How could a mere son-in-law of the Chen family have that much money? Young master, you must give us a reasonable explanation or present solid evidence. A man on stage suddenly shouted. Sitting beside him was Zhang Man, suggesting this outburst likely came from her. Fine. Since this brother demands proof, let's project it onto the big screen. Everyone, rub your eyes clean. 0. Make sure you don't miscount. Everyone watched intently, counting the zeros themselves. After confirming the accuracy, they all looked at Qin Feng with confusion. Everyone has seen it. This is the strongest evidence. I wonder if it satisfies this brother. If you still don't believe it, I can pull some strings and have our transaction details posted in this cocktail party group chat. When that happens, I hope you won't feel like you've been slapped in the face. Yu Bingchen had always been this unyielding in Tiannan, a trait cultivated during his time in the Yu family. Everyone now had to look at Qin Feng with new respect. Yet, if a young master from a prominent family had made this donation today, many would have seen it as a selfless act. But now that Qin Feng had done it, there was no praise, only a chorus of skepticism. Where did this guy even get the money? That's no small sum, you know. Exactly. I'm baffled too. Doesn't he own any businesses now? Yeah, besides driving his wife to and from work every day, he probably just mops the floor, cleans the house, and washes his wife's underwear at home. People could only speculate about the source of Qin Feng's donation, knowing full well that the entire Chen family didn't possess such capital. As Yu Bingchen listened to the skepticism on stage questioning the source of Qin Feng's funds, she spoke up. Everyone attending my reception tonight is a law-abiding citizen. Therefore, I've thoroughly investigated Qin Feng's funds. They are completely above board. Yu Bingchen's few words instantly silenced the crowd below the stage, halting their discussions. Now then, I took the stage today specifically to commend such selfless individuals. Shortly, I will personally escort this person to a private room. Everyone, please enjoy your meal and entertainment. Should you require anything, please inform my butler. After delivering these words, Yu Bingchen led Qin Feng off the stage. The once solemn hall transformed into a scene of revelry and merriment. The entire crowd in the hall was stunned by Qin Feng. Even when the DJ played an exceptionally upbeat track, not a single person could muster any excitement. Qin Feng followed Yu Bingchen to a private room on the second floor. The lavishly decorated space could seat around 20 people. This private room was originally reserved for the Chu and Wan families. Since neither family is coming, we'll dine here instead. Yu Bingchen did this specifically to shield Qin Feng from further harassment by the people outside. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, thinking it was the right decision. He had nothing to do with those people outside anyway, so he'd long since lost interest in hanging out with them. Knock knock. A frantic knocking sounded at the door. They had barely sat down. What could possibly be happening to make someone so desperate? Master, someone downstairs has collapsed and is foaming at the mouth. All the renowned physicians present are helpless. If someone were to die aboard our ship, it would be extremely inauspicious. Yu Bingchen and Qin Feng rose almost simultaneously, rushing out after the messenger. Upon reaching the scene, they witnessed the man's condition. Mr. Qin, what do you make of this? Qin Feng, possessing exceptional medical skills, approached with a physician's compassion and began examining the man. But just as Qin Feng reached to lift the man's eyelid, a kitchen knife suddenly shot out from within his body. It swept toward Qin Feng like 1,000 soldiers charging, aiming straight for his face. Qin Feng quickly sprang backward, but his hands didn't idle. He seized the knife in one swift motion, wresting it from the man's grasp. The man was utterly stunned. After all, he was a professional bodyguard. He trained daily. When they first said they needed to deal with Qin Feng, he'd refused, insisting that such a worthless individual could be handled without him. Security! Yu Bingchen bellowed, but the security guards were still some distance away. The bodyguard seized another opening. Qin Feng, completely unfazed, was looking around distractedly. To anyone else, this would be a clear opening. The man swung a punch, aiming straight for Qin Feng's temple. Damn it, you're going for the kill. Chapter 77, Treacherous Scheme. Qin Feng realized this man must also be sent by Chu Tian. Moreover, both of his attacks were lethal strikes. Qin Feng knew such a man could not be spared. Facing the punch thrown at him, Qin Feng instantly seized the man's fist. With a forceful grip, the sound of cracking bones echoed as the man's hand instantly shattered into a comminuted fracture. Ah! But it didn't end there. Qin Feng grabbed both of the man's arms and yanked them downward with all his might. Instantly, the man's arms were dislocated. Arg! His agonized screams now drowned out the music blaring around them. Qin Feng intended this a warning shot to the others. After all, he intended to enjoy a proper drink with Yu Bingchen. If these pests kept interrupting them, the evening would be ruined. Now that the music had stopped, everyone could see the man's arm twisted into an unnatural angle. Listen up, I don't care who sent you, whether it's the Chu family or the Wan family, but I don't have time to play games with you right now. Young Master Yu, we're here to drink. If anyone dares spoil my mood again, I won't let them off. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he saw that everyone present had been completely intimidated by him. Thus, he and Yu Bingchen returned to that private room, where they began a drinking binge that lasted hundreds of rounds. Meanwhile, after leaving the scene, Chu Tian swiftly contacted Chen Hao. Hey, meet me at the Shangdao Cafe in the western part of the city in 20 minutes. If you don't show up, you lose your chance to see me. After hanging up, Chu Tian floored the accelerator, using speed to vent the frustration he'd just endured from Qin Feng. After the birthday banquet, Chen Hao sought out Chu Tian, intent on retaliating against Qin Feng. Yet Chu Tian wouldn't even grant him an audience. Even those self-important offerings of premium cigarettes and liquor were deemed unworthy by the guards at the entrance. At that moment, Chu Tian's call sent excitement surging through him. Dad, Chu Tian wants to meet me. He said to be there in 20 minutes. I'll report everything we discussed to you when I get back. Gripping his car keys, Chen Hao dashed out like the wind, racing toward the designated location at top speed. Arriving 5 minutes early as agreed, Chen Hao waited anxiously. After all, someone of his standing was worlds apart from a big shot like Chu Tian. Chen Hao remained unaware of the events unfolding at the dock. He simply believed that Chu Tian agreeing to collaborate with him was a tremendous opportunity, especially since he had long despised Qin Feng. Half an hour later, well past their agreed time, Chu Tian finally walked in from outside. Chen Hao didn't utter a single complaint, for he considered it the greatest honor that Chu Tian had come at all. You must be from the Chen family? Chu Tian was furious, his tone exceptionally harsh. He had never held the Chen family in high regard. After all, the two clans weren't on the same level. Yes, I'm Chen Hao. We were even in the same grade back in elementary school. Before Chen Hao could finish, Chu Tian waved him off impatiently. Cut the nonsense. I hear your Chen family wants to become an affiliate of ours? As far as I know, you don't have a say in this, do you? Chen Hao and his father, seeking revenge against Qin Feng, had previously expressed their desire to become a vassal family of the Chu clan, aiming to drive Qin Feng out of the Chen family entirely. Qin Feng's current actions were particularly painful for Chen Hao, as Qin Feng had now become the most powerful figure in the Chen family. Though Chu Tian had a fiery temper and wasn't particularly competent at his job, he understood the Chen family's current situation all too well. After all, he intended to use this man before him to deal with Qin Feng. Moreover, he was well aware that the people aboard the ship might not be able to handle Qin Feng. Operating on that ship was far from convenient. Yu Bingchen was, after all, a member of the Yu family. Both his home and his vessel were heavily guarded. Thus, Chu Tian feared his hired men might never get the chance to act. That was why he had proactively reached out to Chen Hao. It's true my father doesn't currently hold the reins of power in our Chen family. However, we've discussed proceeding first and reporting later. If you can make our Chen family a subordinate branch of your Chu family, I believe my grandfather will surely agree. Once that happens, no one else will have a say. Chen Hao and his father genuinely believed this. While they might not hold absolute control over the company, major family decisions ultimately rested with the elder Mr. Chen. Given the Chen family's current pace of development, catching up to a major clan like the Chus was nothing short of a pipe dream. But if they could become an affiliate of the Chu family, old Master Chen would surely approve and even praise them for their excellent work. Is that so? Your Chen family is expanding at an astonishing pace. I see you'll soon rank among the top families. Why would you need to become an affiliate of our Chu family? Chu Tian deliberately phrased it this way, wanting to gauge whether the Chen family genuinely desired to become an affiliate of the Chu family. Though he was seething inside and it was precisely this son-in-law of the Chen family who had provoked his anger, he had to keep a cool head and not act impulsively. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you gave our Chen family another few decades, we still couldn't reach the Chu family's current heights. Don't make me laugh. Chen Hao was extremely humble, for in Chu Tian's presence, he simply couldn't afford to be arrogant. Is that so? Seems I overthought it. Chu Tian observed Chen Hao's fawning demeanor, unaware that he was merely being used. The notion of being an affiliate was meaningless, a mere token benefit would suffice to sustain the Chen family for years. Once he was done with him, kicking the Chen family out of the Chu family's sphere of influence would be as easy as finding any excuse. When the time comes, I'll offer Chen to you. She is, after all, the most beautiful woman in southern heaven. A man like Chen Hao would assume others were as ugly and despicable as he was. Moreover, he believed that if his sister could spend a night with the man before him, the Chen family's status as a vassal to the Chu family would be solidified. Your sister is indeed quite lovely. What a pity, though a flower planted in cow dung. Every man in Tiannan coveted Chen to some degree. Blame it on her overwhelming beauty, no man could see her without being captivated. What? Second young master has an interest in my sister? Chen Hao seemed to have found a breakthrough. After all, his sister was the Chen family's greatest bargaining chip. That's a ridiculous question. What man wouldn't be interested in your sister? Chu Tian's anger had subsided somewhat, for he conceived a far more satisfying way to exact revenge on Qin Feng. Is that so? I've long wanted to get rid of that useless waste of space in our family. Lately, he's become that Yunnan Shan's lackey and thinks he's all that. If you fancy my sister, and the two of you become a couple, then that would truly be a match made in heaven, a pair of jade beauties. Chen Hao had always harbored such vile thoughts, and he felt today was the perfect opportunity. Qin Feng was trapped on the ship. Even if he possessed divine powers, he couldn't return. Ha. Our Chu family wouldn't stoop to such petty schemes. If one seeks a wife, it must be through proper marriage. However, a wicked grin spread across Chu Tian's face. A man as morally bankrupt as Chen Hao surely understood his intentions. Moreover, Chu Tian saw this as a valuable bargaining chip, an opportunity he must seize. Second young master, if my sister were to divorce, she'd be considered remarried. But I believe she could make an excellent mistress for you. Chen Hao's words struck a chord with Chu Tian, for that was precisely his plan. Keeping her privately as a mistress would allow him to pursue both marriage and children while still enjoying her company. Wasn't this splendid life exactly what he desired? He hadn't expected Chen, who had achieved nothing in her career, to understand his intentions so well. It seemed this fellow wasn't a complete good-for-nothing after all. Chapter 78, Seeking Ventures. Don't put it that way. This kind of thing requires mutual attraction, but feelings can also be cultivated over time. Chu Tian's mind was now filled with thoughts of his passionate encounters with Chen, even experiencing a physical reaction. Second young master, I believe I can assist with this matter. However, might you consider the implications of the Chen family becoming an affiliate of the Chu family? Chen Hao's timing was impeccable. Chu Tian nodded. If he agreed to such a request merely for a woman, wouldn't that make him look like a fool in front of this waste of space? Becoming an affiliate of the Chu family? That won't be so simple. You must do one more thing for me, and I suspect it's something you'll be eager to do. It was common knowledge throughout Tiannan that the Chen family disliked Qin Feng. Though their attitude had softened slightly, Chen Hao undoubtedly still harbored deep resentment toward him. Though the Chen family was only a medium-sized clan, they still needed someone to carry on the family legacy. With Qin Feng's current trajectory, Chen Hao would likely face immense difficulty inheriting the family business. What is it? Speak freely. Chen Hao truly acted like a lapdog, drooling at the prospect of the bone Chu Tian was about to toss his way. Eliminate Qin Feng for me. Chen Hao was taken aback. He'd never heard of any connection between Qin Feng and Chu Tian, especially since Qin Feng had only recently risen to prominence. Judging by Chu Tian's expression now, Qin Feng must have done something to provoke him. Otherwise, how could he be so furious? Chen Hao suddenly recalled today's charity wine tasting. Chu Tian had likely attended with the entire Chu family, and at some point, he must have clashed with Qin Feng. This opportunity presented itself a chance to demonstrate loyalty while eliminating Qin Feng. It was a perfect 2-for-1 deal. Chen Hao himself harbored deep resentment toward Qin Feng. Now that Qin Feng had successfully risen to prominence, stealing all the limelight and becoming the most dazzling figure in the Chun family, Chen Hao had long harbored thoughts of eliminating him. Second young master, what do you want me to do? Chu Tian laid out his entire plan at that moment, while Chen Hao watched him with a sly grin. The two men looked like a pair of conspirators in cahoots. Very well. Proceed according to your plan. After giving his instructions, Chu Tian rose and left the room. As he reached the doorway, he muttered under his breath. Damn fool. He then climbed into his Ferrari, floored the accelerator, and roared down the street. Meanwhile, aboard the cruise ship, the man who had brandished the knife during the earlier commotion had been bound and gagged by Yu Bingchen's men and tossed into the sea. Needless to say, his fate was to become sharkbait. After Qin Feng and Yu Bingchen arrived on the second floor, the commotion below had subsided. The men Chu Tian had brought dared not make any further trouble. Having received urgent orders, they assumed Chu Tian wouldn't hold it against them. Thus, they composed themselves and began networking with more families in the hall. After all, that was their purpose here, to forge connections with more powerful families and secure mutual benefits. Brother Qin, that man earlier must have been sent by Chu Tian. There's no one else it could be. Should I contact some people to wipe out the Chu family? Without involving my own clan. Yu Bingchen had actually witnessed their argument before boarding the ship. Everyone knew what kind of person Chu Tian was, so any clear-eyed observer could tell that the assassin sent to kill Qin Feng was dispatched by Chu Tian. It's fine. I'll settle my accounts with them slowly. Since the second young master of the Chu family has laid a hand on me, don't blame me for what comes next. Qin Feng took a sip of the red wine before him, then swirled the glass in his hand, his eyes burning with fierce intensity. Brother Qin, your words remain my command. I will obey without question. If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. Yu Bingchen's loyalty to Qin Feng was unwavering. Whatever Qin Feng decided, he would support unconditionally. Good. When I need you, don't give me any excuses. But let's put that aside for now. What business are you running in Tiannan? Your family's holdings are quite extensive. Qin Feng was genuinely unaware of the specifics of his current ventures. Oh, I handle everything. The main focus is deep-sea aquatic products. Qin Feng pondered this. Deep-sea seafood was highly sought after, yet incredibly difficult to source. Those hotels you deal with, their business model seems similar to yours. Doesn't that create conflicts? Qin Feng knew Tiannan's business circles were notoriously cutthroat. Any venture with substantial profits tended toward monopolization. Brother Qin, our businesses are indeed similar, but you must understand the ocean is vast. Who could possibly monopolize it all? Qin Feng found Yu Bingchen's reasoning compelling, yet he couldn't help but marvel at how someone in the seafood business could build such a massive enterprise. Yu Bingchen was remarkably successful. You don't even own a hotel. You're just making money purely from selling deep-sea seafood? Qin Feng was puzzled. Despite his extensive exposure to business circles, his knowledge remained largely theoretical. Putting certain concepts into practice now felt surprisingly beyond his imagination. I didn't do well at first either. But I grew up along the coast of Tiannan City. I know the ocean's bounty is an endless gift to humanity. On the surface, I'm in the seafood business, but in reality, I'm exploring the ocean's resources. Oil and minerals are my true main business. I do own a hotel under my name. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. The guy was playing coy, but he wasn't wrong. After all, that oil and minerals came from the sea, they were part of the seafood business. You. Not as straightforward as before, beating around the bush with me. So your business must be doing even better than those two, right? Qin Feng thought he'd found an old acquaintance, and given how successful he was, he hoped to uncover business opportunities through him. He had nothing pressing to do at the moment, and with those two rivals in Tiannan firmly on his agenda, establishing a foothold there was essential. Well, if I were to combine all my assets right now, those two families wouldn't stand a chance against me. It's just that I don't want to be the one sticking my neck out. Yu Bingchen's current disposition had been shaped during his time with the Yu family. Flaunting his wealth would serve no purpose whatsoever. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He couldn't seem to find any business opportunities in him, as the work he did on the open sea was extremely dangerous and not particularly suitable for him. Alright, then focus on developing your own ventures. Qin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Drifting aimlessly on the sea now seemed utterly pointless. He'd rather be back in Tiannan exploring business ventures. Brother Qin, I have a project on my hands right now. I wonder if you'd be interested? Yu Bingchen saw the disappointment on Qin Feng's face and knew that after asking him so many questions, he must be searching for something suitable for himself. His expression made it clear that he had no interest whatsoever in her current ventures. Tell me about it. Though Qin Feng possessed vast wealth, what truly commanded respect among Tiannan's elite was a portfolio of thriving enterprises. Only the profits generated by such ventures could earn genuine recognition. Qin Feng now sought their recognition. Once he dealt with those two families, the Qin family could swiftly take over, ideally leaping to become the undisputed leader in Tiannan. Of course, all this scheming wasn't for the Qin family's sake, it was for his wife, Chening. Media companies are booming lately, and most streamers rely on looks, physique, or gaming skills to turn a profit. But these offerings fall far short of meeting people's current demands. With such immense pressure in modern life, they crave something more thrilling, something that lets them experience a different world beyond their work. Everything Yu Bingchen had just outlined had already passed the company's board of directors, and preparations were underway to implement the next phase within their own company. She was sharing this plan now as a way to repay Qin Feng. Go on. What's with you? You have to be so mysterious about everything you say. Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to know exactly what Yu Bingchen had in mind. Ocean live streaming. When Yu Bingchen uttered those 4 words, Qin Feng found it incredibly bold. After all, despite centuries of human exploration, we've only scratched the surface of the ocean's mysteries. Thus, most people harbored profound curiosity about the ocean's depths, wondering if monsters lurked beneath the waves, or if the seafloor connected to another world. If such a live stream were to happen, it would be a tremendous contribution to national scientific research. However, the difficulty of deep-sea live streaming must be immense. First, the signal issue must be resolved. Once the cruise ship reached this location, cell phones lost reception entirely. Second, the water pressure at such depths was immense. Could the streamer endure it? Chapter 79, The Assist. Numerous other factors exist, but since Yu Bingchen has laid out all these challenges, it signifies his company has devised solutions. Qin Feng himself had also considered many potential approaches and now found this deep-sea live streaming project surprisingly feasible. Since you've conceived this idea, I doubt you came up with it alone. Moreover, the preparatory work for such a broadcast requires substantial funding. First, we need to solve the signal source issue. Laying cables is fundamentally impossible. The best solution I can think of is launching a satellite to broadcast through our own satellite. Then there's the deep-sea diving suit issue. While the country has these suits now, they're extremely bulky. But with modifications, they should be live-stream capable. And then there's... Qin Feng laid out every detail he'd considered, leaving Yu Bingchen utterly stunned. After he finished, Yu Bingchen spoke. Brother Qin, you're truly amazing. Everything you've mentioned today is what our company has been researching for 5 years, considering countless factors, yet we never came up with as many solutions as you just presented. Yu Bingchen was genuinely at a loss for words. He realized Qin Feng wasn't incapable of business, he simply lacked someone to spark his ideas. And no matter how outlandish those ideas might be, Qin Feng always found a way to make them work. That was Qin Feng's true strength and the very quality Yu Bingchen admired most. Alright, here's the deal. Once I find a retail space, we can start our partnership. I can't just snatch the plan you've spent years developing right out of your hands, that wouldn't be right. Qin Feng realized that although he hadn't considered this angle before, Yu Bingchen and his company must have poured immense effort into this project. If he abruptly seized control of the project, Yu Bingchen would remain the boss, but his hard-working employees would surely be dissatisfied. After reaching a pleasant agreement, Qin Feng reasoned that partnering with Yu Bingchen would spare him much trouble. Besides, the retail space was merely a nominal listing, the actual live streaming wouldn't take place there anyway. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, the two chatted happily about the past and reminisced about old times. Time flew by. Though the wine gathering had started at noon, they were already returning by evening. Many company owners were present, and spending the night at sea would cause them to miss important matters. After everyone had departed, Qin Feng slowly made his way out, accompanied by Yu Bingchen. They returned to the same pier they had left from that morning. However, Qin Feng could sense numerous pairs of eyes watching him from the shadows. Head of the Yu family, there's no need for you to see me off. Please go attend to your own affairs. The pier was now bustling with people and prying eyes. Yu Bingchen, with her keen intuition, sensed the potential danger lurking nearby. Are you certain you don't need me to see you off? Though their voices were low, the sheer size of the cruise ship meant hidden listening devices could lurk anywhere. Consequently, their exchange remained deliberately discreet. It's fine. Thank you for your hospitality, young master Yu. Qin Feng gave him a resolute look. Yu Bingchen couldn't insist further, knowing Qin Feng needed to conceal his identity. If he showed too much familiarity, it would inevitably compromise him. Alright, then I won't see you off. Travel safely. Thank you for your donation today. We'll have a proper drink together another time. The ship was indeed bugged, but with night falling, locating the devices would prove extremely difficult. Those who installed them sought confirmation of whether Yu Bingchen and Qin Feng shared an extraordinary connection. After all, the two had been drinking alone upstairs, and Yu Bingchen's invitation was perfectly normal. Still, these people were determined to uncover the truth. In the shadows, Master Qin Feng has emerged. He appears completely unharmed, not a scratch on him. He looks perfectly healthy. Wanli frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. He had paid Evans a hefty sum and had placed great trust in him. Now it seemed Evans had failed. Wanli asked, "Did a bald African-American man come out?" Wanli suspected that the ship's tight security had prevented Evans from acting, so he must be waiting until they disembarked to make his move. "No, sir." Smack. Ah. Wanli's subordinate stared in horror as his binoculars shattered for some reason, revealing a silver needle protruding from his eye. They were a full 400 or 500 meters from the cruise ship. If a sniper had spotted them, that would have been understandable, but now one of his own men had been struck by a silver needle. Wanli couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. He hurried to the car, and his men quickly carried the wounded man to the vehicle. Injured man into the vehicle, and they sped away from the scene. Qin Feng gave a cold laugh and stopped exchanging pleasantries with Yu Bingchen. After all, talking too much would inevitably arouse suspicion. After stepping outside, Qin Feng scanned the area. He saw no immediate threat from the people before him, but the glint on the glass of that distant telescope made him feel distinctly uneasy. Given the distance, Qin Feng judged that even a sniper rifle from that position wouldn't pose a significant threat. Still, Yu Bingchen remained by his side. Halfway through his walk, Qin Feng spotted a familiar figure, Chu Tian. Though Chu Tian had sought Chen Hao, his anger had only intensified throughout the afternoon. He brought 3 minivans full of men and arrived early to wait here. Chu Tian's sole purpose was to tear this man who had publicly humiliated him to shreds, toss the remains into the sea, and condemn him to eternal damnation without reincarnation. Qin Feng descended the stairs with remarkable composure, even humming a tune under his breath. Anyone could sense the profound ease he now radiated. Qin Feng was thoroughly content. The air conditioning on the cruise ship had been unbearably stuffy, but now, ashore, the sea breeze gentler than the fierce winds at sea refreshed him instantly. "Qin Feng, you don't need to play all these tricks. Soon I'll make you a real ghost. Once you step off this last stair, I'll see who can protect you then." Yu Bingchen observed the unfolding scene. If she chose to intervene, Chu Tian would certainly give her face. But Qin Feng had made it clear aboard the ship that his affairs were his alone to resolve. Yet seeing Qin Feng so effortlessly in control, Yu Bingchen reconsidered. He was truly overstepping. What kind of man was Qin Feng? What power did he wield? She had witnessed it firsthand. Even with these dozens of men, or even hundreds more, they wouldn't be enough for Qin Feng to deal with in minutes. "Oh, so you're just a stray dog, huh? Homeless, are you? What are you barking at me for? Want me to take you in? That's impossible. You're far too filthy." Chu Chi seethed with rage, his teeth itching with frustration. If customs hadn't been cracking down so hard lately, he would have smuggled in some firearms and Qin Feng would have been the first to die. "Stop spouting nonsense. The words you're speaking now will be your last utterances in this world. Soon, you won't even have the chance to utter your last words." Chu Tian watched Qin Feng, who seemed utterly unfazed, showing not a shred of fear toward his men. Even if they weren't skilled fighters, a wild swing of their blades would be more than enough to make Qin Feng suffer. "What are you yapping about now? Hungry? Well, Daddy here doesn't have any bones to give you. Why don't you ask young master you? See if he'll toss you a bone?" Yu Bingchen turned and walked away. Everyone assumed he couldn't bear to watch this farce. But when he reappeared, he actually held a bone in his hand. Thud. The bone clattered to the ground as Yu Bingchen shouted from above. "Here, eat it. I don't even know whose bones these are, there's no meat left on them. Just make do with it." Qin Feng couldn't help but think Yu Bingchen had delivered a masterful assist. Chu Tian's face turned green with rage, while those who had come to mock Qin Feng now struggled to suppress their amusement. "Damn it! Yu Bingchen, you think you're hot? You dare play these games with me? I'll beat you up today too. Don't think having a few martial artists on your ship gives you the right to act cocky around me. I'll make 2 more calls. You better believe I'll blow your whole boat to smithereens. You'd be wise to mind your own business." Chu Tian never imagined Yu Bingchen would get involved, tossing him a bone like that. It was a blatant provocation. Chapter 80, Playing God. But Chu Tian wasn't some pushover. With his crew, they were no match for the men aboard Yu Bingchen's ship. All he could do was hurl insults here. "Chu Tian, I don't care about your business with Qin Feng. But if you insult me one more time, I'll rip your mouth off right now. I don't care whose family you belong to." Everyone felt Chu Tian had gone too far. Knowing full well Yu Bingchen belonged to the Yu family, he still dared to utter such insults. It was downright audacious. "Then keep your nose out of our business." Chu Tian was well aware of the Yu family's vast holdings, but he simply refused to get involved in their clan feuds. Yu Bingchen didn't care anyway. At worst, he'd sever ties with the Chu family. He possessed sufficient strength himself. As long as the Han family of the capital didn't intervene, Yu Bingchen could handle the Chu family. Thank you, young master Yu. Qin Feng waved at Yu Bingchen and uttered these words, which only added fuel to the fire, further enraging Chu Tian. Qin Feng, don't waste time stalling. You walk slower than my grandmother. Is it just about prolonging your time in this world? No matter how long you take, I'll be waiting right here. Chu Tian was essentially using reverse psychology. After all, standing on solid ground, he couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Feng held some kind of superiority over him, which grated on his nerves. Ha ha ha. Looks like you just want your men to die sooner, huh? Qin Feng suddenly froze in place, lighting a cigarette. He was simply too enamored with tonight's sea breeze. Besides, Shunning was probably asleep by now, so he might as well entertain them a little longer. Qin Feng, keep stalling all you want. Once Yu Bingchen finishes refueling, she'll take the boat away. Let's see how long you can hold out. Qin Feng thought how much more pleasant this night would be if he weren't here making a fuss. Don't rush it. Good things come to those who wait. With so many people watching, let's see how you kill someone. We'll upload it online later. I bet some of your rival families are here, right? Qin Feng realized that if he went on a killing spree, having these people watch would create a terrible impression. So he decided to use Chu Tian's hand to shoo them all away, freeing himself to have some fun with them. Chu Tian suddenly realized the same thing. If someone really did film his actions and upload it online, the repercussions would be enormous. What the hell are you all staring at? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. If you piss me off, I'll beat the out of you all, even the gawkers. Chu Tian and his men shouted angrily. This achieved Qin Feng's goal. Seeing the crowd scrambling into their cars, Qin Feng called out. Hey, don't leave. Aren't you going to see how the second young master of the Chu family kills people? You guys are such a bore skipping out on such a thrilling spectacle? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the crowd hurried away even faster. They now viewed him as a harbinger of misfortune. If he brought them bad luck, it would be disastrous. Besides, he was a man marked for death. Even if they wanted revenge, there was nowhere to seek it. Qin Feng watched as everyone below, except for Chu Tian and the men he'd brought, had vanished. He stubbed out his cigarette and slowly descended. Chu Tian, I've never had any grudge against you. What your brother owes me doesn't require a minor like you to settle the debt. But you just had to walk right into this. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, a dark shadow flashed before their eyes. When they looked back at where Qin Feng had stood, he was gone. Gasp! Everyone heard the choking sounds and turned toward the source. There stood Chu Tian, feet off the ground, his entire body lifted by the throat. Smack! 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 Chu Tian desperately slapped at Qin Feng's hand, gasping for air. He was utterly stunned. What kind of strength possessed a man capable of lifting another person with just one hand? Chu Tian, you shouldn't have provoked me. What your Chu family owes me is your brother's doing. Blame him if you must. Qin Feng's hatred had temporarily clouded his mind. Over the years, Chu Xiong had harassed Shunning relentlessly. Yet, holding this man in his grasp, though provoked, hadn't reached the point where he needed to kill him. Chu Tian felt death closing in, his vision darkening, his breath catching in his throat. Qin Feng released his grip. Killing him now held no meaning. He decided to spare his life. The moment Chu Tian hit the ground, he felt utterly drained of strength, gasping for air. His eyes burned with pure venom. Far from gratitude, he shouted after catching his breath. Kill him. Whoever finishes him off will receive endless riches and glory. At Chu Tian's command, his entire entourage swarmed forward. Qin Feng watched them calmly, nothing more than a rabble. Qin Feng picked up a thick hemp rope from the ground, a common sight at the docks. This type of rope was exceptionally sturdy, typically used to secure ships to the docks, preventing them from being swept away by wind and waves. Qin Feng recognized the charging men as members of some underground organization. They wore uniform attire and carried identical weapons clearly mass-produced. These men were highly trained. Even someone skilled in martial arts would likely be hacked to death by their blades if confronted. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Qin Feng today. Once they reached hell, they would regret this encounter. Just as they closed in on Qin Feng, the hemp rope in his hand whipped through the air with a fierce wind. In an instant, he knocked down every single one of the attackers who had charged forward first. The lightest among those struck suffered broken bones. The follow-up attackers were stunned. They had seen their share of fights and had killed many, but they had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary skill. Their earlier bravado vanished. They stood frozen, scrutinizing Qin Feng. How could this man, whom everyone called a good-for-nothing, possess such extraordinary martial prowess? Don't be afraid. He's just bluffing. That was mere coincidence. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Don't you want wealth and glory? Hearing Chu Tian's words and recalling his earlier promise, the men found their courage again and charged toward Qin Feng once more. But the outcome mirrored the previous clash. With what seemed like a mere flick of Qin Feng's rope, the entire group collapsed. By now, Qin Feng had already dealt with nearly half of them, and he had only swinging the rope twice. These men were no longer blinded by the allure of wealth and honor as before. After all, what good were riches if they lost their lives? Chu Tian dared not speak now. He'd seen his share of scenes growing up, having committed countless misdeeds and even taken several lives himself. But the Chu family had arranged substitutes for all of them. Chu Tian believed that sending these men to deal with Qin Feng today would be more than sufficient. He even thought Qin Feng would beg for mercy without a fight. Yet the unfolding events left Chu Tian reeling. He'd imagined countless outcomes, but never anticipated Qin Feng possessed such martial prowess. Second young Master Chu, you sent so many men after me today, even hiring someone to attack me with a kitchen knife. Too bad he didn't succeed. Now you've seen the situation. What do you think you should do? Qin Feng felt no deep-seated hatred toward Chu Tian personally. His enmity lay solely with Chu Xiong. If blame was to be placed, it was on Chu Tian for his lack of discernment. Even a modicum of self-restraint or common sense would have prevented him from provoking such a response. Now Chu Tian had disrupted his enjoyment of the sea breeze. And while dealing with these men wouldn't take much effort, it was a shame to waste such a pleasant sea breeze. Qin Feng, stop playing tricks. Who knows what tricks you used to knock all these people down? Could you really do that with just a rope? Even a child wouldn't believe it. Chu Tian's words were meant to bolster the others' confidence, convincing them that Qin Feng was indeed playing tricks. After all, those lying unconscious on the ground couldn't speak for themselves. Chu Tian could say whatever he wanted, as long as the others believed him. Chapter 81, Never Again. Chu Tian still believed that if they all swarmed him, two fists couldn't fight four hands, and Qin Feng would definitely be beaten down. Truthfully, they weren't entirely convinced either. Having fought countless battles over the years, they suspected Qin Feng must have resorted to some underhanded trick to end up on the ground. Guys, I suspect he might have used some kind of dope. Let's cover our mouths and noses with our clothes and see what he can do to us then. At that moment, someone shouted out. Qin Feng found it utterly ridiculous. How could they even entertain such a thought? Was it really that hard to admit someone was powerful? Some men covered their mouths and noses completely and charged forward once more. But before they could react, a powerful gust of wind whistled past them. When they looked back at where Qin Feng had been standing, not even a ghostly shadow remained. Just as everyone was stunned, cries for help echoed from behind. Help, help me. They whipped their heads around to see Chu Tian pinned to the ground, Qin Feng's foot planted firmly on his head. No matter how fiercely Chu Tian struggled, he couldn't move an inch. His face scraped fiercely against the ground, burning with pain. Despair washed over him as the pressure on his skull grew unbearably intense. I won't kill you. You're not worthy of dying by my hand. Apologize. Qin Feng saw no point in killing him. Chu Tian held no significant position within the Chu family and wasn't one of their key protégés. Even if he did kill him, the Chu family wouldn't mourn him deeply. It wouldn't affect his family at all. In fact, they would seize the opportunity to use this as an excuse to take actions detrimental to the Chun family. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This was the first time in his life that Chu Tian had come so close to death. If he didn't do as he was told, this man before him would crush his skull. Now wasn't the time to ponder why this man possessed such power. With his own life hanging in the balance, what use was it to dwell on such questions? Speak up. I can't hear you. The men Chu Tian had brought stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Everyone in Tiannan knew Qin Feng was a useless good-for-nothing, yet here he stood, trampling the second young master of the prestigious Chu family underfoot. They knew that even if they could subdue Chu Tian, he was a member of the Chu family. A mere flick of the finger from the Chu family could wipe out their entire clan. I'm sorry. Never in his life had Chu Tian endured such humiliation. Now he lay trampled beneath someone's feet like a dead dog. Such humiliation today demanded blood for blood. Members of great families truly understand the art of flexibility. I know exactly what's running through your mind. Revenge, isn't it? Too bad you'll probably never get that chance in this lifetime. Hearing Qin Feng's words, which clearly signaled his intent to kill him, fear filled Chu Tian's eyes. Qin Feng, you despicable scoundrel. How could you break your word? I apologize to you as you demanded. What more do you want now? Though only in his 20s, Chu Tian had grown up arrogant and domineering. Now Qin Feng not only insulted him but also sought to kill him. It was utterly unacceptable. Chu Tian, don't you understand? Your life is in my hands now. What right do you have to negotiate terms with me? If I wanted to kill you, would I need to waste my breath on all this nonsense? Chu Tian was no fool. Realizing Qin Feng had seized his advantage, he knew this man could end him without breaking a sweat. Then what do you want? Chu Tian couldn't fathom what this man was thinking. If he didn't kill him, the Chu family would surely seek revenge against him, and even the entire Chen family. Ha. People like you deserve a proper lesson. Just now, someone gave you a taste of your own medicine. He even fed you a bone. Right, young master you? Qin Feng raised his head and shouted toward the cruise ship. At that moment, everyone present looked up at the vessel. Yu Bingchen, holding a wineglass, responded after hearing Qin Feng's words. Brother Qin, if there's anything you need me to do, just give the order. No one could believe it. Even though Qin Feng had demonstrated formidable strength, how could he possibly be addressed as brother by Yu Bingchen? Take all of them aboard your yacht. Pay special attention to the second young master of the Chu family. Keep him well looked after. Only when everything in Tiannan has settled down should you release them. Everyone stared at Qin Feng in utter shock. Their minds went blank. This news was too staggering. He was actually giving orders to the young master of the Yu family. These men didn't even entertain thoughts of escape, nearly standing there frozen like little cuties. No one could fathom what was swirling through their minds. Damn it! Yu Bingchen had actually been cultivating his own faction aboard this cruise ship. Though their numbers weren't particularly large, every member was elite. His sole purpose was to prepare for potential conflict in the coastal city of Tiannan, ready to lead them into battle if war erupted. Moreover, he had obtained special permission and trust. His cruise ship was equipped with the most advanced weapons, though this remained a secret known only to the relevant authorities. Suddenly, a dark mass descended from the ship. Their movements were swift and precise. Though dusk had fallen, only their disciplined formations were visible. Qin Feng, you son of a, what the hell do you think you're doing? Yu Bingchen, I'm a member of the Chu family. Do you two even realize what you're doing right now? Chu Tian remained pinned beneath Qin Feng's foot, yet he too was clueless about their intentions. All he could do was shout loudly, attempting to intimidate them with the Chu family's influence. Only now did it dawn on him that he'd fallen right into Qin Feng's trap. They'd lured away all the clan members. With no outsiders around, if he died here, no one would ever know. You'll find out soon enough. Stop making such a racket. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Qin Feng kept his foot planted on Chu Tian's head. The side of his face pressed against the ground was already a bloody mess. It was obvious without even looking that his face was completely disfigured. Qin Feng, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Chu Tian's voice cracked with tears, his despair overwhelming. No matter how hard he strained, his body wouldn't budge an inch. By then, everyone who had come ashore from the ship had gathered. They loaded all those who had been summoned by Chu Tian, both the wounded and the uninjured, onto the vessel. Chu Tian, I'm not killing you today because I choose not to. But if next time and you still have that arrogant look on your face, I'll crush your dog head under my foot. Qin Feng increased the pressure on his foot by half a notch, causing Chu Tian to scream in agony. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I'll never dare again. Beyond the pain, Chu Tian was overwhelmed by despair, and uncontrollable despair born from the very shadow of death. Yu Bingchen, you're to take good care of this second young master of the Chu family. Do you understand? It was obvious what kind of care Qin Feng meant: violent, brutal care. Yu Bingchen's reply was concise and unambiguous. Also, interrogate those who came with him thoroughly. Anyone with blood on their hands, those who've taken lives once we reach international waters, throw them all into the sea to feed the sharks. Qin Feng released his grip, handing Chu Tian over to the two men. Yes, sir. Seeing Yu Bingchen agree, Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened. After all, most people would be boiling with rage after fighting so many opponents. But in Qin Feng's eyes, these men weren't even worthy of being called enemies. The only reason he'd used the rope was to avoid getting his hands dirty. Qin Feng figured it was already late, and after all that activity, he felt hungry. He spotted lights in the distance on the other side of the pier. The source of that light was likely the small stalls along the dock. The dock was enormous. Some cargo ships required immediate unloading upon arrival to avoid delays. These vendors had set up shop precisely because the city management officers weren't around at night to regulate them. Moreover, the unloading workers were extremely exhausted, and after finishing their shifts, they would head to the stalls to grab something to eat. Qin Feng adored these street stalls, even though the food hygiene was far from up to standard. Qin Feng savored the cool sea breeze as he strolled toward the stalls. Chapter 82, Teaching the Bullies a Lesson. Noodles, wontons, steamed buns. Lamb skewers, fresh lamb skewers. Listening to the vendors' cries rise and fall, Qin Feng felt that though these small stall owners worked incredibly hard and led ordinary lives, they seemed genuinely happy. Young man, how about a bowl of wontons? Qin Feng approached a stall. The vendor looked to be in his 60s, his back slightly hunched, yet he radiated robust health. Sure. Qin Feng didn't refuse. He sat down immediately. Though it wasn't some gourmet delicacy, to him, it smelled more delicious than any fancy dish. Soon, the vendor brought him a bowl of wontons. Qin Feng gazed at the simple broth and delicate dumplings, feeling an intense hunger. To him, food should be this pure and unadorned. Just as Qin Feng had eaten half the bowl, 5 or 6 men approached the stall. Their demeanor suggested they were no good. Still, Qin Feng reasoned that those who made their living at the docks couldn't survive there without some muscle. Old man, time to pay your protection money, huh? Qin Feng looked up at the leader. This man had dark skin and a long knife scar across his face. He was around 40, and ordinary people would steer clear of him. Brother gang, look at my wonton stall. The profit margin on each bowl is minuscule. Your protection fee is simply too steep. Could you possibly give me a few more days? The old man at the stall pleaded desperately. Old man, I've already given you 3 extra days. Are you taking advantage of my kindness? If you still can't pay up, believe me, I'll break your legs. The scar-faced man growled menacingly. The old man quickly pulled out a handful of loose change from his apron and shoved it all into Brother Gang's hand. Brother Gang, I'm an old man now. My wife's been bedridden for years. Both our pensions go toward her medicine. Without this wonton stall, we wouldn't survive. Smack! The scar-faced Gang G slammed the coins onto the ground and yelled at the old man. Don't try to pull that old-timer act on me here. Think you can fob off beggars with this pittance? What business is it of mine what you two did? If you can't come up with the money, I'll damn well toss you into the sea today. The old man was now trembling in fear, but with the sea wind howling so fiercely, he hurriedly gathered up the scattered coins from the ground. This money was earned bowl by bowl from his wonton soup stall. After deducting ingredients and protection fees, there was barely anything left. But this month had been especially slow. His wonton stall hadn't even made enough to cover the protection fee, and worst of all, this month's fee had been raised significantly. Brother Gang, I beg you, just give me 3 more days. I'll definitely pay the protection fee. The old man resolved to never return here. He'd find a way to escape with his wife. Dangerous as it was far better than dying here. Old man, don't try to pull any tricks on me. If you don't pay up today, I'll throw you into the sea right now. I mean what I say. Xin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He wolfed down the few wontons left in the bowl, slurped up every last drop of soup, and slammed the bowl down on the table. Where did these flies come from, buzzing around incessantly? Can't you see someone's trying to eat here? You bully, you cowardly dog. The old man was startled. This young man was a complete stranger to him, and he didn't look particularly imposing. Confronting these men like this was bound to end badly. Young man, this isn't your concern. I won't even charge you for the wontons. Now, please leave. The old man thought to himself that he was already old and frail. These men were ruthless and vicious. If they killed this brave young man who had stepped in to help, he would feel indebted to him even in hell. Sir, your wontons look ordinary, but they taste amazing. I don't want such deliciousness to disappear forever. Xin Feng stood up and addressed the owner, his gaze filled with contempt as he eyed the thugs. Scarface Gangster looked at Xin Feng's plain clothes, even his attire seemed cheap, and immediately dismissed him as not some rich kid. Besides, what kind of rich kid would come to eat at a place like this? Who the hell do you think you are? Messing with my business? Never been beaten before? Ganga snarled menacingly. After all, he ruled this dock like a tyrant. Every stall owner had to pay him protection money. Refusal meant being tossed into the sea. Though he only had 2 men with him, these street vendors were honest folk. If they wanted to make money here, they had to play by his rules. No, never been hit in my life, ha ha ha. Xin Feng smiled at him, his eyes brimming with contempt. What? So today we have someone who isn't afraid to die? Everyone on this dock has to give me face. Even the Yu family and the Chu family, if they want to dock here, they have to come to me first. Xin Feng saw right through his bluster. The Yujia and Panchurjia clans were nothing in his eyes, but trash like this fellow wouldn't even register on their radar. Ha ha ha. If bragging were a crime, you'd be dead 100 times over by now. Do you really think those 2 families would stoop to noticing trash like you? Xin Feng suspected this scar-faced thug was all talk. If he truly had connections, he wouldn't be spouting such nonsense. Looks like you're tired of living today, buddy. Guys, chop him into pieces and toss him to the sharks. Scarface Gangster had been running the docks for years. Who dared talk back to him like this? And in front of all these people? Xin Feng had to die here today. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing on this dock? Where would his authority be? Xin Feng picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and flicked them like darts at the men charging toward him. The chopsticks struck the men's central nervous systems, instantly paralyzing them. Xin Feng picked up another pair, grinning at Steel Brother. Brother Gang had never witnessed anything like this. He instantly dropped to his knees, and a foul stench began emanating from his body. Big brother, spare my life. I have elderly parents and young children. And dependents counting on me to support them. The commotion drew the stall owners and unloading workers over to gawk. Seeing Gang Brother now covered in his own filth gave them immense satisfaction. After all, Gang Gu had extorted protection money not just from the stall owners, but also from the unloading workers, people who dared not speak up despite their anger. Now, watching him beg for mercy on his knees, they saw Xin Feng as a great hero, a living bodhisattva rescuing the suffering. Ha ha, what do I care if you have elderly parents and young children? Begging on your knees now won't save you. Even if I let you go, do you think they'll spare you? Scarface Gangster looked at the crowd closing in, his eyes filled with terror. He knew these people would kill him for all the evil deeds he'd done. Brothers, bosses, we've known each other for years. I collected your protection money and kept you safe. Look around this dock, has anyone else dared to bully you? Scarface Gangster was terrified of death. Even if each of these men spat just once, it would drown him. You! Who the hell is your old acquaintance? You're nothing but scum who's done nothing but evil. Go die. Yeah. We've been oppressed by him for years. Now we finally have this chance. Let's beat him to death right here. As long as we don't talk, no one will ever know. These men were unusually united. Shin Feng had always seen them as honest folk. If they'd been this united before, how could they have been bullied by such scum? No, no, no. I'll give you money any amount you want. Just spare my life, please, let me go. But it was too late for words now. Everyone had grabbed whatever was within reach, mostly items from their stalls. They slowly advanced, ignoring Scarface Gang's pleas. Whether it was ladles or plates, everything came crashing down on him. Shin Feng sensed they must harbor deep resentment, otherwise, they wouldn't strike with such ferocity. One man boiled a pot of water and poured it over him. Before long, the bodies of Scarface Gang leader and his men were tossed into the sea. Wiping sweat from their brows, the group exchanged knowing glances directed squarely at Shin Feng. Chapter 83, Connection to the Yu family. Everyone bowed deeply, yet not a word was spoken. They returned to their usual demeanor. Were it not for the pool of blood on the floor, no one would have known such chaos had just erupted in this place. Sir, here's the money for the wontons. When Shin Feng handed the money to the old man, the latter refused to take it. Moreover, a surge of internal energy emanated from him. Shin Feng stared wide-eyed at the old man before him. Young man, you're a rare talent. People like you are few and far between. You've done everyone a great favor today. Consider this bowl of wontons my treat. I won't take your money. Shin Feng was stunned. He was absolutely certain he hadn't misperceived it, that old man had definitely used internal energy just now. But when Shin Feng glanced at the old man's arm, despite being plastered with medicinal plasters, a dragon claw tattoo was visible. Sir, what happened to your arm? Why so many plasters? Shin Feng struggled to control his emotions, for the people of Immortal Pill Island seemed to have tattoos of this particular color. Oh, it's from setting up my stall at the harbor all these years. With my old arms and legs, how could I endure the daily sea dampness? That's why I use these plasters. Shin Feng didn't let his shock show, concealing it almost entirely. If the shopkeeper could hide his true nature so deeply, even enduring the blatant insults from that Scarface Steel brother earlier, then the people of Immortal Pill Island must all possess such profound depth. Oh, I see. I just couldn't stand watching them bully you like that. If you'd been this united from the start, no one would dare mess with you. Shin Feng didn't press for more details. He feared that if this boss vanished, finding anyone from Immortal Pill Island would be harder than climbing to the heavens. Ah, we're all honest folk. So while they seem calm now, they're actually masking their fear. The old man spoke with such calm assurance, as if such incidents were commonplace, leaving Shin Feng unable to press further. If he discovered Shin Feng had ulterior motives, gaining his trust in the future would become nearly impossible. Is that so? Truth be told, I'm scared too. I'd better be on my way. Stay safe, everyone. I'll be back for more of your wontons. Shin Feng feigned fear and hurried away. Not long after stepping outside, he glanced back. These people remained utterly composed, showing no trace of fear. The next day. The morning unfolded with the same tranquil calm, everything proceeding as naturally as ever. Shin Feng went out for his exercise routine as usual. With the hospital set to open tomorrow and nothing pressing today, he dropped Chening off at her company before immersing himself in studying that alchemy manual. Shin Feng prided himself on his knowledge spanning ancient and modern times, believing no book could stump him. Yet this text proved obscure and difficult to grasp. He spent the entire day reading it without making any progress. Seeing the sky darken, Shin Feng abandoned his research. Noticing Chening was about to start her shift, he drove to the entrance of her hospital. This was her last day working at this hospital. Tomorrow she would take up her new post. Though she felt some reluctance, working in a place like this truly held no meaning. Come on, let's grab a bowl of noodles. You started with dumplings and end with noodles. This hospital is your off the bus moment. Eat up, and may your future journey smooth sailing from now on. Shin Feng's face remained filled with a warm smile. Chening had heard about yesterday's donation, but it hadn't moved her deeply. After all, that money belonged to Qian Wanliang. With his vast wealth, donating 10 billion yuan was hardly surprising. Why are you so superstitious? Come on, eating noodles isn't bad either. Shin Feng and Chening arrived at a tiny noodle shop with only 5 tables. Thanks to the traffic jam, they'd missed the lunch rush, otherwise, they'd have had to eat outside, bowls in hand. Oh my, is that you, Shin Feng? This Good Day's noodle shop had been in business for over 20 years. The middle-aged couple running it now had silver hair and faces etched with the deep lines of time. Uncle, I never expected you to remember me so well. You've aged quite a bit over the years. Shin Feng had always loved coming to these ramen shops because their noodles were the most authentic. The broth was made from beef stewed for hours, and it was the food he ate most often when he first arrived in Tiannan. The owner's noodle-making skills were truly masterful, a flavor Shin Feng never forgot after marrying into the family. Ha ha ha. Don't think your old man's memory's gone just cause I'm getting on. We've known each other for years now. You told me yourself the first thing you ate after arriving in this city was my noodles. The old man greeted Chin Fong like a long-lost friend. That's not an exaggeration at all. I wonder if you've gotten any worse over the years? One extra large bowl, one small bowl, and another bowl of beef. Chin Fong couldn't wait. Surprisingly, Chun-Ing wasn't acting like a goddess at all. She'd already loaded up her plate with pickles and was eagerly rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Still want the beef with some fat, right? Chin Fong nodded. The owner turned and headed back to the kitchen, kneading the dough with great care. Just then, a group of 7 or 8 men walked in, bare-chested and covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos. Each one looked like a fierce demon, clearly no good. Where's the owner? Give us each a bowl of noodles. These men nearly filled the entire noodle shop, making Chin Fong and Chen-Ing seem utterly insignificant in comparison. Coming right up. Would you like large bowls or small bowls? The owner's wife emerged and asked them. Do we look like the type to eat small bowls? We want large bowls for everyone. Hurry up and bring them out, we're starving to death here. The owner nodded and returned carrying an extra large bowl. Oh my, it's you. I was busy in the back and didn't see you. Chin Fong placed the enormous bowl on Chen Ying's side. She nodded shyly. With her stunning figure, if someone claimed she was a mistress, people would believe it. I gotta get back to work. Once I'm done, we'll catch up properly. The owner turned to leave, but Chen-Ing could barely contain her drool. Dig in. I'm practically dying of hunger. Who'd have thought such a tiny noodle shop could make ramen this fragrant? Chin Fong nodded. Chen-Ing had always been a bit of a foodie, though most people didn't know it. She only let loose and ate freely in front of him. After all, she had to maintain her ladylike image around others. Dig in, you little glutton. The two ate with relish, completely oblivious to the burly men in the room. But the burly men couldn't resist making snide remarks. There are so many sissies these days. They even order small bowls of noodles. What a bunch of ing posers. That measly amount of noodles wouldn't even fill my stomach. It's ing disgusting to watch. I'd kick him out right now. Just looking at him kills my appetite. Chin Fong knew they were clearly talking about him. Besides them, only he and Chen-Ing were eating noodles here. Chen-Ing flared up instantly, startling Chin Fong. Hey, you lot! Your mouths are for talking, not for spewing crap. Eat if you want, or get the hell out. Same deal, we don't bite, but we sure as hell don't put up with your disgusting behavior. Chin Fong had never seen Chen-Ing like this before. She even had noodles in her mouth. Wow, never expected this little chick from her back view turned out to be such a stunner. Bro, doesn't she look like that legendary beauty from the south, Chen-Ing? Hey, you know what? You're right, she kinda does. The lecherous glances exchanged among the group were revolting enough on their own, but combined with their already unattractive features, it was utterly repulsive. Just then, the noodle shop owner heard the commotion outside and emerged from the kitchen. What's going on? What's going on here? Having run the noodle shop for years, the owner had seen all kinds of people. He could tell at a glance that these guys were the ones who'd started it with the two of them. Old man, this isn't your business. Get back in the kitchen and make noodles. We're going to take good care of this beauty. A look of terror flashed in the owner's eyes. And hurriedly spoke up. Oh dear, this is my niece. If she's offended you in any way, I apologize on their behalf. Today's noodles are on me. But the man called Big Brother raised his hand and struck the owner. Chapter 84, Terrifying Insight. At that critical moment, the Big Brother's arm was seized by a hand as iron-clamped as a vice. Listen, I don't care if you're out here hustling. If you insult me or talk trash about me, I couldn't care less. But I've got one thing I won't tolerate. If anyone dares lay a finger on my friends, I'll tear them limb from limb. Chin Fong had been enjoying his noodles in a good mood, not bothered by their taunts. But not only did they speak disrespectfully to Chen-Ing, they even tried to attack the noodle shop owner. Chin Fang's rage flared up instantly. Aren't you that useless son-in-law of the Chen family? Do you know who I am? Let go of me right now. I might spare you a breath later, but if you don't, I'll feed you to the sharks. This man's arrogance stemmed from his status as the leader of the street thugs. Everyone on this street feared him like the devil incarnate. He was the living tyrant of this neighborhood, once beating someone to a pulp just for looking at him the wrong way. Lately, he'd made a name for himself, rumored to have some connection with the Yu family. Even a slight link had swelled his gang's ranks. Riding this wave of success, he'd taken control of several surrounding streets under his banner. Chin Fong let go of Brother Big Tiger's hand. Brother Dahu, we've known each other for years. You've been working at my noodle shop since you were a kid. Before the boss could finish, the man named Big Tiger erupted in fury. Are you going to say I grew up eating your noodles? Didn't you take my money? You old bastard, look at yourself. You're trying to pull your seniority on me here? Who the hell do you think you are? Get the back to making noodles. Don't you know I'm starving? This Dahu was a foul-mouthed bastard whose every sentence had to include someone's mother, as if he couldn't speak without it. Crack. Ah. But the moment he finished cursing the owner, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the noodle shop, followed by Dahu's agonized scream. You piece of trash. This is a business. You eat, you pay. You're the perfect example of scum in this world. Shin Feng and the owner shared a special bond. When he first arrived here with little money, the owner had given him a free bowl of noodles, generously loaded with extra meat. Shin Feng considered the bowl of noodles insignificant, but the bond of gratitude he felt toward the owner far outweighed its monetary value. Seeing this aged owner now, unafraid to stand up to these thugs and plead for him, proved the owner truly held him in high regard. Shin Feng couldn't just stand by and watch. Though he had no desire to deal with these scumbags, they'd forced his hand. What the hell are you bastards doing? My arm's broken. Can't you see that? Beat him to death. I'll take the fall if anything happens. My connection to the Yu family is no small matter. They've handled business through me before. Truthfully, the matter the Yu family had asked him to handle wasn't significant. It involved an aunt who worked as a grocery shopper for the family, whose phone had been stolen by one of his men. The Yu family had approached a certain underground boss, who immediately contacted Big Tiger. Big Tiger promptly returned the phone to the Yu family's grocery shopkeeper. The Yu family's grocery shopping auntie merely thanked him, saying she'd repay him someday. Dahu took these words to heart, convinced the Yu family owed him an enormous debt of gratitude. Street thugs who heard this rumor took it as gospel truth. As the rumor spread and grew more fantastical, the most exaggerated version claimed that Big Tiger had once saved old Master Yu's life and was the Yu family's great benefactor. So the thugs who followed him were now utterly loyal, convinced they had chosen a truly great man as their leader. These men lunged at Shin Feng, clawing and snarling. Shin Feng released Big Tiger's hand and took a step back. A silver glint flashed as Shin Feng's needles, faster than the blink of an eye, pierced the central nervous systems of every man. Instantly, they collapsed like puppets whose strings had been cut, lying motionless on the ground. Only Big Tiger remained standing, clutching his wounded arm, staring in stunned disbelief at the unfolding events. Dahu had been involved in the underworld since childhood and had encountered many skilled individuals, but none possessed such extraordinary abilities. He hadn't even seen clearly what had happened. All he remembered was a few flashes of silver light that momentarily blinded him, followed by his entire crew collapsing to the ground. Dahu, huh? You think you're the tough guy on this street? And you call yourself the savior of the Yu family? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't buy that lie, yet so many people believed it. Spill it. Tell me every single bad thing you've done over the years. I'll spare your life. But if there's even a single lie in your story, I'll toss you into that noodle shop's boiling pot. Dahu shuddered at Shin Feng's gaze, which seemed like death itself. He felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. Shin Feng noticed the surveillance cameras in the noodle shop were powered on the very ones he had advised the owner to install years ago. He knew these devices could store footage, complete with audio. Fine. I've robbed people on this street before. Dahu confessed every illegal act he'd committed, then turned to Shin Feng. Bro, can I go now? Shin Feng had finished his noodles by then. After all, he hadn't been the least bit interested in what Dahu was saying. With a mysterious smile, Shin Feng addressed Dahu. Don't rush. I've already called a car for you. They'll be here to pick you up shortly. Shin Feng hadn't given the go-ahead, so Dahu dared not move. He sat obediently on the floor, waiting. Over the years, noodle soup had dripped onto the ground, leaving a layer of grease that now stained Dahu's clothes. But Dahu dared not speak either, sitting there quietly, waiting for someone to come and take him away. Schwer, you go ahead and eat. Given the situation, I doubt anyone else will come to the noodle shop now. Just enjoy your meal. I'll go copy down what he mentioned earlier. Shin Feng whispered this into Chen Ying's ear. She nodded, paying no attention to the people on the floor as she savored the delicious ramen. The owner's surveillance computer sat right here. Since it took up too much space elsewhere, it was placed high up near the dining area, just within Shin Feng's reach. Dahu hadn't even finished junior high school and had no education whatsoever. He had no idea what Shin Feng was doing and assumed he was just playing around on the computer. Hey, Big Tiger, right? Don't get any funny ideas. If you dare look at my wife one more time, I'll gouge your eyes out. Shin Feng spoke without turning around. Dahu broke out in a cold sweat, having only stolen a single glance at Chening. He did entertain a devious thought given how close he was to Chening. He reasoned that if he could subdue the woman before him, Shin Feng would surely let him go. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Shin Feng had already caught on. This young man before him was truly terrifying. Dahu had some recollection of Shin Feng. Back in the day, the Chen family affair had caused quite a stir in Tianan. Because of Shin Feng, the Chen family had once become a laughingstock among the people. And the man before him was the central figure of that saga, the so-called useless everyone had mocked. Yet now, not only had he instantly slaughtered all of Dahu's men, but he'd also snapped Dahu's arm with effortless ease. If anyone dared call Shin Feng good for nothing again, he would be the first to object. What unfolded before his eyes was nothing short of surreal. How could a person possess such terrifying insight? Merely a fleeting, mischievous thought, a mere twitch of his eyes had been detected. This was truly terrifying. I wouldn't dare. I just noticed how enthusiastically that young lady was eating. I haven't had a bite myself and was feeling a bit hungry, so I glanced over, and you caught me. I'm sorry. Having navigated the underworld for years, Big Tiger understood one truth: when facing vastly superior strength, never try to prove yourself. Xin Feng. Xin Feng. It's bad. It's bad. Quick, come check on the old man. Chening abruptly dropped her chopsticks, while Xin Feng dashed straight into the kitchen. Chapter 85, The Boss's Son. The noodle shop owner lay convulsing on the floor, foaming at the mouth, his face deathly pale and muscles rigid. Xin Feng instantly diagnosed it as epilepsy, what people commonly called seizures. Quick, open the windows. Keep the air flowing. Chening didn't bother with the greasy grime covering the noodle shop windows. She pushed them open, her clothes getting smeared in the process. But there was no time for such concerns now. A life was at stake. Xin Feng flipped his hand, and 3 silver needles appeared in his grasp. Instantly, he inserted needles into the owner's baihui, dazhui, and shinting acupoints. Xin Feng gently twisted the needles with his fingers. Gradually, the owner's body stopped convulsing and slowly began to recover. Water. Xin Feng's command was terse. The owner's wife swiftly scooped a ladle of cold water and handed it to him. Xin Feng poured the entire ladle of cold water directly over the owner's body. Chen Ying and the boss's wife were utterly astonished. With the sweltering heat, the boss had sweated profusely from convulsing. Now, doused with cold water, wouldn't he catch a cold? To their utter surprise, the boss slowly opened his eyes. After blinking a few times, he sat up. Huff. What just happened to me? Fearing Xin Feng might be in danger, the owner rushed back to the kitchen to report the incident. But his mind raced with doubts. Even if he alerted the authorities, he doubted it would matter, given Big Tiger's powerful connections. His anxiety grew until suddenly darkness engulfed him. Every muscle in his body tensed to the breaking point, and then everything went black. When the boss notified the authorities, Xin Feng overheard him. That's why he told Deshion with such certainty that someone would come for him soon. It's nothing. The extreme heat in your kitchen combined with your overwhelming anxiety caused him to pass out. At first, I thought it was epilepsy, but then I looked into his eyes. They were completely different from someone having a seizure. That's why we had to quickly lower his body temperature with cold water. The cold water instantly restored his senses, which is why he's now awake and acting like nothing happened. In truth, Xin Feng had been in the kitchen for so long that Daho had ample time to escape. Yet he lacked the courage to leave. The moment he tried to stand, the memory of Qin Feng's terrifying gaze washed over him, and he slumped back down, powerless. As Qin Feng emerged from the kitchen, the investigators had already arrived. One of them asked, "Who made the call?" Qin Feng replied, "It was the owner of this noodle shop. However, he's feeling unwell right now. I'm his friend, and I was also involved in everything that just happened here. If you have any questions, I can answer them." The investigator had already activated his recorder and pulled out a notebook. "Alright, briefly explain what happened here just now. If we need you to assist with the investigation at the bureau, we hope you'll cooperate." The investigator was highly professional. Qin Feng recounted the entire incident in detail, and Daho confirmed that everything Qin Feng said was true. The investigator then took Daho and the thugs lying on the ground away. "Comrade, this should be what you need." Qin Feng handed the copied surveillance footage to the investigator, who looked at him and said, "What is this? Please explain." Qin Feng cooperated fully and explained. "This records the crimes Big Tiger has committed over the years, all in his own words. I'll need to trouble you to investigate further. If what he says is true, consider it my contribution to public safety." Only then did the investigator take the USB drive with a look of half belief, half doubt. He saluted and said, "Understood. If verified, we'd be immensely grateful for your invaluable contribution to public safety. Please keep your phone accessible in the coming days so we can reach you if needed." Qin Feng nodded and replied, "Rest assured, I'll fully cooperate with your investigation." The investigator and his colleagues left the noodle shop, taking the troublemakers with them. Qin Feng watched their retreating figures, thinking these unsung heroes constantly safeguarded public order. People's ability to live such happy, peaceful lives could be said to depend entirely on them, yet they too carried heavy burdens every day. Qin Feng observed the departing officers. Each bore signs of exhaustion. Years of sleepless nights had taken their toll on their bodies. They performed high-intensity work daily, with danger ever present. Yet they never flinched, selflessly dedicating their time for the people and the nation. I hold these guardians of our nation in the highest regard. When I am able, I will absolutely contribute my share. You youngster, you're trying to get under my skin the moment you show up. My health is perfectly fine now, but 3 years ago, who was it gasping for breath, collapsed at my shop door? I thought it was a dead dog lying there." Hearing the shopkeeper speak like this, if anyone else had said such things, it would have been pure verbal abuse. But their relationship was extraordinary. They were simply teasing each other about their past struggles. "Ha ha ha, you'd better take good care of yourself. After that little incident just now, you passed out. You're useless. Here." Qin Feng tossed a small jade bottle to the shopkeeper. Despite his age, the shopkeeper caught it with surprising dexterity. The boss examined the bottle in his hand, feeling its icy chill. He knew without looking that this was the most precious ice-type jadeite. This exquisitely carved bottle alone could fetch at least several 100,000, if not millions, if sold. Xin Feng, what is this? Did you get me a bottle of poison to kill me? Xin Feng looked at the owner and said with a smile. Ha, it is poison. Would you dare to eat it? Shen Ning and the boss's wife watched the two of them, their closeness surpassing that of father and son. If anyone else saw them, they'd think they were father and son. Why wouldn't I dare? The shopkeeper opened the jade bottle, releasing a rich, medicinal fragrance that filled the air. The scent was so invigorating it felt like a breath of fresh air, clearing the mind and refreshing the spirit. Just then, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a slacker demeanor walked in from outside. Mom, give me 2,000 yuan. This was the son of the noodle shop owners, whom Xin Feng had encountered several times before. The owner had once told him that his son had dropped out of middle school and since then had drifted into becoming a petty street thug. He hadn't committed any major crimes, but he was always stirring up trouble. Seeing him now, he looked like a complete mess. Sure, how, didn't I just give you 2,000 the day before yesterday? You've already blown through it? We're just a noodle shop. Even if we printed money, you'd need time to print it, wouldn't you? The boss's wife looked at her good-for-nothing son, who spent his days loafing around. Customers who came to eat noodles even said her son had recently gotten into gambling. She had confronted him about it before, but no matter how much she pressed him, he refused to admit it. What convinced them most that he was gambling was that he used to ask for money occasionally, but a few hundred yuan would last him over a week. But now, her son was spending money like water, as if he were throwing it away the moment he stepped out the door. Just give me the money already. Why all the nonsense? If you don't hand it over, I guarantee you'll be burying me tomorrow. Sure, how knew his parents doted on him. He was certain that if he said something like this, they would immediately hand over the money. He had tried this tactic countless times before, and it had never failed. No. We told you to stay home and learn ramen making from your father. Once you marry and have children, this skill will easily support your wife and kids. But what about you? Not learning noodle making was one thing, but you insisted on becoming a hairdresser. We pulled strings with friends to get you into the best school for it. You barely lasted half a year before quitting, saying you wouldn't learn it. Now you just loaf around on the streets all day. What future do you think you have? The boss's wife glared at her good-for-nothing son, her anger boiling over. Every time I ask you for money, you give me this speech. What good does it do? You still hand over the cash anyway. What the hell are you looking at? Sure, how noticed Xin Feng's gaze and seethed with anger. Not only had he failed to get money from his mother, but he could see clear contempt in Xin Feng's eyes. Ha, sure, how? The last time I saw you, you weren't like this. Your grades were decent. I thought you might get into a good university. How did things end up like this? Can't you show your parents a little more respect? Now you've gotten hooked on gambling. If you keep this up, you'll squander your entire family fortune within half a year. Xin Feng never imagined that such kind-hearted employers would have a son who had turned out this way. Chapter 86, Cutting Ties. Not only had he become a street thug, but he showed no filial piety toward his parents. Earlier, when his mother refused to give him money, he even tried to strike her. A person like this, even if he spent his entire life as a street thug, would never amount to anything. I know who you are. Aren't you that good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Chen family? You can't even manage your own life. What right do you have to lecture me? I'd rather starve to death on the streets than become a freeloading loser. Pay up after you finish your noodles and get lost. Otherwise, if you piss me off, I'll have my big brother take you out. Xin Feng stared at Sherhao's current state, itching to slap him across the face right then and there. But even if he beat him to a pulp, hospitalized him, what good would it do? Xin Feng simply couldn't bear seeing the money the shop owners worked so hard to earn every day become this guy's gambling fuel. Come on, bring your big shot over here. Let me see what he's made of. Let me tell you this, in the underworld, loyalty is everything. Even if you're beaten to a pulp out there, when you get home, you still have to be a filial son to your parents. Your parents gave birth to you and raised you. They don't owe you anything. A guy like you is stuck like this for life. If you ever amount to anything, I, Xin Feng, will take your surname. Shen Ning also thought Sherhao was being outrageously cruel. Even if his parents had failed him, he didn't deserve this kind of treatment. Ha, Xin Feng, all these years in Tianan, your very existence has been the biggest joke. Just hearing your name makes me ashamed for all men. Smack! The boss, who had just regained his composure, raised his hand and delivered a hard slap to Sherhao's face. The blow was substantial, and blood immediately trickled from the corner of Sherhao's mouth. You never once laid a finger on me growing up, and now you hit me over this good for nothing? Mark my words, if I don't get 5,000 yuan today, I'll sell your house. The noodle shop owners, seeing their son reduced to this state, felt utterly heartbroken. The owner walked into a small partitioned room inside the noodle shop, a space the couple normally used for resting. After a short while, he emerged holding a stack of cash, dozens of 100 yuan notes and some smaller bills. Smack! The owner flung the stack of cash directly into Hao's face. His hands trembled with rage as he shouted, Hao, get out of here! Starting today, we sever all ties as father and son. I no longer have a son like you. A faint smile actually appeared at the corner of Hao's mouth. He squatted down to pick up the money, continuing to gather it as he spoke. Ha ha ha, say whatever you want. Once I spend this money, I'll be back for more. If you don't give me cash, I'll cause trouble in the shop and shut down your business. You're the ones who gave birth to me and raised me this far. If I could, I'd have chosen a different birth. How did I end up in such a poor family? I accept all that. Every extra bowl of noodles you sell means more money for me to spend. Feng watched Hao's shameless antics and felt ashamed for the noodle shop couple. Hao, I'm giving you one chance. I can help you kick your gambling habit and then I'll send you somewhere to study. Once you return from there, I guarantee you'll rise above everyone here. People will respect you, some might even find meeting you harder than climbing to the moon. Hao had already picked up most of the money scattered on the floor. He slowly stood up, gave a cold laugh, and said to Feng, Ha ha ha, Feng, are you talking about that nanny training center? Or maybe a place to learn how to live off others? You haven't even figured out how to live your own damn life, and here you are, a useless piece of telling me what to do. I've got money today and I'm in a good mood, so I won't bother arguing with you. Now get lost. I've got better things to do. Feng knew that no matter what he said, Hao would remain stubbornly obstinate. Even though the boss had already told him to sever their father-son relationship, what good would that do? Before long, Hao's gambling addiction would flare up again. He'd probably rack up more high-interest debt. When the day came he couldn't pay it back, this old couple would likely be dragged into it too. Hao, don't blame me for being harsh. Today, whether your parents agree or not, I'm going to teach you a lesson about how a person should behave. Feng seized Hao's throat in an instant. The young man instantly couldn't breathe, the intense suffocation making him feel death drawing ever closer. The shop owners, witnessing this scene, feared Feng might lose control and strangle their son to death right there. Feng, maybe we should just let it go. If you strangle him to death. The shop owner's worried gaze stirred something in Feng, but he felt it wasn't enough. Hao must be pushed to the very edge of death to truly understand how precious life is. Feng tightened his grip even further before addressing the owner. Even if you try to persuade me, it won't work. As your friend, I see your son in this state living as nothing but a burden on society. It's better for him to just die. Feng's words sent shockwaves through the family. Chen was convinced he would kill Hao. Ugh. Hao felt darkness closing in before his eyes as his feet left the ground. What kind of terrifying strength could one person possess? To lift a grown man to such a height with just one hand. Feng, please, we're begging you. Even if he's done wrong and is a menace to society, we can't bear to see our son die before our eyes. Even if he causes trouble later and gets killed on the street, that'll be his just deserts. But for now, put him down. Feng sensed Hao had reached his limit. He released his grip, and Hao plummeted to the ground, scattering the money in his hands everywhere. The shop owners immediately knelt down to check on their son, trying to assess his condition. Cough, cough, cough. Hao coughed violently several times, then gasped for fresh air, feeling as though he had been given a second chance at life. After a few more breaths, Hao suddenly drew a dagger from behind his waist and lunged straight at Feng. The noodle shop was extremely cramped, with several people crowded together. The two were dangerously close, and everyone watched the scene unfold in sheer terror. They were certain the blade would pierce Feng's body, their minds filled with visions of him bleeding profusely. Hao. Feng. But an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. Just 1 centimeter from Feng's abdomen, the dagger suddenly stopped. Next, everyone saw Feng's hand see Hao's wrist. Hao stared back at Feng, his eyes filled with terror. The man before him had nearly killed him moments ago. Now, as he attempted a sneak attack, he was blocked by this very man. Hao knew this time, he was completely finished. He had just felt the sensation of death emanating from this man, and he truly believed he would be killed by the man standing before him. Yet Feng did not strike with lethal force. He merely tightened his grip, causing Hao to wince in pain and drop the dagger to the ground. Ah! Chen saw the dagger lying on the floor and rushed forward to check Feng's abdomen. Finding no wounds, she breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Hao abandoned the money on the floor, scrambled to his feet, and bolted toward the exit. As he ran, he shouted, Feng, you're crippled. I'll find someone to kill you. Then Hao vanished from everyone's sight. In truth, it would have taken Feng no more than a breath to chase after him. But he saw no point in it. He believed Hao had already gotten his lesson, and figured he'd keep his head down for a while. Ah, I'm afraid I've made a spectacle of myself. The boss sat in his chair, shaking his head helplessly. Boss, do you have any more noodles? A customer walked in from outside. The boss waved his hand at the customer and said, Sorry, we're closed for the day. The disappointed customer turned and left. Feng picked up the scattered money from the floor, piece by piece, and placed it on the table in front of the boss. Chapter 87, The Yu Family's Invitation. Sigh, I just wanted to give him a good scolding. It wouldn't have endangered his life in any way. He should be quiet for a while now. You two are getting on in years, why not sell this noodle shop? Find a nice retirement home with a good environment and live out your days there. Wouldn't that be much better? The owner shook his head again, sighed, and said, how hasn't married or had children yet. I still need to save money for him to find a wife. Shin Fong listened to the owner's words, feeling them strike a chord deep within his own heart. Many people struggle their entire lives, only to finally enjoy their golden years when they grow old. Yet they still have to worry about their children's weddings, buying houses, and raising grandchildren. They give selflessly, yet today's children show no gratitude, believing their parents owe them. Sure, Hao is a prime example. Sigh, look at him now. Not only does he loaf around all day, but he's gotten hooked on gambling too. What good did it do for you two old folks to buy him a house and help him get married? To put it bluntly, in his current state, he might not even make it through the next few years. How could the noodle shop owners not know their son's current state? As parents, they still cling to hope, believing he'll turn his life around someday. Sigh, Shin Fong, I should actually thank you today. As the old saying goes, you know, we were both over 40 when he was born. He was our late-in-life blessing. After waiting so long for this precious child, we showered him with double the love. But our indulgence became the hand that pushed him into the abyss. Let it be. Let him become whatever he wants. We'll just live day by day. Anyway, our hopes have turned to despair. There's nothing we can do. Shin Fong looked at the helpless owner. Given their friendship, he decided to lend a hand, but first he needed the owner's consent. Do you want him to keep living? Shin Fong asked. Of course I do. You saw it yourself just now, you nearly killed him, and he still acts like this. He's beyond redemption. Don't waste your energy. You've just returned here and haven't even established yourself yet. You have far more pressing matters to attend to than this. Shin Fong trusted that as Shurehao's parents, they would undoubtedly want their son to live. He stepped up to the boss and whispered something in his ear. The boss then spoke up. All right, we'll do as you say. This will be a lot of trouble for you. With the boss agreeing to his plan, Shin Fong nodded and said, all right, just don't hold back when the time comes. Chen Ing and the owner's wife didn't know what the two were discussing, but they didn't want to pry further. Shin Fong surveyed the mess the noodle shop had become and addressed the two of them. Well, Ying and I will head out first. You two should tidy up. I doubt you'd agree to close the shop over this. Once this is all over, we'll come back for noodles and catch up. With that, the two left the noodle shop. The owner sat on his chair, deep in thought, staring blankly ahead. Old man, what did Shin Fong say to you? The owner shook his head and said to his wife. You'll find out soon enough. Let's just tidy up for now. After Chen Ing and Shin Fong returned home, Shin Fong began studying alchemy, while Chen Ing prepared for the hospital's opening the next day. As dusk fell, Shin Fong got into his car and drove out. Shortly after starting the engine, his phone rang. Ring ring ring, ring ring ring. Shin Feng's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number he hadn't saved. He didn't have a single friend in all of Tiannan. His phone only had two saved numbers, Chen Ying's and Yubingchen's. Shin Fong assumed it was probably a loan solicitation or insurance sales call, so he ignored it. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. But after one unanswered ring, the number called again. Could it be someone he knew? After all, harassers rarely call twice. He picked up. A woman's voice answered. She sounded young, yet somehow familiar. Shin Fong, if I don't call you, it seems you won't reach out to me yourself. Shin Fong searched his mind for who this voice belonged to, and suddenly it hit him. Two long, straight legs flashed through his thoughts. This was none other than Yu Leoi's granddaughter, Yu Bingxin. Oh, what do you need? Shin Fong replied, feigning composure. He knew she'd be displeased if she found out he hadn't saved her number. Poof. If you say you don't know me, I'll come find you at your place right now. Well, looks like you did save my number. It's not me looking for you. Grandpa wants you to come over for a visit. My grandfather wants you to come over. He says he'll treat you to a feast. The whole family has been busy preparing all afternoon. Upon learning that his grandfather wanted Shin Fong to come over for dinner, Yu Bingxin felt inexplicably excited for some reason. She even cleared her throat several times before making the call, afraid her voice might not sound perfect, something she'd never done before. Oh, well, in that case, I'll definitely pay a visit later. Although he didn't want to rely on their influence for anything, the more connections he made, the more advantages it could bring him in the future. Good. Don't you dare stand Grandpa up. People beg and plead to get into our house, and most can't even get in. I've heard bits and pieces about your situation these past few days. Sounds pretty rough. If you want to rise to the top, our Yu family can give you a hand. Be here promptly at 7:30 p.m. My entire family will be waiting for you. Though Yu Bingxin was a woman of the Yu family, unlike other clans, that placed all their hopes solely on male descendants. They believed that anyone with true ability could contribute to the family, regardless of gender. Merit alone mattered. Alright, I won't stand you up. I've got something to take care of now, so I'll hang up. By the time Qin Feng finished speaking, he had already arrived at his destination, the noodle shop he'd visited with Chunning earlier that day. Now, as night had fallen and the shop stood firmly shut, what business could he possibly have here? Qin Feng produced the key to the rolling door as if by magic. After unlocking it, he stepped inside and lowered the door behind him. Once inside, he didn't even turn on the lights. The only illumination came from the streetlights filtering through the windows. In the small room where the owners rested, Qin Feng sat quietly, as if waiting for someone's arrival. His gaze fixed on the door, he resembled a cheetah stalking its prey. As the minutes ticked by, the clock struck 7 in the evening. This area wasn't particularly bustling to begin with, and the streets had long since emptied of passers-by. But just then, the rolling door creaked open as two shadowy figures slipped inside, moving with stealthy, furtive steps. A smirk touched Qin Feng's lips. It seemed the person he'd been waiting for had finally appeared. Damn it, that old geezer actually hit me. If that useless fool hadn't stuck his nose in, we'd be having a blast right now. The speaker was none other than the boss's son, Hao. The other man chimed in. You came back to steal money from the noodle shop. What if your dad reports it? Won't that drag? I'll be dragged into this too? Qin Feng recognized the voice as belonging to someone around Hao's age, but clearly another gambler. With me here, what VE you got to fear? Once we get out of here, I'll call my mom. We'll take more today. They gave me 5,000 during the day, but that useless piece of ruined it. Today I. Who the hell are you cursing? You scared the out of me. Just as Hao stepped into the small room and flipped the light switch, he saw someone sitting on the edge of the bed. It genuinely startled him. Chapter 88, Helping Out. I think I went easy on you today. Don't you know the saying about rabbits not eating the grass by their own burrows? You can't make a name for yourself out in the world, so you come home to steal money? You're a complete loser. Hao stared intently and recognized the man as Qin Feng, the very person who had ruined his plans earlier that day. Who let you in? Don't you know this is my family's noodle shop? Believe me, I can call the cops right now and have you arrested. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here, and I'll let you off easy. Clang! 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 As Hao spoke, the rolling gate outside slammed shut. Even if Hao was a little cutie, he knew Qin Feng had deliberately waited here for him. Hao, don't blame us. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame anyone else. The owner's voice echoed from outside the door, making Hao's teeth itch with rage. Dad, aren't you afraid this guy will kill me? Earlier that day, Hao had already experienced just how strong Qin Feng was. He'd gripped his throat and lifted him off the ground, something not just anyone could do. It's fine. He promised me he won't kill you. In truth, earlier that day, Qin Feng had whispered precisely this arrangement into the boss's ear. Qin Feng had anticipated that Hao, a good-for-nothing who'd amounted to nothing in the outside world, relied solely on extorting money from his family. And judging by how his gambling addiction had flared up earlier that day, Hao would definitely return that night to steal money. Well, what a loving father indeed. Conspiring with others to set traps for his own son, truly a model parent. Smack! This time, Qin Feng showed him no mercy. He raised his hand and delivered a hard slap, sending Hao crashing into the wall behind him. Startled, Hao clutched his face. Damn it! Smack! Qin Feng didn't give him a chance to speak, raising his hand again to deliver another sharp slap, this time to the other side of his face. Let me tell you something. This isn't how you make it on the streets. Now you're gambling? If it weren't for your mother's sake, do you think I'd bother with you? Mark my words, I'll send both of you straight to prison. Once you see that place, I wonder if you'll still be so cocky. The kid who came with Hao suddenly panicked. He'd been to prison before, and if he went back, he'd definitely get a longer sentence. No. My dad won't let you do this. If I go to jail, I'll have a criminal record for the rest of my life. Dad! Hao screamed hysterically. Truthfully, for someone like him, having a criminal record no longer mattered. But no matter how loudly he screamed, there was no response from outside the door. I'll fight you to the death. The thug who'd come with Hao grabbed a liquor bottle from inside the noodle shop and charged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng watched the punk swing the bottle at him, then kicked him squarely in the gut. The punk flew backward through the air. Qin Feng showed no mercy toward this man, unlike the restraint he'd exercised with Hao. The thug clutched his stomach in agony, unable to utter a word, feeling as if his insides had been shattered by the kick. Qin Feng, do you know who you just hit? I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun if he makes one phone call. Hao watched Qin Feng strike the man, a hint of smug satisfaction flickering across his face as if he just crossed some powerful figure. Qin Feng didn't respond, but Hao spoke up. You clearly know his brother's status. His brother is the boss of this street. Just mentioning his name would probably scare the crap out of you. His brother is the notorious Big Tiger. Qin Feng sneered coldly. No wonder Hao had been fawning over him earlier. He was clearly trying to curry favor with Big Tiger's younger brother by using Qin Feng's money to gamble. Little did they know, Big Tiger had long been sent to prison by Qin Feng's own hand. Well, that's too bad. Looks like the brothers will be reunited in prison. Sure Hao had actually heard a rumor about it, but he refused to believe it. After all, Big Tiger had been bragging everywhere that he was a benefactor of the Yu family. How could they possibly send him to prison so easily? Xin Feng saw the stunned look on Sure Hao's face and knew he was utterly shocked, refusing to believe what he'd just heard. Don't give me that look. It was right here in this noodle shop today that Big Tiger confessed to all his crimes. We've already handed him over to the authorities. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter, because both of you will inevitably be sent to prison. There, you'll receive a proper education. When you come back, you'll be real people. Just then, the rolling door slid open and several investigators walked in. That's him. Xin Feng pointed at Big Tiger's younger brother. The investigators had seen these two earlier that day. It seemed this particular investigator happened to be on duty today. Alright, what about the one inside? Sure Hao was now trembling in fear, terrified that Xin Feng would turn him in. But something unexpected happened. Oh, this is the noodle shop owner's son. The guy keeps coming here to steal from the shop. The owner's son and I were staking out here and caught him red-handed. Seems he's also Big Tiger's brother. The investigator nodded. The USB drive Xin Feng had given him earlier contained extremely useful information, including details on numerous cases. Thanks to Big Tiger's testimony, many of these cases were quickly solved. The investigator remained deeply grateful, finding Xin Feng's account highly credible. Alright, you've really gone out of your way. We'll head back first. I'll interrogate him. When I get the chance, I'll buy you a cup of tea. After all, in today's society, people like Xin Feng with such a strong sense of justice were few and far between. Just then, Daho's younger brother shouted loudly. Uncle Investigator, don't listen to that guy's nonsense. I'm in cahoots with Sure Hao. He's the one who egged me on to steal money from home. The moment Big Tiger's younger brother lifted his head, the investigator recognized him instantly. Oh, it's you. We're old acquaintances, aren't we? How many times have you been here? Do you think your story holds any credibility? Take him away. Two investigators cuffed Big Tiger's younger brother and quickly loaded him into a police car. They vanished from the scene. Xin Feng, you're the real loyal one for not turning me in. When I make it big someday, I'll definitely repay you. Sure Hao felt he'd narrowly escaped disaster and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as the investigators left, two men entered from outside. One wore a black suit and a black top hat, the other wore a white suit and a white top hat. Both men exuded an air of extraordinary presence. But when they lifted their heads, Sure Hao saw something unnerving. Their pupils were entirely white, devoid of any black iris. The instant Sure Hao saw their eyes, he held his breath. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Those in the know recognized them as the black and white duo of the Qin family, feared as the real-life incarnations of the Grim Reapers. They were shrouded in mystery, representing a crucial force within the Qin family. Young master. The two men knelt on one knee before Xin Feng, paying their respects. Rise. This isn't the Qin residence, no need for such formalities. Take this man back and train him well. When you deem him worthy of my attention, send him back. Ensure absolute secrecy throughout the journey. Should he resist, forceful measures are permitted, just do not kill him. You have full discretion otherwise. Xin Feng's true demeanor was utterly different from his usual self, radiating the authority of a sovereign above all else. The black and white impermanence responded with crisp precision. Yes. Sure Hao watched the unfolding scene as if in a dream. Yet when two figures seized his arms and dragged him out, the sharp pain in his arms jarred him back to reality. Sure Hao was led by the black and white impermanence into a black Mercedes-Benz. Only then did the noodle shop owners emerge. They had no idea who Xin Feng truly was, but even without speaking directly to the black and white impermanence, the sheer pressure emanating from them left the couple feeling almost suffocated. Xin Feng, those two were terrifying. Who were they? Where are you taking Sure Hao? Xin Feng considered it. Those two did look rather intimidating. It seemed he'd have to make sure they didn't show up again if anything else happened. The black and white impermanence held significant standing within the Qin family. Not only were they formidable fighters, but their temperaments were exceptionally steady-born killers. For minor matters like this, it would be better to have others handle them. After all, the black and white impermanence were masters of killing without a trace. Such tasks were truly beneath their talents. Rest assured, I'll take him to a place where he'll be absolutely safe. I'll straighten out every last one of his bad habits. When he returns, I guarantee that everyone in the southern lands will hold him in the highest regard. If he's gifted, he should return fully trained within half a year. But if he's naturally dull-witted and stubborn, it could take indefinitely. The place Xin Feng sent Sure Hao to was the Qin family estate. He believed Sure Hao possessed considerable intelligence. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, Sure Hao had excelled academically during his school years. His current state likely stemmed from rebellious teenage years filled with yearning for the outside world. At that critical time, he encountered the wrong people who persuaded him to drop out and join the underworld. Chapter 89, Rushing to the Yu family. Now, this opportunity had presented itself, a chance to repay the bowl of noodles the boss had once served him. After finishing the boss's ramen, he felt hope for the world once more. Therefore, helping him cultivate his son was only natural.
Is that so? Shin Feng, though I still recognize you, your entire aura feels completely different from before.
The owner had spent his entire life in business. Though his noodle shop was small, he encountered all sorts of people daily. Even though Shin Feng looked much the same as before,
he could sense a regal aura emanating from him now. Is that so?
After 3 years, of course things change.
Look at how much older you've become.
Only then did Shin Feng realize that when he had encountered the black and white impermanence earlier, he had inadvertently let his aura slip. The Qin family had numerous rules. As the young master, Shin Feng instinctively projected his aura when facing subordinates. Realizing his mistake, he quickly reined it in to avoid making the shop owner uncomfortable.
The noodle shop owner also sensed something peculiar.
Just moments ago, he had felt something different about Shin Feng, but now it seemed as if Shin Feng had reverted back to normal.
Regardless, you've done me a huge favor.
Truthfully, I've wanted to send him to prison for ages, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
But since he hasn't been sent to prison now, what about his gambling addiction?
The owner voiced his concern while his wife sat silently sobbing beside him.
Don't worry. His gambling addiction is nothing compared to what awaits him there. Once he's inside, he won't dare gamble anymore. Actually, tonight, I was planning to have you make me a bowl of noodles privately. The boss stopped overthinking it.
His son was now a street thug with a gambling problem, a future that might not even outlive his own. Now, no matter where Shin Feng sent him or what promises he made, the owner would treat it as if his son was being sent to prison for rehabilitation. At least that way, he'd live much longer than in his current state. Hearing Shin Feng craved his homemade noodles, the boss immediately rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen. He resolved to pour his utmost skill into this bowl. It had to be perfect.
Old sure, you don't need to bother. I have an appointment to keep shortly. Consider this bowl of noodles as payment for what you owe me. I'll come back in a few days for another meal. Make sure to prepare extra beef then. Shin Feng glanced at the clock. It was already 7:20.
He disliked letting others down, and certainly wouldn't be late himself, so he needed to hurry to the Yu family's place for his appointment.
You're in such a high position now. Is there really anyone you can't handle? It's already so late. Stay and eat the noodles before you go.
The owner genuinely wanted him to stay for the noodles, but teasing him about his status was pure ribbing.
You old geezer, you're really something. What status do I have? Do you even know? Just live out your days in peace, old man. I'm leaving.
Shin Feng knew the owner was teasing him and didn't take offense.
He gave the owner a quick farewell and left. Old man, what do you think Shin Feng does? He seems pretty powerful now. Could he be involved in something illegal?
Look at those two who took our son away today.
They didn't look like good people at all. They just felt sinister. I even suspect they might be part of some criminal gang.
The boss's wife watched Shin Feng disappear down the street, her voice tinged with regret as she spoke to her husband.
That can't be, but honestly, I can't figure him out anymore. He's not that spirited young man anymore.
Instead, he feels like some martial arts master who's the undisputed leader of the martial world. The boss was certain that moment wasn't an illusion. Shin Feng must be hiding some secret.
But if he really does go down the wrong path, that would truly be a shame. Sigh, I trust him. He'll never become a menace to society. I'm just a bit worried about our son,
the boss said with a worried look. No matter how much Hao loafed around on the streets, there was always a chance to run into him. Though he really didn't want to see him every time they met, it was only about money. But now he'd been sent off to some place he didn't even know existed. He didn't even know where it was, and that couldn't help but make him anxious.
Don't worry. Let's choose to trust him.
His attitude toward us hasn't changed at all. Seeing our son turn out this way breaks his heart too.
Whatever becomes of our son in the future, it's up to his own fate. How could the boss's wife not ache for her son? But heartache wouldn't change anything.
At least he wasn't beaten to death on the streets by loan sharks.
Right. Let's tidy up the shop. We'll make this noodle house thrive.
We'll hold on to this family business for our son. No matter what happens to him, at least he'll have enough to survive. The landlady nodded in agreement.
She knew the boss was absolutely right. Most parents in the world would do the same, sacrifice everything for their children. The Yu residence.
When Shin Feng left the noodle shop, he had only 10 minutes until his meeting with Yu Bingxin. Relying on his exceptional driving skills, he arrived precisely on time, not a minute late. But old Master Yu was, after all, his elder. Facing an invitation from an elder, he should have arrived earlier.
Shin Feng, what took you so long?
I called you with enough time for you to arrive 10 minutes early, yet you showed up right on the dot.
Everyone in our family is here. They've always doubted your ability to save grandfather.
Just now, they even accused you of faking it and fleeing Tiannan.
Yu Bingxin wore a black evening gown.
The slit at the leg perfectly showcased her long legs, clearly a deliberate design choice made with great care.
Oh, I got held up with something. I didn't have time to change. Let's just go inside.
Xin Feng was well aware of the numerous rules governing prominent families and felt deeply apologetic for arriving so late. Yet, he shrugged it off. After all, he was the man who had saved old Master Yu's life. These people wouldn't dare do anything to him. Sigh, I have no idea what you were busy with. You didn't even change into something more formal. Now that those people have seen you, they'll surely gossip about it. How about this? I'll have the servants find you a suitable suit. I'll go tell them you've arrived and that you need to use the restroom first. Yu Bingxin understood her uncles and aunts all too well. Though they each achieved considerable success, they bitterly resented her father's takeover of the Yu family business. Their deepest resentment stemmed from the day her father took office, when he reassigned all family members working at the headquarters to subsidiaries. The uproar had been intense, but her father remained unyielding, declaring that anyone unwilling to transfer to a subsidiary could simply leave the Yu family's enterprises. To this day, no one understood why Yu Buwei had acted this way. Only the old patriarch knew his true intentions. Many children had pleaded with old Master Yu to stay at the headquarters, arguing that after years of service, their professional networks were firmly rooted there. Yet the elder Yu rejected every plea. His reasoning was clear: Yu Buwei now held the reins of the Yu family, and the elder Yu would neither interfere nor had the authority to do so. To this day, these individuals seethe with anger whenever they see Yu Buwei. Yet despite their resentment, they redoubled their efforts to one day stand on equal footing with him. Now, each subsidiary generates exceptionally high annual profits. Just as they were basking in their own achievements, they discovered Yu Buwei's accomplishments far surpassed theirs. This left them utterly helpless, able only to vent their resentment through words at family gatherings like this one. It's fine. Let them say whatever they want. I'm just here to eat. What they say has nothing to do with me. I don't even know them. You just lead the way. Xin Feng knew full well these people would spew venom, but he couldn't care less. What could they possibly do? As Xin Feng and Yu Bingxin entered together, all eyes immediately turned to them. This made Yu Bingxin feel extremely uncomfortable. She stole a glance at Xin Feng, only to find him utterly composed, as if their stares hadn't touched him at all. Old Master Yu, my apologies for being late. Please accept my apology here. Xin Feng noticed the time had only passed by a minute, delayed by their joint entrance. By strict standards, he entered the Yu residence at 7:30 sharp. Sit down. I've already learned all about your treatment of me. I was still weak then and forgot to thank you. Seeing you again now, I can't help but marvel. For a young man, you've weathered more storms than I have, and your medical skill is truly remarkable. Xin Feng nodded and replied. My ability to save you was purely by chance. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. So saving you was also a way for me to accumulate virtue. Observing Qin Feng's composed demeanor, Old Master Yu sensed that this young man possessed extraordinary abilities. Please sit. Old Master Yu gestured toward an empty seat, one that had clearly been reserved for him. Chapter 90, No Need to Eat. Alright, I'll take you up on that. Xin Feng didn't waste words and sat down directly. 3 years as a useless son-in-law in the Chun family, living off others' generosity. I wondered who it could be. Could he be some kind of fraud? Even backing out of a promise to an elder? What kind of future do you think someone like you has? The third son of the Yu family saw that the one who had saved his father was actually that useless son-in-law from the Han family, making him even more eager to stir up trouble. The third son of the Yu family, Yu Qingwei, was considered the most capable member of the household aside from Yu Buwei. He had even nearly surpassed Yu Buwei in several monthly evaluations. I wasn't late. I arrived at your Yu residence precisely at the agreed time. If you don't believe me, ask the security guard at the gate. I always thought a prominent family like the Yes would have impeccable standards. Looks like it's just average after all. Yu Bingxin knew her third uncle had a fiery temper. The slightest thing that didn't suit his fancy could send him into a rage. Now Qin Feng dared to provoke her second uncle in front of so many people. Wasn't he just asking for a fight? Yu Bingxin quickly stepped forward to explain. Second uncle, he arrived at our home right on time. Why don't we just eat first? After all, he's a guest of honor invited by grandfather and he saved grandfather's life. Yu Bingxin knew that if the two continued to exchange barbs, there was a high chance. Escalate into a full-blown fight, one that would be impossible to stop. XINR, the details of how my father was saved are still under investigation. You shouldn't be taking sides and defending others now. This young man looks quite spirited, but he's notorious throughout Tiannan as a freeloader. Don't let his appearance fool you. If a man lives like him, he might as well be dead. Yu Qing's stance was unyielding, for the others were all there, eagerly anticipating Qin Feng's tardiness, a chance to heap scorn upon Yu Buwei. True to everyone's expectations, Qin Feng arrived a full minute late. This finally gave them the chance to seize upon his slip-up and thoroughly mock Yu Buwei. Upon learning that Old Master Yu had fully recovered, these individuals all set aside their work and hurried back home. Yu Buwei, however, had been singing Qin Feng's medical skills to the heavens, praising him to the skies. In truth, after Old Master Yu fell ill, his children had used their connections to seek out numerous renowned physicians, but none had been effective. Yet with Qin Feng's intervention, their father had recovered to a state even better than before. The children were all dumbfounded. Some even wondered if this was a deathbed recovery. Yet, from the day Qin Feng treated Old Master Yu until now, several days had passed. Old Master Yu's condition remained remarkably strong, compelling admiration for Qin Feng's medical skills. Yet Yu Buwei had deliberately kept Qin Feng's true identity concealed, knowing these people would inevitably harbor prejudice against him. Yu Buwei had assumed they would behave more appropriately at the banquet arranged by the old master. He never expected Yu Qingwei to adopt such an attitude. Ha ha ha. Have you ever heard the saying, if someone shows me an inch of respect, I'll return them a foot? This dinner was arranged by the old master himself. I don't know you. What gives you the right to speak to me like this? Do you think your seniority surpasses even your own family patriarchs? Or perhaps your status within the Yu family is so elevated, even surpassing that of your own patriarch, that you feel entitled to reprimand me at such a gathering? Facing the taunts of this unknown figure, Qin Feng naturally delivered a forceful retort. After all, he was a guest here. Regardless of his own status or background, as members of a first-rate family, they certainly shouldn't speak to him with such an attitude. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Don't you know who I am? Do you understand the consequences of addressing me this way? I'm telling you, apologize to me right now, or else. Before Yu Qing could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash echoed as someone slammed their fist down on the table. Smack! Third son, what if? I see you're the most arrogant one here. Do you even regard me as your father anymore? Old Master Yu never imagined Yu Qingwei would show such utter disregard for him. How dare he speak this way to his own savior? Wasn't this a direct challenge to his authority? Dad, don't overthink it. I just don't trust someone like him. Or rather, whether you were poisoned by him or not remains unknown. My stance is actually for your own good, to prevent you from being deceived. Yu Qingwei's company was now expanding rapidly, its momentum seemingly poised to surpass Yu Buwei's. That was why he could speak with such boldness. Second uncle, please hold your tongue. Grandfather has finally recovered his health and is hosting Qin Feng at home. This should be a joyous occasion, but now you've caused such a scene. Yu Bingxin watched the tense atmosphere unfold, feeling deeply embarrassed. Qin Feng was a guest invited by grandfather, and Yu Qingwei's current behavior showed utter disregard for grandfather's wishes. Yu Buwei had received a crucial phone call minutes before Qin Feng's arrival, which was why he wasn't present now. Had he been here, Yu Qingwei would never have dared to act so arrogantly. Yu Bingxin, since when did our family start needing your lectures? I know my own limits. But this charlatan you brought in, I absolutely must investigate him thoroughly. Now he's playing these mystical tricks. How many renowned doctors did my father consult? Yet the moment this man appeared, he claimed to cure him instantly. Do you think my analysis is wrong? Old Master Xiao had 4 sons and 1 daughter in his lifetime. Yu Buwei was the second son and the current head of the Yu family. Yu Qingwei, the third son, was notoriously hot-tempered and sharp-tongued. Anything he disapproved of would inevitably spark an argument. The daughter, after marrying, never participated in the family business again. The youngest son lived abroad year-round, overseeing overseas markets. So now only Yu Qingwei and his wife are present, along with their son and daughter's family. Yu Buwei never remarried after his wife passed away. The only others left are the old master, Qin Feng, and Yu Bingxin. At that moment, Yu Bingxin's uncle stood up and spoke. Third brother, I feel some of what you've said oversimplifies matters. I too am a son-in-law who married into the family, but that doesn't make me a freeloader. I agree with some of what you said today, but not all of it. I think you're jumping to conclusions too soon. What if Qin Feng really does happen to be able to cure father's illness? Wouldn't that be incredibly disrespectful to the man who saved our father's life? Yu Qing looked at him. He knew his brother-in-law always spoke this way, never offending either side, a true fence-sitter who always kept his options open. Brother-in-law, it's been ages since we last met. All these years, you're still the same, always leaving yourself an escape route no matter what you do. Yu Qingwei secretly suspected Qin Feng was the one Yu Buwei had sought out. With the old man staying at Yu Buwei's house all this time, the whole affair reeked of conspiracy to him. Second brother, have you finished causing trouble yet? Yu Buwei had just finished his call and returned. Hearing their exchange, he thought Yu Qingwei was being unreasonable and stirring up trouble for no reason. Seeing Yu Buwei return, Yu Qingwei instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. He sat quietly, his earlier sharpness gone, muttering softly. Put. Who's really the one causing trouble here? This is the Yu family estate. Not just anyone can dine with us. Yu Qingwei now felt that sharing a meal with Qin Feng was an insult to himself. After all, Qin Feng was widely known as a good-for-nothing. If outsiders heard she dined with such a good-for-nothing, wouldn't she become the laughingstock of the village? Third brother, father's just recovered from a long illness. You should thank Qin Feng for stepping in. He's no relation to us, why would he go to such lengths to treat father? He has a kind heart, that's the true spirit of a healer. If you keep spouting nonsense and angering our father, watch out, I won't be gentle with you. Yu Buwei knew full well that Qin Feng had nothing to do with the entire affair. When he had gone to seek Qin Feng's help, Qin Feng had come without hesitation and cured his father. Now they were hosting a banquet to thank him, yet his own brother had spoken so disrespectfully. It was obvious that while he'd been away, Yu Qingwei must have said even more hurtful things. Third brother, I'm only thinking of father. What if he's a villain capable of any evil? Using father's cure as leverage, he might demand endless favors from our family. People like that are everywhere. I'm just warning you today. When our family's assets are swindled away, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Yu Qingwei's words infuriated Yu Buwei. How could Yu Qingwei be so hypocritical? He was clearly making baseless accusations, yet he made it sound as if he had a perfectly reasonable argument. Third brother, I don't want to argue with you. You've been busy at the company all day, right? Go home and rest early. I see you're not eating this meal anyway. Chapter 91, Resisting Temptation. Yu Buwei was clearly giving him the boot. The long-standing resentment between them had already created a deep rift. Arguing in front of an outsider like Qin Feng would be truly embarrassing. Big brother, are you kicking me out? I came back to see dad, not you. What right do you have to tell me to leave? Yu Qingwei was like a rabid dog now, snapping at anyone in sight. Between the two brothers, there was never much affection to begin with, only resentment ran deep. Third brother, we can talk about this later. Do you really have to pick a fight with me in front of an outsider? Yu Buwei glanced at Qin Feng, who sat motionless, his expression blank as he stared straight ahead at the wine glass before him. Qin Feng had long sensed the discord between the brothers, but he couldn't intervene. Besides, people prejudiced against him were plentiful, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. The reason Qin Feng was studying that wine glass so intently was because it bore a fingerprint. He was analyzing whether it belonged to a man or a woman, estimating their age, height, and appearance. Qin Feng figured that since he was sitting idle anyway, engaging his mind was far better than listening to their quarrel. I've got it. Suddenly, Qin Feng exclaimed, having identified the fingerprint's owner. But as he'd become so absorbed in his analysis, he felt a bit embarrassed when he saw everyone staring at him. After all, the brothers were in the middle of an argument, and his sudden outburst was indeed awkward. Sorry, something just popped into my head. You guys carry on. The reason Qin Feng acted this way was that he fundamentally didn't hold the Yu family's status in high regard. Even though they were a top-tier family here, they were insignificant compared to the Qin family. But after Qin Feng's outburst, they finally realized he was still sitting there. Yu Qingwei stood up and said, Father, I'm relieved to see you're unharmed. Since my eldest brother is now the head of our household, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to say too much. It might seem like I'm coveting his position. We won't be staying for dinner. We'll take our leave now. Seeing Yu Qingwei rise, his wife and son followed suit, standing up and heading toward the exit. As Yu Qingwei's son, Yu Bingxing, passed by Qin Feng, he whispered a sentence. Qin Feng, you dare be rude to my father? We'll see about this. Qin Feng's lips actually curved into a faint smile. Of course, he paid no heed to Yu Bingxing's threat. He was simply delighted because he had analyzed that fingerprint once more, solidifying his conclusion. Yu Bingxing watched Qin Feng actually smile. Did this guy not take him seriously at all? Yu Bingxing was one of the few remaining male heirs of the Yu family. Even though the patriarch selected the future heir based on merit. Yet through his own efforts, he had consistently proven himself, possessing exceptional work capabilities. His father placed great expectations on him, involving him in many important matters and meetings. His reputation outside the family was also excellent. Many people said that the future heir of the Yu family would be Yu Bingxing. Gradually, Yu Bingxing began to think the same way. No matter how talented Yu Bingxing was, she was still a woman destined to marry someday. Yet Qin Feng, that so-called good-for-nothing everyone talked about, had actually laughed at his warning. This was clearly a sign of contempt. But now that he was out with his father, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned to his father and said, Dad, that Qin Feng is way too arrogant. Even if he happened to cure grandfather, how dare he talk back to you in front of everyone? A guy like that clearly hasn't learned his lesson. I need to teach him a proper lesson. He's been acting so arrogant he has to pay the price for it. Yu Bingxing wasn't defending his father, he was furious over what he perceived as a personal insult. Son, this Qin Feng is not the same as before. If he truly intends to harm the Yu family for personal gain, I will be the first to oppose him. He does deserve a warning to show him that scheming against the Yu family will never succeed. Beyond his resentment toward Yu Buwei, Yu Qin remained utterly loyal to the Yu family, always acting in its best interests. With his current capabilities, he could easily build a major enterprise on his own outside the family. The reason he had always worked within the Yu family's subsidiaries was to help the family grow ever stronger. Very well. In the coming days, I'll make him understand that the Yu family will never tolerate anyone harboring ill intentions. Yu Qingwei noticed a flicker of murderous intent in Yu Bingxing's eyes, something he had hoped to avoid. These were peaceful times, unlike his youth when daily battles for family territory were commonplace. He and Yu Buwei had fought side by side countless times back then. After all, they were blood brothers. Those days were truly like licking blood off the edge of a blade. Even sleep brought fear of a dagger thrust in their backs. Back then, the brothers were practically inseparable, their bond unquestionably strong. To see him become this way was something he never wanted to witness. But his son couldn't follow the same path he and Yubue had taken back then. Killing people was against the law. Son, I don't care how you discipline him, but don't kill him. Otherwise, I'll personally send you to prison. Yu Qing still had principles when working for this man. After all, he only suspected Qin Feng, but he still believed that Qin Feng had cured his father's illness. Qin Feng sought to profit from this situation, which was only natural. Therefore, Yu Qingwei believed Qin Feng hadn't committed a capital offense yet, as long as he hadn't taken any action. After the Yu Qingwei family departed, the atmosphere eased from its earlier tension. Yu Qingwei spoke up. My third brother has always been like this, very blunt with his words. If he offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. This was meant to be a gesture of gratitude, but now it's turned into this mess. I'm truly sorry. Xaner, hurry and pour Qin Feng some wine. Qin Feng said with a smile. It's fine. Honestly, it's only natural for everyone to have preconceived notions about me. I don't hold it against him either. I didn't come here for him anyway. What he thinks? It doesn't concern me in the slightest. Yubue observed Qin Feng's expression as he spoke and realized he wasn't just being polite. He genuinely didn't care about Yu Qingwei. I want some too. I want some too. Pour me some. At that moment, Old Master Yu caught the aroma of aged liquor. He loved drinking more than anything in life, and for this banquet in Qin Feng's honor, he had naturally prepared the finest baijiu in his collection. The moment Yu Bingxin poured the liquor, its vapor filled the air. The entire restaurant was enveloped in the fragrance of the liquor, making Old Master Yu's mouth water with anticipation. Grandfather, you've only just recovered from a serious illness. You've only recently begun eating regular food again. If you drink now, your stomach won't be able to handle it. Before his recovery, Old Master Yu had been unable to eat solid food at all. Aside from daily nutrient solutions and saline, he could only consume liquid meals. Now, after being treated by Qin Feng, his daily meals were scientifically balanced, carefully managed to prevent any further damage to his health. Old man, I strongly advise against drinking. You mustn't touch alcohol for at least a month. I'll prescribe another formula shortly. Follow it strictly, and I guarantee your health will return to its former strength. Qin Feng believed in seeing things through to the end. Since he'd already saved the man's life, sharing the methods for restoring his health was only natural. Is that so? If what you say is true, then you lot should stop drinking too. Otherwise, at my age, sitting here watching you drink would make me die of envy. Old Master Yu had once been a formidable figure. After handing over the family leadership to Yubue, he felt an instant sense of relief. Before his illness, he lived each day indulging in food, drink, and leisure, embracing life with boundless ease. He embraced a philosophy of letting go. Since he no longer managed family affairs, he might as well savor every moment. But now, his life had become utterly indulgent. Though his children weren't particularly close, they were exceptionally devoted to Old Master Yu. His room was piled high with premium cigarettes and fine wines, and he underwent daily health checks. At the slightest sign of trouble, they immediately stopped him from smoking or drinking. After less than a month of this indulgence, the old man fell ill with an unknown ailment. He even feared his remaining days would be spent confined to bed. Now, however, he feels remarkably well. Aside from following Yu Bingxin's instructions to have himself. Beyond the meals themselves, the challenge was finding ways to drink some liquor. But Yu Bingxin kept things under such tight control that not a drop of liquor was to be found in the house. Even if the old man turned the entire place upside down, he wouldn't find a single drop. Now, finally seeing such fine liquor at home, his eyes lit up. Even a single drop would be worth it. Alright, since I drove here, we'd better not drink this today. Otherwise, the old man would be green with envy. Qin Feng also caught the distinctive aroma of the liquor, clearly a century-old vintage. Truthfully, he yearned for a sip himself. After all, a drink could ease the fatigue of a day spent running errands. He could simply use his internal energy to expel it before leaving. Grandpa, look at him. He's even giving up such fine wine for your sake, and Uncle San still speaks to him like that. You have no idea what Uncle San is thinking. As Yu Bingxin grew older, she understood more and more. She too felt that some of the things Yu Qingwei did were utterly excessive. Chapter 92, Enemies. But whenever she wanted to confront third uncle, her own father would always stop her, saying she was a junior and shouldn't meddle in adult affairs. Sigh, young man, what's gotten into you? You just refuse to drink such fine liquor? You should know this wine is only meant for my grand birthday celebrations. Many guests attend my birthday banquets solely for the chance to taste this century-old vintage. Think carefully before you refuse. Though Old Master Yu was exceptionally devoted to wine, his interest in Qin Feng now ran even deeper. This century-old vintage was a rare nectar, a heavenly elixir. Some would spare no expense, sending gifts worth millions or tens of millions just for a sip. Yet this young man before him could resist such immense temptation. What kind of self-control did he possess to remain so composed? I've made up my mind. If even you, the master of this place, cannot drink such fine wine, then I'll come back for this cup once your health is restored. There's no rush. This wine isn't going anywhere. What harm is in skipping one sip? But life is fleeting. If you lose your life, do you think this wine will still taste good? The entire family listened to Qin Feng's words. Seeing this young man capable of such actions and uttering such words, how could he possibly be the useless person others claimed him to be? Moreover, Qin Feng's eyes held no trace of excessive regret, nor the sly cunning of someone who had succeeded in a scheme. Instead, they radiated a genuine concern for others. Though old Master Yu now embraced a life of leisure, he still possessed the mindset of a former tycoon. After all, the Yu family was one of the 4 great families in Tiannan. Moreover, theirs was a venerable lineage, possessing both profound heritage and formidable strength that ranked among the very best. Thus, old Master Yu's judgment was exceptionally sharp. He sensed that the young man before him possessed extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, the allure of a century-old vintage would be impossible for most to resist. Old Master Yu had already noticed his son-in-law drooling with desire. You're quite the talker, lad. Since you put it that way, I shan't drink now. Once I'm fully recovered, we'll have a proper drinking session together. Consider this a promise between us. What do you say? Old Master Yu's words stunned everyone present. Even though the room was filled with family members, they understood the weight of his statement. Even though old Master Yu was no longer the head of the Yu household, his status as the family patriarch remained an indisputable fact. Traditionally, the Yu family patriarch only relinquished power when he was no longer able to fulfill his duties. But old Master Yu was exceptionally wise. When his father handed over the position to him, he was already in his 50s, and his physical strength and energy were beginning to wane. Therefore, he chose to hand over the reins while his eldest son was still young and capable of handling the responsibilities with ease. Moreover, youth often brings a willingness to think outside the box, unlike the tendency to cling to old ways that comes with age. He would have many bold ideas. For instance, Yu Buwei had transferred all family members working at the headquarters to subsidiaries, something no previous patriarch had ever done. Now, when old Master Yu mentioned the drinking arrangement with Qin Feng, he was actually signaling that he had begun to take notice of this young man. People like them were meticulous thinkers. When they encountered someone they deemed talented, they absolutely wanted to recruit them under their banner, making them a force within their family. Old Master Yu held Qin Feng in particularly high regard now. It wasn't merely because he'd resisted the temptation of that century-old vintage. More than anything, he admired the young man's composure in the face of change. Consider his third son, who held considerable standing in Tiannan. While not everyone would give him face, no one dared to openly defy him. Yet here stood this young man, fiercely resisting what he perceived as injustice, not with brute force, but with arguments so well reasoned that others began to suspect his own son was the one grasping at straws. Very well. This is indeed fine wine. For the sake of your health, I've passed up such a splendid opportunity. You must diligently follow the prescription and take your medicine. Anyone could tell Qin Feng was joking, yet some interpreted his words as cunning manipulation. That someone was the Yu family's son-in-law, the very fence-sitter from earlier. Young man, if you keep talking like this, I'll start reading too much into it. Do you really think my father owes you a favor? Looks like what third brother said earlier makes a lot of sense after all. Truthfully, his relationship with Yu Qingwei was far stronger than with Yu Buwei, as they shared a common enemy. Naturally, he harbored resentment over being expelled from the headquarters years ago. Moreover, his work capabilities paled in comparison to the Yu family members. If not for his wife's behind-the-scenes advice, he'd be utterly indecisive on certain matters. Brother-in-law, how can you twist Qin Feng's words like that? Since this is a family gathering, and Qin Feng saved Dad's life, can't you stop assuming everyone else is the villain? I've said it before, if any of your subsidiaries ever outperform mine, if they surpass my annual profits even once, I'll step down from my current position. You're free to speculate about my true intentions, but since this is a family gathering, I hope you'll keep things simple. Not everyone in this world is a villain. Yu Buwei felt Yu Qingwei had already gone too far. Now her brother-in-law was saying such things too. It was utterly lacking in the decorum expected of a prominent family. Brother, I merely uttered a single sentence, yet you lecture me at such length. Do you truly believe your actions are justified? I suppose I needn't stay for dinner. This gathering wasn't meant for me anyway. You lot can linger over your meal without us. Without us around, you'll surely enjoy yourselves. Father, I wish you a speedy recovery. When I have time, I'll come visit you privately. This was Lu Jia, the son-in-law of the Yu family. He slowly rose to his feet, about to leave, but Yu Shouwei grabbed his arm. Lu Jia, have you gotten too big for your britches lately? How dare you talk back to my eldest brother? Let me tell you, without the Yu family, you'd still be a car salesman. My father's just recovered, and here you are whining non-stop. I held my tongue when third brother was here, but now you don't even respect your eldest brother? Lu Jia suddenly went limp, no longer the same person as before. Qin Feng, it seems this guy is a henpecked husband after all. Looks like his status as a son-in-law by marriage isn't much to speak of. Lu Jie sat down obediently, head bowed, saying nothing more. Yu Shouwei spoke up. Lu Jie, don't forget you're also a son-in-law who married into this family. Don't you remember how people talked about you back then? Don't you know how Big Brother stood up for you? Now you're here trying to make things difficult for others. I suggest you hand back the subsidiary's authority tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're starting to get a bit too full of yourself. Back then, as a son-in-law who married into the family, Lu Jie faced criticism no less than Qin Feng. But his smooth rise over the years had gradually made people forget that incident. At that moment, Lu Jie, the daughter of Yu Shouwei, approached Qin Feng with a wineglass in hand. Lu Jie was considered one of Tiannan's most beautiful women, especially with her exquisitely sculpted face so flawless it seemed surgically enhanced, even becoming a template for many seeking plastic surgery. You're Qin Feng, right? If anything my father said earlier offended you, please forgive me. You've worked tirelessly for my grandfather's illness, and today you're even providing him with a tonic to strengthen his constitution. This cup is my father's apology. Water instead of wine I'll drink first to show my respect. Though the cup contained only a beverage, Lu Jie tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp to show her sincerity. Qin Feng also picked up the glass before him and downed all the plain water inside. I don't blame your father. What he said was understandable. If I were in his shoes, I might have had similar thoughts. Qin Feng thought to himself. The two girls from the Yu family, one possessed a perfect figure and a pair of long, unforgettable legs. And this girl before him, how could she be so exquisitely beautiful? He'd observed her earlier, she hadn't had any plastic surgery. She was truly naturally beautiful. But no matter how beautiful they were, it didn't matter. His heart belonged only to Chening. Here's my card. We're friends now. You saved my grandfather's life. After this family dinner, I'll treat you to a meal privately. Lu Jie was famously known as an ice queen in Tiannan. Beyond necessary conversations, she kept most men at arm's length, let alone proactively handing her business card to another man. Lu Jie couldn't explain why she'd done it. She sensed an indescribable charm emanating from the man before her, an irresistible urge to get to know him. She had only recently returned from studying abroad and had heard rumors about Qin Feng's exploits, but she paid them no mind. After all, her own father had once been the subject of ridicule in others' eyes. Alright, thank you for now. Qin Feng didn't refuse her outright, assuming she was merely being polite in front of his family. So he accepted the business card, glanced at the name printed on it, and tucked it away politely to avoid making her feel awkward. Qin Feng's heart belonged solely to Chening. How could he possibly go out to dinner alone with Lu Jie? It was nothing short of a fairy tale. Chapter 93, Two Women Competing. On her short walk back to her seat, Lu Jie felt her heart pounding wildly, her face burning hot. What's wrong, dear? Did you catch a chill and get a fever? Seeing her daughter's face flushed to such an extent, Yu Shou quickly reached out to touch her forehead, suspecting a fever, and asked with concern. No, I probably just got up too quickly. I'll be fine in a moment. Though Lu Jie had studied abroad, she had never dated a boyfriend. She had always rebuffed any advances from men. She could honestly say she'd never felt that flutter of attraction before. Yet now, she sensed she might be developing feelings for Qin Feng, though she wasn't entirely sure. Yu Bingxin observed Lu Jie's current state and recognized it as the telltale signs of a girl's heart fluttering. Yet, she herself was still waiting for Qin Feng. She absolutely couldn't afford to have Lu Jie as a rival. Sis, I heard that young master from the Li family has been pursuing you lately. How's that going? After Lu Jie finished her glass of water, the atmosphere had eased considerably. Yu Bingxin said this to hint to Qin Feng that her sister already had another man pursuing her. Him? He's been pestering me nonstop every day. I'm getting so annoyed. But since he's from the Li family, I can't just reject him like I would anyone else. He's quite accomplished, but I don't think we're suited. Why are you so concerned about this? Could it be, you like him? The Li family is also one of the 4 major clans of Tiannan, and the young Master Li they referred to as none other than the second son of the Li family. Not only was he handsome and well-built, but he also graduated from a prestigious foreign university. He carried himself with remarkable humility, showing none of the typical arrogance of a wealthy young master from a prominent family. Everyone held him in the highest regard. By chance, he met Lu Jie once, and that sparked an intense pursuit. Now, all of Tiannan knew that the second young master of the Li family was courting Lu Jie. Yet Lu Jie had never reciprocated his feelings. She simply didn't feel anything for the second young master of the Li family. Despite his many admirable qualities, there was just no spark between them. My little sister has grown up daring to tease her elder sister. You're no longer a child, find someone to marry soon. I think that second young master from the Li family would be quite suitable. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal while listening to the sisters chat. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng seemed genuinely interested in the topic. Though his mouth was full, he listened with rapt attention. You're older than me. If you're interested, I can introduce you too. You should marry him. Lu Jie said with a laugh. Yu Bingxin was a goddess in the hearts of many in Tiannan, though everyone knew she was wholly devoted to the Yu family business. Rarely did one hear gossip about her personal life. She rejected all suitors outright, leaving admirers to pine for her in silence, never daring to confess. I already have someone I like, Qin Feng. I'm just waiting for him to be expelled from the Chun family, and then I'll marry him. The moment Yu Bingxin uttered these words, everyone present froze in their tracks. Even the usually composed Yu Buwei stared at his daughter in astonishment, thinking she was far too blunt to say such things. Hearing Yu Bingxin speak thus, Qin Feng dismissed it as youthful impulsiveness. He reasoned that since he had healed her grandfather, she might harbor special feelings for him. He assumed she'd forget about it once time passed, but to blurt it out in front of her own family left him stunned. Sis, you're not joking, are you? Lu Jiayi hadn't expected those words to come from Yu Bingxin's mouth either. Yet suddenly, a pang of unease gripped her heart because she, too, seemed to like this man. And it felt like love at first sight. Look at me now, does this look like I'm joking? Yu Bingxin seemed utterly unconcerned about her words, radiating confidence. She believed she possessed the charm to win Qin Feng over. Though someone had arranged for her to approach Qin Feng, after reviewing his background and witnessing his demeanor while treating her grandfather that day, she couldn't shake the impression. Sis, if you speak like that, you might just make an enemy in this matter. No one quite grasped what Lu Jiayi meant, prompting Yu Bingxin to ask. Sis, what exactly are you implying? I'm afraid I don't quite follow. After uttering those words, Yu Bingxin had already grasped the meaning behind Lu Jiayi's statement in her mind. She simply couldn't believe it. They had only met for the first time today. How could she possibly harbor such feelings for Qin Feng? Yet Yu Bingxin forgot that she herself had fallen for Qin Feng at their very first meeting. Sister, you're so intelligent. You should understand what I mean. Since you've chosen to pretend you don't understand, I'll be blunt, I like him too. That extra enemy you mentioned? That's me. Everyone had been stunned by Yu Bingxin's earlier words, but now, hearing Lu Jiayi's response, their eyes widened with even greater shock. Both sisters now bore a fierce, combative glint in their eyes, and it was all for this so-called useless waste, the Chun family's son-in-law, Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit dazed. He was a married man, after all. Even if he divorced, he'd still be a divorced man. Moreover, these two girls before him with their figures and looks could have any young master from Tiannan's prominent families at their disposal. So why on earth had they chosen him? They hadn't even interacted much, one he'd met 3 times, the other just now. Ha 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 ha. How amusing, utterly amusing. Amidst the commotion, old master Yu picked up a piece of braised pork, took a bite, and chuckled. Normally, Yu Bingxin kept a tight rein on him, never allowing him to eat such high-fat foods. Yet now, seeing his granddaughter and grandniece completely disregard their elder's presence and seemingly ready to go all out for this man before them. Qin Feng, you're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? My granddaughter and granddaughter have countless suitors in Tiannan. Who would have thought they'd both fall for you? What are you going to do about this? It's truly fascinating. Old master Yu picked up another piece of braised pork. Just as he was about to pop it into his mouth, he met Yu Bingxin's piercing gaze. Feeling guilty, he reluctantly set the pork back down. Since my sister and I both love the same man, we'll compete fairly. Even if Qin Feng chooses my sister in the end, I'll sincerely wish them happiness. However, if Qin Feng ultimately chooses me, I hope my sister will extend the same kind of blessing to us. I don't want this matter to damage the bond between us sisters. Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered. Why were these two girls acting so self-righteous? He now felt like nothing more than a commodity they had set their sights on. Fine, let's seal this with a promise. When he's expelled from the Chun family, I'll launch a fierce attack on him. You better be ready, don't come crying if you lose. Lu Jiayi's confidence remained unshaken. After all, she had her own advantages, her flawlessly perfect looks. Though her figure might slightly pale in comparison to Yu Bingxin's, she was confident she could still come out on top. Fine. Just don't go crawling to grandpa crying afterward. You're old enough now. If you cry too pitifully, I'll make fun of you. Yu Bingxin and Lu Jiayi had never behaved like this before. Whenever they encountered something they both liked, they would always defer to each other. Their relationship had always been exceptionally harmonious. After trading sharp remarks, both fixed their gaze on Qin Feng. What storms hadn't he weathered in his 3 years away? Yet this situation left him momentarily flustered. To outright reject both girls in front of the Yu family would be utterly graceless. So he offered everyone a polite smile, quickly lowered his head, and took a bite of food to mask the awkwardness. Young man, you'd better work hard. Our Yu family has 2 young ladies waiting for you. Ha ha ha. Old master Yu found the whole situation increasingly amusing. His granddaughter and grandniece had both fallen for the same man. And he must admit, he rather liked the fellow himself. Having him become a son-in-law to the Yu family wouldn't be so bad. Grandfather, could you please stop joking about me? I'm already full. Could someone bring me a pen and paper? I'll write down the prescription for you, then I plan to go home and sleep. After uttering those words, the 2 girls actually rose together and squeezed past each other to exit the dining room. A moment later, the two girls reappeared, their hair slightly disheveled and their clothes creased, evidence of a recent battle. Here's a pen. Here's the paper. One girl held the pen, the other the paper, and they handed them to Chin Fong. Thanks. Chin Fong was now at a loss for words, wondering what he could possibly have done to deserve the affection of two such outstanding girls, and they didn't seem to be joking. Chin Fong swiftly scribbled a prescription on the paper. His handwriting remained as vigorous and powerful as ever, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who saw it. Chapter 94, Playing with the Thief. Uncle you must precisely measure the herbs according to the quantities listed. Follow the instructions I've written for taking them. Within half a month, the old master will be restored to full health. Then he can eat and drink whatever he desires. Overjoyed at the news, old master Yu turned to Yu Buwei and declared, "Go get it for me right now. I want to eat it immediately. Hurry up, I'm impatient. I love taking medicine more than anything." Seeing old master Yu in such high spirits, the entire family rejoiced. Yu Buwei replied, "Father, I don't think you can take it today. The prescription specifies morning administration. I'll get it for you after the banquet concludes." After taking the prescription, Yu Buwei carefully studied the instructions. He admired Qin Feng's vigorous handwriting, surprised that a ballpoint pen could produce such elegant strokes. Had it not been for the beautiful calligraphy, he wouldn't have bothered to copy the entire prescription. "Qin Feng, you've cured my father's illness. Words can't express my gratitude. Just remember this, whenever you need someone from the Yu family in Tiannan, give me a call. As long as it doesn't involve breaking the law, murder, or arson, you will lend my full support." Had ordinary people heard Yu Buwei's words, they would have been utterly astonished. For these were no empty promises from his lips. Yu Buwei was famously a man of his word, never one to make hollow declarations. "I wouldn't call curing the old gentleman's illness a mere trifle. It took some effort on my part. But as a physician, it's my compassionate duty. I'm truly glad I could help a patient. As for any future matters where your assistance is truly needed, I won't hesitate to ask." For Qin Feng to outright refuse his offer of help would be utterly unnatural, not something a normal person would say or do. "Ha, I like your straightforward nature, young man. You never put on airs like others do. You speak your mind, that's truly admirable. Here, let me toast to you." Yu Buwei found himself growing increasingly fond of this young man before him. Not only was he unassuming, but he possessed remarkable skills. If this man could become his son-in-law, it would be quite a fortunate matter. Cheers! The two clinked glasses. Though filled with water, what they drank was the deep bond between them. During the banquet, Yu Buwei caught his daughter stealing glances at Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with undisguised interest. He knew her heart was already aflutter. This daughter of hers had never had a boyfriend, not even a rumor of a romantic interest had ever surfaced. For such an exceptional young woman to maintain such purity was truly remarkable. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, just as Qin Feng was about to leave, 2 young women suddenly ran over, each taking one of his arms. "Qin Feng, remember my words. I, Yu Bingxin, will wait here for you forever. Brother, I, Lu Jia, feel the same. If it comes to it, I'll be the younger one while you take the older role." Qin Feng never imagined he'd be so blessed with such beauty. Though he wasn't a promiscuous man, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the advances of these 2 stunning beauties. As Qin Feng descended the stairs, he spotted 2 figures lurking suspiciously around his car. Qin Feng knew immediately that these 2 couldn't be up to any good. He quickened his pace back to the car, catching them completely off guard. "Hey, what are you 2 up to? Do you really think there's cash in this car?" Qin Feng only now realized that both men were holding screwdrivers. Clearly, they'd come prepared. But with this latest Rolls-Royce model, the glass was bulletproof. What could they possibly do to his car with those flimsy screwdrivers? "Get lost. This is none of your business. Get out of our sight immediately, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of hurt." Qin Feng stared at these 2 petty thieves. Had they become this brazen? Committing such crimes without even bothering to hide their identities? The cool summer night breeze sobered Qin Feng a bit, and he decided to tease these 2 petty thieves. "Hold on, let me ask what you 2 are up to. Since I saw it, I'm in on it too. Maybe I can even help you out." Qin Feng observed the 2 petty thieves, who seemed utterly stumped, likely facing some insurmountable problem. "Is that so? We don't believe you'd dare lie to us. What do you do? Let's see if you can actually help us. If you can't, get lost." Qin Feng hadn't expected these 2 petty thieves to be so dim-witted they actually believed his words. "I'm an auto mechanic." Qin Feng reasoned that since these 2 were intent on theft and circling the car, they must be after something inside. So fabricating this identity was exactly what they wanted to hear. Their current behavior instantly confirmed his hunch. "Wow, never thought we'd find what we were looking for so easily. We actually stumbled upon a mechanic. This is perfect." One of the petty thieves exclaimed, their faces lighting up with delight. "You're not lying to us, are you?" Qin Feng hadn't expected such a question. Did he really think they'd believe him if he said he wasn't lying? Of course not. "You're both armed, why would I risk lying to you? Xin Feng looked young and dressed plainly, which actually made him resemble a car mechanic. Alright, if we pull this off, we'll give you a cut. We've never seen this car before, but we recognize the emblem. It's a Rolls-Royce, the cream of the crop among luxury cars. Today, my buddy and I were hoping to borrow this guy's two side mirrors to pawn for some cash. We circled around forever but couldn't figure out how to remove them. Never expected to run into you. This is fate. If this deal goes through, we'll make at least tens of thousands. Original parts are always best. A big boss driving this kind of car won't mind losing a few 10,000. I'll give you 10 grand, enough for a month's wages, right? Xin Feng watched the two bumbling crooks and found them increasingly amusing. Since he was in a good mood, he decided to play along a bit longer. I specialize in luxury cars. I can make 10,000 in a week. Forget it. You two don't seem sincere anyway. This car's worth tens of millions. You two scrape together a measly sum and offer me such a pittance? Forget it. I'm out. Of course, Xin Feng couldn't reveal the car's true value. If he did, these two petty thieves would be scared to death. Well, young man, you're surprisingly greedy. How about we split it 3 ways? You didn't do much anyway, just took off a rearview mirror. Everything else is on us. If anything goes wrong, we'll take the fall. You're not involved much. But we're both in the business, we play by the rules. Split it evenly? That's fair enough, right? In the end, Xin Feng still shook his head. This car's mirror was tough to remove. It took me a lot of effort. If it were easy, wouldn't you two have done it already? I don't think you two are being sincere. People in the business don't act like you. This is skilled work. We should split it 70-30. Xin Feng said, feigning anger. The two petty thieves exchanged glances, finding Xin Feng rather adorable. After all, if Xin Feng got 3 parts, he'd end up with less than a split. Alright, brother, deal. We take 7, you take 3. No hard feelings, right? Xin Feng watched the two of them smirking and realized he'd stumbled upon 2 little cuties. He spoke up. What are you two thinking? It should be me taking 7 and you taking 3. Why should all the good stuff go to you? If you want to do it, do it. If not, forget it. It's late and I need to get home and sleep. Xin Feng lost interest too and started to drive away. Without catching them red-handed, turning them into the authorities would be pointless. Hey, wait. Can we talk this over? That's way too stingy. We worked our butts off, not to mention scaring the owner. How about this, you take 5 and we split the other 5. How about this? Don't push it too far, we're not the kind of guys you want to mess with. From the moment he laid eyes on them, Xin Feng knew these two were pushovers. What kind of criminal would stoop to stealing car mirrors? Give these guys a knife and they'd stab themselves. They wouldn't dare take the money. Fine. You two step aside. I'm afraid you'll try to steal my technique. The two petty thieves obediently stepped aside. Xin Feng walked over to the driver's side, pretended to fiddle with something for a moment, then secretly pulled out a remote control and got into the car. Bro, this guy's got some skills. He poked around a bit and unlocked the door. Let's check out what's inside this car. I've never seen one before. The two petty thieves slowly approached the car. Xin Feng flashed a mischievous grin, slowly rolled down the window and addressed them. No more playing with you guys. Who knew there were such idiots in this world? Bye-bye. Better stop doing shady stuff in the future. Xin Feng floored the gas pedal and vanished into the night, leaving the two thieves holding screwdrivers, staring blankly as his car drove away. Boss, this car seems to be his. One thief spoke slowly. The one called boss slapped him hard on the back of the head and snapped. Are you stupid? Can't I tell? We got played. Xin Feng rolled down the window, letting the cool summer night breeze flood the car interior. Feeling utterly satisfied. Chapter 95, Looking for Trouble. The next day. It was the grand opening of the hospital under Qin Feng's name. The entire social elite gathered in the hall, eager to catch a glimpse of the young master of the Qin family. However, Xin Feng had no intention of making an appearance today. Instead, he entrusted all matters to Chen Wanliang. Ying, don't be nervous. Both your medical skills and capabilities make you perfectly qualified for the position of vice president here. You've got this. After dropping Chen Ying off, Xin Feng parked his car in an inconspicuous corner while Chen Ying was escorted away by the security personnel in charge of reception. After parking, Xin Feng returned just as Chen Wanliang began his speech. Of course, it was all the usual platitudes and polite niceties. Seeing how exhausted Chen Ying had been these past few days, Xin Feng had instructed the vice president not to speak at all. Chen Ying relaxed considerably. From the speech to the ribbon-cutting ceremony, everything proceeded smoothly. Even those unwilling to give Chen Wanliang face dared not refuse the Qin family's courtesy. Today's event was primarily for tours. The official opening would be held in 3 days. Even for a hospital, they needed to find an auspicious date. After everything concluded, Xin Feng found Chen Ying and Chen Wanliang. At that moment, Chen Wanliang had a woman by his side. Young Master Xin Feng, this is my daughter, Shen Xiaoxiao. She came to see the excitement for today's opening. Qian Wanliang was visibly nervous, nearly revealing Qin Feng's true identity. Oh, a pleasure to meet you. Shall we grab a bite together? Qin Feng noticed Chun Ying had been bustling about all morning. That little foodie must be starving. Sounds good. Let's go. The four of them headed to a well-known Western restaurant along the way. Not only was the ambience elegant, but it also had a very upscale feel. Good evening. How many guests will be joining us? The greeter at the entrance asked politely. After all, they arrived in a nice car, and aside from Qin Feng's ordinary attire, the other three were all dressed quite stylishly. 4 guests. Qian Wanliang replied. Very well, please follow me. The four followed the hostess into an exceptionally elegant private dining room. The hostess's role at the entrance was to assess guests' attire and direct them to appropriate seating areas. This particular private room, without a reservation, was the second best seating available at this Western restaurant. Hello, I'll have a steak, medium rare, and also. Since Qin Feng would be driving later and drinking in the middle of the day wasn't ideal, they didn't order any wine. Ah, you're getting off easy. Otherwise, I'd have insisted on a bottle of fine wine and made you splurge properly. Qian Wanliang chuckled cheerfully, the atmosphere radiating harmony. Ding dong ding dong. A knock sounded from outside the private room. Come in. The group assumed it was the waiter bringing their meal, but the waiter stood empty-handed and announced. Someone is looking for a Mr. Qin Feng outside. The waiter then whispered under his breath. Those guys look like real thugs. They're definitely not good people. After saying this, he quickly glanced back, realizing there was no back door to this private room. He wondered what this Mr. Qin Feng should do. Oh, that's me. Qin Feng stood up, wondering who he might have offended. He figured he'd deal with whatever came his way. Staying put risked them barging in. Besides, there were girls inside. If these reckless men harmed them, the consequences would far outweigh any gains. Qin Feng, let me handle this. Qian Wanliang held considerable sway within the underworld. He wondered what kind of person would dare to cause trouble for him, Qin Feng. It's fine. You stay here and eat. I'll be back soon. They clearly came for me, what's the point of you going out? Qin Feng certainly wasn't intimidated by these low-level thugs. Even if they were armed, what could they do? They still weren't his match. Qin Feng, these guys mean trouble. Wait here while I go negotiate with them. If talks fail, I'll call for backup. Since they're all part of the underworld, they should give me some face. It'll save you from getting too entangled with such people. Qian Wanliang remained confident when dealing with underground forces, certain he could handle the situation smoothly. No need. I'll handle my own affairs. Didn't I just say? You two stay here. I'll be back soon. Already said that, didn't I? You two just wait here. I'll be back soon. After Qin Feng spoke these words, he walked out of the private room. The three of them sat there, their eyes filled with worry. Dad, you should go check outside. No matter whose people they are, they'll show some respect to the Qian family. Even if they push things too far, you'll have time to call for backup. Chen Xiaoxiao typically handled business affairs at the company and rarely participated in the development of underground operations. It's fine. I trust these people aren't his match. Don't worry. Qin Feng stepped out of the private room to find the lobby completely deserted. It seemed the crowd had been scared off by the sight of these heavily tattooed men. You're Qin Feng? A burly man with a menacing expression spoke up. Humph, whose toilet hasn't been flushed? Or is the sewer leaking? What's with the stench? Qin Feng retorted to the fat man, who hadn't yet processed the insult and sniffed the air. No, do you guys smell it? Everyone sniffed around, which finally made Qin Feng laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. I wonder who hired you bunch of little cuties. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm calling you a fat pig with a stinking mouth. Only then did they realize Qin Feng was insulting their boss. Under normal circumstances, they would have attacked him already. But they had a mission to complete now and couldn't act directly. You little, say that again? You wanna see us rip your mouth off? The leader roared furiously. Could you please stop talking? Your breath stinks so bad, it's like the smell of manure in the countryside. You guys won't even need to lift a finger, I'll suffocate to death from the stench myself. Qin Feng pinched his nose in disgust. Qin Feng hadn't acted immediately because he wanted to figure out these men's true motives. If it was revenge, he could have dealt with them right away. Besides, he hadn't offended anyone since returning this time revenge seemed unlikely. Damn it, did I give you permission to talk to me like that? You better just wait. I'm telling you now, you used to have 2 paths to choose from, but now you only have one. Get down on your knees right now. Kowtow 3 times. Face the camera and say you're sorry. That's all it would have taken for us to let you go. But you pissed me off. Now, after you kowtow, you'll have to face my wrath. Qin Feng sneered coldly as he addressed him. Ha! What wrath am I supposed to face? Your foul-mouthed attacks? Open your stinking mouth and spew your venom at me? You make me feel like I've fallen into a toilet. That's a truly brilliant move. I'm actually starting to think I shouldn't mess with you. Truth be told, the fat man did have a bit of bad breath, though not as exaggerated as Qin Feng made it sound. Blame it on Qin Feng's overly sensitive nose, finding it unbearably pungent.
You don't need to kneel now. After I beat the out of you, I'll let you draw your last breath before you apologize. Then don't just stand there. Beat the out of him.
Make sure he's barely breathing before he dies. We need that video to collect the final payment. The men, covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos, charged at Qin Feng with knives, spears, and clubs in hand.
The first attacker charged forward, bellowing wildly as he swung his cleaver down.
Qin Feng reached out, grabbed the blade, and squeezed it so hard it shattered into pieces. The spot where he'd gripped it even curled into a coil. Qin Feng kicked the man flying backward, and the immense force carried several others charging behind him along with him. At that moment, Qin Feng's hands seemed to be covered by a layer of transparent film. This film, of course, was formed by his true chi, an unparalleled martial art known as the jade condensing palm. The translucent membrane resembled a layer of white jade enveloping his palm, hence the name. Besides the fat man, 2 others remained behind, trembling in fear and daring not to advance a single step. They could only stand their ground, testing the waters cautiously. They reasoned that once their fallen comrades rose, they could launch a coordinated attack. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and the earlier defeat must have been mere coincidence. But after waiting for ages, there was no sign of them getting up. They all lay there, motionless. You 2, go first. Knock him down, and I'll add 10,000 yuan to each of your paychecks. The fat man, of course, wasn't about to charge first. He wanted to see just how strong Qin Feng really was.
He wasn't about to make a reckless attack.
Driven by greed, the other 2 men forgot their fear. Shouting, they charged forward with their weapons raised. Qin Feng picked up 2 toothpicks from the table. Dealing with such men by firing silver needles would be a waste of precious needles. The 2 charging men only caught a glimpse of a tiny black shadow before feeling a sharp pain between their eyebrows, instantly losing the ability to move. Of course, he wouldn't take their lives. Though they were wicked men who had committed countless evils, they didn't deserve to die by his hand. For now, he merely rendered them temporarily unconscious.
Once the toothpicks were removed, they would return to normal without any lasting effects. Chapter 96, The Black Tortoise Hall.
You. Only the fat leader remained. He tried to flee but found his legs weak and unsteady. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to move, feeling that even the slightest shift might cause him to collapse onto the floor.
What's wrong with me? You attacked me first. There are surveillance cameras here to prove it.
And soon, I'll hand all of you over to the authorities. If you tell me now who hired you to come here, I'll let you live to see prison.
If you don't, your next stop is the crematorium.
The fat man had already wet himself in fear. He thought back on his years on the streets. While he hadn't killed anyone, he'd left countless victims gravely injured. Qin Feng's terrifying strength had shown him that there were always people stronger than him, and the sky was limitless. He now despised the man who hired him. They'd assured him the target was a useless piece of trash, and the price offered was incredibly high. That's why he'd taken the job. But what he witnessed now defied all expectations. This man possessed martial arts skills beyond belief.
If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing away dust. Though the underworld demanded a code of honor, what good was that when his own life hung in the balance?
It's the second young master of the Yu family, Yu Bingxing. Hearing that name, Qin Feng suddenly recalled this person. Back when he was with the Yu family, this man had threatened him, vowing to make him suffer. But he never expected this man would actually send people to attack him, and these men were clearly from an underground organization.
Oh? Which faction do you belong to?
Qin Feng knew that across all of Tianan, there were only a handful of legitimate underground organizations. The rest were just scattered, disorganized groups that weren't worth worrying about.
But even these legitimate organizations didn't faze him.
I'm from the Xuanwu Hall, but I'm only an outer door disciple, not an inner door member. Many knew this fat man belonged to the Black Tortoise sect, and he took pride in it. After all, the Black Tortoise sect was one of the 4 major underground organizations, and becoming an outer disciple there was no small feat.
Did he contact you directly about this job today, or did it go through the Xuanwu Hall?
Qin Feng considered that if the Xuanwu Hall found out about this, he could pay them a visit. If he'd taken the job privately, Qin Feng could do little but teach him a lesson and let him go.
It was assigned to us through the inner circle. If the inner circle found out I revealed the client's identity, I'd be dead meat. The fat man reasoned that if he fought back fiercely, he might die right here.
Revealing the employer's identity could buy him a chance to survive, take the money and hide in a small city or village, at least staying alive. So he resolved to spill everything he knew, lest he provoke the wrath of this formidable figure before him and be struck down right here.
Is every word you've spoken the truth? Think carefully. If even one word is a lie, I'll give you one more chance.
Qin Feng had already obtained the answers he sought. Since the Xuanwu Hall had crossed him, he intended to teach them a lesson.
Brother, I've told you nothing but the truth. Not a single word was a lie.
If I deceived you, I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Seeing that the fat man seemed reasonably honest, Qin Feng refrained from further intimidation and did not strike him. These underground organizations needed to expand. Though their activities were unsavory, they maintained close ties with the major clans. Their relationship was purely cooperative. Yet some uninformed individuals mistakenly believed every major clan had a subordinate faction directly under their command. In truth, the underground organizations were willing to lend a hand precisely to secure greater benefits from the major families. After all, certain matters still required the intervention of these underground forces.
Fine. I choose to believe you. I'll let you off today, but you must do one thing for me. Shin Fong addressed the fat man.
Seeing a glimmer of hope and the chance to survive, the man quickly responded.
Name it. Whatever it is, I'll give it my all.
Having navigated the underworld for so many years, the man knew better than to overpromise.
Failing to deliver could bring severe consequences.
Go back and tell whoever assigned you this task that I'll pay a visit to your Xuanwu Hall when I have the time. If you fail to deliver my message as instructed when I pay my visit to the Xuanwu Hall, the members there may be unaware, but you should know very well what means I possess. Shin Fong had been smiling calmly until those words left his mouth. His demeanor shifted abruptly, and the fat man instantly felt a chill run through his entire body. It felt as though I were standing in the dead of winter, and even hell itself couldn't be any colder than this.
Yes. I will definitely pass on your message.
The fat man thought to himself, survival came first.
Once he escaped, Shin Fong would have a hard time tracking him down.
Lost in these thoughts, the fat man suddenly saw a dark shadow flash before him. A sharp pain pierced his stomach.
As he gasped in agony, something bitter entered his mouth. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough.
What did you give me? The fat man knew immediately that Shin Fong had poisoned him.
Oh, just a tiny pill.
It won't take effect for a month.
But after that month, if you don't get the antidote from me, you'll rot away and die. If you don't believe me, you can try to escape. But after a month, all that will remain of you in this world is a pool of blood. Terrified out of his wits by Shin Feng's words, the fat man even envisioned himself turning into a pool of blood. That image instantly erased any thoughts of escape from his mind.
He now found himself in a desperate predicament, convinced that Shin Feng's methods were utterly ruthless. All his years of street smarts couldn't fathom how this young man possessed such depth, how he could see right through his every thought.
You and I. The fat man was utterly helpless now, and could only return to inform the inner door members of the Xuanwu Hall. As an outer door disciple, he was considered elite. Moreover, this time it was the Yu family who had sought out the Black Tortoise Hall. The fact that they had sent him out showed how seriously they took this matter. When he was dispatched, he thought it was overkill after all, they were only dealing with a legendary useless son-in-law. That's why he'd arrived with such an arrogant attitude. The way things had unfolded now was something he never could have imagined in his wildest dreams. What do you mean, what? If you don't want to do this, I'll put you out of your misery.
Shin Fong stood with one foot planted on a cleaver. The fat man had already witnessed Shin Feng's strength earlier. If that cleaver came flying at him now, he'd be dead on the spot.
No. I'll go back immediately and tell the inner sect members.
Once he returned, the inner sect members would punish him for his failure without asking why a brutal beating awaited him.
Though terrified of that beating, dying here was far worse.
Gritting his teeth, he agreed to Shin Feng's demand.
Get lost.
Shin Fong slowly walked back to the private room. Just then, the dishes they'd ordered arrived at the table. Inside the room, they could clearly hear the agonized screams coming from outside.
Xian Wanliang stayed inside because two young women were still in the room.
If this group turned out to be street thugs who didn't recognize him, he could protect them both from within the private room.
Shin Fong, back already? Who's out there?
We heard screams earlier. Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you. Xian Wanliang and Shin Fong had grown very close, so their conversation had shed the formalities of the past.
Oh, just some low-level thugs.
We had a minor altercation earlier, and they came looking for trouble today.
Nothing serious. Let's eat.
Shin Fong knew that if he told Shin Fong about it, he would definitely go after the Xuanwu Hall. After all, their relationship was no longer ordinary, and he was well aware of Shin Feng's identity. Most importantly, Xian Wanliang held considerable clout within the underworld.
Oh, you're just too kind-hearted. Someone as capable as you shouldn't bother with this trash. Scum. There'll always be some blind bastards out there. Don't let them get to you. How about I find you two tough guys tomorrow to follow you around? Then these little trashes won't bother you anymore. Xian Wanliang spoke from genuine concern, not empty platitudes. Forget it. I've got no business to speak of already, and people are criticizing me enough. If you get me two bodyguards, I won't be able to handle it. After dinner, the two groups parted ways. Shening returned home and immediately plunged back into hospital affairs. After all, as the new vice president, her responsibilities were immense. The next day, Shin Fong and Shening had just arrived at the hospital. Shening wanted to familiarize herself with the surroundings, but the entrance was already swarming with people. What's going on? Shening asked.
Shin Fong scanned the crowd from afar, and a familiar figure immediately caught his eye.
Ying, stay in the car for now.
These people are probably here for me. Xin Feng observed the large group, all dressed uniformly with the emblem of the black tortoise on their attire. Chapter 97, Third Brother of the Xuanwu Hall. Xin Feng realized he hadn't even sought them out yet, but instead, that fat guy from yesterday had brought them to him. It seemed he really did have some kind of connection with the Xuanwu Hall. Maybe we shouldn't go to the hospital today. I see there are at least 100 of them. You guys should leave first. Chen Ying's expression betrayed fear. Though she knew Xin Feng was formidable in a fight, such overwhelming numbers could be dangerous if they swarmed him. It's fine. Just relax. I won't keep you from work. Chen Ying saw the unwavering resolve in Xin Feng's eyes. His entire aura felt different from before. Though she was deeply uneasy, she sensed he had his own plan. Alright, then, just be careful. Xin Feng deliberately parked right at the company entrance, ensuring he appeared before them immediately. Third brother, this is Xin Feng's car. The fat man's arm was already in a cast. Seeing his awkward state, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Xin Feng slowly stepped out of the car and locked the doors. With bulletproof glass, Chen Ying was perfectly safe inside this luxury vehicle. The Xuanwu Hall members stared intently at Xin Feng, but he paid no heed to their glances. Instead, he walked slowly through the crowd, looked at the fat man, and said, "What? Didn't beat you enough yesterday? Come looking for more today?" Xin Feng calmly lit a cigarette, his gaze sweeping over the group. This single gesture alone made them feel he possessed an air of arrogance that seemed to look down on the world. "Xin Feng, you despicable coward. If you hadn't ambushed me yesterday, how could I have ended up so badly injured? This is brother 3 of the Xuanwu Hall. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance today." The fat man now wore an air of arrogance, a far cry from his begging posture yesterday. "Oh, third brother of the third-rate gang? Ha ha ha." Xin Feng wore a look of utter contempt as he lit a cigarette and took a drag. "Xin Feng? Did you beat him up at the Western restaurant yesterday?" The man called third brother stepped forward to ask. "Oh, you mean that guy with the foul mouth? Yeah, I beat him up. Now, since you're an inner circle member of the Xuanwu Hall, did you inform your old turtle boss? I'll be coming to settle accounts with you lot in a few days." Xin Feng actually said this in front of the Xuanwu Hall members, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. Who didn't know the Xuanwu Hall standing in Tiannan? Xin Feng dared to insult their boss, calling him an old turtle head. Third brother's rage flared instantly. "Kid, don't think you're some big shot just because you took out a few lowly minions. Who doesn't know you're the laughingstock of all Tiannan? You're nothing but a freeloader. How dare you provoke our Xuanwu Hall? Let me make this clear, this time next year will be your death anniversary." Third brother was furious. Though his position within the inner circle was relatively low, his loyalty to the Xuanwu Hall was absolute. "Third brother, please calm down." The fat man stood there, holding his two arms encased in casts, looking utterly ridiculous. "Xin Feng, kneel now and kowtow to me. Say, grandfather, I was wrong 3 times, and I might persuade third brother to spare your life. If you refuse to heed this warning, you'll die right here." Everyone listened to the fat man's words. He was pleading for Xin Feng. Everyone knew what kind of methods the Xuanwu Hall possessed. With Xin Feng's reckless mouth, he would definitely be hacked to death here. "What do you want me to say?" Xin Feng tilted his head in question, as if genuinely not having heard clearly. "Say, grandfather, I was wrong." The fat man repeated. A wicked grin spread across Xin Feng's lips. "My dear grandson, if you'd said that yesterday, would I have beaten you like this? Ha ha ha." The onlookers burst into laughter too, unable to contain themselves. To them, the fat man looked like a complete fool, outwitted by a worthless nobody. "Xin Feng, stop playing word games with me. If you don't want to live, don't blame me for being ruthless." The fat man's nose was practically crooked with rage. Everyone treated him with utmost respect normally. Yesterday, he'd been beaten by this very man, and today he was being toyed with like some little darling. The fat man could no longer contain his fury. "Youngster, how dare you speak to your grandfather like that? Forgotten how I taught you when you were little? You should be more polite when addressing your grandfather. Say grandfather again for me." Xin Feng stared at the third brother of the Xuanwu Hall, struggling to suppress his laughter. "You scumbag, did I give you permission to laugh? Your Xuanwu Hall is such a big organization, yet you have no professional integrity whatsoever? You actually mock your own subordinate? Looks like your old bastard boss never taught you how to conduct yourselves either." Hearing Xin Feng's words, the third brother's rage flared anew. But how could this young upstart possess such audacity to provoke him, when he himself commanded so many men? "Xin Feng, save your silver tongue. Once you're dead, I'll take your wife." Third brother had no idea that Xin Feng's Achilles' heel was his wife, Chen Ying. Whether these men called him a useless piece of trash or a freeloader, it didn't matter. But insulting his wife was absolutely unforgivable. Xin Feng shot forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing before third brother in an instant. Before anyone could react, Xin Feng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across third brother's face. Smack! The sharp crack echoed through the air. Everyone stared in stunned silence. They no longer cared how Qin Feng had closed the distance. They were certain he dared strike third brother of the Black Tortoise Hall. Qin Feng was dead meat today. Third brother covered his face in shock. His face had gone numb, and he felt as if something were stuck in his mouth. Put! Third brother suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Several pearly white teeth floated in the crimson liquid. Despite all his years in the Xuanwu Hall, no one had ever struck him before. Damn it! Smack! Qin Feng no longer wore the playful grin from moments before. His expression was blank as he stared at third brother, his eyes now flickering with a hint of murderous intent. This strike landed even harder than the last. Third brother staggered several steps before collapsing onto the ground, looking utterly disheveled and staring at Qin Feng in shock. Between us, you shouldn't have brought up my wife. Everyone felt as though Qin Feng had transformed into a different person. At that moment, he resembled a demon from hell, giving the impression he could kill third brother at any second. You. Third brother couldn't utter a word. He felt not just physical pain, but a soul-shaking impact. He knew that if he said another foolish thing, Qin Feng would kill him. Get out of here with your men. Qin Feng didn't want to cause a fatal incident in broad daylight. More importantly, it was already time for Qining to start work. He had just promised he wouldn't delay her. Qin Feng, do you think I'm afraid of you? Third brother could barely form coherent words now, his face swollen like a steamed bun. Yet, clinging to his pride, he stubbornly retorted. Shut up. Thud. Like a ghostly apparition, he materialized before third brother once more, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Third brother slammed hard into the wall, spitting a mouthful of blood. His head lolled to the side as he passed out cold. Get the hell out of here. Qin Feng turned to address the entire group. The Xuanwu Hall members quickly helped third brother to his feet and sped away in their car at top speed. Qin Feng didn't even glance at them. He strode swiftly to his own car and opened the door. Honey, it's all taken care of. Qin Feng's tone and gaze were filled with tenderness. My class monitor just called. He said there's a class reunion tonight and everyone should bring their families. He said it'll be lively with everyone together. I was going to decline, but the monitor looked out for me back in the day, so I couldn't really refuse. Chen Ying's classmates were either wealthy or well-connected, and all had achieved great success. While they claimed it was for bringing spouses, the real purpose was to show off. Male classmates flaunted how gorgeous their wives were, while female classmates boasted about how wealthy their husbands were. In their world of wealth, these so-called class reunions were nothing but opportunities for mutual one-upmanship. Chen Ying hesitated to attend because she feared her classmates might say something offensive to Qin Feng, embarrassing him. But her class monitor was relentless in her persuasion, and in the end, Chen Ying agreed to save her face. Alright, you haven't seen these classmates in years. Getting together is a good idea. Qin Feng knew exactly what these classmates were after, but since Chen Ying had already agreed, there was no way he could back out. Alright, I'll head to work now. Watching Chen Ying's retreating figure, Qin Feng realized he hadn't cooked at home in ages. If he attended the reunion tonight, he wouldn't be able to eat dinner at home. He headed to the supermarket to pick up ingredients for dinner. While selecting items, he suddenly noticed a man dressed smartly but lurking suspiciously behind a woman. Though Qin Feng didn't want to meddle in others' affairs, his sense of justice kicked in. If he didn't intervene, where would justice in the world come from? He followed the pair. When the woman bent over to pick up an item, the man pulled out his phone and slipped it under her skirt to take a surreptitious photo. Qin Feng instantly lost control of his emotions. He dropped the items he was holding and rushed over to the man, grabbing his hand tightly. Chapter 98, Chance Encounter with the Campus Beauty. Who the hell are you? Let go of me, you're hurting me. Qin Feng observed the man decently handsome, dressed in designer labels, holding the latest smartphone. Why would someone like him stoop to such a despicable act? Why are you secretly filming under girls' skirts? The girl suddenly turned around, and Qin Feng recognized a familiar face. It was the campus beauty from his university days, his former classmate. Back in school, she had once confessed her feelings to him. After he married into his wife's family, he had seen her once more, but the look in her eyes then had been mostly contempt. Qin Feng? The girl stared at him in shock, sizing him up from head to toe, her eyes brimming with disdain. By Ruobing? Qin Feng never imagined encountering her here. He assumed a woman who climbed social ladders like her would at least have married into wealth. How could she possibly be in a supermarket, picking out groceries herself? I told you to let go, damn it. Can't you hear me? You're the one who told me to take her picture. What are you playing at now? The person taking the photos was quick-witted. Seeing that the two seemed to know each other, he promptly shifted all the blame onto Qin Feng. Bai Ruobing stared at Qin Feng in shock, then glanced at the man who'd taken the photos. He looked every inch the wealthy playboy. How could someone like him stoop to such underhanded tricks? Qin Feng, you have a wife you don't cherish, yet you hire someone to follow me and take secret photos? Don't you know your own standing now? I never imagined you'd sink this low. Bai Ruobing's eyes brimmed with utter contempt. She believed this entire scene was Qin Feng's own staging. A scripted hero rescues the damsel act designed to win her favor. Xin Feng, I told you this wouldn't work, but you insisted on dragging me along. Now look, everyone can see we're just putting on a show. What are you going to do about it? Xin Feng never imagined the paparazzi would be so sharp-witted. Rage surged through him as he snapped at the photographer. I don't even know you. Stop talking nonsense, okay? You know exactly what you did. Hand over your phone. Bai Ruobing was furious. Everyone knew Xin Feng was nothing but a useless fool. Now she'd been caught on camera by this good-for-nothing, who refused to admit it and kept putting on a show in front of her. They had to be brought to justice. But before Bai Ruobing could speak, the person taking the photos said, "No need to rush. I won't delete these photos. We'll enjoy them together later. What's the hurry?" The photographer's face was twisted into a sly grin, convinced he had Xin Feng cornered today. Even if he got arrested, as long as he pinned everything on Xin Feng, he'd have someone to take the fall with him. What did you say? You think I won't rip your mouth off? Xin Feng was furious. Bai Ruobing didn't believe a word he said, leaving him utterly defenseless. He was already enraged by the paparazzi's actions, and now this situation had escalated to the point where he wanted nothing more than to kill the man. What? Getting angry because you're caught red-handed? One scheme failed, so you're trying another? Just apologize properly. This isn't how you chase girls. Xin Feng was seething with rage, his gaze icy as he stared at the person who had taken the photos. Xin Feng, you used to be so outstanding. Now look at what you've become. Since we're classmates, I'll let you off. Delete the photos immediately and give me a proper apology. Then I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll turn both of you over to the authorities. Your behavior is utterly disgusting. Though Bai Ruobing wasn't born into a prominent family, she possessed stunning beauty and a particularly graceful figure, making her a goddess in the eyes of many men. Xin Feng couldn't fathom why she'd stoop to shopping at this supermarket, yet she still looked down on him. Bai Ruobing, I'm not with him. I don't even know him. I just saw him taking photos secretly, so I stopped him right away. I didn't know he was taking photos of you. Xin Feng thought to himself that he really had meddled in something he shouldn't have. If he'd known Bai Ruobing would react this way, he never would have gotten involved. Xin Feng, you ungrateful bastard. You were the one who couldn't do it yourself, so you egged me on to take her pictures. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. I, Zhang Mingguang, have always acted as my name suggests, honest and upright. If it weren't for helping a friend, why would I have assisted you? I never imagined you'd be so disloyal. Zhang Mingguang put on an act of profound injustice, as if Xin Feng had truly abandoned him. This made Xin Feng wonder how he'd ended up with such a weirdo. The commotion among the three of them drew a crowd of onlookers. Everyone now blamed Xin Feng, convinced it was all his fault, pinning the blame squarely on his own brother. Xin Feng, I never imagined you'd be such a cowardly piece of trash. Bai Ruobing's words grew increasingly harsh, as if Xin Feng had wronged her in the past. In truth, she harbored resentment over events from years ago. She had pursued him relentlessly only to be rejected. Just then, supermarket security swarmed in. Bai Ruobing immediately pointed at the two men and shouted at the guards. It's these two. They took upskirt photos of me. They must be thrown in jail, especially him. Bai Ruobing pointed angrily at Xin Feng. Xin Feng didn't bother explaining, he knew it was pointless. Please come with us, the security chief addressed them. We'll hand you over to the relevant authorities shortly. It's in your best interest not to resist and to cooperate fully. The security chief addressed them sternly. You'd better investigate this thoroughly. Otherwise, when the authorities arrive, you'll be accused of filing a false report. Doesn't the supermarket have surveillance? We'll wait here for your investigation. Xin Feng wanted to beat the person who took the secret photos to death right then and there. Such people were a menace to society, and now he'd dragged Xin Feng into this mess. What a hassle. Xin Feng, the facts are right here. Why are you bothering the security guard? Smack! Xin Feng angrily slapped the person who had been secretly filming him across the face. Shut your mouth. When the truth comes out, I'll make you pay. The person taking the photos never expected Xin Feng to strike him, especially in front of so many people. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Smack! Xin Feng delivered another slap, his voice cold and unyielding. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to smear me like this? I'll make you pay for it. Bai Ruobing watched the scene unfold before her. She said nothing more, realizing she might have truly wronged Xin Feng. I want you to review the surveillance footage before addressing this issue. Don't jump to conclusions here. If you've wronged an innocent person, I will hold you accountable. Xin Feng believed facts should speak for themselves. Since the incident had occurred, he had to clear his name. While he didn't care what others said about him, if Bai Ruobing told other classmates and the rumor reached Chen Ying's ears, his reputation would be utterly ruined by this trash. You guys stay here and keep watch. Two of you come with me to check the surveillance footage. Seeing Xin Feng's insistence, the security chief decided the matter needed thorough investigation, even though he didn't believe that well-dressed man would stoop to voyeurism. Hey! Xin Feng, aren't you afraid the truth will make you look even worse? You're just a deadbeat freeloader. I'm the heir to the Zhang group. Zhang Mingguang certainly didn't want the security team to review the footage. If the truth came out, he'd be the one humiliated. Moreover, he had recalled Qin Feng's background and believed such a good-for-nothing couldn't possibly stand up to him. The onlookers, hearing Zhang Mingguang reveal his identity, dismissed the idea that the son of such a powerful conglomerate could possibly commit such a vulgar act. Ha, I'm not afraid. If you keep talking here, it won't end with just a slap across the face. Qin Feng forced down his rage. He noticed onlookers pulling out phones to record the scene. If these clips were taken out of context and leaked online, it would damage his reputation. Fine. You've thoroughly offended me today. Qin Feng, the Zhang group won't let you off the hook. And you little, it's your honor that I'm secretly filming you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. If you dare pursue this, I'll dump all your photos online. I'll make you famous across the entire internet. Zhang Mingguang realized his actions had been exposed. The Zhang group held considerable influence in Tiannan. If the eldest son of the Zhang family was exposed for secretly filming up women's skirts in a supermarket, the entire Zhang group would be disgraced. Bai Ruobing realized she had truly misunderstood Qin Feng. Furious, she pointed at Zhang Mingguang, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Young Master Zhang, I won't pursue today's incident. Delete the photos and leave. Qin Feng was stunned to hear Bai Ruobing say this. Those photos he'd taken would surely be deleted once they reached the authorities, but he sensed her motivation ran deeper than that. Bai Ruobing, have you lost your mind? This will ruin your reputation. Qin Feng thought that even if Bai Ruobing looked down on him, they were still classmates. Having chosen to stand up for her, he had to see Zhang Mingguang brought to justice. Qin Feng, can you stop meddling in other people's business? Why are you like a dog, refusing to let go? She said she won't pursue it, so why are you still trying to play the hero? Qin Feng was boiling with rage. Letting someone like this go free would be like releasing a tiger back into the wild. Who knew how many girls might fall victim to his cruelty in the future? Shut your mouth. Even if she drops it today, I'm handing you over to the authorities. People like you have no place in a clean city. Chapter 99, Class Reunion. Qin Feng was seething with rage. If circumstances had allowed, he would have killed him on the spot. I've wiped every trace of those photos clean. No one can touch me now. Think you can just walk away? You slapped me twice, this isn't over. As the spoiled heir of a wealthy family, when had Zhang Mingguang ever endured such humiliation? And at the hands of a notorious good-for-nothing? This bitter insult was something he absolutely could not swallow. Fine. We'll talk when you get out of jail. Just then, the security chief entered with 2 investigators and pointed at Zhang Mingguang. He's the one who secretly filmed up this girl's skirt. This gentleman here is the one who intervened. The security chief had reviewed the surveillance footage and realized he'd been fortunate not to jump to conclusions earlier. Otherwise, he would have wrongly accused a young man who'd acted courageously. Can I go now? Qin Feng didn't want to linger any longer. He felt Bai Ruobing was not only extremely rude, but also that his help was unnecessary, purely a waste of time. Yes, leave your contact information and you may go. After completing the registration, Qin Feng turned to leave. Qin Feng, mark my words, I'll notify my family. You'd better brace yourself for Zhang Group's retaliation. Zhang Mingguang shouted at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng paid no attention to what he was saying. He didn't even glance at Bai Ruobing once, thinking that a woman like her wasn't worth his time. The onlookers murmured in disbelief, finding it utterly disgusting that someone dressed so respectably as Zhang Mingguang could do such a thing. Bai Ruobing, however, quickly caught up to Qin Feng and said to him, Qin Feng, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. I'm truly sorry. After all, she was the campus beauty. If Qin Feng spread word of what had just happened, it would severely damage her image. You don't need to apologize to me. I don't want any further entanglement with you either. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Qin Feng felt that a woman like this wasn't worth his time, it would be beneath him. Qin Feng, what are you so full of yourself about? I'm apologizing to you out of respect. What are you trying to pull here? Don't you know what you really are? Bai Ruobing had always looked down on Qin Feng, and she believed his current behavior was pure posturing. What I look like has nothing to do with you. Don't think I don't know about your sordid affairs. Who does he think he is? I don't want to argue with a woman like you. Don't bother me again. Back in the day, Bai Ruobing had been the kind of woman who flitted between the young masters of various families, entangled in ambiguous relationships with many. Now she was reduced to this pitiful state, probably because those men had finally grown tired of her. Qin Feng, you just wait. Remember what you said today. I'll make you pay for your reckless words. Bai Ruobing spat furiously before storming out. Qin Feng had finished his shopping and was leaving the supermarket. Qin Feng watched Bai Ruobing standing there with 2 huge shopping bags, hailing a taxi. He knew she had become a discarded piece of trash. Qin Feng pulled up in his brand new Rolls-Royce and addressed her. Need a ride? The moment Bai Ruobing spotted the Rolls-Royce approaching, her eyes lit up. She struck a seductive pose, deliberately flashing her long, white legs to catch the driver's attention. But when the window rolled down, she was stunned to see Chin Feng behind the wheel. This is your car? If you're giving me a ride home, maybe we could go upstairs for a bit. Bai Ruobing instantly switched to a different persona, her voice soft and sweet, her expression utterly fawning the very picture of a woman trying to seduce a man. Poof. What a gold digger. You actually think I'd give you a ride? Chin Feng floored the gas pedal, roaring past and leaving Bai Ruobing standing there cursing furiously. Chin Feng, you bastard. How dare you play me like this? Just you wait. Chin Feng grinned wickedly, thinking this was exactly how such women deserve to be treated. That evening, Chin Feng arrived at the hospital entrance early. After all, tonight was the class reunion. Those classmates weren't exactly well-intentioned, and if he and Chening showed up late, they'd surely seize on that little slip-up to tease them. Let's get going. Which hotel was it again? Chin Feng started the car only to realize he had no idea where they were headed, prompting him to ask. Wanshi Xing Grand Hotel. Chin Feng nodded, impressed by his classmates' wealth. While the Wanshi Xing Grand Hotel might not be the absolute top-tier establishment in Tiannan, it certainly ranked among the top 3. Honey, you look absolutely stunning today. Chin Feng could tell Chuning had dressed up meticulously. Though she hadn't owned many luxurious outfits over the past 3 years, this ensemble and jewelry were likely the finest she currently possessed. Sai, don't you know those people? It's nothing but one competition after another. These gatherings are just about flaunting wealth. There's never any real substance to them. Chening didn't want to embarrass herself, so she'd gone to great lengths to look her best. Otherwise, those classmates would have plenty to gossip about. Chin Feng suddenly glanced down at his own outfit. It was indeed far too plain, all because of the events of that day. But then he thought, no matter what he wore, even if he donned the Emperor's dragon robe, those classmates would surely mock him anyway. The two soon arrived at the Wanshi Xing Grand Hotel. The entrance was already packed with luxury cars, all the latest models. Needless to say, they all belonged to Chen Ying's classmates. They were all second-generation rich kids who didn't have to spend their days stuck in the office. Unlike Chuning, who had just started climbing the corporate ladder and still had to grind away at work every day. Let's go. Chening linked her arm through Chin Feng's, and the two quickly made their way to the reserved private room. Chin Feng noticed they were 10 minutes early, yet Chen Ying's classmates were already seated in perfect order. Hey, everyone, give a round of applause for the most beautiful woman in southern China. Chening makes her dazzling entrance. A man in an extravagantly flashy gold suit stirred up the atmosphere. Chin Feng noticed the male classmates' gazes were practically glued to Chening. Chening wore a pale blue long dress today, radiating a fresh and elegant aura that was far from sexy. Yet her entire aura felt like a fairy descended from heaven, making it impossible for these men not to stare. Oh, isn't this Chen Ying's husband? The man who vanished 3 years ago and didn't die out there after all. To see him here now is truly a once-in-a-century sight. Chin Feng frowned slightly. Realizing these were Chen Ying's classmates, he decided to endure whatever they said to spare her embarrassment. You Haiyang, if you can speak, speak. If you can't, shut your mouth. Chening shot him a withering glance. Back in school, he'd been the most annoying one, and with his family's wealth, he still held quite the status among these classmates. Ha ha ha. What's the matter? Getting mad? Your husband's a loser, don't you think people have the right to say so? Yu Haiyang was incredibly arrogant. If it were anyone else, they'd at least be tactful, but he was so blunt just to show off how great he was in front of his classmates. Say that again if you dare. Chening was furious. What terrified her even more was the fear that Chin Feng might lose control of his temper. If he acted now, there was a real chance he could kill Yu Haiyang. You. Before Yu Haiyang could respond, a man with an intellectual demeanor interrupted. Yu Haiyang, Ying, both of you, hold your tongues. This is our class reunion, we're here to enjoy ourselves together. Why start arguing right off the bat? You two, could you show this class monitor a little respect? Chin Feng had already taken note of this Yu Haiyang. It seemed this guy had never been a stable presence back in school. Yu Haiyang glanced at the class monitor, then shot a dismissive look at Chin Feng before speaking. Class monitor, today it's just you. If it were anyone else bringing trash to a class reunion, I wouldn't give them the time of day. Chening was about to lose her temper, but Chin Feng stopped her. Seeing Chin Feng's smile, she held her tongue. Alright, we're almost at full attendance now. She might not show up, so I'll just say a few words first. Listening to the class monitor's speech, Chin Feng could tell she was well prepared. She likely worked in an administrative role at some government department. Her delivery sounded polished. Ying, did this Yu Haiyang bully you back in school? Though the class monitor was speaking, her remarks were rather bland and unengaging. None of the attendees were paying close attention, so Chin Feng whispered his question. Oh, he pursued me back in school, but I never gave him the time of day. Now that he sees you appearing with me, he's probably still holding a grudge over what happened back then. Yu Haiyang watched Chin Feng and his wife whispering to each other. He stood up again and addressed the group. Class president, let me interrupt. I just saw this trash not paying attention to your speech, whispering instead. Plus, I heard something I need to confirm right now. The others looked at Yu Haiyang in confusion, while Yu Haiyang gave Qin Feng a cold stare. I heard you cured old Master Yu's illness. Is that true? All eyes instantly focused on Qin Feng, their expressions thick with scorn. None believed he possessed such extraordinary medical skill. Old Master Yu's illness had caused quite a stir in Tiannan. Many self-proclaimed miracle doctors had seized the opportunity, hoping that if by some chance they cured him, they too could gain fame and fortune. Chapter 100, The Truth That No One Believes. Ah, you mean old Master Yu's illness? Well, yes, I did cure him. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. Damn, this guy doesn't even bother to rehearse his lies. Who knew Chen's husband had such talent? Truly eye-opening. Yu Haiyang, standing before them, also stared at Qin Feng and Chening with a sneer. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to actually agree. Chening, oh Chening, back then you looked down on me, and now you've ended up with a husband like this. How tragic. Knock knock knock. Just as the mockery reached its peak, a knock sounded at the private room door. Good evening. I'm the manager of the Wanshi Xing Grand Hotel. I've come to present you with our finest wines. Hearing this, Yu Haiyang frowned in confusion. He didn't recall ordering anything. Could it be that the hotel was checking up on them because of today's extravagant spending? The thought brought a smile back to his face. He glanced at Qin Feng beside him, dressed in cheap, knockoff clothes worth less than 1,000 yuan. He couldn't fathom how Chuning had ever fallen for him. Could the person closest to the door please open it? This manager must be here to see me. Yu Haiyang beamed, waving his arm to signal someone to open the door, radiating an air of triumphant satisfaction. The crowd wasn't fooled. They quickly grasped the manager's purpose, their expressions growing eager as they rushed forward to curry favor with Yu Haiyang. The visitor wore a black suit, black-rimmed glasses, and was slightly overweight. His eyes lit up upon seeing Yu Haiyang, who was being fawned over like a moon surrounded by stars. He immediately strode over with purposeful steps. The manager's presence cleared a path through the crowd. Rushing forward, he enthusiastically grasped Yu Haiyang's hand and declared, "My, sir. You're clearly a man of talent. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chun Haotian. You can call me Xiao Chun. I've long admired your reputation, Mr. Qin." Hearing this, Yu Haiyang's expression stiffened momentarily before he smiled and replied, "Xiao Chen, I'm afraid I'm actually surnamed you." Manager Chun Haotian frowned at Yu Haiyang's reply. This didn't add up. The young lady had specifically instructed him to look for Mr. Qin Feng. He double-checked several times to avoid mistakes, so why was the man before him surnamed you? Aren't you Mr. Qin Feng? Hearing the manager's question, Yu Haiyang was now somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the manager wasn't here to see him, but to see Qin Feng? That guy who only knew how to brag? Qin Feng is right here. The voice came from behind them. Everyone turned to see Chening, who had just spoken. Manager Chen, what brings you here? Qin Feng ignored the stares around him and asked with a smile. Oh, well, Miss Yu has arranged for today's entire bill to be waived, and she's also sending over some fine wine to express her gratitude for your kindness. Hearing the exchange between Qin Feng and Chen Haotian, the crowd froze in shock. They had assumed Qin Feng was bragging, but it turned out he was telling the truth. Yu Haiyang's expression twisted in confusion. He couldn't fathom how Qin Feng possessed such extraordinary medical skills. Everyone! Qin Feng suddenly called out loudly. As you've all heard, today's bill is on the house. Enjoy yourselves. Xiaoying and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave. With that, he left behind a group of stunned individuals, Chun Ying's so-called classmates. What? Mom's in jail? The moment she got home, Chening learned this shocking news. Alright. I'll go ask about it. Qin Feng looked at Chening with a puzzled expression. Chening proceeded to recount the entire incident to him. It turned out his mother-in-law had coveted his BJD car, so she took it out for a spin. She hadn't even had her license back long enough to get comfortable with driving, and with no one supervising her, she ended up hitting someone. Fortunately, it wasn't a serious accident, but Zhang Yuan still ended up in the station. Qin Feng, what if I use these 2 million tomorrow to pay off Director Tang? That way, Mom can get out sooner. No need. That 2 million is yours anyway. Keep it for yourself. As for Mom, let her stay locked up for a few more days. It'll be a good chance to toughen her up. Qin Feng was startled by Qin Ying's suggestion. Life without Zhang Yuan had been so much easier. He'd hoped for a few more days of peace and quiet. Fine then. We'll do as you say. Chening reluctantly agreed, knowing full well that everything hinged on Qin Feng's relationship with Director Tang. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaowei of the Chen family was driving back in a foul mood, his face dark and sullen. Chen Xinro noticed his mood. Brother, don't be angry. We'll deal with him later. Originally, he had his sights set on becoming the hospital director this time. But who knew the family had plans to hand the hospital over to Chuning to manage? How could that be tolerated? One might ask, it's just a hospital. Is it really that important? A single hospital alone wouldn't be, but if becoming its director was the prerequisite for inheriting the Chen family fortune, then yes, it was crucial. That was precisely why Chen Xiaowei had come to intimidate Chening, only to be stopped in his tracks by Qin Feng. Chen Xinro snapped, "Xiaowei, didn't you brag about how powerful your senior brothers are? Hurry up and call them to deal with that good-for-nothing Qin Feng." Only then did Chen Xiaowei remember his senior brothers and immediately called them. "What's up, Chen? Senior brother Su, I'm being bullied. Hurry up and bring the other seniors to help me get revenge." An angry voice came from the other end. "What? Someone dared bully you, Chen? Wait for us, we'll be back in Tianan City in just over a week." "Got it, senior brother Su. Hurry up." "Got it, Chen. When we get there, we'll tear those bullies limb from limb." After hanging up, Chen Xiaowei flashed a rare smile, brimming with confidence. Beside him, Chen Xinro clapped her hands in admiration. "Ah, brother Xiaowei. Next week we'll have Qin Feng begging for mercy on his knees." Hearing Chen Xinro's words, Chen Xiaowei's anger dissipated, replaced by an air of unwavering determination. Early the next morning, Qin Feng took Chening with him to the building behind the hospital, also part of the Chen family enterprise, the Chen Group. Qin Feng and Chening were dressed impeccably for the occasion. After all, it was a momentous day. Who wouldn't be thrilled about reinstatement and a bonus? As Chening and Qin Feng entered the lobby, they found every employee standing in formation, waiting for them. As Chening entered, the employees chorused in unison, "Welcome back, President Chen." Chapter 101, The Ugly Truth. "Oh, now that you're a big CEO, give us a kiss." Qin Feng shamelessly leaned in for a kiss, leaving Chening flushed crimson. Observing Chening before him, Qin Feng inwardly mused, "Seems those old fools from the Chen family still have some sense. If they'd really handed the group over to Chen Xiaowei, it'd be no wonder things went down the drain." "Alright, everyone, get back to work." Only after Chening said this did the employees begin to disperse. "Nice one, President Chen. You've got some serious clout around here," Qin Feng teased from the side. Chening raised her tiny pink fist and playfully swatted at Qin Feng, teasing, "You're making fun of me, so I'm going to hit you." Qin Feng quickly pleaded, no way, Miss Chen." Just as the two were playfully bickering, old Mrs. Chen entered the room with Chen Xiaowei in tow. Mrs. Chen looked stern as she coldly remarked, "Behaving like this at the company, what kind of example is that?" Chening fell silent upon seeing old Mrs. Chen arrive. Chening respectfully greeted, "Grandma, you're here." Chen Xiaowei, standing nearby, spotted Qin Feng entering the company and flared up again. "Qin Feng, you good for nothing, how dare you set foot in our company?" Qin Feng didn't bother with pleasantries, retorting directly, "This is Xiao Ying's company, at least for the future. Didn't you know that?" Chen Xiaowei's face flushed crimson with rage at Qin Feng's words. But before Chen Xiaowei could respond, Qin Feng delivered another blow. "Besides, if I'm not worthy, does that make you worthy?" "Ha ha ha." Chen Xiaowei stammered, "WH what did you say?" Qin Feng chuckled, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Chen Xiaowei listened, curious yet unable to refute. Employees who overheard in the office couldn't help but chuckle quietly. "Enough. All of you, shut up." Old Mrs. Chen couldn't bear seeing her grandson mocked like this. This finally silenced the previously noisy office. Qin Feng feigned ignorance. "Grandma, what brings you to Chen Group today?" Grandma Chen shot him a glare, then casually pulled a check from her purse and handed it to Chening. "What do you think I came for?" After Chening took the check, she and Qin Feng glanced at it together. Sure enough, it was for 2 million. It seemed Qin Feng hadn't lied to her last night. He had mentioned that several high-ranking family members had made a wager. If she won, she would gain the inheritance rights and this 2 million yuan check. At first, she hadn't believed it, but now she did. Chening exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Grandma. Thank you so much." Qin Feng, however, adopted a sarcastic tone, so Grandma was actually fulfilling the family's promise, bringing Xiaoying this 2 million yuan check? "Well, thank you so much, Grandma. He. His voice was loud enough for the entire company to hear, but that was precisely the effect Qin Feng intended. "Mr. Chen, you're quite the force to be reckoned with. Ha ha ha, who else but our CEO Chen could pull this off? Don't you remember what happened when that Chen Xiaowei guy was running the company? Look what a mess he made of it." Exactly. Our CEO is the one with real capability." Hearing the employees praise Chening and criticize Chen Xiaowei, Qin Feng felt elated inside. But Chen Xiaowei, hearing these whispers, felt unbearably distressed. He snapped, "Shut up, all of you. Whoever I catch gossiping gets fired." Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Xiaowei's outburst. Chening, hearing Chen Xiaowei speak so rashly just moments after her reinstatement, lost her temper. "Excuse me, but firing people isn't up to you. I'm the owner of this company, and everything requires my approval." Hearing Chening speak with such righteous indignation, the employees burst into laughter. Some even chimed in, "President Chen is absolutely right. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to fire us?" Chen Xiaowei never imagined he'd be humiliated by his own employees. Furious, he clenched his fists but found no words to counter them. "All right, Xiaoying. You'll continue working diligently at Chen Group from now on. Chen nodded confidently. I will, Grandma. Qin Feng chimed in, exactly, Xiaoying will do well, Grandma. After all, I've said it before, Xiao Ying's company will surpass Chen Group in the future. His words brimmed with confidence and dominance. Though furious upon hearing this, old Madame Chen couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on this good-for-nothing. Xiaowei, let's go. With that, Grandma Chen stormed out, dragging Chen Xiaowei along. Once they were gone, the company employees gathered around Chening once more, gossiping among themselves. Miss Chen, did you really receive the 2 million yuan check just now? Here it is. Chening happily held up the check. The clear 2 million yuan figure left the employees staring in disbelief. Miss Chen, you're seriously amazing. Exactly. Your hiring standards are way too high. If other companies try to poach you now, they'll have to offer even more. In an instant, the employees in the hall launched into a flurry of sycophantic remarks. Chening felt so embarrassed she turned bright red. All right. Stop buttering me up. You'd be better off putting that energy into your work. When the time comes, I'll naturally give raises to those who prove their worth. At the mention of raises, the employees perked up like they'd been injected with adrenaline and scattered to focus on their tasks. Only Qin Feng remained standing beside Chening. Only then did Chening reveal her gentle, feminine side. She waved a 2 million yuan check in front of Qin Feng, her pride and satisfaction evident. But Qin Feng showed no trace of envy. Instead, he looked at Chening with even greater tenderness. Don't worry. In the future, I'll make sure you have checks even bigger than this one. You'll earn far more than this. Chening was puzzled by his unexpected words, but seeing the earnest expression on his face, she felt deeply touched. After all, this side of Qin Feng gave her a profound sense of security. At noon, the two of them had lunch together at a restaurant outside the company. Chening then asked Qin Feng to take her to the police station to deliver lunch to Zhang Yuan. Though Qin Feng was reluctant to go, he couldn't refuse since she had asked. Qin Feng drove the Jaguar, carrying Chening toward the police station. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the station. It was undeniable how fast a good car could go. When Zhang Yuan saw Chening arrive with the steaming hot meal, she nearly drooled with delight. My dear daughter, she said happily, you know how to take care of your mom. Chening smiled and handed the food to Zhang Yuan. Braised pork belly, spicy chicken, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and sour spicy cabbage. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of these dishes. After all, such meals were unheard of at the police station. Chapter 102, Old Habits Die Hard. Even the other officers in the interrogation room couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the mouth-watering dishes. Zhang Yuan noticed this, of course. She picked up a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks, waved it in front of the officers, then took a big bite, chewing noisily. Wow, this braised pork is absolutely delicious. Zhang Yuan said deliberately, making the officers in the interrogation room even more envious. Chening and Qin Feng watched Zhang Yuan, who remained as lively as ever in the police station, teasing others day after day. They could only smile helplessly. Zhang Yuan stuffed meat and rice into her mouth, wolfing it down. She turned to Chening and asked, Sweetie, when can mommy get out? Look how thin I've gotten here, how miserable I am. The officers were dumbfounded by her words. Never mind the fine food delivered today. Even before Chening arrived, they had complied with the request to provide her with daily meals of the finest quality. She ate so much every day, how could she possibly be starving herself thin? Qin Feng, hearing Zhang Yuan speak like this, naturally didn't believe her. After all, looking at her appearance, she didn't seem like someone who had lost her appetite at all. Chening glanced at Qin Feng, then stammered, unsure what to say. Qin Feng turned to Zhang Yuan and said, I've already told you getting you out is simple. Her eyes lit up at his words. Speak up, my dear son-in-law. Her tone and demeanor shifted completely. But Qin Feng wasn't swayed by her change in attitude. He remained firm, it's still the same as before. Apologize to Xiaoying and promise you won't hit her again. Hearing this again, Zhang Yuan flared up. Are you out of your mind, Qin Feng? Demanding apologies day in and day out? She's my daughter, I'll do as I please. Zhang Yuan nearly spit out the food in her mouth, her temper flaring once more. Qin Feng chuckled. Now that's the real you. Not a bit of improvement, huh? Zhang Yuan jabbed at him with her chopsticks. You little brat. Think you've grown wings now that I'm locked up? How dare you talk to me like that? Chening didn't want to hear Zhang Yuan shouting the moment she arrived and quickly stepped in to stop it. All right, Mom. We'll talk about your release later. Just eat your meal first. Talking while eating is dangerous, you might choke. Zhang Yuan dismissed her concern. I won't choke. I'm going to curse this good-for-nothing to death. Qin Feng, you little piece of trash, you. Her voice trailed off mid-rant. Chening had been right, she really had choked. Water. Water. Give me water. Zhang Yuan gasped, her face flushed and neck strained. Chening quickly handed her a bottle of water. Zhang Yuan gulped it down in large mouthfuls before finally catching her breath. The police officer and Qin Feng nearby couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Yuan's predicament. Zhang Yuan shot Qin Feng a stunned look and yelled, "Get lost!" Qin Feng ignored her and said to Chen Ning, "I'll go take a look outside." With that, he strolled out leisurely. Seeing Qin Feng leave like that, Chen Ning thought he was angry. She scolded Zhang Yuan, "Mom, really? Why does your mouth still have to be so sharp?" Zhang Yuan remained silent, eating her delicious meal with a proud air. Qin Feng strolled leisurely through other parts of the police station. Suddenly, in the records room, he spotted a familiar silhouette. His curiosity piqued, he approached to investigate. Sure enough, the familiar figure turned out to be an old acquaintance. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" It turned out that this familiar figure was none other than the old man who had once stood alongside the repair shop mechanic in that righteous act at the repair shop. The old man turned around and, upon seeing Qin Feng, wore an equally astonished expression. "Young man, it's you. I came here to file a report about that incident earlier." "By the way, what brings you here?" the old man inquired. Qin Feng didn't want to reveal his family's dirty laundry, so he replied, "Oh, this. I'm here to ask the police about something." Seeing Qin Feng stammering and unwilling to elaborate, the old man didn't press further. "By the way, how's that case of yours coming along?" The old man responded gratefully, "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have gotten our money back. And who knows? That unscrupulous repair shop owner might have scammed even more customers. You did a great thing, young man." Qin Feng smiled sheepishly. He felt he'd only done what anyone could manage, never expecting such praise. "Heh, uncle, you're too kind. It was no trouble at all. By the way, uncle, you mentioned your daughter wasn't attending school. Why didn't you come to me for help?" Qin Feng asked with genuine concern. The old man was taken aback by Qin Feng's question. He'd assumed the earlier inquiry was merely polite small talk, never expecting the young man to remember it. Just as the old man was about to explain why, a girl suddenly ran over. She called out to the old man, "Dad, everything's taken care of." Qin Feng turned his head and saw a beautiful girl in a lighting-colored spaghetti strap dress. Her delicate features, combined with her face full of collagen, radiated youthful vitality. Qin Feng glanced down and saw her slender legs exposed by the strapless dress, revealing a perfect curve. The sight of those snow-white, tender legs made Qin Feng swallow hard. The old man smiled and said, "Yenran, this is the righteous young man I mentioned to you before. He's the one who helped Dad catch the bad guys." "What? This stunning beauty was actually the old man's daughter?" Qin Feng was utterly stunned. Yenran extended her hand, her face beaming as she addressed Qin Feng. "Father has always spoken of you as a champion of justice and a handsome one at that. Meeting you today confirms it all." Qin Feng felt genuinely flustered by her words. He saw her extend her hand, inviting a handshake. So Qin Feng reached out and took her delicate, jade-like hand in his. The moment their hands touched, it felt like an electric current shot through his entire body. A tingling sensation spread through him, almost like the first stirrings of love. It must be said that a vibrant young beauty like Yenran could easily stir other thoughts in many men. Yenran, upon first seeing Qin Feng, naturally felt a spark of attraction. After all, having heard her father praise this man so highly, she couldn't help but be curious about him. Now, seeing Qin Feng dressed impeccably, with his handsome features and more importantly, his towering height and imposing build, how many young women wouldn't be moved? Chapter 103, The Old Acquaintance. The old man could clearly see the sparkle in his daughter's eyes and sensed that Yenran seemed somewhat taken with Qin Feng. So the old man suggested, "Yenran, why don't you exchange contact information with this young man? After all, you're the same age. You can look out for each other in the future." The old man clearly intended to bring Qin Feng and Yenran together. Unfortunately, Chunning was lurking nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Qin Feng dared not make a move. Naturally, Qin Feng was more than willing to comply. After all, adding another beauty to his contacts list could only be beneficial. Qin Feng pulled out his phone and said, "Miss Yenran, hello. My name is Qin Feng. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out." Seeing Qin Feng being so proactive, and since she already had a favorable impression of him, Yenran accepted his contact request. But this entire scene had been witnessed by Yang Yuan in the police station lobby. Watching Qin Feng's lecherous demeanor, Yang Yuan shook her head helplessly. She thought to herself, "What a waste of my curiosity about you earlier. Guess men really never change, always chasing after something else. But why did Dad say he might be one of her former comrades?" Then she remembered Chunning was still in the interrogation room, completely unaware of what was happening. She felt a surge of indignation for her friend. Yang Yuan hurried to the interrogation room to find Chunning. She decided to tell her what she had seen because she didn't want her good friend to be kept in the dark. "Xiaoying, come out for a moment." Yang Yuan called out to Chunning, who was still inside the interrogation room. Since other officers and Zhang Yuan were present in the room, discussing this in front of them would only embarrass Chunning. Hearing Yang Yuan's voice, Chunning hurried out. The two stood in a corner of the hallway. "What's up, Yang Yuan? Why all the secrecy, insisting on talking here?" Chunning looked puzzled. When Yang Yuanyuan saw Chen Ying's radiant smile, she hesitated to tell her about Qin Feng's actions earlier. After all, she didn't want to see Chen Ying upset. But then she thought carefully, if she didn't tell her now, Chen Ying might be deceived in similar ways again in the future. Better to get it over with quickly. She decided to tell Chen Ying everything now, leaving the couple to sort it out themselves later. Seeing Yang Yuanyuan hesitate to speak, Chen Ying grew impatient. Yang Yuanyuan, what's going on? Just say it already. Summoning her courage, Yang Yuanyuan finally spoke. Xiaoying, I need to tell you something, but you have to promise me you'll hold your ground. Yang Yuanyuan said anxiously. Thinking she was rambling, Chen Ying teased, just spit it out already. You've been acting all weird for days. Seeing Chen Ying avoid her request, Yang Yuanyuan grew serious. Promise me what I just said first, then I'll tell you. Seeing Yang Yuanyuan's serious expression, Chen Ying sensed something important was coming and dropped her playful tone. Alright, I promise, adorable Yang Yuanyuan. Can you tell me now? Yang Yuanyuan paused to gather her thoughts. Listen, Xiaoying. I just saw Qin Feng hugging and kissing some woman outside the police station. Chen Ying couldn't believe her ears and exclaimed, what? That can't be true. Qin Feng isn't that kind of person. Seeing Chen Ying's outburst, Yang Yuanyuan quickly silenced her. Keep your voice down, Xiaoying. Why would I lie to you? I really saw it just now. And that woman looked pretty decent, too. I was afraid you didn't know, so I came specifically to warn you and keep you on your guard. Chen Ying knew Yang Yuanyuan wouldn't slander Qin Feng without reason, so she must have seen it herself before telling her. Hearing Yang Yuanyuan's account, Chen Ying felt as if she'd been handed a giant pair of green horns. Her head was now covered in bright green. The thought made her even angrier, and she couldn't bear to hear any more of the details or the story behind it. Fuming with rage, Chen Ying stormed out, determined to confront Qin Feng and demand answers. She raced to the police station entrance and saw Qin Feng standing outside, just as she'd expected. Just as Yang Yuanyuan had said, Qin Feng was standing there. Qin Feng! You bastard! Chen Ying yelled at him. Qin Feng froze upon hearing her, still reeling from their tender embrace moments ago. Chen Ying's sudden outburst startled him. He turned his head, his face full of confusion. He had no idea why Chen Ying had suddenly come out to yell at him, but Qin Feng still spoke in a gentle tone. What's wrong, Xiaoying? Did something happen? Seeing Qin Feng still feigning ignorance, Chen Ying wasted no time and slapped him hard across the face. This was the first time she'd ever hit him. Even when he'd asked her to strike him before, she hadn't been able to bring herself to do it. It was clear she was truly furious this time. Yang Yuanyuan had rushed out after them but hadn't managed to intervene before hearing the sharp crack of the slap. Yang Yuanyuan realized she'd caused a huge mess. Could this ruin their relationship? The thought sent a chill through her, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Qin Feng clutched the side of his face where the slap had landed, looking at Chen Ying with an expression of utter innocence. Yet he still didn't seem angry, asking her in confusion. Xiaoying, what's going on? Why did you hit me? His tone held not a trace of anger, only pure confusion. It seemed Qin Feng only refused to get angry when he was at a loss with Chen Ying. Things have come to this, and you're still playing dumb with me? What do you think happened? Look at the mess you just made. Chen Ying snapped angrily. Qin Feng remained utterly baffled, unable to fathom what could possibly have enraged Chen Ying so. Seeing the two of them stuck in this awkward stalemate, Yang Yuanyuan decided to step in and explain the details, lest Chen Ying's anger escalate further. Qin Feng, you genuinely don't know what you just did? Yang Yuanyuan pressed him. Qin Feng was genuinely baffled, his expression utterly confused. Seeing his blank expression, Yang Yuanyuan continued, Xiaoying is furious because you were hugging another woman outside earlier. You know what you've done, right? Only then did Qin Feng grasp the situation. He never would have imagined Chen Ying would find out about this. Chapter 104, Best Friend's Betrayal. Qin Feng glanced at Yang Yuanyuan again and realized it must have been her who saw it and told Chen Ying. Qin Feng shot Yang Yuanyuan a glare. Sigh, it seemed besties really could cause trouble. But Qin Feng had no time to deal with Yang Yuanyuan now, because Chen Ying was still fuming. He needed to figure out how to comfort her, yet seeing her fuming expression somehow made him feel secretly amused. Because this alone was proof enough that Chen Ying cared about him, that she loved him. The thought made Qin Feng smile involuntarily. Seeing Qin Feng still laughing at a moment like this, Chen Ying prepared to slap his right cheek. But this time, Qin Feng was ready. With lightning reflexes, he caught her hand mid-air and pulled her into his arms. Chen Ying fumed, how dare you fight back? Let go of me. Qin Feng hurriedly explained, my dear wife, I didn't fight back. Is there anything wrong with hugging my own wife? Hearing Qin Feng mention the word hug again only made Chen Ying angrier. If you like hugging so much, go hug other women. Don't come hugging me. Yang Yuanyuan, seeing Chen Ying practically boiling over with jealousy, couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Feng put on a pouty expression, feigning innocence. Honey, how could I possibly hug anyone else? Let me explain. Chen Ying shoved Qin Feng away with one hand, then stood with her hands on her hips. Fine. If you don't give me a proper explanation today, just you wait. Qin Feng broke out in a cold sweat at her words. She was genuinely furious this time. He'd better come up with a solid excuse, otherwise he'd be in for a world of trouble. After a moment's thought, it suddenly clicked. Right. It wasn't me hugging someone else, so what was there to fear? So Qin Feng began to explain to Chening. Honey, actually, there was an old man beside the woman Yang Yuan saw. Right, Yang Yuan? Yang Yuan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Chening couldn't be bothered with Qin Feng's rambling and impatiently cut him off. Get to the point. Here's the important part, honey. That girl is actually the daughter of the old man I told you about before, the one who got scammed by the repair shop owner. She's the one who can't go to school anymore. Chening, huh? So they're the father and daughter from before? Yep, honey. And her daughter's an excellent student. She was even accepted into Shangyan University. I thought it was such a shame, so I told them I could help get her back into school. Chening said sarcastically, and then what? Then you could get your hands on her, right? Qin Feng shook his head. No way, honey. Maybe because I helped her dad out big time last time, plus today I offered to find her a school. She was probably so touched that she just hugged me without thinking. But when she hugged me, well, I didn't expect it at all. Honey, you have to believe me. Chening listened as Qin Feng rattled off a string of excuses, yet she remained unconvinced. But how can you prove any of this? Yang Yuan, you saw her too, you know she's really young, right? Besides, a girl that young wouldn't have so many thoughts about that kind of thing. Yang Yuan chimed in. Qin Feng's right. That girl did look very young, like a college student. And when they came to your police station to file a report earlier, you must have some information on file, right? You can have your people check it to see if I'm telling the truth. So Yang Yuan dispatched someone to check the registration records. A short while later, an internal staff member brought over a document that confirmed exactly what Qin Feng had said. Realizing she had misunderstood Qin Feng, Yang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. But Chening still found it hard to believe, and Qin Feng could tell. Qin Feng pulled his phone from his pocket and said to Chening, honey, you can give them a call. They have my number on file. You can call and verify the facts. Upon hearing this, Chening snatched the phone away, a move that caught Qin Feng off guard, as jealous women often act impulsively. Having already made the suggestion, not calling now would only make Chening suspect something fishy. So, gritting his teeth, he dialed Yenran's number. The call connected. Qin Feng quickly switched to speakerphone. Hello, is this Yenran? It's me, brother Qin Feng. What's up? Well, when you hugged me today, your sister-in-law saw us. Now she's misunderstanding things. Could you please help me explain it to her? Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. After all, calling someone to discuss this was pretty humiliating. Oh, sure. Is my sister-in-law there? She's right beside me. Just tell her directly. Sorry, sis. The reason I hugged brother Qin Feng just now is because he offered to help me with my school situation, plus he helped my dad before. I guess I got a little too excited just now and hugged brother Qin Feng. He didn't respond to me at all, sister-in-law. Sis, if you're upset, I won't let brother Qin Feng help me with the school anymore. I won't bother you two again. I'm really sorry. Yenran said apologetically. Chening heard Yenran's explanation, which matched every word Qin Feng had said earlier. It was all true. She felt reassured. Little sister, it's fine. Your studies are important, you should still let brother Qin Feng help you. I was overthinking it earlier and made a fool of myself in front of you. Chening also apologized awkwardly, realizing her overreaction had made everyone uncomfortable. Alright, I'll hang up now, Yenran. Sorry for bothering you. Not at all, brother Qin Feng. After hanging up, Yenran's expression turned awkward and sad. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to have a wife, much less that he would love her so deeply. Seeing his daughter so upset, the old man comforted her. Yanan, you're still young. There will be good men in the future. We're not in a hurry. Yenran blushed at her father's words. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? How am I talking nonsense? You clearly have feelings for Qin Feng. Yenran hadn't realized her feelings were so obvious. She'd have to hide them better from now on, lest her feelings for brother Qin Feng lead to unavoidable misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Qin Feng slipped his phone into his pocket. With a pout, he muttered, well, can you believe me now? Chapter 105, Finding Someone. Chening huffed haughtily. Fine, I'll let you off this time. But doesn't it feel nice hearing that little girl call you brother Qin Feng all the time? Realizing she'd misunderstood Qin Feng, Chening seized the moment to tease him playfully. It left Qin Feng both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, Chening asked with genuine concern, are you really capable of helping me find a good school? Qin Feng nodded confidently and replied, trust your husband's abilities. Chening, alright then. That little girl seems pretty miserable. Do your best to help her out. Qin Feng gave her an okay sign. Yang Yuan realized she'd misunderstood Qin Feng's actions earlier. She approached Qin Feng and said apologetically, sorry, Qin Feng. This is all my fault. Xin Feng smiled and replied, "It's fine. You were just thinking about Xiao Ying's happiness, right?" Chen put her arm around Yang Yuan and chimed in, "Exactly. This has nothing to do with you. If anyone's to blame, it's Xin Feng for not explaining himself clearly." "How was I not clear?" "The problem is you never gave me a chance to explain." Xin Feng truly felt like a mute swallowing bitter gall. He couldn't even voice his grievances. And so, the three of them burst into laughter. Yet Yang Yuan found herself increasingly drawn to Qin Feng's charm. While she'd once merely been curious about him, now she sensed something different about him. She also had a hunch that the comrade in arms her father had mentioned might just be this very Qin Feng standing before her. This thought only deepened Yang Yuan's interest in him. She even felt a touch of envy toward her best friend, Xiao Ying, for having a man like Qin Feng. Yang Yuan stepped forward and said to Qin Feng, "To show my apology, I'll invite you and Xiao Ying to my place in a few days." Chen Ying responded with a cheerful agreement upon hearing this. But Qin Feng fell into deep thought. He suspected Yang Yuan's sudden invitation to her home must have some ulterior motive, or perhaps it was his father's doing. But since Chen Ying had already agreed, and considering they were good friends, refusing would be awkward and might invite unnecessary suspicion. Qin Feng nodded reluctantly, accepting the invitation. Golden Capital Hotel. "Benefactor, you came to see me about releasing Zhang Yuan?" Police Chief Tang Yang asked, puzzled. Qin Feng sat cross-legged, shaking his head. "This isn't why I sought you out," he replied. Tang Yang inquired curiously, "Huh? Then what do you need me to do today?" "I need you to look into the situation at Shangyang University and also help me secure an admission spot." Tang Yang chuckled. "What's up, benefactor? Could it be you're planning to flirt with pretty college girls again?" "Ha ha ha." Qin Feng shot him a stunned look and said, "Keep talking nonsense and see if I don't beat you up." "Then why on earth do you need Shangyang University's admission requirements, benefactor?" Tang Yang asked, puzzled. "I'm handling it for a young girl. She passed the entrance exam for Shangyang University before, but her family's circumstances prevented her from enrolling at the time. I think she's incredibly studious. I couldn't bear to see such talent go to waste." Tang Yang burst out laughing upon hearing this. Did he not know Qin Feng's true motives? He was clearly helping her out because she was pretty. Tang Yang didn't want to call him out on it, so he just kept laughing. Qin Feng smacked him with a pillow and snapped, "What are you laughing at? Answer me. Can you help her or not?" Tang Yang finally stopped smiling and began to think carefully. "Benefactor, I've heard getting into Shangyang University isn't just about connections. And money certainly won't get you in either. This seems like a tough nut to crack. I'll see what I can do for you later." Qin Feng shot him a withering look. "Not only are you not helping, but you've wasted so much of my time. This is infuriating." Tang Yang scratched his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but Shangyang University probably wasn't the kind of place you could just buy your way out of with money or connections. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Yang. "Oh, right, benefactor, don't you know that old man Li?" "I know plenty of old Lis." "Which one are you talking about?" Qin Feng asked impatiently. "The Li Lao I'm talking about, the one who recognized me as his savior." Hearing Tang Yang's words, Qin Feng seemed to have an epiphany. "Right. How could I have forgotten about him?" "Exactly, benefactor. Wasn't he the big shot in education before? Even though he's retired now, he should still have some clout in the field." A smile spread across Qin Feng's face. "You're right. He might just be able to help me with this." "Not bad, Tang Yang. You're actually pretty useful after all." Hearing Qin Feng speak of him this way, Tang Yang actually grew shy, fidgeting and scratching his ears and cheeks. After finishing his conversation, Qin Feng turned and left the Golden Capital Hotel. Qin Feng drove his Jaguar down the road. He then dialed Chen Ying's number. "Hello, Xiaoying." "What's up, Qin Feng?" "Xiaoying, do you still have Li Xiangda's phone number?" Chen Ying paused for a moment before responding. "Yes, I do. Why are you asking about that now?" "Send me his number. Remember that little girl I promised to help with her school application? Since old man Li used to be a big shot in education, maybe he could pull some strings for me." "Oh, I see. I'll send it to your phone later then." "Alright, my dear." With that, she hung up. A moment later, Qin Feng's phone pinged. Qin Feng opened it to find the phone number of Li Xiangda sent by Chen Ying. 156XXXXXXXX. Qin Feng dialed the number as instructed. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, is this Xiangda?" "Yeah, who's this?" "Ha, Xiangda, it's Qin Feng here." "Brother Qin Feng, it's you. Ha ha ha, how have you been lately?" On the other end, Li Xiangda couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion upon hearing it was Qin Feng, the man who had saved his family's life, calling. I've been doing pretty well lately. Xiangda, I'm calling because I have something I need to ask your father." "Oh, I see. But my dad went to the market and probably won't be back for a while, Brother Qin Feng." "No worries, Xiangda. I think it's best to discuss this in person with your father. Besides, it's been ages since we last met." Why don't we all meet up at the Quince Tea restaurant later? We can grab lunch together. Alright, brother Chin Fong. I'll let my dad know when he gets back and then we'll come find you. Chapter 106, Farewell. After hanging up, Li Xiangda was already bursting with excitement. He genuinely liked this brother Chin Fong, and besides, whenever they hung out before, the delicious food was endless, making this foodie's mouth water. And now they were heading to Quince Tea restaurant? That meant he could indulge once more. At the thought, Li Xiangda couldn't help but start drooling. Meanwhile, Chin Fong hung up and headed straight for a clothing store. After all, he dressed casually today, assuming he'd only be meeting Tang Jia. But now that he was about to meet Old Master Li, he felt it was better to dress more formally. Although he was also Mr. Li's savior, and his age was indeed many times greater than Mr. Li's. In others' eyes, however, he appeared much younger than Old Master Li and was clearly the junior party. Thus, Chin Fong headed straight for the suit shop to observe proper etiquette. At Li Xiangda's residence, Old Master Li had just returned from the market. Upon seeing him return, Li Xiangda hurried over, his face beaming with joy. What's up, Xiangda? You look unexpectedly cheerful, Old Master Li said kindly. Dad, I have some earth-shattering news to share. Are you ready? Li Xiangda teased playfully. Old Mr. Li smiled and nodded. Go ahead, I'm ready. Brother Chin Fong said he wants us to meet him at the Lokwat Tea restaurant later. After Li Xiangda finished speaking, Old Man Li was momentarily speechless. Seeing his reaction, Li Xiangda exclaimed, ha ha. Surprised? Unexpected? Fooled by his son's playful bluff, Old Li finally snapped out of it. Is it true, Xiangda? Our benefactor really wants to meet us? Li Xiangda replied, of course, Dad. Why would I lie to you? But brother Chin Fong seems to have something he needs your help with. Even if he asked me to walk through fire and water, I'd do it without hesitation, Old Li declared firmly. Alright, Dad. Brother Chin Fong wouldn't ask that of us. He probably just wants to ask you something. Enough talk, Dad. We should get ready to leave soon. Alright. After saying this, Old Li hurried to his bedroom to change his clothes. The more successful someone is, the more they pay attention to details. Old Li felt he should dress formally to meet Chin Fong. Xiangda, hurry up and change your clothes. We're leaving soon, Old Li called from the bedroom. Yes, father. Li Xiangda shook his head helplessly. What could he do? His father was just that meticulous. Meanwhile, Chin Fong drove to a suit shop. He casually picked up a suit and quickly changed into it. In an instant, a dashing gentleman stood before the full-length mirror, his handsome appearance undeniable. If Chinning were here, she'd probably be all flustered again. After buying the clothes, it was almost noon. Chin Fong hurriedly drove to the Lokwat Tea restaurant. Upon entering, he found Old Li and Li Xiangda already seated at a table inside. He strode over briskly. Mr. Li, Xiangda. My apologies for being late, Chin Fong said sheepishly. My benefactor, not at all. We only just arrived ourselves. Besides, how could we ever make you wait for us? Old Master Li replied with a smile. Chin Fong sat down and took a sip of water. Chin Fong and Old Li exchanged glances, noticing they were both dressed in formal suits. They smiled at each other in unison. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li, why are you wearing a suit too? Mr. Li, benefactor, aren't you wearing a suit too? And it looks like it's brand new. Chin Fong nodded with a smile. It seemed both parties held such high regard for each other that they'd both dressed in top-tier formal attire. Have you ordered yet, Mr. Li? Not yet, brother Chin Fong. My dad insisted we wait for you, Li Xiangda said helplessly from the side. Chin Fong chuckled and said, then let's order first. Waiter. Chin Fong beckoned to the server. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? We'd like to order. The waiter then handed Chin Fong a menu. Chin Fong immediately passed the menu to Li Xiangda and said, Xiangda, take a look and order whatever you'd like. Li Xiangda took the menu with a smile and asked excitedly, brother Chin Fong, really? Chin Fong nodded with a smile. But Old Li beside them snorted coldly. This made Li Xiangda glance at Old Li, a hint of fear visible in his eyes. Chin Fong, naturally noticing this, chuckled and said, haha, come on, Old Li. Let Xiangda order. Just get him the dishes he likes. No need to be so serious. Hearing Chin Fong speak so, Old Master Li could only concede. He gave Chin Fong a smile. Seeing his father wasn't angry, Li Xiangda picked up the menu and studied it carefully before declaring, we'll have the caviar and foie gras, the pure handmade tofu pudding, the crispy roast chicken, and the dog-beating buns. Li Xiangda had intended to order just that much, but upon seeing more dishes listed further back in the menu, he continued, and also, one more serving of lychee milk pudding, plus one more serving of lobster soup with crispy rice porridge. Is this enough? Li Xiangda glanced at Chin Fong and Old Li after finishing his order. Old Li's face had already darkened. He snapped in a low voice, you tell me if it's enough. Seeing the old man's face turn purple with anger, Li Xiangda was too scared to say another word. Chin Fong laughed and said, ha, that's enough. It's fine. Then Chin Fong turned to the waiter and asked, have we ordered all your signature dishes? The waiter carefully examined the menu Li Xiangda had just ordered from. Then he said, "Sir, our other signature dishes include black bean fish, glutinous rice chicken, fresh fish slices in congee, and phoenix perching on the Polonia tree." After hearing this, Qin Feng immediately said, "Alright, then we'll have everything that gentleman ordered earlier, plus the signature dishes you just mentioned." The waiter was taken aback and asked, "Sir, there are 3 of you. That seems like quite a lot of food. Would you like to cancel some items?" This was the first time he'd ever been to a restaurant where the server suggested the customer order less. Mr. Li quickly chimed in, "Exactly, benefactor. Let's order less, or it'll go to waste." Qin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine, Mr. Li Xiangda will surely enjoy everything, right?" Li Xiangda's mouth stretched into a wide grin, nodding vigorously while laughing. "Just place the order as I said," Qin Feng waved to the waiter. Unable to dissuade Qin Feng, Old Li glanced at Li Xiangda's expression beside him. "You like eating, don't you?" Old Li snapped. "If you finish it all without leaving any for me, don't even think about going home." Chapter 107, The Dinner Gathering. Li Xiangda, however, replied with brimming confidence, "Yes, sir." This made Qin Feng chuckle. He knew Li Xiangda was a foodie, but hadn't realized his appetite was quite so voracious. "Old Master Li, benefactor, Xiangda mentioned you had something to ask me today." "What is it?" "Ah, that matter." Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "Benefactor, just speak plainly." "I'll certainly do what I can within my power." Old Master Li could see Qin Feng's slight embarrassment. "Mr. Li, you used to be the head of the education sector, right? You must know Tongyuan University?" "Oh, Tongyuan University? I know it well. After all, it's our finest institution, steeped in tradition." "But why are you asking about it, benefactor?" Old Li looked puzzled. After some hesitation, Qin Feng spoke up. "There's a girl I know who was admitted to Tongyuan University, but due to family circumstances, she couldn't attend. Given your high standing in the education sector, I was wondering if you might be able to help this young woman resume her studies at Tongyuan University?" Upon hearing this, Old Li's expression darkened, and Qin Feng noticed it immediately. Qin Feng then said, "If you feel this might cause trouble or involve some difficulty, then let's not discuss it further." Qin Feng's words only made Old Master Li feel utterly inadequate. He had promised to repay his benefactor someday, yet now he couldn't even fulfill this small request. How could that be? So Old Master Li said, "Benefactor, Tongyuan University has always maintained a very strict academic ethos. Over the years, many who tried to gain admission through connections have been turned away." Qin Feng nodded upon hearing this. "I see. Then it seems this would be quite difficult for you as well, Old Li." Old Li remained silent, lost in deep thought. Soon, the dishes were served. Li Xiangda perked up again at the sight of the delicious spread. Suddenly, Li Xiangda noticed one dish that looked particularly high-end and sophisticated. Even with his extensive culinary experience, he couldn't identify what it was. He turned to the waiter and asked, "Excuse me, what exactly is this dish?" The waiter, seeing the dish Li Xiangda pointed to, replied, "Sir, this is phoenix perching on the Polonia tree. It's our top signature dish at the Polonia tea restaurant." "Phoenix perching on the Polonia tree?" Li Xiangda looked puzzled. Seeing his confusion, the waiter patiently explained. "Sir, this dish uses shiitake mushrooms and egg whites. The mushrooms are baked, then a whole egg white is placed on top. Finally, it's cooked for 50 minutes. Sir, while the ingredients may seem commonplace, we prepare this dish with great care. Combined with our restaurant's secret seasoning, it creates a dish bursting with umami flavor truly delicious. Sir, please give it a try." No sooner had the waiter finished speaking than Li Xiangda eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began eating. After all, having sampled countless dishes over the years, he'd never imagined such a simple dish could live up to the waiter's description of being so delicious. Li Xiangda placed a piece of phoenix perched on a Polonia tree into his mouth. His expression shifted abruptly from neutral to one of excitement. The shiitake mushrooms and tender egg whites collided on his tongue, sending a tingling sensation through him. The moist egg whites then directly impacted his taste buds. Thus, the phoenix perched on the Polonia raced through Li Xiangda's mouth. After savoring it, Li Xiangda broke into a satisfied smile. "This is amazing. Absolutely incredible." Li Xiangda exclaimed excitedly. "Brother Qin Feng, Dad, you too must try this phoenix perching on the Polonia too, it's absolutely incredible." With that, Li Xiangda promptly served them each a piece. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Seeing Li Xiangda's enthusiasm and hearing his glowing praise, Qin Feng's curiosity piqued. He popped a piece of phoenix perching on the Polonia into his own mouth. True to his word, the phoenix perching on the Polonia conquered Qin Feng's taste buds as well. Thus, the three of them savored the various delicacies of the Quince tea restaurant with great satisfaction. Yet as Old Master Li savored the flavors, his mind lingered on the matter Qin Feng had mentioned earlier, unable to shake it off. Qin Feng noticed the old man seemed preoccupied and asked, "Old Master Li, what's troubling you?" "I'm still pondering what you mentioned earlier," Old Master Li replied, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Qin Feng quickly reassured him, "Master Li, it's nothing. I only asked if you had any ideas." If there really isn't a solution, it's perfectly fine. Old Master Li sighed. Shin Feng stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, continuing, "Don't worry. I can handle it myself. Let's just enjoy ourselves, it's rare we get to dine together like this." Hearing Qin Feng's words only made Old Li feel more guilty. His benefactor had made such a small request and he couldn't even help him? That would make him utterly useless. After a long moment of contemplation, Old Li finally spoke. "Benefactor. It's all right. I should have a way to help you." Qin Feng's eyes lit up at Old Li's words. He hurriedly asked, "Really? Old Li?" Old Li replied earnestly, "Yes, benefactor. While Tangyuan University is indeed the finest institution, even wealthy families rarely secure admission for their children through money or connections alone. However, there's someone I know who might be able to help us." "Who is it, elderly?" Qin Feng asked curiously. "It's my former close friend, Zhong Lingyuan, the Chancellor of Tangyuan University." A look of guilt washed over Old Li as he uttered the name. Qin Feng pressed on, "If she's the Chancellor of Tangyuan University and your friend, wouldn't it be simple for you to request an admission spot?" But Old Li shook his head helplessly. Getting an application from her is indeed simple. But right now, forget about asking her for a favor, it'd be tough just to meet her face to face. Qin Feng found this hard to believe and pressed, "Why? Could it be that now she's the Chancellor of Tangyuan University, she looks down on you?" Old Li gave a faint smile. "She's not that kind of person." "Then I'm completely baffled. If she isn't that kind of person, why is it so difficult for you two to even meet now?" Qin Feng looked determined to get to the bottom of it. Old Li decided there was no point in holding back any longer. Chapter 108, A Minor Issue. Old Li, actually, Zhong Lingyuan and I were very close friends years ago. Back then, we were both prominent figures in the education field, you could say we were the dragon and phoenix of education. Then why haven't I ever heard you mention this anti-Zhong Lingyuan before? Li Xiangda asked, puzzled. Old Master Li's expression grew solemn, his demeanor suddenly tense. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke with shame, "If I must explain, it was all my fault for acting on impulse back then. In my youth, I thought myself promising and talented, always restless and impatient. I remember one time, after both of us achieved success at the company, we decided to take a trip together to relax. So I, Zhong Lingyuan, and our respective parents set off together for a trip to Miraculously Island." "And then?" Qin Feng inquired. "But one night during our trip, a violent storm hit. The weather was absolutely terrible. My parents, Zhong Lingyuan, and their parents all suggested finding a nearby guest house to stay the night. We could set off for our next destination early the next morning. But back then, I was young and headstrong. I didn't take any of that advice seriously. I insisted we keep driving. In the end, they couldn't persuade me otherwise and agreed. At first, the trip went smoothly. I was even bragging to them, 'See? This is no problem at all.' But in the end, I paid the price for my impatience and youthful arrogance." As Old Li spoke, his eyes began to well up. Qin Feng and Li Xiangda listened intently, as if hearing a novel, absorbing every detail of Old Li's youthful tale. Just as I was bragging to them, the road was already heavily flooded. Little did I know there was a dip in the road. I just floored it and charged right through. That's what caused our car to skid. For a moment, I couldn't adjust the steering wheel in time, and the car began swaying wildly back and forth on the road. Suddenly, a large truck came barreling toward us. But my steering wheel still wouldn't respond. We slammed right into that truck. "Ah!" Qin Feng and Li Xiangda both cried out in fright. "How are you guys?" Qin Feng asked urgently. Later, we held on until the ambulance arrived. Our whole family was fine, and Zhong Lingyuan and her mother were okay too. But Zhong Lingyuan's father was knocked unconscious by the impact of the collision between the car and the truck. When we went to the hospital for checkups later, we were all fine, but Zhong Lingyuan's father never regained consciousness. Even after surgery, he didn't wake up. The doctor said Zhong Lingyuan's father might never wake up again, remaining in a vegetative state forever. I was terrified when I heard the news. If only I hadn't acted on impulse, Zhong Lingyuan's father wouldn't have been put in danger. At this point, Old Li shed tears of regret. "Dad, I never imagined you went through something like this back then," Li Xiangda said, looking at the old man with heartfelt concern. "So after this incident, how did your relationship with Zhong Lingyuan and her family?" Qin Feng asked awkwardly. "Yes, after that incident, Zhong Lingyuan and her mother were furious. They felt that if it weren't for me, Zhong Lingyuan's father wouldn't have ended up like this. Since then, Zhong Lingyuan and I have had no contact, and neither have my family and hers. Ah, it's all my fault. If not for me, the good relationship between our two families back then might have lasted until now." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Then Old Li said, "So, benefactor, I know Zhong Lingyuan has the ability to secure an extra admission spot. But given our current relationship, I find it incredibly difficult to ask. After all, her father is still lying at home, unconscious. But I'll do my best to ask for you, benefactor." Hearing this, Qin Feng's thoughts suddenly shifted. "What did you say? Her father is still at home, unconscious?" "Yes, benefactor. All these years, Zhong Lingyuan must have been searching for a way. Ah, it's all my fault. Qin Feng, do you still know where Zhong Lingyuan lives? Do you have her contact information? I know she's always lived in Mingwu, Qiurun. I have her contact information too, but it's all outdated. I don't know if she changed her phone number. It's been so long, I don't have the face to go find her or call her. Benefactor, why are you asking about this? Give me her old contact info. Maybe I can not only get her to help me secure an admission spot, but also help you two reconcile. Old Li's face lit up with excitement. Really? Benefactor. If that's truly possible, I'd gladly be your servant for the rest of my life. Qin Feng hastily shook his head. After all, he had no desire for an extra pet in the next century. Qin Feng's confidence stemmed from piecing together what Old Li had mentioned earlier. The reason their families had cut ties was because Zhong Lingyuan's father had become a vegetable. If Zhong Lingyuan's father could be cured, if he could awaken from his vegetative state and become a normal person again, then the rift between them would surely vanish. After all, it was only natural that Qin Feng had secretly mastered a great deal of medical knowledge. While he might not match Hua Tuo's legendary skill, he could certainly be considered a modern-day Hua Tuo. Qin Feng, give me Zhong Lingyuan's phone number. I'll go talk to her in a couple of days. You can show up when the time is right. First, I'll help mend your relationship. Then, convincing her about enrollment will be a piece of cake. Old Li nodded happily, his joy radiating like a child's. All right, benefactor. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Old Li seemed utterly convinced Qin Feng could pull this off in his eyes. Qin Feng was practically a godlike figure. Benefactor, Zhong Lingyuan's phone number is 159XXXXXXXX. Qin Feng casually entered it into his phone and nodded. After listening to Old Man Li's youthful tale and discussing their strategy, the three resumed their meal. After the meal, Qin Feng and Old Li bid farewell and departed one after another. Qin Feng dialed Tang Jie's number. How's the investigation I asked you to look into? Benefactor, Zhong Lingyuan is now the president of Tongyuan University, and her father does indeed seem to be in a vegetative state, confined to bed at home. That's not the point. I already know about her background. How's the investigation into her home address and contact information? Chapter 109, Medical Text. It turned out that while Old Li was speaking just moments ago, Qin Feng had already sent a message to Tang Jie, instructing him to conduct a thorough investigation into Zhong Lingyuan. Ah, that's been confirmed too. Zhong Lingyuan still resides at Mingwu, Qiurun. Her phone number is 159XXXXXXXX. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng actually laughed. It seemed Zhong Lingyuan didn't hate him as much as Old Li had claimed. Otherwise, after all these years, she wouldn't have kept the same phone number. Find a way to arrange a meeting for me. I need to see Zhong Lingyuan. Tell her I can treat her comatose father. Tang Jie froze, taking a moment to process. I almost forgot my benefactor also possesses the Ziwu acupuncture medical art and the 1,000 gold prescriptions. But can acupuncture and the 1,000 gold prescriptions really cure a vegetative state? You needn't concern yourself with that. Just arrange the meeting. Qin Feng's confidence stemmed from the fact that both the Ziwu acupuncture manual and the 1,000 gold prescriptions were treasures and secret manuals he had discovered within that half-gem. Saving a mere ordinary person, what difficulty could there be? Still, a faint worry lingered in Qin Feng's mind. After all, it had been years since he last practiced medicine. Would those precious texts, the 1,000 gold prescriptions and the Ziwu acupuncture manual, still be at the flower shop? With that thought, Qin Feng hurriedly drove toward the flower shop. Indeed, this flower shop was the very one run by his cheap father-in-law, Chen Haotian. Its location was prime, situated in a bustling commercial district with heavy foot traffic, attracting mostly young customers. But Chen Haotian had no knack for business. He didn't understand marketing strategies and refused to follow trends, which was why the shop's business remained so dismal. Perhaps he felt it was the shop of the benefactor who had taken him in all those years ago, and he couldn't bring himself to make changes, waiting instead for that benefactor to reappear. Seeing the shop's state, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly before stepping inside. What brings you here? Chen Haotian froze in surprise. He never expected Qin Feng to walk in. After all, in his memory, Qin Feng had never even inquired about the shop, let alone visited. I had some free time today, so I thought I'd stop by and browse, Qin Feng replied calmly. Chen Haotian was even more astonished by this explanation, wondering if Qin Feng had lost his mind today. Still, he didn't press the matter. Qin Feng looked around, searching for his medical books and the set of golden needles. But when Chen Haotian saw Qin Feng about to rummage through things, he snapped, "Don't go messing with anything here. The layout is all carefully planned." After hearing Chen Haotian's words, Qin Feng examined the room carefully and realized the layout truly had a purpose. It was identical to the arrangement from years ago. It seemed Chen Haotian truly hadn't forgotten his benefactor. He said this because decades ago, Qin Feng's master had already lived here. The difference was that back then, his master was named Su Ranchen. Back then, his master lived here leisurely, happily running a flower shop as a recluse. It was during this period, while sitting in his shop one day, that he spotted the abandoned and lonely Chen Haotian begging on the street. Moved by compassion, he brought the child back to the flower shop. Later, however, Su Ranchen's hidden retreat was discovered by others. Not wanting to stir up trouble, he quietly departed. Before his departure, Su Ranchen entrusted the flower shop to Chen Haotian's care, urging him to manage it well. It must be said that he still had a connection with the Chen family. Seeing Chen Haotian there, Qin Feng felt awkward about rummaging through things. A sudden idea struck him. "Dad, haven't you eaten yet? You should go grab something to eat. I'll watch the shop for you. I'll leave after you come back." Chen Haotian was taken aback. What was wrong with Qin Feng today? Why was he suddenly so concerned about him? "You little rascal. This is the first time you've ever shown me any concern. Alright. I'll go grab a bowl of noodles. You stay here and watch things for me." With that, Chen Haotian happily walked away. Only after confirming Chen Haotian was out of earshot did Qin Feng move to a corner in the back room. He tapped a section of the wall, producing a crisp sound. "This is the one," Qin Feng murmured to himself. He gently flipped the brick panel on the wall, and to his surprise, the wall opened to reveal a small hidden compartment. Even Chen Haotian was unaware of this hidden compartment, otherwise it would likely have been discovered long ago. Qin Feng reached inside and pulled out a golden threaded wooden box. He opened the box to find the medical texts and the box of golden needles, both perfectly preserved inside. Qin Feng retrieved both the medical manual and the needle box, blowing away the thick layer of dust covering them. It was clear these items hadn't been used in quite some time. He then opened the golden needle box to ensure every needle remained intact inside. After all, these 8 needles were forged from meteorite. Each needle radiated an icy chill from one half and a raging inferno from the other, creating an effect like ice and fire coexisting. Who knew how many lives these 8 needles had saved throughout history, pulling countless souls back from the brink of death? After stowing the medical texts and golden needle case into his inner pocket, Qin Feng restored the hidden compartment in the wall to its original state before turning to leave. But the moment he stepped out, he saw Chen Haotian staring at him with a grave expression. Chen Haotian glared at him fiercely. "What were you doing in there? What were you doing in there?" Qin Feng's gaze drifted momentarily before he replied with a smile, "Dad, I noticed it was a bit messy in there, so I helped tidy it up for you." Chen Haotian shot him a glance. "I told you to watch the shop, yet you went in there on your own. What if something got stolen?" Qin Feng scratched his head. "I don't even know the prices. Even if someone came to buy something, I wouldn't let them. Get out of here. All you do is sponge off others. Get lost." Chen Haotian nearly fainted from rage at Qin Feng's words. What kind of son-in-law was this? Qin Feng left, feeling resentful. Chen Haotian returned to the inner room and saw that everything inside was arranged exactly as before. He let out a long sigh of relief. "Ah! Benefactor, where are you? When will you finally return? This son-in-law of mine is driving me mad. Who will guard this flower shop in the future?" Chapter 110, Dog Eyes. Chen Haotian sighed heavily, his eyes filled with an unusual sense of desolation. Xiao Run Residential Complex. A beat-up Toyota pulled up to the community gate, only to be stopped by the property management and security guards. After all, as a high-end gated community of small villas, only registered license plates belonging to villa owners or those approved by phone call from the owner were permitted entry. After all, top-tier gated communities come with top-tier security. Besides, the residents living in this villa complex drove luxury cars worth at least 1,000,000 yuan each. There was no way a beat-up little Toyota like this would be allowed in, so naturally, the security guards wouldn't let it pass. But sitting inside were Qin Feng and Tang Yong. Tang Yong had told Qin Feng that Zhong Lingyuan had agreed to meet him today. "Who are you people? What are you doing here? This is Qiuruan Residential Complex. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now." One of the security guards strode over arrogantly, bellowing at them. After all, these guards were used to seeing wealthy tycoons and luxury vehicles. Naturally, they wouldn't give a second glance to someone driving a beat-up Toyota. Qin Feng calmly rolled down the window and said, "Ms. Zhong Lingyuan invited us here." "Who are you talking about? You haven't lost your mind, have you, comrade?" the security guard sneered. "Zhong Lingyuan." Qin Feng replied impatiently. After hearing this, the guard glanced at his colleague, and suddenly, the two security guards burst into loud laughter. "What are you laughing at? Aren't you a security guard?" Qin Feng asked dismissively. The security guard perked up at Qin Feng's remark and declared proudly, "Yeah, I'm just a security guard. But I'm a security guard for Qiuruan Residential Complex," he added, a smug grin spreading across his face. Then the other security guards gathered around, chanting in unison, "I'm a security guard, protecting the peace of Qiuruan community." "Oh, so now security guards all have their own catchy slogans?" Qin Feng chuckled. Seeing Qin Feng mocking them like this, the security guards naturally weren't going to let him off the hook. "Look who's talking. You drive a beat-up Toyota and dare show up at our Qiu-Run community? Then you have the nerve to claim you know our principal Zhong Lingyuan? Do you even deserve that?" The security chief then brandished a rubber roller at Qin Feng and declared, "Get the hell out of here before we lose our temper." Just the other day, some other idiot claimed he wanted to see Principal Zhong too. That guy drove a Mercedes, but I still kicked him out. You think driving a beat-up Toyota gives you the right? In the security chief's eyes, someone driving a beat-up Toyota didn't even have the right to be physically kicked out. Qin Feng was speechless. What kind of world was this? Now even security guards look down on people based on their cars? Qin Feng shot a glance at Tang Yong beside him. Seeing the smirk on Tang Yong's face, he felt another surge of anger. Qin Feng shouted angrily at Tang Yong, "Is this the great job you promised? You said everything was taken care of? Hurry up and call Zhong Lingyuan." Hearing the edge in Qin Feng's voice, Tang Yong realized he was getting angry and quickly dialed Zhong Lingyuan's number. When Zhong Lingyuan learned Tang Yong had arrived in a beat-up Toyota, she was genuinely stunned. She never imagined the bureau chief would drive such a car. Was he here to experience life? Bang bang bang. Seeing Qin Feng stubbornly refusing to turn around and leave, the security chief impatiently tapped on his Toyota's window. "You little piece of trash, you think you can push your luck? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? You want me to beat you up, huh?" the security chief yelled angrily. Qin Feng's expression darkened instantly. He detested nothing more than being shouted at like this. His rage meter shot straight through the roof. "If you dare speak to me like that again, you'd better be prepared to die." "Oh, you little punk, I'm giving you face, huh?" The security chief was furious too, cursing Qin Feng while continuing to pound on his Toyota. Seeing the security guard show no sign of fear, Qin Feng unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car, his expression already cold as ice. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, the security chief sneered, "Oh? You little punk think you can beat me up?" The chief security guard raised his rubber baton and jabbed it at Qin Feng's head, arrogantly declaring, "A piece of trash like you? I could beat you." Before the boss could finish his boast, Qin Feng swung his fist at him. Thud! A right hook sent the security chief flying into the car's hood. "You want to die?" The security chief hadn't expected Qin Feng to actually dare hit him. How could he tolerate losing face in front of some guy driving a beat-up Toyota? Worse, his men had all seen it. Furious, the chief swung his rubber baton straight at Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng sneered with disdain, showing no intention of dodging. Just as the baton was about to connect, Qin Feng executed a quick backhand grab, effortlessly snatching it away. He then swung the rubber baton straight at the security chief's face. Smack! The baton struck the security chief's face hard, instantly turning it crimson as a bright red mark appeared. Qin Feng stared at him coldly, smirking. "Impressive. Not bad. Keep it coming." Not only had Qin Feng struck him with the baton, but now he was mocking him, sending the security chief's rage boiling over. "You! I'll kill you today," the security chief roared, charging forward to deliver a flying kick at Qin Feng. The outcome was just as miserable. Thud! Qin Feng swung the rubber baton again, landing a direct hit on the security chief's thigh, sending him crashing to the ground. The pain was so intense that the security chief collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. "Are you lot just sitting around doing nothing? Get moving, damn it!" The security chief knew he was no match for Qin Feng, but his side had numbers on their side. Surely they could overwhelm this kid with sheer numbers. In an instant, over a dozen security guards closed in on Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng showed no fear whatsoever, his eyes burning with utter defiance. Gripping his rubber baton, Qin Feng radiated overwhelming power. To him, these dozen guards seemed like insignificant insects he could crush at will. Smack! 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 In less than a minute, the dozen security guards lay sprawled on the ground, their agonized screams echoing around them. Then Qin Feng tossed the rubber baton to the ground, clapped his hands, and shook his head. "What a bore," Qin Feng sighed helplessly. "They shatter at the slightest touch. Crumble at the slightest touch." This was an even heavier psychological blow to the security guards. The security chief was utterly dumbfounded. Watching his entire team collapse within seconds, cold sweat broke out on his brow. Chapter 111, What's Wrong with Being Low-Key? "Who the hell are you?" The security chief stared at Qin Feng with terror in his eyes, as if he'd seen the Grim Reaper himself. Before the chief could process it, a young guard burst out of the security office, panting, "Captain! Principal Zhong says we can let them through. She says the person in that car is..." "Who is it, exactly? Why are you stuttering? And why didn't you come out to help earlier?" The security chief was furious. Not only had he been brutally beaten, but now he was being ordered to let them pass. The young guard, his face twisted with terror, whispered fearfully, "It's Tang Yong." "What? Tang Yong? Are you pulling my leg?" The security chief couldn't believe his ears. After all, how could Tang Yong, the wealthiest man in the city, possibly ride in such a beat-up car? But before he could process it, the window rolled down, revealing Tang Yong's face. Wearing a wolf in sheep's clothing grin, Tang Yong addressed the security chief, "Believe me now?" The moment the security chief saw Tang Yong, his face turned ashen white. He rushed over, dropped to his knees, and pleaded, "Mr. Tang, I'm so sorry. I didn't bring my glasses today and didn't recognize you. Please, spare me this time. Tang Yong maintained his wolf in sheep's clothing expression and said, I'm fine. Just apologize to that gentleman over there. With that, Tang Yong pointed his finger at Qin Feng. But Tang Yong had truly enjoyed the spectacle just now. After all, it had been ages since he'd seen his benefactor engage in such a brawl. The security chief turned to Qin Feng, remembering his earlier actions and the nonsense he'd spouted. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Shivering, the security chief approached Qin Feng, groveling, I'm sorry, sir. I'll never do this again. Please. Before the security chief could finish, Qin Feng turned and climbed into his car. He then addressed the security chief, forget it. Just don't ever look down on people like that again. Hearing this, the security chief's face finally relaxed a little. Don't you know how to open the gate? Can't you see Mr. Tang and his friend are trying to get in? The security chief bellowed directly at the people inside the security booth. The heavy gate rose, and the little Toyota finally drove into the villa compound. 15 minutes later, Qin Feng and Tang Yong finally arrived at Zhong Lingyuan's residence. The butler hurried to open the door and greet them. My sincere apologies, Mr. Tang. It was my oversight for not clearly instructing the property management, the butler apologized earnestly. However, when he saw Tang Yong arriving in a Toyota, he was visibly shocked. Unfazed, Tang Yong said directly, take us to see Zhong Lingyuan immediately. In the lobby, Zhong Lingyuan had been waiting for quite some time. Though she was roughly the same age as old Master Li, her figure and complexion remained remarkably well preserved. When Qin Feng first saw Zhong Lingyuan, he could scarcely believe she was from the same era as old Master Li. Moreover, she possessed a truly captivating charm. Ah, Principal Zhong, it's been ages since we last met, Tang Yong said with a smile. Zhong Lingyuan approached with a smile of her own. Indeed, Mr. Tang. It truly graces my humble abode to welcome a tycoon of your stature. Tang Yong, not at all. It's my honor to meet an educational luminary like Principal Zhong. Qin Feng watched the two exchange compliments, his eyes rolling so hard they nearly popped out of his head. Noticing Qin Feng beside Tang Yong, Zhong Lingyuan inquired, is this the divine healer you mentioned who can cure my father? Tang Yong smiled and said, yes, this is the one. Zhong Lingyuan scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, her expression turning puzzled. She then asked, Mr. Tang, you're not joking, are you? This miracle doctor seems a bit too young, don't you think? But Tang Yong looked completely serious. I truly wouldn't deceive you, Principal Zhong. He saved my life back then. Besides, what would I gain by lying to you? Hearing this, Zhong Lingyuan felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this young man truly was a medical prodigy who could cure her father's illness. She then greeted Qin Feng, hello, I'm Zhong Lingyuan. May I ask your name? Qin Feng smiled and replied, I know you're Zhong Lingyuan. Just call me Qin Feng. Zhong Lingyuan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to recognize her. How do you know my name? Qin Feng paused, realizing he couldn't directly attribute it to Old Li that would derail the conversation immediately, making reconciliation impossible later. After a moment, he replied, who here doesn't know the illustrious name of Zhong Lingyuan? The university's chancellor is quite formidable. Qin Feng's words were blatant flattery, and Zhong Lingyuan beamed with delight. Tang Yong, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He hadn't expected his benefactor to be even more adept at flattery than he was. Then, Zhong Lingyuan asked with concern, Mr. Qin Feng, can you truly cure my father's illness? If you can heal him, I'll agree to any condition you set. Qin Feng's eyes lit up at her words. Really? Yes, Zhong Lingyuan replied earnestly. But my father's condition has persisted for so many years despite treatment. Many renowned doctors have said it's incurable, Zhong Lingyuan said, her eyes clouding over with despondency. Before Qin Feng could respond, Tang Yong interjected, don't worry, Principal Zhong. Years ago, he cured my strange illness. Tang Yong stopped mid-sentence. Both Zhong Lingyuan and Qin Feng's expressions darkened at Tang Yong's words. Principal Zhong Lingyuan laughed wryly. Mr. Tang, are you mistaking me for some naive little girl? Did Mr. Qin Feng save lives from the moment he was born? Or do you two have some ulterior motive? Tang Yong hastily clarified, I misspoke earlier. Actually, that incident happened several years ago, I got the timing wrong. Tang Yong only made things worse with his explanation, deepening Zhong Lingyuan's misunderstanding. Zhong Lingyuan snapped, Mr. Tang and Mr. Qin Feng, what exactly are you up to? Did you come to my home out of boredom just to mock me? To mock my inability to wake my father from his bedridden state? And Mr. Qin Feng, who exactly are you? Qin Feng interjected, Principal Zhong, you've misunderstood. We genuinely came to treat your father. But Zhong Lingyuan wore an impatient expression, utterly unwilling to listen to his lofty rhetoric. Chapter 112, Don't Lie to Me. Mr. Tang, Mr. Qin Feng, please leave. Zhong Lingyuan snapped angrily. Seeing the situation had reached this point, Qin Feng felt helpless and could only reveal the truth. Principal Zhong, the truth is, we came to treat your father on behalf of someone else. Hearing this, Zhong Lingyuan was puzzled. She hadn't asked anyone for help recently, so why would someone be entrusting them? Curiosity piqued, she pressed, whose request are you referring to? Who is this person? Qin Feng paused for a moment before replying, it's old Li, your former comrade, Li Yang. Li Yang. It had been years since Zhong Lingyuan had heard that name. Hearing it again, familiar yet distant, made her heart skip a beat. But then she snapped back to reality, her anger flaring even brighter. Fine, she said. Go back and thank him for his kindness. My father's illness doesn't need his help. If he truly had any backbone back then, he would have stepped in to help instead of waiting until now. You can go back and tell him that he doesn't need to do this just because of a little shame. For a moment, Zhong Lingyuan unleashed a torrent of truth, leaving Qin Feng speechless. Tang Yong couldn't bear to watch his benefactor being berated like this. Mr. Qin Feng merely wanted to examine your grandfather's condition. He had no ill intent. Why are you speaking to him like this? Tang Yong declared with righteous indignation. I'm telling him off because you have no idea how much pain I endured. And now he comes along to rip open that wound again, Zhong Lingyuan said through gritted teeth. I don't care how much pain you've endured, but you can't speak to him like that. Zhong Lingyuan found it strange that Tang Yong would defend this stranger so fiercely. As the two argued, Qin Feng grew increasingly irritated. Qin Feng snapped coldly, can you two keep it down? Tang Yong finally reined in his anger, nodding awkwardly. All right. Watching Qin Feng speak to Tang Yong like that, yet seeing Tang Yong not only remain unoffended but even show such deference toward Qin Feng, made Zhong Lingyuan even more perplexed. What kind of person was Qin Feng, that he could command such deference from the wealthiest man in the city? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhong Lingyuan's eyes. Qin Feng didn't get angry at Zhong Lingyuan's slight disdain either, because he knew it was all quite normal. After all, it had been so many years Zhong Lingyuan couldn't just suddenly let go. After all, it was about her father's illness. Principal Zhong, why not let me examine old Master Zhong? Perhaps I truly can treat him. Besides, it won't cost you anything, will it? Zhong Lingyuan remained cold and dismissive. I already said it's useless. I don't need the favor Li Yang sent over. Save your so-called medical expertise for someone else. With that, Zhong Lingyuan beckoned to the butler. You two should leave now. I'll see you out. The butler understood Zhong Lingyuan's meaning perfectly. He too had grown tired of the spectacle and believed Qin Feng had come solely to provoke her. Zhong Lingyuan. If you insist on speaking this way, don't ever regret it. Tang Yong declared arrogantly. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Before leaving, he looked at Zhong Lingyuan and said, Principal Zhong, do you often experience the tearing, throbbing pain in your head? I advise you to stop taking those headache pills. Hearing this, Zhong Lingyuan froze in surprise. How did he know about my headaches? And how did he know I regularly take headache powder? Before Zhong Lingyuan could process it, Qin Feng continued, painkillers only temporarily suppress the tearing sensation in your head. They're useless. I still advise you to visit the hospital's neurology department when you have time. Getting a brain scan would be best. Get the hell out of here. Zhong Lingyuan's veins bulged with rage at his words. If Qin Feng hadn't been brought by Tang Yong, she would have probably called for someone to beat him up already. After Qin Feng and Tang Yong strolled leisurely out of the villa, Tang Yong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Feng was utterly baffled, clueless as to why. What are you laughing at? Did someone call you stupid? Then Tang Yong gave him a thumbs up and said happily, my benefactor, you sure know how to insult people. Calling Zhong Lingyuan names like that in such a roundabout way, she's probably so mad right now she could spit blood. Qin Feng, however, was puzzled. I didn't insult her. Besides, how did I insult her? Are you genuinely unaware, benefactor, or just pretending? You just told him to go see a neurologist and get an imaging scan. Isn't that basically saying she's not all there? Tang Yong chuckled. Qin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder she'd gotten so upset despite his well-intentioned advice. Seeing Qin Feng fall silent, Tang Yong suddenly added, could it be, she really is mentally challenged, benefactor? Qin Feng shot him a withering look. You think everyone's as dim-witted and boring as you? What did I do, benefactor? Tang Yong wore an innocent expression. How could you say something like that? Years ago I saved your life, who would believe you? Honestly, compared to Zhong Lingyuan, you're the one who needs to get your head checked. Tang Yong felt awkward and chuckled. But it's true, isn't it? I just forgot what you look like and how you've changed. I spoke without thinking. But it's fine, benefactor. I'll talk to her later and put some pressure on her. Leave this to me, benefactor. I'll make sure she complies and gives us an enrollment spot. Qin Feng shook his head. No need. I still need to mend relations between old Li and her. Your approach won't work. It's fine. Her headaches will only grow more excruciating. When she goes to the hospital, the doctors will naturally inform her. Once she undergoes tests, she'll see for herself whether my words hold truth. Only then did Tang Yong grasp the plan. He marveled, benefactor, your mind is truly sharp. This will showcase your exceptional medical skill. Someone as devoted as Zhong Lingyuan will surely come personally to ask you to save her father. Just as Qin Feng and Tang Yong were getting into the car to leave, a purple supercar pulled into the villa. Stepping out of the purple supercar was a beautiful girl in uniform. Her name was Zhong Tiantian, Zhong Lingyuan's daughter and the little princess of the Zhong family. Zhong Tiantian watched the departing Toyota with puzzled expression before cheerfully entering the living room. Chapter 113, All Minor Issues. Zhong Tiantian strode purposefully to Zhong Lingyuan's side. Mom, one of those two men who just arrived seemed to be named Tang Yong. Why would he be here? Zhong Tiantian asked, puzzled. Zhong Lingyuan had been fuming over Qin Feng's earlier remarks, but the moment she saw her precious daughter return, a hint of warmth crept into her previously sullen expression. Oomph. That guy told me he had a miracle doctor who could cure your grandfather, so I let them come. But do you know who he brought? Zhong Tiantian pondered for a moment before saying, I swear I saw a super hot guy with great abs with him earlier. Could it be that hottie? Zhong Lingyuan shot Zhong Tiantian a disapproving look, surprised her daughter was such a hopeless romantic. Though Qin Feng was undeniably handsome. He's handsome, but his brain doesn't seem to work right, Zhong Lingyuan said indignantly. Oh, why is that, Mom? That handsome guy was actually sent by Li Yang, supposedly to treat your grandfather. How could I not be furious? Only then did Zhong Tiantian understand, so he was one of Li Yang's people. Zhong Tiantian snorted lightly. Oomph, Li Yang is such a coward. If he truly wanted to make amends and treat Grandpa, he should have come himself. Why send someone else? Exactly. And that man even spoke disrespectfully to me in the living room earlier, implying your mother has mental issues. Zhong Lingyuan sounded like she was confiding her grievances to her daughter. What? Mom, how dare he treat you like that? When I get the chance, I'll confront him and get revenge for you. Zhong Tiantian clenched her fists as she spoke. Zhong Lingyuan looked worried. Don't do anything rash, Tiantian. You mustn't provoke Tang Yong. Don't worry, Mom. I'll make sure that handsome guy pays for this. After all, he's the one who upset you. Even Qin Feng himself probably never imagined he'd end up being targeted by the Zhong family's precious daughter like this. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Tang Yong were sitting in the car. Suddenly, Chuning called. Hello, Xiaoying, what's up? Qin Feng, where are you right now? Ah, I'm out shopping. Qin Feng lied with his usual smoothness. Could you ask Tang Yong if he's free later? Sure, why? Qin Feng and Tang Yong were both puzzled by Qin Ying's sudden request to involve Tang Yong. My mom agreed to apologize to me. Call Tang Yong over to witness it. If she meets your demands, then let her go. Chen Ying's pleading voice came through the phone. Qin Feng thought for a moment. Alright, I'll bring Tang Yong to the police station to meet you shortly. As long as my mom behaves well and apologizes sincerely, we'll release her immediately. Alright, thank you, Qin Feng. Chen Ying's delight was palpable. After hanging up, Tang Yong asked, Sir, isn't your mother-in-law notoriously unreasonable? Why would she agree to your request? How could she possibly apologize? Qin Feng was puzzled too, then said, maybe she's just fed up with being stuck in there. After all, no one's come to bail her out. Enough about that. We'll see how she behaves when we go meet her later. With that, Qin Feng instructed Tang Yong's driver to turn around and head straight for the police station. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Tang Yong arrived at the police station. The moment they stepped out of the car, they spotted Chen Ying and Chen Haoyan already waiting outside the station entrance. Qin Feng strode over. Why are you here so early, Xiaoying? I had no choice. Yan Yuan just called to say Mom agreed to your terms, so I rushed over. Before Qin Feng could say anything else, Chen Haoyan spotted Tang Yong beside Qin Feng and walked straight over to him. Mr. Tang, I'm truly sorry. It's all because of my hot-tempered wife that you've been so upset. I feel terrible for causing you so much trouble, Chen Haoyan apologized sincerely. Tang Yong was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After all, he'd heard about Zhang Yuan. He knew she was fiercely temperamental. But he hadn't expected Chen Haoyan to be so humble. Tang Yong froze for a moment, glancing at Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave him a meaningful look, and Tang Yong immediately understood. Tang Yong patted Chen Haoyan on the shoulder and said, Mr. Wan, you're too polite. I, Tang Yong, don't care about this small amount of money at all. I just wanted to teach your wife a lesson. Otherwise, she's become far too arrogant and unreasonable. Chen Haoyan nodded hastily and replied, You're absolutely right, Mr. Tang. My wife has been utterly unreasonable. If not for this incident, she'd likely continue behaving this way. Besides, I have business dealings and collaborations with your daughter, Miss Chen. If we really burn bridges, it won't look good for anyone. Moreover, I hold Miss Chen's capabilities in the highest regard and trust her implicitly. Chen Haoyan felt deeply gratified to hear Tang Yong praise his daughter so highly. Chuning blushed slightly at Tang Yong's praise of her abilities and said, Mr. Tang, I truly apologize for this incident. But rest assured, I will spare no effort in our future collaborations to achieve a win-win outcome. Chen Ying declared confidently. Tang Yong laughed heartily, Miss Chen, I have complete faith in your abilities, otherwise, I wouldn't have signed a contract with your company. Go ahead and give it your all. Encouraged by Tang Yong's words, Chen seemed even more confident and visibly brightened. At that moment, Qin Feng discreetly gave Tang Yong a thumbs-up gesture, signaling that his earlier words had hit the mark. Chen was so engrossed in discussing work matters with Tang Yong that she nearly forgot the crucial reason for her visit today. Her mother was still being held in the interrogation room. She turned to Tang Yong and said, "Mr. Tang, shall we go inside now?" With that, the four of them entered the police station. The officers and staff inside the station were astonished to see Tang Yong arrive. After all, for lowly nobodies like them, catching even a glimpse of Tang Yong was practically impossible under normal circumstances. The station erupted into a buzz of whispers. "Hey, isn't that Tang Yong? What's he doing here? That's Tang Yong, the richest man in town. I heard he's here because some woman stole his black card." "Yeah, that's what I heard. And apparently that woman who stole his black card is incredibly unreasonable. Haha, now that Tang Yong himself is here, let's see how she dares to be so unreasonable." Chapter 114, Ranting and Raving. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, "Doesn't anyone have work to do? All of you standing around gossiping." It was Yan Yuan stepping out to reprimand the crowd in the hall. Her words instantly silenced the chatter, bringing it to an abrupt halt. Yan Yuan stepped forward, smiling as she said, "Xiaoying, you're finally here." Auntie was getting restless waiting inside. Chen scratched her head sheepishly. "Sorry about that, Yan Yuan. We've really put you through the trouble." Yan Yuan replied, "Don't mention it. We're family, after all." Noticing Tang Yong beside her, Yang Yuan added with a smile, "Mr. Tang, I've heard so much about you. Thank you for coming to help my Xiaoying. You're truly generous." Tang Yong replied, "It's no trouble at all. I've always been this way, a humble person." Even as he spoke, Tang Yong couldn't quite believe his own words. The reason Tang Yong was being so humble toward Yang Yuan was entirely because Qin Feng had mentioned her to him earlier. Qin Feng believed Yang Yuan genuinely cared for Chen, so he hoped Tang Yong would treat her with courtesy in the future. Otherwise, with Tang Yong's aloof demeanor, he'd never give Yang Yuan the time of day even if her father was a bureau chief at the municipal government. Shortly after, Yang Yuan led them to the interrogation room. Before they even reached the room, they could hear Zhang Yuan yelling and cursing inside. "What kind of work are you doing? Didn't I already say I'd apologize? Why isn't Tang Yong speaking up? Does he look down on me just because I'm a woman?" Zhang Yuan's words echoed outside, startling everyone present except Tang Yong and Qin Feng. After all, Zhang Yuan had dared to speak so disrespectfully about Tang Yong behind his back. And now that Tang Yong had heard it. "Mr. Tang, I'm so sorry. Please accept my apology on behalf of my shrewish wife. I beg you to forgive her." Chen Haotian's voice cracked with fear. Shen Ying's expression instantly turned grave, yet she had no idea how to defend Zhang Yuan. After all, this was entirely Zhang Yuan's fault. Tang Yong shook his head and smiled. "It's fine." But that smile sent a chill down Chen Haotian's spine. Qin Feng, meanwhile, stood nearby, lips pressed together in a sly grin. He thought to himself, Zhang Yuan actually dared to speak ill of Tang Yong behind his back. He couldn't wait to see how she'd handle this mess. After all, Tang Yong's temperament was unforgiving. He didn't provoke others, but if provoked, he would retaliate. Eager to witness the showdown, Qin Feng abruptly pushed open the interrogation room door while Chen Haotian was still trying to make excuses for Zhang Yuan. Seeing Qin Feng arrive only made Zhang Yuan angrier. She immediately lashed out, "What are you doing here, you ungrateful bastard? Where the hell is the person you promised to call?" Qin Feng ignored her, shrugging nonchalantly as he walked in and sat down, clearly eager to watch the show. Seeing Qin Feng completely ignore her, Zhang Yuan cursed even more viciously. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. If you can't get anyone here, then get the hell out. You're just making me sick." Then Tang Yong strolled in leisurely, giving Zhang Yuan a cold smile. He asked, "Auntie, were you looking for me?" The police officer's eyes widened at the sight of Tang Yong's arrival. Zhang Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Tang Yong. No. It's Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, I'm terribly sorry. I was just cursing my son-in-law. I certainly wasn't talking about you. Zhang Yuan was likely scared half to death. Though she'd been speaking so loudly moments ago, now every word seemed to tremble from her lips. Tang Yong ignored her, maintaining a steady smile directed solely at Zhang Yuan. But how could Zhang Yuan bear it? Seeing Tang Yong actually smiling at her was far more chilling than his usual icy, stern expression. Her legs had long since stopped obeying her, trembling uncontrollably. Soon after, Chen Haotian, and Yang Yuan also entered the interrogation room. Chen Haotian, upon entering, pointed at Zhang Yuan with a vicious glare, implying just how utterly foolish her earlier actions had been. Seeing Chen Haotian's expression, Zhang Yuan understood something. She realized that everything she had said in the interrogation room earlier had probably been overheard by Tang Yong. Her expression remained frozen. Though the interrogation room was chilly, cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. Yang Yuan, unsure how to handle the situation, decided to act to spare Zhang Yuan some embarrassment later. Yang Yuan waved at the police officers in the interrogation room and said, "You guys go back to work. I'll handle this." The officers reluctantly left the room. They were eager to witness the drama unfold. After all, during Zhang Yuan's time in the interrogation room, she had been cursing and screaming daily, yet they knew Yang Yuan was looking out for her. So the officers felt awkward about doing anything. Now, finally, they had a heavyweight like Tang Yong. Combined with Zhang Yuan's constant loose tongue, she was bound to have offended him. They were eager to see Tang Yong teach her a lesson. Once all the officers had exited the interrogation room, Yang Yuan closed the door tightly behind them. Yet an eerie silence filled the room, permeated only by a palpable, icy pressure. Tang Yong sat down on the chair with an expression of utter indifference, showing no desire to engage with Zhang Yuan. He wasn't even thinking about how to resolve the black card incident. After all, the black card incident was insignificant. What truly demanded an explanation was Zhang Yuan's covert insults against him in the interrogation room today. The once arrogant and domineering Zhang Yuan now looked like a helpless little kitten. Is that it? Is that all Zhang Yuan has? Does she shatter at the slightest touch? Seeing Tang Yong remain silent, just sitting there coldly staring at Zhang Yuan, Yang Yuan spoke up first. "Mr. Tang, we're here today primarily to resolve the case regarding your lost black card. Why don't you tell us how you want to handle it?" Tang Yong replied nonchalantly, "Didn't Qin Feng already explain how to resolve it? Didn't she agree to it? Otherwise, why would I come to this unlucky place today?" Tang Yong's words left Yang Yuan speechless. After all, every point he made was perfectly reasonable. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt a glimmer of hope. She turned to Tang Yong and pleaded, "Mr. Tang, could you please let me go? You're a magnanimous man. I'd be so grateful." Chapter 115, Wishful Thinking. Zhang Yuan must have misheard him, thinking Tang Yong was going to let her go. Tang Yong gave a cold laugh and murmured, "Do you expect me to repeat myself?" His icy stare fixed on her, sending shivers down her spine. Chen quickly stepped in to defuse the tension. "Mr. Tang, my mom knows what she's doing. She probably just wasn't thinking straight earlier." Hearing her daughter speak for her, Zhang Yuan seethed inwardly, but she dared not act defiantly now. In front of Tang Yong, she was nothing but a helpless little lamb. At that moment, Qin Feng, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, suddenly spoke up. "Mom, didn't I tell you? Getting out is simple, just apologize to Xiaoying. Promise you won't hit her again. And remember, this is what Mr. Tang wants." If Tang Yong hadn't been present earlier, Zhang Yuan might have argued back with Qin Feng. But today, she couldn't. Plus, Qin Feng had mentioned it was Tang Yong's wish and she'd already offended him earlier. If she provoked him again, she might genuinely end up stuck in the police station indefinitely. After weighing her options, Zhang Yuan relented. "Fine. I'll apologize to my daughter and promise never to hit her again." It seemed Zhang Yuan wasn't about to make a foolish mistake at this critical moment. She shuffled slowly toward Chen. Perhaps because her legs were still trembling, she stumbled for a long time even though the two were standing so close. Qin Feng sat there with his legs crossed, looking as if he were ready to watch a good show. He resembled a spectator watching a spectacle. After a long moment of hesitation, Zhang Yuan finally gathered her courage to speak. "Xiaoying, my daughter, yes. Hold on." Qin Feng cut her off mid-sentence. Zhang Yuan shot him a furious look, her eyes blazing with anger, but she dared not show it. Instead, she asked, "What is it now?" Qin Feng casually pulled his phone from his pocket, activated the camera, and began filming Zhang Yuan and Chen. Zhang Yuan asked in confusion, "What are you doing now?" Qin Feng chuckled, "Ha ha ha, filming your apology for you. That way, whenever you're feeling down, you can pull it out and watch it. It'll also serve as proof that you promised not to hit Xiaoying anymore." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt her insides twist with rage. But what could she do now? She'd just have to wait until they were outside to give him a proper scolding. Yang Yuan, watching Qin Feng's antics from the side, covered her mouth and giggled quietly. She hadn't expected him to be so amusing and full of surprises. Seeing Zhang Yuan frozen in place, Qin Feng added, "All right, let's begin." It looked exactly like a director giving the actors their cue to start filming. Zhang Yuan clenched her fists, then stood before Chen with a forced smile. She then whispered softly, "Little Ing, my dear daughter, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have hit you. I know I made a mistake. I hope you can forgive me this once. I promise I'll never hit you again. If I do, I'll let." Before Zhang Yuan could finish the self-incriminating threat, Chen pulled her into a tight embrace. "It's okay, Mom. I forgive you." Chen was on the verge of tears. But Qin Feng, noticing Zhang Yuan hadn't uttered that final threat, felt a quiet irritation. But who could blame her? Chen was so dutiful. Qin Feng couldn't really say much more, especially since she'd apologized. He had no choice but to accept it. Hearing Chen Ying's forgiveness, Zhang Yuan burst into an emotional smile. She thought to herself that she could finally leave this hellhole and go home. But offending Tang Yong wasn't something that could be easily forgiven. Just as Zhang Yuan embraced Chen in joy, Tang Yong stood up and began clapping. Everyone watched his actions with puzzled expressions, but Qin Feng alone smiled faintly. Qin Feng thought to himself, this guy still holds grudges. Looks like he's going to teach Zhang Yuan a lesson. But that's fine. Someone else can help Xiaoying get her revenge. Tang Yong, Auntie Zhang Yuan, don't get too excited just yet. I haven't agreed to let you out. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan grew flustered. She dared to confront Tang Yong. Why, Mr. Tang? Haven't I already fulfilled the conditions you set? Tang Yong shook his head, his voice cold and indifferent. Every single condition you just fulfilled was imposed on you by your son-in-law. But didn't he say those conditions were also yours? Tang Yong nodded, then added, yes, but now I'm adding one more condition. What? Zhang Yuan asked, her face brimming with curiosity. You must kneel before me and apologize. Apologize for what you just said. Otherwise, don't ever think about leaving this place for the rest of your life. As Tang Yong spoke these words, his face remained expressionless, even tinged with a hint of indifference. Yet it felt utterly chilling. Zhang Yuan felt utterly bewildered. After all, she had never once knelt before anyone in her life, yet this man before her demanded she kneel before him. This truly left Zhang Yuan at a loss. Zhang Yuan, Mr. Tang, aren't your words a bit excessive? Even if you are the richest man here, I am still much older than you. Is this really appropriate? Tang Yong ignored her, snorting coldly before sitting down nearby. He simply left Zhang Yuan to continue her incessant chatter. Seeing this, Yang Yuan stepped in to mediate and defend Aunt Zhang. Mr. Tang, please be magnanimous and don't hold this against Auntie Zhang Yuan. Why make things difficult for a woman? Don't you agree? Yang Yuan said respectfully. Ha ha ha. How laughable. Truly laughable. Didn't you hear how she was cursing me outside the door just now? Or do you think I'm being too generous? I think letting her out and coming here already shows I'm giving her face. Tang Yong's tone was sharp and piercing, clearly enraged by Zhang Yuan's earlier antics. Qin Feng, however, sat cross-legged nearby, watching the scene unfold as if enjoying a good show. A bowl of sunflower seeds would have made him even more comfortable. Chen Ying could clearly see that Zhang Yuan had thoroughly provoked Tang Yong. The fact that he was still willing to release her now was likely only out of respect for Qin Feng. If she didn't know when to quit now, Zhang Yuan would truly be locked up here for life. By then, there would likely be no one left to save her. Mom, just kneel down and apologize to Mr. Tang. Chen Ying pleaded helplessly. Hearing her daughter suggest she kneel before another man, Zhang Yuan immediately grew furious. Chapter 116, Apologize Properly. What? Did you say that? You want me to kneel before someone else? Are you even my daughter anymore? Zhang Yuan's face flushed crimson with rage, her neck bulging with fury. But Tang Yong had no desire to listen to Zhang Yuan's ranting. He gave a cold snort, which instantly silenced her. Chen Haotian, my dear daughter, why are you speaking like this? Couldn't you beg Mr. Tang for mercy? She is your mother after all. We must preserve our dignity. Chen Haotian whispered softly into Chen Ying's ear. But Chen Ying retorted loudly, Dad, do you think I don't want to? But you heard what Mom did and said just now, didn't you? How could I possibly apologize to someone like President Tang now? She's the one who made the mistake. She should reap what she sowed. She adopted an attitude of righteous justice, willing to sacrifice family ties for principle. Tang Yong actually laughed upon hearing Chen Ying's words. He stood up and pointed at Zhang Yuan and Chen Haotian. You two are supposed to be elders, yet you don't even understand as much as Miss Chen. How pathetic. Chen Haotian's face flushed crimson at Tang Yong's words. He couldn't deny the truth in them. His daughter truly possessed greater capability and foresight than he did. After a moment's thought, Chen Haotian gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Yuan, you should apologize to Mr. Tang. After all, if you hadn't spoken so recklessly earlier, none of this would have happened. Zhang Yuan immediately lashed out, you old fool. You're useless. Your own wife is being humiliated like this, and you still say such things? Are you even human? Well done, you father and daughter. How dare you treat me like this? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Chen Haotian felt so ashamed he wanted to crawl into a hole. It was utterly humiliating. Yang Yuan watched Zhang Yuan publicly humiliate her family like this, hurling vicious insults, and could only shake her head helplessly. She even found herself starting to agree with Tang Yong's perspective. Tang Yong couldn't be bothered with Zhang Yuan's shrewish behavior. After all, it had nothing to do with him and hadn't affected him personally. Qin Feng, however, watched with relish, his expression a mix of suppressed amusement and caution. He certainly didn't want Zhang Yuan dragging him into this. But Zhang Yuan had already caught Qin Feng's expression and turned her fire on him. You good for nothing. You're such an ungrateful bastard. Still snickering over there, huh? You've been waiting for this day for ages, haven't you? Once I get out of here, I'll make you pay dearly. You're nothing but scum. Zhang Yuan hurled her scathing insults at Qin Feng. If she'd held back when cursing her husband and daughter earlier, she showed no mercy now that her target was the son-in-law she'd long despised. Qin Feng heard Zhang Yuan's words without flinching. He'd long since grown accustomed to this. Sometimes, when he didn't hear her cursing him, it all felt too unreal. So Qin Feng maintained his cheerful expression. But Tang Yong wouldn't stand for it. Shut your mouth. Do you want to get out of here or not? Tang Yong couldn't stand seeing his benefactor being insulted like this. He immediately sprang to her defense. If you don't fulfill the terms we just agreed on, then speak up now and stop wasting my time. Otherwise, you can stay here for the rest of your life. Tang Yong's tone was icy cold, as if he intended to lock Zhang Yuan away here permanently. Faced with Tang Yong's stern expression and cold words, Zhang Yuan instantly turned into a timid little lamb. She whimpered, "Mr. Tang, please spare me this once. I won't do it again. I'm just a woman, after all. Look at me." Before Zhang Yuan could finish, Tang Yong waved her off. "If there's a first time, there'll be a second. Looks like you're comfortable living here and don't want to leave." With that, Tang Yong turned to leave. Zhang Yuan watched him go and was so terrified her legs buckled, sending her crashing to the floor. Chening rushed to Tang Yong's side, her smile fixed as she pleaded, "Mr. Tang, please calm down. Let me speak with my mother. I promise you'll get a satisfactory answer." Tang Yong's expression softened the moment he saw Chening. After all, she was the wife of his benefactor. "Very well. I'll give Miss Chen some time then." "Thank you, Mr. Tang," Chening replied before hurrying over to Zhang Yuan's side. Zhang Yuan looked at Chening as if she were her last lifeline. It was unclear when Zhang Yuan had become this way pitiful yet despicable. Pity often comes with a touch of resentment. Zhang Yuan clutched Chen Ying's arm tightly and whispered, "My dear daughter, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you just now. I don't want to live here. Please help me beg Mr. Tang for mercy." Seeing Zhang Yuan's utterly subdued expression, Chening felt a pang of pity. She patted her mother's shoulder and soothed, "Mom, how could I be angry over such a small thing? I know what kind of person you are. Besides, we're family after all." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt much calmer and finally let out the breath she'd been holding. "Zhang Yuan, honey, did you plead with Mr. Tang for me?" "Mom, I did speak up for you. But Mr. Tang's stance is very firm," Chening replied, keeping the full truth from her mother. Hearing Tang Yong's firm stance, Zhang Yuan was once again terrified. "Oh dear, what am I to do? I don't want to be locked up here, daughter." The tremor in Zhang Yuan's voice was palpable. After a moment, Chening said, "Mom, you were in the wrong earlier. Tang Yong finally agreed to come release you, but you went and cursed him out right outside the door." Zhang Yuan looked utterly aggrieved. "But I didn't know he was outside." "Whether he was outside or not, you shouldn't just go around cursing people like that." Chening felt helpless hearing Zhang Yuan's excuse. "Alright, I know. But now. Mom, you really did make a mistake. The terms Mr. Tang offered are actually reasonable. You have no choice but to agree now. The knife is already at your throat. If you don't agree, you might really never get out of this." After all, Tang Yong's power and connections speak for themselves. Zhang Yuan felt a chill run through her heart at Chen Ying's words. Was there truly no other way to fix this? Chen Ying could clearly see Zhang Yuan's reluctance and confusion. So she pressed on, "Mom, if there were truly other options, would I be pushing this on you? Precisely because there are no other ways left, this is the only path forward." Chapter 117, Surrender. Zhang Yuan felt utterly hopeless. If she'd clung to any faint hope moments ago, it vanished completely now. Chen Ying patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder reassuringly. "Alright, Mom. When you make a mistake, you have to be brave enough to take responsibility for it." Chen Ying comforted Zhang Yuan as if she were consoling a kindergarten child. "Alright, I'll do as Tang Yong says." Zhang Yuan knew there was no turning back now unless she wanted to remain locked up in this cold, damp place. And she certainly didn't. Hearing this, Chen Ying finally relaxed the tension that had been building. "Mr. Tang, my mom agrees," Chen Ying announced to Tang Yong. Tang Yong turned his head abruptly, his expression one of disbelief. "Oh, really?" Qin Feng, however, felt not the slightest surprise. Though Zhang Yuan was arrogant, she was still a woman and couldn't endure being locked up here indefinitely. Tang Yong strode over and sat down in the chair with a flourish. He then waved at Zhang Yuan and said, "Alright, we can begin." Zhang Yuan slowly staggered to Tang Yong's side, standing there motionless and dazed. She was probably still clinging to that last shred of dignity, refusing to yield. Seeing her hesitation, Tang Yong grew impatient. "Hurry up. I've got other things to do." But Zhang Yuan seemed lost in thought, unmoved. Chen Ying, alarmed, hurried over and nudged her. "Mom, what are you doing? Apologize already." "Mr. Tang is getting impatient," Chen Ying whispered in her ear. Only then did Zhang Yuan snap back to reality, shaking her head. She hesitated for a moment. Thud. She finally knelt down. Seeing Zhang Yuan like this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he'd ever seen her look so vulnerable. Hearing Qin Feng's hearty laughter beside her, Zhang Yuan dared not vent her anger at him now. She could only wait until they were outside to give him a proper scolding. Tang Yong watched Zhang Yuan kneel, his expression smugly satisfied, yet his words remained unsparing. "Is that all?" Tang Yong sneered. It took Zhang Yuan a moment to realize she still needed to apologize. Now that she was already on her knees, what was so hard about apologizing? Mr. Tang, I'm sorry. I was wrong earlier. I deserve to die. I won't dare do this again. Please forgive me this once. Her apology flowed smoothly and elegantly, sounding almost professionally rehearsed to an untrained ear. Hearing this, Tang Yong felt satisfied. He waved his hand dismissively at her and said, "Fine, I'll forgive you this once." After all, Tang Yong knew Zhang Yuan was Qin Feng's mother-in-law. Continuing to make things difficult would only make Qin Feng's future more challenging. But after hearing Tang Yong's words, Zhang Yuan didn't move, as if frozen in place. Chen and Chen Haotian quickly helped her up, urging, "Mr. Tang has forgiven you. You can stand now." Zhang Yuan, really? Does that mean I can finally get out of this hellhole? Absolutely. Mr. Tang has agreed to release you. A CEO's word is as good as gold. Chen said with a smile, thinking Zhang Yuan looked as if she'd been scared out of her wits. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Upon hearing the good news, Zhang Yuan bowed 3 times in rapid succession toward Tang Yong. Tang Yong said nothing more, simply turning and walking out of the interrogation room. Seeing Zhang Yuan's disheveled state, Qin Feng also smiled and left the interrogation room. The two stood together outside the police station entrance. You really pulled off something impressive just now, Qin Feng said, pointing at Tang Yong with a mischievous grin. Ha, it's all thanks to your excellent training, benefactor. Besides, look how she treated you just now. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately swung a punch at Tang Yong. You little bastard. Now you're even daring to mock me? Tang Yong immediately begged for mercy. No, no. I just couldn't stand seeing you get insulted like that. Qin Feng's eyes darkened. It's fine. I'm used to her insults and nonsense. If she hadn't messed with Xiaoying this time, I wouldn't have made such a fuss. What happened before I didn't see, so I can't control it. But seeing her insult you like that, I absolutely have to stand up for you, benefactor, Tang Yong declared with righteous indignation. Qin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. But you really do love Miss Chen, don't you? Tang Yong said, his face brimming with envy. Qin Feng replied proudly, of course I do. She's my wife, how could I not love her? This made Tang Yong feel sour enough to wish he'd eaten a whole box of lemons. He was utterly envious. Tang Yong could only offer Qin Feng a cigarette to ease the awkwardness. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Yang Yuan smiled and said, Auntie Zhang Yuan, it's a blessing that good people are protected by heaven. You can finally go now. Ah, not at all, Zhang Yuan replied, her tail practically wagging to the sky upon seeing Tang Yong leave. Shening pulled Zhang Yuan aside and said, Mom, you really need to work on that stubborn, unreasonable temper of yours. If it weren't for Qin Feng this time, you probably wouldn't have gotten out. The moment Zhang Yuan heard Chening mention Qin Feng, her temper flared again. You still bring him up? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been locked up here, and I wouldn't have suffered such humiliation just now. Zhang Yuan seemed utterly unconvinced she'd done anything wrong. Chening could only sigh helplessly. She found herself increasingly agreeing with Qin Feng's approach. Even though Mom had been locked up and then released, it seemed nothing had changed. But Chening didn't press the issue. After all, Zhang Yuan had only just been released, and she didn't want to upset her further. Chen Haotian grinned at Yang Yuan before politely saying, Yang Yuan, we really owe you this time. Otherwise, your aunt would have suffered here for quite a while. Yang Yuan replied, Uncle, you're too kind. It was simply within my capacity to help. Chening also thanked Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan, don't be so modest. If it weren't for you constantly helping to smooth things over, my mom wouldn't be so comfortable here. Yang Yuan hugged Chening and whispered softly, showing, you're being too formal. There's no need for all that polite talk between us. Chening felt warmed by Yang Yuan's words and replied, alright, we're lifelong besties. If you ever need anything, just tell me. Whatever I can do, I'll help you wholeheartedly. Alright, I know, Yang Yuan replied playfully. After that, the four of them left the cold interrogation room together. Chapter 118, Under the Wife's Thumb. Qin Feng and Tang Yong were smoking outside. When Qin Feng saw Chening emerge, he panicked, quickly stubbing out his cigarette and tossing it away. Tang Yong watched Qin Feng's frantic actions and couldn't help but mock him. What's the matter, benefactor? Still afraid Miss Chen will catch you smoking? Ha ha ha. How could Qin Feng tolerate such merciless mockery? He stubbornly retorted, as if. I just didn't feel like smoking anymore. Tang Yong shook his head with a laugh. But Chening had already spotted Qin Feng smoking with her sharp eyes. As they approached Qin Feng and Tang Yong, Chening declared with a hint of pride, started smoking again, huh? What did we agree on? Earlier, when Qin Feng smoked, Chening had smelled it and felt extremely uncomfortable. So Qin Feng had voluntarily promised not to smoke anymore, even asking Chening to keep him in check. But Chening hadn't actually said anything, he'd just volunteered that information himself. Hearing her words, Qin Feng immediately realized she must have seen him smoking earlier. His face twisted into a pleading expression as he desperately pleaded, I'm sorry, Xiaoying. I won't dare again. Tang Yong burst into heartless laughter upon hearing Qin Feng's words. He never imagined that the benefactor he usually respected would be so afraid of Chen Ning. Oomph. Chen Ning snorted haughtily. Qin Feng tried to justify himself again. I'm sorry, Xiaoing. Tang Yong gave me this cigarette just now. He insisted I smoke it and I couldn't refuse. Every word implied that Tang Yong was entirely to blame. Miss Chen, I did indeed ask Mr. Qin to smoke these cigarettes, Tang Yong said helplessly. Seeing Tang Yong actually cover for him like this, Qin Feng felt quite pleased inside. But his joy lasted less than a second. Tang Yong added, Miss Chen, but just now Mr. Qin told me he wasn't afraid of smoking at all because he said you couldn't control him. Qin Feng's face instantly drained of color, turning ashen. Chen Ning grabbed Qin Feng by the ear and snapped, You bastard, Qin Feng. I never imagined you'd say such things in front of Mr. Tang. You never talk to me like this normally. Besides, I never said you couldn't smoke. You were the one who swore up and down you wouldn't. Qin Feng immediately begged for mercy. I'm sorry. My dear wife, please stop pinching my ear, it hurts. Seeing Qin Feng's pained expression, Chen Ning naturally let go and said no more. After all, Chen Ning was a smart woman. She knew she had to save face for Qin Feng in public. But then Zhang Yuan started stirring up trouble again. Well, Qin Feng. You've gotten pretty bold, haven't you? My daughter can't even control you anymore, can she? Qin Feng, however, had no intention of engaging with her and simply remained silent. Seeing no one responding to her, Zhang Yuan felt utterly humiliated. She continued ranting, So now you've got someone backing you up, Qin Feng? How dare you treat us with such contempt? Don't you forget you're a freeloading good-for-nothing living off our family. Zhang Yuan seemed to be saying all this deliberately for Tang Yong and Yang Yuan to hear, aiming to make them realize Qin Feng was a deadbeat freeloader and humiliate him in front of them. Yet no one showed surprise or murmured in response. This puzzled Zhang Yuan. Had men living off women become commonplace? Even though no one responded to Zhang Yuan, she kept on ranting. Qin Feng, you good for nothing. You don't earn a penny, yet you eat and drink for free at our house every day. And now you have the nerve to turn on me? You're nothing but an ungrateful bastard. How could Qin Feng possibly get angry? He'd heard this kind of thing so often his ears had grown calloused. Oomph. Tang Yong gave a low snort, as if warning Zhang Yuan. But Zhang Yuan either didn't hear him or didn't get the message. She continued her tirade, Qin Feng, with your pathetic nature, just divorce my daughter already. Save her from wasting her prime years. Who knows, maybe she could find a wealthy family later on. Everyone knew Zhang Yuan was a stubborn and unreasonable woman, but no one expected her to say something like this. To actively push her own daughter toward divorce was truly bizarre behavior. Yang Yuan's mouth fell open in disbelief. She couldn't fathom that such a mother existed in this world. Chen Ning also found Zhang Yuan utterly unreasonable and retorted angrily, Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yuan, however, remained unconcerned. Seeing everyone's reactions only made her feel more validated. She pressed on, What nonsense? I want you two divorced. Look at him, what good is he? He's utterly useless. And when it really matters, he turns on his own people. What good is keeping him around? Hearing Zhang Yuan constantly disparage her husband, Chen Ning grew furious. Shut up. Zhang Yuan couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Shut up. Chen Ning repeated. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Chen Ning had never spoken to her like this before. After all, Chen Ning was a deeply filial person who would never address an elder in such a manner. Zhang Yuan pointed at Chen Ning with trembling fingers, demanding, Do you realize what you're saying? How dare you speak to your mother like this? Isn't everything I say for your own good? For my sake? What kind of mother in this world acts like this? Hoping your daughter gets divorced for her own good? It all boils down to you just wanting money. If Qin Feng had money, would you treat him like this? You might as well adopt a gold brick as your daughter. Chen Ning was at a loss for words. Her mother's irrationality left her seething with anger. Zhang Yuan was rendered speechless by Qin Ying's retort. She hadn't expected Chen Ning to confront her over Qin Feng. The two women glared at each other, neither uttering a word. Yang Yuan sensed the tense atmosphere and stepped in to defuse the situation. Auntie, Xiaoing probably didn't mean it that way. You just got back out here, so don't get so worked up. Go home and take a shower to wash off the bad luck. Zhang Yuan calmed down a bit after hearing Yang Yuan say that. Oomph, Yang Yuan is still the better one. I wonder what good it does to have a daughter like that. Chen Haotian, let's go. With that, Zhang Yuan pulled Chen Haotian away. Chen Ning stomped her feet in anger upon hearing Zhang Yuan speak to her that way. Yang Yuan, come on, Xiaoing, don't stoop to her level. Chapter 119, Unreasonably Demanding. Chen Ning retorted angrily, I'm not upset because of her. It's because Qin Feng went out of his way to help her, yet she still speaks to him like that. I just can't stand it. Yang Yuan fell silent, for she agreed with Chen Ying's perspective. She hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to treat Qin Feng this way. At that moment, Chen Feng walked over to Chen Ying's side, smiling at her with affection. I'm fine. As long as she doesn't hurt you. With that, he ruffled Chen Ying's hair. Chen Ying felt even more vulnerable at his words and threw herself into his arms, looking utterly wronged. This left Yang Yuanyuan and Tang Yong standing nearby feeling utterly jealous. The two third wheels stood there like two glowing light bulbs. Yang Yuanyuan couldn't help but wonder why she'd never met such a wonderful man like Chen Feng. Her envy toward Chen Ying deepened considerably. Tang Yong spoke up then, benefactor, if I release your mother-in-law, won't the entire Chen family find out? Chen Feng held Chen Ying's small hand. Exactly. That's the point. Chen Ying looked puzzled. Why does it matter if the rest of the Chen family finds out? Chen Feng playfully tickled Chen Ying's nose and said tenderly, silly girl, after how the Chen family treated you last time, how could I let you suffer such injustice without a fight? Ha? Chen Ying remained perplexed. Remember that bet you made with Chen Dawei last time? Oh, right. Chen Ying suddenly remembered. You wouldn't be planning to? Chen Ying asked incredulously. Yes. I think it's time for him to kneel before the entire Chen family and call you grandma. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng said cheerfully. That doesn't seem quite right. Chen Ying had made that bet in a fit of anger, but after calming down, she felt it was a bit inappropriate. What's wrong with that? He's been bullying you like this all along. It's only fair for you to get some payback. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Chen Ying found it hard to refuse. So what do you plan to do? Chen Ying asked. Chen Feng, didn't Chen Dawei say he'd kneel before you in front of the entire Chen family? Well, then we'll just have to make him do it in front of the entire Chen family. But how could he possibly agree to that? Besides, I don't have the influence to gather the entire Chen family, Chen Ying said helplessly. Tang Yong walked over, grinning. Miss Chen, don't forget I'm here too. Chen Ying stared at Tang Yong in disbelief, then turned to Chen Feng with a look of confusion. Exactly. Let Tang Yong handle all this. Chen Feng declared confidently. Chen Ying still couldn't believe it. Why would Tang Yong deign to handle her petty matters? Though she knew Tang Yong and Chen Feng shared an unusual bond, this was simply too. Yang Yuanyuan, watching nearby, stared wide-eyed. She was even more convinced that Chen Feng was no ordinary man. But how exactly do you expect Mr. Tang to get the entire Chen family to attend? And how will he make that Chen Dawei kneel before me? Chen Feng waved to Tang Yong, who promptly began explaining. Miss Chen, it's quite simple. Once I release your mother, the rest of your family will learn of it. Next, I'll simply extend an invitation to your Chen family to hold a partnership ceremony at your Chen Group headquarters. I doubt anyone from your family would dare refuse, right? Tang Yong spoke with absolute confidence. There was no room for argument after all. Who would dare refuse an invitation to such a ceremony? Or rather, wouldn't everyone be clamoring to get in? Chen Ying suddenly understood upon hearing Tang Yong's words. I see. So, Mr. Tang, you plan to use the ceremony, with all the Chen family members present, to make Chen Dawei apologize? Tang Yong nodded. Exactly. But Chen Ying had another concern. Even if the entire Chen family attends, I can't be certain Chen Dawei will honor his previous wager. Tang Yong remained silent, merely smiling. At that moment, Chen Feng spoke up. Alright, stop worrying needlessly. He'll naturally find a way when the time comes. You just relax and enjoy being a grandmother. Chen Ying chuckled and playfully punched Chen Feng twice. I'm not a grandmother. I'm still so young, Chen Ying declared with a touch of pride. Fine, you're not a grandmother. You're the most beautiful and youthful woman in the world. Chen Feng truly knew how to charm and tease women, and his words sent Chen Ying's heart fluttering. Ugh. Tang Yong felt nauseous just watching Chen Feng act like this. So, can I come to your ceremony then? Mr. Tang, showing? Yang Yuanyuan asked. Tang Yong, I don't care either way. I'll just be there to watch that brat Chen Haotian make a fool of himself. Asked Xiaoying. Of course you can, Yang Yuanyuan. Just come if you want to, Chen Ying said with a smile, though she hadn't expected Yang Yuanyuan to show any interest. All right. Thank you, Xiaoying, Yang Yuanyuan replied politely. In truth, Yang Yuanyuan wasn't interested in the spectacle itself. Her reason for wanting to attend stems solely from her earlier promise to her father to meet Chen Feng. Yang Yuanyuan figured Chen Feng would be at this ceremony. If she brought her father along, he could see Chen Feng for himself and she could finally get to the bottom of things. Well, it's getting late. Let's grab a bite to eat together, Tang Yong suggested. Sure thing. I'll eat you out of house and home, Chen Feng said with a laugh. Tang Yong didn't respond, just smiled. After all, he knew Chen Feng was joking. His net worth alone could easily cover meals for everyone here for hundreds of years, let alone one person like Chen Feng. Yang Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment before saying, why don't you two go ahead and eat? Hearing this, Chen Ying asked with concern, what's wrong, Yang Yuanyuan? Is something bothering you? Yang Yuanyuan shook her head. Nothing's wrong. Truthfully, she declined simply because she wasn't close with Tang Yong. Going out to eat with someone for the first time felt awkward. Girls naturally had their reservations. But Tang Yong spoke up. What's the matter, Yang Yuan? I, Tang Yong, am inviting you to a meal. Won't you even grace me with your presence? His words startled Yang Yuan. How could anyone refuse an invitation from Tang Yong? Seeing Tang Yong's apparent persistence in inviting her, Yang Yuan replied, No, Mr. Tang. With such a gracious invitation, it would be inappropriate for me to refuse. Chapter 120, Let's Eat. Xin Feng laughed heartily. Yang Yuan, it's fine if you don't give him face. If he dares say anything, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Xin Feng truly showed Tang Yong no mercy, yet Tang Yong dared not say more, only managing a nervous chuckle. Yang Yuan smiled too, saying nothing. Yet she found herself even more baffled by the true nature of Xin Feng's relationship with Tang Yong. How could an unassuming son-in-law command such deference from a tycoon? What kind of charm possessed him? Though Yang Yuan had suspected Xin Feng was no ordinary man, she never imagined it would be like this. Everyone agreed to dine together, so Tang Yong called his driver to pick them up. 15 minutes later, a dark gray Aston Martin pulled up. It was undoubtedly Tang Yong's personal vehicle. Few people owned such a car. Chen Ying and Yang Yuan stared wide-eyed at the deep gray Aston Martin. Only now did they understand why gold diggers were so fond of luxury cars. They were simply too flashy. Without hesitation, the two of them hopped in, eager to experience the ride. Once everyone was seated, Xin Feng noticed how delighted Chen Ying and Yang Yuan appeared. Xin Feng couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Sigh. Why bother buying a Jaguar? Clearly, nothing compares to this Aston Martin. Chen Ying instantly caught the subtext in Xin Feng's words. Chen Ying glared at him with her wide, round eyes. What? I'm just looking at this Aston Martin, and you're already being sarcastic? Seeing that Chen Ying had caught on immediately, Xin Feng dared not say more and obediently sat back in the car. Tang Yong, however, began teasing Xin Feng. Your Jaguar is so expensive, how could you possibly look down on my trashy Aston Martin? Hearing Tang Yong join in, Xin Feng shot back without mercy. Oh, my little Jaguar certainly can't compare to Mr. Tang's Aston Martin. Besides, how many luxury cars do you have stashed away in your underground garage, Mr. Tang? Hearing Xin Feng's flattery, Tang Yong actually started to feel a bit giddy. He chuckled, stay humble, stay humble. Dozens? That's incredible. Chen Ying and Yang Yuan exclaimed in unison, their astonishment evident. Seeing the two beauties stunned, Tang Yong grew even more smug. No, Tang Yong laughed. Chen Ying and Yang Yuan seemed slightly disappointed upon hearing his response. Before they could continue, Tang Yong added, it's only a few hundred vehicles, right? This statement instantly blew the two gorgeous women's minds. Holy crap. What? Did I hear that right? He actually has hundreds of luxury cars? The crucial part was that Tang Yong said just a few hundred. The emphasis was on just. Chen Ying and Yang Yuan both felt even more admiration for Tang Yong, their perception of wealthy extravagance completely shattered. He was just ridiculously rich. Just as Tang Yong was basking in his triumph, Xin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Xin Feng let out a cold snort. That single snort instantly silenced Tang Yong, putting an end to his boastful show-off. But Chen Ying and Yang Yuan kept discussing the luxury cars from earlier. This left Xin Feng seething but unable to say anything, while Tang Yong was secretly overjoyed. To divert attention, Xin Feng abruptly changed the subject. Mr. Tang, since you're so wealthy, where shall we dine later? His words dripped with disdain toward Tang Yong. But Tang Yong didn't grasp the hidden meaning behind Xin Feng's words. He continued to show off, that depends entirely on where the two ladies would like to dine. Just name a place or tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll make it happen with one phone call. Ha, really? Chen Ying laughed. Yes, Miss Chen. Xin Feng stood by, looking completely like an outsider. Fuming with rage, he clenched his fists so tightly he could barely resist the urge to punch Tang Yong square in the face. Yang Yuan heard Tang Yong say he could arrange anything she wanted to eat. Yang Yuan's eyes lit up. Yang Yuan, Mr. Tang, you said you could arrange anything I want to eat, right? Yes. Tang Yong nodded confidently. Yang Yuan wanted to confirm. She then suggested, then how about we go to Man Coffee for steak? I heard their steak is made by 5-star chef Lu Tian. The flavor is truly exceptional, Yang Yuan said, swallowing hard. Chen Ying also grew excited upon hearing the names Man Coffee and Lu Tian. After all, Lu Tian's reputation as a chef was legendary. Anyone who tasted his cooking couldn't help but rave about it. I'm in. I want to try Chef Lu Tian's steak too, Chen Ying said with a grin. But Tang Yong's expression suddenly darkened upon hearing this. Man Coffee had long since withdrawn its investment, and Lu Tian had resigned. So now Man Coffee's business was dismal, teetering on the brink of closure. And where could they even find Lu Tian to cook steak for them now? But Tang Yong had just finished showing off. If he told them outright that it wasn't possible now, wouldn't that make him look like a total failure? Just as Tang Yong was racking his brain for a solution, Chen Ying spoke up again. If it's inconvenient for Mr. Tang, we could just go to a different restaurant for dinner. That's right, Mr. Tang. It's entirely up to you, Yang Yuan chimed in from the side. This truly forced Tang Yong into a corner, leaving him no way out.
Well, Lu Tian's cooking. Tang Yong stammered.
Xin Feng, of course, knew exactly what kind of situation Lu Tian was in. To get back at Tang Yong for his earlier swagger, Xin Feng decided to kick him while he was down.
What's the matter, Mr. Tang? You were boasting so loudly just now. Don't tell me you can't deliver when it counts. Ha ha ha.
Xin Feng mocked mercilessly.
Tang Yong's face flushed crimson, but he couldn't retort.
He looked at Xin Feng with a pleading expression, finally softening the latter's heart. Mr. Tang will definitely take you two to try Lu Tian's steak, just not at Man Coffee. Xin Feng said with a straight face.
How do you know that? Chen asked, puzzled. Because Tang Yong told me earlier that Lu Tian was poached by him. So going to Man Coffee isn't really an option since Lu Tian doesn't work there anymore.
But you can still get to eat Lu Tian's cooking.
Oh, I see. Chen and Yang Yuan finally understood after hearing Qin Feng's explanation. Tang Yong looked at Qin Feng in confusion.
He knew he hadn't kept Lu Tian working for him, so why would his benefactor say such a thing?
Chapter 121, It's Alright.
Xin Feng noticed Tang Yong's confusion, but he flashed him an OK sign, which finally put Tang Yong at ease. After all, Tang Yong was Qin Feng's #1 fan. He trusted him implicitly. Just as Chen and Yang Yuan got out to use the public restroom, Tang Yong quickly pulled up beside Qin Feng.
Tang Yong asked puzzledly, Benefactor, why did you say that earlier? What exactly are we supposed to do next? Don't worry, I wouldn't screw you over. Did you forget I saved Lu Tian's number?
Worst case, I'll just call him and have him come help cook a meal. Hearing Qin Feng's response, Tang Yong remained skeptical.
But what if Lu Tian doesn't show up? He's a 5-star chef, why would he drop everything just for you?
Xin Feng replied confidently, don't forget how grateful he was last time I helped him.
He's a man who remembers favors. He'll definitely come through for me this time. But,
before Tang Yong could finish, Xin Feng cut in, even if he doesn't repay the favor like you think, don't forget I promised him we'd open a restaurant together last time.
He can't just ignore his own career, can he?
Besides, I could tell back then he was really fired up about joining my restaurant.
So I'm certain he'll come.
Hearing Qin Feng speak with such certainty, Tang Yong couldn't argue much further.
But Benefactor, why did you say it was my idea earlier? Why not just say it was yours?
Tang Yong seemed to be waiting for Qin Feng to elaborate, assuming Qin Feng was actually trying to save face for him as the wealthiest man. But before his speculation could finish, Qin Feng delivered a brutal reality check.
Of course I had my reasons for saying that. Didn't I just mention I plan to open a restaurant and have Lu Tian serve as head chef?
Right, but what does that have to do with this?
Tang Yong still didn't get it. Qin Feng let out a sly chuckle. He, when the restaurant opens, I'll definitely need your status as the richest man around to help with the publicity. Otherwise, how else would we create a buzz?
Only then did Tang Yong realize Qin Feng wanted him to promote the restaurant.
Benefactor, you're being too formal. Even if you didn't ask for this favor, I'd still be promoting your restaurant like crazy anyway.
Ha, no harm in giving you a little sweetener, Qin Feng chuckled with a mischievous grin.
But I thought my benefactor was thinking of my best interests.
How disappointing, Tang Yong pouted, feigning hurt.
Get lost. Stop grossing me out, ugh.
Qin Feng shot him a disgusted look before kicking Tang Yong away from him toward the opposite side. Just then, Chen and Yang Yuan returned from the public restroom. Seeing the two of them bickering in the car, they couldn't help but think it was childish.
What are you two doing? Chen asked out of curiosity.
Nothing, just practicing our footwork, Qin Feng replied nonsensically.
He really did treat Chen like some little cutie. Put. Chen couldn't possibly believe that, but she didn't bother asking any further. But if we're not going to Man Coffee, where should we eat? Yang Yuan asked.
Qin Feng pointed at Tang Yong and said, ask him.
Tang Yong was utterly flabbergasted.
He never imagined Qin Feng would set him up like this, only to pass the buck back to him in the end.
After a moment's thought, Tang Yong suggested, how about we go to the seaside waterfront restaurant? We can call Lu Tian over to cook for us there. What do you think? Seascape Waterfront Restaurant? Chen and Yang Yuan looked surprised again upon hearing the name.
Located on Shihong Avenue, the Seaside Waterfront Restaurant was a high-rise eatery where outdoor seating offered clear views of the scenic area. It was primarily a nighttime destination, as dining outdoors after dark offered not only stunning city views but also access to an open-air swimming pool. The Seaside Waterfront Restaurant bar was a prime spot for high-end leisure dining and romantic dates, though naturally, the prices were shockingly high. One would need at least tens of thousands of yuan to dine there comfortably. Yet, this very upscale restaurant was actually owned by Tang Yong himself. This alone speaks volumes about Tang Yong's formidable financial clout. Seeing the surprised and pleased expressions on the two beauties' faces, Tang Yong understood what was going on. He continued, then let's go to the Seaside Waterfront Restaurant. We'll contact Lu Tian when we get there. As he spoke, Tang Yong shot a meaningful glance at Qin Feng, likely signaling him to notify Lu Tian. Sure, the two women replied excitedly. After all, the Ocean View restaurant was every girl's dream date spot. After driving for over 20 minutes, the Aston Martin finally reached Chihong Avenue. They had finally arrived at the seaside waterfront restaurant. Chen Ying and Yang Yuan swiftly walked inside. The seaside waterfront restaurant truly lived up to its reputation as a perfect date spot. The entire restaurant was open air, offering effortless views of the entire nightscape, truly breathtaking. Qin Feng and Tang Yong followed inside. The staff and servers at the seaside waterfront restaurant bowed and greeted Tang Yong with "Good evening, boss," as they rarely saw him during regular business hours. Tang Yong essentially left the seaside waterfront restaurant to run itself, entrusting its management to others. They took the elevator straight up to the 23rd floor, the best spot for viewing the city lights from outside. Stepping out of the elevator, the scene left Chen Ying and Yang Yuan utterly speechless. This floor was simply incredible. All the beautiful night views were right before their eyes. Moreover, to avoid any disturbances to their dining experience, Tang Yong had arranged for this floor to be closed to the public for the day. So when they entered, they found no other customers at all. At first, Chen Ying and the others even thought there were no paying guests here. "Let's sit here," Chen Ying said, gesturing toward a table near the pool as she took a seat. Responding to her gesture, they joined her at the table. "Coffee." Tang Yong snapped his fingers at the waiter. "Yes, sir," the waiter replied respectfully. "Go get our menus and show them to these two ladies." "Certainly." 2 minutes later, the waiter returned with 2 menus. The elite restaurant really knows how to impress. Even the menus are gold-plated. That's so Tang Yong's style, truly upscale. Chen Ying and Yang Yuan took the menus but asked in confusion, "Aren't we here to eat Chef Lu Tian's steak? How come all these dishes are also on his menu?" Chapter 122, Not Here Yet. This question stumped Tang Yong. Not knowing how to respond, he instinctively looked toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood Tang Yong's concern perfectly. With a smile, he reassured them, "Of course. All these dishes are definitely Chef Lu Tian's creations. He'll be here any minute." Chen Ying and Yang Yuan beamed with delight upon hearing this. Then Chen Ying suggested, "How about we wait until Chef Lu Tian arrives before ordering?" Qin Feng nodded with a smile, replying, "As you wish, as you wish." But Tang Yong's face darkened considerably. He had no idea if Lu Tian would actually show up. He was constantly worried about messing things up. So Tang Yong tried to find a way to send Chen Ying and Yang Yuan away. "Miss Chen, Yang Yuan, there are other fun places to explore on the lower floors. Would you like to take a look?" Upon hearing this, the two girls happily agreed. After all, girls love to wander around. The moment they left, Tang Yong anxiously turned to Qin Feng. "Benefactor, you said Lu Tian would be here soon. What exactly did you tell him?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "I don't know. I haven't told him yet." Tang Yong was stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so calm. "What are we going to do, benefactor? Dinner time is almost here. Why don't you call him right now? What if he doesn't show up?" Listening to Tang Yong's rapid-fire questions and seeing the panic on his face, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected the man who was supposedly the wealthiest person in the country to be so flustered. Seeing Qin Feng laughing at him like this, Tang Yong had no time for pleasantries. "Sir, you need to ask him right now. They'll be here any minute. How are we supposed to eat otherwise?" Seeing Tang Yong's urgency, Qin Feng stopped teasing him. "All right, I'll give him a call." With that, Qin Feng pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Lu Tian's number. "Hello, what's Lu Tian up to?" "Qin Feng, it's you? I'm at home doing nothing. What's up?" "I've got two ladies here who'd love to try your steak. Think you could swing it?" "Sure thing, but I don't have any cooking tools at home." "That's not a problem. Meet us at the seaside waterfront restaurant. We'll be dining there." "Seaside waterfront restaurant? Isn't that Tang Yong's place?" Lu Tian's questioning voice came from the other end. "Yes, Tang Yong brought us here. And there's a reason we're inviting you this time." "Huh? What reason?" Lu Tian grew even more puzzled. "Remember I promised you I'd open a restaurant? Once it's up and running, we can get Tang Yong to help promote it. All you need to do is cook him a delicious meal today." "Ha ha ha, really? That's easy. I never knew Tang Yong was such a foodie." "Yeah, haha. He's just lazy when it comes to anything but eating." Lu Tian remained silent on the other end, perhaps unsure how to respond to Qin Feng's remark. After all, he wasn't close with Tang Yong and didn't want to offend him. Tang Yong glanced at Qin Feng but didn't say much either. "But my place is quite far from the seaside waterfront restaurant. Getting there might take a while, and it's peak taxi time right now." Lu Tian's point was valid, and it stumped Qin Feng. If he drove over to pick him up now, the round trip alone would take ages. Tang Yong gestured for Qin Feng to put the phone on speaker and spoke directly to him. "Lu Tian, where exactly is your place?" "Who is this? Tang Yong?" Lu Tian clearly recognized that this wasn't Qin Feng's voice. "Yes. Answer my question. My home is at 64 Shenghua Road." After hearing this, Tang Yong paused for a moment. "Lu Tian, wait downstairs at your place. A car will pick you up in a few minutes. Really? Yes. Just do exactly as I said. Got it. With that, he hung up. Lu Tian began tidying himself up. After all, he was about to meet some big shots. After hanging up, Qin Feng turned to Tang Yong with a puzzled look. You said a car would be waiting for him downstairs in just a few minutes? How could that be so fast? Tang Yong replied confidently, Benefactor, did you forget I have assets in the Shanghua Road area too? Oh, right. But what difference does that make? Having assets in that area means I can simply dispatch a driver from there to pick him up. Besides, luxury cars are common in that neighborhood, no loss of face. Tang Yong declared proudly. Qin Feng finally understood. Seeing Tang Yong strutting like a peacock, Qin Feng started teasing him again. Wow, Mr. Tang, you really live up to being the richest man in town. Tang Yong genuinely thought Qin Feng was complimenting him and laughed even harder. Meanwhile, Chen Ying and Yang Yuan had finished their stroll downstairs and returned upstairs. Qin Feng asked with concern, Did you have fun downstairs, Xiaoying? Chen Ying and Yang Yuan sat down and smiled. It was great fun. Downstairs was so huge. And there was that ocean-themed background hall. Mr. Tang, you're so extravagant. You must have spent a fortune to create such an amazing dining experience, right? Yang Yuan asked. Tang Yong chuckled, It's fine. This little bit of money is nothing. He really never stopped showing off. Qin Feng was sick of listening to it. Chen Ying and Yang Yuan looked around. Tang Yong noticed they seemed to be waiting for Lu Tian. So Tang Yong explained, Chef Lu Tian is on his way and will be here shortly. Please wait just a moment, ladies. Chen Ying and Yang Yuan smiled and nodded. They'd never seen this flippant side of Tang Yong before. They'd always thought of him as a high and mighty tycoon, but it turned out he was perfectly capable of cracking jokes and had a great sense of humor. Spotting a waiter, Chen Ying waved him over. Hello, could we get some water, please? Certainly. Just as Chen Ying was about to ask the waiter for water, Tang Yong inquired, Are you too thirsty? Chen Ying and Yang Yuan nodded in unison, as if reading each other's minds. After all, they'd been fiddling around downstairs for ages, and chatting nonstop had left them parched. Then forget the water. Why don't I have them mix us some drinks? We can raise our glasses together on this wonderful day. Chen Ying glanced at Qin Feng, worried he might forbid her from drinking. Qin Feng understood her hesitation perfectly. Go ahead. We're all together today, might as well enjoy ourselves. After Qin Feng spoke, Chen Ying smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing Chen Ying consent, Yang Yuan felt awkward refusing and dampening the mood. Still, she feared drinking too much might make her look foolish. Tang Yong called out to the waiter, Go get David up here. But David is downstairs mixing drinks for the customers. The waiter replied timidly. Just tell him to come up here and mix drinks for us. Tang Yong ordered sternly. Yes, sir. Right away. The waiter scurried off, visibly nervous. The waiter dared to question this because David was the bar's most skilled bartender. Virtually every patron who came here specifically requested David by name to mix their drinks. The waiter had asked Tang Yong simply to avoid disrupting the bar's business. Yang Yuan was stunned upon hearing David's name. Mr. Tang, did you actually hire David, the legendary bartender, to work here? Tang Yong nodded confidently. Yes, indeed. Yang Yuan was even more incredulous. But David has such an eccentric personality, he usually doesn't take orders from anyone. Tang Yong burst out laughing at Yang Yuan's remark, then said earnestly, Yang Yuan, you seem to have forgotten one thing, money can buy anything. I can throw money at him and see if he obeys orders or resists being bossed around. Yang Yuan could only admire his confidence. After all, Tang Yong had the clout to back it up. Chen Ying listened as Yang Yuan and Tang Yong kept discussing this so-called David, but she was completely in the dark. So she asked, Yang Yuan, who exactly is this David? Is he that powerful? Yang Yuan then launched into an explanation as if giving a science lesson. David is a legend in the mixology world. Practically every bartender dreams of becoming like him. And even with money, it's usually hard to get a drink mixed by David. But anyone who's ever tasted his creations falls deeply in love with them. Yang Yuan's enthusiastic praise of David's mixology skills left Chen Ying utterly dumbfounded. Tang Yong interjected, Alright, Miss Chen, why don't we have him come up and mix you a drink to taste? Then you can see for yourself if it's as magical as Yang Yuan says. Hearing this, Chen Ying grew even more eager. Before long, David arrived. Other waitstaff followed behind him, carrying the supplies he needed for mixing drinks. Hello, boss. Hello, everyone. I'm David. Chen Ying glanced at David with surprise. Based on Yang Yuan's description of his incredible skills, she had imagined David to be an older man. She hadn't expected him to be such a young hunk. Qin Feng noticed Chen Ying staring at David so intently her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Jealousy boiled over inside him. Still staring? Keep staring. Go ahead and stare your eyes out. Qin Feng muttered discontentedly. Only then did Chen Ying realize she'd been acting out of character. But it wasn't that she was attracted to David's looks, she was genuinely amazed that he was so young. Realizing Chin Feng was upset, Chun-Ing turned toward him and planted a kiss on his cheek. This left Chin Feng utterly flustered. He hadn't expected Chun-Ing to be so bold as to kiss him so openly in public. After the kiss, Chen Ying's cheeks flushed as red as a ripe apple. She buried her head and didn't lift it again. The others watching were green with envy. "TSK, little Ing, you're so forward now," Yang Yuan said with a bitter smile. Chapter 123, Not Eating This Dog Food. But Chun-Ing said nothing, merely giving Yang Yuan a gentle push to signal her to stop teasing. Tang Yang watched with gritted teeth but held his tongue. So he turned to David and said, "Let's get started." "Right away, boss." David replied, picking up the mixing glass and swirling it. Confidently, he tossed the glass between his hands, flicking it back and forth with a smooth, rhythmic motion. "David, ladies, what would you like to drink?" Chen-Ing hardly ever drank, so how would she know? But Yang Yuan replied without hesitation, "I'll have a mojito." Note, mojito is a type of cocktail. David was genuinely surprised. It seemed Yang Yuan knew her stuff after all, the mojito was his signature drink. Anyone who came here unsure of what to drink would inevitably order David's signature mojito. But Chen-Ing was still pondering what to order. David noticed her hesitation and offered, "If you don't drink often, I'd recommend trying a tequila. Because tequila isn't particularly harsh on the palate and can be enjoyed neat." Note, tequila is made from agave. Chen-Ing pondered it. Since she had no idea what to order anyway, she figured following this master bartender's advice couldn't go wrong. She nodded in agreement. Chin Feng and Tang Yang also ordered their preferred drinks. David picked up the shaker, glasses, and other tools, beginning his expert routine. David's expression was calm and focused as he worked. His slender fingers skillfully gripped the gold spoon, stirring the ice cubes in the glass with rapid, precise motions, all without making a sound. The faint clinking of ice against ice was the only sound, revealing the precise path of the spoon as it sliced through the cold cubes. David then gently picked up the prepared brandy and light-colored spirits, pouring them slowly and evenly into the glass. When the liqueur reached 2/3 full, he lifted the spoon again, swiftly positioning it above the rim of the glass. Silky, delicate cream flowed down the back of the spoon into the glass, floating on the surface like feathers. Finally, he skewered a slice of lemon onto a fork and draped it over the rim of the glass. Thus, the green of the lemon, the tea brown of the liquor, and the milky white of the cream presented another visual feast for the guests. "Right then, ladies and gentlemen, your drinks are ready," David announced, placing each drink before its owner. Chen-Ing and Yang Yuan clapped excitedly, exclaiming, "Truly a master mixologist, amazing." David smiled and said, "Go ahead and give them a try." Yang Yuan lifted her mojito, took a sip, and savored it slowly. She distinctly felt the drink flow like a gentle stream into her mouth, down her throat, and finally into her stomach. The mojito wasn't overly strong, yet after taking a sip, a blush spread across Yang Yuan's cheeks, like the bashfulness of a young girl. After finishing, her cheeks flushed as she smiled and said, "The flavor is so refreshing. How to describe it? A bit tart, a bit sweet, like that pure, first love taste of green lime." After speaking, she savored the memory, her face glowing with contentment. David was naturally delighted to see Yang Yuan so pleased. Meanwhile, Chen-Ing was about to taste her tequila when David stopped her. David explained, "Tequila has a very unique way of being drunk. It requires a certain technique." Curiosity piqued, Chen-Ing asked, "How exactly should one drink it?" David casually grabbed another glass and began demonstrating. David scooped some salt from the table and sprinkled it onto the web of his hand. Holding the glass between his thumb and index finger, he pinched a slice of lime between his ring and middle fingers. He swiftly licked the salt from his knuckle, down the shot in one gulp, and bit into the lemon wedge, the entire sequence executed in one fluid motion. After finishing, David exclaimed with genuine praise, "That's delicious. See? That's how you drink it." Chen-Ing watched David drink tequila with such meticulous care and couldn't help but admire it. But then she asked, "But what makes drinking it this way so special?" David explained, "This technique enhances the tequila's taste and flavor to perfection. You'll understand once you try it yourself." After hearing David's explanation, Chen-Ing eagerly took a sip, following his demonstration step by step. She downed the entire shot glass in one go. After finishing, she couldn't help but smile happily. "This method you mentioned is truly delicious." David smiled and explained, "Because of tequila's unique character, this method has become the mainstream way to drink it. Plus, it gives it a more sophisticated and elegant feel." Hearing David share this insight into liquor culture, the group realized just how profound and intricate the world of spirits could be. Chen-Ing pressed further, "You mentioned tequila is the reason, but what exactly makes this drinking style essential for tequila?" Chen-Ing was truly a question-asking prodigy, her ability to dig deep evident. David, tequila, also known as tequila liquor, is a type of spirit. Its uniqueness stems from its raw materials. Because tequila packs a punch, people often sprinkle sea salt on the back of their hand and lick it before drinking. Then they pair it with dried chili peppers and dried lemon slices. It's like pouring oil on fire, utterly delightful. As David shared the cultural depth and drinking rituals surrounding tequila, Chen Ying grew even more excited. She picked up another glass of tequila and took a sip, clearly enjoying its flavor. But Chen Feng, watching from the side, voiced his concern. "Take it easy. Don't get drunk." Chen Ying retorted indignantly, "How could I possibly get drunk? I can drink 1,000 cups without falling over." Hearing this, Chen Feng inwardly thought, oh no, my wife is already drunk and starting to brag. Tang Yon leaned close to Chen Feng's ear and whispered, "Sir, just relax. It's rare we get Miss Chenao to unwind like this. Let her drink. You don't think I can't handle things later, do you?" With Tang Yon putting it that way, Chen Feng couldn't very well refuse. "Tang Yon, ladies, please indulge yourselves in these fine wines tonight." Chen Ying and Yang Yuan burst into laughter upon hearing this, likely anticipating the chance to savor all the exquisite wines David had prepared. A moment later, Lu Tian called. "Chen Feng, I'm here. Which floor are you on?" 23rd floor. "Come right up." After hanging up, Chen Ying asked, "Who was that? Chef Lu Tian?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded. "Yep. He'll be up shortly to cook steaks for you. I can't imagine how you'll manage to eat after drinking so much." Chen Ying pouted, Fine, I won't drink then. I'll save room for Chef Lu Tian's steak." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, but before he could react, Chen Ying added, "Yang Yuan, we can still try David's other wines after we finish the steak. It won't take long." Yang Yuan agreed wholeheartedly, smiling as she said, "I wholeheartedly agree." This infuriated Chen Feng, but what could he do? His woman enjoyed it. He'd let her indulge today. 5 minutes later, Lu Tian arrived via elevator. Lu Tian approached their table and smiled, "Long time no see." Chen Feng stood up, shook Lu Tian's hand, and said, "It's been a while." Tang Yong smiled too, though he didn't seem too thrilled. Chen Ying, however, was puzzled. She asked in confusion, "Chen Feng, did you two know each other before?" Only then did Chen Feng realize that the last time he'd seen Lu Tian was with Ling Yu, something Chen Ying hadn't known about. Just as Chen Feng was pondering this, Lu Tian spoke up, "Chen Feng, Miss Ling Yu isn't here this time." Chen Feng froze upon hearing Lu Tian's words. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Quickly shifting the topic, Chen Feng took Chen Ying's hand and introduced, "Xiaoying, this is Lu Tian, the 5-star chef who prepared your steak today." He then turned to Lu Tian, "This is Chen Ying, my wife. Beside her is her best friend, Yang Yuan. Wife?" Hearing Chen Feng say this, Lu Tian finally realized his earlier slip of the tongue. He wondered how Chen Feng would cover it up or if he'd end up getting scolded by Chen Ying. Tang Yong, standing nearby, watched them as if enjoying a good show. Chen Ying had no interest in listening to Chen Feng introduce them to each other. Her mind was completely occupied by the name Ling Yu she'd just heard. Chen Ying was the type who couldn't keep secrets. She had no ulterior motives. Sure enough, she couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Chen Feng, who was that girl Ling Yu Lu Tian mentioned earlier?" Chen Ying seemed to be waiting for Chen Feng to give her an explanation and answer. Why had she been by his side all this time yet remained completely unaware of this woman's existence? Chen Feng panicked, momentarily at a loss for words as he scrambled to think of a cover-up. Chen Ying, of course, noticed his hesitation and refusal to speak, sensing something was amiss. She pressed him again, "Chen Feng, I'm asking you." Her tone carried a hint of irritation. Chen Feng knew that if he didn't speak up soon, Chen Ying would surely fly into a rage. So, gritting his teeth, he began to make up an excuse. "Ling Yu? You know, you almost made me forget about her." "It took me a while to remember," Chen Feng said, deliberately dragging out his words. But Chen Ying wasn't having it. She pressed on, "Right. Since you remember now, tell me who she is." "Chen Feng, Ling Yu is someone we met during your last business trip. I think she's Feng Pingwei's daughter." Chapter 124, Close Call. That Yanjing tycoon, Feng Pingwei. Chen Ying knew exactly who Feng Pingwei was, but that wasn't the useless information she wanted to hear. "Then how did you meet her?" Chen Feng continued calmly, "It was when Tang Yong took me out to dinner that I met Ling Yu. I really wanted to stay home and sleep that day, but Tang Yong insisted on dragging me to Man Coffee to try Lu Tian's steak. That's how I met Ling Yu, and that's how Lu Tian learned her name." Tang Yong and Lu Tian watched Chen Feng spin this tall tale, their eyes brimming with admiration. He truly hadn't expected Chen Feng to come up with such nonsense so effortlessly. "Really?" Chen Ying seemed to believe Chen Feng, her tone softening. "Absolutely. That was the only time I ever met Ling Yu. Haven't seen her since," Chen Feng declared with absolute certainty. This statement left Tang Yong and Lu Tian utterly dumbfounded. Now they understood why Chen Feng was so skilled at charming girls. His talent for spinning tall tales was simply astonishing. If you still don't believe me, you can ask Tang Yong and Lu Tian. They can vouch for me. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, he shot them a knowing glance, signaling them to back up his story. Chen Ying glanced at Tang Yong and Lu Tian. Seeing Chen Feng had gone this far, the two could only nod helplessly. And just like that, Chen Ying was completely fooled. However, Yang Yuan, standing nearby, caught their subtle signals. She suspected Chen Feng might be deceiving Chen Ying, but she chose not to expose him. After all, it didn't really matter. Besides, Yang Yuan herself felt a certain attraction and curiosity toward Qin Feng. Perhaps this was what they meant by no pain, no gain? Seeing that Chen believed him and no further trouble arose, Qin Feng finally let out a long sigh of relief. Chen was so easy to placate. Her mood lifted again, and she smiled sweetly. Chef Lu Tian, can you make the steak now? Her voice was sweet and girlish as she gazed at Lu Tian with a coy look. This made Lu Tian shudder. After all, the real owner was right there, his future business partner, no less. How could he possibly handle this? Yang Yuan was hungry too and chimed in, yeah, Chef Lu Tian, when can we try your steak? Lu Tian turned to Tang Yong and said, Mr. Tang, it seems this floor doesn't have the equipment needed to cook steak? Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Tang Yong immediately instructed a waiter to bring up a professional steak cooking set from below. Right beside their table, a small kitchen counter was set up. After confirming the equipment met his needs, Lu Tian gave it a quick wash and prepared to get to work. I need a few sirloin steaks. After Lu Tian made his request, Tang Yong waved to the waitstaff, who promptly brought up several fresh sirloin steaks from below. Lu Tian scored the steaks with a small knife, his exquisite knife work carving intricate patterns across the sirloin as if painting a masterpiece. Chen grew curious again and asked, Chef Lu Tian, what are you doing? Making these cuts on the sirloin steak allows it to absorb more flavor when pan-seared later, letting both the steak and sesame oil aromas permeate the meat. Chen nodded in understanding. After scoring all the sirloin steaks, Lu Tian lit the stove, added oil, and prepared to begin searing the meat. How would everyone like their steaks cooked? Lu Tian inquired. Chen replied, honestly, none of the usual doneness levels really hit the spot for me. Chef Lu Tian, could you recommend the best doneness for us? Lu Tian smiled and replied, truthfully, it really depends on personal preference. Personally, I prefer mine medium rare. Then I'll have mine medium rare too, Chen said with a smile. Yang Yuan chimed in, I'll have mine medium rare too, just like Xiaoing. Lu Tian looked at Qin Feng and Tang Yong. Tang Yong said, I'm fine with anything. Your steaks always hit the spot no matter how you cook them. Qin Feng, however, thought for a moment before saying, I'll have mine well done. All right. After hearing everyone's requests, Lu Tian began cooking the steaks. He placed the steaks in the skillet and seared them over low heat until they turned from bright red to a lighter shade. He flipped them with a spatula to ensure even cooking on both sides. 20 minutes later, their steaks were perfectly cooked. Lu Tian perfectly plated each steak before handing them over. Everyone gazed at the steaks on their plates, their mouths watering involuntarily. Chen politely said, well then, I'll dig in first. Lu Tian smiled and replied, enjoy your meal. With that, Chen eagerly picked up her fork and knife to dig in. She cut off a small piece of steak, revealing tender, succulent meat with minimal connective tissue and fat. She lifted the fork to her mouth, her entire expression radiating pure enjoyment as she ate. After finishing, she couldn't help but praise, Chef Lu Tian, you truly live up to your reputation as a 5-star chef. This steak is absolutely perfect. The marbling in this steak is perfectly even. It's tender and flavorful without any grassy aftertaste, and you can really taste the rich, buttery aroma of the beef fat. Just the aroma is divine. Take a bite, and the juices burst with flavor. This steak is absolutely perfect. This wave of flattery left Lu Tian feeling a bit lightheaded. Hearing Chen Ying's effusive praise, Yang Yuan couldn't resist trying a bite herself. Sure enough, a blissful expression spread across Yang Yuan's face, the look of someone savoring an extraordinary delicacy. And so, everyone savored the steak Lu Tian had prepared. The entire 23rd floor was filled with the aroma of steak. Before long, Chen turned to Qin Feng and asked, what does your steak taste like? She seemed curious about Qin Feng's steak. After all, she had never eaten a well-done steak before. Qin Feng deliberately replied, this steak is absolutely delicious. I love it so much. Chen, the self-proclaimed foodie, fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Watching Qin Feng's steak, she could practically taste it herself. Qin Feng then deliberately cut off another piece of steak and waved it back and forth in front of Chen. Without a second thought, Chen snatched it away, stuffed a piece into her mouth, and savored it carefully. The well-done steak, though devoid of any pink, was exceptionally tender and full of satisfying chew. After finishing her meal, Chen gave Lu Tian a thumbs up. Perhaps at this moment, she couldn't find words to praise his culinary skills. You're quite the foodie, aren't you? A well-done steak that tastes this good, Chen teased Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled but said nothing. After all, a man who had lived for over 10,000 years naturally possessed a unique perspective on food. They all savored the delicious steak and sipped intoxicating Western liquor outside the open-air dining area. Qin Feng, so, ladies, what do you think? Chef Lu Tian's skills are pretty impressive, right? Chen and Yang Yuan nodded instinctively, clearly impressed by Lu Tian's culinary skills. This delighted Lu Tian immensely. In truth, he'd already been thrilled while they were eating the steak, because everyone had devoured every last bite of his creation. Perhaps that was the highest praise a chef could receive. Seeing Lu Tian had been busy for a while, Qin Feng pulled him over to sit down, drink, and chat. Chen, Chef Lu Tian, which fancy restaurant are you working at now? At the mention of this, Lu Tian's expression dimmed. He replied in a subdued tone, I'm not working at any restaurant right now. I'm currently unemployed. Chen instantly felt awkward, realizing she'd asked the wrong question. She apologized, I'm sorry, Chef Lu Tian. I didn't know about your situation. Lu Tian smiled and said, it's fine. And you don't need to be so formal. From now on, just call me Lu Tian. You and Yang Yuan always calling me Chef Lu Tian actually feels a bit awkward to me. Chen readily agreed. Truthfully, she hadn't wanted to keep calling him Chef Lu Tian either. The 4-character title felt too cumbersome. But she'd done it out of respect during their first meeting. But finding you a job should be easy, Lu Tian. Someone with your talent must be in demand everywhere. Lu Tian smiled sheepishly at Chen Ying's praise. In truth, Chen Ying was absolutely right. After all, a 5-star chef like Lu Tian was naturally in high demand. The recent incident at Man Coffee had only boosted his value considerably. Yet he hadn't actively sought employment because he'd promised to work at Qin Feng's restaurant. For that commitment alone, Lu Tian had turned down countless lucrative offers. Qin Feng seemed to understand this and said, Xiaoying, I've actually been planning to open a restaurant and I want Lu Tian to be the head chef. Chen Ying looked utterly stunned at the news of Qin Feng's restaurant plans. She clearly found it hard to believe, staring at him wide-eyed. Qin Feng had anticipated this reaction, given his reputation at home as a lazy, good-for-nothing foodie. Qin Feng continued, Xiaoying, I'm telling you the truth. This idea actually came to me during that business trip of yours, but I just never mentioned it to you. And Lu Tian and Tang Yong know about this too. Chen Ying glanced at Lu Tian, who nodded firmly. Only then did Chen Ying begin to believe him, though she still couldn't shake the disbelief. Chapter 125, What's the real purpose? Qin Feng smiled. What's wrong, Xiaoying? Look at that disbelieving expression on your face when I say I've decided to do something. It makes me feel pretty useless, doesn't it? Chen Ying shook her head. She no longer saw Qin Feng as a useless good-for-nothing. On the contrary, she was more inclined to trust the man before her now, for he had delivered so many unexpected surprises. Still, she voiced her concern. But opening a restaurant costs a fortune. You just bought a car, do you even have that kind of money left? Qin Feng knew Chen Ying would ask this, but he remained completely unfazed. He smiled and said, Don't worry about the money. Even if I ran out, we still have Tang Yong, the richest man around, right? Chen Ying nodded with a smile. Indeed, Qin Feng's words now put her at ease. Even if he truly ran out of money, it would be just as he said. Given his relationship with Tang Yong, the latter would surely lend a hand. But Tang Yong shot Qin Feng a displeased glance and quipped, I'm not helping this broke guy. Otherwise, I'd lose my shirt. Qin Feng promptly kicked Tang Yong in the shins before playfully pinching his cheek. Who could possibly make you lose everything? With your fortune as the richest man, you could probably live off freeloading for 100 years and still not spend it all. Qin Feng's words were actually quite true. Tang Yong's wealth as the richest man was simply too vast to even estimate. But Qin Feng didn't need Tang Yong's help to run his restaurant. After all this time, his own wealth had likely grown to unimaginable proportions, it just hadn't been flaunted. Perhaps Qin Feng simply had no concept of money, or perhaps he genuinely held no interest in it. That's how formidable he was. But Chen Ying pressed on, if you really do open a restaurant, even with enough capital, wouldn't you still need connections for operations and marketing later on? How would you handle that? Before Qin Feng could respond, Tang Yong cleared his throat and chuckled, Miss Bai, do you seriously doubt the strength of my connections? Chen Ying instantly understood and smiled back, of course not. Having Mr. Tang assist my Qin Feng would be like adding wings to a tiger. Qin Feng and Tang Yong exchanged knowing smiles. Hearing that Qin Feng had already considered the concerns she voiced, Chen Ying felt she couldn't say much more. After all, it was excellent that Qin Feng wanted to find something to do on his own. That way, he wouldn't have to endure others' resentment or face their cold stares. Chen Ying had always hoped Qin Feng would build his own career, but she'd never voiced it, fearing he might think she looked down on him. Now that Qin Feng had taken the initiative to propose doing something, Chen Ying naturally intended to support him wholeheartedly. Regardless of whether Qin Feng's future restaurant turned a profit, the fact that he was making these changes was deeply gratifying to Chen Ying. Lu Tian, Qin Feng, but I've noticed the restaurant industry hasn't been doing too well lately. What do you mean? Qin Feng asked. Well, restaurants are popping up everywhere these days. On one hand, the competition is fierce. On the other, all the good chefs are leaving. So if you open a restaurant, you really need to carefully consider the location and make sure to hire top-notch chefs and staff. Qin Feng chuckled upon hearing this and said, What's that? Isn't your 5-star chef status enough to make other restaurants eat their hearts out? Lu Tian scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled, I'm confident in my skills, but if the restaurant expands, I obviously can't be the only chef. If the other chefs we hire don't cook well, it'll ruin our reputation. You know how crucial word of mouth is in the restaurant business. Qin Feng agreed wholeheartedly. Alright, Lu Tian. I know you're saying all this for my sake. When I open the restaurant, I'll definitely consult you on the specifics. You'll have to give me solid advice then, or I'll be running around like a headless chicken. Lu Tian nodded. I'll definitely do my best to help you. Otherwise, if your restaurant doesn't do well, I'll be out of a job and back on the streets. Lu Tian's words sent everyone present into fits of laughter. They truly hadn't imagined a 5-star chef would now be fretting about losing his job. Tang Yong declared, if your restaurant ever opens, I swear I'll only eat there from then on. Even for business dinners, I'll only go to yours. I'll be your loyal customer forever. Alright then, we'll be counting on you to boost our restaurant's GDP. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng laughed. No problem. Tang Yong gave an okay sign. If Tang Yong actually did dine at Qin Feng's restaurant, boosting its GDP would be a piece of cake. Regardless of how much Tang Yong personally spent dining or entertaining at the restaurant, his influence as the city's wealthiest individual alone would be sufficient. Wouldn't that inevitably draw everyone else in Yanjing to flock to Qin Feng's restaurant to dine and spend? And so, the group discussed these matters with great enthusiasm in the restaurant bar. At the Imperial Palace Mansion, a woman with a graceful figure played in the pool. Her sexy bikini accentuated her stunning physique. This woman was none other than Dong Xian, the exquisite assassin trained by Lin Xiaoming. Soon, a young man approached. Dong Xian finally emerged from the pool. The man draped a blanket over her to prevent her from catching a chill. Dong Xian swayed her curvaceous hips as she wiggled over to the hammock and settled down. How's the situation looking? Dong Xian asked the man. Miss, it seems the Chen family has fallen into a disadvantage. Those two Chen children especially harbor deep hatred toward Qin Feng and Chen Ning. Dong Xian felt satisfied upon hearing this news, a slight smile curving her lips. Excellent. I believe it's time for you to make your move now. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. He was the one from the Lin family who had defeated Qin Feng before. But back then, Qin Feng had only lost because he feared the Lin Qiu army standing behind Lin Yuan. Understood, Mississippi. I'll make preparations immediately. With that, Lin Yuan withdrew. A sinister smile once again played at the corners of Dong Xian's lips. Though Lin Yuan was the heir to the Lin family, under Lin Qiujun's current arrangements, he could only follow Dong Xian's orders. That night, Chen Dawei and Chen Roxin were dancing and drinking at a nightclub to pass the time. Brother Dawei, those two bastards are really riding high these days, Chen Roxin said indignantly. After hearing this, Chen Dawei downed a large gulp of beer and said, yeah, those two are getting really arrogant lately, but Grandma hasn't said anything about stopping them. Brother Dawei, since that's the case, why not have your senior brothers help us vent this anger? Chen Dawei shook his head. Not yet. Besides, my seniors won't lift a finger unless we offer them something in return. Those two bastards actually have connections to Tang Yong? Who would have guessed? Chen Dawei snorted, that little Chuning must have seduced Tang Yong into bed with her, which is why he's helping them now. Chen Roxin didn't find this offensive at all. Instead, she raised both hands in agreement. Exactly. That must be it. We'll teach that little a lesson she won't forget. Alright, I'll have my senior brothers thoroughly enjoy themselves with her. We'll snap some explicit photos and send them to Tang Yong. Let's see if the richest man in town still wants that filthy woman then. Brother Dawei, your plan is truly brilliant. Chen Roxin gushed. Just as the two were deep in heated discussion, the door to their private room suddenly swung open. Who's there? Don't you know to knock? Chen Dawei bellowed, for if their earlier conversation had been overheard and leaked, it would spell big trouble. But it wasn't a waiter who entered, it was a handsome young man. Though Chen Dawei was roughly the same age, the gentlemanly, scholarly elegance radiating from the other man was something he couldn't hope to match. One glance was enough to tell he came from a wealthy family. Chen Dawei instantly panicked and backed down. Who the hell are you? Chen Roxin's eyes, however, were already sparkling. What a handsome man. He was practically the dream guy she'd always imagined. The handsome man approached them with a smile, fixing his gaze on Chen Roxin for a few seconds. This sent her heart racing wildly, her pulse pounding like a frightened deer. Hello, I'm Lin Yuan. He pulled out 2 business cards and handed them to Chen Dawei and Chen Roxin. Yes. It was Lin Yuan. A handsome man. He had come specifically to find Chen Dawei and Chen Roxin regarding the operation Dong Xian had initiated earlier. Truthfully, Lin Yuan didn't even need business cards. His name alone was enough to echo throughout Yanjing. After all, who in Yanjing hadn't heard of Lin Yuan? Chen Dawei and Chen Roxin both felt their breathing quicken instantly, their expressions tightening with tension as they took the cards and stared at them wide-eyed. Sure enough. It was Lin Yuan of the Lin Group. Lin Group had been merely average before, hardly a force to be reckoned with. But with Lin Xiaoming's unwavering backing, it had rapidly transformed into one of Yanjing's most formidable corporations. Several years prior, it was precisely the fierce rivalry between Qin Feng and Lin Yuan that had left Qin Feng at a disadvantage. This had resulted in losses for Chen Ying's Chen Group, an incident that had brought deep shame upon the company. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Yuan was an untouchable, mysterious, and peculiar presence to the Chen Group. Yet despite their bitter rivalry, Lin Yuan had unexpectedly approached them today, and with conciliatory words at that. What possible motive could he have? Chapter 126, It's True. Haha, so it's young Master Lin Yuan. I'm Chen Dawei, and this is my sister, Chen Roshin. Chen Dawei spoke with noticeable nervousness, his words stumbling slightly. Chen Roshin, however, showed no sign of fluster. Instead, she blushed coyly, her earlier fiery demeanor completely gone. She shyly extended her right hand. Pleased to meet you, young Master Lin Yuan. Hello, Sister Roshin. You are truly beautiful. Lin Yuan gently took her delicate hand in his. Hearing Lin Yuan's compliment, Chen Roshin was already overjoyed inside, wishing she could jump into bed with him right then and there. Yet she shyly withdrew her hand. As a seasoned player in the game of love, she knew she must maintain control. She absolutely couldn't let Lin Yuan have her body so easily, otherwise, he would never treasure her. Lin Yuan continued to smile gently at Chen Roshin before turning to Chen Dawei. Brother Dawei, I heard you arguing outside earlier and you don't seem in the best mood. Have you run into any trouble lately? Ah. Better not mention it. It's too embarrassing. I'm afraid young Master Lin has seen me at my worst. Chen Dawei shook his head helplessly. Lin Yuan smiled and said, actually, I know about that incident your Chen family went through earlier. I'm genuinely curious, with so many prestigious companies in Yanjing, why did Tang Yong specifically choose one of your Chen family's groups? Before Chen Dawei could respond, Chen Roshin erupted in indignation. It's because our family has a seductress. Married and still trying to lure the richest man in town, Tang Yong. What a shameless creature. Chen Roshin declared angrily. Lin Yuan feigned confusion. How could such a thing happen? That's hard to believe, isn't it? Sigh, the world is full of bizarre things. Young Master Lin, you have no idea just how shameless that woman really is. She uses Tang Yong as her shield, quitting her job on a whim and forcing us to beg her on our knees. It's truly despicable. Chen Roshin launched into a tirade, twisting the truth to paint herself as the pitiful victim while portraying Chen Ying as arrogant and tyrannical. Hearing Chen Roshin portray herself as such a victim, Lin Yuan angrily slammed his hand on the table. That woman is outrageous. How could she bully you like that? His eyes then filled with affection as he gazed at Chen Roshin, making her heart flutter wildly. Lin Yuan declared, she shouldn't think she can act lawless just because she has Tang Yong backing her. Looks like I'll have to teach her a lesson myself. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? How should we deal with her? Chen Dawei asked excitedly. He hadn't expected Lin Yuan to be so easily manipulated. A few words had him completely wrapped around his finger. What a sucker! To better reel in this big fish, Chen Dawei shot Chen Roshin a knowing glance. The crafty Chen Roshin instantly grasped Chen Dawei's intent. She quickly grabbed Lin Yuan's hands, shaking him gently before adopting a pouty tone. Young Master Lin Yuan, you must help us. You have no idea how badly she's bullied me before. Hearing Lin Yuan's response, Chen Dawei pressed on. What kind of cooperation, young Master Lin Yuan? Tang Yong just secured a 100 million yuan contract for the Chun Group. We can't possibly offer less than that. How about this? Let's collaborate on a 200 million yuan project instead. 200 million. Chen Dawei trembled at the figure. Young Master Lin Yuan, you're not here to joke around with me, are you? Chen Dawei was so terrified his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Yuan gazed deeply at Chen Roshin before replying, once I've avenged Roshin's grievance, what's a mere 200 million? It's worth every penny to win a smile from my beauty. Young Master Lin Yuan, you're too kind to me. Chen Roshin was overjoyed by his words, nearly jumping for joy. She wanted to throw herself at him right then and there. But, how exactly should we proceed? Chen Dawei stammered excitedly, his words thick with nervousness, yet he pressed on with his concern. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before flashing a sly grin. Tang Yong partnered with the Chun Group to transform South Street Village into a commercial district, right? So we'll just build luxury homes near South Street Village. Chen Dawei still didn't grasp the idea. Lin Yuan explained, by the time their commercial district is finished, our luxury homes will be ready too. We won't even need advertising, these properties will sell effortlessly, and prices will naturally double. Hearing this, Chen Dawei couldn't help but admire him. This rich kid really had some brains after all. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Young Master Lin Yuan, this is a truly excellent idea. It's a perfect project to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Regardless of whether their commercial district gets renovated, our properties will definitely sell like hotcakes. Chen Dawei exclaimed excitedly, already envisioning the property flying off the shelves. Seeing Chen Dawei's interest piqued, Lin Yuan said, we can discuss the specifics of our collaboration tomorrow at the office. I have other matters to attend to now and must take my leave. Chen Dawei rose to see him off. Alright, young Master Lin Yuan. I'll be there punctually tomorrow. Chen Roshin, however, looked reluctant, wishing Lin Yuan wouldn't leave. She then asked, young Master Lin Yuan, may I also come see you tomorrow? Of course you can. If Roshin weren't here tomorrow, I doubt I'd even have the heart to discuss this project with Brother Dawei. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, then stepped out of the private room under Chen Roshin's lingering gaze. Once outside, the smile vanished from Lin Yuan's face. He pulled a wet wipe from his pocket and vigorously scrubbed the hands he'd just shaken with Chen Roshin. After wiping, he ruthlessly tossed the wipe onto the floor, muttering to himself, "That was disgusting." Then he strode off. Inside the private room, Chen Dawei and Chen Roshin were already ecstatic, still reveling in the euphoria of the 200 million yuan contract they'd just secured. Truly, fortune favors the bold. With Lin Yuan's Lin Group backing us, I wonder what that Chuning has left to be arrogant about. Chen Dawei exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down in the private room. Chen Roshin smirked triumphantly, "Humph. If it weren't for my beauty luring him in, young Master Lin Yuan wouldn't have helped you like this. That's 200 million, my dear brother. Ha ha ha. So apparently I'm this important and valuable to young Master Lin Yuan? Could he have fallen for me? Is this love at first sight?" Chen Dawei burst into laughter at Chen Roshin's words. "Well, congratulations to you then, little Roshin. Besides, with your beauty and qualifications, marrying into a wealthy family is practically guaranteed. Besides, is there any other wealthy young master in Yinjing who could possibly surpass Lin Yuan?" Chen Roshin grew even more smug upon hearing Chen Dawei's words. "I'll make sure those two jerks and everyone who look down on me see just how amazing I am. I'm the cream of the crop, they won't even get the chance to bow down to me in the future." "Ah, you're absolutely right, my dear sister," Chen Dawei said. This wave after wave of flattery sent Chen Roshin straight to the clouds. Liang Yuan Grand Hotel. Lin Yuan approached the door of the hotel's most luxurious presidential suite, took a nervous breath, and knocked. A young bodyguard in black opened the door, preparing to search Lin Yuan. Then a voice called out, "No need for a search. Let him in." The bodyguard halted his actions and allowed Lin Yuan to enter. It turned out to be Dong Xian, occupying the vast presidential suite all by herself. It was a leisurely afternoon. Dong Xian sat alone by the floor-to-ceiling windows, sipping her coffee slowly, savoring the exquisite moment. Lin Yuan approached her respectfully and whispered, "Miss, I've taken care of those two unlucky souls from the Chen family. Tomorrow, I can trick them into signing the 200 million yuan contract." Dong Xian ignored Lin Yuan, her gaze fixed on the book in her hands without lifting her head. "So quickly? Are the Chen family really that foolish?" Lin Yuan began to flatter her. In front of you, miss, it's no exaggeration to say they're all that foolish." "Enough. You're only good at sweet talking. But I'm not him, I don't care for it. Keep it to yourself from now on." Dong Xian took a light sip of her coffee. She wasn't pleased by Lin Yuan's flattery. She'd heard too many similar lines over the years and had grown numb to them. Lin Yuan was visibly shaken. "Understood, Mississippi. I'll remember." Dong Xian waved her hand dismissively. All right. Just keep doing everything exactly as you've been doing." "Understood." Lin Yuan nodded knowingly, then turned and swiftly exited the room. Even though Lin Yuan was considered one of Yinjing's most promising young talents, he still felt an intangible sense of pressure in Dong Xian's presence. Perhaps that was simply the aura that came with being a formidable figure. Though Lin Yuan was reluctant to admit it, he couldn't deny it. Dong Xian read by the floor-to-ceiling window for a while longer before stretching lazily. This languid posture revealed her stunning figure in full view. Her pale, delicate feet pressed against the luxurious carpet as she slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Like a princess, she gazed down upon the streets of Yinjing. Who exactly is this Qin Feng? What makes him so special? Is it just because of his unusual connection to Tang Yong that I'm being asked to seduce her into being with him? Chapter 127, Arriving in Person. Dong Xian's voice remained calm, yet a flicker of anger flickered in her eyes. When Lin Xiaoming first suggested she borrow his seed, the fury nearly consumed her. Even though he had raised her from childhood, she couldn't help but seethe. Had those words come from anyone else, Dong Xian would have made sure they vanished from this world. But the person who uttered it was Lin Xiaoming, the very man she had always held in the highest regard. She simply couldn't fathom why Lin Xiaoming held Qin Feng in such high regard. Thus, Dong Xian had journeyed to Yinjing herself to see this man, to understand what kind of person he truly was. Yet based on all the information Dong Xian had gathered so far, this man named Qin Feng seemed utterly pathetic, a profound disappointment. He was already married and has a son-in-law who had married into the family. He spent his days doing nothing but living off his wife, enduring constant humiliation from the Chen family. While one could say he possessed a patient, enduring character and the ability to keep his cool, these qualities were hardly enough to impress Dong Xian. In fact, she felt Qin Feng fell short even compared to Lin Yuan. How could someone like this hold such importance to the person who had nurtured her? She couldn't fathom it, simply couldn't. He's not worthy of the young lady. The young black-clad bodyguard murmured from behind her. He was Han Yangtian, Dong Xian's personal guard. He had protected her for 8 years and secretly loved her for 8 years. But Han Yangtian knew it was impossible for him to be with Dong Xian. He wasn't worthy of her. No, in Han Yangtian's eyes, no one in the world was worthy of Dong Xian. Though Dong Xian herself was a cold-blooded assassin, Lin Xiaoming had still assigned her a skilled bodyguard like Han Yangtian for safety's sake. You're dying to kill him, aren't you, Han Yangtian? Dong Xian glanced at Han Yangtian with a smile, her eyes revealing a hint of something strange and unfathomable. Faced with Dong Xian's gaze, Han Yangtian immediately lowered his head in fright, lacking even the courage to meet her eyes. Yet he murmured, "Yes. I believe no one should desecrate or insult the young lady. Truthfully, I also wanted to kill him. I simply couldn't tolerate the term sperm donor. But this man is someone father chose, so he must have exceptional qualities. Right now, my curiosity about him outweighs my desire to kill him." The father Dong Xian referred to was Lin Xiaoming. Though Dong Xian was the stunningly beautiful assassin he had personally trained to take down Qin Feng, their daily lives were lived as father and daughter. This was precisely why Dong Xian consistently showed such profound respect toward Lin Xiaoming, for he genuinely cherished her as if she were his own daughter. Han Yangtian cautioned from the side, "Miss, sometimes excessive curiosity about someone can easily lead to misplaced emotions. You can rest assured on that point. What I, Dong Xian, desire is to conquer him, not be conquered by some in-law. I will make them understand that I, Dong Xian, am the woman who holds the reins of this entire situation." With that, Dong Xian stomped her foot onto the windowsill, her posture radiating an air of dominance as if she intended to trample all of Yanjing beneath her heel. That evening, Chen Daowei and Chen Roxin hurried back to the Chen family villa. Normally, they would still be out enjoying themselves at this hour. Their reason for rushing back was to eagerly share the afternoon's good news from the bar with old Mrs. Chen. At the dinner table, they eagerly shared the news with old Madame Chen. "Lin Yuan?" Old Madame Chen froze for a few seconds before breaking into an ecstatic smile. "Roxin, did that Lin Yuan boy really fall for you at first sight?" Grandma Chen asked with concern. Chen Roxin replied triumphantly, "Of course he did. Would I lie to you, Grandma? Ask Brother Daowei if you don't believe me. And the moment we met, he couldn't resist holding my hand. If I hadn't pulled away quickly, he probably would have kept holding it. Plus, his eyes kept darting back and forth over me. It really made me blush. Yeah, when Lin Yuan looked at our Roxin back then, his eyes practically glued themselves to her. I think he's totally smitten with her." Chen Daowei nodded in agreement from the side. Grandma Chen burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Daowei and Chen Roxin's comments. "Ah, you're absolutely right. I don't think any man could resist my Roxin's charm. If she really ends up marrying Lin Yuan, then Mom and Dad will be entering high society right along with you," Chen Roxin's mother declared triumphantly. Chen Roxin continued, her voice brimming with self-satisfaction, "Of course. I was born to marry into wealth and prestige. Unlike that good-for-nothing Chen Ning, who married some useless loser. Not only does she have no shame, she's bragging about it too." Chen Daowei nodded in agreement beside her. Old Mrs. Chen still couldn't believe it and asked again, "Is Lin Yuan really going to collaborate with our Chen family on a 200 million yuan project?" "Of course, Grandma. How could I lie to you about something this important? If you still don't believe me, I'll invite him to our company for a meeting tomorrow. Then I can prove my abilities and talents to the entire Chen family," Chen Daowei declared excitedly. This was his chance to finally prove himself. Chen Ning had only signed a 100 million yuan contract with Tang Yong. Now he had secured a 200 million yuan deal. Just wait and see how Chen Ning would dare to act so arrogant in front of him from now on. Grandma Chen nodded happily upon hearing this. "Alright, let's have the meeting at our company tomorrow." Early the next morning, Chen Ning and Qin Feng were summoned to Chen Group, a specific instruction from Chen Daowei. Within 10 minutes, every member of the Chen family had arrived except Chen Daowei himself. "Mr. Chen, is today's meeting about reinstating Xiaowing as CEO of Chen Group?" a confused relative asked. Chen Roxin, hearing this, was far from pleased. She sneered from the side, "Ha ha ha. Does she even deserve it? It's just signing a 1 billion yuan contract project. I really don't know what she has to brag about." Chen Ying's brows furrowed. "Chen Roxin, are you out of your mind? Can't go a day without picking a fight with me? Besides, when did I ever show off?" Hearing Chen Ning accuse her of being crazy only made Chen Roxin even more furious. Her eyes widened as she retorted, "When have I ever targeted you? I'm just telling it like it is. Who told you to get so cocky all of a sudden? Roxin, that's where you're wrong. Xiaowing finally landed a big deal, and here you are being sarcastic." "Exactly. If you're so capable, go get an even bigger deal yourself." "Exactly. If you can't do it, shut up. Stop talking nonsense all day long. Don't make Xiaowing upset again." "Exactly. Cut the useless chatter. If you can't do it, just shut up. What's with all the constant complaining?" Other members of the Chen family began criticizing Chen Roxin. In truth, they weren't actually siding with Chen Ning. It was simply that after the previous incident involving the penalty fee, the Chen family relatives were all a bit wary. They feared Chen Roxin's actions might upset Chen Ning again, and then everyone would suffer the consequences. Ultimately, it was all about self-interest. Even relatives showed no kinship at all. They were merely superficial kin, all crumbling before the pressure of interests. Just like that Li Zhuang white meat. Hearing this, Chen Roxin only sneered with disdain. 100 million yuan contract scares you all? Next time, don't embarrass yourselves by mentioning such small contracts in front of me. Save yourselves the trouble of me pulling out an even bigger one and then accusing me of crushing your spirits. You really are a bunch of small-time players. A measly 100 million? That's laughable. The Chen family members burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Roshin's words, convinced she was just bragging and showing off. Ha ha ha, Roshin. You may be young, but your skill at bragging is every bit as good as your father's. Exactly. You're just a junior here, yet you dare to brag like this. You really don't know your place. Every single person here is older than you. Every single one has achieved more than you. Every single one has contributed significantly to the company. And what about you? Just as everyone was laughing, a cold voice suddenly echoed in from outside the conference room door. Who said Roshin was bragging? Today I'll show you what it means to be proven wrong. Chen Dawei strode in with an air of arrogance, accompanied by a dashing young man in a dark purple suit, none other than Lin Yuan. Chen Roshin, spotting Lin Yuan's arrival, immediately stood up with a delighted smile. She fluttered over to them in a sweet, girlish manner, a complete transformation from the fiery woman moments before. Dawei, who is this guy? Yeah, who is he? How could you bring an outsider into our meeting room? Exactly. If he leaks any of the Chen family's secrets, you won't be able to afford the damages. Dawei, no offense, but you're an adult now. Why do you still act like a child, just like Roshin? The Chen family members began murmuring among themselves once more. Chen Dawei, however, beamed with pride and declared, "Allow me to formally introduce him to everyone. Standing beside me is none other than Chairman Lin Yuan of the Lin Group. Of course, he will also become our Chen family's most important business partner in the future. So everything Sister Roshin said earlier is absolutely true." Chen Dawei finished speaking and clapped his hands. Chen Roshin joined in with him. Chapter 128, Self-Congratulatory. What? He's Lin Yuan? Our biggest business partner? Yeah, and besides, you two don't even have any connection in everyday life. Dawei, you're not joking, are you? Even if you and Roshin haven't achieved much, you wouldn't need to make up such a huge lie to fool everyone. The conference room erupted in stunned silence, eyes widening in disbelief. After all, Lin Yuan's reputation in Yanjing was too formidable, virtually everyone knew his name. So naturally, they couldn't believe Chen Dawei had the clout to bring in young master Lin Yuan. Chen Ning was equally astonished and stole a glance at Qin Feng beside her. But Qin Feng's reaction caught Chen Ning off guard. He appeared utterly calm, observing everything with a detached gaze. Yes, you all heard correctly. I just signed a 2 billion yuan cooperation project with Lin Yuan's Lin Group. From now on, young master Lin Yuan will be our Chen family's largest business partner. What? 200 million? What kind of project is it? That's 100 million more than the contract Xiaoying signed before. I can't believe it. Dawei is so capable. Dawei, you're just too impressive. Truly worthy of being the heir to the Chen family, the pride and joy of our old chairman Chen. Upon hearing the figure, everyone leapt to their feet in excitement, some trembling uncontrollably in both legs and hands. In an instant, everyone began showering Chen Dawei with praise, a stark contrast to the atmosphere just moments before. Perhaps this was reality. Chen Dawei basked in the adulation, thoroughly enjoying the attention. After all, he'd rarely experienced such universal admiration. It's about the commercial district's luxury residential development project. Young Master Lin Yuan and I are absolutely certain this project will succeed, and those mansions will sell like hotcakes. So by then, our Chen family will rise even higher, joining the ranks of the most elite powerhouse companies. Chen Dawei chuckled smugly, then fixed his gaze on Chen Ning. He deliberately scanned her body a few times before flashing a look of contempt. Chen Ning naturally noticed his expression and pretentious demeanor, but she couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. After all, he'd always been this repulsive. Old Mrs. Chen rose excitedly and walked over to shake hands with Lin Yuan. The old lady then began her flattering speech. Young Master Lin Yuan, we are truly grateful for this opportunity you've given the Chen family. That you hold our Dawei in such high regard, I am confident he will not disappoint you. Young Master Lin Yuan, we hope you'll guide Dawei in the ways of the workplace. Let him learn from you, and please give him your support. Lin Yuan responded warmly with a gentle smile. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. As your junior, I can hardly accept such praise. Besides, my decision to partner with your Chen family stems from my full confidence in Brother Dawei's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Roshin beamed with delight, rushing over to link her arm through Lin Yuan's. Right there in front of everyone in the conference room, she began to act coyly. Brother Lin Yuan, you're just too good to me. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. She'd even stopped calling him young master and now addressed him as brother with practiced ease. It was downright nauseating. With those words, Chen Roshin practically implied that securing this 200 million yuan project was entirely her own achievement. But what shocked the Chen family even more was that Lin Yuan didn't refute her. Instead, he looked at Chen Roshin with a smile and nodded. Lin Yuan's reaction left the entire Chen family speechless. Instantly, everyone's expressions and gazes toward Chen Roshin shifted. Even those who had just been sneering at her instantly switched gears, showering her with flattery. One had to admit, these people were masters at shifting allegiances. Ah, our Roshin really is amazing. She's landed such a huge business deal for our Chen family. Exactly. Roshin was clearly destined for a wealthy marriage. She's always been the apple of our eye in the Chen family. The tone implied Lin Yuan was set on marrying no one but Chen Roshin. Exactly. Roshin is born to be a princess. Unlike certain others who married a freeloader and still strut around like they own the place, they're worse than wild boars. These relatives were truly born for money. Just moments ago they were praising Chening, and now they turned to slandering her. Chening understood these words were veiled insults directed at her, and her face drained of color with anger. At that moment, Qin Feng, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Who exactly are you calling a wild boar? His tone was icy cold. The Chen relative shot Qin Feng a glance and sneered coldly. At this point, do I really need to spell it out? Since we're all family, I'll spare you the embarrassment. Ha ha ha. You may be sparing their dignity, but they might not care about saving face. Just because you landed $100 million deal, you think you're hot stuff now? Exactly. And you dare team up with outsiders to swindle us out of our penalty fees? Shameless. You're nothing but a white-eyed wolf, worse than a pig or a dog. Shut up, all of you. Keep your mouths shut. Young Master Lin Yuan is still here. Don't make fools of yourselves. Old Mrs. Chen tapped her cane angrily on the floor twice. Her demeanor had shifted noticeably from before. The Chen family members finally fell silent and turned their attention to the contract in Chen Daoi's hands, scrutinizing it closely. Ha! Not only are we, the contracting party, responsible for materials and labor allocation during construction, but why is there a clause later stating we must contribute a 60 million yuan cooperation payment? After one relative pointed it out, everyone noticed the clearly stated clause requiring Yang Group to contribute 60 million yuan as the first installment of project funds. Dawei, what exactly is going on with this 60 million? Grandma Chen's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. After all, 60 million yuan was no small sum. Noticing everyone's confusion, Lin Yuan stepped forward to explain. Ah, it's like this, Chairman Chen. My Lin Group recently secured a major investment partnership with Phoenix City. It's with Lin Xiaoming's Lin Group, as I plan to expand part of my business operations there. Lin Xiaoming. Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that name. It seemed this man hadn't stopped keeping tabs on him after all. Chen Roshin gazed at Lin Yuan with admiration. Brother Lin, you're just too amazing. The Chen family relatives also stiffened at the mention of Lin Xiaoming. The Lin Group from Phoenix City? That's a truly formidable conglomerate. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile before continuing, yes. For this investment, I've essentially transferred all of the Lin Group's working capital over. He scratched his head sheepishly and added with a smile, so, for this collaboration with Yang Group, the first installment of the project payment will have to come from your Chen family for now. But rest assured, my funds will be available again next month. At that time, I will repay the entire 60 million yuan project payment to your Chen family. And of course, there will absolutely be no further issues with subsequent funding. Chen Dawei quickly flattered him, Young Master Lin, you speak too modestly. We all know the strength of your Lin Group. Of course we believe you. The Chen family members nodded in agreement. After all, with the formidable Lin Group backing him, how could their investment possibly fail? But old Mrs. Chen, standing nearby, still frowned deeply. But this 60 million yuan project payment is indeed quite substantial. The original construction materials and labor costs alone would require significant expenditure from them. Given the Yang Group's current strength and financial resources, they could barely manage to cover these expenses. To come up with an additional 60 million yuan for the project funds would be practically impossible, like climbing Mount Everest. Chen Dawei naturally noticed Grandma Chen's doubts and concerns. Chen Dawei smiled confidently and said, Grandma, please rest assured. I've already taken care of the very issue you're thinking about. Grandma Chen was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chen Dawei to have discerned her hesitation. Grandma, Young Master Lin Yuan knows the manager at HSBC. As long as we agree, they can arrange a 60 million yuan loan for us directly. And it's interest-free. HSBC was arguably the most prestigious bank in Yanjing. Only the most influential families could secure a card or loan there, let alone an interest-free one, as Chen Dawei described the feat as rare as finding a needle in a haystack. Chen Dawei's words sent the meeting room into an uproar once more, with everyone marveling at the power of Lin Yuan and the Lin Group. Young Master Lin, your connections are truly impressive. You're a rising star indeed. Exactly. He casually secured a 60 million yuan loan and crucially, interest-free. Exactly. This means our company's funding is now secure and no more worries. This is absolutely fantastic news. Our partnership is bound to be hugely profitable. The relatives immediately launched into their usual sycophantic mode. Old Mrs. Chen still felt uneasy, but seeing the confident expressions on Chen Dawei and Chen Roshin's faces, coupled with the rest of the Chen family brimming with enthusiasm, she finally nodded in agreement. After all, this opportunity was truly once in a lifetime for the Chen family. She had to seize this chance to elevate their company to a larger scale. If Chen Roxin truly married into the Lin family, Lin Yuan might not be so eager to help them then.
Chapter 129, Unappreciated.
The old lady had always believed Lin Yuan's zealous assistance was solely to win Chen Roxin's favor.
If young Master Lin Yuan holds such sway, why doesn't he secure the bank loan himself? At that moment, Chunning couldn't help but speak up.
Her intuition screamed that something was seriously wrong with this project. Although Lin Yuan's entire demeanor had appeared flawless moments ago, it was precisely such seemingly perfect situations that were often the most dangerous.
And someone as business savvy as Lin Yuan, would he really go to such lengths for some little girl?
The Chen family members felt as if they'd been doused with a bucket of cold water upon hearing Chen Ying's words.
What exactly do you mean by that? Chen Dawei's expression darkened instantly. Chen Dawei snapped indignantly, young Master Lin Yuan is only offering our family extra benefits because of Roxin's sake. If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut. Exactly. Does everyone have to be as despicable as you? You don't seriously think brother Lin Yuan would go through all this trouble just for 60 million, do you? Chen Roxin retorted to Chen Ying. She was terrified Lin Yuan might get angry.
Withdrawing the investment was one thing, but if she couldn't marry into a wealthy family because of it, that would be a disaster.
Hearing their words, Chen Ying trembled with rage. You two are utterly unreasonable.
Lin Yuan, however, remained completely unfazed by Chen Ying's outburst. Maintaining his smile, he said, I assume this must be Miss Chen Ying.
I've heard a lot about you. I can address your confusion. It's true I gave you an extra 60 million yuan in project commission dividends because of Roxin's favor. Then, a while back, I took out a significant loan from HSBC. I feel a bit awkward about borrowing more. I don't know if you'll believe me, but is that satisfactory?
Chen Ying had long been rendered speechless by the siblings' earlier outburst. She knew that if she continued speaking, they would only grow more convinced that she was jealous of Chen Roxin and deliberately sabotaging their partnership.
Seeing Chen Ying remain silent, Chen Roxin sneered. Lin Yuan, don't bother with this woman. She's probably furious right now. You don't know what happened before.
When her husband, Qin Feng, saw you competing against their Yang group, he got so scared he backed out immediately.
That cost our Chen family over 1 million yuan.
Chen Roxin continued with disdain, I think the only reason she dislikes you so much is because of her useless husband's cowardice.
And now seeing you spend so lavishly for me?
People die of envy when they compare themselves to others.
Naturally, she's consumed by jealousy and resentment toward me. Is that really what happened?
Lin Yuan froze, then fixed his gaze intently on Qin Feng. So that previous competition had nearly brought him face to face with this man. Back then, Lin Yuan had competed under Lin Qiujuan's orders, unaware of the full story behind it.
You're talking utter nonsense. I'm also part of the Chen family, don't I have the right to ask questions? Chen Ying retorted angrily.
The moment she spoke, the Chen family members launched a barrage of criticism.
Little Ying, I advise you to keep quiet. Exactly. You don't want to upset young Master Lin Yuan. If he pulls his investment, will you be the one covering the losses? Exactly.
Besides, it's clearly your own husband who's incompetent.
Why are you taking it out on young Master Lin Yuan now?
Chen Ying, enraged by the accusations, prepared to retort, but Qin Feng grabbed her arm. Qin Feng stepped forward, calmly meeting Lin Yuan's gaze as he stated dispassionately, this project is indeed quite promising.
But what collateral did the Chen family pledge to the bank for the loan? They can't possibly get interest-free loans without collateral, right? Is it the company? Chen Dawei burst out laughing upon hearing this. Or could it be your family's mansion? Ha ha ha. The remark sent the conference room erupting in laughter once more.
Qin Feng ignored Chen Dawei, turning instead to old lady Chen.
Grandma, Xiaoying, and I won't oppose this project anymore.
But I need to make one thing clear, when you go to the bank for collateral, please make sure to note explicitly that the collateral does not include Xiao Ying's Yang group.
What exactly do you mean by that? Are you cursing this project to fail and lose money?
Chen Dawei, enraged, pointed his finger at Qin Feng's nose and shouted angrily. Chen Roxin sneered coldly from the side, some people just want to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. Since we're not involved in the collateral, we certainly won't shamelessly demand a share of the profits when this project turns a profit in the future. To put it plainly, this project you're discussing has absolutely nothing to do with Xiao Ying's Yang group. Grandma Chen sneered, her eyes icy as she fixed them on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, don't forget your standing and position within the Chen family.
What gives you the right to speak to us like this? Chen Ying stepped forward. Grandma, what Qin Feng says is what I say.
You ungrateful wretch. Old Madame Chen flared with anger, but remembering her ongoing business dealings with Tang Yong, she forced herself to swallow her indignation.
Tapping her cane, the old matriarch declared, very well. You two may leave now.
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately took Chen Ying's hand and walked out of the conference room. Before leaving, he couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire, good luck to you both. It was as if he were implying their project was doomed to fail.
That man is truly a jerk. Xiaoying is such a fool.
She's so talented and beautiful, yet she ended up with a man like that. Sigh, Xiao Ying's life is pretty much over now. If you don't pick the right husband, you won't have a happy life in your later years. Exactly. She's nothing like our Roshin, who knows how to pick a man. Young Master Lin Yuan is leagues better than Qin Feng. The murmurs continued to swirl around the conference room. Meanwhile, Chen Ying stormed out of Yang Group, her face flushed with anger. Qin Feng, don't you also think there's something fishy about this cooperation project Lin Yuan proposed? Qin Feng gave Chen Ying a faint smile. Do I even need to think about it? It's not that I suspect something's wrong, it's that this project he proposed is definitely flawed. Why are you so sure? Chen Ying asked, puzzled. Qin Feng explained earnestly, that guy just claimed he's partnering with the Chen family for Chen Roshin's sake. Isn't that obviously a lie? Only a fool would believe his nonsense. But that's not necessarily true. After all, Chen Roshin is quite beautiful. Couldn't Lin Yuan be doing this to win her favor? Qin Feng burst out laughing at Chen Ying's remark. Her? Pretty? Ha! She doesn't hold a candle to even a single strand of your hair. She's an ugly duckling. Chen Ying rolled her eyes at Qin Feng's shameless flattery. She continued, maybe Lin Yuan just likes women like Chen Roshin. Qin Feng had anticipated Chen Ying's persistent questioning and shook his head firmly. No way. A money-hungry schemer like Chen Roshin? If Lin Yuan really wanted her, he could easily get her with a few million. If a few million could settle this, why would Lin Yuan go to such lengths and spend 200 million? He's a businessman, he knows how to do the math. Could it be, he's actually a softie? As Qin Feng explained it so smoothly, Chen Ying gradually began to believe his theory. The tone shifted abruptly as Chen Ying turned to confront Qin Feng. You seem so clued in, must have plenty of experience yourself. Could it be you stashed all that secret stash just to chase after girls like her? Qin Feng hadn't expected Chen Ying to shift the focus to him. He'd been talking about Lin Yuan, yet now the heat was on him. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. I didn't. Don't accuse me falsely. Qin Feng's survival instinct kicked in, and he scrambled to explain. Oof. Chen Ying had only been teasing him, but she hadn't expected such a quick response. She decided not to pursue the matter further. But why would Lin Yuan go to such lengths to scheme against the Chen family? Could it be he covets their money? That seems unlikely. Qin Feng shook his head, feigning ignorance. But deep down, he knew better than anyone that Lin Yuan's visit this time was undoubtedly targeting him. Regardless of how Lin Yuan targeted the Chen family, Qin Feng couldn't care less as long as Xiao Ying's young group remained untouched. I think we should still warn Grandma, Chen Ying said softly. Though furious, she couldn't bear to watch Yang Group get ruined by an outsider. Qin Feng chuckled bitterly. Do you really think that old hag would listen to us? Qin Feng suspected the old woman would likely send Chen Dawei to HSBC for a loan that very afternoon. Compared to the capable and competent Chen Ying, old Grandma Chen preferred to trust her useless grandson. Even if Chen Dawei failed at everything, she still believed in him. She was spoiling him rotten. Sitting in the car, Chen Ying agonized over it for a long time before finally deciding to call old lady Chen again to give her a heads up. Grandma, I think there might be some issues with the project Lin Yuan mentioned. We should think it through carefully first and hold off on taking out a bank loan. Also. Before Chen Ying could finish, Grandma Chen cut her off with an icy tone. Shut up. Since you've stepped aside from your own Yang Group, you have no business meddling in this matter. This project has nothing to do with you anymore. Just focus on your project with Tang Yong. Chapter 130, Heartache. With that, old Mrs. Chen hung up abruptly. Chen Ying clutched the phone tightly, her expression heartbreaking. Qin Feng understood what had happened from Chen Ying's reaction. Qin Feng comforted her, it's okay. If they won't accept your favor, there's nothing we can do about it. As long as you and your Yang Group are fine, that's all that matters. Chen Ying nodded sadly, overwhelmed by the injustice of her family's treatment. Meanwhile, Chen Dawei looked at Grandma Chen and asked, Grandma, did Chen Ying call again to badmouth me? Grandma Chen set down her phone with a grave expression. That sister of yours, she doesn't trust you at all, does she? I just think she's jealous that I closed a deal bigger than hers. She's so petty. Thank goodness you didn't hand the company over to her to manage. With her personality, she'd never make it profitable. Grandma Chen's brows furrowed again. After a moment's thought, she said, still, this project did come rather suddenly. You should conduct a thorough private investigation to prevent any unexpected issues. Don't worry, Grandma. You mustn't forget what kind of figure young Master Lin Yuan is. Surely you don't really think, like Chen Ying, that he'd come here specifically to swindle us out of our money? What's 60 million to him? It's practically nothing. Chen Dawei scoffed coldly. He had never doubted Lin Yuan's sincerity from the start. Moreover, after spending these past few days with him, Chen felt Lin Yuan was utterly trustworthy. There was absolutely no cause for concern. Grandma Chen felt reassured upon hearing Chen Dawei speak again. He was right, Lin Yuan Company was far too powerful to stoop to setting a trap of the Chen family. Perhaps she really had overthought it. Grandma, you can rest easy. I'm here, aren't I? How could brother Lin Yuan ever deceive our Chen family? Would he even want to be with me anymore after that?
Chen Roshin's face beamed with a triumphant smile, radiating genuine pride.
Grandma Chen nodded in agreement.
Judging by Lin Yuan's attitude toward Chen Roshin today, she too felt he truly loved her. Suddenly, she changed the subject. "Oh, Grandma, next Wednesday is my birthday," Chen Roshin announced. "I've decided to invite brother Lin Yuan to celebrate with me."
Grandma Chen smiled and nodded. Then Chen Roshin continued, "How about we book the Imperial Grand Hotel for a birthday party?" At the mention of the Imperial Hotel, Grandma Chen's heart skipped a beat.
After all, the Imperial Hotel was notoriously expensive, especially for an entire venue rental. It would undoubtedly be a significant expense, especially considering the Chen family still had loans to repay. Seeing Grandma Chen hesitate without responding, Chen Roshin pressed on.
"Grandma, you wouldn't begrudge spending this much, would you?
If we just throw something together, brother Lin Yuan will feel sorry for me when he sees it, and he'll look down on our Chen family."
"That would be a huge loss, Grandma," Chen Roshin said in a pouty voice. Hearing Chen Roshin's sweet talk, old Mrs. Chen couldn't resist any longer.
Grandma Chen sighed helplessly. "Alright, then let's reserve an entire floor at the Imperial Hotel."
"Ah, just one floor? That's a bit too modest, isn't it?" Chen Roshin still seemed dissatisfied. Chen Dawei stepped in to smooth things over, smiling as he said, "Roshin, you're being unreasonable. Securing an entire floor is quite impressive. You must understand that the Imperial Hotel is where the wealthy elite stay. Besides, I heard Tang Yong is staying there too. Do you really want us to kick him out?"
The fact that Grandma can reserve an entire floor for you proves just how much she loves you. After hearing Chen Dawei's explanation, Chen Roshin reluctantly conceded.
"Fine then," she conceded, though inwardly she remained resentful. "I just hope brother Lin Yuan won't think us stingy and cheap."
Even before her marriage, she was already complaining about the Chen family's tight-fistedness.
Afternoon, Liang Yuan Grand Hotel. Lin Yuan once again entered the most luxurious presidential suite he had visited before. Since checking into the hotel, Dong Xian had barely left the presidential suite.
Lin Yuan was once again searched by bodyguard Han Yantian. "Miss, the Chen family has been swayed by my words.
They've already secured a mortgage loan from HSBC. By tomorrow, I can have them invest the entire sum into the project.
Then the entire Chen family will be under our control." Dong Xian still ignored Lin Yuan, continuing to focus intently on her own work. She was organizing documents, most of which pertained to Qin Feng and the Chen family. Seeing Dong Xian coldly ignore him while fixated on Qin Feng's files, Lin Yuan felt irritated. Finally, he couldn't hold back and asked, "Miss, we encountered that Qin Feng this morning. I observed him closely. He seems somewhat calculating and composed, but I don't think he's anything special. Frankly, I don't believe he warrants us expending so many resources and connections to deal with him." Hearing Lin Yuan question her decision, Dong Xian lifted her head to glance at him, her beautiful, captivating face flickering slightly.
"Did you get a big head after he avoided you that one time, thinking he's no match for you?"
Seeing he'd upset Dong Xian, Lin Yuan quickly lowered his head.
"No, I wouldn't dare.
I just don't think he has anything truly exceptional about him."
"Oof. That's because you barely know him at all, yet here you are spouting arrogant nonsense."
Her words dripped with contempt for Lin Yuan. Then, Dong Xian pointed at the documents from earlier. Lin Yuan looked closely and realized it was Tang Yong, Yanjing's wealthiest man.
"What?" Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Tang Yong is here too?" Dong Xian sneered coldly, "You and Qin Feng are roughly the same age. Do you really think if you were to interact with Tang Yong, you could earn his trust?"
Lin Yuan scratched his head, pondering for a moment. Then he declared, "If I leverage every resource and connection of the Lin Group, I believe it's possible." He seemed quite proud as he spoke.
But Dong Xian burst out laughing beside him. "But what if you were also a son-in-law by marriage, with absolutely none of the Lin Group's resources? What do you think would happen then?" Lin Yuan instantly fell silent, speechless.
Dong Xian shook her head helplessly, looking at Lin Yuan with disappointment.
"Your judgment of people is always so one-sided. You're far too impatient. You completely fail to see the hidden assets and powerful connections behind Qin Feng. No wonder after all these years, the Lin Group is still the only thing you can boast about."
Lin Yuan hurriedly defended himself. "Miss, I'll work harder.
Rest assured, I won't disappoint you again."
But Dong Xian ignored him, returning to meticulously organize the documents on the table.
Suddenly, a sheet of paper fell to the floor.
Lin Yuan quickly picked it up and handed it to Dong Xian. Dong Xian glanced at the paper and froze.
Lin Yuan quickly asked, "Miss, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this document?" Dong Xian didn't respond at all, still staring blankly at the document.
It turned out to be Chen Haotian's file. It stated, Chen Haotian owns a flower shop, allegedly entrusted to him decades ago by a man named Su Fanchen. Meanwhile, the overseas account Lin Xiujuan has been tracking all these years is under the name Su Shengyuan. Su Shengyuan, Su Fanchen, and this Qin Feng.
Could this all be mere coincidence? Miss, why don't you just ask Uncle Lin directly? Lin Yuan also found it strange. Dong Xian was clearly so curious yet didn't ask, and Lin Xiuming knew everything yet didn't tell Dong Xian anything.
It was utterly perplexing. Dong Xian stood up and stretched lazily.
If I can't even uncover this man's identity myself, how can I hope to conquer him in the future? As she spoke, confidence radiated from her brow. Hearing her words, Lin Yuan felt a pang of envy. He couldn't fathom what kind of luck Qin Feng had stumbled upon to earn Miss Dong Xian's favor and desire to conquer him.
The flower shop. Dong Xian's pensive expression vanished as her eyes suddenly lit up.
She hurriedly called out to Han Yangtian behind her, "Dad gave me that moonlight jade pendant before I left.
Quick, get it for me."
Han Yangtian turned and rummaged through Dong Xian's luggage for a while before pulling out the box containing the moonlight jade pendant.
Dong Xian carefully opened the box containing the moonlight jade pendant. According to Lin Xiuming, this pendant was quite old, even bearing traces of dust on its surface. Though exquisitely crafted, the moon-shaped jade pendant wasn't a valuable artifact. Dong Xian had always wondered why Lin Xiuming had treasured it for so many years.
Dong Xian examined the moonlight jade pendant closely, hoping to uncover some clues.
Finally, she noticed something peculiar. Dong Xian immediately called out, "Han Yangtian, go fetch a basin of water for me."
Upon hearing her command, Han Yangtian hurried off to fetch water. Lin Yuan, however, was puzzled.
He couldn't understand why Dong Xian needed water while examining the moonlight jade pendant. He asked, "Miss, why do you need water? Is the moonlight jade pendant dirty?" Dong Xian didn't elaborate, simply saying, "Ask fewer questions. You'll see soon enough."
Lin Yuan finally kept quiet.
Soon after, Han Yangtian arrived carrying a basin of water. Dong Xian instructed Han Yangtian to place the basin near the sunny balcony. Chapter 131, The Secret.
Dong Xian carried the bright moon jade pendant to the balcony. She glanced at it once more before resolutely placing it into the basin of water to soak.
Han Yangtian, "Miss, didn't the master say the moonlight jade pendant mustn't be exposed to water?" Dong Xian waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. I suspect there might be something else inside it."
Han Yangtian naturally kept quiet, for his loyalty lay with Dong Xian.
As long as he didn't speak, Ling Qiujuan would never know.
After soaking in the basin for several minutes, Dong Xian lifted the moonlight jade pendant out, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She examined the jade pendant, now cleansed by the clear water, with great care.
Dong Xian was stunned. Indeed, the moonlight jade pendant held other secrets. Clearly visible on the water-washed jade pendant were several lines of poetry.
Long streets stretch far, fireworks abound, you turn to look back at the lanterns. Short pavilions stand brief, dusty paths wind, I sigh again with my flute.
At first, she thought Lin Xiuming had given her this moonlight jade pendant simply to make her happy.
But now she realized her father never gave her anything without purpose. This moonlight jade pendant must be connected to either Qin Feng or that Su Fanchen.
Dong Xian scrutinized the verses once more.
They were lines from strange tales from a Chinese studio, nothing peculiar about them. What truly astonished her, however, was how these verses had been imprinted onto the moonlight jade pendant and with such majestic, commanding calligraphy.
Moreover, the fact that this secret could only be revealed by immersing the pendant in water was proof enough of the extraordinary ingenuity of its creator.
Therefore, Dong Xian was almost certain that this moonlight jade pendant was indeed crafted by that Su Fanchen from years ago.
What exactly was Su Fanchen's connection to Dad? Why had Dad kept this seemingly worthless moonlight jade pendant all these years? "Go by Chen Haotian's flower shop for me," Dong Xian declared decisively.
Since she didn't specify how much to pay, it meant this flower shop had to be bought no matter the cost.
Understood.
Lin Yuan dared not ask any further questions, simply agreeing before turning and leaving. Dong Xian continued to gaze at the poem engraved on the bright moon jade pendant, a faint smile curving her lips.
This moonlight jade pendant holds so many secrets. It seems Su Fanchen is no ordinary man either. Isn't that fascinating, Han Yangtian? Han Yangtian kept his head down, unable to meet Dong Xian's gaze. It certainly is fascinating.
And for him to have the fortune of this object staying with the young lady all this time.
Dong Xian's smile blossomed like a flower. I agree, it's his good fortune. But what exactly is the connection between this Su Fanchen and father?
I find myself growing more and more curious.
Han Yangtian dared not answer this question, fearing that a wrong word might lead to his execution by Lin Qiujuan. An hour later, under Lin Yuan's arrangement, a wealthy man named Yuan Ligay arrived at Chen Haotian's flower shop.
Seeing a customer enter his shop for the first time in ages, Chen Haotian cheerfully stood up to greet him.
"Sir, what kind of flowers are you looking for? We carry almost everything here. Feel free to browse around."
Yuan Ligay scanned the shop with a dismissive look and sneered, "A little flower shop like yours probably doesn't even carry any expensive flowers.
And you're trying to impress me?"
Nothing annoyed Chen Haotian more than people mocking his flower shop.
After all, this was the young master's shop, how could he tolerate such insults?
Chen Haotian retorted immediately, "Expensive flowers naturally need to be stored properly.
How could we just leave them out on display?" "Oh, really? Well, if you're so confident, bring them out for me to see.
I'd love to see if you're just full of hot air." Yuan Ligui eyed Chen Haotian skeptically, his expression thick with disbelief. Chen Haotian shook his head and smiled. Sorry, but I won't sell those. After all, those flowers were the young master's absolute favorites back in the day. How could Chen Haotian possibly bear to part with them? Damn it! Are you kidding me? If you won't sell them, what the hell are you even talking about? Yuan Lijij's temper flared instantly. Was this guy trying to make a fool of him?
Chen Haotian gave an awkward smile, probably realizing himself how much this sounded like he was playing games. Then he added, but we have other rare flowers here.
Take a look around. You might find something you like. I don't give a damn. Yuan Ligui snapped angrily. I didn't come here to buy flowers today. Then what are you here for? Chen Haotian froze.
Yuan Lig sat down with a flourish, then grinned.
I see your flower shop isn't doing well. Why don't you sell it to me? I'll give you a price you won't refuse.
Upon hearing Yuan Lijij's proposal to buy the shop, Chen Haotian's previously smiling face instantly turned cold.
Sorry, I'm not selling. Chen Haotian flatly refused without even hearing the price. Oh? You won't even hear my offer? What if it tempts you?
Yuan Lijij said, sounding a bit put out.
Chen Haotian waved his hand dismissively. Sorry, but no amount of money will make me sell.
His answer was firm, leaving no room for negotiation.
Yuan Lig remained confident, convinced that the price he was about to name would tempt anyone. Yuan Liga held up 4 fingers and waved them in front of Chen Haotian. How about this price? Will you sell? No deal. Chen Haotian glanced at it and answered instantly. Yuan Lig was stunned.
He hadn't expected such a decisive refusal.
You really shouldn't be so greedy. Your flower shop business is already struggling. 4 million is an astronomical price. If you keep this up, you'll regret it. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. Mark my words. Yuan Lig felt a pang of irritation. Was this old codger trying to jack up the price? But remembering Lin Yuan's instructions, Yuan Ligang reluctantly raised his offer again. Fine.
I'll add 1 million more at most.
5 million, and that's the absolute limit. Chen Haotian saw Yuan Lijij still haggling over the shop and grew annoyed, rising to shoo him away. Are you deaf? I already said I'm not selling. Get out of here. Hey, you're being way too greedy, aren't you? You really need to think this through. This price is? Before Yuan Ligang could finish, Chen Haotian finally shoved him out the door.
Fuming, Yuan Ligang walked across the street to the flower shop and dialed Lin Yuan's number. Young Master Lin Yuan, that old man absolutely refuses to sell the shop.
I even offered him 5 million. Keep going tomorrow. Keep raising the offer. I refuse to believe it. How high can you go? Yuan Lijij tentatively asked.
Lin Yuan remained silent for a long moment before replying, 30 million.
Then he hung up.
Although Miss Dong Xian insisted on acquiring this flower shop, Lin Yuan personally believed that no matter how valuable it might be, it simply wasn't worth spending that much money on. At most, it was worth 30 million. To raise the bid further would be an insult to both his and Miss Dong Xian's intelligence. Besides, if they truly couldn't acquire it, there were other ways to resolve the matter. With money, the options available were practically endless.
And money didn't necessarily have to be spent openly.
That evening, Chen Ning and Qin Feng were in the bedroom. Chen Ning glanced at Qin Feng sleeping on the floor and said, Qin Feng, Dad's birthday is in a few days.
Qin Feng, oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Chen Ning couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng.
She hadn't expected him to nearly forget something like this. Qin Feng, of course, noticed her reaction and quickly added, alright. I'll take care of Dad's birthday this time. Chen Ying's face finally softened into a faint smile upon hearing this. Chen Ning watched as Qin Feng continued diligently making his makeshift bed on the floor. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she said in a soft voice, it's so hot tonight. Lying down here, the AC might not reach you.
Why don't you come up and sleep in the bed? Qin Feng was taken aback. Chen Ning was actually inviting him to sleep in the bed after all these years, they'd always slept separately. But Qin Feng replied, is it that hot? I think it's fine. Oomph. Then you can stay on the floor with your makeshift bed. Chen Ning was annoyed. Was this man thick-headed? Couldn't he tell what she meant?
Qin Feng, a seasoned veteran of the dating scene, certainly understood Chen Ying's feelings.
He was just playing dumb on purpose.
Qin Feng chuckled softly on the floor.
You're still laughing. What's so funny? What time is it? Hurry up and turn off the light. I want to sleep. Chen Ying's face was already flushed with embarrassment.
She turned away, refusing to look at him. Qin Feng said nothing, simply walked to the door and turned off the light before smoothly climbing into bed.
Seeing this, Chen Ning deliberately retorted, didn't you say you wouldn't lie on the bed? How can you shamelessly crawl back on now? Qin Feng chuckled. Of course the bed was more comfortable, so soft and cozy. How delightful. Though he wasn't referring to the bed, but the person. You dirty old pervert. If you're just going to sleep, why are you hugging me? Chen Ning said shyly. It seemed Chen Ning had fallen for his own trap. This guy wasn't some blockhead at all, he was clearly a top-notch lecher. His true nature was exposed the moment he got into bed. Hee, it's more fragrant to sleep while hugging, Shin Feng said shamelessly, tightening his embrace even more after speaking. Shen Ying didn't protest. She found Shin Feng's chest just as comfortable. So, blushing, she turned her back to him. The two drifted off to sleep like that. The next day, Yuan Liga arrived at Chen Haotian's flower shop brimming with confidence once more. Chen Haotian's initially cheerful expression immediately soured when he saw Yuan Lijij. Are you deaf? Chen Haotian snapped. I told you I'm not selling the shop anymore. Why are you back? Chapter 132, Name Your Price. Yuan Lijij showed no sign of fear at Chen Haotian's words, instead, his confidence only grew. He strode straight into the shop, found a comfortable chair, and sat down. Don't get upset just yet, he said calmly. Hear my offer today before you decide. And don't go peeing your pants when you hear it, okay? Yuan Lijij chuckled smugly, utterly confident he could finally get Chen Haotian to sell the shop. After all, it was 30 million. Even in Zhongqing City, that amount was more than enough to buy a shabby, unprofitable shop on a commercial street like this. There was absolutely no reason he couldn't sell it. How many times do I have to tell you? No matter what astronomical price you name, I won't sell. Chen Haotian's face was already as stiff as a board, his expression as rigid as a donkey's muzzle. Yuan Lig crossed his legs, then held up one finger. 10 million. He didn't want to say another word, convinced this figure would be enough to sway Chen Haotian. But what Yuan Lijij hadn't anticipated was that Chen Haotian flatly refused without a second thought. Not selling. Get lost. Are you out of your mind? I said 10 million. Yuan Ligang exclaimed, furious. I made myself perfectly clear. Can't you understand? Not selling. Chen Haotian couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath on him. Fine, you win. 20 million. Yuan Lig gritted his teeth as he spat out the figure. Get out. Chen Haotian repeated the single word. Furious and humiliated, Yuan Ligang slammed his fist on the table. Are you brain dead? You won't sell at this price? Fine. This is my final offer. 30 million, that's the absolute highest I can go. But there's one condition, you can't take a single thing from the flower shop. Chen Haotian looked at Yuan Lijij as if he were mentally challenged, then laughed and said, Are you mentally challenged? Did I ever say I wanted to sell this storefront? And you won't even let me take my stuff? Are you stupid? Or did you just come to my shop to make a fool of yourself? You're the idiot. You wouldn't sell this Thai shop even for 30 million, you piece of... Yuan Ligang was utterly dumbfounded. Could there really be such a fool in this world? I'll say this one last time, I won't sell this flower shop. No matter how high you bid. Chen Haotian grabbed a broom and shoved Yuan Liga out the door, then slammed it shut. Chen Haotian had been harassed by this moron at the flower shop for days straight. He'd long since lost any desire to keep the business running. He thought to himself, to think he could buy the entire shop and everything inside for just 30 million? That's nothing short of a fool's fantasy. The treasures hidden in the shop back in the day alone were worth more than 300 million. Why would I care about your measly 30 million? It was laughable. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Chen Haotian couldn't help but sigh. Ah. Benefactor, when will you return? Surely you haven't forgotten this flower shop. Yuan Ligang was driven out the door, furious as he dialed Lin Yuan's number. Young Master Lin Yuan, he flat out refused 30 million without even batting an eye. What? Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yuan was stunned. He actually turned down 30 million? The information Lin Yuan had obtained clearly labeled Chen Haotian as a complete failure, holding no standing within the Chen family. Even his own wife, Zhang Yuan, looked down on him. How could such an ordinary man resist the temptation of a 30 million yuan offer? Shocked, Lin Yuan was momentarily at a loss. So Lin Yuan headed back to the Liang Yuan Grand Hotel, intending to inform Dong Xian of the situation. Today, Dong Xian wore a strapless top, sexy yet stylish, a true trendsetter whose look perfectly complemented her noble demeanor. She sat at her desk, still sorting through the files on Qin Feng. It must be said that the information on Qin Feng and the Chen family was overwhelmingly extensive. After days of sorting, she still hadn't finished. She didn't want to ask Han Yangtian for help, so today she looked a bit tired. Dong Xian listened to Lin Yuan's account while continuing her work. After hearing Lin Yuan's account, Dong Xian showed no surprise but instead wore an enigmatic smile. Noticing this, Lin Yuan grew puzzled and asked, Miss, why do you look so pleased? Dong Xian didn't reply to him, but spoke to herself. It seems my guess was right after all. Chen Haotian's flower shop really does hide a secret. Lin Yuan paused, then suddenly understood. But what kind of earth-shattering secret could make Chen Haotian not even bat an eye at 30 million? Dong Xian chuckled before continuing, it must be an explosive secret beyond our wildest imaginations. Ha, this is getting more and more intriguing. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, and she was already itching to investigate the flower shop herself. After all, very few things captured Dong Xian's interest. However, after careful consideration, she ultimately held back. Before confirming the truth of these matters, she didn't want to expose herself so quickly. Besides, Qin Feng had managed to endure all these years within the Chen family. There must be a reason for that. Behind it all, there was surely a shocking secret beyond her wildest imagination. Seeing how interested you are, miss, how about I send someone to investigate that flower shop tonight? Lin Yuan chimed in with flattery, eager to please Dong Xian. After all, having someone plant evidence would only cost him a few thousand yuan, far more worthwhile than splurging 30 million on a dilapidated flower shop. But Lin Yuan's flattery backfired. Upon hearing his words, Dong Xian's eyes turned cold as she snapped, "What do you take me for? Do I need to stoop to such tactics?" Han Yangtian chimed in coldly from the side, "The kind of petty, underhanded schemes young Master Lin Yuan mentioned are only fit for despicable scoundrels. A noble lady like my mistress would never stoop to such things." Wasn't Han Yangtian implying that Lin Yuan was a despicable villain? Lin Yuan certainly understood the implication, but he dared not resist. Lin Yuan quickly bowed his head and murmured, "I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, miss." It seemed that even the lofty young Master Lin Yuan could only bow his head in submission before Miss Dong Xian. Dong Xian didn't feel like saying more, for she had always looked down on Lin Yuan from the bottom of her heart. "I see Chen Haotian's birthday is approaching soon according to the records. You will go in my place to deliver a gift to him." "Yes, ma'am," Lin Yuan replied, bowing and scraping. Dong Xian walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling crowd below. Her eyes flashed with an air of supreme confidence and superiority. She was determined to secure this matter, but not through underhanded means. She would use her own strength to control others. Whether it was Qin Feng or Su Fanchen, she would trample both underfoot, forcing them to bow before her. 3 or 4 days later, Chunning brought home a new outfit she'd bought. "Dad, here's a new outfit I bought for you." Tomorrow was Chen Haotian's birthday, and Chen had gone shopping specifically to pick out a gift for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Haotian took the clothes and smiled happily. After all, his daughter was so devoted, how could he not be delighted? Zhang Yuan, however, watched with a slight pout, clearly displeased. Chen noticed Zhang Yuan's displeasure and smiled, saying, "Mom, I'll get you an even better gift for your birthday." Hearing this, the icy expression on Zhang Yuan's face finally softened into a faint smile. Just then, Qin Feng emerged from the bedroom and saw Chen Haotian wearing the new clothes Chen had just bought him. Qin Feng feigned surprise. "Dad, this new outfit is so nice, did Xiaoying buy it for your birthday?" Hearing Qin Feng compliment his new outfit, Chen Haotian's already pleased expression stretched into a wide grin. Chen and Qin Feng exchanged a glance and smiled too. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's voice turned icy. "Qin Feng, how dare you say that? Xiaoying even remembered to buy a gift for Dad. What about you? What did you get your father?" Qin Feng remained silent. He'd learned it was best to treat Zhang Yuan as if she weren't there. It saved him a lot of frustration. Seeing Qin Feng's lack of response, Zhang Yuan persisted relentlessly. "Oomph. I bet you didn't buy your father-in-law a gift. Ungrateful jerk, you're nothing but a thankless bastard." Chen Haotian let out a low snort, signaling Zhang Yuan to stop her nagging. But Zhang Yuan paid no heed to Chen Haotian, continuing her interrogation. Qin Feng yawned, his expression blank. "I'm stepping out for a bit, Xiaoying." Without acknowledging Zhang Yuan at all, he stormed out the door. Zhang Yuan cursed after him, "What an ungrateful bastard. What a waste raising a freeloader like him." Chen shot Zhang Yuan a resentful look before saying, "Mom, why can't you ever change your ways? You don't know anything, yet you keep going on and on about Qin Feng. Qin Feng clearly told me earlier that he'd handle arrangements for Dad's birthday tomorrow. Yet here you are, saying such things without knowing the whole story. Don't you realize you're hurting Qin Feng's feelings?" Chen said indignantly. "So what if I said something about him? Oomph. Serves him right." Zhang Yuan remained completely unaware of her own fault. Hearing Zhang Yuan still acting like a shrew, Chen felt utterly helpless. Sigh. "I can't be bothered with you anymore." With that, Chen retreated to her own bedroom, utterly fed up with hearing Zhang Yuan's voice. Chapter 133, The Encounter, a Coincidence. "Hey! Are you even my daughter anymore? Seriously, whose side are you on?" Zhang Yuan continued yelling from the living room even after Chen had gone back to her bedroom. Chen probably regretted letting Zhang Yuan out so early now. She never imagined that after locking her up for so many days, there still wasn't a shred of improvement. The next day at noon, Chen Haotian happily put on the new clothes Chen had bought him yesterday. "Xiaoying, where should we go for lunch?" Qin Feng said he's got everything arranged. "I'll call him to find out where he is and when he'll be back." After saying this, Chen picked up her phone. Qin Feng had mentioned earlier that morning he had to step out for something. "Qin Feng, where are you? When can you get back? It's almost time to eat." "I won't be coming back. I've already called a car to pick you up. Just get ready to leave." "Why did you call a car? We have our own vehicle." Chen Ying's tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Now, sweetheart. Just do as I say." Chen gave a soft snort at his words. This guy was treating her more and more like a little girl these days, even though she was clearly a powerhouse in the workplace. Still, deep down, Chen felt incredibly sweet. Even though she was a career powerhouse, she still longed for a man who cherished her. Less than 10 minutes later, the car Qin Feng had ordered arrived. Chen led Chen Haotian and Zhang Yuan downstairs. When they reached the ground floor, the car parked outside their home took their breath away. A Rolls-Royce. My dear, where did Qin Feng get the money to call such a luxurious car? Yeah, it's even pricier than our family's Jaguar. Chen herself was stunned. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to call a Rolls-Royce for a ride. It was simply too impressive. Chen, I have no idea either. Chen Haotian and Zhang Yuan, realizing their daughter didn't know either, decided not to press the matter. They stepped into the Rolls-Royce. After all, it was their first time riding in such a luxurious car. Why ask so many questions? Better to just enjoy the moment. Seeing her parents climb into the car, Chen gave a resigned smile and followed suit. The Rolls-Royce was truly grand. Chen Haotian and Zhang Yuan stared in astonishment at the interior. They dared not touch anything, fearing they might damage something they couldn't afford to replace. The car rolled along at a leisurely pace. Zhang Yuan started snapping selfies inside, eager to show them off later. After over half an hour, the Rolls-Royce pulled up to the Imperial Hotel and abruptly stopped. Driver, why did we stop? Chen asked in confusion upon recognizing the Imperial Hotel outside. The driver froze upon hearing her question, then replied, aren't we here? This is the Imperial Hotel, isn't it? What? Driver, are you sure this is the destination? Chen was stunned. How could Qin Feng dare to make a reservation here? After all, this place had the highest prices in all of Zhongqing City. The patrons dining here were mostly wealthy elites. Yes, this is the place. Didn't you know? The driver looked back at Chen with an equally puzzled expression. Qin Feng didn't just pick up another black card to pay with, did he? Chen Haotian asked doubtfully, his previously cheerful mood plummeting. He dreaded another one of those shenanigans from before. Zhang Yuan, however, sneered coldly. Look at you, such a loser. A hotel as luxurious as the Imperial? If he dares invite us, how could we refuse? I'm actually looking forward to sampling their high-class cuisine. With that, Zhang Yuan led the way out of the car. Little did they know, the moment they stepped out, the three of them encountered a familiar face. Meanwhile, a large chartered bus pulled up nearby. Chen Daowei, Chen Roxin, and their group stepped out. Chen paused for a moment before realizing today was also Chen Roxin's birthday. Chen had actually called and sent invitations today, inviting many members of the Chen family to come for dinner. Yet not a single one of them had been willing to come, each making various excuses to decline. Yet now, here they all were, standing together in this very spot. It left Chen feeling deeply disheartened. Yet they didn't seem to notice Chen and her group at first. Roxin, happy birthday. Roxin, do you think your Lin Yuan brother will come today? Of course brother Lin Yuan will be here for my birthday. He even said he prepared a special surprise gift just for me. Her words brimmed with smugness. You're celebrating your birthday at the Imperial Hotel? Mr. Bai really dotes on you, Roxin. The Chen family members couldn't help but sigh with admiration and envy as soon as they stepped out of the car. After all, none of them had ever held a birthday banquet at such a place. Hearing these comments, Chen Roxin grew even more smug, her chin practically pointing to the sky. Today, Chen Roxin wore a black blazer and black dress pants, paired with a pair of high heels. This outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure. However, the style of the suit and pants seemed somewhat similar to the uniforms worn by the waitresses at Emperor Hotel. One could only wonder what Chen Roxin would think upon entering. Chen Daowei scanned the area and finally spotted Chen Ying's family standing beside a Rolls-Royce. His brow furrowed. Isn't that Chen Ying's family? How did they end up here too? And they're riding in a Rolls-Royce? Chen Roxin glanced over too. Seeing them in a Rolls-Royce while she was in a chartered bus, jealousy welled up inside her. Chen Roxin said unhappily, I have no idea. Anyway, I didn't invite them to my birthday party. The people nearby also noticed the Rolls-Royce and felt a pang of envy, though they didn't show it. I bet they heard about your birthday from somewhere and just showed up to crash the party. Oomph, those people really have no shame. Roxin didn't invite them, yet they still have the nerve to show up. Exactly. This was supposed to be a happy occasion. Their showing up is just ruining it for our Roxin, isn't it? Knowing Chen Roxin had invited them today, the Chen family members began fawning over her. Chen Ying was walking toward them just then and overheard their murmurs. Her expression darkened instantly. Chen Roxin, what nonsense are you spouting? It's my father's birthday today. What's wrong with us coming over for a meal? Besides, what does it matter to you? We didn't even know you were here. Chen Roxin shot back with a look of utter contempt. Fine, then tell me which table did you reserve at the Imperial Hotel? Chen Roxin didn't believe for a second that Chen Ying could have booked a table here. Chen Ying paused before replying. Qin Feng made the reservation. I'll need to call him to confirm. Upon hearing it was Qin Feng's reservation, Chen Roxin burst into laughter. She was convinced Chen Feng simply didn't have the means to book a table at the Imperial Hotel.
Chen Ying ignored Chen Roxin.
She pulled her phone from her pocket and dialed Chen Feng's number, but it showed no answer.
Where on earth was Chen Feng? Seeing Chen Ying's reaction, Chen Roxin mocked again. Ha ha ha, which table number? Could it be that he's not picking up? Could Chen Feng have bailed? Did he find out brother Lin Yuan was coming today too, so he took off early? The remark instantly sparked uproarious laughter from the crowd, while Chen Ying trembled with fury. Enough, all of you. We're all part of the Chen family. Why are you bickering like this every day? Just then, old Mrs. Chen arrived in Chen Daoi's Mercedes. Chen Daoi's father helped her out of the car. Mom!
Chen Haoyan greeted her respectfully as she stepped out. But his voice trembled slightly.
Perhaps he was still intimidated by her imposing presence.
But old Madame Chen merely glanced at him and ignored him. After all, she felt no affection for this son of hers. Seeing her grandmother had arrived, Chen Roxin no longer felt like mocking Chen Ying. She pulled her phone from her pocket and called her father.
Hey, Dad. We're all here now. How's everything going upstairs?
Everything's set up. Have your grandmother and the others wait a moment.
I'll send someone down to meet you right away. Send someone down to pick us up.
Honestly, Chen Roxin and the others could have easily walked up themselves.
But just to show off, she insisted her dad send someone special to greet them. I guess that's the authority of the birthday girl.
After hanging up, Chen Roxin turned to old Mrs. Chen and said, Grandma, shall we head into the hotel lobby first?
Dad said someone will be down to meet us soon. Grandma Chen nodded in agreement.
Grandma Chen glanced at Chen Ying and her family of 3, shook her head helplessly, then said, Since you're here too, let's all go up for dinner together.
Sure. Before Chen Ying could speak, Chen Haoyan immediately nodded in agreement.
In front of Grandma Chen, her invisible aura of authority made him dare not utter a single word of refusal.
Chen Roxin led the way into the hotel lobby.
But when Chen Roxin saw that the lobby attendants and front desk staff were all dressed in suits and slacks similar to her own, her previously cheerful expression vanished. Her face immediately fell, turning as sour as a scowling donkey's. At that moment, a front desk attendant in a suit and trousers approached.
Hello, are you with the Chen family?
Chen Roxin scrutinized the receptionist's suit and trousers, then glanced at her own. There was absolutely no difference, it seemed like they were wearing the exact same. Chen Roxin's expression grew even colder.
How dare a front desk clerk wear such an expensive suit and pants? Seriously, do you even have the presents for it? But Chen Roxin seemed to forget this was the Imperial Grand Hotel, even the staff uniforms were expensive. Chen Roxin snorted unhappily, show us the way.
Certainly, this way please. The receptionist, having read the room and sensed Chen Roxin's displeasure, dared not say another word.
Chapter 134, Entering the City.
Moments later, the front desk attendant led them to the 8th floor. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, the Chen family members were stunned by the opulent decor and ornate ceiling of the 8th floor exhibition hall. The lobby on the 1st floor had already seemed opulent, but seeing this 8th floor exhibition hall made them realize the lobby was nothing compared to this. Though clearly a modern hotel, its interior design was timelessly elegant, exuding both affluence and sophistication while embodying European style, fully reflecting the quality of life at New Denork. Minimalist yet understatedly luxurious, it allowed guests to enjoy the vibrant space while feeling comfortable and satisfied. This was truly a top-tier hotel for the upper crust. Compared to the hotels they had all stayed in before, those were utterly unimpressive. Every member of the Chen family present gaped in astonishment, marveling at the Imperial Grand Hotel's sophistication. Their eyes then turned to Chen Roxin, filled with envy.
Roxin, celebrating your birthday at the Imperial Hotel is truly impressive.
Exactly. You're the first in our Chen family to host a birthday banquet here.
And President Chen even reserved an entire floor just for you. That's incredibly impressive.
I think you should hold your wedding here when you marry young Master Lin Yuan. Listening to the crowd's admiration and seeing their envious gazes, Chen Roxin was already beaming with delight, unable to hide her smug expression. This is nothing special. When I actually marry brother Lin Yuan someday, I'll make him buy the entire Emperor Grand Hotel.
Otherwise, I won't marry him. Chen Roxin began to boast.
Oh my goodness, you little minx, you're going to make us die of envy. Yeah, your Lin Yuan brother treats you so well, I'm totally jealous.
Exactly.
Just look at Xiaoying over there, she's already green with envy.
You two are both so lovely and charming, yet why has fate treated you so differently?
So true. The men you marry make all the difference.
That's why choosing the right husband is so crucial for a woman.
Somehow, during the discussion, the conversation shifted to target Chen Ying. Suddenly, the entire Chen family turned to stare at her as if watching a spectacle.
Chen Ying froze, utterly bewildered.
She hadn't expected that while everyone was praising Chen Roxin, they'd suddenly start mocking her instead.
It was infuriating.
Just as Chen Ying was about to unleash her primordial fury, Zhang Yuan quietly grabbed her hand and whispered, "Honey, let's just endure it.
They're right about everything. Our family simply doesn't have a single reliable man.
Before the Chen family, Zhang Yuan was as docile as a kitten, completely shedding her usual stubborn and unreasonable demeanor at home. Chen Haotian, standing nearby, naturally heard Zhang Yuan's words. His face flushed red. Though furious, he found himself utterly unable to refute her point. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite on the 18th floor, Qin Feng was in the midst of a conversation with Tang Yong. Benefactor, I've received widespread intelligence. That assassin, Lin Xiuming's adopted daughter, has personally come to Zhongqing City. I believe she's definitely targeting you. I fear for your safety. Should I send someone to take care of her? Qin Feng's brows furrowed upon hearing this. He replied, is she coming alone? Tang Yong understood why Qin Feng asked this and nodded. Lin Xiuming himself hasn't come. I really can't figure out what he's up to. He actually sent only his goddaughter. But she has a capable bodyguard named Han Yangtian. I hear he's a highly skilled assassin bodyguard. Qin Feng smiled indifferently. That man believes he had the upper hand back then, so it's only natural he'd send his goddaughter to test the waters now. After all, the best fighters always save themselves for the final showdown. But I've never heard of this Han Yangtian before, Qin Feng inquired. Tang Yong frowned. Benefactor, I've had people thoroughly investigate this as well. But the findings show Han Yangtian has never been recorded as existing. I suspect he's a bodyguard secretly cultivated by Lin Xiujuan over the years, much like his goddaughter who hadn't shown her hand before. They're probably both top-tier assassins within that organization. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. So Lin Xiuming hasn't been idle all these years without coming for me. He's been cultivating assassins to take me down. Ha ha ha. With that, Qin Feng burst into loud laughter. Tang Yong looked at Qin Feng in confusion. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to laugh so wildly after Lin Xiuming sent so many people to hunt him down. Tang Yong then asked, Benefactor, should I send someone to teach his goddaughter a lesson? Tang Yong flashed a meaningful smile. Truthfully, he was quite eager to see just how formidable this successor turned assassin trained by Lin Xiuming really was. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need. Aside from the commercial district project I just assigned you, you don't need to meddle in anything else concerning her. After all, someone trained by Lin Xiuming won't be that simple. Tang Yong pursed his lips and added, Benefactor, do you really still think of me as that kid from before? I can help. Besides, no matter how formidable his goddaughter is, she's still just a little kid in front of you, Benefactor. As if you weren't a little brat in front of me yourself. Qin Feng chuckled after speaking. Tang Yong frowned, unsure how to respond. Qin Feng was right, anyone in front of his benefactor was nothing but a little brat. Qin Feng reiterated his instructions, just keep a close eye on Lin Yuan for me. See what kind of shenanigans he's up to in the commercial district. Don't get involved in anything else. Tang Yong nodded helplessly. Though he still wanted to help Qin Feng, the latter had spoken, and he had no choice but to obey. Alright, that's all I have to say. I need to head downstairs to celebrate my father-in-law's birthday. Hope he has a wonderful day. With that, Qin Feng walked out. When Qin Feng reached the 8th floor, he froze in place for several seconds, stunned to see the entire exhibition hall filled with members of the Chen family. How did they all end up here? Could it be that Xiaoying invited them? Qin Feng approached Chening, his confusion palpable. Why are all these people here? Did you really invite them? You're one to talk. Where did you disappear to earlier? You didn't even answer my calls. So we had no choice but to come here. Today is also Chen Roxin's birthday. Grandma reserved this entire exhibition hall for her birthday celebration. After saying this, Chening snorted angrily. It was true, if Qin Feng hadn't ignored her calls, they wouldn't have ended up here enduring their disapproving stares and mockery. Qin Feng froze at Chen Ying's words. What was going on? He had clearly reserved the exhibition hall himself. How had it suddenly become Chen Roxin's? Just as Qin Feng was about to explain, Chening added, Yang Yuan is here too. She's downstairs right now. Go bring her up for me. These high heels make it hard to walk. Got it. Mission accomplished. Qin Feng nodded and turned to go downstairs, but Chen Roxin, standing nearby, had overheard their conversation. Chen Roxin snapped angrily, what on earth is going on with you two? My grandmother made an exception to let you in, and now you're bringing outsiders in too? The important thing is, you didn't ask my permission. Qin Feng gave her a sly smile before replying, you're quite something. Do I really need your permission to bring someone here? You're talking nonsense. This is the exhibition hall my father reserved for me. I don't want any more unsavory characters barging in. Chen Roxin retorted without holding back. If it weren't for her desire to mock Chening and show off in front of her, she'd probably want to kick the entire family out. Hearing the commotion between Chen Roxin and Qin Feng, the rest of the Chen family gathered around. Roxin's right. This isn't even your reserved exhibition hall. What gives you the right to bring outsiders in? Roxin letting you in is already generous enough. Don't push your luck. That family has no shame left. What's the point of lecturing them? The Chen family members launched into another round of vicious mockery. These profit-driven sycophants, now seeing Chen Roshin had hooked up with Lin Yuan, were all fawning over her. They looked at her like little dogs wagging their tails. Hearing this, Chen Roshin grew even more arrogant, sneering, "You can bring whoever you want, but don't blame me if I get rude later. When I kick people out, I might just kick your entire family out too." Oomph. Xin Feng found her words utterly ridiculous. How could this woman speak with such righteous indignation? Xin Feng smiled and said, "Fine, I'll be waiting. I'll go downstairs to bring people up right now. Try kicking one of them out later." With that, Xin Feng turned and walked away without a second glance at Chen Roshin, leaving the once haughty woman fuming with rage. She hadn't expected Xin Feng to defy her orders. "Fine. Just you wait and see. I'll make sure your entire family is utterly humiliated," Chen Roshin shouted angrily. Xin Feng paid her no mind, striding confidently downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor lobby, Xin Feng saw Yang Yuan dressed in a pale blue gown today. She looked ethereal and graceful, like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Chapter 135, Surprise? But Yang Yuan hadn't come alone today. Beside her stood a dignified man in formal attire, none other than her father, Director Yang Yuan of the Municipal Bureau. Xin Feng approached them, offering a calm smile. He extended his right hand to shake the mayor's. "Mayor," he said, "good day." Yang Yuan froze. "You know my father?" She stared at Qin Feng's expressionless face, feeling a pang of disappointment. She had hoped introducing her father to Qin Feng would leave him speechless, but his reaction was surprisingly calm. "Of course I know Mayor Yang Yuan," Qin Feng replied casually. But this sent Yang Yuan's heart into a flutter. He seemed to be waiting for Qin Feng to say something more. Seeing Qin Feng remain silent, Director Yang Yuan asked, "Why? How do you know me?" He seemed to be waiting for Qin Feng to utter those exact words. Qin Feng observed the mayor's reaction and chuckled inwardly before replying, "Of course I know you. Mayor Yang Yuan is so famous, I see you in the papers all the time." But Qin Feng remembered this mayor of Zhongqing City for a very different reason. He had never forgotten Yang Yuan. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the excitement that had filled Director Yang Yuan's heart moments ago faded into a sense of disappointment. Could it be that the man before him really wasn't his old comrade in arms? Mayor Yang Yuan scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe. While his age and youthful appearance certainly didn't match his comrade in arms from back then, but Qin Feng radiated the same self-assured confidence as his old comrade. There was a certain aura and unique strength about him that made Mayor Yang Yuan feel certain this was indeed the man from their past. Therefore, Director Yang Yuan was now completely uncertain whether Qin Feng was indeed the man from the past. As Qin Feng walked past them, Yang Yuan whispered, "Dad, you've been staring for so long. Is he really your old comrade?" A cloud of worry spread across Director Yang Yuan's face as he replied, "It's hard to tell for sure now. Though his age and appearance don't match, the feeling he gives me is undeniably that of my old comrade. And you saw how he recognized me instantly, yet when I questioned him later, he seemed deliberately evasive." Yang Yuan nodded in agreement, for Qin Feng had revealed far too much earlier. Commissioner Yang Yuan continued, "And though you described him as a weak son-in-law, he keeps demonstrating unexpected abilities and connections. That alone proves he's hiding something." Yang Yuan added, "Exactly. He strikes me as quite mysterious. I can't shake the feeling he's been concealing certain abilities, yet the Chen family never seems to notice. Those involved are often blind outsiders see clearly. Let's observe him closely today," Yang Yuan said to Director Yang Yuan. Director Yang Yuan nodded and added, "Today, we'll just observe him closely without drawing attention. After all, it's his father-in-law's birthday." Yang Yuan nodded. "Understood. If necessary, we can wait until Xiaoying and Tang Yan's next ceremony to investigate further." Mayor Yang Yuan wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Yuan's suggestion. After speaking, the two closely followed behind Qin Feng. Yet despite their hushed tones, every word they had just spoken was heard clearly by Qin Feng. Qin Feng flashed a meaningful smile but said nothing, leading them up to the 8th floor. Qin Feng brought Yang Yuan and Director Yang Yuan to Chen Roshin. Chen Roshin's previously radiant smile instantly froze. A woman as shallow and inexperienced as Chen Roshin would never recognize the director of Yang Yuan City, but she remembered Yang Yuan clearly. Earlier, when Chen Roshin had been arrested for causing trouble while drunk, it was Yang Yuan who had interrogated her. She distinctly remembered Yang Yuan as the police chief at the station. This was a lifelong shame for Chen Roshin. How could she ever forget it? "The person has been brought in, young lady. She's at your disposal now. It's up to you how you wish to handle her," Qin Feng said with a smile, but that faint smile made Chen Roshin so furious she wanted to punch him. This guy was clearly mocking her on purpose. Chen Roshin naturally dared not dismiss Yang Yuan. Even though she was now swollen with arrogance, she wouldn't dare provoke the police station chief. Especially not in front of a woman as capable as Yang Yuan. Chen Roshin suddenly felt a wave of inferiority wash over her. "Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan, how did you end up here?" Chen Roshin stammered. Chen Roshin had thought she'd be the star of the show at this exhibition today, but now, standing before Yang Yuan, she felt her spotlight had faded completely. Nothing much. We're just here to celebrate Uncle Bai's birthday, Yang Yuan said indifferently, even ignoring the hand Chen Roshin extended toward her. After all, Yang Yuan knew Chen Roshin had always been at odds with Chen Ning. Combined with her previous drunken escapades, Yang Yuan had even less regard for her. Chen Roshin instantly felt utterly awkward, completely at a loss for words. She reluctantly withdrew her outstretched hand. Just then, old Mrs. Chen, who had been standing at a distance, spotted director Yang Yuan. She recognized him immediately. Overcome with emotion, she hurried over and exclaimed, "Director Yang! What brings you here?" The moment these words left her lips, the assembled members of the Chen family were all taken aback. Pairs of puzzled eyes turned toward the elderly woman standing beside Yang Yuan. They all looked utterly astonished. Was he the city director? Chen Roshin, upon hearing this, was so frightened she dared not utter a word, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Mayor Yang Yuan glanced at old Mrs. Chen, a faint smile touching his lips. "Haha, Miss Chen, we're here today to celebrate the birthday of Miss Chen Ying's father, Chen Haotian. We hope we haven't disrupted your dining experience." "Not at all. How could that be? It's an absolute honor to have the mayor here." Old Mrs. Chen happily pulled the mayor toward the seats. "Haotian, Xiaoying. Hurry over and greet the mayor." Noticing Chen Haotian standing there in a daze, old Mrs. Chen shot him a fierce glare. How could this dimwit possibly know the mayor? Was it through Chen Ying again? Old Mrs. Chen couldn't help but notice how Chen Ying's connection seemed to grow wider by the day. Chen Haotian was completely bewildered. How could he possibly know the mayor? But Chen Ying wasn't as surprised. Earlier, Yang Yuan had mentioned bringing her father along and asked if Chen Ying minded. Yet upon actually witnessing the dignified presence of Mayor Yang Yuan, she felt a slight flutter of excitement. Chen Haotian slowly staggered toward Mayor Yang Yuan, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Mayor, hello?" Mayor Yang Yuan's smile grew even warmer as he reached out and took Chen Haotian's hand. "Hello, and happy birthday, Haotian." Hearing the mayor actually wish him a happy birthday, Chen Haotian was momentarily speechless. His trembling legs shook even more violently, a fact not lost on Mayor Yang Yuan. With a smile, he said to Chen Haotian, "Haotian, no need to be so nervous. Take a seat and compose yourself." "Okay." With that, Chen Haotian collapsed into the chair. The Chen family members nearby were all startled by his reaction. Grandma Chen also jumped in fright, then snapped coldly, "Haotian, don't you know your manners?" She implied that Chen Haotian had sat down before the director had. Before Chen Haotian could respond, Mayor Yang Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Bai, there's no need for such formalities. Just be yourself." Hearing the mayor's words, old Mrs. Chen felt she couldn't say much more. Yet this only deepened her astonishment. Despite Chen Haotian's apparent lack of manners, Mayor Yang Yuan showed no sign of displeasure. This couldn't help but make her suspect that Chen Haotian and Mayor Yang Yuan shared some significant connection. Before she could ponder further, an even more bewildering scene unfolded. "Uncle Yang Yuan, it's been ages. How have you been lately?" Chen Ying bounded over to the mayor with lively energy and asked with genuine concern. "Little Ying, your uncle is doing very well. I never imagined you'd become even more beautiful after so long," Mayor Yang Yuan replied with a smile. "Uncle! Uncle!" Chen Ying called the mayor uncle. This left the Chen family utterly stunned. What possible connection could Chen Ying's family have with the city director? How could she address him so intimately? Even Chen Haotian, seated in his chair, was taken aback. He never imagined his daughter would know such an important figure as Mayor Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan walked over to Chen Ying with a smile, took both her hands, and said, "Little Ying, I'm jealous. My dad cares about you more than he does me. He nags about you non-stop at home every single day." "Oomph." Chen Ying smiled sheepishly. "Oh my dear Miss Yang Yuan is getting jealous over this little thing. Uncle must love you so much." Thus, the crowd in the exhibition hall listened to the sisters banter back and forth. But inwardly, they all marveled at Chen Ying. If her previous connection with Tang Yong had been a coincidence, what could explain her acquaintance with the director of Yang Yuan City? In an instant, the Chen family members began murmuring among themselves, all marveling at Chen Ying's connections and capabilities. Soon, everyone had gathered around the table where Chen Ying sat, and Chen Roshin's expression darkened instantly. Just moments ago, she had been treated like a little princess, lifted to the heavens by everyone. Now, she was being coldly cast aside. Chapter 136, Kick Him Out. It was all that bastard Qin Feng's fault. Chen Roshin was convinced he'd deliberately brought director Yang Yuan to ruin her birthday party. "You don't seriously think that just because director Yang Yuan is here, I won't dare do anything to you, you little bastard? Anyway, I still have my Lin Yuan brother backing me up. I don't need to fear the director of Yang Yuan City." Suddenly realizing this, Chen Roshin's sense of inferiority vanished completely. She glared at Qin Feng with venom, thinking, "If you dare play me like this, I'll kick you out right in front of the director of Yang Yuan City you invited, making you look like a fool." Chen Roshin strode confidently before Qin Feng and coldly declared, "Since you've brought everyone here, I think you can get the hell out now." "Where should I go?" Qin Feng asked calmly, meeting her gaze. Upon hearing Chen Roshin's words, all eyes turned to the two of them. Even Director Yang Yuan and Old Lady Chen looked over. They all stared at the pair like spectators at a spectacle. Seeing she'd stirred up the scene, Chen Roshin sneered coldly, "This is my birthday banquet. Besides, I didn't invite you, nor did I reserve a seat for you. I think you'd be better off finding a fast food place to eat, or waiting until we're done and coming back for leftovers." Hearing Chen Roshin's words, Director Yang Yuan and Yang Yuan couldn't help but frown. They truly hadn't expected the Chen family to treat Qin Feng with such biting harshness. Old Mrs. Chen, of course, had been observing their expressions all along. Seeing their furrowed brows, she feared they might misunderstand. Grandma Chen hastily explained, "Director Yang, you don't know that although Qin Feng is our Chen family's son-in-law, he's been living off us for all these years. Not only has he done nothing, but he's actually done things detrimental to the Chen family. So you see, practically everyone in our Chen family despises him. Insisting he stay for dinner would only make everyone miserable." Chen Dawei's father chimed in from the side, "Exactly. A freeloader like him? How could he possibly be worthy of dining with the city director? Dawei, hurry up and take him out before he annoys the mayor. We don't want him making us look ridiculous." With that, he waved his hand at Chen Dawei. However, Mayor Yang Yuan remained silent, offering no defense for Qin Feng. He wanted to see how Qin Feng would handle these petty individuals deliberately making things difficult for him. If he proved utterly incapable a true freeloader, it would naturally erase any notion of him being a comrade in Mayor Yang Yuan's mind. Chen Dawei strode swiftly before Qin Feng, his voice dripping with contempt. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? What are you still standing there for? Do I have to kick you out? Get your ass out of here before I lose my temper." Qin Feng remained expressionless as he stared at them, then spoke softly, "I can't leave. Why would I need to? Oh? What's your problem, you jerk? Trying to show off in front of the director of Yanyuan City?" Chen Dawei bellowed, not at all bothered about escalating the situation. He was itching for revenge against Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled faintly before replying, "No, I'm not that kind of person. It's just that." Chen Dawei, growing impatient at his halting words, snapped, "Finish your sentence already. Stop teasing us and wasting everyone's time." Qin Feng, "But if I leave, who else would you have to start serving the banquet for you?" Chen Dawei couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. "Are you brain dead? Or did you not sleep well last night? Whether we serve food or host a banquet here has nothing to do with you." Chen Dawei teased him. Chen Roshin also laughed, and the rest of the Chen family members all burst into laughter too. They all thought Qin Feng's excuse was utterly ridiculous. No sane person would believe it. Qin Feng watched the mockery unfold, his expression as calm as still water. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly before saying, "Fine. Then go ahead and call the waitstaff to serve you. See if they dare bring the food." Hearing Qin Feng still bantering back, Chen Roshin's anger flared even more. "You really won't give up until you hit a brick wall." Chen Roshin turned angrily and barked at the young waitress in a suit who had led them over earlier, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get our food." But the waitress seemed to have grown defiant. She stood completely still, as if she hadn't heard a word Chen Roshin said. Chen Roshin was utterly furious. She hadn't expected that not only did the waitress wear the same outfit as her, but now she dared to ignore her. Chen Roshin strode over, glaring fiercely at the attendant as she demanded, "I'll say this one more time, get the food out here now." Yet even at such close range, the waitress remained frozen, as if deaf to her words, showing no sign of moving to serve the food. Chen Roshin raised her hand, ready to slap the waitress across the face, yelling, "Are you really deaf? You stupid idiot!" Before her palm could land, the department manager intervened, blocking her strike. Chen Roshin hadn't even noticed when the department manager had appeared. Furious, she snapped, "You dare block me? Is this how the Imperial Grand Hotel does business? Is this how you treat customers? And you call yourselves a top-tier hotel?" Yet the department manager showed no sign of apologizing to Chen Roshin. The manager stared expressionlessly at Chen Roshin's hysterical outburst before stating flatly, "Ma'am, I sincerely apologize. The Imperial Hotel has a clear policy. Only VIPs who have reserved the entire banquet hall have the right to request dishes be served or the banquet to begin." "Are you seriously that dense? I'm standing right here in front of you, and now you're telling me you didn't see me?" Chen Roshin was furious, wanting to slap the manager right across the face. But her right hand was still firmly held by the manager. Chen Dawei couldn't stand by and watch his cousin being bullied like this. Chen Dawei pointed angrily at the department manager and scolded, "What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to us like that? Don't you know the customer is always right? Especially since we've spent so much to book this venue. Believe me, I'll go complain to your boss and you'll be in big trouble." But the department manager remained expressionless, shaking her head. "Sir, I understand your frustration, but you are not VIP guests of the exhibition hall. You simply do not have the right to request service or start the banquet. I sincerely apologize. I've confirmed you're a complete idiot. The person who booked the venue is my father, and I'm his daughter. He knows I'm ordering the banquet now, do you understand? Idiot. Chen Roshin was truly furious with this idiot department manager. She couldn't fathom why such a prestigious hotel would hire someone this incompetent. After Chen Roshin finished speaking, the department manager remained completely unmoved. Seeing that arguing with the manager was futile, Chen Dawei turned to Chen Roshin and said, Roshin, don't waste your breath on this idiot. Call your dad right now. Fine. I'll call him right now. Just you wait, I'll make him pay for this. Chen Roshin was so furious she'd completely forgotten she could have called her father earlier. Chen Roshin quickly dialed Chen Weimao's number. Dad, where the hell have you been? Hurry over here. This idiot department manager insists you have to be present before they'll serve the food and start the banquet. He won't even listen to me. On the other end, Chen Weimao froze upon hearing his daughter's words, staring blankly for 2 seconds. I've been in the lobby the whole time, waiting for you guys in the reception area. Why haven't you come up yet? What the heck? We've been upstairs for ages. Everyone's waiting for the food to be served. Chen Roshin was utterly baffled, even wondering if her dad had gone senile too. Which floor are you on? The 8th floor. Chen Roshin blurted out. Chen Weimao on the other end was stunned. What? How could you have gone to the 8th floor? The front desk staff at the Imperial Hotel brought us up here. Where else would it be but the 8th floor? Chen Roshin was startled by the tone in her father's voice. Could it be we went to the wrong place? Chen Weimao clearly heard Chen Roshin say the 8th floor, and he was completely dumbfounded. He quickly replied, but I reserved the 2nd floor. The 8th floor is the Imperial Hall, the most exclusive suite. How could I possibly afford to reserve that? You must have gone to the wrong place. Apologize to them immediately and come back down. Chen Weimao was genuinely terrified. Anyone who could reserve the entire Emperor's suite on the 8th floor must be among Yanjing's most prominent elite families. If they found out he'd accidentally gone up there and offended them, it would be a huge mess. Chen Roshin froze upon hearing this, standing rooted to the spot. So after all that, this lavish place was reserved by someone else, and she'd wandered in by mistake. In an instant, Chen Roshin broke out in a cold sweat. Adding to that, her earlier outburst. How on earth was she going to fix this now? She certainly didn't want to leave, but if the true owner of the Imperial Emperor's Hall arrived soon, wouldn't that make her even more humiliated? Chen Dawei, standing nearby, had overheard her call with Chen Weimao. He cautiously asked, what's going on? Did you really make a mistake? Chapter 137, A Brutal Humiliation. What? They really made a mistake? Chen Dawei stared at the two people before him, his lips twitching as he asked. Hearing Chen Dawei's question, Chen Roshin could only nod and reply, yes, we don't know who booked the Imperial Hall. We just... Oh dear, this is going to be a real headache. Chen Weimao was at a loss. Leaving now meant facing consequences if the host pursued the matter later, but staying would be pointless once the host arrived. Just then, a waiter appeared from somewhere, approaching the trio and whispering, Gentlemen, the VIP who reserved the Imperial Hall asked me to convey a message. They wish for each group of guests to gather their friends and leave. This matter will be considered settled. With that, the attendant bowed slightly and turned to leave. Chen Dawei and the others stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. No way, is he really that nice? Chen Roshin's words were cut off by Chen Weimao beside her. Silly girl, it's already the best outcome if they let us off. Why worry about so much? Hurry up and get everyone out of here. At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality and began gathering their people to leave. As for old lady Bai? They'd explain it to her later. But what they didn't know was that two figures in the VIP lounge above the Imperial Hall were watching everything unfold. Benefactor, letting them go like this, isn't that letting them off too easily? In the Imperial Hall lounge, the standing figure posed this question to the seated one on the sofa. Forget it. After all, the Chen family is Xiao Ying's clan. As long as they don't go too far, I can be lenient. Indeed, these two were none other than the wealthiest man in the land, Tang Yong and Qin Feng. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Tang Yong nodded in understanding from behind. By the way, benefactor, that Lin Yuan fellow seems to have designs on the lady. At that moment, the temperature in the entire lounge plummeted abruptly before immediately returning to normal. The figure that had been slumped lazily on the sofa now stood up, a cold gleam flashing through eyes as dark as ink. Qin Feng promptly exited the lounge, heading in the direction Chen Roshin and the others had just departed. A figure followed close behind. Meanwhile, the Chen family members, who had finally arrived at the correct location, were startled by the scene before them. Lin Yuan stood there holding a bouquet of roses. Just as Chen Roshin thought they were for her, Lin Yuan's next words delivered a crushing blow. Xiaoying, I actually like you. Once you divorce Qin Feng in a few days, we'll get married. Overwhelmed by this sudden blow, Chen Roshin burst into tears and ran out. The other two members of the Chen family dared not say a word. After all, the Lin family held far more power than theirs. Xiaoying didn't take the roses. She just shook her head gently. Lin Yuan's expression darkened with irritation, but he forced himself to calm down.
Xiao Yu, you know my feelings for you are genuine. All these years I've helped you, wasn't it all for today? Chenning smiled faintly. So you helped me with ulterior motives?
Lin Yuan stood up, flinging the roses aside.
Since you've laid it out, I'll be clear too. I want your body. A woman as beautiful as you, any man would want to taste your sweetness. So today, you're mine. Got it?
He reached out, grabbed her wrist, and yanked her forcefully into his embrace.
Let go.
Chen Ying's face twisted into a terrifying expression.
I'm going to have my way with you today.
Lin Yuan reached to tear at her clothes. At that moment, the private room door was kicked open, leaving a deep footprint on the frame. Standing in the doorway was an unremarkable young man, his face carved with an unyielding resolve.
Let go.
Xin Feng's voice was low, but it carried the chill of ice.
A wave of intense danger washed over Lin Yuan, causing him to involuntarily release his grip.
Feeling humiliated, he smoothed his collar and shot Xin Feng a sideways glance.
So it's you, the good-for-nothing from the Chun family. The Chun family is about to become our Lin family's lackeys. Are you here to suck up to me? If so, then get out and guard the door. If your wife pleases me well enough, I might even let you have a taste of the leftovers. You want to be satisfied?
Xin Feng smiled faintly as he stepped forward slowly.
I have 1,000 ways to satisfy you. Which one do you fancy?
Lin Yuan, who had seen his share of the world, felt a chill run down his spine at the murderous aura radiating from Xin Feng. He took a couple of steps back.
I'm warning you, don't get out of hand. This is my brother Bao's turf. He's killed before. Squeezing someone like you to death would be child's play.
Xin Feng's face twisted into a cruel grin as he lunged forward, yanking Lin Yuan's hair and slamming his head hard against the nearby tempered glass coffee table.
Thud. Lin Yuan was knocked senseless. Satisfied? Xin Feng snarled, yanking his head. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan spat venomously. You dog-like scum, you dare hit me? I won't let you off easy. When Brother Bao gets here, I'll make you kneel and kowtow to me. Seems you're not satisfied yet.
Knowing Chen Ying fainted at the sight of blood, Xin Feng grabbed an unopened bottle of imported liquor from the table, wrapped it in a tablecloth, and swung it hard against Lin Yuan's head.
Ah!
Lin Yuan screamed in agony, clutching his head as he writhed on the floor. His expression was pained, and it genuinely seemed to hurt.
Satisfied now? Xin Feng asked again.
Lin Yuan didn't respond.
Xin Feng swung the bottle once more, smashing it squarely into Lin Yuan's elbow joint. Hard blow met hard bone. Lin Yuan let out another agonized howl and immediately shouted, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. Stop hitting me. Please.
Chen Ying watched nearby, her brow furrowed. On their wedding night, Xin Feng had been deployed to the front lines, and they hadn't seen each other since.
She never imagined someone in the military could be so reckless, acting without considering the consequences.
Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside. A tall, young man strode in, followed by several thugs with fierce expressions. Their disciplined gait suggested military training. Zhang Yuan trailed behind, fawning, Brother Bao, he's the one causing trouble on your turf. You must stand up for young Master Lin and my daughter.
Your brother Leopard?
Xin Feng at him up. The young man sported steel needle short hair, muscles coiled like ropes, and hands thick with calluses, clearly someone who'd made a living with a gun for years. Lin Yuan scrambled over to Brother Leopard, pleading, Brother Leopard, you have to stand up for me. This bastard came in and started beating people. He doesn't give a damn about you. Give him hell later. I want him on his knees licking my shoes. Brother Leopard eyed Xin Feng up and down before saying, lick young Master Lin's shoes, then get lost.
You think you're worthy?
Xin Feng pulled up a chair and sat down, not giving these men a second glance.
Brother Leopard's expression turned cold.
His henchman behind him, already seething with restraint, shouted, our Brother Leopard is the head of the South African Iron Blood mercenary group. He's stationed here now, and even Lord Huang from North City gives him face.
What are you? A lowly pig farmer and vegetable grower. Brother Leopard talking to you is already giving you face. Don't push your luck.
Apologize to our Brother Leopard now, or we'll show you real military discipline.
Then it won't just be about kissing boots. Iron Blood mercenary group, huh? You're lucky my wife gets queasy at the sight of blood. We'll settle this peacefully today.
Xin Feng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Seeing this, young Master Lin snorted coldly and said to Brother Leopard, don't waste words with this idiot.
Just take him out. We don't need to attract the police. Brother Leopard sneered contemptuously, what's there to fear? I'll take the fall if anything happens. Let him call for backup. I'll see who he can actually summon. Xin Feng had no intention of calling anyone.
He was merely having someone relay a message.
Before long, Brother Leopard's phone rang. Upon seeing the number, he immediately turned and walked out.
From outside, Xin Feng could hear Brother Leopard repeatedly agreeing, his voice tinged with unease. He returned shortly, his expression shifting between anger and fear, extremely complex. He strode quickly toward Xin Feng.
His underlings, expecting a confrontation, followed him.
To their surprise, when Brother Leopard reached Qin Feng, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, bowing deeply. His voice trembled as he said, "Iron Leopard was blind and presumptuous. I beg your forgiveness for my offense." The scene fell silent. Everyone wondered what kind of title god of war was. The men following him exchanged confused glances, awkwardly asking, Brother Leopard, what are you doing? All of you, kneel before me." Brother Leopard roared, and the others immediately dropped to their knees, sensing something monumental was about to unfold. Brother Leopard glanced up at Qin Feng, who remained expressionless. Gritting his teeth, he drew a dagger from his waist and swung it viciously toward his left wrist. If he followed through, that hand would be ruined forever. Just as the blade was about to touch his skin, 2 fingers suddenly clamped down on the dagger. Qin Feng sensed that Brother Leopard truly intended to sever the limb. With a faint smile, he remarked, "You're a tough guy, I'll let this slide." "Thank you, sir." Leopard tossed the dagger aside and bowed deeply once more. When he lifted his head again, his face was aglow with excitement. "Let me work for you. I want to get stronger." Qin Feng remained non-committal, but Lin Yuan beside him could no longer hold back. Frowning, he snapped, "Brother Leopard, I brought you here to avenge me. What's this nonsense? Don't forget I just gave you 10 million today. How dare you side with my enemy?" Brother Leopard snorted coldly and ordered his men behind him, "Go. Bring up all the money he gave him." Several henchmen immediately exited. Soon, they returned carrying 2 large sacks. Brother Leopard grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table, poured it over the sacks, and casually lit it. Both bags of cash instantly burst into flames. His men gasped, "Brother Leopard, you can't do this." Leopard Brother glanced at Lin Yuan from afar. "Lin, let me make this clear, from today onward, we are enemies, not allies. If you dare offend the boss again, I won't hesitate to make you disappear." Lin Yuan's face drained of color. He nodded stiffly. "Fine. You're ruthless. You all just wait. This isn't over." He turned and headed for the door. "Stop. Who gave you permission to leave?" At Qin Feng's command, Brother Leopard personally blocked the main entrance, kicking Lin Yuan to the ground and dragging him before Qin Feng. Chapter 138, Embezzlement? "Me?" Lin Yuan cried out in terror, "What are you doing? You can't touch me. This is illegal." "Talking about the law now?" Qin Feng stood up, pressing his foot down on Lin Yuan's head. "Take a message back to your father, tell him to return 10 times the value of what he's embezzled from the Chen family over the years. Otherwise, it'll be too late when I come knocking." "Got it? Got it." Lin Yuan mumbled incoherently, his mouth stuffed with Qin Feng's shoe. "Get out." Qin Feng kicked him out the door. Perhaps the force was too strong, for Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the blood, Chening fainted instantly. "Xiaoying." Qin Feng swiftly caught her in his arms, cradling her horizontally as he strode toward the door. Midway, he warned, "Taibao, if you want to work for me, keep your mouth shut." "Understood." Taibao shouted his reply from behind, his face betraying his excitement. A subordinate beside him couldn't help whispering, "Brother Bao, who exactly is he?" Taibao slapped him across the face. "Didn't you hear what Qin Sir said? No one talks about today's business. From now on, you all better listen to Qin Sir. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing brotherly mercy." Old Lady Chen, who had been present throughout, learned the details and was about to intervene. Tang Yang stepped forward and quashed the matter. Though nothing serious would come of it, most of the Chen family still believed Qin Feng was merely riding on someone else's coattails. Back home, Channing had also regained consciousness. Late into the night, who knew what the young couple was up to? The next day. "Qin Feng, go answer the door." Zhang Yuan, who was watching TV on the sofa, heard the doorbell ring and asked Qin Feng to answer it. Qin Feng heard the call and went to answer the door. Opening the door, he found 2 police officers standing before him. Seeing the 2 officers, Qin Feng said in surprise, "Officers, who are you looking for?" Zhang Yuan, who had been sitting on the sofa, heard Qin Feng's voice and came over to stand before the 2 officers. "Qin Feng, what's going on?" Qin Feng shook his head slightly. "Are you Qin Feng?" one officer asked. "Yes, I am Qin Feng. You're suspected of embezzlement, bribery, fraud, robbery, and other crimes. Come with us." The officer moved to place handcuffs on Qin Feng. "Hold on. Have you got the wrong person?" Qin Feng frowned, staring at the 2 officers advancing aggressively. "No mistake. It's you, Qin Feng." With that, the officers cuffed Qin Feng and prepared to take him away. Watching Qin Feng being led away by the police, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. "Ha! Excellent. Who'd have thought a good-for-nothing like you would actually commit a crime? Now I'm sure Xiaoying will divorce you, you worthless piece of trash." Hearing Zhang Yuan's gloating words, Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Mom, don't worry. I'll be back." With that, Qin Feng followed the 2 officers out. In truth, Qin Feng could have overpowered the officers right then and there. But he wanted to understand why he was being arrested, so he obediently allowed himself to be led away. As Qin Feng was led away by the police, not far from his home, a slender figure watched the scene unfold. Ha? Boss Qin Feng got arrested by the cops? What's going on here? But if word of this gets back, this figure was none other than Bamboo Leaf Green, one of the current leaders of the Black Tortoise sect. Watching Qin Feng being led away, Zhu Yeqing refrained from rash action. Instead, she followed discreetly, intent on discovering where he was being taken. Qin Feng was taken straight to the police station. Upon seeing him enter, Zhu Yeqing promptly sought someone to secure his release. After all, her unique status made it unwise for her to be seen in such a place. Upon arriving at the station, Qin Feng was taken directly to an interrogation room. 2 officers escorted him inside, secured him to a chair, and promptly left him alone in the room. After the officers departed, Qin Feng calmly unlocked the handcuffs on his wrists and released the restraints securing him to the chair. A short while later, a plainclothes officer entered the interrogation room. "You're a cop too?" Qin Feng frowned as he looked at the newcomer. Of course. No sooner had the plainclothes officer spoken than the 2 officers who had brought Qin Feng returned. "Captain, the surveillance has been shut down. We've also notified the other teams they won't be using this interrogation room either." "Good. Well done." The plainclothes officer patted the 2 officers on the shoulder. "Did you bring everything?" "We've got it," one of the officers said, then brought over a black cloth bag. The plainclothes officer glanced at the contents of the cloth bag and chuckled. "Haha, let's get this show on the road." With that, he grinned savagely as he pulled an electric baton from the black cloth bag and advanced toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng recognized the stun baton in the plainclothes officer's hand. This wasn't just any stun baton, it was a specially made military-grade model. Police shouldn't have access to. "As far as I know, the kind of stun baton you're holding isn't allowed in police stations, is it?" You know quite a lot, but it won't do you any good. No one can save you now." The plainclothes officer finished speaking and immediately raised the baton, intending to shock Qin Feng. But to the shock of the plainclothes officer and the 2 other officers, Qin Feng suddenly reached out and seized the plainclothes officer's wrist. TSK. Abusing your authority. Do you know how serious the consequences are for a police officer?" The plainclothes officer was utterly stunned inside. He couldn't fathom how Qin Feng had unlocked the handcuffs, nor could he comprehend the immense strength in Qin Feng's grip, a force so powerful it felt like it would crush his wrist. "You too. Get over here and help." "Yes, Captain." Hearing the plainclothes officer's command, the 2 rookie cops charged straight at Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng grabbed the plainclothes officer by the arm, flinging him forward and knocking the 2 junior officers to the ground. The 2 junior officers were knocked unconscious by the impact, while the plainclothes officer struggled to his feet, drew his pistol from his waist, and aimed it at Qin Feng. "You, don't come any closer." The plainclothes officer's voice trembled slightly. Qin Feng halted his advance. "Already resorting to a gun? How boring. But I absolutely hated when people point guns at me." Already tense, the plainclothes officer lost control of his hand under Qin Feng's taunt and fired a shot directly at him. Before the plainclothes officer could process why he'd fired, Qin Feng's icy voice rang out beside his ear. "Who'd have thought? You actually dared to shoot. You're okay?" Hearing Qin Feng's voice, the plainclothes officer jumped in fright before quickly turning to look at him. Seeing that Qin Feng was indeed unharmed, the plainclothes officer breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully exhale, Qin Feng lunged forward in a single stride, closing the distance between them. Gripping the plainclothes officer by the collar, Qin Feng slammed him onto the table. "Answer me. Who sent you to arrest me?" I can't say." The plainclothes officer looked troubled and refused to reveal who had ordered his arrest. Qin Feng considered his options. It could only be a handful of people, but he couldn't just indiscriminately go after everyone who had a grudge against him. Just as Qin Feng was about to press further, a knock suddenly sounded at the interrogation room door. A woman's voice echoed in response. "Who's in there? Why were there gunshots just now?" The plainclothes officer started to speak, but Qin Feng immediately covered his mouth. Though Qin Feng acted swiftly, the woman outside still caught the plainclothes officer's muffled cry. "Who's in there? Open the door immediately." Unmoved by the commotion outside, Qin Feng turned to the plainclothes officer. "I suggest you confess now. I won't make things difficult for you." Hearing Qin Feng's words, the plainclothes officer fell into deep conflict. Seeing this, Qin Feng knew the plainclothes officer's resolve was beginning to waver. He gave him a time limit. "I'll give you 1 minute to decide." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of someone banging on the door echoed from outside the interrogation room. Hearing the banging, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. "Mind your own business." With that, Qin Feng ignored the ramming outside and began timing the plainclothes officer. Just as Qin Feng counted to 30, the interrogation room door burst open. Qin Feng stared at the door in shock. Following the commotion, a female police officer with an impressive figure and striking beauty entered. Qin Feng couldn't help but glance up and down at her impressive figure. The plainclothes officer, upon seeing her, immediately shouted at her, "Su Lingxian, save me." Su Lingxian had already been displeased by Qin Feng's unrestrained gaze. Upon hearing the plainclothes officer's cry for help, Su Lingxian roared, "You bastard! You should be calling me Captain Su." With that, Su Lingxian launched a kick straight at Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng instantly released his grip and dodged Su Lingxian's kick. Well, who knew you'd be so nimble, you lecher? Su Lingxian watched the nimble Qin Feng, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Qin Feng frowned slightly at Su Lingxian's expression. "You'd better get out of the way. I don't hit women." "Put. You jerk, take this." Su Lingxian charged straight at Qin Feng. The plainclothes officer, seeing Su Lingxian charging at Qin Feng, shouted at her, "Captain Su, be careful. This guy can dodge bullets." "Bulletproof?" Su Lingxian raised an eyebrow at the plainclothes officer's words. After only a moment's hesitation, she kicked toward Qin Feng again, muttering incantations as she attacked. Chapter 139, The Hall Master of Xuanwu Hall, Bamboo Leaf Green. "That's probably because your aim is off." Su Lingxian finished her sentence and planted her foot firmly against the wall, kicking off a large chunk of plaster. Seeing that she hadn't landed a single kick on Qin Feng, Su Lingxian grew impatient. She intensified her assault, unleashing a relentless barrage of kicks toward Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Chen returned home after finishing her errands, feeling rather annoyed. "That Qin Feng. He actually dared not answer my call. Just wait until I get back, I'll teach him a lesson." Chen stormed into the house, only to find Zhang Yuan sitting on the sofa, happily watching TV. "Mom, I'm home. Where's Qin Feng?" "Qin Feng? Why are you looking for that good-for-nothing?" "Oomph. I finished my business and wanted him to drive over to pick me up, but when I called him, he didn't even pick up." Chen Ying's angry tone carried a hint of hurt. But Zhang Yuan didn't pick up on the hurt in her daughter's voice, thinking Chen Ying was just angry. "Ha! My dear daughter, you didn't know? Qin Feng got taken away by the police. They say he broke the law." "What? Taken away by the police? How could this happen?" Chen Ying's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. "It's true. Why would I lie to you about something like this?" Hearing Qin Feng had been arrested, Chen Ying immediately grew anxious. "What? Mom, didn't you get someone to bail him out? He must be innocent." "Oomph, rescue him? Am I crazy?" Zhang Yuan finished speaking, then sat back down on the sofa with a clearly displeased expression, continuing to watch TV. Chen Ying, meanwhile, went back to her room and started pulling strings, trying to find out which police station Qin Feng had been taken to. Meanwhile, at the police station, Qin Feng was growing increasingly annoyed by Su Lingxian's persistent pestering. "Hey, lady, if you don't back off, I'm going to fight back." "Oomph. Go ahead then. I've never been afraid of anyone in my life." Su Lingxian had trained in martial arts since childhood. Back in police academy, she'd beaten up everyone in her own year and even taken on seniors. No one, male or female, could stand up to her. After graduating and joining the police force, she still hadn't encountered anyone who could beat her. She even boasted that she'd marry a man who could beat her. This caused her parents no end of headaches. As they spoke, Su Lingxian clashed with Qin Feng once more. This time, Qin Feng didn't dodge. He blocked Su Lingxian's incoming kick with his arm, then swiftly seized her wrist, twisting her arm behind her back to pin it. Seeing her arm pinned, Su Lingxian lunged forward, driving her elbow into Qin Feng. Qin Feng pressed his palm against Su Lingxian's elbow, then used one hand to pin both of her arms down. Finding both her hands immobilized, Su Lingxian kicked at Qin Feng with her feet. Qin Feng countered by grabbing her ankles with his free hand, rendering her completely immobilized. The plainclothes officer slumped to the side, closing his eyes in despair upon seeing Su Lingxian subdued by Qin Feng. Feeling the man's presence behind her, Su Lingxian's face flushed slightly. "You scoundrel, let go of me. I can let go of you, but you can't lay a finger on me again. Pfft, dream on. Let me go and fight me fair and square." Qin Feng had no desire to fight Su Lingxian again, so he kept his grip tight. The two remained locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from outside the door. "What are you two doing?" Qin Feng turned to see a figure in a police uniform appearing at the interrogation room door. "Chief? What brings you here?" Su Lingxian also gasped in surprise upon recognizing the visitor. "Su Lingxian, what's going on here?" The chief looked at Qin Feng and Su Lingxian's actions, feeling slightly awkward. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly released Su Lingxian and pushed her toward the police chief. After a momentary stumble, Su Lingxian steadied herself but still tried to charge toward Qin Feng. The police chief quickly grabbed her arm. "Hey, Xiao Su, what are you doing?" "Chief, this guy's martial arts skills are impressive. I now suspect he's connected to several criminal cases, so I need to apprehend him for questioning." "What? Criminal cases?" The chief's eyes widened in astonishment at Su Lingxian's claim. A man who had caused such a stir that higher-ups ordered him to be released involved in criminal cases? This was ridiculous. "Oomph. You woman, you're all brains and no brains. If you lay a finger on me again, don't blame me for getting rough. Bastard, you're asking for it." Su Lingxian possessed an enviable figure, but she detested anyone bringing up her physique. Qin Feng's remark instantly incensed her. With that, Su Lingxian lunged forward. Seeing this, the chief hurriedly pulled Su Lingxian back. Su Lingxian, hold on. This doesn't concern you. Go handle your duties. No way, chief. This guy's got some skills. I'm worried you might be in danger. Look at that guy he just took down. Su Lingxian pointed to the plainclothes officer slumped on the ground. Seeing Su Lingxian's resolute expression, the chief sighed and whispered beside her, Su Lingxian, this must be a misunderstanding. Mr. Qin here is a very important figure. Please don't cause any more trouble. Seeing the chief's stern expression, Su Lingxian frowned and stepped back to his side. Seeing Su Lingxian had stopped her unreasonable outburst, the chief breathed a sigh of relief and approached Qin Feng. My apologies, Mr. Qin. I believe this must be a misunderstanding. The chief apologized respectfully to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng was seething inside. A misunderstanding? Torture under interrogation, that's a misunderstanding too? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes at the chief, his gaze brimming with displeasure. Cold sweat beaded on the chief's forehead at Qin Feng's words. No, Mr. Qin. This truly is a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of his actions whatsoever. The moment I learned you had come to our police station, I rushed here immediately to find you. Seeing the police chief's deferential demeanor, Qin Feng chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he turned his gaze to the plainclothes officer slumped on the floor. Alright, I won't pursue this matter. Let's interrogate this guy and find out why he tried to arrest me. Yes, Mr. Qin. Su Lingxian watched her chief show such deference to Qin Feng, her willow leaf brows furrowing slightly. However, she said nothing more. She knew it wasn't her place to intervene in this situation. Qin Feng and his two companions approached the plainclothes officer, towering over him. Commissioner, since this guy is under your jurisdiction, you'll handle the interrogation. Qin Feng said, turning to face the chief. Understood, Mr. Qin. With that, Qin Feng turned and exited the interrogation room, leaving the three of them behind. As for how the chief and Su Lingxian would handle the plainclothes officer, that was none of Qin Feng's concern. Stepping outside the interrogation room, Qin Feng noticed there were hardly any officers around, likely dismissed by the chief. After waiting outside the interrogation room for a moment, the police chief emerged, accompanied by Su Lingxian. Mr. Qin. Oh? Chief, have you already uncovered the truth so quickly? Yes, the suspect has confessed. He was instructed by Lin Yuan, the owner of the Lin Group. Lin Yuan? Qin Feng nodded upon hearing the chief's words. Just as I suspected. Mr. Qin, what should we do now? Should I send someone to arrest him? Arrest Lin Yuan? What evidence do you have to arrest him? Qin Feng's question made the chief look troubled. Well, there really isn't any evidence. Leave this matter to me. I'll handle it personally. Qin Feng declared with unwavering resolve, immediately turning to leave. Mr. Qin, this seems rather unwise. The director watched Qin Feng prepare to seek revenge, his expression filled with unease. Qin Feng knew exactly what the director feared. He gave a cold laugh. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. With that, Qin Feng walked away without looking back. After Qin Feng left the police station, the chief pondered for a moment before urgently turning to Su Lingxian. Lingxian, catch up with Mr. Qin. If necessary, offer him assistance? What? Chief, if this guy wants to commit murder or arson, am I supposed to help him too? Su Lingxian frowned at the chief's request, clearly reluctant to comply. Su Lingxian, please, I'm begging you. If you agree to this request, I'll let you return to being a detective. Really? Su Lingxian's beautiful eyes lit up with delight at the chief's promise. Of course it's true. Just be a little gentler when you subdue suspects in the future. Not everyone can fight like you. Didn't that guy we just left have some serious skills? Su Lingxian muttered under her breath before rushing out the door to chase after Qin Feng. Commissioner, I hope you keep your word. Sigh. The chief sighed helplessly, feeling like he'd aged several years in an instant. Meanwhile, Su Lingxian caught up with Qin Feng at the police station entrance. Hey! Wait for me. Su Lingxian called out to halt Qin Feng before catching up herself. Qin Feng watched Su Lingxian run over, raising an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Look at that displeased look on your face. If our chief hadn't told me to help you, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Su Lingxian shot Qin Feng a displeased look before continuing. Do you know where that Lin Yuan is? No idea, but I can find out. Seeing Qin Feng's confident expression, Su Lingxian thought he was just bragging. Yeah, right. How exactly are you going to find him? Just as Qin Feng was about to brush Su Lingxian off, Zhu Yeqing appeared before him. Zhu Yeqing approached him with concern. Boss, are you okay? No, what brings you here? Abandoning the Xuanwu Hall already? Qin Feng was genuinely surprised to see Bamboo Leaf Green. Well, I saw them take you away, so I had someone release you. I also told them you're the newly appointed security chief. Chapter 140, Hostility. Qin Feng's mood soured instantly at Zhu Yeqing's words. Didn't I make it perfectly clear I hate all this hassle? Boss, if I hadn't said that, do you think they would have let you out? Zhu Yeqing saw Qin Feng's anger, and her sorrowful gaze held a hint of hurt. Xin Feng understood that Zhu Yeqing had risked everything to rescue him. Though he could have walked out of the police station on his own, it wouldn't have been nearly as smooth without her. Alright. I know you did it for my sake. Thanks. Seeing Qin Feng's anger dissipate, Zhu Yeqing's face softened into a smile. At that moment, Zhu Yeqing also noticed Su Lingxian beside Qin Feng. She looked at Su Lingxian and asked in a slightly sharp tone, "Boss, who's this?" "Oh, just a female cop. She's tagging along to handle some business." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Qin Feng's ear, and whispered with warm breath, "Boss, you'd better keep your distance from ordinary women. If you ever feel the urge, you can always come find me." Qin Feng felt a ticklish sensation in his ear from Zhu Yeqing's position, so he quickly told her to stand properly. "Stand up straight. I know you mean well, but I'm going out with this policewoman for real business." Seeing the look in Qin Feng's eyes, Zhu Yeqing knew he was serious about having important business to attend to. "Alright then, you two go ahead." After that, Zhu Yeqing shifted her tone and addressed Xiang Lingxian. "Hey, keep your distance from our boss, got it?" Su Lingxian had already been annoyed by the sexy Zhu Yeqing, and now, hearing her speak like this, her irritation only grew. "Oomph. Who needs him anyway? You think everyone's like you, treating every guy like a precious treasure? That would be ideal." Zhu Yeqing said indifferently before walking away. As she walked away, Zhu Yeqing couldn't resist muttering under her breath, "Damn. That's huge. Hey, Mr. Qin, what's your subordinate's problem?" Su Lingxian glared at Qin Feng, her voice tinged with irritation. The inexplicable hostility from bamboo leaf green left Su Lingxian deeply displeased. "Enough. Let's go." "Oomph." Watching Su Lingxuan's proud and stubborn expression, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. "She's such a fierce dragon." "What did you say?" Su Lingxian heard Qin Feng's words and raised an eyebrow at him. "Nothing. Let's go." Qin Feng brushed it off and got into the car with Su Lingxian. Su Lingxian drove as she asked Qin Feng, "Do you know where this Lin Yuan guy is?" Qin Feng shook his head indifferently. "No idea, but I can look it up." Hearing this, Su Lingxian settled back in her seat, content to wait while Qin Feng tracked down Lin Yuan's location. However, deep down, Su Lingxian secretly hoped Qin Feng wouldn't find Lin Yuan. That way, she could avoid leaving the police station and return directly to her former position. But Qin Feng was destined to disappoint Su Lingxian. Qin Feng sent a message to Xiaoda, instructing Xiao Jun to mobilize his men to investigate Lin Yuan's whereabouts. Xiaoda had once been a member of the Xuanwu Hall and had crossed paths with Lin Yuan before even investigating him. Thus, Xiaoda quickly pinpointed Lin Yuan's location. Glancing at the address Xiaoda sent on his phone, Qin Feng said calmly to Su Lingxian, "Let's go. We're heading to Binhai Villa District, Unit 158. "Ha? Are you sure? You found him so quickly?" Su Lingxian was taken aback by Qin Feng's immediate revelation of a specific location. "Of course." Qin Feng glanced at Su Lingxian, puzzled by her doubt. Seeing the resolute look in his eyes, Su Lingxian nodded. "Fine then. But if we go there and it's a dead end, I'm heading straight back." "It's fine if you don't go. I'll handle it myself." Qin Feng replied indifferently. Su Lingxian snorted coldly, started the car, and drove Qin Feng to the coastal villa district. Using Su Lingxuan's police ID, the two easily gained access to the seaside villa complex. After locating Villa 158, Su Lingxian moved to knock on the door, but Qin Feng stopped her. "What are you doing?" Qin Feng frowned, staring at Su Lingxian. "What do you mean? Knock on the door? How else are we supposed to get in?" Hearing Su Lingxuan's words, Qin Feng felt his IQ being dragged through the mud. Qin Feng sighed helplessly at Su Lingxian. "Sis, I'm here for revenge. Do you really think I'd just knock?" What surprised Qin Feng even more was that after hearing his words, Su Lingxian actually paused to think seriously for a moment. "Then how do you plan to get in?" "Climb over the wall, of course." "What? That's trespassing." Qin Feng stared at Su Lingxuan's stunned expression and wanted to slap himself. Why on earth did he bring this brainless bimbo along? "You stay in the car. I'll go in alone." "No way. What if you do something reckless without me watching?" "I promise, I'll just give him a warning and then come right back out." "But..." Seeing Su Lingxian still hesitating, Qin Feng leaped forward and scaled the wall in one swift motion. "Hey! You! Don't worry, wait for me here." After tossing those words to Su Lingxian, Qin Feng climbed straight to the villa's second-floor window and slipped inside. This guy's so skilled at scaling walls he must have done his fair share of petty theft. After muttering to herself, Su Lingxian turned and returned to the car, waiting for Qin Feng to emerge. Meanwhile, after entering Lin Yuan's home, Qin Feng immediately tracked down Lin Yuan based on his business dealings. Lin Yuan was in the midst of a tryst with his lover when Qin Feng's sudden intrusion nearly scared him out of his wits. Just as Lin Yuan's lover was about to scream, Qin Feng lunged forward, pressing a finger against her pressure point to knock her unconscious. He then grabbed the quilt to cover the sudden exposure. Only after completing these actions did Qin Feng turn his attention to Lin Yuan, who was now trembling with fear. "Don't make a sound. Unless you want to get hit too." "Qin. Qin Feng? Shouldn't you be at the police station right now?
Lin Yuan stared at the suddenly appearing Qin Feng, utterly astonished.
After the initial shock, Lin Yuan realized he'd said the wrong thing.
Heh, so it was you who framed me after all. Seeing Qin Feng's cold smile, Lin Yuan felt a surge of fear. Having witnessed Qin Feng's formidable skills firsthand, Lin Yuan had lost all desire to resist. Yet inwardly, he cursed Qin Feng relentlessly. Seeing Lin Yuan at a loss for words, Qin Feng sneered coldly.
Admitting it is good enough. Now, tell me, how do you plan to save your pathetic life?
Lin Yuan had believed certain death at Qin Feng's hands was inevitable today. Yet hearing these words, he sensed a glimmer of hope in the current situation.
You won't kill me?
Ha! Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer at Lin Yuan's words.
You actually want to die? I can grant you that wish. No. Of course I don't want to die.
Lin Yuan hurriedly waved his hands, desperately protesting his desire to live.
Ha!
Qin Feng sneered again. If not for his promise to the police chief not to escalate matters, he would have gladly eliminated this irritating nuisance.
Spill it. See if you can give me a reason not to kill you. I'll give you money. You must be miserable living with the Chens. I'll give you 10 million yuan, just let me go. And I promise, I'll never bother Chening again.
After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Qin Feng paused to consider.
Is your life really worth 10 million? Realizing Qin Feng wouldn't let him off so easily, Lin Yuan pressed, name your price. Whatever I can afford, no matter how much. Make it 100 million then.
Qin Feng said indifferently.
100 million? Fine, I accept. I'll have someone prepare the money immediately.
Lin Yuan reached for his phone to make the call.
Hold on. Why the rush? I'm not finished yet. 100 million is just for this incident.
We still have old scores to settle. Qin Feng sat in his chair, legs crossed, speaking in a detached tone.
What else do you want? Just name it.
Lin Yuan had thrown caution to the wind today. As long as he could save his own life, he'd pay whatever price Qin Feng demanded.
However, Qin Feng's next words caught Lin Yuan completely off guard.
I recall your chain hotel business is the largest in Yanjing, correct? Transfer that hotel to my wife as compensation for your previous disrespect toward her.
What? The chain hotel?
Lin Yuan paled at Qin Feng's demand.
What? You're unwilling?
Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and shot Lin Yuan a look that nearly scared the life out of him.
I'm willing. I'll have it transferred immediately. Alright, then make the call.
Only after receiving Qin Feng's approval did Lin Yuan begin making the call. Soon, Lin Yuan had his subordinate deliver the transfer contract, accompanied by a check for 100 million yuan.
Qin Feng glanced over the check and contract.
Finding no issues with the agreement, he gave a faint smile. I hope you'll behave yourself from now on.
Otherwise, I'll come for your life anytime.
With those words, Qin Feng departed from Lin Yuan's residence.
Watching Qin Feng's figure disappear, Lin Yuan snarled, Qin Feng, if I, Lin Yuan, don't repay this recent humiliation, I don't deserve to be called human. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, Lin Yuan had already begun plotting his downfall. Arriving outside Lin Yuan's villa, Qin Feng noticed Su Lingxuan's car parked at a considerable distance. Qin Feng understood that Su Lingxian was doing this to evade Lin Yuan's men. TSK. She's a police officer, yet she's acting like a thief. Qin Feng muttered to himself before getting into the car and asking Su Lingxian to drive him home. Chapter 141, Contract Secured. Before heading home, Qin Feng first found a courier service to mail Lin Yuan's hotel transfer contract. The recipient was Chening. Watching Qin Feng's smooth and efficient actions, Su Lingxian was utterly baffled. What did you just mail? It looked like something you took from Lin Yuan's house. Qin Feng shot Su Lingxian a disapproving look. Adult matters, kids shouldn't meddle. Seeing Qin Feng didn't want to talk about it, Su Lingxian didn't press further. Soon, under Qin Feng's guidance, Su Lingxian successfully delivered him back. Meanwhile, at home, Chening was arguing with Zhang Yuan about whether they should go rescue Qin Feng. Unable to determine which police station had detained Qin Feng, Chening insisted on visiting every station to inquire. But Zhang Yuan refused to let Chening go find him, believing it would be best if Qin Feng never returned. Just as the mother and daughter were at an impasse, Qin Feng rang the doorbell. Upon hearing the chime, Chening and her mother exchanged glances. You stay right here. I'll get the door, Zhang Yuan said before heading to the door. What Zhang Yuan never imagined was that the person standing before her was the one she least wanted to see. Qin Feng? Why are you back? Seeing Zhang Yuan's expression, which looked like she'd swallowed a bitter pill, Qin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Oh, Mom, sorry about that. I'm back. Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to react, Qin Feng darted inside. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, Chening hurried over, her brows furrowed as she reproachfully questioned him. Qin Feng, what happened? Why did the police arrest you? Seeing Chen Ying's worried expression, Qin Feng knew she was genuinely concerned for him, which only made him feel happier inside. Oh, they arrested the wrong guy. Some guy with the same name as me committed a crime. Once they confirmed it wasn't me, they let me go. Both Zhang Yuan and Chen Ning believed his explanation, though their reactions differed. Oomph. Lucky you, you useless piece of trash. Zhang Yuan spat out the words before turning and storming back to her room. Chen Ning ignored Zhang Yuan and turned to Qin Feng with a hint of reproach. Then why didn't you answer my calls? You got out and didn't even bother to call me back. Upon hearing Chen Ying's words, Qin Feng suddenly realized his phone seemed to be missing. Damn it, where's my phone? Ha? You lost your phone? Yeah, I must have dropped it somewhere. Did you have your phone with you when the police took you away? I should have had it with me. Qin Feng wasn't entirely sure where he'd tossed his phone either. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Hearing the doorbell, Qin Feng instinctively reached for the door handle. Chen Ning saw this and quickly held him back. You should rest. I'll get it. With that, Chen Ning went to answer the door. Upon opening the door, Chen Ning found herself face to face with a woman of striking beauty, whose bust was roughly twice her own size. Hello, who are you here to see? Su Lingxian was also taken aback upon seeing Chen Ning. She hadn't expected to find such a stunning beauty at Qin Feng's home. Hello, is this Qin Feng's residence? I'm here to see Qin Feng. Hearing Su Lingxian mention Qin Feng, Chen Ning felt a pang of displeasure. What business do you have with Qin Feng? Su Lingxian sensed Chen Ying's inexplicable hostility and felt utterly perplexed. She desperately wanted to ask why Chen Ning was hostile toward her, especially since this was their first meeting. But Su Lingxian knew she wasn't here to argue, nor did she have time for it. Suppressing her anger, Su Lingxian addressed Chen Ning, I'm a police officer. Qin Feng left his phone in the patrol car earlier, and I'm here to return it to him. Hearing this, Chen Ying's mood finally eased. Oh, I'm his wife. You can just give it to me. With that, Chen Ning took Qin Feng's phone, said thank you, and closed the door. Watching the closed door, Su Lingxian pursed her lips. Ugh, who knows where that anger came from? With that, she shrugged and walked away. Honey, who was that? Qin Feng asked as soon as Chen Ning returned. Oh, it was a police officer. She came to return your phone. With that, Chen Ning handed the phone to Qin Feng. After that, Qin Feng's life returned to its usual calm, while Chen Ning was busy every day taking over Chen Daoi's hotel affairs. Several days later, after running errands all day, Chen Ning asked Qin Feng to pick her up early. On the way home, Chen Ning suddenly suggested taking a walk. Qin Feng, let's not go straight home when we arrive. Get out and walk around for a bit. Ha? Qin Feng looked at Chen Ning in surprise upon hearing her words. What? Don't you want to? Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Chen Ning asked with a hint of displeasure. No, of course I'm willing. Qin Feng parked the car and stepped out alongside Chen Ning. Walking side by side through the neighborhood park, they enjoyed the gentle evening breeze caressing their faces. Just as Qin Feng felt a surge of happiness seeing Chen Ying's relaxed expression, he suddenly sensed someone nearby. Qin Feng glanced around and easily spotted the person following them. Honey, stay right here. Don't move. I'll just go over there. Qin Feng said, pointing toward the woods beside them. Though Chen Ning didn't know what Qin Feng intended to do, she agreed nonetheless. Alright, hurry back. I'll wait here for you. Qin Feng gave a quick reply before vanishing in a flash into the woods. The figure in the woods quickly departed upon seeing Qin Feng. But Qin Feng wasn't about to let him go so easily. He charged forward at an even faster pace, closing the distance to the figure in an instant. Only then did Qin Feng get a clear look at the intruder. The man was burly, wearing a brown bandana and a black mask over his face. A snake tattoo stretched from his temple down beneath the mask on his left cheek. Who are you? Why are you following us? Qin Feng stared coldly at the oddly dressed, burly man. But the burly man didn't respond with words. Instead, he charged straight at Qin Feng. Oomph. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He gave a cold snort and met the man's charge head-on. After clashing fists with Qin Feng, the burly man was sent flying by the sheer force of the impact. Qin Feng, however, remained unscathed. After sending the man flying, he continued charging forward. Watching his own slightly trembling fist, the burly man turned and fled, refusing to engage Qin Feng further. Qin Feng, concerned for Chen Ying's safety, did not pursue further. Instead, he returned to her side. What were you doing over there just now? Chen Ning watched Qin Feng return so quickly, surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. Oh, I sensed someone following us over there, so I went to check it out. What? Someone was following us? Did you catch them? Chen Ning felt a pang of anxiety at the news. Qin Feng shook his head gently at her question. No, I didn't. So, honey, let me know whenever you go out these next couple of days. I'll accompany you. Alright, let's head home first. With that, the two headed home. Meanwhile, the burly man who had been tailing Qin Feng and Chen Ning, after escaping Qin Feng's grasp, headed straight to the coastal villa district to meet his employer, Lin Yuan. Viper? Weren't you investigating Qin Feng and Chen Ning? Why are you back so soon? Could it be you've already taken care of Qin Feng? Lin Yuan questioned the burly man. It turned out this burly man was a hitman hired by Lin Yuan to kill Qin Feng. Ever since Qin Feng stormed into Lin Yuan's home and seized the hotel under his name, Lin Yuan had harbored a deep grudge against Qin Feng, vowing to eliminate him at all costs. Following his subordinate's advice, Lin Yuan had issued a bounty in the underworld, 100 million yuan for Qin Feng's head. As the saying goes, where there's a hefty reward, there will be brave men. The bounty quickly fell into the hands of a formidable assassin, the very same burly man who had just clashed with Qin Feng, codenamed Viper. Viper had completed over 300 assassination missions of varying scales, never failing once. His most notable achievement was eliminating the leader of a small nation. Lin Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with Viper's capabilities. Eager to see results, he urgently summoned Viper to Yanjing, demanding the assassin eliminate Qin Feng without delay. However, Lin Yuan's carefully laid plans were destined to come to nothing. I failed to eliminate the target. Worse still, he discovered me. Viper raised his right hand as he spoke. Look. We exchanged a single punch, and my fist ended up like this. Lin Yuan looked over and saw that the knuckles of Viper's right hand were a bloody mess. How could this happen? You couldn't kill him either? Shock spread across Lin Yuan's face as he stared at Viper. Viper Snake couldn't help but snort coldly at Lin Yuan's words. Oomph. Kill him? Even if his martial arts are formidable, under my assassination techniques, he'll only meet his end in regret. Viper looked at Lin Yuan, his voice brimming with confidence. Rest assured, as long as I set traps in advance and lie in wait in the shadows, even if he were a reincarnated immortal, he would still die by my hand. Oh? So you already have a plan? Lin Yuan's eyebrows lifted slightly at Viper Snake's words, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Of course. We just need to capture someone important to him and force him to comply. Even if he refuses, the moment he hesitates, I'll have him in my sights. Viper looked at Lin Yuan with brimming confidence. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly began discussing the plan with Viper. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who was having dinner with his wife at home, remained unaware that danger was already creeping in. The next day, Chening still had to go to the law firm to handle the hotel transfer. Just as Chening and Qin Feng were preparing to leave, Zhang Yuan approached them. Xiaoying, I'm going shopping with some of your aunts today. Have Qin Feng come with me and let her carry my bags. Ha? Qin Feng? Chening was utterly astonished by Zhang Yuan's request. Zhang Yuan had always disliked Qin Feng, yet now she wanted him to carry her bags. How could Chening not be surprised? Chapter 142, Troubles Brewing. What? You don't want that useless guy to accompany me? Zhang Yuan looked at Chening with a questioning gaze, waiting for her response. No, of course I'd be happy for him to accompany you. After speaking, Chening turned to look at Qin Feng. I refuse. Qin Feng knew exactly what Chening was about to say the moment she looked at him, so he flatly refused her request. What? Chening looked at Qin Feng in surprise upon hearing his words. Zhang Yuan, hearing Qin Feng's words, immediately flew into a rage. You useless piece of trash. I let you tag along with me out of respect. Don't push your luck. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Yuan but ignored her, turning his attention back to Chening. Honey, have you forgotten? We agreed yesterday that I'd accompany you out. Chening understood immediately that Qin Feng was referring to the person who had followed them yesterday. He was worried about her safety. Still, she believed going to the law firm alone should pose no problem. So she suggested to Qin Feng, how about this? The three of us go together. You take me to the law firm first, then follow my mom to go shopping. But Qin Feng opened his mouth to protest, but Chening cut him off. Alright, Qin Feng, no more arguing. Just do as I say. With that, Chening didn't give Qin Feng a chance to speak further and walked straight out the door. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan yelled at Qin Feng, hurry up and follow her, you useless thing. With that, Zhang Yuan left as well. Left with no choice, Qin Feng reluctantly followed. After dropping Chening off at the law firm, Qin Feng was taken away by Zhang Yuan to meet her sisters. Oh my, Sister Zhang, is this your son-in-law? He's quite handsome, isn't he? Yes, he has fair skin and a well-proportioned figure. Listening to Zhang Yuan's friends endlessly scrutinizing him, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, displeased. Noticing his reaction, Zhang Yuan waved her hand dismissively. Oh, he's just a good-for-nothing. All he does is live off others. Our littling has to support him. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's sisters shrugged it off. They all agreed that with Qin Feng's looks, freeloading wasn't surprising. Alright. Let's go shopping. He's just here to carry our bags. With that, Zhang Yuan led her sisters and Qin Feng off to shop. Meanwhile, Qin Feng felt uneasy, a nagging sense that something was about to happen. Meanwhile, as Chening got out of the car alone, she was being watched. Inside the law firm, Chening was listening to her lawyer's advice when suddenly, two masked figures burst through the front door. The intruders immediately fired 2 shots at the ceiling, sending the entire office into chaos. Shut up and stay put. We're here for someone. We won't touch anyone who's not important. The office fell silent the moment the 2 kidnappers spoke. The kidnappers nodded in satisfaction at the response. Good. Now, who here is Chen-ing? After the demand, the office remained dead silent. Seeing this, the two kidnappers began comparing each person to the photo, eventually locating Chen-ing. Who are you? Let me go. Chen-ing was seized by the two kidnappers and began to struggle. Oomph. Seeing her desperate struggle, the two kidnappers struck her hard on the back of the head with the butt of a gun, knocking her unconscious. They then forced a hood over her head and carried her away. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who was out shopping with Zhang Yuan, felt his eyelid twitching more and more intensely. Unable to shake his concern for Chen-ing, Qin Feng pulled out his phone and dialed her number. The first call was hung up on. The second call went straight to voicemail. Damn it! Hearing the mechanical prompt from his phone, Qin Feng let out a curse. Qin Feng! What are you doing? Hurry up and catch up. Zhang Yuan, seeing Qin Feng standing motionless, yelled at him angrily. Qin Feng didn't even glance at Zhang Yuan. He tossed whatever he was holding aside and turned to run. Hey, Qin Feng, you jerk! Get back here! Zhang Yuan's shouts echoed behind him. Qin Feng now realized Chen-ing might be in trouble, leaving him no time to respond. Qin Feng sprinted all the way to the car, dialed Zhu Yeqing's number, and called. Hey, boss, why were you calling me out of the blue? Need me for something? Zhu Yeqing, cut the crap. I'm giving you a phone number. Send me its real-time location on my phone right now. Got it. Hearing the urgency in Qin Feng's voice, Zhu Yeqing knew something serious had happened. Qin Feng started the car and had barely left the mall when a message popped up on his phone. Bamboo leaf green worked with lightning speed. The moment Qin Feng gave her Chen Ying's phone number, she synchronized the location data from Chen Ying's phone to Qin Feng's device. Reviewing the data stream, Qin Feng deduced that Chen-ing had been transported to the outskirts. Meanwhile, the police station had also taken action after receiving the report. Unlike Qin Feng, who was heading straight for Chen-ing, they first went to the law firm where the report was filed to gather evidence. Qin Feng drove at breakneck speed, running countless red lights along the way. Finally, he was closing in on Chen-ing. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed that Chen Ying's location had stopped moving. She had been taken to a warehouse in the outskirts, where Lin Yuan and Viper, along with a group of thugs, had been waiting for some time. Explosives were strapped to Chen Ying's body, and she was bound tightly to a chair in the center of the warehouse. Explosives were hidden all around the warehouse. On the highway, Qin Feng raced forward in his car. Xiaoying, wait for me. I'm coming. Qin Feng muttered to himself, flooring the accelerator. As the pedal was pushed to the floor, Qin Feng's expression twisted into a savage grimace. Whoever dares touch my wife will be torn to pieces. Qin Feng drove at breakneck speed and soon arrived outside the abandoned warehouse where Chen-ing was being held. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng jumped out of the car and charged inside. The moment he entered, he saw Chen-ing bound to a chair. Xiaoying! Qin Feng cried out upon seeing her. Ha! You found me so fast? I was just about to call you. Qin Feng looked up at the sound and saw Lin Yuan walking slowly toward him, holding Chen Ying's phone. Lin Yuan, it's you again, you bastard. I'll make sure you pay with your life this year. Qin Feng stared at Lin Yuan, his eyes cold as ice, as if he were looking at a dead man. Hearing Qin Feng's threat, Lin Yuan smirked unabashedly. I won't be dying today. It'll be you who dies. But don't worry, after you're gone, I'll take good care of your wife for you. Ha ha. With that, Lin Yuan burst into loud laughter. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Qin Feng's rage turned to laughter. Oomph. Where do you get your confidence? With that, Qin Feng charged straight at Lin Yuan. Seeing Qin Feng advance, Lin Yuan's bodyguards wielded steel pipes, machetes, and other weapons as they closed in on him. Though unarmed, Qin Feng showed no fear toward these petty thugs. Such second-rate scum? Bring it on, they were no match for him. Watching his men get taken down one by one, Lin Yuan gained a newfound respect for Qin Feng. What the hell is this guy's deal? How can he be this good? Just as Lin Yuan's men were about to be completely wiped out by Qin Feng, Lin Yuan received a message from Viper. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately ordered his men to retreat. Qin Feng watched Lin Yuan flee with his men, his brow furrowing slightly. Logically speaking, after going to such lengths to kidnap Chen-ing and lure Qin Feng into this warehouse, Lin Yuan shouldn't just run off like this. Seeing the bound Chen-ing, Qin Feng had no time for further thought. He charged straight toward her. Just as he was about to reach her, an unexpected change occurred. A whistling sound cut through the air beside him. Instinctively, Qin Feng executed a backflip, dodging the attack. Regaining his footing, Qin Feng looked down to see 3 steel needles neatly planted side by side in the ground. Their tips were as black as ink. Poisoned? Qin Feng frowned at the sight. Who dares to show themselves? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a torrential barrage of attacks erupted in response. However, Qin Feng was a man who could dodge bullets. Needles fired at this rate were no threat to him. The Viper, concealed in the shadows, watched his hidden weapons miss every single time, a look of surprise flitting across his face. What the hell was this guy doing before? How can he react this fast? As Viper reeled in shock, Qin Feng launched his counterattack. Qin Feng tracked the trajectory of the poison needles, swiftly kicking a cleaver lying on the ground with his foot. He followed up with another kick, sending the cleaver hurtling toward the incoming needles. The viper, concealed in the shadows, saw the cleaver hurtling toward him and scrambled to dodge. But Qin Feng didn't stop at just one. After the first cleaver was sent flying, Qin Feng continuously kicked numerous more cleavers toward Viper's position. In its panic, the Viper had no choice but to emerge from the shadows to evade Qin Feng's incoming blades. "It's you?" Qin Feng was momentarily startled upon seeing the Viper, but quickly regained his composure. "You're an assassin, aren't you? The one Lin Yuan hired? Oomph. Even if you know, so what? Today, you will die here." Viper's gaze fixed on Qin Feng, his eyes filled with savage ferocity. "Too bad I don't know if your impressive skills have earned you a spot on the Hitman World's Most Wanted list. If you have, then my ranking would go up another notch." Chapter 143, Not Yet Qualified. Qin Feng observed Viper's demeanor and smiled indifferently. You think you can kill me? Oomph. More than enough. Remember this: the man who kills you is called Viper. Seeing Qin Feng's utter disdain, Viper struck without warning. "Do you know why I'm called Viper? Because I'm a master of poison. Just like a viper, one bite is all it takes to kill you." With that, the poison darts in Viper's hands shot toward Qin Feng. Oomph. Poison? That's the tactic of petty criminals. But seeing such a method from a shadowy creature like you doesn't surprise me in the least. Qin Feng moved with ease, weaving in and out of the Viper's attacks. Hidden nearby, Lin Yuan watched the fierce struggle between Qin Feng and Viper Snake, feeling a pang of regret for having made an enemy of Qin Feng. But with events having reached this point, Lin Yuan had no room for retreat. Lin Yuan addressed his remaining henchmen. "Listen up. If Viper loses, you engage Qin Feng. I'll take that sniper rifle and put a bullet through his head." "Yes." Just as Lin Yuan finished giving orders, the battle between Qin Feng and Viper was nearing its climax. Viper stared at the nearly depleted poison darts in his hand, then looked at Qin Feng, who remained unscathed. Shock filled his heart. "This can't be possible. Who the hell are you? How can you be this strong?" At that moment, the look in Viper Snake's eyes as he stared at Qin Feng was pure terror. "Haha, right now, I'm just an ordinary person." Qin Feng finished speaking and immediately charged toward Viper Snake, intent on finishing him off. Seeing Qin Feng charging toward him, Viper steeled his resolve and hurled the poison dart in his hand toward Qining. Qin Feng, seeing the Viper's move, quickly pulled back his momentum and turned to chase after Qining, while the Viper tried to take advantage of the situation to escape. However, the Viper's carefully laid plans were destined to come to nothing. He had touched a nerve with Qin Feng. There was no way Qin Feng would let Viper slip away unscathed. In a flash, Qin Feng intercepted the dart, knocking it to the ground. He then grabbed a baseball bat and swung it toward the Viper. Hearing the whistling sound behind him, Viper frantically dodged, but the bat still shattered his leg. "Ah!" Viper screamed in agony as he crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Feng closed in, snatched Viper back from the warehouse entrance, and crippled both his hands. Just as Qin Feng was about to untie Qining, he was stopped once more. Blocking his path were Lin Yuan's men, sent to delay Qin Feng according to their boss's orders. Qin Feng froze upon seeing Lin Yuan's men, then broke into a smile. "Very well. Since you're here, that means Lin Yuan hasn't left either. Perfect, I can take care of all of you at once." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Yuan's men grew uneasy and attempted to flee. But Qin Feng naturally wouldn't give them a chance to escape. Qin Feng held nothing back, unleashing his full power. In the blink of an eye, he knocked all the men to the ground. Just as Qin Feng moved to rescue Qining, a gunshot rang out. Without hesitation, Qin Feng hurled the Viper toward his front. With a crack of gunfire, Viper was struck through the chest, crashing to the ground, his fate unknown. Qin Feng knew this was Lin Yuan firing a sneak shot. He swiftly pinched 2 steel needles from the ground and hurled them toward Lin Yuan before the second shot could be fired. Unable to dodge in time, Lin Yuan was struck by both needles, which sank deep into his body. He then tumbled from the high platform, crashing to the ground motionless. At that moment, Qining, who had been startled awake by the gunshot, slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the bodies scattered across the ground, she screamed in horror. Hearing her cry, Qin Feng rushed over. "Honey, don't be afraid. I'm here." Seeing Qin Feng, Qining burst into tears. "Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Did they capture you too?" Seeing her adorable expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. "It's okay, honey. I came to rescue you, I wasn't captured." "Ha!" Only after hearing Qin Feng's words did Qining glance around. She realized he was right beside Qin Feng, no one else was standing. "Honey, don't worry. I'll untie you right now." With that, Qin Feng began untying the explosives strapped to Chen Ying's body and carefully removed them. Chen Ying's legs had gone numb, and she wanted to sit a little longer. Qin Feng didn't stop her when he heard her say this. He was now certain the warehouse was safe. Chen Ying remained seated in the chair while Qin Feng approached to check on Lin Yuan and Viper. Qin Feng discovered both men were dead beyond any doubt. Lin Yuan, poisoned, showed no visible wounds, yet his face contorted in grotesque agony, his complexion turning purple. Xin Feng watched Lin Yuan's pitiful state without a shred of pity. This was entirely Lin Yuan's own doing, he had no one else to blame. Perhaps his fate had been sealed the moment he set his sights on Chening. Xin Feng moved to Viper's side and saw that Lin Yuan's single shot had killed him instantly. His heart had been pierced clean through, blood pooling around him. Observing the Viper's gruesome state, Xin Feng suddenly noticed something in the Viper's upper pocket. He hadn't intended to examine it, yet an inexplicable force compelled him to pick it up. Xin Feng retrieved the object from the Viper's body and discovered it was a black ring. The entire ring was jet black, devoid of any other color. Strange, intricate patterns adorned its surface. Xin Feng stared at the strange ring, his mind devoid of any information about it. With no other choice, Xin Feng tucked the ring away for now, deciding to deal with it later. Just then, Chening had recovered and stood up from her chair. Xin Feng, I'm rested now. What's going on with them? Before Chening could finish speaking, Xin Feng heard a series of beeps. Xin Feng noticed what appeared to be an extremely fine thread on Chen Ying's clothing. Seeing this, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs while rushing toward her. Damn it! Xiaoying, don't move! What? Seeing Qin Feng's panicked expression, Chening instinctively turned around to see what he was looking at. But in the brief moment she turned, the thread on her clothing snapped. Seeing this, Xin Feng wasted no time. He scooped Chening up and began sprinting. Xin Feng, what's going on? Put me down! Chening, baffled by Qin Feng's actions, continued to fuss and demand he put her down. Honey, stop fussing. There's a bomb. The words had barely left Qin Feng's mouth when an explosion roared behind them. Just as they neared the warehouse entrance, Xin Feng leaped forward, clutching Chening tightly against his chest. He used his own back to shield her from the blast's force. He rolled twice on the ground with her in his arms before the blast's force was fully absorbed. As soon as Xin Feng released her, Chening rushed over to check on him, who lay sprawled nearby. Xin Feng, are you okay? Chening stared at Xin Feng sprawled on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. His back was scorched by fire, the gruesome wounds exposed to the air. Xin Feng, don't you dare die. Chening looked at Xin Feng and began to cry. Hearing her sobs, Xin Feng slowly pulled himself up from the ground. Though his wounds looked gruesome, they were nothing new to Xin Feng. He was long accustomed to such injuries. Earlier, when he lay motionless on the ground, it was merely to test whether Chening truly cared for him. Honey, why are you crying? I'm fine. Hearing Chen Ying's sobs, Xin Feng felt a pang of heartache. You're all cut up like this, and you're still putting on a brave face. Come on, let's get to the hospital right away. Chening pulled Xin Feng up without waiting for his response, then personally drove him to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Xin Feng pulled out his phone and called the police. The police responded quickly to Qin Feng's report and headed to the warehouse in the suburbs to investigate and gather evidence. When Qin Feng and Chening arrived at the hospital, Chening rushed around frantically, finding doctors and nurses for Qin Feng, bustling about and refusing to let him get out of bed. Seeing Chening bustling about for his sake, Qin Feng felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Soon, Qin Feng's wound was disinfected and bandaged. Qin Feng lay on his stomach on the hospital bed while Chening sat beside it, earnestly apologizing to him. Qin Feng, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have known the danger and insisted on going to the law firm alone. It's all my fault. Seeing Chen Ying's self-blaming expression, Qin Feng felt a pang of pity. Honey, it's all fine now. Don't worry. This way, we've resolved the crisis once and for all. MHM. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chening stopped dwelling on the past and instead gazed at his sturdy back. Qin Feng, those scars on your back. Oh, those are old wounds from my military days. They've healed long ago. Chening stared at the scars on Qin Feng's body, her heart aching deeply. Just as Chening was about to ask more questions, two police officers appeared outside the hospital room. Hello, may we ask which of you is Mr. Qin Feng and Miss Chening? Qin Feng and Chening exchanged a glance before turning to the officers at the door and nodding to each other. I'm Chening. Qin Feng is over here. Chening said, ushering the two officers inside. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had taken advantage of Chen Ying's absence to put on his hospital gown and sit up. Qin Feng, why are you sitting up? Lie back down immediately. Chening saw Qin Feng sitting up and hurried over, trying to get him to lie back down. The injuries on Qin Feng's body weren't a big deal to him, so naturally he didn't want to lie down anymore. Don't worry, honey. I'm fine. Chapter 144, Affection. After speaking, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the two police officers. Good afternoon, officers. I'm Qin Feng. Seeing this, the two officers asked Qin Feng. Mr. Qin Feng, did you place the police report? Yes, it was me. All right then. Miss Chening is also involved in this matter, correct? Please come with us to make a statement. Of course. At Qin Feng's insistence, Chening reluctantly gave him half of her discharge papers. Together, they proceeded to the police station to provide statements. Chen Ying's statement was straightforward. She had been unconscious throughout the entire incident when Qin Feng intervened to save her. Her only memory was being knocked out and abducted, only to wake up with Qin Feng rescuing her. Qin Feng, however, altered his account of the rescue. He claimed that Lin Yuan and Viper Snake had clashed over money. With the help of his henchman, Lin Yuan killed Viper. As he lay dying, Viper hurled 2 poison darts, fatally poisoning Lin Yuan. After finishing their statements, Qin Feng and Chen Ying headed home together. Chen Ying had intended to take Qin Feng to the hospital, but he insisted on going home. With no other choice, she reluctantly agreed. The moment Qin Feng and Chen Ying arrived home, they were met by Zhang Yuan's furious outburst. Well, you worthless piece of trash. You actually have the nerve to come back? Do you have any idea how humiliating it was for me to be left alone in the mall, exposed in front of all my friends? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Qin Feng exhaled deeply. Mom, I'm sorry. It was an emergency at the time. Enough. Stop explaining. Zhang Yuan cut him off abruptly, shouting, You good for nothing. I disown you as my son-in-law. Get out of my house. Qin Feng felt helpless at her words. After all, he was the one who had embarrassed her. At that moment, Chen Ying couldn't bear to listen anymore. Enough, Mom. I know you like to yell at Qin Feng when you're upset, but you have to know when to stop. Can't you just let it go? Xiaoying, are you defending this good for nothing? Zhang Yuan stared at Chen Ying, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Mom, stop calling him a good for nothing. If it weren't for Qin Feng, you wouldn't have seen your daughter again after today. After confronting Zhang Yuan, Chen Ying turned and led Qin Feng toward her own bedroom. Qin Feng, let's go. I need to check your wounds, stop the bleeding. Only then did Zhang Yuan notice that Chen Ying had been supporting Qin Feng the entire time. Chen Ying's clothes were stained with dirt that hadn't been properly cleaned off, and her hair was slightly disheveled. Xiaoying, what on earth happened? Chen Ying still harbored resentment toward Zhang Yuan and had no desire to engage in conversation. I don't want to talk about it. Just watch the news yourself. With that, Chen Ying led Qin Feng inside. As night fell, Zhang Yuan watched the news report on TV, female entrepreneur kidnapped, suburban warehouse explosion, female entrepreneur narrowly escapes death. Seeing her daughter's face on the news, Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly and went back to her room to rest. Meanwhile, in Chen Ying's room, she kept Qin Feng lying on her bed, refusing to let him leave. Honey, it's so late. I'm going back to my room to rest. No way. Chen Ying flatly refused the moment she heard Qin Feng mention leaving. You stay right here on the bed. You're not going anywhere. But if I'm lying here, where are you going to sleep tonight? Chen Ying's face flushed slightly at Qin Feng's question. Sleep in the bed. Oh, then I'll just lie on the floor. Qin Feng heard Chen Ying's words and was about to get up to lie on the floor. No need. Let's sleep in the bed together. After saying this, Chen Ying went to wash up, leaving Qin Feng alone in a state of confusion. What does my wife mean by this? Could it be? No, I'm definitely overthinking it. But her letting me sleep in the same bed surely means she's starting to accept me. I absolutely mustn't get impatient. Qin Feng kept mulling it over in his mind. After a long while, Chen Ying finally returned from washing up. Honey, I'm feeling pretty uncomfortable too. I'll go wash up as well. But your wounds shouldn't get wet. Chen Ying objected, not wanting Qin Feng to go. It's fine. I'll just make sure the wounds don't get wet. Seeing how determined he was, Chen Ying didn't argue further and let him go. Watching his retreating figure, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Qin Feng was gone only briefly and returned soon after. After turning off the light, Chen Ying and Qin Feng lay side by side, Chen Ying flat on her back, Qin Feng on his stomach. Qin Feng, do you think someone might come after us for what happened today? Chen Ying asked Qin Feng, her tone betraying lingering unease. Qin Feng wanted to reassure her, but he also needed to keep her alert to the danger. I can't say for sure. We don't need to worry about Lin Yuan, he's already dead. But I don't know if the assassin he hired has any accomplices. Hearing this, Chen Ying couldn't help but feel uneasy. What? So they might come back to get us? It's possible. But don't worry, honey, I'm here. Qin Feng assured Chen Ying with unwavering confidence, pledging to protect her safety. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Ying nervously said, then. Qin Feng, from now on, you should sleep with me. After saying this, Chen Ying stared at the ceiling with wide, teary eyes, too frightened to move. Qin Feng hadn't expected such a request. After a moment of surprise, he immediately agreed. Fearing she might change her mind, he said nothing more. Chen Ying, however, felt a bit nervous with Qin Feng sleeping beside her. But as time passed, all Chen Ying could hear was Qin Feng's steady breathing. Listening to his rhythmic breaths, she gradually drifted off to sleep. When she woke up, Chen Ying still felt uneasy about Qin Feng sleeping beside her. Seeing a man still lying beside her, Chen Ying let out a startled scream and kicked Qin Feng onto the floor. Honey, what are you doing? Qin Feng slowly scrambled to his feet, shooting Chen Ying a slightly resentful look. Seeing this, Chen Ying covered her mouth in embarrassment. Ah! Qin Feng, I'm so sorry, I forgot. After saying that, she hurried over to help him up. I'm fine, honey. I'll go make breakfast. Qin Feng said, standing up to prepare breakfast. But in Chen Ying's eyes, Qin Feng was an injured man. There was no way she'd let him cook. No way. You stay here and rest. I'll handle it. Without waiting for Qin Feng to object, Chen Ning rose and headed straight for the kitchen. Seeing this, Qin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. As breakfast time approached, Zhang Yuan spotted Qin Feng emerging from Chen Ying's room, her expression shifting uncomfortably. You useless thing. What were you sneaking into Xiao Ying's room for? Startled by Zhang Yuan's accusation, Qin Feng paused before explaining. No, Mom, I didn't sneak into Xiao Ying's room. Oomph. I caught you red-handed, and you're still trying to wriggle out of it? Zhang Yuan glared at Qin Feng angrily, then began calling for Chen Ning. Xiaoying, come here this instant. Chen Ning was just getting her food when she heard Zhang Yuan's call. She hurried over. Mom, what's wrong? Chen Ning looked at Zhang Yuan's furious expression and felt slightly speechless. She couldn't understand why Zhang Yuan was picking on Qin Feng again. What's wrong? Oomph. Ing, go inside and see if that good-for-nothing took something of yours. Zhang Yuan pointed angrily at Qin Feng, urging Chen Ning to go inside immediately. Chen Ning laughed immediately upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words. Mom, it's fine. Qin Feng slept in this very room last night. What? Zhang Yuan was utterly shocked by Chen Ying's words. You two slept together last night? So that means you. Oh Mom, what are you thinking? Qin Feng got injured saving me yesterday, and I didn't feel right leaving him to sleep alone. Chen Ning looked at the stunned Zhang Yuan with a hint of exasperation. Oh, I see. But he doesn't look that badly hurt. Does he really need you to make breakfast? Zhang Yuan shot a meaningful glance at Qin Feng and Chen Ning before letting the matter drop. Seeing this, Qin Feng could only sigh helplessly. Chen Ning, noticing his resigned expression, gave him a sweet smile. Qin Feng, bring your things to my room later. With that, Chen Ning blushed and walked away. Sometimes Chen Ning thought to herself that Qin Feng was actually quite good like this, never chasing after other women, devoted entirely to her. Except for lacking a career and money, he was otherwise flawless. But it didn't matter what Qin Feng lacked, Chen Ning had. Without realizing it, Chen Ning had gradually begun to accept Qin Feng. Watching Chen Ning walk away quickly, Qin Feng froze for a moment before his expression turned to delight. The memory of her smile instantly swept away all the resentment Zhang Yuan had stirred up within him. After breakfast, Chen Ning headed out. With Lin Yuan and Viper dealt with, she was now safe. Zhang Yuan and Qin Feng, feeling restless at home, decided to go out for some fun. Left alone at home, Qin Feng, who hadn't actually suffered serious injuries, began to feel as if he had sustained heavy wounds, all because of Chen Ying's concern. After moving his belongings into Chen Ying's room, Qin Feng found himself with nothing to do. Just as boredom set in, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ha! Did neither of them bring their keys? Qin Feng muttered to himself as he went to answer the door. When he opened the door, the person standing there wasn't Chen Ning or Zhang Yuan, but Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing? What brings you here? Qin Feng looked at Zhu Yeqing, his surprise evident. What's wrong, boss? You don't seem too thrilled to see me. That makes Yeqing so sad. Zhu Yeqing leaned toward Qin Feng as she spoke. Hold on. Qin Feng looked at Zhu Yeqing and gently pushed her away. Chapter 145, New Target. Zhu Yeqing, what exactly do you want? You never come here without a reason. Just say what's on your mind. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Zhu Yeqing suddenly felt a pang of hurt. Boss, while I did come to see you about something, don't you know how much I care about you? Seeing Zhu Yeqing on the verge of tears, even Qin Feng couldn't tell which version of her was genuine. Qin Feng sighed and said to Zhu Yeqing, alright, I understand your feelings perfectly well. But you're still a member of the Black Tortoise Hall, while I am no longer part of it. So that's why there's been a rift between us. Zhu Yeqing murmured to herself after hearing Qin Feng's explanation. What? Qin Feng hadn't caught what Zhu Yeqing had said and asked. Nothing, boss. Let's get down to business. I came here mainly to discuss your appointment as Yanjing's chief of police. As soon as Zhu Yeqing finished speaking, Qin Feng's brows furrowed. Bamboo leaf green, didn't I already refuse you last time? Why bring it up again? I knew you wouldn't agree. Zhu Yeqing laughed outright at Qin Feng's response. Glancing around, Zhu Yeqing suggested, let's talk in that car over there. It's not ideal to discuss this here. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and followed Zhu Yeqing to a modified jeep parked by the roadside. The moment he got in, Qin Feng caught sight of three figures seated in the back. Boss. Iron Fist, Snake Sword, Wind Hunter? What brings you three here? Qin Feng looked at the trio, his brow furrowing slightly. Boss, aren't you happy to see us? Iron Fist was overjoyed to see Qin Feng, leaning his head forward to look at him. Of course I'm happy to see you all. But are the three of you here to join Bamboo Leaf Green in making me this so-called Yanjing security officer? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow as he questioned Iron Fist and the others. Iron Fist and the others exchanged glances. Iron Fist then pulled several photographs from his coat pocket. Boss, if we could handle this ourselves, we wouldn't have bothered you. Iron Fist handed the photos to Qin Feng. Qin Feng studied the images as Iron Fist continued, Boss, look at this photo. These are our brothers from the Black Tortoise Hall, they paid with their lives. Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly grave as he studied the images. Boss, this seems to be an evil organization with hidden motives. We can't handle it ourselves, we have no choice but to ask for your help. After Iron Fist finished speaking, the car fell silent, broken only by the soft rustling sound of Chin Fong flipping through the photos. Chin Fong frowned as he examined the photos, his expression growing increasingly grave. This continued until he reached the final photograph. The final photograph contained nothing but a sheet of white paper, upon which was imprinted a strange black pattern. Chin Fong felt a sense of familiarity with the pattern, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After a moment of deep thought, it suddenly clicked. This pattern was identical to the one on the ring Chin Fong had taken from Viper. What is this? Chin Fong picked up the last photo and placed it before the 4 members of Iron Fist. According to intelligence relayed by our fallen brothers inside the Xuanwu Hall, this pattern appears to be their organization's emblem. Their emblem? Hearing Iron Fist's words, Chin Fong fell silent once more. Seeing Chin Fong remain silent, the Iron Fist quartet began to suspect he would never agree to their request. Just as the 4 were about to give up hope, Chin Fong suddenly spoke. Alright then, I agree to your request. What? Boss, are you serious? The 4 members of Bamboo Leaf Green were utterly stunned by Chin Feng's words. Poof. What? Do you want me to take back what I just said? Chin Fong glanced at the stunned quartet and offered a faint smile. No, boss, please don't. Iron Fist spoke, then turned to look at Bamboo Leaf Green. Bamboo Leaf Green, where's the boss's ID? Isn't it with you? Zhu Yecheng snapped out of his daze at the question. Oh, right. I was so excited I almost forgot. Zhu Yecheng said, reaching into the car's storage compartment and pulling out a small box. Here you go, boss. Inside are your credentials and some sheriff's regulations. Alright, I got it. If you hear anything else about that family, make sure to let me know. I won't be handling the investigation myself. Yes, boss. Then we can fight side by side again. Seeing the 4 of them so excited, Chin Fong felt happy too. Returning home with the small box, Chin Fong didn't even glance at it before tucking it away in a drawer. He then retrieved the ring he'd taken from Viper earlier. Strange patterns, strange ring. Never seen anything like it. After examining the ring for a while without finding anything of value, Chin Fong placed both the ring and the small box together, tucking them away at the very back of the drawer. Over the next few days, Chin Feng's life returned to its previous routine. He did laundry, cooked meals, and endured Zhang Yuan's scolding. The only difference was Chen Ying's attitude toward him. Chen Ying no longer objected to sharing a bed with him. Yet Chin Fong remained remarkably well behaved every night, which made Chen Ying wonder if she simply lacked charm. That day, after accompanying Zhang Yuan shopping, Chen Ying returned home to find Chin Fong had already prepared dinner. At the dinner table, Zhang Yuan said to Chen Ying, "Little Ying, the day after tomorrow is your grandfather's 70th birthday. Let's go to your grandfather's house tomorrow." Oh, Grandpa's birthday? Oh dear, I've been so busy these days I completely forgot about it. Chen Ying asked Zhang Yuan, "Mom, did you get a gift for Grandpa?" "I did. Didn't you forget? I bought a string of jade beads today. We'll give those." After saying this, Zhang Yuan's expression took on a hint of resignation. Ah, if only your father were still here. We wouldn't have to settle for such a modest gift. After a moment of disappointment, Zhang Yuan turned her attention to Chin Fong. "And you, useless thing. What else can you do besides laundry and cooking? If you were one of those rich people, we wouldn't have to give such a cheap gift." Seeing Zhang Yuan vent her anger at him again, Chin Fong felt helpless. However, considering this was for Chen Ying's grandfather's birthday celebration, he chose not to argue back. But Chen Ying, sitting nearby, instinctively defended her husband. "Mom, what does this have to do with Chin Fong? Why are you yelling at him? Oomph. If you'd married someone accomplished, would we be giving such a meager gift? If we didn't give anything, your grandfather would be upset. But giving this gift might invite ridicule. Do you think this is easy for me?" With that, Zhang Yuan slammed her chopsticks down and stormed out of the dining room. "Sai, Chin Fong, let's eat. Don't mind my mom. Wait a moment," Chin Fong said, then fetched a fresh set of bowls and chopsticks, serving Zhang Yuan a separate portion of food. "I'll keep these warm in the pot for mom. She can eat them when she gets hungry later tonight." Chen Ying watched Chin Feng's actions, and a smile slipped onto her face without her noticing. Chin Fong did all this solely for Chen Ying. After dinner, Chin Fong and Chen Ying lay side by side on the bed. After this period of time, Chen Ying no longer felt as anxious and uneasy as she had at the beginning. Lying in bed, Chin Fong understood that the gift Zhang Yuan had sent represented not only her but also Chen Ying. He decided to lend Chen Ying a hand. "Honey, what are your father-in-law's usual preferences?" "Huh? Why do you ask? Are you planning to get him a gift too?" "No need, one gift from us is enough." "No, I'm just asking out of curiosity." Chin Fong did indeed want to give his grandfather another gift, but naturally, he wouldn't tell Chen Ying. "Grandpa? When he was young, he loved martial arts and swordplay. Now that he's older, he enjoys collecting antiques and calligraphy." "Oh, I see." After asking the question, Chin Fong began to make plans in his mind. Since the Zhang family didn't live in Yanjing, all three of them got up early the next morning. Zhang Yuan frowned at the neatly dressed Qin Feng and snapped, "What? You useless piece of trash are coming too? Haven't you embarrassed me enough already?" "Oh, Mom, how can you say that? It's such a long drive, you expect me to drive alone? Besides, when you got up in the middle of the night last night and wanted a hot meal, it was Qin Feng who served it to you." Chening, seeing this, quickly spoke up for Qin Feng. Zhang Yuan looked surprised at first, but then thought better of it. She said nothing more, simply turned and walked out the door, getting straight into the car. "Let's go, Qin Feng." Chening turned and flashed Qin Feng a smile before heading out the door to the passenger seat. Qin Feng, still smiling, carried the items they needed to the car. He then started the engine, activated the navigation, and headed toward the Zhang residence. The trio departed at 9 in the morning and didn't arrive at the Zhang residence until 3 in the afternoon. After getting out of the car, the three stretched their weary limbs before walking toward the Zhang residence. Zhang Yuan led the way with Chen Ying, while Qin Feng followed behind them. Taking advantage of a moment when Chen Ying and Zhang Yuan weren't paying attention, Qin Feng pulled out his phone and sent a message before following the two women into the Zhang residence. As soon as they entered the Zhang family compound, an elderly butler approached them. "The second young miss has returned, I presume?" "Uncle Fu, it's me." Zhang Yuan exchanged pleasantries with the old steward before following him into the main hall. The Zhang family owned an estate here, where most of the family resided. Fu Bo, the butler, had worked here for decades. Though merely a servant, Uncle Fu's words carried considerable weight. Upon entering the hall, Qin Feng saw Chen Ying's grandfather seated in the main seat, along with a crowd of relatives whose names he couldn't recall. Chapter 146, The Two Families Face Off. Without lingering, Qin Feng followed Chen Ying and Zhang Yuan to meet Chen Ying's grandfather, Zhang Guoding. After the three inquired about Zhang Guoding's well-being, he turned to Zhang Yuan with curiosity. Yuan, who is this young man? Is he Xiao Ying's boyfriend?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan replied with a hint of resignation, "No, he's Xiao Ying's husband." Truthfully, Zhang Yuan wanted to say Qin Feng had nothing to do with her, but she dared not lie to her father. "Oh? Married? Did you have a wedding? Why didn't you invite me? Could it be you think I'm too old?" Upon learning Qin Feng and Chen Ying were married, Zhang Guoding's tone carried a hint of reproach as he spoke to Zhang Yuan. "No, father. They just registered their marriage. They haven't had a wedding ceremony yet." "Oh, I see." Zhang Guoding nodded, then added, "When you do have the wedding, don't forget to invite this old man." "Of course, father." After speaking with Zhang Guoding, Zhang Yuan took advantage of new arrivals paying their respects to quickly lead Chen Ying and Qin Feng away from him. What Qin Feng and the others didn't notice was that Zhang Guoding stared at Qin Feng's retreating figure for a few extra seconds. After Zhang Yuan led Qin Feng and Chen Ying away from Zhang Guoding, she claimed to feel unwell and left the hall immediately, leaving only Chen Ying and Qin Feng behind. After Zhang Yuan departed, members of the Zhang family who were of the same generation as Chen Ying approached to greet her and Qin Feng. But their greetings were far from friendly. "Oh? Isn't this my second aunt's daughter? Haven't seen her in years, look how grown up she is now. Yeah, she's so pretty. Wonder which entertainment venue she works at. I'll have to pay a visit sometime." The chatter grew louder, causing Chen Ying's face to flush red and pale in turn. Everyone present knew that Chen Ying and her mother had fallen out of favor with the Chen family, so no one hesitated to take a jab. Moreover, no one had heard news of Chen Ying's marriage, so they automatically ignored Qin Feng's presence. But seeing Chen Ying being bullied, Qin Feng couldn't just sit there. "Hey, are you done farting? If you are, get the hell out of here. You've already stunk up my wife." "What? Where did you crawl out from? How dare you accuse us of farting?" One of the Zhang men who had just humiliated Chen Ying stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Feng and glaring at him furiously. "I'm Chen Ying's husband, Qin Feng. And who the hell are you?" Qin Feng stepped forward as he spoke, gently shielding Chen Ying behind him. "I'm Zhang Qinzi, the direct descendant of the Zhang family." "I don't know which family you're from, Qin Feng, but how dare you act so arrogantly?" Zhang Qinzi had never heard of any prominent Luo family, but out of caution, he still inquired about Qin Feng's background. "I'm just a nobody, a son-in-law who married into the Chen family. I live off my wife's money." Qin Feng stared at Zhang Qinzi, his face unflushed and his heart unmoved as he pulled the wool over his eyes. "Ha! A son-in-law, and you dare speak so arrogantly? Do you know? I don't even hold the entire Chen family in contempt, let alone a lowly son-in-law like you." With that, Zhang Qinzi signaled the Zhang household guards to approach. "This fellow just insulted me. Get him out of here and give him a thorough beating. Remember, no fuss after all, my grandfather's birthday is tomorrow." "Yes, young master." At Zhang Qinzi's command, several guards moved to seize Qin Feng. "You dare! He came with me. If you touch him, you'll have to touch me first." Seeing the guards about to attack Qin Feng, Chen Ying quickly shielded him behind her. Watching Chen Ying's back, Qin Feng's heart was filled with deep emotion. The guards exchanged glances. They didn't recognize Qin Feng, but they knew Chen Ying. Though she bore the Zhang surname, half her bloodline flowed with the Zhang family's scholarly heritage.
Damn it! Get out of my way, all of you! If you don't dare touch him, then I will! Zhang Qinzi declared, reaching out to grab Chen Ying.
But halfway through the motion, his hand was seized by Qin Feng.
You dare touch my wife?
Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as he stared coldly at Zhang Qinzi, his grip tightening steadily.
Ah! Let go of me! You're going to break my arm!
Zhang Qinzi's wrist was gripped so tightly by Qin Feng that he nearly fainted from the pain.
Qin Feng, it's my grandfather's birthday celebration. Don't make a scene.
Hearing Chen Ying speak up, Qin Feng finally released his grip.
Get out of my way, all of you! Stop blocking my view!
Zhang Qinzi glared furiously at his wrist, which was swelling rapidly.
Bastard! Someone get me a stick and beat this arrogant fool out of here.
As Qin Feng saw a group of guards closing in on him, he prepared to strike back. Just then, a hoarse, aged voice cut through the tension, halting the guards' advance.
Heh, you young folks sure have energy. Come here, all of you.
The voice belonged to Zhang Guoding. Though he spoke with a smile, the unquestionable authority in his tone left no room for defiance except, of course, for Qin Feng.
If Qin Feng unleashed his full aura, Zhang Guoding's presence would pale in comparison. You young people. Have you no manners? Arguing like this in front of so many people? Grandfather, please hear me out.
Zhang Qinzi's words were cut short before he could finish.
Shut up. I saw everything that happened.
This is your fault. Apologize to Xiaoying and her husband. Under Zhang Guoding's stern glare, Zhang Qinzi finally apologized to Qin Feng and Chen Ying. After apologizing, Zhang Qinzi felt too ashamed to stay in the hall any longer and slunk away. Seeing Zhang Qinzi apologize, Qin Feng chose not to press the matter further out of respect for Zhang Guoding. After Zhang Qinzi left, Zhang Guoding turned to Chen Ying and said, Xiaoying, your cousin has been spoiled rotten by your uncle. He has a sharp tongue, don't take it to heart.
No, Grandpa. We're all family. My cousin was just joking around. Hearing Chen Ying's words, Zhang Guoding felt deeply gratified. Ha, that's wonderful. You're such a sensible girl, Xiaoying. If only your other cousins could be as thoughtful as you. You flatter me, Grandpa. My cousins are all wonderful too.
Though Chen Ying felt deeply touched by Zhang Guoding's words, she remained modest in her response. Zhang Guoding smiled at Chen Ying before shifting his gaze to Qin Feng.
Young man, what was your name again? Qin Feng.
Qin Feng replied calmly, meeting Zhang Guoding's gaze.
You'd better treat Xiaoying well. Our Xiaoying has always been obedient since childhood.
If you dare mistreat her, I'll risk my own life to make you pay the price. Zhang Guoding fixed a stern gaze on Qin Feng.
Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll treat Xiaoying well.
Qin Feng spoke, then turned to look at Chen Ying with a gentle expression. Listening to the conversation between the old man and the young man, Chen Ying felt a wave of emotion wash over her.
Don't worry, Grandpa. Qin Feng wouldn't dare mistreat me.
As Chen Ying finished speaking, Qin Feng, Zhang Guoding, and Chen Ying all broke into smiles. Soon, the relatives who had traveled from afar to visit Zhang Guoding began to depart one by one. Zhang Guoding, having barely managed to endure the visits, finally dragged his weary body off to rest. Watching Zhang Guoding's retreating figure, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly.
Qin Feng, what are you looking at? Chen Ying noticed Qin Feng seemed lost in thought and interrupted him. Oh, nothing. I was just looking at Grandpa. Does he seem unwell? Qin Feng withdrew his gaze upon hearing Chen Ying's question and asked her in return.
Chen Ying's beautiful eyes widened with disbelief.
Wow, Qin Feng, you know medicine? How did you know Grandpa isn't feeling well? Ha? Well, Grandpa doesn't exactly look the healthiest.
Qin Feng neither confirmed nor denied his medical knowledge, simply brushing off the question.
Chen Ying's mind was preoccupied with Zhang Guoding's affairs.
Hearing Qin Feng's response, she didn't dwell on it. She simply accepted that he didn't know medicine as the answer.
Sigh, I don't know what exactly Grandpa's illness is. Ever since I can remember, his health has always been poor. It seems like there's something wrong with his body, but no one in the family ever talks about it. Hearing this, Qin Feng refrained from asking further questions. Following the Zhang family's arrangements, Qin Feng and Chen Ying were placed in the same room Chen Ying had stayed in when she visited the Zhang residence. The room hadn't changed much, except the small bed had been replaced with a large one. Seeing the large bed in the room, Chen Ying flushed again. Even though she and Qin Feng shared a bed, they had never crossed that final boundary. Even now, in this situation, Chen Ying still blushed. Qin Feng noticed her unease, but found it rather amusing and said nothing more. After dinner, Zhang Yuan sat with Chen Ying and some of the Zhang family women, comparing their lives. On the men's side, Qin Feng didn't recognize anyone, so he didn't join the conversation. Bored, Qin Feng thought of Zhang Guoding. He scanned the room but saw no sign of him. He surmised Zhang Guoding must have grown weary again. Believing Zhang Guoding to be a reasonable man, Qin Feng resolved to check on him. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng approached Chen Ying. Honey, you stay here and chat with Mom and everyone. I'm going for a walk. Chen Ying heard Qin Feng's words, glanced at him, then looked over at the men shrouded in smoke. She understood he was bored. All right, go ahead.
I'll call you later. After informing Chen Ying, Xin Feng departed. Arriving outside the Zhang family villa, Xin Feng found Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu. Hello. You must be the second young lady's son-in-law. Uncle Fu, no need for formalities. Just call me Qin Feng. Very well, Mr. Qin Feng. What brings you to this old man? Chapter 147, why not take a look? Fu Bo was quite pleased with Qin Feng's attitude. While the younger generation of the Zhang family paid him lip service, they secretly looked down on him. Seeing Qin Feng's sincere demeanor, Fu Bo felt quite flattered. Seeing this, Qin Feng spoke directly, Uncle Fu, the thing is, I wish to see my grandfather. I hope you could take me to him. Well. Fu Bo's expression turned troubled upon hearing Qin Feng's request. Yet, recalling Qin Feng's earlier demeanor, he replied, I'll inform him of your wish. Whether he grants the meeting or not is ultimately up to our clan chief. Alright, thank you, Uncle Fu. With that, Uncle Fu turned and left. Qin Feng waited where he stood for a moment. Soon, Fu Bo returned. Only, Uncle Fu's expression was somewhat peculiar. Let's go, Mr. Qin Feng. Our clan chief wishes to see you. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Soon, Fu Bo led Qin Feng to Zhang Guoding's room. Upon entering the room, Zhang Guoding dismissed Fu Bo. Once the room was left with only Zhang Guoding and Qin Feng, Zhang Guoding smiled and said to Qin Feng, what brings you here? Seeing Zhang Guoding smile, Qin Feng addressed him directly, well, this afternoon I noticed my grandfather seemed to be having some issues. Since I had some free time, I thought I'd come take a look. Oh? I've always been in perfect health. I'm not sure what you mean by something wrong, not. Zhang Guoding sat in his armchair, looking at Qin Feng with some surprise. Hearing Zhang Guoding's words, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Grandfather, I have great confidence in my medical skills. If you insist there's nothing wrong with your health, would you dare let me test it? Zhang Guoding was deeply shocked by Qin Feng's words. Although he sensed Qin Feng's extraordinary talent, he never imagined the young man would be so confident claiming he could detect health issues merely by glancing at him. Originally, Zhang Guoding had no intention of letting Qin Feng examine him. Yet, seeing such unwavering confidence, he decided to let the young man prove himself. Since you're so confident, come forward and give it a try. At Zhang Guoding's invitation, Qin Feng smiled as he approached, pulled over a chair, sat down, and began taking Zhang Guoding's pulse. As Qin Feng continued taking his pulse, his brow gradually furrowed deeply. Noticing Qin Feng's furrowed brow, Zhang Guoding joked, Qin Feng, what's wrong? Why the frown? Qin Feng released his grip upon hearing Zhang Guoding's words, then looked at him with seriousness. Grandfather, this illness of yours must have been present for many years, right? Zhang Guoding's expression froze upon hearing Qin Feng's words. It has indeed been many years, but how did you know? Seeing Zhang Guoding's astonished look, Qin Feng replied with satisfaction, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Through certain methods, I can naturally discern what ailment you suffer from, grandfather. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Guoding quickly interjected, Qin Feng, are you saying this because you've already diagnosed what illness I have? Hearing Zhang Guoding's words, Qin Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. Seriously, Grandpa? You've had this condition for at least 30 years, and you've never known what it was? Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Zhang Guoding sighed deeply. Ah, Qin Feng, you don't understand. Though the Zhang family is wealthy and powerful, there are many who covet us. If word got out that I was ill, trouble could come to the Zhang family. But surely that doesn't mean you couldn't figure out what was wrong with yourself? Alas, they truly couldn't diagnose it. Western doctors say my body shows no abnormalities, while traditional Chinese medicine practitioners offer all sorts of conflicting theories. I don't know whom to believe anymore. Zhang Guoding shook his head helplessly as he spoke. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Guoding's gaunt frame and said helplessly, Grandfather, what you have isn't a disease. It's caused by a type of blood parasite called a bloodworm. Bloodworms? Parasites? Zhang Guoding had never heard such terms before, and his heart sank with worry. Seeing his reaction, Qin Feng asked, Grandpa, over all these years, have you ever suddenly felt like your body was dehydrated? Zhang Guoding pondered Qin Feng's words carefully before replying, indeed. When I was 40 and first fell ill, I felt utterly drained as if every drop of moisture in my body had evaporated. Oh? How did you manage to endure it afterward? Though Qin Feng now understood the cause of Zhang Guoding's illness, he wasn't certain what medications Zhang had taken during that period. Oh, I didn't take any medicine. I just drank large amounts of water every day and had a bottle of saline solution hooked up before going to sleep at night. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded reassuringly. Seeing Qin Feng's nod, Zhang Guoding quickly asked, Qin Feng, is there still a cure for my illness? Absolutely. Qin Feng nodded at Zhang Guoding with a smile. Since I know about this parasite, I'm certain I can treat it. This type of parasite lives in the blood vessels. Regular tests can't detect it. I only came across it by chance, but what? Zhang Guoding's heart, which had just settled, began to race again upon hearing Qin Feng's hesitation. But this parasite isn't native to our land. It was cultivated by the cherry blossom country using Miao tribal insect control techniques. I wonder why such a parasite appeared in your body, grandfather? Zhang Guoding sighed at Qin Feng's words. I don't know either. I made too many enemies in my youth. Perhaps someone is seeking revenge. Qin Feng nodded calmly upon hearing this. Then, grandfather, I'll treat your illness right away. Now. Zhang Guoding looked utterly surprised. Aren't you supposed to prescribe medicine or perform surgery or something? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Guoding's question. Of course not. With that, Qin Feng reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a packet of silver needles. Acupuncture? Zhang Guoding exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the needles. Qin Feng smiled and said, grandfather, lie down on the bed. You might cough up some blood soon, so be prepared. Zhang Guoding listened to Qin Feng's words with a mix of belief and doubt, but he still did as Qin Feng instructed. Truthfully, Zhang Guoding had recently sensed something amiss with his body. He feared that without effective treatment soon, he might suffer a sudden relapse. Qin Feng instructed Zhang Guoding to remove his upper garment and proceeded to perform acupuncture. With lightning speed, Qin Feng precisely inserted silver needles into several acupoints on Zhang Guoding's back. Then, using his internal energy, he caused the needles to vibrate slightly. As the needles vibrated, Zhang Guoding felt a sensation in his chest, as if a lump of blood had formed there. At that moment, Qin Feng urgently reminded Zhang Guoding, grandfather, if you feel like vomiting, don't hold it back. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Guoding no longer held back and immediately coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Seeing the blood expelled, Qin Feng swiftly withdrew the needles. Zhang Guoding stared at the dark blood he had expelled and instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qin Feng put away the silver needles and said to Zhang Guoding, there, grandfather. I believe you should be fine now. Zhang Guoding rose to his feet, dressed himself, and then looked at the pool of black blood. He could vaguely see slender, worm-like creatures wriggling within it. Qin Feng, why do these worms seem to still be alive? Hearing Zhang Guoding's concern, Qin Feng smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, grandfather. These worms won't survive long outside the body. They'll be dead within 5 minutes. Zhang Guoding relaxed upon hearing Qin Feng's words. With his mind at ease, Zhang Guoding looked at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng, I've heard them say you're a freeloading son-in-law in the Chen family, but I know you're no ordinary man. Grandfather, regardless of whether I'm extraordinary or not, I'm the one who genuinely cares for Shaoing. Qin Feng understood Zhang Guoding was about to bring up his background, so he quickly changed the subject. Very well. Since you put it that way, your grandfather believes you. Just as Zhang Guoding was about to say more, Qin Feng's phone rang. Seeing it was from Chuning, Qin Feng said to Zhang Guoding, alright, grandpa, I should be going. Shaoing called she must be waiting impatiently. Alright, go ahead then. Hearing this, Zhang Guoding let Qin Feng leave. Oh, and grandpa, I hope you'll keep today's conversation confidential. As Qin Feng reached the doorway, he turned back once more, hoping Zhang Guoding would keep his secret. Don't worry, I will. Zhang Guoding smiled as he saw Qin Feng off, then called Uncle Fu inside to help tidy up the room. This Qin Feng is no ordinary man. Little Ling is truly fortunate. Qin Feng, already gone, had no idea what Zhang Guoding was saying. Right now, he just wanted to hurry back to Chening before she grew suspicious. Honey, did you two finish talking so quickly? Qin Feng approached Chening and said with a smile. Fast? It felt like an eternity to me. Chening shot Qin Feng a disapproving look before walking off shoulder to shoulder with him. The next day, Zhang Guoding's birthday banquet commenced in the morning, with guests arriving at the Zhang residence in a steady stream to offer their congratulations. Of course, most of those who arrived in the morning had business with the Zhang family. After offering their congratulations, they departed immediately. Chapter 148, Ancient Sword. Those arriving in the afternoon were the ones qualified to enter when the banquet commenced. Naturally, this merely granted entry the truly influential figures would make their appearance in the evening. The younger generation of the Zhang family were all there to greet guests, and Chening and Qin Feng were no exception. Standing beside Qin Feng, Chening complained, ugh, this is exhausting. It's even more tiring than my day job. Qin Feng smiled gently at her. Come on, honey, hang in there. I think most of the guests have arrived by now. We certainly don't need to greet those heavyweight figures ourselves. Chening nodded unconsciously at his words. Soon, things unfolded exactly as Qin Feng had predicted. Chen Ying's uncles stepped out to greet the distinguished guests, dismissing the younger generation to return home. Once most of the guests had arrived, at Zhang Guoding's signal, Uncle Fu began announcing the gift-giving list. The gifts from the smaller companies or families at the beginning were worth only tens of thousands of yuan. As the companies and families grew larger, the gifts became increasingly expensive. They routinely reached millions or tens of millions. The most extravagant were Chen Ying's uncles, each presenting gifts worth over 10 million yuan. Her aunts also offered gifts in the tens of millions. But when it came to Zhang Yuan, the gifts suddenly became a string of jade beads worth just over 10,000 yuan. This instantly caused an uproar among the attendees. Good heavens! What's going on? This is what they give their own daughter? I heard the second daughter of the Zhang family hasn't been treated well at all in the Chun household. She's always been looked down upon there. That's just too pitiful. Didn't her daughter get married? Could she have ended up with some deadbeat? Married to a freeloader? That's worse than a penniless man. Hearing the whispers from the audience, both Zhang Yuan and Chen Ning felt utterly humiliated. Zhang Yuan handled it slightly better after all these years. She developed a thicker skin. But even her thick skin couldn't withstand such mockery, let alone Chen Ying's. Chen Ning's eyes welled up with tears as the mockery washed over her. At that moment, Qin Feng gently took Chen Ying's hand and said, "Honey, it's okay." As Qin Feng's words faded, a loud voice echoed outside the Zhang family gates. Second Miss Zhang, presenting a sword from the spring and autumn period to Clan Chief Zhang. A sturdy figure strode through the Zhang family gates, holding a sword in each hand. Qin Feng smiled upon seeing the visitor, none other than Xiaoda. It was Qin Feng who had sent the text message that day upon arriving at the Zhang residence, instructing Xiaoda to bring his treasured ancient sword to celebrate Zhang Guoding's birthday. Where is the second young miss of the Zhang family? Xiaoda didn't recognize Zhang Yuan, so he held the sword, momentarily unsure to whom it belonged. Seeing this, Qin Feng stepped forward, "Give it to me." With that, Qin Feng took the ancient sword from Xiaoda's hands. Then, under Qin Feng's subtle nod, Xiaoda offered his congratulations to Zhang Guoding before departing the Zhang residence. Qin Feng, sword in hand, approached Zhang Yuan. "Mother, is this the congratulatory gift you arranged?" "Ah, yes. I had someone arrange it for me." Zhang Yuan's reaction was lightning fast, a testament to her thick skin. "I was worried this sword wouldn't arrive in time, so I hurriedly prepared a string of jade beads instead." Actually, that jade bead was just the ornament hanging from the sword. Zhang Yuan found a way to save face and continued, "Father, you love antiques, don't you? Take a look at this sword. What do you think?" With that, Zhang Yuan motioned for Qin Feng to present the sword to Zhang Guoding. Zhang Guoding took the sword, gave Qin Feng a meaningful look, and knew immediately that this matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. Qin Feng smiled at Zhang Guoding before returning to Chen Ying's side. Chen Ying was now filled with curiosity. "Mom? What about this sword?" "Shoo. We'll talk about it at home." Zhang Yuan made a shushing gesture to Chen Ying before falling silent. Qin Feng gently squeezed Chen Ying's hand, giving her a reassuring look. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoding, seated in the master bathroom, rose to his feet holding the sword. Clang! With the sound of a sword being drawn, a cold, gleaming blade appeared before everyone's eyes. Gazing at the icy blade, Zhang Guoding's heart swelled with joy. He plucked a strand of hair from his own head and blew it toward the sword's edge. The strand snapped cleanly the moment it touched the blade. "Ha! What a splendid sword! Yuan, you've truly outdone yourself." Zhang Guoding gripped the sword and praised Zhang Yuan. "Father flatters me. Seeing you happy makes me, your daughter, happy too." At that moment, Zhang Yuan's older sister, Zhang Mei, watched her sister's smug expression and felt annoyed. "Oomph. A sword this sharp can't possibly be an antique. Probably had it forged somewhere. Sharp it may be, but it's worth next to nothing. You." Zhang Yuan was furious upon hearing Zhang Mei's words, but since she herself didn't know the sword's origins, she dared not jump to conclusions. Just then, an elderly man stepped forward and said, "This is easily settled. Whether it's an ancient artifact or not, just let this old man examine it, and we'll know for sure." "Excellent. Since Master Su is here, let us place the jade bead and the sword together for him to examine thoroughly." At Zhang Guoding's instruction, the Zhang family members delivered the sword and jade bead into Master Su's hands. Master Su examined the ancient sword and jade bead, promptly pulling out his magnifying glass and other instruments to begin his observation. Qin Feng, observing the earnest expression on Master Su's face, couldn't help but ask Chen Ning, "Honey, what's the deal with this Master Su? He seems pretty impressive." Chen Ning smiled as she explained to Qin Feng, "Master Su was a renowned appraiser in the Zhang family. If he says this is an antique, then it is an antique." Qin Feng nodded, his expression calm. But Zhang Yuan, standing nearby, was panicking inside. She knew nothing of the sword's origins or authenticity. If it were genuine, all would be well. But if it were fake, she feared she'd never be able to show her face in the Zhang household again. After examining it for a moment, Master Su couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent! An excellent sword! I can confidently say this sword dates back to the spring and autumn period." He paused, then glanced at the string of jade beads. "As for these beads, however, I needn't examine them. I can confidently say they are not ancient artifacts. They are likely merely modern decorations intended for the scabbard." With that, Master Su returned the ancient sword to Zhang Guoding. "Chief Zhang, though these jade beads are exquisite ornaments, I advise against using them to decorate this sword. Doing so would disrupt its overall aesthetic harmony." Zhang Guoding nodded thoughtfully upon hearing Master Su's words and expressed his gratitude. "Well then, Yuan, this sword must have cost you a pretty penny, right?" Zhang Guoding said, turning to look at Zhang Yuan. Hearing that the sword was genuine, a weight lifted from Zhang Yuan's heart. "It's fine, Dad. As long as you like it, the cost doesn't matter." Hearing her daughter's words, Zhang Guoding couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng was also smiling warmly at Zhang Guoding. Seeing this, Zhang Guoding realized the sword's origin must be connected to Qin Feng. He knew Zhang Yuan couldn't have obtained such a sword on her own. However, seeing how low-key Qin Feng was being, Zhang Guoding decided not to say anything more. Alright, I now declare the banquet officially open. With Zhang Guoding's words, the banquet celebrating his 70th birthday truly commenced. Seated at the same table as Zhang Guoding were his two sons, who were accompanying guests, along with several local dignitaries. Qin Feng and Chen Ning were seated separately from Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan sat with her sisters-in-law, and younger relatives at one table, while Chen Ning and Qin Feng joined a table with some of the younger generation. Coincidentally, Zhang Qinzi also found himself seated at the same table as Qin Feng and Chen Ning. Zhang Qinzi watched Qin Feng, who was silently eating with his head down, and felt a surge of irritation.
Did you know? That person sitting next to grandfather?
He was invited by my father. Rumor has it he's from a family in the Yangtze River Delta's Magic City, someone with immense connections. Upon hearing Zhang Qinzi's words, everyone began boasting about who their families had invited and how formidable their backgrounds were. Chen Ning and Qin Feng, however, remained quietly seated, saying nothing. When Zhang Qinzi saw everyone had finished boasting, he turned to Chen Ning and Qin Feng.
Hey, cousin, brother-in-law, who did your family invite?
Chen Ning paused in her movements upon hearing Zhang Qinzi's question.
We didn't invite anyone. After all, we're from out of town. We don't know anyone locally.
Chen Ning replied indifferently before falling silent.
What awaited Chen Ning was an endless barrage of mockery. What's wrong with being from out of town? Does that mean you have no reason to invite distinguished guests?
Zhang Qinzi's words struck a chord with everyone present. They were all peers of Qin Feng and Chen Ning. The girls envied Chen Ying's beauty, while the men resented Qin Feng. Thus, the crowd joined in mocking both Qin Feng and Chen Ning. Hearing the crowd's words, Qin Feng's brows furrowed slightly.
What's wrong with all of you? Can't you keep your mouths shut even when eating? Who's like you, only thinking about eating? Are you a glutton? Zhang Qinzi fired back at Qin Feng's taunt without hesitation. You think those people you invited are so great?
Qin Feng raised an eyebrow at the confident Zhang Qinzi.
Oh? Are they not impressive? Then why don't you bring in an even more formidable team? All you do is boast with your mouth. Looks like my sister married you just because of that big mouth of yours. Chapter 149, sober yet?
Zhang Qinzi finished speaking and burst into laughter. Chen Ning, however, stood with her head bowed, her face ashen, saying nothing. Seeing Zhang Qinzi upset Chen Ning, Qin Feng rose without a word and delivered a sharp slap to the still laughing Zhang Qinzi. Smack! The resounding crack echoed throughout the banquet hall, instantly silencing the previously boisterous gathering. You bastard! You worthless son-in-law, how dare you hit me? Zhang Qinzi shouted, preparing to retaliate. But Qin Feng didn't give Zhang Qinzi a chance. He swung his hand back and slapped Zhang Qinzi across the other cheek. Still want to fight back? Qin Feng's blow was so powerful it sent Zhang Qinzi crashing to the floor. At that moment, a shrill female scream pierced the air. Ah! You little bastard! How dare you hit my son? As the words fell, a woman roughly the same age as Zhang Yuan charged from her table toward Qin Feng's. At this point, Zhang Guoding, seated at the head of the table, could no longer stand by. Enough! Stop it all! After speaking, Zhang Guoding turned to his second son. Second son, take your wife and that good-for-nothing son of yours outside. Stop causing trouble here. Yes. Zhang Guoding's second son, upon hearing his father's words, immediately rose to restrain Zhang Qinzi's mother, who was flailing wildly, then led Zhang Qinzi out of the hall. Seeing Zhang Guoding deal with Zhang Qinzi and his mother, everyone waited for him to address Qin Feng. To everyone's astonishment, however, Zhang Guoding made no comment on Qin Feng's actions, as if tacitly condoning the assault. Just as astonishment rippled through the crowd, voices echoed from outside the Zhang family banquet hall. Chief Zhang is celebrating his 70th birthday, how come he didn't tell us folks? As the voices approached, several figures gradually came into view. Good heavens! Isn't that our number 1 leader and number 2 leader? Yeah, and officials from other departments too. Why did they all suddenly show up? Zhang Guoding was utterly stunned by the sudden appearance of these high-ranking officials. The sudden arrival of such distinguished leaders at my humble Zhang residence truly graces our family with honor. Zhang Guoding proved himself a seasoned veteran, having weathered many storms. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. Someone, quickly! Show the officials to their seats. Hearing Zhang Guoding's words, the officials hastily waved their hands. Chief Zhang, there's no need. We officials are as poor as church mice, we have no proper gifts to offer you. The senior official finished speaking and waved to the secretary behind him. The secretary promptly handed the silk banner he was holding to Zhang Guoding. Zhang Guoding accepted the banner with both hands, looking at the first leader with surprise. Leader, what is this? Ha, Chief Zhang, you truly have a memory like a goldfish. This banner was specially made overnight to express our gratitude for your generous donation to the disaster area. We wanted to present it to you today. Hearing this, Zhang Guoding promptly expressed his gratitude before exchanging polite pleasantries with the other leaders. After finishing their pleasantries with Zhang Guoding, the officials proceeded directly to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, why didn't you let us know you were coming? We could have sent someone to pick you up. Qin Feng replied with curiosity, officials, I came only to celebrate my grandfather's birthday. It wouldn't be appropriate to discuss such matters. Understood. In that case, Mr. Qin, we'll take our leave now. Next time you visit Jianghuai City, please do give us advance notice. Of course. Qin Feng smiled as he saw the officials off, then returned to his seat. Zhang Guoding observed Qin Feng's composed demeanor and, recalling the earlier events, concluded that Qin Feng must have significant connections. Those involved are often blind outsiders see clearly. After this minor incident, the banquet resumed. Yet now, everyone was curious about Qin Feng's identity. Shening watched Qin Feng take his seat and whispered to him, Qin Feng, what was that all about just now? Why did those commanders seem so respectful toward you? At that moment, the others at the table also fell silent, waiting for Qin Feng to speak. Qin Feng, noticing the expressions around the table, gave a faint smile. Honey, let's talk about it when we get back. Oh, okay. Shening understood this must be one of Qin Feng's secrets and refrained from pressing further. The others at the table, hearing Qin Feng's words, were deeply disappointed. As time passed, the banquet came to an end. Zhang Guoding had intended to speak with Qin Feng, but remembering that Qin Feng seemed reluctant to reveal his identity, he abandoned the idea. Once most of the guests had dispersed, Zhang Yuan hurried over to Qin Feng. Little Qin, who were all those high-ranking officials just now? Why were they so polite to you? Hearing Zhang Yuan call Qin Feng Little Qin, both Chuning and Qin Feng's mouths twitched involuntarily. Mom? Please just call me Qin Feng. Calling me Little Qin makes me uncomfortable. Alright, shout Qin. Now tell us, what exactly happened? Qin Feng glanced at Chuning, who also wore a look of curiosity. He couldn't help but shake his head. Actually, those commanders are all my father's disciples. Your father? Zhang Yuan repeated the name curiously upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Yes, my father taught them back in the day. But he passed away many years ago. When they see me, it's just a symbolic gesture of courtesy. Qin Feng didn't want to reveal his true identity. Besides, even if he claimed to be the Yanjing security chief whose jurisdiction extended not just to Yanjing City but the entire Yanjing region, he doubted the mother and daughter would believe him anyway. By saying this, Qin Feng avoided the risk of being exposed. After all, he was an orphan. Even he didn't know who his parents were, and seeking verification from those officials was utterly impossible. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Ah, I thought you had some hidden identity that Xiaoying and I didn't know about. So it's all because of your father. She shook her head. But then again, they are related to you, right? Would it be so hard to leverage that connection to start a big company? You have no ambition whatsoever. Ha? Qin Feng was momentarily stunned by Zhang Yuan's abrupt shift in attitude. What ah? You're hopeless. Zhang Yuan dropped that line and walked away. Seeing Zhang Yuan gone, Chening turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you mentioned your father earlier. I've never heard you talk about your parents before. Qin Feng paused slightly at her words. My parents? Yeah, I haven't heard you mention them at all. Considering we've been married for so long now, shouldn't you tell me about your family members? Hearing this, Qin Feng realized Chen Ying's feelings toward him had taken another step forward. But when it came to talking about his parents, Qin Feng genuinely didn't know where to begin. My parents passed away many years ago. They died when I was very young. Now, back in my hometown, there's only my master, the one who raised me from childhood. Hearing this, Chuning reached out and took his hand. I'm sorry. I know they're gone. I shouldn't have brought it up. Chening spoke to Qin Feng, her words tinged with a hint of guilt. It's okay. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Qin Feng responded with a gentle smile. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan took Qin Feng and Chening to bid farewell to Zhang Guoding before setting off on their journey back to Yanjing City. Zhang Guoding secretly urged Zhang Yuan to treat Qin Feng kindly, but though she agreed outwardly, she didn't take it seriously. Zhang Yuan believed Qin Feng to be unambitious, so her attitude toward him grew even colder than before. You useless piece of trash. Can't you drive properly? Seeing you just pisses me off. You don't even know how to leverage such a great connection. Zhang Yuan nagged at Qin Feng incessantly throughout the journey, but he endured it all to keep Chening in good spirits. But listening to Zhang Yuan's constant nagging, Chening finally couldn't hold back. Mom, could you please cut it out? Do you really think connections within the system are that easy to leverage? Chening, what's gotten into you? Why are you always defending this good for nothing lately? Zhang Yuan's face darkened with displeasure at Chen Ying's defense of Qin Feng. Though she acknowledged the truth in her mother's words, Chuning stubbornly retorted, I'm just sticking with my colleagues over family. After speaking, she stole a glance at Qin Feng, who was driving ahead. Ripples stirred in her heart. Even she didn't know when her attitude toward Chen Feng had shifted so dramatically. Chen Feng listened to Chen Ying's words without comment, but felt a warm glow inside. Back home, both Chen Ying and Zhang Yuan were exhausted from the past few days and retired early. Chen Ying looked at Chen Feng, who still seemed quite energetic, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Chen Feng, aren't you tired? You've been driving for so long. I told you I'd take over, but you wouldn't switch. Hearing this, Chen Feng quickly replied, hee, honey, how could I let you tire yourself out? I was just waiting for you to freshen up. Once you're done, I'll take care of myself and rest. Chen Ying smiled at him. All right then. Wait a little longer. The night passed without incident. The next morning during breakfast, Chen Ying received a call from Chen Group. Oh, so I still can't go to work? Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Chen Ying looked a bit downcast. Zhang Yuan noticed her mood and asked, Xiaoying, what's going on? Chapter 150, Siding with Family? Siding with Reason? Oh, Mom, it's about that suspension I got last time. The group still won't let me return to work. I'm so worried. Chen Ying said, her delicate brows furrowing. Upon hearing Chen Ying's words, Zhang Yuan vented her anger on Chen Feng once more. Oomph. It's all because of you, you useless piece of trash. If it weren't for you, would Xiaoying have been suspended? You're such a good-for-nothing. If Xiaoying can't get her job back, you'd better get ready to beg on the streets. Zhang Yuan stormed off after unleashing her fury on Chen Feng. Chen Feng ignored Zhang Yuan's fury and turned his gaze toward Chen Ying. Well, let's hope so. After speaking, Chen Ying lowered her head to eat her porridge, sinking into silence. Seeing her dejected expression, Chen Feng felt a pang of heartache. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Honey, I just remembered that Hotel Chen Dawei promised to transfer to you. Has the paperwork been finalized yet? Chen Ying pursed her lips and nodded in response to Chen Feng's question. After finishing her meal, Chen Ying received a call from the law firm. It was again regarding the hotel transfer, asking her to come in. While on the phone, she brought in a package that had just been delivered to the door. Before she could even glance at the package, she pulled Chen Feng out the door and headed to the law firm. Chen Feng dropped Chen Ying off at the office and waited for her in the car. After confirming Chen Ying wouldn't be out anytime soon, Chen Feng dialed Tang Yong's number. Hello, Mr. Chen. What can I do for you? Here's the situation, Tang Yong. Regarding the joint project between Tianmu Group and Chen Group has changed their project lead again. Follow up on this and apply some pressure to Chen Group. Understood, Mr. Chen. After giving Tang Yong his instructions, Chen Feng hung up. A short while later, Chen Ying emerged from the law firm, a look of disappointment on her face. Seeing her expression, Chen Feng knew immediately that the hotel contract hadn't been finalized. Let's go, honey. Don't worry. If it's yours, it's yours. Chen Ying nodded softly at his words before getting into the car and driving away. Back home, Chen Ying was in no mood for anything. She didn't even open the package sitting on the coffee table, instead heading straight to her room to lie down. Chen Feng watched her, his heart aching. Seeing her dejected expression, Chen Feng pulled out his phone and sent a text to the Tang family. Tang Yong, ramp up the pressure on Chen Group. Make them replace their leader immediately. Yes, Mr. Chen. After sending the message, Zhang Yuan returned. Seeing Chen Feng alone in the living room, Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, Chen Feng, where's Xiaoying? Xiaoying isn't feeling well. She went back to her room to rest. It's definitely because of you, you useless piece of trash. What good are you anyway? Zhang Yuan spoke indignantly before returning to her room. Chen Feng watched Zhang Yuan's unreasonable behavior and felt deeply frustrated. Even by dinner time, Chen Ying remained deeply dejected. Just as Chen Feng was about to offer comfort, the doorbell suddenly rang. I'll get it. Hearing the knock, Chen Feng set down his chopsticks and bowl to answer the door. Grandma? Chen Dawei? Seeing these two, Chen Feng knew Tang Yong's pressure tactic had worked. Oh, Chen Feng. Is Xiaoying home? The old lady looked at Chen Feng and asked if Chen Ying was home. Oh, she is. Please come in. After saying this, Chen Feng invited the old lady to bring Chen Dawei inside. Chen Dawei kept his head down the entire time, not uttering a single word. Zhang Yuan had been sitting down to eat, but upon seeing the old lady arrive, she quickly stood up to greet her. Grandma, what brings you here so suddenly? Chen Ying, seeing this, also stood up in surprise and greeted the old lady. The old lady smiled and waved her hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for formalities. Little Ying, it's like this. Didn't Dawei's hotel used to be up for transfer to you? I heard that brat kept sabotaging the deal, so I brought him here to apologize to you. The grandmother said, waving at Chen Dawei. Seeing the old lady's gesture, Chen Dawei reluctantly handed over the file folder he was holding. The grandmother took the folder and immediately handed it to Chen Ying. Xiaoying, this is the transfer contract for Dawei Hotel. Take it. Ha? Chen Ying took the file folder in surprise upon hearing the old lady's words. Seeing this, the old lady nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoying, here's what you need to do. Take this contract tomorrow, go accept the hotel first, then hurry over to the group to start work. Ha? Work? Chen still looked bewildered at the old lady's words. Yes, you'll also be responsible for that project you previously worked on with Tianmu Group. After speaking, the old lady turned to look at Chen Dawei. Dawei, you and Xiaoying had a misunderstanding over Wang Nang's matter. But since it all started because of you, you should apologize to Xiaoying. Chen Dawei finally muttered under his breath, Chen, I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan, seeing this, quickly interjected, oh, Dawei, no need for formalities. You don't have to apologize. Xiaoying can't accept this hotel anyway. Chen grew agitated at Zhang Yuan's words. Mom, what are you talking about? This hotel was reclaimed through my hard work, why can't I have it? Xiaoying, this hotel belongs to Dawei. He will be the next head of the Chen family. Don't you understand? Zhang Yuan glared at Chen, hoping she would grasp her well-intentioned advice. Chen felt utterly disappointed upon hearing her mother's words. But Zhang Yuan was still her mother, and under these circumstances, Chen couldn't say much more. Seeing Chen didn't argue back, Zhang Yuan reached out to grab the contract from her hand, intending to return it to Chen Dawei. At that moment, Qin Feng, who had been standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Mom, what are you doing? Since the old lady wants Chen Dawei to give this hotel to Xiaoying, refusing it would be disrespectful to her. Qin Feng spoke, then turned to look at Chen Dawei. Chen Dawei, who had initially felt quite pleased upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, instantly soured at Qin Feng's remark. Qin Feng, you're just a worthless son-in-law. How dare you speak up in a situation like this? Chen Dawei glared at Qin Feng angrily. At that moment, the old lady spoke up. Zhang Yuan, I warned you last time when Qin Feng hit Chen Dawei. I told you to discipline him properly. What, did you just ignore my advice? Seeing the old lady's anger, Zhang Yuan quickly replied, Grandma, please don't worry. I'll deal with him right now. Turning to Qin Feng, she snapped, you good for nothing. Get out of here immediately. This is an internal matter of the Chen family. What business do you have butting in? At least I know my place better than you do. Qin Feng stared back at Zhang Yuan, completely unfazed. You. Zhang Yuan was about to retort, but Chen cut her off. Enough. Are you two ever going to stop? Mom, this doesn't concern you. Go back to your room. What? Xiaoying, are you siding with this good for nothing? Zhang Yuan stared at Chen in utter disbelief. I told you before I stand with reason, not blood ties. Chen glared coldly at Zhang Yuan, showing no sign of backing down. Seeing Chen Ying's resolve, Zhang Yuan didn't want to argue with her in front of the old lady. She took a step back and turned to leave. With Zhang Yuan gone, no one stood in Chen Ying's way of taking over Chen Dawei's hotel. Soon, the old lady and Chen Ying reached an agreement. Chen Ying would go to Chen Dawei's hotel the next morning to complete the takeover, then report to work at Chen Group in the afternoon. Seeing the old lady concede, Chen Ying agreed. Having achieved her purpose at Chen Ying's home, the grandmother departed with Chen Dawei. In the car, Chen Dawei expressed his reluctance to the grandmother. Grandma, the hotel under my name is the most profitable asset I own. I can't accept just handing it over to Chen Ying like this. Hearing his grandson's words, the grandmother could only shake her head helplessly. Sigh, I wonder how that little minx Chen Ying managed to get connected to Tianmu Group. Every time I help you get her position dismissed, Tianmu Group steps in to defend her. Grandma, does that mean we just let this slide? Chen Dawei looked at the old lady with reluctance, hoping she could offer some advice. Seeing Zhang Tian's expression, the old lady smiled and said, Dawei, you needn't worry so much. As long as Chen Ying remains part of the Chen family, the assets under her control won't slip away. Seeing the grandmother's composed and calculating expression, Chen Dawei refrained from asking further questions. Instead, he suppressed his anger and left. In Chen Ying's bedroom, she sat at her desk, studying the contract. Qin Feng brought her a basin of warm water for her feet. Honey, wash your feet. Relax a bit. Okay. Qin Feng set down the basin and began massaging her feet. Honey, I spoke a bit hastily earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Hearing Qin Feng's apologetic tone, Chen Ying paused for a moment before smiling and replying, It's fine, Qin Feng. Actually, I should thank you for speaking up for me earlier. Seeing her smile, Qin Feng knew their relationship had grown closer. The next day, Qin Feng first took Chen Ying to the Zhou's hotel under Chen Dawei's name. The hotel's upper management didn't harbor any resentment toward the change in ownership. In fact, they felt a hint of relief. When Chen Dawei owned the hotel, he had treated the staff terribly. Though dissatisfied, the employees couldn't resist the lure of high salaries. Now that Chen Ying had taken over the hotel, everyone had heard that she was a good boss, so the transition went smoothly. After completing the hotel takeover, Qin Feng drove Chen Ying back to the Chen Group to resume her position. Chapter 151, Off to buy a car. Unexpectedly, their car stalled on the road. Chen Ying looked at the broken-down Volkswagen and sighed helplessly to Qin Feng, if only that Ferrari were still here. Too bad it was company property and got repossessed. With that, she shrugged helplessly. Honey, you like Ferraris? Qin Feng asked curiously upon hearing her words. Yeah, I absolutely love Ferraris. But what good is liking them? I can't afford one. After saying this, Chun-Ing called for a tow truck. While Chen-Ing was on the phone, Jin-Fong also made a call, but instead of a tow truck, he called for a taxi. Come on, honey, get in the car. I'll take you somewhere. Once the taxi arrived, Jin-Fong helped Chen-Ing into the back seat. Hey, Jin-Fong, where are we going? I still need to wait for the tow truck. Though Chun-Ing resisted Jin-Feng's insistence, she couldn't refuse his persistence and got into the car. Assuming Jin-Fong was taking her to the office, Chun-Ing remarked with a hint of reproach, are we heading to the office? I'm the one who needs to be there, yet you're the one rushing me like this? Had ha. Hearing her words, Jin-Fong scratched his head and chuckled, saying nothing more. Seeing Jin-Fong smile, Chun-Ing couldn't help but laugh too. Look at you, acting all silly. Why are you so nervous? It's not like I'm going to scold you. After saying this, Chun-Ing closed her eyes, leaned back in the rear seat, and slowly drifted off to sleep. She hadn't been getting much rest these past few days, and staying up late last night reviewing contracts had left her feeling exceptionally tired now. After falling asleep, her head drifted unconsciously onto Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng, afraid of disturbing her rest, remained perfectly still in the same position. Soon, the taxi arrived at their destination. Only then did Qin Feng gently wake Chen-Ing. Honey, wake up. We're here. Ha? We're at the office already? Chen-Ing rubbed her eyes and opened the door to get out. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly stopped her. Honey, wait a moment. As he spoke, Qin Feng took off his own coat and draped it over Chen-Ing. You just woke up. If you get out wearing my coat, you might catch a cold. Chen-Ing was taken aback by Qin Feng's gesture at first, then broke into a sweet smile. After getting out of the car, Chen-Ing pulled Qin Feng's coat tighter around her shoulders and asked him in surprise, Qin Feng, this doesn't look like the company. Where are we? Qin Feng looked at Chen-Ying's puzzled expression and smiled, pointing to a storefront nearby. Ferrari? Chen-Ing looked curiously at him. Qin Feng, are you bringing me here to buy a car? And a Ferrari, no less? Of course. Qin Feng nodded casually, then took Chen-Ying's hand and walked toward the Ferrari dealership. Chen-Ing quickly protested, come on, Qin Feng, don't joke around with me like this. I don't have that kind of money. With that, she tugged at Qin Feng's arm, trying to pull him away. Qin Feng, however, reached out and grabbed her hand, saying, honey, relax. I have the money. With that, he pulled her hand and marched straight toward the Ferrari dealership. Qin Feng, wait a minute. Where would you get that kind of money? Or do you even know how much a Ferrari costs? Chen-Ing kept nagging Qin Feng on the way about how ridiculously expensive Ferraris were, but he remained unmoved, pulling her along relentlessly. Finally, Chen-Ing was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Only then did Qin Feng reluctantly try to reassure her. Relax, honey. It's just a few million. I can handle it. Qin Feng patted his chest confidently, then pulled Chen-Ing, still reeling from his words, into the Ferrari dealership. The moment Qin Feng stepped inside, a salesperson approached him, inquiring about his desired vehicle. Shops like this, specializing in sports cars, often stock models from other partner manufacturers. Otherwise, with vehicles costing millions, sales would inevitably be pitifully low. Qin Feng didn't waste time on small talk. He cut straight to the chase. What's the most expensive car you have in stock right now? What? The female salesperson was taken aback by Qin Feng's question, responding with disbelief. I said which car is the most expensive in your store. I'm talking about a Ferrari, not a Fiat. Qin Feng specifically instructed the saleswoman that he wanted a Ferrari. Upon hearing his request, the saleswoman promptly led Qin Feng and Chen-Ing to the garage housing the supercars. Sir, madam, this is the most expensive car currently in our showroom, the Ferrari LaFerrari. Would you be interested in seeing it? This LaFerrari was a fiery red beast, its low-slung chassis and imposing front end constantly proclaiming its status as a performance monster. As a devoted Ferrari enthusiast, Chen-Ing knew this LaFerrari was a supercar worth tens of millions. She couldn't help but worry that Qin Feng might be in over his head. Qin Feng, let's not. This car is far too expensive. Besides, I don't even like it. Chen-Ing said, pulling Qin Feng toward the more ordinary Ferrari models on display. Truthfully, Chen-Ing was deeply worried, afraid that neither she nor Qin Feng could afford even those standard Ferrari models. But if Qin Feng was going to gift Chen-Ing a car, it had to be the best. This one it is. How much? Qin Feng asked, turning to the saleswoman. Seeing Qin Feng's generous gesture, the saleswoman felt envious of Chen-Ing while addressing Qin Feng. This car is priced at 35 million. Would you like to arrange financing, sir? I can assist you with the paperwork. Qin Feng smiled faintly and replied, no need. Just charge it to my card. With that, he pulled out a card and handed it to her. After watching the saleswoman leave with the card, Chen-Ing asked curiously, Qin Feng, do you really have that much money in your account? Qin Feng nodded at her with a smile. Under the influence of money, the entire Forest dealership's efficiency soared. Finally, before nightfall, Chen-Ing drove away from the dealership in her newly purchased LaFerrari. As for Qin Feng, he naturally took the passenger seat. Who wouldn't want such a luxury car and a beautiful woman? But since this car was a gift for Chen-Ing, she naturally had to drive it for its maiden voyage. Seeing that it was getting late, Chunning bid farewell to the elderly woman, explaining that her car had broken down and she would have to go to work tomorrow instead. Then she drove home. On the way, Chunning asked Chin Fong curiously, "Chin Fong, where did you get all that money?" "Oh, it's my personal savings, plus some I saved while serving in the military," Chin Fong casually replied. Hearing his words, Chen Ying's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She regretted not following him to check how much was actually in his card when he swiped it earlier. But regret was useless now. Chen Ying could only accept his explanation reluctantly. Still, she resolved silently to keep a closer eye on Qin Feng's movements from now on. Soon, Chen Ying drove home and happened to run into Zhang Yuan as she was leaving. Zhang Yuan watched the Lafleur pull up, her heart filled with envy. TSK, another rich guy showing up. Probably keeping a mistress in our neighborhood. Zhang Yuan sneered at the LaFerrari and turned to leave. But Zhang Yuan hadn't anticipated that the supercar would come to a sudden stop right in front of her. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan frowned, thinking, could it be that even at my age, I could still attract a wealthy man? With that thought, she instinctively smoothed her hair and stood quietly beside the car, waiting for the occupant to speak to her. What she hadn't anticipated was that the driver was her own daughter. "Mom, it's so late. Where are you going?" Chen Ying opened the door and stepped out, looking at Zhang Yuan with curiosity. Realizing it was her daughter, Zhang Yuan felt an overwhelming wave of awkwardness. Once that subsided, curiosity took its place. "Xiaoying, is this sports car provided by the company?" Just as Chen Ying was about to say it was a gift from Qin Feng, he interrupted her. Qin Feng stepped out of the passenger seat, walked over to Chen Ying, squeezed her hand, and shook his head at her. Chen Ying understood his meaning and kept the truth from Zhang Yuan. However, the thought of Zhang Yuan helping outsiders against her last night left a bitter taste in her mouth. So she retorted, "No, I bought it with my hotel bonus." "Hotel dividends?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan instantly felt embarrassed. But Zhang Yuan's thick skin had been well honed. After a brief awkward moment, she recovered. "Xiaoying, so this car is entirely yours?" "Of course it is." Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Chen Ying recalled how Qin Feng had insisted on putting only her name on the contract when they signed it at the dealership. This thought made Chen Ying feel even more touched. Hearing that the car was hers, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. "Xiaoying, I'm heading out soon, can I borrow the car for a spin?" "Well." Hearing Zhang Yuan's request, Chen Ying hesitated, then glanced at Qin Feng. Seeing her hesitation, Qin Feng whispered softly in her ear, "Honey, this car is yours now. You can do whatever you want with it." After speaking, Zhang Yuan began inspecting the car. But when she didn't hear Chen Ying's reply for a long time, she turned to look at her curiously. When Zhang Yuan saw Qin Feng whispering in Chen Ying's ear, she couldn't help but yell at him, "You useless piece of trash. What are you whispering to Xiaoying?" Chapter 152, Check the Records. Fuming, Zhang Yuan stormed over to Qin Feng. "You good for nothing. Are you trying to turn Xiaoying against me and stop me from driving? You never do anything useful, just stir up trouble between us mother and daughter." Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Qin Feng shrugged helplessly and looked at Chen Ying. Chen Ying, unwilling to listen to Zhang Yuan's nonsense, nodded and said, "All right, Mom, stop talking. The keys are still in the car. You can drive it." With that, she ignored Zhang Yuan completely and pulled Qin Feng away. Hearing her daughter's consent, Zhang Yuan eagerly drove off. After returning home, Qin Feng and Chen Ying didn't wait for Zhang Yuan. They ate dinner and went to bed. It wasn't until breakfast the next morning that Chen Ying noticed Zhang Yuan was nowhere to be seen at the table. "What's going on? Did my mom not come home last night?" But when Chen Ying saw the car keys on the coffee table, she knew Zhang Yuan had returned home. She just didn't understand why she hadn't come out for breakfast. Surprised, Chen Ying knocked on Zhang Yuan's bedroom door and called out loudly, "Mom, come out for breakfast. I'm not feeling well. I won't be eating." Zhang Yuan replied through the door. "Huh? Mom, what's wrong? Are you sick?" Chen Ying's voice betrayed her concern at Zhang Yuan's words. "I'm fine. I just stayed up too late last night. You guys go ahead and eat. Don't worry about me. I'm going back to sleep for a bit." "I see. Well then, rest well." After saying that, Chen Ying and Qin Feng ate breakfast together before heading off to work at Chen Group. Since Chen Ying hadn't been to work at Chen Group for quite some time, there was a lot to catch up on. Qin Feng stayed behind at Chen Group to help her out. The two worked tirelessly until evening before finally heading home. As Chen Ying got out of the car, she suddenly noticed a scrape on the right rear side. "Ah! Qin Feng, come quick. Look." Hearing her shriek, Qin Feng hurried over to her side. "Honey, what's wrong?" "Qin Feng, look at this. When did the car get scratched?" Chen Ying pointed to the scratched spot on the car, asking Qin Feng with a puzzled look. Qin Feng frowned upon seeing the damage and said, "Huh? Scratched? But we didn't hit anything, did we?" After hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Ying thought for a moment before slapping her hand down and declaring, "I know. It must have been my mom. I'm going to confront her." With that, Chen Ying turned and headed straight home. Seeing this, Qin Feng hurried after her. Back home, Zhang Yuan was curled up on the sofa watching TV. Spotting Chen Ying and Qin Feng return, she remarked indifferently, "You're back. Qin Feng, hurry up and cook. I'm starving." But instead of Qin Feng's response, Zhang Yuan was met with Chen Ying's accusation. "Mom, I'm asking you, did you take my car out last night and scrape it?" "Huh? What are you talking about, Showing? What's scratched?" Zhang Yuan looked at Chen Ying with genuine curiosity, seemingly unaware of what she was talking about. Chen Ying grabbed Zhang Yuan's hand and led her straight to the garage. "Mom, look at this scratch. Did you do this?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the car body and replied with a hint of guilt, Showing, "Why are you accusing me without any proof?" "Then who else could it be?" Chen Ying raised her delicate eyebrows, staring at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, seeing Chen Ying's expression, sneered contemptuously. "Maybe it was that good-for-nothing Qin Feng who did it. He dropped you off at the company today and hasn't come back all day. Who knows if he took your car out to fool around. Not only are you making excuses, but you're slandering others. Qin Feng spent the entire day at the group helping me. When would he have time to drive off and fool around?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan retorted bluntly, "Well, I wouldn't know. But it certainly wasn't me." With that, Zhang Yuan turned and walked away. Watching Zhang Yuan's departure, Chen Ying seethed with anger, muttering indignantly, "If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" Suddenly, Chen Ying remembered the dashcam and backup camera footage in the car. She hurriedly got into the car and removed the memory card. She played back the footage and confirmed that the car had indeed been scratched last night. And the location of the scrape was right inside her own garage. Seeing this, Chen Ying rushed to check the garage surveillance footage, only to find it had been deleted. Realizing the footage had been erased, Chen Ying was certain Zhang Yuan was behind it. She then took the surveillance footage directly to Zhang Yuan. "Mom, look at this. This is the dashcam footage. See the timestamp? Early this morning, the surveillance footage clearly shakes. Are you still going to deny it?" Zhang Yuan felt a surge of panic as Chen Ying confronted her so aggressively. But when she saw her own figure was nowhere to be seen in the footage, Zhang Yuan sneered coldly. "Oomph. I'm not in the footage at all. How can you say I caused the collision? Look at the timestamp, it was so late. You must have scraped it while driving back." Chen Ying stared at Zhang Yuan, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand why her mother had become this way. Seeing that Chen Ying had no concrete evidence, Zhang Yuan flatly denied having scratched the car. Seeing Zhang Yuan stubbornly refusing to admit fault, Chen Ying was so angry she was on the verge of tears. Just as Chen Ying was about to argue further with Zhang Yuan, Qin Feng's voice called out. "Honey, did you finish talking with Mom? Come out for dinner when you're done." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Ying no longer wished to argue with Zhang Yuan. "Mom, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself." Chen Ying finished speaking, flung her hands in exasperation, then turned and walked away. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chen Ying wasn't going to hold her accountable. After dinner that evening, Chen Ying and Qin Feng lay side by side on the bed. Suddenly, Chen Ying began to cry uncontrollably. Hearing her sobs, Qin Feng quickly asked, "Honey, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?" "Qin Feng, I'm so sorry. The car you just gave me, my mom scratched it." As she spoke, her sobs grew louder. Seeing this, Qin Feng instinctively pulled Chen Ying into his arms and whispered soothingly. "Honey, it's okay. We'll just get it repaired later. There, don't cry anymore." Under Qin Feng's gentle reassurance, Chen Ying gradually stopped crying and fell asleep in his arms. The next morning, Chen Ying woke up to find herself still nestled in Qin Feng's embrace, a complex mix of emotions stirring within her. Gazing at Qin Feng's profile, she closed her eyes once more, nestling closer into his embrace before drifting back to sleep. Feeling the warmth in his arms, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth lifted slightly without him realizing it. But this expression of Qin Feng's went unnoticed by Chen Ying, who remained with her eyes closed. After dawn, Qin Feng escorted Chen Ying back to Chen Group. However, at the entrance of Chen Group, Chen Ying and Qin Feng encountered someone neither of them wished to see, Chen Dawei. Chen Dawei had come to the company intending to complain to the old lady, but unexpectedly, he spotted Chen Ying's LaFerrari right at the group's entrance. Having never seen such a luxury car before, Chen Dawei lingered at the entrance to see whose LaFerrari it was. When Chen Dawei saw Chen Ying and Qin Feng step out of the car, he was taken aback. "Chen Ying? Qin Feng? What? Is there something you need?" Qin Feng looked at Chen Dawei and asked indifferently. "No, nothing." Fearing another scolding from Qin Feng, Chen Dawei quickly shook his head and walked away. Seeing this, Qin Feng and Chen Ying said nothing more. Qin Feng dropped Chen Ying off at the company before heading to get his car repaired. But Qin Feng hadn't anticipated the severe crisis Chen Ying would face alone at the company. After Qin Feng left, Chen Ying went to her office to work alone. Chen Dawei, meanwhile, went straight to the old lady's office. He started by complaining about his troubles, then mentioned that after Chen Ying got her job back, she bought a luxury car. The old lady initially thought nothing of Chen Ying buying a car. But Chen Dawei claimed the car cost tens of millions, suspecting Chen Ying of embezzlement. Upon hearing Chen Dawei's words, the grandmother immediately convened the board members for an emergency board meeting. The core issue at the meeting was whether Chen Ying had embezzled funds. When the grandmother met with Chen Ning, she didn't mince words. Xiaoying, tell me, did you just buy a luxury car? Chen Ning was taken aback by the grandmother's question, but then replied calmly, yes, but I didn't buy it. It was a gift from someone else. Oomph. Who has millions to gift you a car? Chen Dawei sneered dismissively at her words. Seeing Chen Dawei's expression, Chen Ning frowned and said, what's wrong? It was a gift. I don't have that kind of money myself. Then tell me who gifted it to you? Was it that good-for-nothing husband of yours? Chen Dawei sneered with contempt at her words. Hearing Chen Dawei's words, the other directors joined in his laughter. Chen Ning clenched her teeth in fury. It was Qin Feng who gave it to me. So what? What are you all laughing at? The moment Chen Ning finished speaking, the board erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha! That good-for-nothing Qin Feng? He's got enough to buy a car worth tens of millions? Chen Ning, did you hook up with some nouveau riche after visiting the Tan family? Chen Dawei questioned Chen Ning again. At that moment, the old grandmother spoke up. Enough, everyone. Stop arguing. Little Ing, you'd better explain where that car came from. Otherwise, we'll have to suspect you of embezzlement. Hearing her grandmother's words, Chen Ning declared bluntly, believe it or not, this car was a gift from Qin Feng. Chapter 153, A Wake-Up Call. Very well. The old lady responded immediately, very well. The board suspects you of embezzlement and intends to audit your accounts. Do you have any objections? After speaking, the old lady turned her gaze toward Chen Ning. Chen Ning, hearing the old lady's words, immediately grew anxious. Grandma, you don't believe what I'm saying, do you? The old lady remained silent, merely observing Chen Ning with an expression of calm detachment. Realizing the old lady's meaning, Chen Ning declared, fine, I have no objection to an audit. But if you're going to audit, then audit the entire group's accounts. Fine, we'll audit them all together. The grandmother gave the order to her subordinates to begin the audit. The remaining directors, who knew each other's backgrounds well, exchanged nervous glances. Some directors attempted to send their subordinates back to falsify the books, but the old lady intercepted them. No one leaves until the audit is complete. Seeing this, everyone could only wait helplessly for the old lady's subordinates to finish the audit. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who had just returned from getting his car repaired, flew into a rage upon learning the company suspected Chen Ning of embezzlement. Fuming, Qin Feng stormed into the conference room, shoving the door open. Chen Dawei, spotting Qin Feng, immediately remarked, well, isn't this the big shot who just gifted a car worth tens of millions? Hearing this, Qin Feng retorted loudly, you're talking about Xiao Ying's new car, right? That's right, I bought it for her. What's the problem? Ha 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 ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. You're a jobless bum, how could you possibly afford to buy Chen Ning a luxury car worth tens of millions? Chen Dawei stared at Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with scorn. Normally, Chen Dawei would go out of his way to avoid Qin Feng, but with the old lady present, he felt free to mock him without restraint. His words struck a chord with the crowd, who chuckled softly, joining in the mockery of Qin Feng. What? Am I not allowed to inherit something from my parents? Qin Feng frowned as he looked at the laughing crowd. Ha! You? As far as I know, your hometown is in some remote mountainous area, right? Those poor souls there probably won't see that much money in several lifetimes. Chen Dawei finished speaking, laughing unrestrainedly. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward and punched Chen Dawei square in the face, knocking him flat on the ground. You bastard! How dare you hit me here? Chen Dawei clutched his face, staring at Qin Feng in terror. Oomph! It's not the first time. Qin Feng grabbed Chen Dawei by the collar and slammed him face first onto the table. One more word out of your mouth, and I'll knock every tooth out of your mouth. Hearing Qin Feng's threat, Chen Dawei quickly covered his mouth in fear. At that moment, the old lady, finally coming to her senses, rushed over to stop Qin Feng from going any further. Qin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Do you have any respect for your elders? The old lady roared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly released his hand and returned to Chen Ying's side. Oomph! If you're going to act like elders, at least act like proper elders. After saying this, Qin Feng turned to Chen Ying with concern. Honey, are you okay? If anyone else has bullied you, tell me. I'll get revenge for you. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the frost that had covered Chen Ying's face finally melted into a smile. It's fine now. That loudmouth over there has been taught a lesson and won't dare say another word. Seeing Chen Ying was fine, Qin Feng whispered to her, honey, what's going on here? Why is everyone waiting? Is there another meeting? Chen Ying heard Qin Feng's question and whispered back. Poof. They suspect that the car you gave me was bought with embezzled company funds. They want to audit my accounts. To appear fair, they're auditing the entire company. Qin Feng nodded indifferently upon hearing this. At that moment, the auditors sent by the old lady began returning one after another. The grandmother's secretary handed the audit results to her. As she reviewed the audit results, the old lady's face gradually turned ashen. After finishing her review, she slammed the audit report down hard on the conference table. Well, you've all done a splendid job. Ha! You don't know until you look, but when you do, it's a real shocker. The person we were investigating for embezzlement hasn't embezzled a penny, it's actually all of you sitting here. This is truly a bolt from the blue. After speaking, the old lady stood up and surveyed the room. You've all embezzled company funds? What do you take this company for? Your personal feeding trough? What are you, leeches? Furious, the old lady pointed angrily at most of the shareholders present, demanding they repay the embezzled company funds within 3 days or face strict legal consequences. Chen, who hadn't been implicated in the embezzlement, left immediately with Qin Feng. She had no interest in the power struggle that remained. Chen Dawei was naturally found guilty of embezzlement too, but the old lady personally covered the funds he had misappropriated. When the rest of the company learned of the grandmother's blatant favoritism toward Chen Dawei, they were furious but powerless to do anything about it. So they naturally vented their pent-up anger on Chen. In their view, if Chen hadn't insisted on auditing the entire company's accounts, their schemes would never have been exposed. Over the next few days, although the project under Chen Ying's responsibility gradually got back on track, every department in the company refused to cooperate with her. This lack of cooperation severely slowed the progress of the projects under her responsibility. Despite her repeated attempts to communicate with each department, everyone had received orders from their superiors to obstruct her. Ultimately, Chen Ying was dismissed again for delaying the project schedule. Though furious, Chen Ying could do nothing about it, as this was a board decision. Over 80% of the directors had voted to remove her. Left with no choice, Chen Ying called Qin Feng to come pick her up from the company. Upon receiving her call, Qin Feng hurried to Chen Group, where he found Chen Ying waiting at the entrance with a resigned expression. As soon as she saw him, she got into the car. Honey, what happened? Why did you need me to pick you up in broad daylight? Qin Feng asked curiously after she got in. Chen Ying replied with a helpless expression, sigh, don't even ask. I got fired again. What? What happened? Qin Feng was taken aback by her answer. Sigh, remember when the old lady audited the accounts a few days ago? Those shareholders caught embezzling have been targeting me. Today, I got dismissed again for delaying the project schedule. Hearing this, Qin Feng sighed and said indignantly, these people have some twisted logic. They got caught embezzling, what does that have to do with you? Sigh, who can argue with that? Chen Ying sighed again, her mood deeply depressed. Seeing her low spirits, Qin Feng hurried to comfort her. Honey, it's okay. Frankly, given the state of Chen Group right now, maybe it's better you don't go back. Huh? Qin Feng, what do you mean? Chen Ying asked curiously upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Honey, even though you've been dismissed from Chen Group, you still own several hotels. In my opinion, you should leverage those hotels to start your own company. Qin Feng spoke while observing Chen Ying's reaction. Chen Ying didn't disappoint him. The moment he suggested she strike out on her own, the dullness in her eyes instantly gave way to a bright spark. Qin Feng, are you suggesting I start my own business? Chen Ying looked at Qin Feng with curiosity. Seeing this, Qin Feng nodded directly. Yes. Use those hotels as your foundation and run the same kind of business as Chen Group. What? Are you suggesting I become a competitor to the Chen Group? But while that hotel is profitable, it's nowhere near capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Chen Group. Chen Ying couldn't understand why Qin Feng would want her to go up against the Chen Group. Honey, think about it. Given the Chen Group's current situation, do we really need to worry about them? Chen Ying instantly grasped the meaning behind Qin Feng's words. You're right. While Chen Group's current operations aren't massive, they also lack direct competitors in the market. That's precisely why corruption has run so rampant within the group. Chen Ying looked at Qin Feng with sudden clarity, her mood lifting considerably. Qin Feng and Chen Ying returned home together. That evening, while resting, Qin Feng suddenly spotted a delivery package under the coffee table. Recognizing the packaging, Qin Feng immediately realized it contained Lin Yuan's hotel transfer contract. Nevertheless, Qin Feng feigned ignorance as he approached Chen Ying. Honey, look at this package. Why haven't you opened it yet? Qin Feng said, handing the package to Chen Ying. If not for Qin Feng, Chen Ying would likely have forgotten about it entirely. Oh, right. There's another package here. I have no idea where this one came from. Chen Ying said as she took the package from Qin Feng's hand. She casually opened it and exclaimed curiously, huh? What on earth is all this? As she saw the package was filled with contracts, Chen Ying grew increasingly alarmed. Good heavens, Qin Feng, what on earth is this? Chen Ying said, handing the contracts back to Qin Feng. Are these contracts real, or is someone playing a prank? Chapter 154, Merger. Qin Feng knew these contracts were genuine, but he couldn't say so outright. Huh? Lin Yuan's hotel transfer contract? How sudden is this? Right? I also think it sounds like someone's playing a prank. Chen Ying spoke, about to toss the contract into the trash can. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly stopped her. Hey, honey, hold on a second. This might actually be real. We don't have anything planned tomorrow anyway, why not go check it out? Huh? Chen Ying looked at Qin Feng with surprise in her eyes. If it's fake, we'll just treat it as a drive. But if it's real, we'll make a profit. Alright then. Chen found his reasoning sound and agreed to his suggestion. In truth, even Chen herself hadn't noticed how much more weight Qin Feng's words carried in her mind. The next day, Qin Feng accompanied Chen to the Tinglong Hotel, which had once belonged to Lin Yuan but now belonged to Chen. So this dragon ascending hotel was Lin Yuan's. But since Lin Yuan is dead now, who could possibly be the owner? After speaking, Chen and Qin Feng entered the hotel together. Good day, may I ask if you're here for dining or lodging? The front desk staff approached them as soon as they saw Qin Feng and Chen. Qin Feng replied directly, neither. First, call your hotel manager over. I need to discuss something with him. Thinking Qin Feng was here to cause trouble, the front desk attendant hurried off to find the manager. The manager arrived with security personnel. Hello, how may I assist you? Seeing the security guard accompanying the manager, Qin Feng's brow furrowed involuntarily. Are you the general manager of this hotel? No, I'm just the front desk manager. May I ask why you wish to see our general manager, sir? Though the manager's tone was polite, the disdain in his expression was impossible to hide. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't waste words with the manager. I've got no business talking to a lobby manager like you. Go fetch your general manager. Qin Feng waved dismissively at the manager. Seeing Qin Feng refuse to give him face, the manager sneered coldly, humph. You? What kind of authority do you have? You're just here to cause trouble. Come on, get him out of here. With that, the manager signaled the security guards to move. But before the security guards could lay a finger on Qin Feng, Chen swiftly pulled the contract from her bag. Hold your horses. Look at this first. She held the contract up in front of the manager. The manager knew that since Lin Yuan's death, no one had taken over the Dragon Hotel. Currently, the general manager held all the authority. Now, Chen had suddenly appeared at the hotel with the transfer contract for Dragon Soaring Hotel, leaving the manager flustered. My apologies, sir, ma'am. Please follow me this way. The lobby manager's demeanor changed completely the moment he saw Chen pull out the contract. When Lin Yuan was still around, the management at Tinglong Hotel had been arrogant and overbearing. But after Lin Yuan's death, they dared only bully ordinary people. When encountering anyone with even a shred of authority, they tucked their tails between their legs. Upon entering the general manager's office, the general manager shot the lobby manager an impatient look. Tang, what's going on? How dare you just bring people here without permission? I'm the general manager, after all. Do I just meet anyone who shows up? Hearing this, the lobby manager hurried over and explained that Chen and Qin Feng had come with a contract. Hearing this, the general manager immediately stood up from his chair. You too, you actually own this hotel? Qin Feng turned to look at Chen upon hearing the manager's words. Seeing this, Chen didn't beat around the bush. She pulled out the hotel transfer contract directly. After reviewing the contract and confirming its validity, the general manager looked at Qin Feng and Chen with respect. Guided by Qin Feng, Chen effortlessly secured full ownership of the Tinglong Hotel. Qin Feng instructed Chen to integrate the resources of the chain hotel she had acquired from Chen Daowei with those of the Tinglong Hotel. The two hotels merged into one, renamed Maplewood Hotel. Using Fengmu Hotel as its foundation, Chen established the Yumu Group, formally positioning it as a rival to the Chun Group. After completing the company registration, a new challenge arose for Chen: staffing issues. Qin Feng naturally noticed this as well. Seeing Chen Ying's troubled expression, Qin Feng approached her. Honey, what's wrong? Why the long face? Sigh, it's all because of the company. Although it's been established, I'm the only one here right now. Chen looked at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with helplessness. Hey, who says you're all alone? I'm right here with you. Qin Feng smiled as he patted his chest. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, the worry faded from Chen Ying's face, replaced by a smile at his playful gesture. After Chen fell into a deep sleep, Qin Feng finally pulled out his phone and sent a text message to Tang Jia. Qin Feng, Tang family, tomorrow, select a group of management personnel from each department and send them to serve at Yumu Group. Tang Jia, yes, Mr. Luo. The next day, Chen headed to the job fair to recruit talent, and Qin Feng naturally accompanied her to help screen candidates. However, since Yumu Group was newly established and lacked recognition, the applicants were generally mediocre. The candidates Chen favored looked down on Yumu Group, while those interested in Yumu Group failed to meet Chen Ying's standards. Just as Chen was about to give up, the personnel transferred from Shuemu Group finally arrived. These new hires were all former Shuemu Group executives who knew Qin Feng. However, they all understood that Qin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity to Chen at this time, so they pretended not to recognize him. When Qin Feng's team arrived, a smile finally graced Chen Ying's previously troubled, pretty face. She promptly registered them all and announced that further interviews were unnecessary, they could simply report for duty once notified. As time passed, Chen gradually recorded all the new arrivals in the registry. Finally, only one position remained unfilled, the president's assistant. There was no suitable candidate. Sigh, no one applied for the president's assistant position. Looks like I'll have to handle all this messy work myself. Chen sighed softly as she spoke.
Hee hee, honey, how about I be your president's assistant?
You? Chunning glanced at Qin Feng curiously before shaking her head gently.
You're no good for it. Men are just too careless. Hearing this, Qin Feng could only pout helplessly.
Seeing Qin Feng's crestfallen expression, Chunning covered her mouth and giggled. Just then, a voice as clear as a nightingale's song drifted over.
I wonder if you'd accept me as your executive assistant.
Chunning stopped laughing upon hearing this and turned toward the source of the voice.
There, amidst the crowd, stood a striking, sophisticated woman clad in a beige trench coat.
Chunning froze upon seeing her, then beamed with delight.
Cinny? What brings you here?
Chunning rushed straight over and threw her arms around the woman.
Xiaoying, are you happy to see me? Sun Cinny looked at Chunning with a smile. Of course I am, Cinny. But weren't you studying abroad? Why did you suddenly come back? Though surprised, Chunning couldn't hide her joy. Ah, it's a long story. But Xiaoying, are you running your own company now? Sun Cinny glanced around at the recruitment booths of Yumu Group. Ha? Xiaoying? Didn't you have an assistant? After spotting Qin Feng, Sun Cinny turned to look at Chunning with curiosity.
Oh, he's not my assistant.
He's my husband.
After saying this, Chunning introduced Sun Cinny and Qin Feng to each other. Cinny, let me introduce you to my husband, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this is my best friend, Sun Cinny.
Hello, Miss Sunday. After hearing Chen Ying's introduction, Qin Feng nodded politely toward Sun Cinny. Hello?
Sun Cinny shot Qin Feng a startled glance before turning her attention back to Chunning.
Xiaoying, when did you get married? I've only been abroad for 3 years. You didn't even tell me you were getting married. Didn't we agree that when you got married, I'd be your bridesmaid?
Chunning heard Sun Cinny's words and shook her head faintly.
Oh, Cinny, it's not what you think.
This was an arranged marriage. We just went to register the marriage, but we didn't have a wedding ceremony.
Oh? So that's how it is. Sun Cinny nodded in understanding upon hearing Chen Ying's explanation.
Qin Feng, however, sighed with disappointment upon hearing Chen Ying's explanation.
Xiaoying, tell me you just started a company, right? Yes, Cinny. I just started this company. Look, I'm still hiring. After hearing Chen Ying's words, Sun Cinny glanced at Chen Ying's registration form. Ha? Xiaoying, you really only have the president's assistant position left unfilled?
Sun Cinny said, turning to look at Chunning.
Xiaoying, seriously, why don't I come work as your assistant? I just got back to the country and haven't found any suitable jobs yet.
Sun Cinny heard this and quickly agreed.
Great. Cinny, it's wonderful that you can come help me.
Chunning offered the president's assistant position to Sun Cinny and then concluded the hiring process.
Xiaoying, did you start your own company because you're not working at your family's firm anymore? Chapter 155, Visitors. Sigh, yes. The family business is too corrupt. Chen Ying's tone still brimmed with resentment whenever she mentioned the Chen Group.
After hearing Chen Ying's words, Sun Cinny understood that she didn't want to discuss Chen Group, so she said nothing more. Since Sun Cinny had just returned to the country and didn't have suitable accommodation yet, Chen Ying drove her to look for an apartment. Meanwhile, Qin Feng took a taxi alone to the Maplewood Grand Hotel. The Maplewood Hotel complex comprised the Maplewood Grand Hotel and the Maplewood Chain Hotels. At Qin Feng's suggestion, Chen Ying converted the top floor of Maplewood Grand Hotel into the Maplewood Group's office space. Qin Feng went to inspect the renovation progress and estimate when operations could commence. To Qin Feng's surprise, the renovation progressed rapidly and had already entered the final cleaning phase. The space would be ready for official use tomorrow. After inspecting the progress, Qin Feng relayed the update to Chen Ying. Upon learning the office space would be ready tomorrow, Chen Ying felt immense joy. Sensing her joy, Qin Feng ended the call and headed home to cook dinner. By the time Qin Feng had nearly finished cooking, Chen Ying returned home and she had brought Sun Cinny back with her.
Come on in, Cinny.
Chen Ying said, then went to help Sun Cinny carry her suitcase. Seeing this, Qin Feng hurried over to assist, carrying Sun Cinny's suitcase inside.
Honey, what's going on here? Qin Feng asked Chen Ying curiously upon witnessing the scene.
Chen Ying replied directly, well, she didn't have a suitable place to stay, and it's not safe for Cinny to live alone. Let her stay with us, we have an empty bedroom anyway. Qin Feng felt a bit helpless upon hearing Chen Ying's words.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll go prepare a few more dishes. Just give me a moment.
Qin Feng turned to head toward the kitchen. Chen Ying quickly stopped him.
No need, Qin Feng. My mom just called to say she won't be coming home for dinner. You don't have to make anything extra.
After telling Qin Feng this, Chen Ying began talking to herself.
I wonder what's gotten into my mom lately.
She's been acting so mysterious. As she spoke, she gestured for Sun Cinny to sit down and eat.
Sun Cinny, seeing this, didn't hesitate.
After a quick tidy up, she sat down right away.
Wow, it smells amazing. Looks delicious already.
Sun Cinny exclaimed in admiration before adding, Xiaoying, thank you so much.
You're really kind to me. Oh, no need to thank me. We're like family, aren't we?
Chen Ying said with a smile, urging Sun Cinny to eat.
Throughout the meal, Sun Sini kept sharing stories about her experiences abroad.
Chen Ning listened intently with a serious expression. Only Qin Feng felt that Sun Sini kept glancing at him, whether intentionally or not. When Sun Sini crossed her legs under the table, she even bumped against Qin Feng.
But seeing Sun Sini and Chen Ning chatting happily, Qin Feng didn't think much of it.
After dinner, Chen Ning finished washing up and told Qin Feng it was his turn. While Qin Feng was washing up, Sun Sini quietly approached from behind and lightly traced her fingertips along his back.
Miss Sun? What are you doing?
Qin Feng frowned, his words muffled by the toothbrush in his mouth. Seeing this, Sun Sini flashed him a seductive smile. I just came to thank you for making such a delicious dinner for me tonight.
Qin Feng waved his hands hurriedly. Miss Sun, no need to be so formal.
You're Xiao Ying's friend, it's only natural I cook for you both.
Nothing in this world is ever just what you should do. Next time, I'll reward you properly.
Sun Sini said, running her tongue over her lips. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly rinsed his mouth, wiped his face, and fled the scene as if escaping. After watching Qin Feng leave, Sun Sini let out a soft chuckle. She pulled her phone from her pocket, sent a message, and only then began her evening routine. When Qin Feng returned to the bedroom, Chen Ning had just put away her phone.
Finished washing up? Chen Ning asked, feigning ignorance at his return.
Yeah. Then turn off the lights and go to sleep.
With that, Chen Ning lay down.
After turning off the light, Qin Feng also lay down on the bed. Lying in bed, Qin Feng struggled to fall asleep, unsure whether he should tell Chen Ning about what had just happened.
Chen Ning, too, lay with her eyes closed, yet she wasn't asleep.
It seemed as though she was waiting for something. In the end, Qin Feng didn't want to ruin Chen Ying's relationship with Sun Sini, so he didn't say much more to her. After all, Sun Sini had only exchanged a few casual words with him earlier, perhaps it had been a joke. With this thought, Qin Feng slowly drifted off to sleep. When Chen Ning woke up the next morning, her mood was noticeably off. At breakfast, Zhang Yuan also appeared at the table. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes that even thick makeup couldn't conceal, Chen Ning asked curiously, Mom, what have you been up to lately? We hardly ever see you these days.
Nothing much. Just staying out late with friends sometimes. Zhang Yuan gave a casual brush off before quickly changing the subject. Sini, it's been 3 years since you went abroad. Auntie hasn't seen you in all this time, and I've missed you so much.
Yes, Auntie, I miss you too. Sun Sini exchanged polite pleasantries with Zhang Yuan before chatting about family matters. Seeing this, Chen Ning understood that Zhang Yuan didn't want to say much, so she didn't press further. After breakfast, Chen Ning drove Sun Sini to work, while Qin Feng stayed home to do chores. Still feeling sleepy, Zhang Yuan didn't have the energy to scold Qin Feng. Instead, she went back to her bedroom to catch up on sleep. On the way to work with Chen Ning, Sun Sini sat in the passenger seat, her face full of curiosity as she asked Chen Ning.
Hey, Xiaoying, I've been meaning to ask, where did you get that LaFerrari?
It's worth tens of millions. Hearing Sun Sini's question, Chen Ning felt no need to hide anything from her best friend.
Actually, Qin Feng gave me this car. Qin Feng? Your husband? Sun Sini looked utterly astonished. But isn't your husband a stay-at-home dad? Where did he get the money to buy you such an expensive car?
Chen Ning nodded after hearing Sun Sini's question and replied, yeah, I didn't expect him to have that kind of money either. But he said it was his personal savings and some inheritance from his parents.
Sun Sini accepted this explanation, finding it reasonably plausible.
At noon, Qin Feng finished cooking for Zhang Yuan and went to call her out to eat. When Qin Feng woke her up, Zhang Yuan looked utterly annoyed. What's the rush?
Trying to get reincarnated?
Hearing this, Qin Feng scratched his nose and said nothing more. Seeing Qin Feng fall silent, Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, hey, how's Xiaoying been at work lately? Has she gotten her salary or any bonuses? Qin Feng paused at her question before replying, oh, Xiaoying started her own company now. She's no longer with Chen Group, so I wouldn't know about her salary.
What? She's not working at Chen Group anymore? But she just got reinstated. What's going on? Do you know the whole story? Explain it to me.
Zhang Yuan glared at Qin Feng, demanding an explanation. After Qin Feng finished explaining, Zhang Yuan flew into a rage.
That fool with no sense of proportion. How could she just quit Chen Group like that? Even if she was dismissed, couldn't she have gone to beg the old lady? Zhang Yuan was still panting with rage.
Seeing this, Qin Feng feared Zhang Yuan would go find Chen Ning and cause trouble for her. He immediately said, the suggestion for Xiaoying to start her own company was mine.
What?
Zhang Yuan gasped at Qin Feng's words, then seemed to grasp something.
I knew it.
Xiaoying has always been so obedient. She would never just run off and start a company on her own.
It's all because of you, you useless fool. You know nothing, yet you dare to give Xiaoying reckless advice?
Qin Feng, taken aback by Zhang Yuan's outburst, tried to argue his case.
Mom, that's not fair. Think about it, how many times has Xiaoying been dismissed in the past few months? The entire group has been undermining her, and this dismissal was unanimously approved by the board.
So what if she has? Zhang Yuan snorted coldly. Suspending Xiaoying was just to force her to return those hotels to Chen Dawei. Can't you even see that? What? Xin Feng was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's words. Oomph. It's so obvious. As long as Xiaoying returns Chen Dawei's hotels to him, the old lady will naturally reinstate her. Such a simple principle, don't you all understand it? Zhang Yuan looked at Qin Feng as if he were a little kid. This scene left Qin Feng utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined Zhang Yuan could utter such mindless nonsense, let alone mock others like this. Mom, think about it. If Xiaoying gives the hotel back to Chen Dawei and then Chen Group fires her again, she'll be left with absolutely nothing. How could that happen? Doesn't Chen Dawei still owe Xiaoying a favor? Zhang Yuan shook her head dismissively, implying that both Qin Feng and Chen Ing were out of touch. Seeing this, Qin Feng gave up on preaching to the choir and stood up to clear the table. Zhang Yuan watched Qin Feng's movements, opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words before they left her lips. Qin Feng could tell Zhang Yuan seemed to have something on her mind, but since she didn't speak up, he didn't press her. After all, Qin Feng wasn't the type to invite trouble for no reason. Zhang Yuan said nothing more to Qin Feng. Instead, she tidied herself up and left. Chapter 156, The Truth. Bored at home alone, Qin Feng hailed a cab and headed straight to Fengmu Group to check on Chen Ying's work progress. The moment Qin Feng arrived at Fengmu Hotel, the lobby manager hurried over to greet him. Mr. Qin, you're here. Qin Feng glanced at the manager and nodded. Yes, I'm here to check on the progress of the Fengmu Group office space. You don't need to follow me. Yes, sir. Qin Feng dismissed the manager and headed upstairs alone. Truth be told, he found the manager rather irritating, too eager to curry favor. He made his way unimpeded to the top floor, where Sun Sini came into view. Ha? Miss Sun? What are you doing at the front desk? Seeing Sun Sini working at the front desk, Qin Feng asked her with genuine curiosity. Sun Sini heard Qin Feng's words and shook her head helplessly. Ah, don't even ask. Xiao Ying's office isn't finished yet, so even she's working over in the main lobby. After speaking, Sun Sini gently pointed toward Chen Ing. Upon spotting Chen Ing, Qin Feng started to head over to her. Sun Sini quickly stopped him. Hey, wait a moment. I need to ask you something. Oh? What is it, Miss Sun? Qin Feng looked at Sun Sini indifferently, as if he had already forgotten what happened last night. Qin Feng, I want to ask you, is that car Xiaoying is driving now a gift from you? After speaking, Sun Sini stared at Qin Feng with her large, single-lidded eyes. Hearing her question, Qin Feng knew Chen Ing must have told Sun Sini about it. He didn't hide anything. Yes, I did. Upon hearing Qin Feng's answer, Sun Sini pressed further, then may I ask what your parents did for a living? Why did they leave you such a large inheritance? Hearing Sun Sini's words, Qin Feng felt a pang of helplessness. What did Qin Feng's parents do? How could he possibly know? After all, he was an orphan. Back home, all that remained was that eccentric old master and the master's wife, a woman he'd never even met. I'd rather not talk about it. Qin Feng muttered casually before turning directly toward Chen Ing, ending the conversation with Sun Sini. Watching Qin Feng's retreating figure, Sun Sini murmured to herself, someone with such a strong personality, could he really just be a stay-at-home husband? Upon reaching Chen Ing, Qin Feng saw her working diligently and chose not to disturb her. He stood quietly, watching her work. As he watched, something suddenly occurred to him. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the Tang family. Qin Feng, Tang Yong, terminate the partnership between Tianmu Group and Chen Group. Switch to collaborating with Fengmu Group instead. Tang family, yes, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng, additionally, those transferred to work at Fengmu Group should receive a monthly subsidy equivalent to 80% of their original salary at Tianmu Group. Tang Yong, understood, Mr. Qin. After sending the message, Qin Feng noticed Chen Ing had finished her work and yawned. Glancing around the office, Qin Feng noticed everyone else was busy except for Sun Sini, who appeared idle. He couldn't help but curl his lips in disapproval. Seeing that Chen Ing had finished her work, Qin Feng reached out and began massaging her shoulders. Feeling the familiar touch on her shoulders, Chen Ing recognized Qin Feng's technique. Without turning her head, she asked Qin Feng, what brings you here? I had nothing to do at home, so I came to check in. Qin Feng replied with a smile, his hands continuing their work without pause. Honey, how's the work at the company going? Seeing how exhausted Chen Ing looked, Qin Feng wanted to know how far along this new company had progressed. Fengmu Group is now on solid footing, but since our company just launched, we don't have any major projects yet. If we could land a big deal, it would really help build our reputation. After speaking, Chen Ing let out a soft sigh. After the sigh, she regained her composure. It's okay. You eat one bite at a time, and you handle things step by step. I'm not in a rush. We'll take it slow. Under Qin Feng's gentle reassurance, Chen Ing gradually calmed her nerves. That evening, when Qin Feng, Chen Ing, and Sun Sini returned home, they found Zhang Yuan unusually present, having prepared a full table of dishes. Mom? What are you doing? Why did you come home so early and cook a whole table of food? Chen Ing asked in confusion upon seeing Zhang Yuan cooking. Zhang Yuan quickly replied, oh, it's because Sini is back. As her aunt, it's only natural for me to cook a meal for her myself. Thank you, Auntie. Sun Sini smiled as she stepped forward, taking Zhang Yuan's hand affectionately, looking every bit like mother and daughter. Chen Ning exchanged a glance with Qin Feng before joining them for dinner. After dinner, Zhang Yuan said she was tired and retired early. I'm going to wash up and turn in soon. I'm feeling a bit tired today. Chen Ning said, rising to head toward the bathroom on her own. Once Chen Ning left the living room, Sun Sini began to scrutinize Qin Feng unabashedly. Uncomfortable under Sun Sini's gaze, Qin Feng lowered his voice and addressed her. Why are you always staring at me? Hee, if you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you? Sun Sini said, curling up on the sofa and striking a provocative pose. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly said, I'm going to wash up too. With that, he bolted from the sofa as if escaping. Ha? Qin Feng? What are you doing here? Chen Ning, who was removing her makeup, looked up in surprise upon seeing him. Oh, let's go together. I'm a bit tired too and want to sleep soon. Qin Feng didn't actually want to stay with Sun Sini, but he couldn't say so outright, so he had to come up with an excuse. Oh. Chen Ning replied to Qin Feng before making some space for him. Watching Qin Feng leave from the living room, Sun Sini clenched her teeth in frustration. After Qin Feng and Chen Ning finished washing up together, they returned to the bedroom. Lying beside Chen Ning, Qin Feng tossed and turned restlessly, unable to sleep. Sensing something was off, Chen Ning frowned and turned to him. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing her voice, Qin Feng rolled over to face her. Nothing, Ing. I just have something I want to talk to you about. What is it? Just say it. Chen Ning listened intently, her expression serious as she looked at Qin Feng. Seeing Chen Ying's directness, Qin Feng decided to stop holding back. Xiaoying, what's the deal with this best friend of yours? Why doesn't she go back to her own home after returning to China? Ha? You mean Sini? Her family situation is complicated. Her biological mother passed away, and her stepmother treats her badly. Since high school, she's barely gone home at all. Hearing Chen Ying's explanation, Qin Feng hesitated, unsure whether to reveal what Sun Sini had done. Seeing Qin Feng hesitating, Chen Ning asked curiously, Qin Feng, what exactly are you trying to say? Did you get any funny ideas about Sini because she's pretty? Hearing this, Qin Feng realized she had misunderstood him. No, Ing, she's nowhere near as beautiful as you are. Then what do you mean? A faint smile touched Chen Ying's lips when Qin Feng declared her more beautiful than Sun Sini. Seeing this, Qin Feng knew he had to explain. Honey, it's like this. Last night, when I went to wash up, your best friend came over and tried to seduce me. Chen Ning froze upon hearing Qin Feng's words, then burst into laughter. Seeing this, Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. No way, honey, what are you laughing at? Chen Ning stopped laughing upon hearing this and said to Qin Feng, Oh, Qin Feng, actually, yesterday, I asked Sini to seduce you. I just wanted to see if you're faithful to me. Qin Feng nearly exploded with rage upon hearing her explanation, but managed to hold back. Seeing the shock on Qin Feng's face, Chen Ning asked him curiously. Qin Feng, if Sini was testing you yesterday, why didn't you tell me about it? You know, I couldn't sleep a wink last night because you didn't mention it. Qin Feng sighed softly upon hearing this. Ah, I just didn't want to mess with your friendship. Oh? Then why are you telling me about it today? I felt I should tell you, since she is your best friend after all. Qin Feng explained calmly to Chen Ning. With that, he finally understood Sun Sini's actions from yesterday and today. Suddenly, Chen Ning sat up, retrieved her phone, and placed the chat history right before Qin Feng's eyes. This is... Qin Feng stared at the chat history between Chen Ning and Sun Sini, gradually falling silent. Chen Ning, he's gone to wash up. You can head out now. Sun Sini, okay. Sun Sini, your husband passed the test, but he didn't even dare tell me, he just ran off. Chen Ning, okay, thank you, Sini. Sun Sini, should I keep testing him tomorrow? Chen Ning, no need. Go to sleep now. You've worked hard. After reading the chat logs between Chen Ning and Sun Sini, Qin Feng realized Chen Ning had concluded her test on him last night. But why did Sun Sini act that way toward him again today? Qin Feng couldn't figure it out. Seeing Qin Feng deep in thought, Chen Ning spoke up to interrupt him. Hey, Qin Feng, what are you thinking about? Qin Feng snapped out of his thoughts at Chen Ying's voice. Ha? Nothing. I was just thinking, since I passed your test, maybe we could. Chapter 157, Strange. Don't even think about it. You haven't proposed or confessed your feelings, why should I agree to anything? Time to sleep. Chen Ning said with a smile, then put down her phone and lay down to sleep. Seeing Chen Ning close her eyes, Qin Feng closed his own. But while Chen Ning closed her eyes to sleep, Qin Feng closed his eyes to ponder Sun Sini's actions. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Yuan suddenly called out to Chen Ning as she was about to leave for work. Xiaoying, hold off on going to work for a moment. I need to talk to you about something. Chen Ning followed Zhang Yuan into her bedroom. Seeing that only she and Qin Feng remained alone, Sun Sini flashed him a seductive smile. Qin Feng frowned at the sight. Qin Feng, would you mind helping me zip up the back of my dress? Xin Feng shook his head quickly upon hearing Sun Sini's request. No, I need to wash the dishes. My hands are greasy. With that, Xin Feng gathered the dishes and headed to the kitchen. Seeing this, Sun Sini wanted to tease Xin Feng further, but just then, Chen Ning emerged from Zhang Yuan's room. Spotting Chen Ning, Sun Sini reached up and zipped her own dress back up. Let's go, Sini. We're heading to the office. Chen Ning said, taking Sun Sini's hand and glancing toward the kitchen. Xin Feng, we're heading to work now. Okay, be careful. After bidding farewell to Xin Feng, Chen Ning and Sun Sini headed out together. Shortly after Chen Ning left the house, Zhang Yuan emerged from her bedroom looking pleased with herself. Xin Feng found Zhang Yuan's demeanor somewhat peculiar, but he refrained from commenting he had no desire to invite trouble. What surprised Xin Feng, however, was that Zhang Yuan acted as if she hadn't seen him at all, simply grabbing her bag and heading out the door. Though puzzled by Zhang Yuan's behavior, Xin Feng didn't dwell on it. On her way to work, Chen Ning remained in a foul mood. Sun Sini naturally noticed something was off with Chen Ning. Just as Sun Sini was wondering if her secret had been exposed, Chen Ning suddenly spoke up. Sini. Sun Sini jumped at the sudden sound of Chen Ying's voice. Ha? Xiaoying? Did you call me? Chen Ning was deep in thought at that moment and hadn't noticed Sun Sini's unease. Sini, do you think my mom's been behaving lately? Ha? Auntie? Acting weird? Sun Sini finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Ying's words. But Sun Sini had only been staying with Zhang Yuan for 2 days. How could she possibly know if Zhang Yuan had been acting strange lately? Chen Ning seemed to catch on to this too. Before Sun Sini could respond, she shook her head to herself. Ah, I should have asked you after all, you've only been back in the country for 2 days. After saying that, Chen Ning shook her head to herself and continued driving. Sun Sini, having heard Chen Ying's words, didn't ask any further questions. Because just now, when Sun Sini heard Chen Ning call her name, her entire back had been drenched in cold sweat. At home, Xin Feng finished his chores and prepared to head out to Chen Ying's company. But the moment he stepped outside, he spotted a stunning beauty with an impressive figure approaching. This beauty was none other than police officer Su Lingxian. Upon seeing Su Lingxian arrive, Xin Feng smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Hey, isn't this Officer Su? What's up? Here to make another arrest? Su Lingxian heard Xin Feng's words and pursed her lips. Oomph. Do you think I show up just to make arrests? Then what else? Xin Feng shrugged and waved at Su Lingxian. Forget it, I won't banter with you. I've got business to attend to. I'll be off. As Xin Feng turned to leave, Su Lingxian quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Sai, why are you like this? I haven't even finished speaking and you're already leaving? Xin Feng responded indifferently, you catch your people, I handle my business. We don't cross paths. Why shouldn't I leave? Su Lingxian was so furious at his words that she was practically fuming. At that moment, Su Lingxian genuinely wanted to beat Xin Feng senseless. But Su Lingxian had come to see Xin Feng on official business. I'm not here to arrest anyone. I came to see you. Su Lingxian released her grip on Xin Feng after speaking. Find me? Officer Su, you can't just keep harassing someone for no reason. I haven't done anything lately. Hearing Su Lingxian's words, Xin Feng knew trouble was brewing. Seeing Xin Feng's expression, Su Lingxian was at a loss for words. Looking at him, she genuinely wanted to punch him, but she couldn't. Not wanting to waste words, Su Lingxian snapped to attention and saluted him. Reporting for duty, Sheriff. Su Lingxian, member of the Suzhou Hangzhou security squad, reporting for duty. Xin Feng froze upon hearing Su Lingxian's words. He glanced around before lowering his voice to address her. How did you know I'm the sheriff? And what exactly does member mean in your statement? Su Lingxian looked at Xin Feng helplessly. I don't know either. The higher-ups just gave me direct orders to report to you and follow your commands. Just as Xin Feng was puzzled, another vehicle pulled up. 3 men and 1 woman stepped out and strode purposefully toward Xin Feng. Xin Feng observed the new arrivals and asked curiously, Bamboo Leaf Green, Iron Fist, Snake Sword, Wind Hunter? What brings you here? Bamboo Leaf Green didn't answer Xin Feng's question. Instead, he pulled out a photograph and glanced at Su Lingxian. The 4 then saluted Xin Feng in unison. Reporting for duty, Sheriff. Members of the security squad, Bamboo Leaf, Iron Fist, Snake Sword, and Wind Hunter. Upon hearing Bamboo Leaf Green's words, Xin Feng couldn't help but rub his eyes. What's going on here? Never mind. Let's discuss this in the car first. Xin Feng led the 5 men to the vehicle. Once inside, Xin Feng took the passenger seat, Bamboo Leaf Green sat behind the wheel, and the remaining 4 occupied the back seat. The modified SUV Zhu Yeqing drove had a spacious interior, comfortably accommodating 4 passengers in the back without feeling cramped. Zhu Yeqing, spill it. What's really going on here? Xin Feng asked, turning to look at Zhu Yeqing. Upon hearing Xin Feng's question, Zhu Yeqing promptly began explaining. Boss, it's like this. Traces of that evil organization have resurfaced in Yanjing recently. Headquarters ordered us to form a security squad under your command to assist with investigating the evil organization. Qin Feng frowned upon hearing Zhu Yeqing's explanation. Huh? Why wasn't I notified? Well, boss, did you block their contact info? Zhu Yeqing felt a bit embarrassed as he reminded Qin Feng. Qin Feng recalled that when he left the organization, he had blocked all the leadership's contact information. No, I must have been too busy these past few days. Let's not dwell on that. Tell me about the four of you and Officer Su instead. Oh, right. Zhu Yeqing explained to Qin Feng, the higher-ups were worried we weren't familiar with Yanjing, so they selected an exceptionally skilled officer from the local police force to join us. As she spoke, Zhu Yeqing turned to look at Su Lingxian. Though I never imagined it would be a beautiful policewoman. Looks like I won't be lonely anymore. Seeing Zhu Yeqing's expression, Su Lingxian extended her hand. Hello, I'm Su Lingxian. Hello, I'm Zhu Yeqing. From now on, I'll call you Lingxian. Su Lingxian smiled and nodded at Zhu Yeqing's words. At that moment, Iron Fist, Snake Sword, and Hunter Wind also hurriedly introduced themselves. After the introductions, Qin Feng turned to Bamboo Leaf Green and said, Bamboo Leaf Green, you mentioned earlier that you've discovered another trace of that evil organization? Yes, boss. But Lingxian knows more about this matter. It's best if she explains it to you. After speaking, Bamboo Leaf Green turned to look at Su Lingxian. Hearing this, Qin Feng also looked at Su Lingxian with curiosity. Su Lingxian, seeing this, directly pulled several photographs from her upper pocket. As they examined the photographs, Qin Feng and the others furrowed their brows deeply. The photographs depicted a corpse, but the body had lost all moisture, appearing as if dried by the wind, with muscles severely atrophied. The eye sockets were deeply sunken, the eyeballs floating helplessly within their hollows. However, these were men who had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. While the photos were strange, they merely found them peculiar. Where was this body discovered? Qin Feng frowned and asked Su Lingxian after examining the photo. Su Lingxian replied, it was found in the northern suburbs of Yanjing, along with this body. After speaking, Su Lingxian produced several more photographs. This photo also showed a corpse, but this one had been cleaned and sutured by a forensic pathologist. What is this? Qin Feng looked at the photo, puzzled. Su Lingxian then explained to Qin Feng. When this body was found, both legs and arms had been torn off, and the internal organs were scattered all over the ground. My former colleagues couldn't handle the sight of that bloody scene. Hearing Su Lingxian's words, Qin Feng pondered why there were two such bizarre corpses. So you're attributing this bizarre scene to that evil organization? Isn't that a bit hasty? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhu Yeqing shook her head immediately. No, we have evidence to back up our claim that it was the evil organization's doing. After speaking, Zhu Yeqing produced a sealed plastic bag. Inside the bag lay a metal syringe. Etched into its base was an unmistakable emblem belonging to the sinister organization. Qin Feng couldn't help but frown at the sight. Is the crime scene still intact? Qin Feng asked Su Lingxian. Chapter 158, Negotiating Cooperation. It's been cleaned up. Even though it's in the suburbs, there are still quite a few people around. Leaving such a bloody scene there wouldn't be appropriate. Su Lingxian explained to Qin Feng, who silently sighed at the loss. But since it was already done, Qin Feng didn't dwell on it further. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. Since you've all come to Yanjing, do you have other plans? You can't just follow me around forever. Su Lingxian spoke up first upon hearing Qin Feng's words. I'll continue working at the Criminal Investigation Division, providing first-hand intelligence to the Public Security Bureau. Qin Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this, then turned his gaze to Zhu Yeqing and the other three. And what about the four of you? Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, Zhu Yeqing turned to the three burly men seated behind him. Snake Sword and Hunter Wind both turned their gaze toward Iron Fist. Iron Fist, seeing this, could only sigh helplessly. Boss, we were rushed here and didn't get any assignments from headquarters. Do you have any good spots for us? Qin Feng chuckled at Iron Fist's request. Easy fix. Bamboo Leaf, take the wheel. After speaking, Qin Feng entered Tianmu Group into the car's navigation system. Su Lingxian, noticing this, asked curiously, what are we doing at Tianmu Group? Just as she finished speaking, Su Lingxian seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise, could it be? Tianmu Group is yours? Qin Feng smiled and nodded at Su Lingxian's question. Seeing his nod, Su Lingxian was so astonished she couldn't speak. Wow, a police officer is a police officer. That insight is truly impressive. Su Lingxian was so stunned she didn't respond to Qin Feng's playful remark. Upon arriving at Tianmu Group, Qin Feng had Tang Yong arrange an office for the five of them. This office was an independent space, far removed from the main Tianmu Group office area. Wow, boss, you're seriously impressive. This huge company, it's all yours? Iron Fist stared at the luxurious Tianmu Group building, overwhelmed by awe and admiration. Qin Feng gave Iron Fist a light pat on the shoulder. Wipe that drool off your chin. His words drew laughter from the group. After settling Zhu Yeqing and the other four, Qin Feng left them be and headed straight for Tang Yong's office. Tang Yong rose immediately upon seeing Qin Feng enter. Mr. Qin, you're here. Did you see the newly renovated office? Mei Chem, I did. It's quite nice. Xin Feng replied briefly before getting straight to the point. By the way, Tang Yong, how's the task I assigned you coming along? We've already terminated the contract with Chun Group. We're currently considering how to collaborate with Fengmu Group. Tang Yong said to Xin Feng, looking somewhat troubled. Seeing the troubled look on Tang Yong's face, Xin Feng asked with curiosity, Tang Yong, why is collaborating with Fengmu Group so difficult? Tang Yong scratched his head awkwardly at Xin Feng's question. Mr. Qin, our Tianmu Group's projects have grown too large now, tens of millions at a time. I'm afraid Maplewood Group might not be able to handle it. Xin Feng smiled and shook his head at Tang Yong's words. If money can solve it, is it really a problem? Xin Feng waved his hand dismissively at Tang Yong and continued, find a project that will instantly make Maplewood Group famous. Then take the contract to Maplewood Group and have my wife sign it. Yes, Mr. Qin. After saying this, Tang Yong retrieved a contract from the desk. Mr. Qin, this was agreed upon long ago. We always intended to partner with Maplewood Group, but we held back due to concerns about their financial stability. Xin Feng knew Tang Yong was meticulous and thorough in his thinking, so he didn't blame him for anything. By the way, did you terminate the partnership with Chun Group? Xin Feng suddenly asked Tang Yong. Upon hearing Xin Feng's words, Tang Yong quickly nodded. Yes, Mr. Qin. We've terminated the partnership with Chun Group and even secured compensation from them. Moreover, since we took the lead, numerous companies have followed suit and ended their collaborations with Chun Group. Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Let's go. Grab the contract and head to Fengmu Group. Upon hearing Xin Feng's instructions, Tang Yong promptly grabbed the contract and followed Xin Feng toward Maplewood Group. However, Tang Yong rode in a Tianmu Group vehicle to Maplewood Group, while Xin Feng hailed his own taxi. Upon arriving outside the Yumu Grand Hotel, Tang Yong specifically asked the driver to slow down and wait for Xin Feng. Finally, Xin Feng arrived outside Maplewood Group. Seeing Xin Feng arrive, Tang Yong stepped out of the car. Xin Feng naturally spotted Tang Yong, but he pretended not to be acquainted with him. Well, if it isn't Mr. Tang from Tianmu Group. What brings you to Fengmu Group today? Seeing Xin Feng's demeanor, Tang Yong felt like laughing but dared not. So Tang Yong suppressed his amusement and looked at Xin Feng. Oh, it's Mr. Qin. I've come to Maplewood Group these past few days regarding a business partnership I'd like to discuss with the president. Oh, that's wonderful. The president of Fengmu Group is my wife. Let me take you to meet her. With that, Xin Feng led Tang Yong into the Yumu Grand Hotel. The staff at the Yumu Grand Hotel had witnessed the entire scene of Xin Feng and Tang Yong talking at the hotel entrance. Xin Feng led Tang Yong to the Fengmu Group office area, where Sun Sini was still stationed at the front desk. Has Xiao Ying's office been renovated yet? Xin Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw Sun Sini still at the front desk. Sun Sini shook her head. It's finished, but naturally the president deserves a private office. Since the company doesn't have a receptionist, I had to step in. At this point, Sun Sini glanced at Tang Yong standing behind Xin Feng. Noticing Tang Yong's distinguished bearing and the entourage trailing behind him, curiosity piqued her interest. Xin Feng, who is this gentleman behind you? Oh, this is Mr. Tang from Tianmu Group. He's here to discuss business with Xiaoying. You go ahead and get back to work. We'll head in first. With that, Xin Feng led Tang Yong toward Chen Ying's executive office. Chen Ying's office had already been renovated, but she felt the furnishings and furniture were too expensive, so she had them all returned. This delay caused her office to be delayed by one day. Xin Feng arrived at the CEO office door and knocked lightly. Come in. Hearing Chen Ying's crisp voice, Xin Feng opened the door and stepped inside. Spotting Xin Feng, Chen Ying broke into a smile. Xin Feng, you're here. Xin Feng smiled and nodded in response. Yep, I'm here. Guess what I brought you? Huh? What do you mean? Only then did Chen Ying notice that Xin Feng hadn't closed the door after entering. What did you bring? Chen Ying looked at Xin Feng with a smile. Seeing this, Xin Feng turned and called out toward the doorway, come in, Mr. Tang. Tang Yong saw his boss like this and really wanted to laugh, but he dared not. Ahem, you two wait here. With that, Tang Yong walked straight into the room. Once inside, Tang Yong first gave Xin Feng an unassuming nod before turning his attention to Chen Ying. Hello, President Zhang. It's good to see you again. Chen Ying froze upon seeing Tang Yong before quickly rising to her feet. Mr. Tang? Why didn't you let me know you were coming to Fengmu Group? I could have arranged to greet you personally. Tang Yong shook hands with Chen Ying and replied with a smile, not at all. Tianmu Group is here to discuss cooperation. How could we possibly expect President Zhang to personally greet us? Chen Ying and Tang Yong chatted as they walked over to sit on the solid wood bench nearby. Xin Feng, seeing this, began pouring water to make tea. When Tang Yong saw his boss about to pour tea for him, he panicked and immediately reached out to do it himself. Xin Feng, not wanting Chen Ying to notice anything amiss, blocked Tang Yong's outstretched hand. Mr. Tang, no need to rush. The tea will be ready shortly. Oh, Mr. Qin, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can manage it myself. Hey! How could I possibly let Mr. Tang pour his own water? After saying this, Qin Feng poured Tang Yong a cup of tea. This left Tang Yong feeling uneasy, constantly wondering if he had done something wrong today to upset Qin Feng. Qin Feng seemed to notice Tang Yong's unease and gave him a light pat on the shoulder.
Chen, observing their interaction, asked curiously, Mr. Tang, Mr. Qin, do you two know each other? Before Qin Feng could respond, Tang Yong answered, yes, Ms. Zhang. I've had the honor of meeting your husband on several occasions. Oh? So you two came together today? Chen Ying's question revealed her growing curiosity about the relationship between Tang Yong and Qin Feng. Hearing Chen Ying's question, Qin Feng feared Tang Yong might slip up and signaled him to stop talking with a stern look. No, Xiaoying. Mr. Tang and I met downstairs. After saying this, Qin Feng finally turned to look at Tang Yong. Seeing this, Tang Yong immediately explained to Chen Ying. Yes, I had a brief conversation with your husband while heading upstairs. I found his insights about this mall truly unique. If the opportunity arises, I'd be interested in discussing further with Mr. Qin. Though Chen Ying was curious why Tang Yong held such high regard for Qin Feng, the immediate focus wasn't on that, it was on the purpose of Tang Yong's visit to Fengmu Group. Mr. Tang, what brings you to Fengmu Group today? To be honest, I came to Fengmu Group to discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? Chen Ying paused at Tang Yong's words before quickly responding, may I ask what kind of cooperation you have in mind, Mr. Tang? Without hesitation, Tang Yong reached into his briefcase and pulled out a prepared contract. Chapter 159, Trust. As Chen Ying flipped through the contract, her heart sank with each page. After finishing it, she was so stunned she couldn't speak. If Fengmu Group accepted and completed this collaboration, it would generate tens of millions in profits immediately. Moreover, partnering with a major conglomerate like Tianmu Group would rapidly establish Fengmu Group's reputation. Her only concern was the substantial upfront investment required, potentially exceeding 10 million yuan. Unfortunately, Maplewood Group's current accounts didn't hold that kind of capital. This dilemma left Chen Ying torn. She simply couldn't bear to watch such a golden opportunity slip through her fingers. Gritting her teeth, she turned her gaze toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng, catching her gaze, asked curiously, honey, what's up? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Is something bothering you? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Ying felt a pang of guilt. But she didn't elaborate, merely shaking her head softly. Nothing. I just think this contract is excellent. If it's that good, then let's sign it. Qin Feng's mood lifted at her words. Chen Ying gritted her teeth, picked up the pen, and signed the contract. Seeing this, Tang Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief and signed the contract as well. Mr. Zhang, looking forward to a fruitful collaboration. Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Tang. Alright, now that the deal is done, I'll take my leave. Mr. Tang, allow me to see you out. No need. Please stay, both of you. Tang Yong declined Chen Ying and Qin Feng's offer to see him out, instead leaving alone with his men. After Tang Yong departed, Chen Ying seemed to lose all her strength and sank back onto the bench. Qin Feng noticed her state and asked curiously, honey, what's wrong? We just signed a big deal. Why are you sighing? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Ying took his hand and pulled him down to sit beside her. Qin Feng was caught off guard by her sudden gesture. Honey, what's this? Chen Ying and Qin Feng sat facing each other, their expressions solemn. Qin Feng, I need to discuss something with you. Seeing Chen Ying so serious, Qin Feng dropped all joking and replied earnestly, honey, go ahead. As long as it's not about divorcing you, I'll agree to anything. What are you talking about? I would never bring up divorce with you. Chen Ying scolded him playfully upon hearing his words. After speaking, Chen Ying felt her cheeks flush. Seeing her blush, Qin Feng quickly changed the subject to avoid making her uncomfortable. Honey, what is it you need to talk to me about? Chen Ying heard Qin Feng's question, then brushed her hair behind her ear with her hand and said to him, Qin Feng, I want to discuss something with you, selling the car you gave me. Hearing Chen Ying mention buying a car, Qin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Noticing the disappointment in his expression, she quickly added, Qin Feng, don't get the wrong idea. It's just that this new contract requires a significant upfront investment, and the company doesn't have enough funds in the account right now. Qin Feng finally understood why she wanted to sell the car. Qin Feng, I promise you once we have the money, I'll definitely buy this car back. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Honey, since I gave you that car, it's yours to do with as you please. But if it's just for the company's cash flow, there's absolutely no need to buy a car. Qin Feng, do you know? This project requires tens of millions in upfront investment, but our company simply doesn't have that kind of money in the bank. At this point, Chen Ying paused briefly. Qin Feng, I really didn't want to buy the car either, but I hope you understand. Seeing Chen Ying's expression, Qin Feng smiled and said, honey, if it's just a matter of money, you really don't need to worry so much. Because I have it. You have it? Hearing Qin Feng claim he had money, Chen Ying was utterly astonished. Qin Feng, you've already spent tens of millions on buying me a car. Could you possibly have tens of millions more? Seeing her expression, Qin Feng shrugged lightly. Yes, I can. Chen Ying was stunned by Qin Feng's words, but after the shock wore off, deep suspicion took root in her heart. Qin Feng, where did you get all this money?
Did your parents leave it to you? Yes. Qin Feng nodded lightly. Qin Feng, tell me the truth. What exactly do you do? How did you get so much money? Chen Ying was utterly bewildered by Qin Feng's response. The money my parents left me before they passed away, I doubt I'll ever spend it all in my lifetime. After saying this, Qin Feng flashed Chen Ying a smile. Chen Ying looked as if she wanted to ask more, but Qin Feng cut her off. Alright, honey, don't worry about it. If the company ever needs money, just let me know. Chen Ying gave Qin Feng a deep look before nodding faintly. At that moment, Chen Ying could confirm that Qin Feng's background was definitely no ordinary affair. But without any evidence, she couldn't press him further. While Chen Ying and Qin Feng were talking, a figure quietly slipped away from the front of the president's office. After finishing his conversation with Chen Ying and obtaining Fengmu Group's corporate account details, Qin Feng left her office. Without delay, Qin Feng transferred 50 million yuan to Fengmu Group's corporate account. When Chen Ying received the transfer notification, she was stunned beyond words. That evening, back at home, Chen Ying grew distant toward Qin Feng due to his mysterious background, while Sun Sini, on the contrary, was unusually warm. Zhang Yuan also noticed her daughter's unusual behavior, but feeling unable to confront her daughter directly, she chose to say nothing more. As for Sun Sini's warmth, it could only be expressed privately. But Qin Feng wasn't buying it. After a quick wash, he lay down beside Chen Ying on the bed. Qin Feng sensed Chen Ying's unusual mood and sought to break the awkward silence. Honey, are you mad at me? No. Chen Ying's reply was lukewarm. After answering, she immediately rolled over, presenting her back to Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng understood that Chen Ying was curious about his background. After all, the ability to produce tens of millions at a moment's notice couldn't possibly be explained away as simply inheriting wealth from his parents. Seeing her reaction, Qin Feng paused briefly before making a decision. Without another word, Qin Feng sat up and switched on the light. Qin Feng, why did you turn on the light? Chen Ying asked curiously when she saw Qin Feng turn on the light. Qin Feng didn't answer her question. Instead, he stood up and walked over to the table. Sensing his movement, Chen Ying sat up curiously and watched him. He walked over to the desk, pulled open a drawer, and reached inside. Then he pulled out a small box from the drawer. Holding the box, Qin Feng returned to the bedside and handed it to Chen Ying. Chen Ying took the box, examined it closely, then looked at Qin Feng with curiosity. Qin Feng, what's inside this box? Qin Feng smiled at her and replied, Honey, why don't you open it and see for yourself? Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Chen Ying raised an eyebrow and opened the box. Inside, she found an identification card and a medal. Seeing these two items, Chen Ying grew even more puzzled. Qin Feng, what exactly is this? See for yourself. Qin Feng said, then sat back down beside Chen Ying. Chen Ying immediately began examining the two items. Opening the ID, she saw Qin Feng's photo on the front. Below his name were 7 bold characters, Yanjing Public Security Officer of Huaxia. Staring at the ID, Chen Ying's shock lingered long after she looked away. What does this badge mean? Keep looking further. Qin Feng gave Chen Ying a gentle smile before saying nothing more. Chen Ying's heart raced with growing alarm as she studied the document. You're a Major General level commander? Qin Feng nodded non-committally upon hearing this, then replied. Yes, I held the rank of Major General before leaving the military. I could have continued advancing, but due to certain circumstances, I had to depart. What was your role in the military? Curious, Chen Ying asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head with obvious reluctance at her inquiry. Honey, I really can't tell you that. It's classified information. Chen Ying knew that Special Forces operations were classified, so she didn't press further. She simply sighed, your pay must be really high, before lying down. Well, we're risking our lives on the front lines, of course our pay is high. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Chen Ying suddenly felt guilty towards him. After all, this money was earned by risking his life, and she had actually doubted him. With that thought, after Qin Feng turned off the light and climbed into bed, Chen Ying suddenly rolled over and nestled into his embrace. The soft warmth enveloping him sent a wave of desire through Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was about to make a move, Chen Ying's voice suddenly came. Don't move around. Go to sleep. Hearing her words, Qin Feng could only reluctantly halt his movements. The next day, Chen Ying went to work as usual, while Sun Sini said she needed to run some errands and took a day off from work. As for Zhang Yuan, she rushed out without even eating breakfast. While Qin Feng was doing housework alone at home, the doorbell rang. Qin Feng opened the door to find Sun Sini standing there. Miss Sun? Didn't you say you had things to take care of? Why are you back so soon? Qin Feng asked, looking at Sun Sini with surprise. Chapter 160, Investigation. Sun Sini smiled at Qin Feng upon hearing his words. What? Can't I come back after I'm done with my business? With that, Sun Sini walked straight into the house. Seeing this, Qin Feng could only sigh and go inside to continue his chores. Just as Qin Feng was about to mop the floor, Sun Sini appeared in the living room wearing a sheer nightgown. Qin Feng glanced at her before quickly averting his gaze. Miss Sun, I'm still here. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be dressed like that? Sun Sini responded with a seductive smile. It's precisely because you're home that I'm dressed like this. With that, Sun Sini struck an incredibly seductive pose. But Qin Feng completely ignored Sun Sini. He remained utterly oblivious to her seductive advances. Miss Sun, I'm your best friend's husband. Aren't you afraid Xiaoying will be upset by this? Oomph. Sun Sini burst out laughing upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Oomph, Qin Feng, don't think I don't know you and Xiaoying aren't a real couple, are you? What gives you the right to say that? Qin Feng frowned at Sun Sini's words. Heh, Xiaoying told me everything. Besides, you two never had a wedding ceremony. Sun Sini shifted her position as she spoke. But I know you're no ordinary man. Since Xiaoying doesn't cherish you, perhaps I should be the one to show you some affection. After speaking, Sun Sini feigned a fall toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng instantly recognized Sun Sini's intentions and dodged her advance with a swift sidestep. Sun Sini lunged into thin air and collided with the mop. Qin Feng didn't spare her another glance. He grabbed his phone and walked straight out the door. Sun Sini, seeing Qin Feng walk away without a second thought, stomped her foot in anger. After leaving home, Qin Feng decided to have Tang Yong investigate Sun Sini's background. But then he reconsidered Tang Yong might not be as thorough as Chowda when investigating ordinary people. With that thought, Qin Feng hailed a cab and headed straight for Chowda's bar. Chowda was delighted to see Qin Feng arrive. Boss, you're here. I hadn't seen you in so many days, I thought you'd forgotten about me. Hearing Qin Feng's words, he patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. I just gave you 2 days off so you wouldn't complain about having too much work piled on you when things get busy. How could I ever complain about the tasks you assign me, boss? Chowda said, pouring Qin Feng a glass of wine. Qin Feng took the cup and said to Chowda, by the way, Chowda, Bamboo Leaf Green, Iron Fist, Snake Sword, and Wind Hunter, all 4 of them have arrived in Yanjing too. I'll take you to meet them later. Really? They've left the organization too? Chowda looked utterly perplexed upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng didn't elaborate much, merely nodding faintly. He knew that in the days ahead, confronting the evil organization would inevitably require Chowda's resources. After wrapping up this matter, Qin Feng brought up Sun Sini to Chowda. Chowda, look into someone for me. Word is she left the country 3 years ago and just returned recently. Find out her background and report back to me. Qin Feng spoke as he retrieved a photo of Sun Sini from Chun Ying's social media account and showed it to Chowda. After seeing it, Chowda exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Zink Sini? Xin? Do you know her? Boss, you want me to look into her? Chowda looked at Qin Feng with obvious curiosity. Yes, it's her. Why? Did you two know each other before? Seeing Chowda's reaction, Qin Feng knew something was up. Chowda made no attempt to hide anything and addressed Qin Feng directly. Boss, this woman worked at a nightclub in another city 2 years ago. I went there to have fun and had a deep conversation with her. At this point, Chowda recalled the photo Qin Feng had just shown him. Boss, is this woman related to my sister-in-law? Qin Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him at Chowda's question. Yes, she's your sister-in-law's best friend. But it seems your sister-in-law doesn't know much about her. Hearing Qin Feng's response, Chowda wisely kept his mouth shut. Chowda, go investigate this woman thoroughly and report back to me. Yes, boss. After giving Chowda his orders, Qin Feng left the bar. Over the next few days, Qin Feng stayed by Chen Ying's side, denying Sun Sini any opportunity to tempt him. Finally, Qin Feng received news from Chowda. It turned out that Sun Sini hadn't gone abroad at all these past years, but had been living elsewhere. Her recent return to Yanjing was because she had accumulated substantial external debts that needed repayment. Instead of asking Chen Ying for a loan, she had set her sights on Qin Feng. Upon learning this, Qin Feng began contemplating how best to expose Sun Sini's true colors in front of Chen Ying. That evening, Chen Ying brought Sun Sini home from work. As usual, Qin Feng had dinner ready, while Zhang Yuan remained nowhere to be found. Upon returning home, Chen Ying frowned and asked Qin Feng, is my mom not home again? Qin Feng nodded indifferently. Seeing his nod, Chen Ying grew exasperated. Ugh, what's gotten into my mom lately? She's been so secretive. She then turned to Qin Feng, did you know? A few days ago, my mom asked me for 500,000 yuan, saying she wanted to invest in a project. When I asked what it was, she wouldn't tell me. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Investment project? Repeating the words softly under his breath, Qin Feng began to ponder what kind of project Zhang Yuan could possibly be investing in. However, Qin Feng suspected that Zhang Yuan was most likely being scammed. But with Chen Ying present, Qin Feng considered her feelings and refrained from mentioning Zhang Yuan's potential deception, instead offering comfort. Honey, don't worry. Mom's so busy she must have found a great opportunity. Sigh, I hope so. After saying that, Chen Ying went to wash her hands and prepare for dinner. Qin Feng headed to the kitchen, denying Sun Sini the chance to be alone with him. Noticing Qin Feng deliberately avoiding her, Sun Sini's eyes darted around before she went to find Chen Ying. In the bathroom, Sun Sini stood side by side with Chen Ying washing their hands. Sun Sini said to Chening, shouting, your husband is so good to you. Chening felt a warm glow inside at Sun Sini's praise for Chin Feng, but she replied, oh, what good does that do? We're just in an arranged marriage. Sun Sini smiled at her response and teased, then how about you let me have him? Ha? Chening looked at Sun Sini in utter astonishment. Sini, what are you saying? Seeing Chen Ying's expression, Sun Sini immediately burst into laughter. Ha, Ing, I was just teasing you. Look at you acting all reluctant and you even said you two had an arranged marriage. Chen Ying's expression shifted from surprise to confusion upon hearing Sun Sini's words. TSK, so even our little fairy can get caught up in worldly affairs. Sun Sini said, playfully teasing Chen Ying. Ugh, Sini, you're teasing me again. Though Chen Ying and Sun Sini were playfully wrestling now, their inner thoughts couldn't have been more different. Chen Ying was preoccupied with how she should handle her relationship with Chin Feng moving forward. Sun Sini, however, was inwardly resentful that Chen Ying refused to let go of Chin Feng. After dinner, Chen Ying and Chin Feng returned to their room. Lying side by side, both were pondering how to broach the subject with the other. Honey. Chin Feng. Chin Feng and Chen Ying spoke almost simultaneously, each wanting to address the other. Honey, you go first. Chen Ying, hearing Chin Feng's words, didn't beat around the bush. Chin Feng, I want to ask you, how do you view our marriage? Chin Feng hadn't expected Chen Ying to ask this suddenly, but his reaction was swift. After a moment's thought, he opened his mouth to answer her question. Honey, I know you're not satisfied with our marriage, but I'm willing to give everything I have to make up for what I owe you. Chen Ying was deeply moved by Chin Feng's words. No, Chin Feng, you've misunderstood. Actually, I'm quite satisfied. With that, Chen Ying turned her face away, blushing, unable to meet Chin Feng's gaze. Hearing her words, Chin Feng felt immense joy welling up inside him. Seeing her reaction, he suddenly hesitated to bring up Sun Sini, fearing it might ruin the moment. But Chen Ying seemed to recall that Chin Feng had been about to say something. Chin Feng, were you trying to tell me something just now? Hearing her question, Chin Feng pinched the bridge of his nose in hesitation. Yes, I did have something I wanted to tell you. Chen Ying stared at him intently, waiting for him to continue. Originally, Chin Feng had been debating whether to tell Chen Ying about Sun Sini. But given the current situation, he decided to share the news with her. After making up his mind, Chin Feng took out his phone and placed the message Chowda had sent right in front of Chen Ying. Chen Ying frowned as she sat up, her gaze fixed on the information about Sun Sini displayed on the screen. Chin Feng, what is this? Information about your best friend. You investigated her? Seeing Chen Ying seem slightly upset, Chin Feng shook his head. I had no choice. Her behavior was too unusual, and she lied to you. She never went abroad these past 3 years. See for yourself. Chen Ying finally calmed down and began reading Sun Sini's file. After finishing, she was utterly stunned. At first, she doubted the written report, but upon seeing the photographs at the bottom, she realized the information was genuine. But why would Sini do this? If she needed money, she could have asked me. Why didn't she say anything? Chen Ying couldn't fathom the purpose behind Sun Sini's actions. At that moment, Chin Feng sighed. Showing, I think you should find an opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with your best friend. Chapter 161, Taking Her Away. Hearing Chin Feng's words, Chen Ying nodded sadly. Seeing her state, Chin Feng tenderly pulled her into his embrace and offered gentle reassurance. The next day, Chen Ying found an opportunity at the office to be alone with Sun Sini. Without hesitation, Chen Ying cut straight to the point. Sini, Chen Ying said, you've borrowed money from someone outside the company, haven't you? Sun Sini froze at the question before responding, huh? Showing, what are you talking about? Seeing Sun Sini's expression, Chen Ying didn't hesitate. She pulled out the documents Chin Feng had sent her. Faced with the evidence, Sun Sini had no defense. But after the initial shock, only anger remained. Chen Ying, you investigated me? Seeing Sun Sini's sudden change in expression, Chen Ying felt a pang of sadness. She approached Sun Sini with a troubled look. Sini, I had no choice. If you needed money, why didn't you just tell me? Sun Sini turned to face Chen Ying sharply. Chen Ying, don't pretend to be all sweetness and light. I know you've always looked down on me. Sini, how could you say that? When have I ever looked down on you? Seeing this side of Sun Sini, one she'd never encountered before, made Chen Ying feel terribly distressed. Oomph. Do you think I don't know? Someone like you, born with a silver spoon in your mouth, could never understand the struggles of an ordinary person like me. Chen Ying's eyes filled with tears as she shook her head. No, Sini, I've never looked down on you. Forget it. Sun Sini turned away, refusing to look at Chen Ying anymore. Chen Ying didn't want this friendship to end like this, so she tried to talk to Sun Sini again. But at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Chen Ying approached, Sun Sini suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the throat. Caught off guard, Chen Ying was pinned to the ground. Sini, what are you doing? Chen Ying struggled, trying to pry Sun Sini's hands off. But the pampered Chen Ying was no match for Sun Sini's strength. Oof. Once you're dead, your husband and company will be mine. Then, do you think I'll ever worry about money again? Sun Sini's grip tightened suddenly as she spoke. Just as Chen Ning was about to pass out, Xin Feng pushed open the door and entered. He had intended to check if Chen Ning needed any assistance, but the moment he entered, he saw Sun Sini choking Chen Ning with an iron grip. "What are you doing?" Xin Feng shouted, lunging forward to yank Sun Sini off her. "Honey, are you okay?" Xin Feng pushed Sun Sini away and lifted Chen Ning into his arms. Cough cough. "I'm fine." Chen Ning coughed a few times before slowly regaining her strength. Xin Feng stared at the crimson mark on Chen Ying's pale neck, his eyes filled with heartache. As for Sun Sini, upon seeing Xin Feng rescue Chen Ning, she realized her scheme had been exposed and turned to flee. But how could Xin Feng let the person who harmed Chen Ning get away? Without even turning his head, he casually picked up a teacup and flung it forward. The cup struck Sun Sini's calf with a heavy thud. The pain made her collapse to the ground. Xin Feng promptly called the police. Sun Sini was arrested and faced inevitable criminal charges. After the incident with Sun Sini, Chen Ning grew even more dependent on Xin Feng in her daily life. That day, Xin Feng and Chen Ning returned home as usual. The moment they entered the door, they saw Zhang Yuan sitting on the sofa. "Mom? You're home so early today?" Chen Ning was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Yuan. Hearing Chen Ying's voice, Zhang Yuan turned to look at her and immediately began to cry. Seeing this, Chen Ning exclaimed, "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan cried even harder. "Mom, if something's wrong, just tell me slowly. Don't rush." Hearing Chen Ying's comforting words, Zhang Yuan gradually stopped crying. Xiaoying, "I'm so sorry, my dear." "Mom, what happened?" Zhang Yuan finally stopped crying and spoke slowly to Chen Ning. "Xiaoying, the 500,000 yuan you gave me the other day, it's all been swindled away." "What? Scammed?" Chen Ning was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's words, but after the initial shock, she didn't say much more. After all, she had already braced herself for this. "Mom, it's okay. It's just 500,000 yuan. I can earn it back." Chen Ning comforted Zhang Yuan, finally calming her mother's emotions. Once her emotions stabilized, Zhang Yuan turned to Chen Ning and said, "My dear daughter, it's not that your mother went out and made reckless investments. I really did look into it. If we were to repair your car, it would cost millions." "Mom, don't say any more." Chen Ning understood immediately that Zhang Yuan had been trying to earn money for her car repairs, and she forgave her mother. With Chen Ying's reassurance, Zhang Yuan went to bed early. After dinner, Chen Ning intended to discuss Zhang Yuan's situation with Xin Feng. But before she could speak, Xin Feng already knew what she wanted to say. "Xin Feng. Honey, you want to talk about Mom being scammed, right?" "Yes, Xin Feng. How did you know?" Chen Ning felt a surge of happiness knowing Xin Feng had understood her immediately. "Of course I understand what you mean, honey. Don't worry, I'll handle this." With Xin Feng's assurance, Chen Ning went to rest contentedly. Knowing his capabilities, she had no doubt he would follow through. The next day, Xin Feng contacted Su Lingxian directly. Now under Qin Feng's command, Su Lingxian followed Zhu Yeqing and the others in addressing Qin Feng as boss. "Boss Luo, what can I do for you?" Hearing Su Lingxuan's words, Qin Feng felt a touch of exasperation. "Why are you copying them and calling me boss too?" "What? Can I call you boss?" "Of course not." "Then just tell me what's on your mind." Hearing Su Lingxuan's words, Qin Feng dropped the pleasantries and told her about Zhang Yuan being scammed. Though reluctant to have a detective like herself investigate such a minor gang, Su Lingxian complied with Qin Feng's request. Within days, Su Lingxian apprehended the entire fraud ring. Zhang Yuan was summoned to the police station to identify the criminals. As for Chen Ying's Fengmu Group, it gradually grew stronger with the support of Tianmu Group. Meanwhile, the Chun Group, Fengmu Group's competitor, declined day by day, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. After completing the collaborative project with Tianmu Group, Maplewood Group's reputation soared. Initially, many assumed Maplewood Group was a subsidiary of Tianmu Group. However, Tang Yong personally clarified that Tianmu Group and Maplewood Group maintained only a partnership relationship. From that point onward, Maplewood Group's reputation was firmly established. Meanwhile, Maplewood Group's rival, the Chun Group, found itself teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. With no other choice, Chen Group convened a board meeting to discuss the future direction of the company. During the meeting, directors voiced conflicting opinions. Amid the clamor, the elderly matriarch slammed her hand on the table in anger. "Shut up, all of you. If you have something to say, speak one at a time." At her sharp rebuke, everyone obediently fell silent. "What's this? When I didn't let you speak, each of you was so eager to voice your opinions. Now that I'm letting you speak, you can't say anything?" The board members exchanged nervous glances, but not a single one dared to speak up. Finally, someone spoke up, and that someone was, of course, Chen Dawei. Chen Dawei didn't want to see the Chun Group go bankrupt. After all, the Chen Group was destined to pass into his hands someday. If it collapsed now, the impact on him would be devastating. "Grandma, I've looked into it. The president of Fengmu Group is Chen Ning. I think you should go talk to her." The old lady fell deep in thought upon hearing Chen Dawei's words. That evening, after dinner, Chen Ning was curled up on the sofa watching TV while Qin Feng massaged her. As for Zhang Yuan, she had become much quieter since being scammed out of 500,000 yuan last time. After dinner, she retired early to rest. Just as Chuning felt moved by the female lead on TV, the doorbell rang. Chuning glanced at the clock. It's already 9 o'clock. Who could be coming to our house? Xin Feng and Chuning shared the same puzzlement. No idea. I'll go see. Xin Feng said, then went to open the door. Seeing the person outside, Xin Feng exclaimed in surprise, Grandma? What brings you here? The old lady heard Xin Feng's words but didn't look him in the eye. Where's Chuning? I'm here to see her. Hearing the old lady's abrupt tone, Xin Feng said nothing more. He simply stepped aside to let her enter. Remember to close the door behind you. Xin Feng turned away from the doorway, tossing the words over his shoulder. The old woman watched Xin Feng's arrogant demeanor, seething with anger. Yet she couldn't say anything. After all, she needed Chen Ying's help. Suppressing her anger, the old woman approached the sofa where Chen Ying sat. Seeing the old lady approach, Chen Ying quickly turned off the TV and rose from the sofa. Grandma? What brings you here? Humph. Don't you know why I'm here? The old lady retorted in an annoyed tone after hearing Chen Ying's words. With that, she plopped herself down on the sofa. Seeing this, Chen Ying felt a pang of irritation. She thought to herself, I don't even work for the Chen group anymore, and she still has the nerve to come to my house and yell at me. I'm speechless. Chapter 162, Shameless Old Woman. But she didn't dare voice these thoughts aloud. Grandma, please just tell me what's on your mind. If there's anything Xiaoying can do to help, I'll definitely do it. Hearing this, the old lady's expression softened slightly. She sighed and looked at Chuning. Xiaoying, you are still part of the Chen family. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless? Chuning looked utterly perplexed. Grandma, I don't know what I've done to make you so upset. Humph. The old lady gave Chuning a cold snort before continuing her interrogation. What have you done? I ask you, is that Maplewood group yours? Yes, it is. Hearing the old lady's words, Chuning could guess why she had come. Xin Feng, standing nearby, had known the old woman's purpose the moment he saw her. Humph. Since this group is yours, does that mean you're the one opposing the Chen group? The old lady glared coldly at Chuning. Grandma, you can't say that. I never intended to oppose the Chen group. After all, the old lady was Chen Ying's senior, and Chuning felt awkward speaking to her in too forceful a tone. Not opposing them? Then why did all the companies that previously collaborated with the Chen group suddenly terminate their contracts and switch to partnering with your Fingmu group? Well. Humph. Stumped, aren't you? Seeing Chuning at a loss for words, the old lady gave a cold snort. At that moment, Xin Feng, who had been standing by, could no longer bear to listen. Grandma, you can't speak like that. You must understand those companies didn't terminate their partnerships with Chen group because we forced them to. They chose to end their collaborations with Chen group on their own. The old lady sensed there was more to Xin Feng's words than met the eye, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what he meant. What do you mean by that, Xin Feng? I feel like you're not being entirely straightforward. Hearing the old lady's words, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh. What I mean is, Chen group ended up in this predicament entirely because of your own actions. You have no one else to blame. What did you say? The old lady jumped to her feet, glaring at Xin Feng. Chuning rushed forward to steady her grandmother. Grandma, please calm down. After speaking, she turned to Xin Feng and, out of the grandmother's sight, gave him a playful glare. After all, Xin Feng had just stood up for her, which made Chuning feel very pleased. Chuning then gently guided the old lady back to her seat. Grandma, tell me, does Chen group need my help now? Money or partnership? Just say what you need. Hearing Chen Ying's words, the old lady's expression finally softened slightly. It's like this, Xiaoying. Considering you are also part of the Chen family, it's not appropriate for the Chen family to have two separate groups simultaneously. Therefore, after discussing it with the board, we've decided to merge the two groups into one. Merge them into one? Chuning felt a pang of surprise at the grandmother's words. Yes, Xiaoying, you see, with our two groups joining forces, we won't just retain the markets originally belonging to the Chen group, they'll still be ours. In fact, we could even expand into other industries. The old lady explained to Chuning, and her words began to sway her. But then, Xin Feng's dismissive laughter drifted over from beside Chuning. Hearing his laughter, Chuning and the grandmother both turned to look at him. Xin Feng, what are you laughing at? Chuning asked him, her face full of curiosity. Xin Feng merely shook his head indifferently and said, Grandma, is this merger between the two companies really as simple as you make it sound? Then what else could it be? The old lady retorted dismissively, you know nothing about this, so stop butting in. I know nothing? Xin Feng countered with a smile. Humph. You know nothing but how to live off others. Keep your mouth shut. Fengmu Group belongs to Xiaoying, not you. Interrupted by Xin Feng, the old lady retorted with a touch of anger. Xin Feng ignored her taunt and countered, well then, Grandma, why don't you tell us after the two companies merge, which one will take the lead? Well. The old lady was momentarily speechless at Xin Feng's question. Seeing her silence, Xin Feng rephrased his question. Alright, let me rephrase it. After the merger, what would the new company be called? Chen Group or Fengmu Group? Of course it would be called Chen Group. Since they're all part of the Chen family, it shouldn't be named anything else. The old lady answered without hesitation upon hearing Qin Feng's question. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Qin Feng turned to Chening. Honey, what do you think of the old lady's suggestion? Chening frowned, torn about whether to agree to the old lady's request. Seeing her hesitation, Qin Feng tried to persuade her. Honey, since your company's reputation was built under the Fengmu Group name, it wouldn't make sense to keep it as Chen Group after the merger. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chening found his reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the old lady quickly said to Chening, in that case, calling it Fengmu Group is acceptable. Chening was still somewhat surprised by the grandmother's words. She hadn't expected the grandmother to make such a concession. Qin Feng, hearing the grandmother's compromise, nodded and said, alright then. Since we're using the name Maplewood Group, that means after the merger, Xiaoying will be the company's chairman and CEO. Does the grandmother have any objections? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the old lady's brows furrowed deeply. I believe we still need to discuss this. After all, with so many directors at Chen Group, I can't make this decision alone. Seeing the old lady still beating around the bush, Qin Feng pressed further, what's there to discuss? Fengmu Group is wholly owned by Xiaoying. After the merger, she'll only need to allocate a maximum of 10% of the shares to Chen Group's directors. What? 10%? Are you trying to give us peanuts? The old lady flew into a rage at Qin Feng's words. Seeing the old lady's outburst, Qin Feng curled his lip in disdain. Chening, not wanting her grandmother and Chening to argue, quickly interjected, Grandma, then tell us after the merger, how should the company's shares be allocated? Oomph. Of course the Chen family should hold over half. The clan head must have absolute authority. As for Xiaoying, she can keep 10% of the shares and serve as the company president. The old lady spoke as if this were the most natural thing in the world, making Qin Feng laugh. Before Qin Feng could respond, however, Chening couldn't stay silent any longer. Grandma, what are you talking about? Fengmu Group's market value must be worth hundreds of millions, while Chen Group is on the brink of bankruptcy. Isn't this distribution unfair to me? After speaking, Chening turned to the old matriarch, waiting for her response. Qin Feng had expected the old lady to feel remorse upon hearing Chen Ying's words, but to his surprise, she responded with a cold laugh. Xiaoying, your words are misguided. As long as you remain part of the Chen family, your company belongs to the Chen family. Qin Feng and Chening were furious upon hearing the grandmother's words. Chening confronted the old lady directly. Grandma, if you keep talking like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to discuss this merger any further. Chening, are you betraying the Chen family? How can you do this to your late father? Hearing Chening refuse to discuss the merger, the old matriarch shouted at her. When the old lady mentioned her father, Chening no longer held back her anger. Grandma, how dare you bring up my father? If the Chen Group is what it is today, it's because of his immense contributions. Do you think I've been fighting Chen Dawei over the Chen Group just for fun? I refuse to watch my father's life's work destroyed by you people. Chening, have you lost your mind? How dare you yell at me like that? Do you think I won't disown you from the Chen family? Hearing Chen Ying's outburst, the old matriarch grew displeased and immediately threatened her in return. Seeing the old lady so blinded by her own stubbornness, Chening felt no desire to argue further. Forget it. The Chen family? I don't need it anyway. Chening murmured under her breath before turning her gaze toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest. You see Grandma off. Qin Feng nodded gently upon hearing this. When the old lady saw Chening about to leave, she hurriedly stood up, intending to stop her. But the moment she stood up, Qin Feng stepped in front of her and gestured politely. Please, Grandma. With Qin Feng blocking her path, by the time the old lady tried to stop Chening again, Chening had already entered the bedroom. Seeing how things had turned out, the old lady was filled with both anger and resentment. Oomph. You ungrateful offspring who betrayed your family will see you in court. I won't let you off easy. The old lady spat out these words before turning and storming off. Hearing her words, Qin Feng muttered to himself. See you in court? Oomph, what exactly are you going to sue us for? Qin Feng shook his head dismissively before heading back inside to comfort Chening. Chening was furious after the old lady's outburst, so in the days that followed, she intensified her crackdown on the Chen Group. Already teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, the Chen Group swiftly declared insolvency under her relentless pressure. During bankruptcy liquidation, the group's debts proved overwhelming, forcing the bank to auction off its headquarters building. Qin Feng knew many were eyeing the building, so he had Tang Yong warn off those rivals. As a result, Chening easily purchased the Chen Group headquarters. Chapter 163, Still Trying to Cause Trouble? After acquiring the Chen Group building, Chening relocated Fengmu Group headquarters there, officially renaming it Fengmu Group Tower. While Chening and her team were organizing the building's contents, Qin Feng spotted a suspicious figure. From the figure's silhouette, Qin Feng suspected it was Chen Dawei. That guy looks a lot like Chen Dawei. But why is Chen Dawei here? Could he be here to cause trouble? With that thought, Qin Feng quickened his pace and caught up to the suspicious figure. Only then did Qin Feng clearly see the man's face. It was indeed Chen Dawei. Sneaking up to the building's elevator power supply system, Chen Dawei muttered to himself, Chening, you took my Chen group from me. Today, I'll make sure you fall to your death in this elevator. With that, Chen Dawei moved to sabotage the system. Seeing this, Qin Feng lunged forward in a single stride, kicking Chen Dawei hard enough to send him crashing to the ground. Lying on the floor, Chen Dawei's expression shifted from surprise to fury upon seeing Qin Feng. Qin Feng. This is all your fault. I've ended up like this today because of you. Qin Feng watched Chen Dawei's expression without a shred of pity. Chen Dawei had brought this upon himself. He had no one else to blame. Seeing Qin Feng ignore him, Chen Dawei continued cursing at him. Unfazed, Qin Feng stepped forward and kicked Chen Dawei unconscious with a single blow. He then pulled out his phone and dialed Su Lingxuan's number. Hello, boss. What are your orders? Officer Su, come to Yumu Tower. There's a troublemaker here who nearly caused a fatal incident. Take him away and lock him up. Is that so? Hold on, I'll be right there. Upon hearing about such a ruthless individual, Su Lingxian hung up immediately and arrived at Yumu Tower with 2 officers. Qin Feng, meanwhile, was already waiting outside the building, dragging Chen Dawei by one arm. Upon seeing Chen Dawei, Su Lingxian looked surprised and said, Isn't this Chen Dawei? Qin Feng nodded non-committally before replying, That's him. Look into whether he has any financial crimes on his record. Lock him up for a few years to keep him quiet. Yes, sir. Receiving Qin Feng's order, Su Lingxian led Chen Dawei away. Chening witnessed the entire scene of Su Lingxian and Qin Feng meeting. While watching the workers tidy up the office from upstairs, Chening spotted Qin Feng carrying Chen Dawei. But the distance was too great for her to make out what he was holding. So she found a computer and had someone pull up the surveillance footage from the building entrance. But the moment the footage appeared on the screen, Su Lingxian appeared. Seeing how familiar Qin Feng and Su Lingxian seemed, Chening couldn't help but bite her lip. After handing Chen Dawei over to Su Lingxian, Qin Feng went straight upstairs to Chen Ying's office. Chening was slumped over her freshly tidied desk, looking utterly listless. Upon entering and seeing her state, Qin Feng asked curiously, Honey, what's wrong? Hearing Qin Feng's voice, Chening immediately turned her head and shifted her position, lying in the opposite direction. Uncertain of her state, Qin Feng assumed she was exhausted from moving to the new office and stepped forward to offer a massage. The moment Qin Feng's hand touched her shoulder, Chening flicked it away. Don't touch me. Seeing her unusual behavior, Qin Feng grew even more puzzled. Honey, what's wrong? Did I do something to upset you? You know exactly what you did. After speaking, Chening glared at Qin Feng before turning her head away, refusing to look at him. Qin Feng couldn't fathom why Chening was so furious. He thought carefully. When he and Chening first arrived at this building, she had been cheerful and talkative. But after he handed Chen Dawei over to Su Lingxian and returned, Chening had become unhappy. Could it be because I sent Chen Dawei away? The thought suddenly surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. After mulling it over, he concluded it was most likely due to that incident. He pulled up a chair and sat directly across from Chening. Honey, are you upset because I sent Chen Dawei away? What? Chening sat up straight at his words, frowning as she looked at him. Seeing her reaction, Qin Feng continued, Honey, even though Chen Dawei is your cousin, I don't think you've forgotten how he treated you before. Huh? What are you talking about? What about Chen Dawei? Chening frowned as she asked. Seeing Chen Ying's expression, Qin Feng was a bit taken aback. Honey, weren't you upset because I had Chen Dawei arrested? Chening shook her head gently at his words. Then why exactly are you upset? Qin Feng looked at Chening, firing off the final question from a straight eye. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Chening nodded and said, Alright then, I'll let you see for yourself. With that, she pulled up the surveillance footage and placed it before Qin Feng. The screen only showed the upper bodies of Qin Feng and Su Lingxian. Watching himself smiling and chatting with Su Lingxian on the screen, Qin Feng instantly understood Chening was jealous. However, Qin Feng couldn't let Chening stay angry like this. He turned to Chening and explained, Honey, you've misunderstood me. Misunderstood? Look at you laughing and chatting with that woman. If you like her, fine, I can divorce you. As she spoke, tears began streaming down her face. Seeing this, Qin Feng rushed over and embraced Chening. Honey, what are you talking about? How could I possibly divorce you? This really is a misunderstanding. I only called Su Lingxian over to have her arrest Chen Dawei. Chening stopped crying upon hearing Qin Feng's explanation. Qin Feng, is what you're saying true? Qin Feng nodded gently before turning his attention to the computer. Moments later, the monitor displayed surveillance footage from another angle, clearly showing Qin Feng handing Chen Dawei over to Su Lingxian. Qin Feng then explained to Chening how Chen Dawei had intended to sabotage the building and had been apprehended by him. Hearing his explanation, Chening felt relieved. However, curiosity still lingered in her mind about the nature of Qin Feng and Su Lingxian's relationship. Qin Feng, what exactly is your relationship with this Su Lingxian? Why did she come over the moment you called? Oh, remember what I told you about my profession? She's my subordinate. Subordinate? Chen Ying's eyes widened slightly at his words. Xin Feng nodded, about to speak, when his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Su Lingxian calling. Xin Feng held the phone directly in front of Chen Ying's eyes. Honey, look at Su Lingxian calling. After saying that, Xin Feng answered the call and pressed the speaker button. Hello, boss. I've taken care of the matter you assigned. Chen Dawei is implicated in several economic crimes. The land he's inquiring about will likely get him 10 to 8 years. Got it. I'm aware. After Qin Feng acknowledged the message, Su Lingxian hung up. At that moment, Chen Ying finally believed Qin Feng's words. I'm sorry, Qin Feng. I wrongly accused you. It's okay, honey. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. After the misunderstanding between Chen Ying and Qin Feng was cleared up, Chen Ying fell silent. Suddenly, she looked at Qin Feng again, her gaze holding a peculiar expression. Honey, why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, noticing her peculiar expression. Hearing his question, Chen Ying replied directly, Qin Feng, your department doesn't have any hidden rules, does it? Hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. Of course not. What on earth are you thinking? Seeing his reaction, Chen Ying puffed out her cheeks and nodded. Chen Ying returned to her work, but after a short while, her phone rang. Seeing it was Zhang Yuan calling, she answered. Hello, Mom? Why are you calling me at this hour? Xiaoying, drop everything and come to the hospital immediately. Your grandmother is critically ill. What? Okay, Mom. Send me the hospital and room number. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Chen Ying grabbed Qin Feng's arm and rushed out the door. Qin Feng was caught off guard by Chen Ying's sudden urgency. Honey, what's going on? Why the rush? Grandma's critically ill. She probably won't make it much longer. Mom wants us to go to the hospital to see her one last time. Upon hearing Chen Ying's words, Qin Feng asked no further questions. Even though the grandmother had treated Chen Ying harshly, she was still Chen Ying's own grandmother. Qin Feng drove Chen Ying to the hospital at breakneck speed, where they saw the critically ill grandmother. At the hospital, all the medical equipment had been disconnected from the old lady. She lay peacefully in her hospital bed, appearing as though she were simply asleep. But everyone knew she wasn't asleep, she was nearing the end. Seeing her grandmother like this, Chen Ying couldn't help but cover her mouth and begin to cry. Qin Feng immediately pulled her into his arms. Chen Ying quietly rested her head on his shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Every member of the Chen family stood silently at the bedside, not a word spoken, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow. They all knew the old grandmother was hanging on by a thread. Suddenly, the grandmother on the hospital bed coughed twice. Hearing the sound, everyone hurriedly turned to look at her. Slowly, she sat up from the bed and murmured, "Oh, everyone's here." Hearing her voice only deepened their sorrow. Everyone knew this was a final burst of strength before passing. Chapter 164, The Inheritance. Glancing around at everyone, the old lady smiled and said, "All right, stop looking so gloomy. I'm off to enjoy my blessings on the other side. Don't forget to burn me plenty of joss paper during festivals and holidays." Many had been grieving silently, holding back tears. But upon hearing her words, the overwhelming majority began to wipe away tears. Among those present, only Qin Feng did not shed tears. All right, no more crying. Everyone, please leave. Xiaoying, stay behind, I need to discuss something with you. At his words, everyone slowly left the hospital room, leaving only Chen Ying behind. Qin Feng patted Chen Ying's shoulder reassuringly, then turned to leave the room himself. The elderly woman saw this and called out to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you stay too. Both of you, husband and wife, stay. Qin Feng was taken aback by the old lady's request but stayed nonetheless. The old lady waved at Chen Ying, beckoning her to the bedside. Chen Ying hurried over to the bedside. Grandma, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have upset you. Chen Ying tried to say more, but the old lady waved her hand to cut her off. Little Ying, I don't have much time left. Listen to me. Don't blame me, Grandma. I treated you this way because your father isn't my biological son. What? Chen Ying was utterly shocked by the old lady's words. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, never imagining the Chen family harbored such a secret. The old lady continued, I had intended to tell your father about this before I passed away. Unfortunately, he left us too soon. She paused for a moment before adding, but Xiaoying, no matter which family's blood runs through your veins, you still bear the Chen surname. I hope you will carry on the Chen family legacy. I will, Grandma. Chen Ying looked at the old grandmother with tear-filled eyes, yet her gaze revealed unwavering resolve. Seeing this, the old grandmother nodded, then turned her gaze to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I never realized before that you were actually the most remarkable one. Xiao Ying's achievements today would never have been possible without your help. Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression grew solemn. But the old lady didn't elaborate further about Qin Feng. Instead, she entrusted him to take good care of Chen Ying. I will. All right. Upon hearing Qin Feng's promise, the old lady slowly closed her eyes. Grandma. Chen Ying's cry echoed through half the hospital. The Chen family members gathered outside the ward door knew with that piercing scream that the old grandmother had passed away. With Qin Feng's assistance, Chen Ying arranged a solemn funeral for the grandmother, burying her alongside Chen Ying's grandfather. With this, Chen Ying fully assumed the role of head of the Chen family. At this point, Qin Feng should have felt relieved, but instead, he became even busier. Chen Ying now held absolute authority over the Chen family, and Fengmu Group continued to expand and grow. Yet Fengmu Group's rapid expansion inevitably drew the attention of local prominent families. Take the Lin family, the He family, the Su family, and the Ma family, for example. The original Chen family had been overlooked by these major clans. But now, with the Chen family restructured into Fengmu Group and continuously expanding, these clans began to feel threatened. Qin Feng naturally anticipated that Fengmu Group might face attacks from other clans, so he consistently helped Chen Ying pave the way. Chen Ying had now fully taken over several of the former Qin Group's businesses and was preparing to enter the real estate industry. In Yanjing City, the Lin and Su families reigned supreme in the real estate sector. That day at Tianmu Group, the scene where the young master of the Lin family had spoken insolently was still vivid in Chen Ying's mind. Entering the real estate sector meant the Lin and Su families were undoubtedly the greatest obstacles. Fortunately, Qin Feng was there to assist. Qin Feng understood Chen Ying's intentions and instructed Tang Yon to develop several real estate projects in collaboration with Fengmu Group, aiming to establish Fengmu Group's foothold in the real estate sector. But Qin Feng's move drew the displeasure of the Lin and Su families. Tianmu Group held an unparalleled status in Yanjing City, so the Lin and Su families dared not provoke them directly. Instead, they vented all their fury upon Fengmu Group. Maplewood Group's real estate ventures were shielded under Tianmu Group's protection, but all its other businesses suffered severe setbacks. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had been preoccupied with the Yanjing City planning project assigned by higher-ups, leaving him unaware of Fengmu Group's troubles. The strong-willed Chen Ying also kept quiet about it, determined to handle it herself. In her office, Chen Ying stared at Fengmu Group's law statements with deep concern. Just then, her assistant rushed in. "Miss Chen, that Lin Jie is here again. He insists on seeing you. What should I do?" Chen Ying's delicate brows furrowed slightly at the news. "Tell him I'm unavailable and ask him to leave," she instructed. "Yes, ma'am." Before the secretary could turn to leave, an irritating voice cut through the air. "Oh dear, is Miss Chen so busy? Is it really that hard to meet with you?" Chen Ying's frown deepened upon hearing the voice. Noticing her frown, the secretary quickly stepped forward to block the visitor, apologizing to Chen Ying. "Miss Chen, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to let him in." After saying this, the secretary turned to the intruder and said, "Excuse me, sir, please step outside." "Oomph. You, a mere secretary, dare to block my way? I see you've grown tired of living." With that, the man lunged forward to strike Chen Ying's secretary. "Lin Jie, you're hitting my secretary in my own office? Do you think you can just walk all over me?" Seeing her secretary about to be slapped, Chen Ying immediately stepped in to stop him. The man causing a scene in Chen Ying's office was none other than Lin Jie, the young master of the Lin family. After being rebuked by Chen Ying, Lin Jie lowered his hand, bypassed the secretary, and walked straight over to sit directly in front of Chen Ying. Chen Ying signaled for her assistant to leave, then glared at Lin Jie with displeasure. "Mr. Wang, explain yourself. Why have you repeatedly come to cause trouble at my Maplewood Group?" At her words, Lin Jie flashed a smug grin. "Ever since catching a glimpse of you at Tianmu Group's bidding event months ago, I've been unable to forget your beauty, Madam Chen. Lately, my longing has become an illness. I wish to treat you to a meal to cure me." Hearing Lin Jie's blatantly flirtatious words, Chen Ying's anger flared instantly. "Get out of here. If you ever set foot in Maplewood Group again, don't blame me for being unkind. Haha, don't be so quick to refuse me, Miss Chen. You cure my illness, and I'll cure Fengmu Group's problems. How about that?" Upon hearing Lin Jie's words, Chen Ying knew the recent troubles plaguing Maplewood Group were undoubtedly linked to him. I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve." With that, Chen Ying made dinner plans with Lin Jie for that evening. Lin Jie, satisfied his objective was achieved, departed in high spirits. The thought of Chen Ying's beauty soon to be in his arms left Lin Jie feeling restless for a long time. After Lin Jie departed, Chen Ying sent a text to Qin Feng, informing him of the time and location for dinner that evening and asking him to pick her up. However, Qin Feng was currently in a meeting with Yanjing City's top officials and didn't see the message right away. Listening to the speeches from above, Qin Feng gradually grew drowsy. At that moment, Zhu Yeqing, seated beside Qin Feng, noticed his drowsiness and gently nudged him. Shaken awake by Zhu Yeqing, Qin Feng felt slightly irritated. "Zhu Yeqing, why didn't they notify me directly about this meeting? Why did they have you relay the message instead?" Zhu Yeqing rolled her eyes at Qin Feng's question and whispered, "Boss, when you left the organization back then, you erased all your contact information. But you have my contact info, don't you? Why didn't you just tell them? Without your permission, how could I dare?" Zhu Yeqing rolled her eyes again, turning away from Qin Feng to focus on the speaker. As she listened, Zhu Yeqing began to feel drowsy. The meeting dragged on until evening, yielding little of value to Qin Feng. Speakers took the stage one after another throughout. For Qin Feng, the only useful information he gleaned was Yinjing City's future development plan. The city center would shift toward the slower developing western part of Yinjing, which meant land prices in the west were poised to rise. Recalling that Chun-Ing was currently involved in real estate ventures, Qin Feng began mapping out land acquisition plans for her. Upon exiting the conference room, Zhu Yeqing offered to drive Qin Feng home. Just then, Qin Feng noticed a text from Chun-Ing. After a moment's thought, he declined Zhu Yeqing's offer, leaving her visibly displeased. After Zhu Yeqing left, Qin Feng stared at the text message on his phone, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin Jie? Who's Lin Jie? With this question in mind, Qin Feng hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Central Grand Hotel where Chun-Ing and Lin Jie were dining. The Central Grand Hotel is the most prestigious hotel in Yinjing City. Right now, in one of the hotel's premium private rooms, 3 people were seated: Chun-Ing, Lin Jie, and Chen Ying's personal assistant, Yi Xinlan. Lin Jie hadn't expected Chun-Ing to bring Yi Xinlan to the banquet. However, after carefully observing Yi Xinlan, he smirked smugly. Previously, Lin Jie had never given Yi Xinlan a proper look. But now, upon taking a closer look, Lin Jie found the young woman quite attractive. Chun-Ing, having received no word from Qin Feng about meeting her, had decided to bring someone along to the banquet for company. What she never imagined was that she'd dragged her own assistant into the fire. At the dinner table, Chun-Ing claimed she couldn't hold her liquor well and drank sparingly. Yet even with less alcohol, she still felt a bit dizzy. Chapter 165, Going with the Flow. Her assistant, Yi Xinlan, fared even worse. When Lin Jie insisted on drinking with her, she couldn't refuse. She drank more and more until finally, she collapsed face first onto the table. Seeing Yi Di already knocked one of them out cold, Lin Jie felt a surge of excitement. He stripped off his jacket, flinging it forcefully onto a chair before rising to approach Chun-Ing and Yi Xinlan. Though dizzy, Chun-Ing remained relatively lucid. Witnessing Lin Jie's actions, she screamed at him. Lin Jie, what do you think you're doing? What am I doing? Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. With that, Lin Jie lunged toward Chun-Ing. Having drunk alcohol himself, Lin Jie's movements weren't particularly swift, allowing Chun-Ing to dodge him with ease. But dizzy as she was, though she avoided Lin Jie's outstretched hand, she stumbled backward and fell to the floor, unable to get up. Hearing the sound of Chen Ying's fall, Yi Xinlan slowly managed to climb up from the table. Seeing Lin Jie approaching Chun-Ing, Yi Xinlan immediately summoned every ounce of strength to stand and charge toward him. What are you doing? Don't you dare get near my boss. Yi Xinlan shoved Lin Jie aside and positioned herself in front of Chun-Ing. Seeing Yi Xinlan's move, Lin Jie smirked and grabbed her wrist. Since you can't wait, I'll start with you first. With that, Lin Jie made a move to grope Yi Xinlan. Just then, the private room door was violently kicked open. The one who kicked it open was none other than Qin Feng. He stood before the shattered doorway, one hand gripping a black-suited bodyguard, the other holding his phone, surveying the room. Who are you? Lin Jie, upon seeing Qin Feng, asked him strangely. Qin Feng, about to respond, caught sight of Chun-Ing sitting on the floor. Chen-Ing also spotted Qin Feng, but her eyes held a hint of resentment. Honey, what happened? Chen-Ing relaxed at the sound of Qin Feng's voice. I'm fine. Go save Xinlan first. Only then did Qin Feng notice Lin Jie still gripping Yi Xinlan's wrist. Let go of her, and I'll let you walk out of this private room unharmed. Lin Jie, already intoxicated, paid no heed to Qin Feng's warning. Ha! What are you talking about? Like I'd ever let go of this little beauty. Before Lin Jie could finish, Qin Feng flashed forward, closing the distance in an instant. A powerful uppercut connected squarely on Lin Jie's jaw. The blow sent Lin Jie flying backward, completely knocked out of his strength. Yi Xinlan, who had been held by Lin Jie, lost her support when he was knocked away. Seeing Yi Xinlan about to fall, Qin Feng quickly reached out to catch her, guiding her to a chair. In her dazed state, Yi Xinlan felt only the warmth of a hand supporting her. Gazing at the blurred face before her, Yi Xinlan felt as though the person before her was her very own knight in shining armor. But before she could make out his features clearly, the alcohol caught up with her, and she slumped face first onto the table, fast asleep. After helping Yi Xinlan into the chair, Qin Feng didn't spare her another glance. He hurried over to Chen-Ing and gently lifted her to her feet. Honey, are you okay? With Qin Feng's support, Chen-Ing staggered to her feet and shook her head gently. Gazing at Yi Xinlan's innocent face, Chen-Ing shook her head regretfully. It's all my fault. If you hadn't arrived in time, Xinlan might not have escaped Lin Jie's clutches today. Hearing Chen Ying's words, Qin Feng frowned and glanced at Lin Jie, who lay sprawled nearby. Who is this guy? The young master of the Lin family. Hearing Chen Ying's sigh made Qin Feng even more puzzled. The Lin family? Do you still have business dealings with them? Chen Ying met Qin Feng's gaze and shook her head gently. Sigh, the group's business has been sluggish lately. It's likely the Lin family and others are behind it. He invited me today, so I came to sound him out. I never imagined it would nearly cause a disaster. Seeing Chen Ying's dejected expression, Qin Feng offered her some comforting words. He then helped both Yi Xinlan and Chen Ying into Chen Ying's car. Fortunately, both Chen-ing and Yi Xinlan were slender, so two people sharing one seat didn't feel cramped. After seeing the two women off, Qin Feng returned to the private room to deal with Lin Jie. At that moment, the manager of the central hotel arrived at Lin Jie's private room. Seeing Qin Feng return, the manager assumed he intended to cause further trouble and immediately stepped in to stop him. "Sir, do you know who you just attacked?" "I know." Lin Jie, the young master of the Lin family. Observing Qin Feng's nonchalant demeanor, then glancing at the shattered solid wood door and the several black-clad bodyguards being carried away, the manager realized Qin Feng was no ordinary man. "Sir, under these circumstances, please leave now. We'll handle this here." Though Qin Feng didn't understand why the manager was acting this way, he remembered Chen-ing and Yi Xinlan were still in the car. He complied with the manager's request. After thanking the manager, Qin Feng turned and left. After dropping Yi Xinlan off at her home, Qin Feng headed back with Chen-ing. Chen-ing had consumed some kind of potent liquor from Lin Jie that left her feeling quite intoxicated. With Qin Feng's assistance, she freshened up briefly before retiring to bed. In the middle of the night, Chen-ing suddenly woke up from her deep sleep. Recalling the moment Qin Feng had saved Yi Xinlan, a wave of unease washed over her. She gently tapped Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng felt her touch and woke up. Staring into her eyes, which glowed faintly in the darkness, he found himself momentarily mesmerized. Seeing his expression, Chen-ing couldn't help but find it amusing. She then burrowed into his embrace and whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Qin Feng, you need to be gentler with me." Hearing her words, Qin Feng knew she had fully accepted him. The next morning, Chen-ing awoke in Qin Feng's arms. Remembering the events of the previous night, she flushed crimson and burrowed deeper into the covers, unwilling to emerge. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and kissed her forehead before heading off to cook breakfast. Only after Qin Feng left did Chen-ing get dressed and get out of bed, though her gait seemed a bit peculiar. Upon entering the living room, she happened to encounter Zhang Yuan, who had just finished washing up. Noticing Chen Ying's limp, Zhang Yuan asked curiously, "Xiaoying, what happened to you?" "Oh, nothing much. I had a bit too much to drink at a business dinner last night and accidentally took a tumble." Chen-ing casually brushed it off. Zhang Yuan believed her explanation and turned to look for Qin Feng. "You useless piece of trash. Weren't you supposed to be watching over Xiaoying last night? How could you let her fall? Do you even realize Xiaoying is now the head of the Chen family? If you'd injured her, could you even handle the consequences?" Zhang Yuan ranted at Qin Feng, who pretended not to hear a word. Meanwhile, Chen-ing stood in the bathroom, gloating. "Oof, you deadbeat. Since you hurt me, I should have cursed you out even more." After breakfast, Qin Feng drove Chen-ing to work. At the entrance of Fengmu Group, Qin Feng and Chen-ing ran into Yi Xinlan arriving for work. Yi Xinlan saw Chen-ing being supported by Qin Feng and hurried over. "Miss Chen, what happened?" "Nothing serious. I drank too much last night and twisted my ankle." Hearing this, Yi Xinlan quickly stepped forward, intending to take Qin Feng's place and support Chen-ing. Chen-ing glanced at Qin Feng and signaled for him to let Yi Xinlan assist her instead. After handing Chen-ing over to Yi Xinlan, Qin Feng followed behind the two women. Meanwhile, Chen-ing recounted last night's events to Yi Xinlan. It turned out Yi Xinlan had blacked out from drinking heavily last night. All she vaguely remembered was someone saving her, and she had even felt that person was her true love. Chen-ing was alarmed upon hearing this and quickly assured Yi Xinlan she was mistaken, it was Qin Feng who had saved them, not some destined soulmate. Yi Xinlan turned to glance at Qin Feng before pouting at Chen-ing. "Miss Chen," she said, "I really don't think it was Mr. Luo who saved me. It was him." "Oh well, then my true love must be the one I dreamed about last night." Yi Xinlan pouted, her face clouded with disappointment, as she helped Chen-ing up the stairs. But being young and energetic, Yi Xinlan soon forgot about the incident and threw herself back into her work. In the president's office, only Qin Feng and Chen-ing remained. Chen-ing shot Qin Feng a disapproving look. "Seriously, your charm is something else. Even a pretty girl like Xinlan fell for you." Qin Feng immediately waved his hands at her words. She was drunk and out of her mind. "Oomph." Chen-ing snorted coldly, turning her head away, refusing to look at Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng hurried over to placate Chen-ing. After soothing her, he finally turned to discuss the matter at hand. "Honey, tell me what difficulties Fengmu Group has been facing lately. Why did you go to dinner with the Lin family yesterday?" Upon hearing his question, Chen-ing felt no need to conceal anything and directly shared the recent predicaments facing Fengmu Group with Qin Feng. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng devised a countermeasure. Families like the Lins had no involvement in the transportation, design, and other industries Fengmu Group operated in. By suppressing Fengmu Group like this, the Lins were undoubtedly expending enormous financial resources. Qin Feng's countermeasure was straightforward: stall. Stall until the Lin family and others couldn't hold out any longer. Chen-ing understood that stalling was the key. After all, Fengmu Group currently had a real estate project in collaboration with Tianmu Group. If they could hold out until the project's completion, Fengmu Group would weather the storm. But Chen Ying's concern was whether Maplewood Group could hold out until the project's completion. Chapter 166, A New Plan. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng knew Chuning was fretting over money again. But for Qin Feng, anything money could solve wasn't really a problem. Qin Feng reassured Chuning, telling her not to worry, then pulled out a map of Yanjing City.
Qin Feng, what are you doing with a map of Yanjing City?
Watching Qin Feng hold the map and study it intently, Chuning was filled with surprise. Hearing her question, Qin Feng smiled at her before bringing the map closer. He drew a circle on it.
Qin Feng, what does this mean? What does this circle represent?
Upon hearing her question, Qin Feng shared the news that Yanjing City planned to relocate its city center westward. Upon hearing this, Chuning instantly understood Qin Feng's meaning.
Qin Feng, are you telling me to buy up all the land out west? My wife is so smart.
Qin Feng praised Chuning with a smile before revealing his subsequent plan. According to Qin Feng's strategy, Chuning would first secure the land. Once funding was in place, they would develop a comprehensive commercial center on the site. Chuning accepted Qin Feng's suggestion, but her biggest problem now was a lack of funds. Qin Feng knew Fengmu Group was facing severe financial difficulties, so he transferred another sum to the company's corporate account. Seeing the endless zeros in the transaction notification, Chuning knew this was a substantial sum.
However, Chuning was not one to hesitate.
Grateful for Qin Feng's financial backing, she wasted no time in purchasing the plot he had mentioned. Just as the land became fully Chen Ying's property, Yanjing City suddenly announced plans to relocate its city center westward.
This news sent shockwaves through Yanjing City's economic market.
The most affected area was precisely the plot of land Chuning had acquired ahead of time. Upon learning the news, numerous prominent families scrambled to acquire the plot for real estate development. But upon investigation, it turned out the land had already been acquired by Fengmu Group 3 days prior. This infuriated the four major families: the Lins, the Sus, the Hees, and the Mas, as such a lucrative opportunity had been snatched away right before their eyes. The four families sent representatives to negotiate with Chuning, demanding she relinquish the land. She flatly refused. This provoked the four families into action, and they united to suppress Maplewood Group.
Upon learning of this, Qin Feng ordered Tang Yong to publicly declare support for Maplewood Group. Qin Feng's directive was straightforward: have Tang Yong publicly declare the alliance between Maplewood Group and Tianmu Group. The four great families had long harbored resentment toward Maplewood Group for its foray into the real estate industry. Now that they had seized an opportunity to target Maplewood Group, the four families would not let it slip easily. Tang Yong's declaration merely softened the four families' attacks on Maplewood Group slightly, but their suppression continued unabated. Chuning was consequently swamped with work every day, leaving her little time to attend to Qin Feng. Bored, Qin Feng decided to check on his team members at Tianmu Group. But as soon as he arrived, he ran into Su Lingxian. Upon seeing Su Lingxian, Qin Feng waved at her. But Su Lingxian was walking with her head down and didn't notice him. Noticing Su Lingxuan's listless demeanor, Qin Feng walked straight up to her. "Oh, Officer Su. What a coincidence. Ha? Boss?"
Startled by Qin Feng's sudden appearance, Su Lingxian quickly recovered and grabbed his arm, pleading for his help.
"Boss Qin Feng, please help me out."
Qin Feng gently removed Su Lingxuan's hand from his sleeve.
"What kind of favor? Tell me first."
Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Lingxian flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed.
"Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'm not helping." Seeing Su Lingxuan's reluctance, Qin Feng pretended to walk away.
Su Lingxian hurriedly stopped him.
Wait. I'll tell you, okay?"
Su Lingxian shot Qin Feng a reproachful glance before finally speaking.
"Sigh. A few days ago, my family set me up on a blind date. I didn't want to go, so I lied and said I already had a boyfriend."
Qin Feng chuckled at her explanation.
"So now you need a boyfriend on short notice? But I'm not the right fit, I'm already married. Though if you're willing to pay me, I wouldn't mind." "Put. How shameless."
Su Lingxian spat at the remark, her embarrassment vanishing instantly.
"I just need someone to pretend to be my boyfriend. Don't read too much into it." Qin Feng found Su Lingxuan's request rather peculiar. "Why not just find a handsome guy from your bureau? Why come here? Are you looking for Iron Fist and the others?" Before Su Lingxian could respond, Qin Feng shook his head in refusal. "Nope, they won't work. Iron Fist talks too much, Holy Sword is too quiet, and as for Chase Wind, his words could choke you to death. So, you're looking for Bamboo Leaf Green? To tell your family you like women?"
Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, testing Su Lingxian with the question.
"Put. What are you thinking? I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend."
Su Lingxian flushed again after speaking.
"Ha? Why?"
Qin Feng was puzzled as to why Su Lingxian wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend, so he asked curiously. Su Lingxian knew that if she didn't explain clearly today, Qin Feng would definitely refuse to help her. "Sai, I told you before, when I find a boyfriend, he has to be better at martial arts than me. The matchmaker my family arranged this time is pretty skilled, and I'm afraid." "You're afraid that if you bring an ordinary person, your blind date might get violent?" "Yep." Su Lingxian nodded quickly upon hearing Qin Feng voice the very words she had been about to speak. Xin Feng watched Su Lingxuan's bus swaying with her nod, feeling a bit dizzy. He then frowned and rubbed his eyes with his fingers. Seeing Xin Feng's hesitation, Su Lingxian tugged at his sleeve once more. Xin Feng, please. Of everyone I know, you're the most skilled. If you don't help me, you'll lose a capable subordinate. Su Lingxian finished speaking and looked at Xin Feng with a pleading expression. Xin Feng stared into Su Lingxuan's eyes for a moment before finally nodding. All right then. When? Now. Right now. Su Lingxian pursed her lips awkwardly and gave an embarrassed smile. Hearing this, Xin Feng felt a bit helpless, but he still nodded. Seeing his nod, Su Lingxian quickly pulled out her phone and leaned toward him. Hey! What are you doing? Xin Feng saw Su Lingxian leaning into him and quickly pushed her away. Of course we're taking a selfie to post on Moments. If you're going to put on a show, you might as well go all out. If you're helping someone, you might as well help them all the way. Under Su Lingxuan's persistence, Xin Feng finally took the photo and let her post it on her social media. Fortunately, Su Lingxian and Chen Ying didn't know each other. If they had, Xin Feng would have been in big trouble. After Su Lingxian finished posting the photo, Xin Feng went to Tianmu Group to change clothes before following her toward the Su residence. At the Tianmu Group building, Zhu Yeqing watched Xin Feng and Su Lingxian walk away, her gaze lingering on the phone screen. She bit her lip lightly. On the way, Xin Feng and Su Lingxian began exchanging briefings to avoid any slip-ups later. I'm a senior executive at Tianmu Group with a six-figure salary. Former Special Forces soldier with exceptional combat skills. Orphaned at a young age, right? Xin Feng glanced at the personal dossier Su Lingxian had prepared for him and asked curiously. Su Lingxian nodded. Any other questions? After a moment's thought, Xin Feng added, one more thing, you can't call me Xin Feng. Su Lingxian considered this for a moment before nodding. After all, the fact that Xin Feng was the useless son-in-law of the Chen family was common knowledge in Suzhou and Hangzhou. People had only heard the name, never seen the man himself. Then should I call you Lin Feng? Fine. After reaching an understanding, Xin Feng and Su Lingxian made their way to her family estate. Gazing at the luxurious estate before him, Xin Feng couldn't help but frown. This is your home? Su Lingxian nodded lightly at his question. Then your father is? My father? He's the head of the Su family. Xin Feng was momentarily speechless upon hearing Su Lingxuan's words. But after a moment's thought, it clicked. He recalled how Su Lingxuan's superiors had treated her with utmost respect when they first met. What's wrong, Xin Feng? Are you nervous? Su Lingxian gave him a half-smile, half-teasing look, while Xin Feng merely chuckled softly. As if he was the owner of Tianmu Group. Meeting the head of the Su family? Why would he be nervous? But from Xin Feng and Chen Ying's perspective, they should be at odds with the Su family right now. I should have realized your background was extraordinary. Why didn't I see it sooner? Xin Feng muttered to himself. Hearing his words, Chen Ying puffed out her chest smugly. Observing Su Lingxuan's actions, Xin Feng seemed to realize why he hadn't suspected her extraordinary status. Xin Feng and Su Lingxian hailed a taxi to the gates of the Su family estate. The guards, recognizing their young mistress, made no attempt to stop them and waved them through. The moment Su Lingxian and Xin Feng stepped out, a Lamborghini Aventador executed a sharp drift and came to a stop right before them. Xin Feng glanced at the show-off vehicle and chuckled softly. He had no issue with people showing off or trying to look cool as long as they didn't do it to his face, he wouldn't bother. Just as Xin Feng was about to walk around the car, Su Lingxian suddenly caught up from behind and hooked her arm through his. Chapter 167, Playing Along. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Xin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Su Lingxian glared right back, clenching her teeth as she retorted, if we're putting on a show, we might as well go all the way. Holding your arm? I'm the one getting the short end of the stick here. Hearing her words, Xin Feng made no attempt to pull away, allowing her arm to remain linked through his. But just then, the scissor doors of the Lamborghini parked in front of Xin Feng suddenly swung open. A burly young man wearing sunglasses and a navy blue casual suit stepped out of the car, blocking Xin Feng and Su Lingxuan's path. Xin Feng frowned slightly at the sight. Before Xin Feng could speak, Su Lingxian stepped forward. Hey, who do you think you are? How dare you cause trouble at the Su residence? The man in the suit looked at Su Lingxian, then shifted his gaze to Xin Feng. He then reached out to grab Su Lingxian. Su Lingxian hadn't anticipated the man in front of her would try to grab her and didn't react in time. Quick-witted Xin Feng reacted instantly. Before the man's hand could touch Su Lingxian, Xin Feng pulled her behind him. Seeing this, the man in the suit narrowed his eyes slightly and took another look at Xin Feng. Who are you? The man in the suit demanded of Xin Feng. Hearing the man address Xin Feng, Su Lingxian tugged at his arm. Xin Feng glanced back at Su Lingxian before replying, Xin Feng. And you? My name is Lu Qingshan. I'm the fiancé of Miss Su Lingxian, the lady behind you. Xin Feng frowned upon hearing Lu Qingshan's words and turned back to look at Su Lingxian again. Su Lingxian, however, looked utterly bewildered at Xin Feng, shaking her head vigorously. Seeing this, Qin Feng realized that this Lu Qingshan must be the boyfriend the Su family had introduced to Su Lingxian. Noticing Qin Feng's frown, Su Lingxian immediately shouted at Lu Qingshan. "Hey, you! I don't even know you, how dare you claim to be my fiancé? Ha, Lingxian, I've thoroughly researched everything about you. We're a perfect match, and I can fulfill all your criteria for a partner." Su Lingxian tried to respond to Lu Qingshan's words, but Qin Feng waved his hand to silence her. After silencing Su Lingxian, Qin Feng finally turned his gaze to Lu Qingshan. "I'm Su Lingxuan's legitimate boyfriend. You're just a stranger. If you don't want to make things awkward for yourself, I suggest you leave immediately." "Ha! Are you kidding me?" Lu Qingshan roared with laughter. "Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parents and matchmakers. Now that I've gained the Su family's approval, do you really think you stand a chance?" Qin Feng burst out laughing at Lu Qingshan's words. "You're the one joking here. What nonsense about parental decree and matchmakers' words? That's ancient history. Nowadays, marriage is about freedom of choice. Haven't you heard?" Qin Feng and Lu Qingshan clashed head-on, neither willing to back down an inch. Just then, a man with graying hair but still an upright posture emerged from the Su residence. Su Lingxian recognized the figure and rushed forward with delight. "Dad!" Qin Feng recognized the man as Su Yanming, the patriarch of the Su family, from Su Lingxuan's reaction. Earlier, when Tianmu Group was founded, Qin Feng had researched the heads of these major families and gained some understanding of them. Among the four major family patriarchs, Su Yanming could be considered both the easiest to befriend and the hardest to befriend. The reason was simple: Su Yanming was a rather rigid and stern individual. Su Yanming glanced at Su Lingxian, then nodded briefly at Lu Qingshan before casting a look at Qin Feng. "Everyone, please come inside. There's no need to stand out here." With that, Su Yanming turned and led the way inside. Lu Qingshan, seeing Su Yanming enter, hurriedly followed. Su Lingxian, however, stood there for a moment, waiting for Qin Feng to step forward. "Your dad doesn't seem too fond of me." Qin Feng shrugged, looking at Su Lingxian with a hint of resignation. Su Lingxian heard Qin Feng's words and offered him some comfort. "Poof. As long as I like you, that's all that matters. Why should you care about them?" After saying that, Su Lingxian pulled Qin Feng into the house. This gathering at the Su residence was essentially a family dinner. At the table sat Su Lingxuan's parents, Su Lingxian herself, her two older brothers and their wives, and then Qin Feng and Lu Qingshan, the two contenders. Su Lingxuan's two brothers held positions of influence. One served as the current president of the Su group, while the other was a professor at Yenjing University. With no conflicts of interest between them, the Su family maintained a relatively harmonious dynamic. However, the most pressing concern for the Su family at present was Su Lingxuan's marriage prospects. Approaching 30, Su Lingxian still hadn't found a boyfriend, which understandably worried her family. Though Su Lingxian possessed striking looks, an enviable figure, and came from a wealthy background, her single requirement that her future husband must be able to beat her in a fight had effectively eliminated many promising young men. Feeling helpless, Su Yanming enlisted help to find potential matches, eventually arranging a blind date with Lu Qingshan. What Su Yanming hadn't anticipated was that Su Lingxian declared she already had a boyfriend, one she hadn't mentioned to him. This left Su Yanming with a decidedly poor impression of her current partner. If Qin Feng were to learn that Su Yanming harbored resentment toward him over this matter, Qin Feng would undoubtedly confront Su Yanming about it. Now, as the Su family banquet commenced, Su Yanming delivered a few brief opening remarks. "Today, we've invited two suitors for Lingxian, one chosen by me, and one chosen by Lingxian herself. With these two contenders, I wonder which one our Lingxian will ultimately choose." "Dad, I choose Qin Feng." Su Lingxuan's voice cut through the air immediately after Su Yanming finished speaking. Hearing Su Lingxuan's words, Su Yanming's expression froze on his face. "Lingxian, don't be silly. How dare you interrupt your father while he's speaking?" Su Lingxuan's mother shot her a stern look and quietly shushed her. Seeing this, Su Lingxian reluctantly shut her mouth. "Oomph. No manners whatsoever." Su Yanming snorted coldly and sat down. Seeing the awkward silence at the table, Lu Qingshan quickly stood up and poured a cup of wine. "Uncle, Lingxian is young and doesn't know any better. I apologize on her behalf." Having said this, Lu Qingshan downed the wine in one gulp. Su Yanming nodded approvingly at the sight, then cast a faint glance at Qin Feng, who sat composedly to the side, before declaring the family banquet open. Having completed his toast, Lu Qingshan shot a smug glance at Qin Feng, as if he had already won. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, the guests finally began chatting with Lu Qingshan and Qin Feng. Since 2 suitors were vying for Su Lingxuan's hand, the Su family naturally sought to select a more suitable marriage partner for her. Su Yanming whispered a few words to Su's mother, who then began questioning them. "You two, please introduce yourselves first." No sooner had Mrs. Su finished speaking than Lu Qingshan stood up immediately. "In response to your question, madam, my name is Lu Qingshan. I am 30 years old, unmarried, and currently own 3 companies overseas. I have trained in martial arts since childhood. Regarding the criteria Lingxian mentioned for a partner, I am confident I can meet them. After Lu Qingshan finished speaking, several members of the Su family nodded in approval.
Satisfied with this reaction, Lu Qingshan sat back down.
Once Lu Qingshan was seated, Qin Feng slowly rose to his feet.
I am Qin Feng.
I greet my uncle, aunt, and my brothers and sisters-in-law. I currently work at Tianmu Group as a senior executive with an annual salary of several million. I previously served in the special forces. After finishing his introduction, Qin Feng sat down. Upon learning that Qin Feng was a senior executive at Tianmu Group, the Su family members' eyes flickered with uncertainty.
They all knew what Tianmu Group represented in Yanjing City. At that moment, Su Lingxuan's eldest brother, the president of Su Group, addressed Qin Feng. Qin Feng, is that right? What exactly do you do at Tianmu Group?
Without hesitation, Qin Feng replied.
Chief Financial Officer.
Qin Feng spoke without a trace of worry, for the entire Tianmu Group was his. If he wished, he could hold any position within the company. The Su family members heard Qin Feng's words and their eyes widened in shock. Even the stern Su Yanming narrowed his eyes slightly.
This left the Su family in a quandary.
In their eyes, Qin Feng's status was comparable to Lu Qingshan's.
Moreover, Qin Feng and Su Lingxian were currently a couple deeply in love.
Therefore, they should choose Qin Feng. Lu Qingshan easily saw through the Su family's thoughts. Lu Qingshan had set his sights on Su Lingxian not merely because of her stunning figure, but more significantly because of the Su family she belonged to. Uncle, aunt, brother, sister-in-law, in my opinion, Qin Feng's physique hardly seems a match for Miss Su.
Could it be that Miss Su intends to break her own vow regarding her choice of partner?
Hearing Lu Qingshan's words, everyone realized he had no intention of conceding the competition. Su Yanming recalled that Lu Qingshan had been introduced by his own people. Making a hasty decision now seemed unwise.
After some thought, Su Yanming made up his mind. Very well.
Since both of you claim to be skilled fighters, our Su family will host a martial arts competition for the bride.
You two will face off in a tournament. Whoever wins will marry our Lingxian. What do you say? Thank you for your generosity, uncle.
Lu Qingshan clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Su Yanming. While I don't entirely agree with treating Lingxian like a commodity to be fought over, it seems the only way to ensure you all accept our relationship without interference is to make this outcome convincing to everyone. After Lu Qingshan finished speaking, Qin Feng rose immediately, walking toward the door as he spoke. His words left the Su family members feeling somewhat displeased, yet he spoke the truth. As Qin Feng reached the Su family's doorway, he turned back to look at Lu Qingshan.
Chapter 168, Defeat. What? Didn't you want to fight? Why are you still sitting there?
Lu Qingshan froze at Qin Feng's words, then hurriedly bowed to Su Yanming and the others before turning to catch up with Qin Feng. Seeing this, the Su family members hurried out to watch the duel between Qin Feng and Lu Qingshan. Qin Feng stood there quietly, arms crossed over his chest. He spoke calmly to Lu Qingshan, go ahead.
Lu Qingshan's anger flared at Qin Feng's demeanor. Oomph. Do you know who I am? I'm the champion of a major martial arts tournament abroad. I've defeated countless so-called geniuses and elite soldiers. How dare you act more arrogant than me?
Lu Qingshan bellowed at Qin Feng before charging forward, fists flying. Qin Feng watched Lu Qingshan's incoming punch, step forward with his left foot, and swung his right fist out, meeting Lu Qingshan's punch head-on. Seeing Qin Feng meet his attack head-on, Lu Qingshan inwardly sneered at Qin Feng's ignorance. But the moment their fists collided, Lu Qingshan retracted that thought. The force radiating from Qin Feng's fist was overwhelming. Qin Feng then thrust his right fist forward with renewed force, sending Lu Qingshan reeling back 7 or 8 meters.
Want to continue?
After sending Lu Qingshan reeling, Qin Feng halted his movement, standing with hands behind his back in the posture of an unparalleled master.
Seeing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, Lu Qingshan's anger flared. Oomph. Don't get too cocky. Raw brute strength alone won't cut it. Lu Qingshan roared, charging toward Qin Feng once more.
This time, however, Lu Qingshan had wised up. Instead of clashing head-on, he darted around Qin Feng, aiming to outmaneuver him with speed. Yet every strike Lu Qingshan landed was deflected by Qin Feng, who absorbed the force effortlessly. Though it appeared as if Qin Feng was taking a beating, he remained completely unscathed. After a flurry of attacks, Lu Qingshan stepped back, waiting for Qin Feng to exhaust himself. But the scene Lu Qingshan anticipated Qin Feng collapsing to the ground never materialized. After Lu Qingshan stepped back, Qin Feng shook out his hands and said, You've been hitting me for quite a while now.
I think it's my turn.
With that, Qin Feng lunged forward in a single stride, charging toward Lu Qingshan. His speed was blindingly fast. Before Lu Qingshan could react, Qin Feng's fist slammed into his face, sending him flying backward. The Su family members were utterly shocked to witness such a vast disparity in strength between the two. As Lu Qingshan lay knocked to the ground by Qin Feng's punch, the Su family members exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for Qin Feng's formidable skill. Lingxian, which military unit did your boyfriend serve in before? Su Lingxian froze upon hearing her father's question. Qin Feng hadn't discussed this with Su Lingxian, so after a moment's thought, she replied to Su Yanming, I don't know. I never asked him. Su Yinming shot her a surprised look but said nothing further, simply waiting for Qin Feng and Lu Qingshan to finish their fight.
Want to fight again?
Qin Feng looked down at Lu Qingshan lying on the ground and asked calmly. Lu Qingshan watched Qin Feng, who hadn't even taken a breath, and knew he was no match for him.
No more fighting. You win.
With that, Lu Qingshan staggered to his feet, climbed into his car, and drove away. Knowing his relationship with Su Lingxian was impossible, Lu Qingshan left without so much as a word of farewell to the Su family, his eyes fixed straight ahead as he departed. However, the Su family couldn't care less whether Lu Qingshan stayed or left. In their view, Qin Feng defeating Lu Qingshan was the best possible outcome. The Su family was quite satisfied with Qin Feng's position as a senior executive at Tianmu Group, and Su Lingxian also took a liking to him, truly a win-win situation for all. However, Su Yanning remained curious about which military unit Qin Feng had served in. Qin Feng simply brushed it off with the phrase, "That's classified information." After leaving the Su residence, Qin Feng returned to Tianmu Group to change back into his regular clothes before heading home. At home, Chunning sat frowning at the computer monitor. Qin Feng walked over to her side and glanced at the screen. He saw it was an invitation.
It was an invitation to the Yinjing City Entrepreneurs Gala. At the event, numerous business leaders would network, though the most influential attendees would undoubtedly be representatives from the 4 great families. What's wrong, honey? Why are you frowning at this invitation? Sigh, it's just that I don't want to go. Why not? This should be a great opportunity for Fengmu Group.
Chunning looked at Qin Feng curiously upon hearing this.
Huh? What do you mean? Honey, think about it. Many corporate representatives at this cocktail party will have heard of Maplewood Group to some extent. We could use the event to connect with potential partners.
Hearing Qin Feng's reasoning, Chunning felt he had a point. Still, she furrowed her brow, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately held her words back.
Honey, is there something you wanted to say? Huh? Nothing. You'll be coming with me, right? Of course I will. Qin Feng agreed to accompany Chen Ying to the entrepreneur's cocktail party. Previously, Chen Dawei had always represented the Chun family at such events, but he'd essentially gone just to have fun. Over the next few days, Chen Ying busied herself preparing for the reception, while Qin Feng continued handling household chores. One day, while doing chores at home, Qin Feng suddenly received a call from Zhu Yeqing. Seeing Zhu Yeqing calling him, Qin Feng found it a bit odd. Zhu Yeqing? Why are you calling me? Did something happen to you guys? Nothing's wrong with me. It's your little sweetheart who's in trouble. Zhu Yeqing's tone was oddly sarcastic, making Qin Feng feel uneasy. When did I get a little sweetheart? What exactly happened? Spit it out. Hearing Qin Feng's tone, which left no room for doubt, Zhu Yeqing proceeded to explain the situation. Boss, here's the deal. We were supposed to head out to the western suburbs for an inspection today, but Su Lingxian had a last-minute emergency and can't make it. That's all? Then just reschedule. Why bother calling me? Ah, she ran into a gang of desperados robbing a bank. I'm worried she's in danger, so I called you to ask if we should go help. Hearing Zhu Yeqing's explanation, Qin Feng sensed something was amiss. But Qin Feng naturally wouldn't let Zhu Yeqing and the others show up. If the evil organization became suspicious, that wouldn't be good. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng instructed Zhu Yeqing and the others to stand by where they were while he went to investigate personally. After hanging up, Qin Feng hailed a taxi and headed toward the bank Zhu Yeqing had mentioned. In the car, Qin Feng kept wondering why Zhu Yeqing had called Su Lingxian his little lover. Could it be that Zhu Yeqing saw me talking to Su Lingxian that day? The thought made him frown slightly as he rubbed his forehead. The taxi stopped a short distance from the bank. Sir, would you like to try another bank? It looks like we can't get through to the one up ahead. Qin Feng shook his head at the driver's suggestion. It's fine. I'll get out here. Qin Feng paid the fare, stepped out of the cab, and made his way toward the crowd of onlookers. Beyond the crowd lay the police cordon. Not wanting to make things difficult for the officers on duty, Qin Feng called Su Lingxian. Upon receiving Qin Feng's call, Su Lingxian hurriedly emerged from behind the police tape. She was dressed in a full police uniform, complete with a bulletproof vest. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen Su Lingxian in uniform. Though it somewhat concealed her figure, it added a touch of heroic spirit to her appearance. I heard something happened here, so I came to check on the situation. Not very optimistic. At this point, Su Lingxuan's brows furrowed. Just then, Su Lingxuan's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Lingxian, is Mr. Qin here? Please bring him in. Roger that. After replying, Su Lingxian turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng followed Su Lingxian past the security perimeter and entered to meet the police chief. Chief, it's been a while. Qin Feng smiled warmly at the chief, but the chief's expression remained grim. Ah, Mr. Qin, please don't joke about this. If I don't handle today's incident properly, I'm afraid I'll lose my job. Is it really that serious? Qin Feng was taken aback by the remark. How many hostages are inside the bank? Well, the number isn't large, but their status is truly distinguished. The director sighed, then nodded toward a figure standing nearby.
Following the director's gesture, Qin Feng saw an elderly man with snow-white hair, leaning on a cane yet standing remarkably upright. His expression was stern. Qin Feng looked at him in surprise and asked, "Who is that?" "The wealthiest man in Yanjing." "The wealthiest man in Yanjing? Someone from the Lin family?" Qin Feng was taken aback by the director's words. Technically, he himself should be Yanjing's wealthiest individual, but since few knew his true identity, he immediately thought of the Lin family, the foremost among the four great families. The bureau chief shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Not the Lin family. This wealthiest man isn't the wealthiest in Yanjing City itself, but rather the wealthiest in the entire Yanjing region. Oh? Qin Feng listened to the chief's words and glanced at the elderly man with keen interest. Then who exactly are the hostages in the bank? What's the current situation? Tell me everything. Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, the chief began explaining the current situation. Knowing Qin Feng's role as a public safety officer, the chief held nothing back. There were currently 6 hostages inside the bank. Among them were 2 bank employees and 4 civilians. One of those civilians was the daughter of Yanjing's wealthiest family. Chapter 169, The Robbery. The bank robbers were highly professional. There were 8 of them, guarding all entry points into the bank. Snipers positioned outside the bank dared not act rashly due to the hostages present, leaving them no choice but to negotiate with the robbers. As for the elderly man standing nearby, he was Ming Shu, the personal bodyguard of Yanjing's wealthiest man. Uncle Ming had come to see if there was any way to rescue his young mistress. "So what can you do now?" "Sai, for now, we can only negotiate with the robbers. Whatever demands they make, we'll agree to them." After the chief finished speaking, he turned to Su Lingxian and said, "Lingxian, where's the negotiation expert? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Go urge him to hurry." "Yes, sir." Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the chief's words. In this day and age, so-called experts were the least reliable thing around. After Su Lingxian left, Qin Feng asked the chief, "Have you considered deploying 8 snipers to take out all 8 hostage takers simultaneously?" "We've certainly considered it, but it's impractical. The leader of the hostage takers has been hiding in a blind spot, and they seem highly experienced. They never expose themselves to gunfire together." Qin Feng nodded at the chief's explanation. "Then there's no other way. We'll have to sneak in and wait for an opportunity to rescue the hostages." The chief shook his head at Qin Feng's suggestion. The robbers had fortified the bank too heavily. If infiltration were discovered and the hostages killed, his career as chief would be over. He dared not take that risk. Seeing the chief reject his proposal, Qin Feng said no more. Though Qin Feng held a higher rank than the chief, this was ultimately the chief's jurisdiction, and Qin Feng felt it inappropriate to interfere further. A moment later, Su Lingxian returned. "Commissioner, the experts still haven't arrived. What should we do?" Hearing Su Lingxuan's question, the chief couldn't help but curse under his breath. What the hell kind of experts are these? They're all so damn impressive when things are calm, but when it really matters, not a single one of them steps up. Qin Feng heard the director's words, merely gave him a faint glance, then motioned for Su Lingxian to remain silent. He made no further moves. At that moment, voices echoed from within the bank once more. "Hey! Have you guys decided on our demands yet? All we want is a helicopter, and you have to promise not to chase us once we're out of Yanjing City. If you don't agree soon, we'll start tasting these hostages." Hearing the hijacker's words, the chief fell deep in thought. Allowing the hostage takers to simply walk away was clearly impossible, but refusing to comply meant endangering the hostages inside. At that moment, the elderly man who had been standing aside slowly approached. "Commissioner, given the situation, I suggest you agree to those desperados' demands. After all, our young mistress is exceptionally precious." "This." The chief's face twisted with anguish at the old man's words. "What? Our master had this daughter late in life, and she's his only child. If anything happens to our young mistress here, you know the consequences." Just then, a young officer rushed over. "Commissioner," the chief called. He said to spare no expense to ensure the safety of the young lady from the Yang family. The chief closed his eyes upon hearing this. Very well, very well. Agree to their terms." Seeing the chief's demeanor, Su Lingxian felt a surge of reluctance. "Chief, I suggest I go inside to assess the situation and see if we can subdue these kidnappers." "No, absolutely not." The director immediately refused Su Lingxuan's suggestion. "If anything happens to you, how could I face your father?" "Absolutely not. I think it's feasible." The elderly man standing nearby spoke up immediately after hearing Su Lingxuan's suggestion. "I think you should find someone to exchange our young lady first. Ensure her safety, and you can handle the rest however you see fit." Qin Feng glanced at the old man and shook his head at Su Lingxian. "Lingxian, it's too dangerous. I don't recommend you go. It'll be fine." Ignoring Qin Feng and the bureau chief's protests, Su Lingxian shed her gear, grabbed a bag of food and water, and headed toward the bank. The moment Su Lingxian reached the bank entrance, 2 bullets suddenly whizzed past her feet. "Freeze! What do you think you're doing?" Hearing the robbers shout, Su Lingxian halted and yelled back. "I need to confirm the hostage's safety." This is the water and food we prepared for you. Our plane is on its way. Inside the bank, a burly white man with a scorpion tattooed on his face turned to look at the gaunt man sitting over there whittling a wooden stick. Boss, there's a female cop outside. She says she's here to deliver food and water. The guys must be hungry and thirsty too. Let her in. What trouble could one woman cause? Scorpion, make sure to search her thoroughly. The gaunt man replied without lifting his head. Only 5 female hostages crouched beside him. Another man had been pinned to the wall with a sharpened wooden stick, his fate unknown. Upon hearing the order, Scorpion swaggered over and opened the bank's doors, allowing Su Lingxian to enter. Upon entering the bank and seeing the man pinned to the wall, Su Lingxian angrily confronted the gaunt man. Didn't you say you wouldn't harm the hostages? Then what happened to him? He brought it upon himself. I advise you to behave yourself. The gaunt man didn't even glance at Su Lingxian, continuing to whittle his wooden stick without lifting his head. Bastard! Seeing the man's attitude, Su Lingxian charged forward, swinging her fist at him. Scorpion rushed forward to stop him. But to Scorpion's shock, he was no match for Su Lingxian. But Scorpion had a gun. He created distance between himself and Su Lingxian, then pointed the gun at her. Freeze! Seeing the black muzzle, Su Lingxian slowly lowered her fist. Hey, you two, come over here and tie up this cop. Following Scorpion's orders, 2 men approached, bound Su Lingxian, and tossed her beside the 5 female hostages. Boss, the helicopter will arrive soon. It won't be able to carry this many people. What should we do? Take this cop and the prettiest one. 10 people is just right. Scorpion couldn't help but rub his head upon hearing the gaunt man's words. Haha, it's been ages since I've tasted the flavor of an Eastern beauty. And this time, there's even a policewoman? What a score! Su Lingxian shot Scorpion a cold stare but said nothing. She knew now that if these hijackers took her away, there would be no coming back. The female hostages over there were scared out of their wits, too terrified to utter a single word. After subduing Su Lingxian, Scorpion shouted toward the bank's entrance. Your people aren't playing by the rules. We've already subdued one of them. If you keep defying us, don't blame us for what happens next. Hearing the commotion from inside the bank, Xin Feng grew irritated. He had explicitly forbidden Su Lingxian from entering, but she had disobeyed. Now, the robbers had gained another hostage. The bureau chief, witnessing this scene, was filled with regret. Oh dear, how am I supposed to explain this to old Su now? Seeing the chief's expression, Xin Feng gently patted his shoulder. Alright, no matter how much you regret it, they won't release the hostages. Now, would you like to hear my suggestion? Seeing Xin Feng's demeanor, the chief knew he was now his last lifeline. Mr. Qin, please tell me. Do you have any paragliding equipment here? The director froze at Xin Feng's question before quickly nodding. He then had someone bring over a set of gliding gear. Uncle Ming, standing nearby, watched Xin Feng with equal curiosity. Stay right here. Don't move. I'll go get them out for you. After speaking, Xin Feng turned and had a SWAT officer escort him to retrieve the gear. Equipped with the gear, 2 knives strapped to his waist, and a walkie-talkie in hand, Xin Feng set off alone without anyone accompanying him. Xin Feng had already assessed the situation. To the east of the bank stood a tall building. Using his gliding gear from that tower would allow him to land directly on the bank's rooftop. Without delay, Xin Feng radioed the chief to deploy a helicopter to draw attention. Meanwhile, he glided from the high rise onto the bank's roof. Everyone's attention was drawn to the distant helicopter, leaving Xin Feng unnoticed. Xin Feng reached the bank's rooftop, switched off his walkie-talkie, pried open the door with his dagger, and slowly stepped inside. He descended the stairs, moving steadily downward. The bank had only 3 floors, housing 8 people in total. From the moment he began, Xin Feng intended to act swiftly and decisively, making every second count. Otherwise, if his actions were discovered, the hostages would be in danger. Xin Feng confirmed that only 2 people were on the 3rd floor. Without hesitation, he silently approached one from behind and struck him with a palm strike, knocking the robber unconscious. He then repeated the process, knocking out the other robber and tying both of them together. On the 2nd floor, there were also only 2 robbers. Dealing with them was effortless for Xin Feng. Just as he had done with the 3rd floor hostage takers, Xin Feng apprehended the 2 on the 2nd floor. At this moment, the sniper outside spotted Xin Feng and immediately reported it to the chief. Upon hearing that Xin Feng had already neutralized 4 hostage takers, the chief was stunned but immediately ordered the sniper to continue surveillance. Xin Feng descended to the 1st floor, where he found the remaining 4 robbers. Chapter 170, No Need to Know. 1 guarded the back door, 1 watched the window, 1 stood by the front door, and another sat beside the hostage. Without hesitation, Xin Feng knew the one beside the hostage must be the gang's leader. This gaunt-looking leader became Xin Feng's primary target. When the robber guarding the back door reached a blind spot, Xin Feng burst out, grabbed the robber by the throat, and knocked him unconscious. He then moved toward the window, intending to knock out the robber stationed there. But just then, one of the female hostages spotted his movements. Seeing Xin Feng's ghostly figure, the hostage screamed. Ah! A ghost! At the hostage's piercing scream, Scorpion and the robber leader both spun around in unison, their eyes fixed on Qin Feng.
Damn it! Good for nothing but causing trouble.
Qin Feng cursed under his breath, then punched the robber who hadn't even turned around yet, knocking him unconscious. He then drew the 2 daggers from his waist and flung them toward Scorpion and the gang leader. One dagger plunged straight into Scorpion's wrist, while the other was dodged by the gang leader. Stung by Qin Feng's blade, Scorpion dropped his gun to the ground.
Seeing Scorpion's gun on the ground, Su Lingxian quickly kicked it away.
Meanwhile, as the leader dodged Qin Feng's flying dagger, Qin Feng charged forward, shoving the leader away from the hostage.
The leader retreated to Scorpion's side and asked, "What's up?"
Scorpion, feeling the sharp pain in his wrist, shook his head slightly. The leader frowned upon seeing the dagger piercing Scorpion's wrist.
Seizing an inopportune moment, he yanked the blade out of Scorpion's flesh. Ah!
Scorpion let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, drained by the agony. At that moment, Qin Feng also spotted the hostage pinned to the wall. He frowned, then pulled out his walkie-talkie. The hostage has been rescued, but someone is injured and needs an ambulance.
The hostage takers still have weapons. Do not make any rash moves. Wait for my instructions.
After speaking, Qin Feng tossed the walkie-talkie to Su Lingxian before turning his attention to the gang leader. The leader now held a sharpened wooden stick in his left hand and a blood-stained dagger in his right, staring intently at Qin Feng.
Who are you?
The leader eyed Qin Feng, a hint of apprehension flickering in his gaze.
Surrender peacefully, and you'll find out exactly who I am. Ha!
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the leader said no more. He knew that in this situation, only by defeating Qin Feng and regaining control of the hostages would they have any chance of escaping. Just as the leader and Qin Feng were about to clash, one female hostage, unable to bear the tense atmosphere inside the bank any longer, tried to slip out unnoticed. But just as she neared the bank entrance, the leader hurled his wooden club, piercing straight through her body. In the exchange, the leader also took a punch from Qin Feng. After knocking the leader back with a single punch, Qin Feng immediately addressed the hostages crouched on the floor, too frightened to move.
Hey, you lot, don't run around. Just hide behind me. Once I deal with him, you'll be safe. And hey, untie that policewoman.
Su Lingxian was still being held captive, so Qin Feng had the hostages help untie her. Given Su Lingxian's skills, she could still protect the hostages' safety in this situation. Seeing that 2 people were already seriously injured, Qin Feng decided to end this quickly. Qin Feng charged directly at the gang leader, locking horns with him in combat. The leader's martial arts skills were formidable, and Qin Feng recognized that this man had likely undergone systematic training. Seizing a moment in the leader's defense, Qin Feng grabbed the right hand holding the dagger and snapped it clean off. Then, still holding the leader's right hand, Qin Feng thrust the dagger into the leader's left hand.
With both arms rendered useless by Qin Feng, the leader had no means to fight back. Scorpion, I'm sorry. I brought you in, but I can't get you out.
The leader retreated to Scorpion's side, kneeling on the ground as he spoke.
Scorpion looked at him and smiled indifferently. Boss, it's not your fault. I begged you to come here, and now we're trapped.
As he spoke, Scorpion's eyes suddenly sharpened. He drew a pistol from behind his waist and fired at Qin Feng. But Qin Feng dodged every single shot.
Enraged and humiliated, Scorpion roared, "I'll take a few down with me today."
With that, he aimed his gun directly at Su Lingxian and the other hostages.
Su Lingxian knew one of the hostages held an extremely prestigious position.
She instinctively tried to shield them with her own body, a professional instinct.
But just as the bullets were about to strike Su Lingxian,
Qin Feng charged to her side and shoved her out of the way. 2 bullets struck him, one in his right arm, the other in his right shoulder.
Qin Feng! Su Lingxian screamed his name upon witnessing the scene.
Among the hostages, a pair of beautiful eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng, murmuring his name over and over.
Su Lingxian rushed to Qin Feng's side and steadied him. "Qin Feng, are you okay?"
Qin Feng heard her and shook his head calmly.
"I'm fine. Don't worry."
At that moment, Scorpion noticed only 1 bullet remained in his gun. He shot an inquiring glance toward the leader of the hijackers.
Scorpion intended to use that bullet to take his own life.
The leader shook his head imperceptibly, whispering in a voice only the 2 could hear, "Kill." At his boss's command, Scorpion's eyes hardened with ferocity as he aimed his gun at Su Lingxian. Qin Feng saw Scorpion's gun pointed at Su Lingxian again and shouted, "Watch out."
He immediately pulled Su Lingxian behind him.
The bullet Scorpion fired struck Qin Feng in the left side of his back. Struck by the bullet, Qin Feng could barely hold on and collapsed unconscious.
Meanwhile, Scorpion and the gang leader were now completely incapacitated.
Seeing Qin Feng unconscious, Su Lingxian immediately used her walkie-talkie to inform the chief that all the robbers inside had been dealt with, urging him to call an ambulance immediately.
An ambulance had been waiting outside the bank all along.
Upon hearing Su Lingxian's voice, the chief immediately ordered his men to rush inside.
Uncle Ming followed the police into the bank to find his young mistress.
Upon confirming his young mistress was unharmed, Uncle Ming escorted her out. Qin Feng was transported to the hospital. Su Lingxian initially intended to accompany him, but numerous matters at the scene required her attention.
She could only entrust a hospital acquaintance to care for Qin Feng.
In the hospital, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes.
The distinct smell of hospital disinfectant made him wrinkle his nose.
Pulling back the sleeve of his shirt and unwrapping the bandage, Qin Feng saw the gaping wound. Those bastards, they even poisoned the bullets. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain radiating from the wound, Qin Feng slowly sat up. Such agony had become a familiar companion to him. Just as he was about to get out of bed, a female doctor opened the door and walked in.
"Oh? You're awake? Don't move. Let me examine you."
Without waiting for a response, the doctor pushed Qin Feng back onto the hospital bed and prepared to examine him.
"No need for medical attention, I'm fine. Doctor, when can I be discharged?"
Qin Feng didn't want to waste time, he wanted to leave the hospital. However, the female doctor had been instructed by Su Lingxian to take good care of Qin Feng, so she naturally couldn't let him leave.
"You just woke up and want to leave? You took 3 bullets, all poison ones at that. Do you really think I'd let you walk out like that? I'm really fine."
"If you don't believe me, I'll get out of bed and walk a few steps for you." Qin Feng pulled back the covers, preparing to get out of bed. But then he realized he was only wearing a long surgical gown, not a hospital gown. He pulled the blanket back over himself.
"Let me out of here,
or I'll file a complaint against you." Seeing that persuasion wasn't working, Qin Feng resorted to threats.
"Oh, go ahead and file a complaint. My name is He Qingyun, your attending physician. The complaint box is at the end of the hallway."
He Qingyun said, then proceeded to examine Qin Feng. After finishing the examination, He Qingyun went to open the wardrobe in the ward, retrieved Qin Feng's clothes, and turned to leave.
"Hey, what are you doing? Put my clothes back down."
He Qingyun took Qin Feng's clothes away and then summoned 2 nurses. She instructed them to take turns monitoring Qin Feng's movements to prevent him from leaving the hospital. Seeing his clothes gone and staring at his surgical gown, Qin Feng began to grumble indignantly.
"What kind of hospital is this? They don't even have proper patient gowns. And that little brat Su Lingxian isn't even here to keep me company. I took a bullet for her, for crying out loud."
After venting, Qin Feng reached for his phone to call someone to take him out. But he realized his phone was probably in the clothes He Qingyun had taken. Bored out of his mind, Qin Feng risked exposing himself and slipped out of the ward. Not knowing where He Qingyun had taken his clothes, he decided to head to the nurses' station first to find a proper hospital gown. Dodging nurses along the way, Qin Feng finally reached the nurses' station.
Chapter 171, The Hospital.
But as soon as he arrived at the nurses' station, Qin Feng saw He Qingyun coming out of a patient room. However, He Qingyun was busy giving instructions to a nurse and didn't notice Qin Feng. For now, Qin Feng could only crouch down to avoid being spotted. The problem was his clothes were too short. Even when crouched, they barely covered his thighs, forcing him to hold them up with his hands. After crouching down, Qin Feng cautiously peeked out, hoping to see if He Qingyun had left. Just as he did so, a face suddenly appeared right before his own. Startled by the sudden appearance, Qin Feng instinctively jerked backward. However, the lingering toxins from his earlier gunshot wound caused him to lose his balance, sending him crashing to the floor. Only then did Qin Feng realize that the face belonged to He Qingyun. He Qingyun possessed a sweet, delicate beauty, though her face often bore a frosty expression that made her seem somewhat unapproachable. After falling, Qin Feng realized his clothes were short and quickly reached down to cover himself, preventing any accidental exposure. He Qingyun watched this and let a small smile curve her lips.
"Tsk tisk," she remarked. "What's there to cover up? I saw everything when I operated on you."
He Qingyun remarked casually before instructing the nurses to take Qin Feng back to his ward.
"Hey, you can make me stay in the ward, but at least give me my phone."
Hearing Qin Feng's plea, He Qingyun went to her office, retrieved his phone from the pile of his clothes, and handed it to him. After getting his phone, Qin Feng immediately sent a message to Chening, informing her he was hospitalized.
However, Chening was in a meeting at that moment and didn't see the message right away.
Just as Qin Feng was scheming to escape the ward, an absolutely stunning girl dressed in a pure white hoodie and denim shorts arrived outside the room. But the girl was stopped by a nurse.
"Hello, miss, who are you here to see?" "I'm here to visit. To see Qin Feng." The girl pointed toward Qin Feng and walked straight in.
Seeing this, the nurse went to inform He Qingyun that someone had come to visit Qin Feng. Upon entering, the girl spotted Qin Feng sitting boredly on the hospital bed, staring at his phone. She excitedly ran over.
"Qin Feng."
Qin Feng was a bit taken aback by the girl's sudden appearance.
"Wait a minute, who are you?" "My name is Yang Mengwu. You saved me at the bank." Upon hearing Yang Mengwu's words, Qin Feng quickly asked her a question. "Hello, Miss Yang. Do you know which hospital this is?"
"This is the 1st Military District Hospital," Yang Mengwu said as she approached Qin Feng's bedside, picking up a fruit knife to peel an apple for him. Once Qin Feng knew where he was, he sent a message to Tang Yong, informing him that he was at the 1st Military District Hospital and asking Tang Yong to send someone to pick him up. Tang Yong didn't ask why Qin Feng was in the hospital, he simply said he'd come pick him up. But Qin Feng didn't want Tang Yong to come. Too many people recognized Tang Yong now. If Tang Yong came to pick him up, others might see him, and Qin Feng's identity as the owner of Tenmu Group could very well be exposed. Upon seeing Qin Feng's message, Tang Yong recalled that Zhu Yeqing and the others were still at Tenmu Group. He sought out Zhu Yeqing and asked her to go pick up Qin Feng. Upon learning Qin Feng was at the hospital, Zhu Yeqing rushed there without delay. Inside the hospital, Yang Mengwu peeled an apple and held it to Qin Feng's lips. "Here, Qin Feng, have an apple." Qin Feng was slightly taken aback by Yang Mengwu's gesture, but he still said thank you before accepting the apple. "Miss Yang, you really don't need to stay here with me. My friend will be here soon." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Mengwu didn't realize he was subtly hinting that she should leave. Seeing Qin Feng take the apple, Yang Mengwu smiled happily. She then stood there quietly watching Qin Feng, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. "Miss Yang, why are you staring at me like that?" Yang Mengwu smiled at his question and replied, "I'm looking at my savior." Hearing her words, Qin Feng unconsciously touched his own face. Seeing this, Yang Mengwu looked at him earnestly and said, "Qin Feng, you saved my life. Tell me whatever wish you have, I can make it come true." Qin Feng froze at her words, then shook his head with a faint smile. In all his years, this was the first time anyone had offered to grant his wish. Seeing Qin Feng smile, Yang Mengwu pouted slightly in displeasure, though her gaze remained tenderly affectionate. At that moment, He Qingyun, passing by Qin Feng's ward, casually glanced inside and happened to see Yang Mengwu speaking with him. Frowning, He Qingyun addressed the nurse, "Why is a woman visiting him? Why wasn't I informed?" The nurse was at a loss for words upon hearing He Qingyun's question. Before the nurse could explain, He Qingyun pushed open the door and walked in. "Hello, young lady. Who are you? This isn't visiting hours at our hospital, is it? How did you get in?" He Qingyun fired off a barrage of questions at Yang Mengwu the moment she entered. Yang Mengwu, however, had the temperament of a spoiled young lady. Though she appeared gentle toward Qin Feng, that was solely because he had saved her life. Hearing He Qingyun's words, Yang Mengwu turned her head sharply to glare at her. "Who I am is none of your business. And who are you?" Conflicts between beauties were inevitable for one reason or another, especially between two top-tier beauties like He Qingyun and Yang Mengwu. Qin Feng watched the two women before him, his heart filled with helplessness. He Qingyun assumed Yang Mengwu had come to help Qin Feng escape, so she gave her a cold reception. Meanwhile, Yang Mengwu felt resentment toward He Qingyun's barrage of questions. Thus, the two women now stood locked in confrontation, neither willing to yield. Qin Feng noticed the awkward tension in the air and tried to ease the uncomfortable atmosphere. Shut up." Just as Qin Feng opened his mouth to speak, both women simultaneously ordered him to shut up. Exasperated, Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and lay back, watching the two beauties argue. Once he was lying down, Qin Feng suddenly realized that watching two beauties argue was actually quite enjoyable. He Qingyun believed Yang Mengwu had come to the hospital to cause trouble, while Yang Mengwu felt He Qingyun was looking for trouble where none existed. Just as their confrontation reached a fever pitch, Zhu Yeqing arrived. Zhu Yeqing approached the ward entrance but was also stopped by the nurse. But after receiving a stern glare from Zhu Yeqing, the nurse obediently stepped aside. Zhu Yeqing pushed open the door and walked in, just in time to see Yang Mengwu and He Qingyun arguing. Hearing the door open, all three turned their gaze toward the entrance. Yang Mengwu and He Qingyun paused their argument, both turning to stare at Zhu Yeqing. Seeing another woman with a graceful figure and delicate features enter, He Qingyun couldn't help but frown. "What's going on? Why is there another visitor?" Muttering to herself, He Qingyun turned her gaze toward Qin Feng. At that moment, Zhu Yeqing began walking step by step toward Qin Feng. "You came to pick me up?" Qin Feng asked upon seeing Zhu Yeqing. "MHM." Zhu Yeqing nodded. Just as she was about to say something, He Qingyun stepped between them. "No, the patient's current condition doesn't allow him to be discharged." "Exactly. He's been shot 3 times. Why would he be discharged? He should stay in the hospital. I'll cover all the expenses." Yang Mengwu, having heard Zhu Yeqing's words, also disagreed with discharging Qin Feng. Hearing Yang Mengwu speak, He Qingyun gave her another appraising look before turning her gaze back to Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing, witnessing the scene before him, felt utterly helpless. "Do you know who he is? These minor injuries are nothing to him. There's no need to waste time here." Zhu Yeqing said indifferently, looking at He Qingyun. Hearing Zhu Yeqing's words, He Qingyun felt a surge of indignation. "Oomph. Regardless of his past, he's my patient now, and I'll take responsibility for him. I know my boss. If he says he's ready to be discharged, then he's definitely fine." Zhu Yeqing and He Qingyun were arguing, and Yang Mengwu had now sided with He Qingyun, unwilling to let Zhu Yeqing take Qin Feng away. Qin Feng, meanwhile, leaned against the hospital bed, eating fruit while watching the 3 women argue. Well, 3 women make a drama. This one's quite entertaining. Suddenly I'm not bored at all." Just as Qin Feng watched the women's argument with keen interest, Su Lingxian arrived, looking flustered and out of breath. Upon reaching Qin Feng's hospital room, Su Lingxian heard the commotion inside and hurried in. "What are you all arguing about? Upon entering, Su Lingxian immediately stepped in to stop the three women's argument. The three women greeted Su Lingxian as soon as they saw her. Lingxian. Su. Officer Su. Though they addressed her differently, all three women recognized Su Lingxian. Zhu Yeqing and Su Lingxian were essentially colleagues, while Su Lingxian and He Qingyun were close friends. As for Yang Mengwu, she had just met her during the interrogation. Su Lingxian nodded to the three women and said, "What are you arguing about here? Everyone step outside first. I need to take Qin Feng's statement." Hearing this, the three women nodded and stepped outside together. Before leaving the ward, He Qingyun specifically reminded Su Lingxian, "Remember, don't let him leave the ward. His discharge requires my approval and signature." "Don't worry." After Su Lingxian gave her assurance, He Qingyun finally left the room with peace of mind, turning to visit other patients. As for Zhu Yeqing and Yang Mengwu, they stood outside the ward, neither willing to acknowledge the other. Chapter 172, The Battlefield. Zhu Yeqing was the sexy type of beauty, while Yang Mengwu embodied the pure and innocent type. Their styles were polar opposites. Coupled with their recent argument inside the ward, neither was willing to acknowledge the other now. Inside the ward, Qin Feng watched as the three women sent Su Lingxian away. He felt both relieved and a touch of regret. Noticing the hint of regret on Qin Feng's face, Su Lingxian pursed her lips. "What's that look on your face? You seem pretty disappointed. Looks like you actually enjoyed that situation just now?" Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and asked Su Lingxian what the situation was now. She then explained it to him. He Qingyun was a surgeon and Su Lingxian's close friend. When Qin Feng was admitted to the 1st Military Region Hospital, Su Lingxian had specifically asked He Qingyun to keep an eye on him. It was precisely because of Su Lingxian's request that He Qingyun had shown such concern for Qin Feng's injuries. Yang Mengwu was one of the hostages Qin Feng had rescued from the bank. She was the young lady of the Yang family, daughter of Yanjing's wealthiest man. Because Qin Feng had saved her, Yang Mengwu used her father's connections to track down his location and rushed over to thank him in person. After hearing Su Lingxian's explanation, Qin Feng understood the current situation. After finishing her explanation, Su Lingxian curiously asked Qin Feng how Bamboo Leaf Green had ended up here. Qin Feng admitted frankly that he had called Zhu Yeqing to come and take him away. Upon hearing Qin Feng intended to leave the hospital, Su Lingxian looked utterly incredulous. "You're leaving the hospital? In your condition?" Qin Feng merely shrugged at Su Lingxian's words. "Those bastards' bullets were poisoned. Otherwise, how could 3 shots leave me in such a mess? Poisoned? Then you absolutely cannot leave the hospital. What if the toxins aren't fully purged and cause lasting damage to your body?" Hearing Su Lingxian's words, Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Still, he cooperated with Su Lingxian and provided a brief statement. While Su Lingxian was taking the statement, He Qingyun finished her own work and returned to the hallway outside Qin Feng's hospital room. Seeing Su Lingxian taking Qin Feng's statement, He Qingyun stopped at the ward entrance, lining up alongside Yang Mengwu and Zhu Yeqing. The three women, each with a distinct style, stood there, drawing frequent glances from the people coming and going in the hospital. One was sensual, one was coldly beautiful, and one was pure and innocent. After finishing the interview, Su Lingxian tucked away her notebook. The moment Su Lingxian tucked away her notebook, the three women hurriedly entered the room. Qin Feng, seeing the women enter, sighed helplessly and rubbed his forehead. Once inside, they began to argue again over Qin Feng's situation. Not wanting to listen to their quarrel, Qin Feng spoke before they could say a word. "Hold your horses, let me speak first." He then addressed He Qingyun first. "Dr. Yi, trust me, I won't be discharged anytime soon, and I have no intention of running away. You can rest assured, okay? Can I trust you?" Hearing Qin Feng's words, He Qingyun raised her delicate eyebrows and asked him. "A man of his word, his spit is as good as gold." Hearing Qin Feng's words, He Qingyun said no more. She nodded and stepped aside. Then, Qin Feng turned his gaze to Zhu Yeqing. "Zhu Yeqing, I won't be leaving the hospital for now. Why don't you go back first?" "All right. Since you're staying, I'll stay and keep you company." Qin Feng heard Zhu Yeqing's words and was about to tell her he was fine and didn't need her to stay, but before he could speak, Yang Mengwu, who had been standing nearby, interjected. "Do we even need you here? My Qin Feng brother has me by his side." Yang Mengwu frowned at Zhu Yeqing, who shot back just as fiercely. "What business does a child like you have meddling in this? Who's a kid? What part of me is small?" Seeing Yang Mengwu about to clash with Zhu Yeqing again, Qin Feng quickly stepped in to stop the two women. All right, stop arguing." After speaking, Qin Feng turned his attention to Yang Mengwu. "Miss Yang, I think you should go home and let your family know you're safe. After all, you just narrowly escaped danger. I'm sure they're worried sick." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Mengwu shook her head firmly, indicating that her presence at the hospital had been permitted by her family. Seeing her insistence, Qin Feng realized further persuasion would be futile. He then turned his attention to Su Lingxian. "Lingxian, see if you can take them both away." Su Lingxian heard Qin Feng's request and gave a faint shake of her head. "That's impossible. I can't leave. I'm here to protect you under the director's orders. Qin Feng felt utterly exasperated upon hearing Su Lingxuan's response. Turns out all his pleading had been like talking to a wall. Just as Qin Feng was at a loss for words, the hospital room door opened once more. Stepping through the doorway was a stunningly beautiful woman with a perfect figure, none other than Chen Ying. After pushing open the door, her eyes were fixed solely on Qin Feng lying in the hospital bed. She completely ignored the women standing nearby, rushing straight to the bedside. Qin Feng, are you okay? How could you be so careless and get hurt so badly? As she spoke, she examined Qin Feng's wounds, her almond-shaped eyes filled with concern. Qin Yun, standing nearby, saw Chen Ying about to touch Qin Feng's wound and quickly grabbed her hand. Hey, the patient just had surgery. The wound mustn't be touched. When Chen Ying felt her hand being held, she turned to look at Qin Yun. Noticing Qin Yun's white coat, she asked curiously, "Are you a doctor?" "Yes, I'm Mr. Qin's attending physician." Qin Yun nodded, and Chen Ying exchanged greetings with her. At that moment, Yang Mengwu, seeing how close Chen Ying and Qin Feng were, stepped forward with a displeased expression. "Who are you? Why are you getting so close to brother Qin Feng?" Chen Ying frowned and turned around upon hearing Yang Mengwu's voice. Su Lingxian and Zhu Yeqing, who knew the nature of Chen Ying and Qin Feng's relationship, both swallowed unconsciously. Chen Ying turned to face Yang Mengwu, then scanned the ward before declaring, "Who am I? I'm Qin Feng's wife." Yang Mengwu froze at the words, then her displeasure instantly melted into a smile. "Oh, it's you, sister. You're so beautiful. You and brother Qin Feng make such a perfect match." Caught off guard by Yang Mengwu's sudden change in demeanor, Chen Ying looked perplexed and asked, "Little sister, who are you?" "Oh, brother Qin Feng just saved my life. He got injured trying to save me." "Oh?" Chen Ying heard the hero rescues the damsel in distress scenario and turned to look at Qin Feng. "I didn't just save her." Qin Feng explained helplessly before turning his gaze toward Su Lingxian. Su Lingxian immediately understood that Qin Feng was signaling her to explain the situation. Understanding his intent, Su Lingxian proceeded to explain the events to Chen Ying. Chen Ying was deeply impressed by Su Lingxian, the curvaceous policewoman, so she listened attentively to Su Lingxuan's explanation, gaining a clear understanding of the entire incident. After Su Lingxian finished, Chen Ying realized Yang Mengwu had come to thank Qin Feng for saving her life. Though slightly uncomfortable, Chen Ying decided not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Chen Ying turned her gaze toward Zhu Yeqing. "And who might you be, young lady?" "Me?" Zhu Yeqing was caught off guard by Qin Ying's question. Although she was one of Qin Feng's longtime veterans, she genuinely didn't know what to say in this situation. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke up. "She's my subordinate." Hearing Qin Feng's voice, Chen Ying frowned and turned to look at him. "Honey, you forgot what I told you before my profession." Chen Ying nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Seeing her nod, Qin Feng dismissed the other women, leaving only Chen Ying alone in the hospital room. Once everyone had left, Chen Ying spoke to Qin Feng with a hint of displeasure. "Who was that woman in black just now? Why haven't I ever heard you mention her before?" Qin Feng knew Chen Ying was feeling a bit jealous, so he proceeded to explain Zhu Yeqing's identity to her. After hearing his explanation, Chen Ying relaxed, though she still muttered under her breath, "You really are blessed with good fortune with women." Seeing Chen Ying's expression, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Of course I am. With a wife as beautiful as you, I'm incredibly lucky indeed." Chen Ying shot Qin Feng a glare. Though she didn't say it aloud, she felt genuinely happy inside. Yet after the joy faded, only deep concern remained in her heart. "Qin Feng, are your injuries serious? I can't help but feel like you're badly hurt." Seeing the worry on Chen Ying's face, Qin Feng gave a gentle smile. "I'm fine, dear. No need to worry so much." Hearing Qin Feng say he was fine, Chen Ying's curiosity about Zhu Yeqing's identity flared up again. But remembering the confidential nature of Qin Feng's work, she let it go. Still, she couldn't shake her concern for his wound. With his permission, she lifted the gauze covering it. Ouch! As she unwrapped the bandage, Chen Ying accidentally touched the wound. The lingering poison caused Qin Feng to wince in pain once more. Chapter 173, Am I the Cargo? "Qin Feng? Are you okay?" Seeing him grimace in pain, Chen Ying rushed over, her face filled with concern. "I'm fine." Qin Feng gave a faint smile, signaling Chen Ying not to worry. Chen Ying nodded in response, yet the worry in her eyes remained unmistakable. "Qin Feng, tell me how you got hurt." Qin Feng began recounting the events that had unfolded at the bank. As she listened, shock rippled through Chen Ying's beautiful eyes. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening had fallen. Seeing how late it was, Chen Ying got up to buy Qin Feng something to eat. "Honey, thank you, but I must have kept you from doing a lot today, right?" "What are you talking about?" Chen Ying shot Qin Feng a playful glare. "You're my husband. You're injured, of course I should come take care of you." Hearing her words, Qin Feng felt deeply touched. Just as Chen Ying was about to leave, Yang Mengwu walked in carrying 2 large bags. "Miss Yang? Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" Chen Ying asked in surprise upon seeing Yang Mengwu enter. Yang Mengwu smiled sweetly at Chen Ying's question. "No need for such formality, sister. My name is Yang Mengwu. You can just call me Xiao Wu. Chening felt a bit embarrassed by Yang Mengwu's politeness. Hello, Miss Yang. I'm Chening, Xin Feng's wife. I know. You know? Yang Mengwu flashed Chening a smile before carrying 2 large bags into the hospital room. Once inside, Yang Mengwu smiled directly at Chening and said, Sister Ring, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, these are the nutritious meals I had specially prepared. Let's eat together. With that, Yang Mengwu began pulling out one exquisitely crafted meal box after another from the 2 large bags. Miss Yang, you. Chening watched Yang Mengwu's actions and tried to stop her, but before she could finish her sentence, Yang Mengwu cut her off with a smile. Sister Ring, just call me Xiao Wu. Seeing Yang Mengwu smiling throughout, Chening felt awkward to say more and decided not to be formal with her. Little Wu, what are you doing? Sister Ring, brother Qin Feng saved my life. Naturally, I must properly thank you all. Qin Feng watched Yang Mengwu's actions without saying a word, quietly observing Chening and Yang Mengwu. After finishing her preparations, Yang Mengwu invited Qin Feng and Chening to join them for a meal. Seeing this, Qin Feng and Chening accepted without further hesitation. The 3 ate together, but Qin Feng remained silent throughout the meal. He was certain Yang Mengwu had ulterior motives. This couldn't simply be a straightforward act of gratitude. As they neared the end of their meal, Yang Mengwu suddenly stood up, pulled a bank card from her purse, and placed it before Chening. Chening looked puzzled and asked, Little Wu, what are you doing? Qin Feng frowned at the gesture. Miss Yang, saving you wasn't my goal. My purpose was solely to strike against that gang of criminals. There's no need for you to thank us with money. Yes, Miss Yang, please take this money back. Seeing Yang Mengwu insist on giving money, Chening addressed her as Miss Yang once more. Upon hearing Qin Feng and Chen Ying's words, Yang Mengwu merely smiled faintly. Sister Ring, I've had people look into it. You and brother Qin Feng are probably just in an arranged marriage, right? You're not truly married, are you? What exactly are you trying to say? Chen Ying's delicate brows furrowed tightly at Yang Mengwu's words. There's 10 million in this card. I hope you take this money, Sister Ring, and divorce brother Qin Feng. Since you don't like him, let someone who does have him. Yang Mengwu spoke with a constant smile, which infuriated Chening. Miss Yang, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do such a thing? My marriage to Qin Feng wasn't just my father's arrangement, it was our destiny. Please take this money back. Chening pushed the bank card back toward Yang Mengwu with a cold expression. Had this been a few months ago, Chening might have divorced Qin Feng. But these past months together had revealed qualities in him she hadn't noticed in the years before. The Chening of today was utterly devoted to Qin Feng. Divorce was utterly out of the question. Seeing this, Yang Mengwu said nothing more. She simply picked up the bank card, stood up, and walked out. As she reached the ward door, Yang Mengwu turned back to glare inside. Humph. Qin Feng, big brother, you'll be mine sooner or later. With that, Yang Mengwu walked out, leaving Chening and Qin Feng staring at each other in silence. What kind of nonsense is this? Someone actually paid me to divorce you. Chening was furious, utterly baffled by Yang Mengwu's actions. Seeing Chen Ying's anger, Qin Feng chuckled and remarked, exactly. What kind of person is that? Do I really only cost 10 million? Get lost. So if she'd offered more money, you would have divorced me? Qin Feng, I never thought you'd be such a scumbag. You're so heartless. Tears welled up in Chen Ying's eyes as she spoke. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't stay seated on the hospital bed any longer. He jumped up and rushed to Chen Ying's side. Honey, why are you crying? I was just joking. Qin Feng, promise I'll never leave you for the rest of my life. Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me, are you? Chening looked up at Qin Feng, her eyes still brimming with tears. Qin Feng watched Chen Ying's tear-streaked face and felt his heart ache deeply. My dear, Qin Feng, swear on my life that I will never leave you. If I break this vow, may the heavens strike me down. Before Qin Feng could finish, Chening pressed her finger against his lips, silencing him. Silly goose. Chening murmured softly, her tears suddenly drying. At Chen Ying's request, Qin Feng stayed in the hospital for 2 more days. But in the end, he insisted on being discharged. Chening had no choice but to let him leave. Truthfully, Qin Feng had wanted to leave long ago. Watching Chening shuttle back and forth between the company, the hospital, and home, he felt utterly heartbroken for her. But Chening didn't want him to leave either, so he had been accommodating her wishes. Finally, after burning the midnight oil to finish her unfinished work, dark circles appeared under Chen Ying's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feng insisted on leaving the hospital immediately. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Chening let him leave. Truthfully, Qin Feng had been medically cleared to leave much earlier, but Chen Ying's insistence had kept him confined. After his discharge, Chening forbade Qin Feng from doing anything, insisting he stay home to recuperate. Even when Zhang Yuan tried to say a few words to Qin Feng, Chening wouldn't allow it, prompting Zhang Yuan to joke that Qin Feng must have slipped Chening some love potion. Sometime later, Chening returned home carrying an invitation to a Yanjing city entrepreneurs gathering. Seeing Chening bring back another invitation, Qin Feng was utterly perplexed. Honey, didn't we already have one invitation? Why is there another one now? Chen smiled as she explained, the previous one was for entrepreneurs in Yanjing City, but this time it's for the entire Yanjing region. Oh? That large in scale? Xin Feng couldn't help but sound surprised. Then, Chen murmured to herself again, yes, it's being organized by the Yang family, the most prominent family in Yanjing. The gathering lasts 3 days, and I imagine quite a few people will attend. After all, no company would dare refuse the Yang family's invitation. The Yang family? Yes, the Yang family. Is there something wrong, Qin Feng? Seeing Qin Feng's puzzled expression, Chen asked back, equally perplexed. Seeing Chen Ying's expression, Qin Feng pondered whether he had told her that Yang Mengwu was the Yang family's eldest daughter, or if he should bring it up now. Qin Feng? Qin Feng? Seeing Qin Feng staring blankly, Chen called out to snap him out of it. Ha? Honey? Qin Feng, I'm talking to you. What are you spacing out about? Chen pouted slightly, displeased by his absent-mindedness. Seeing Chen Ying's expression, Qin Feng asked if she wanted to go. Without hesitation, Chen gave him an affirmative answer. Hey, Qin Feng, did you forget? You encouraged me to go to that previous cocktail party. Now that the party has been replaced by a gathering, of course I'm going. To seek opportunities for Fengmu Group. Seeing Chen Ying's high spirits, Qin Feng didn't bring up the Yang family matter again. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the day of the Yanjing Entrepreneurs Gathering arrived. This gathering was held in Jianya, Yanjing's largest city, so Chen and Qin Feng set out early by car. Zhang Yuan had wanted to tag along for the fun, but Chen refused, prompting Zhang Yuan to scold Qin Feng again, accusing him of persuading Chen to exclude her. Qin Feng said little in response, simply departing with Chen. After driving for 5 straight hours, Qin Feng and Chen finally arrived in Jianya, Yanjing's largest city. Following the address on the invitation, they arrived at the Xuanwu Grand Hotel, one of Jianya's most luxurious establishments. After undergoing a series of security checks, Qin Feng and Chen finally entered the banquet hall. The banquet hadn't truly commenced yet, many influential figures wouldn't make an appearance so early. As for Qin Feng, he wandered around the hotel with Chen. Chen was also dressed to impress today, wearing a black gown that reached her neckline, perfectly accentuating her figure. The conservative attire added a touch of noble elegance to her presence. Her 2 lotus root-like jade arms were exposed outside the dress, one arm linked with Qin Feng's, the other holding her clutch bag, exuding grace and poise. Chapter 174, Banquet Interlude. Many early arrivals at the banquet sought to strike up conversations with Chen, but upon seeing Qin Feng, they felt somewhat intimidated. Qin Feng's attire for the day had been chosen by Chen. His sharp black formal suit accentuated his tall, well-proportioned frame. 2 black dragons, embroidered in black thread, adorned the fabric, radiating an aura of unapproachable authority. Qin Feng and Chen strolled through the hotel, taking a moment to step outside and admire the scenery of Jianya. Finally, evening arrived. Representatives from prominent families, major corporations, and influential figures began arriving. Representatives of small businesses like Qin Feng and Chen could only stand toward the corner. Even so, the crowd instinctively kept their distance from Qin Feng and Chen as they mingled. As most attendees had gathered, an elderly man ascended the podium and began his address. It was then that Qin Feng spotted Tang Yong. Tang Yong stood among the front row, surrounded almost entirely by gray-haired elders. At that moment, Chen also spotted Tang Yong. Is that Manager Tang? Qin Feng nodded with a faint smile. After the elderly gentleman on stage announced the banquet's commencement, the crowd dispersed to mingle freely. However, this banquet was essentially divided into 3 tiers. Groups like Fengmu Group could only occupy the outermost tier. City-leading conglomerates or families like the Wan Group and Su Group occupied the 2nd tier. The innermost tier was reserved for super conglomerates or families like Tianmu Group and Yang Group. Of course, some attempted to collaborate across tiers, but most such endeavors ended in failure. Amidst the crowd, Tang Yong immediately spotted Qin Feng, whose presence stood out. Only then did Tang Yong realize that Maplewood Group had also attended the banquet. Recalling that Fengmu Group belonged to his boss's wife, Tang Yong decided to bring them into the gathering center. He rose and made his way toward Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence to find you here. Yes, what a coincidence. Qin Feng recognized Tang Yong's intentions the moment he saw him and engaged in casual conversation. At that moment, Qin Feng was completely unaware that a pair of eyes was fixed on him. Amidst the crowd, Chen Dawei glared at Qin Feng with a sinister expression. Seeing Tang Yong approach and begin conversing with Chen and Qin Feng, a wave of resentment surged within him once more. He still couldn't fathom why a super conglomerate like Tianmu Group consistently shielded Chen like this. Even the mysterious owner behind Tianmu Group had stepped forward to support her. Of course, these matters were beyond Chen Dawei's comprehension. After all, Qin Feng had always been the boss of Tianmu Group. What man in the world wouldn't stand up for his own wife? What are your plans for this gathering, Miss Chen? Tang Yong, being Qin Feng's man, naturally sought to secure as many advantages as possible for his boss's wife. Manager Tang, with so many major conglomerates and prominent families attending, Fengmu Group is still quite small. My goal here is to seek resources that can help us grow. I hope you'll look out for us. Chen felt a bit nervous seeing so many prominent families gathered. This was a rare gathering of all Yinjing district's entrepreneurs. If she seized this opportunity, Maplewood Group might suddenly rise to a position she never imagined. Ha ha ha, of course. We're partners, after all. Come, President Chen, Mr. Qin, this way please. Let me introduce you to everyone. With that, Tang Yang led the way, ushering Qin Feng and Chen Ning into the center of the circle and introducing them to everyone present. Mr. Wang, this is Maplewood Group, one of Yinjing City's most outstanding enterprises. And this is the owner of Maplewood Group, Miss Chen Ning. As he made the introductions, Tang Yang stepped back slightly to the side. After all, this was about putting Maplewood Group and Chen Ning in the spotlight for her to showcase the company. If he pushed too far forward, it wouldn't look right. Maplewood Group has been thriving in Yinjing City. We've long heard it's a company with tremendous potential. Manager Tang has often told us how pleasant it was working with them. Meeting you today, I never imagined such a beautiful young lady runs such a successful enterprise. Truly, a match made in heaven. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Wang. Any success we've achieved is largely thanks to Manager Tang. We never forget those who helped us along the way. It was Manager Tang who gave us our first opportunity. Should we ever have the chance to collaborate with you in the future, it would be our greatest honor. Chen Ning, having navigated such social circles for some time, naturally spoke with great tact, generous yet maintaining her dignity. Mr. Wang was thoroughly enjoying the conversation, though he couldn't help but notice how strikingly dressed Qin Feng was today. The young man had drawn the attention of everyone present, including Mr. Wang himself. Curiosity piqued, Mr. Wang inquired, "May I ask who the gentleman accompanying Mr. Bai is?" "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Chen Ying's husband." Qin Feng stepped forward naturally to greet Mr. Wang. After all, today's occasion was particularly important to Chen Ning, so Qin Feng was being very proactive. "Oh? Well, you two truly make a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Miss Chen has blossomed into such a stunning young lady. To think she's already married. That must break the hearts of many gentlemen here today." The man Tang Yong had introduced was quite humorous, and his jokes were always well measured. Not far away, Chen Dawei watched the unfolding scene. Not only had Chen Ning successfully entered the second social circle, but things were going remarkably smoothly. He couldn't just stand by and let this happen. Stride after stride, he made his way over, speaking as he approached. "My dear sister, why bring your husband along today? Isn't keeping him at home enough? Must you drag him to places like this to broaden his horizons?" Chen Dawei strode toward Chen Ning with an arrogant expression, continuing to speak to Mr. Wang in a condescending tone. "Mr. Wang, since your business isn't in Yinjing City, you might not be aware of certain matters. My sister and brother-in-law were forced into an arranged marriage. This Qin Feng is nothing but a freeloader, living off my sister's support." "Oh? Mr. Qin, is he that kind of person?" Mr. Wang, having a military background, couldn't help but look down on men who lived off their wives. He eyed Qin Feng suspiciously as he asked. "Yes, Mr. Wang. I'm currently a stay-at-home husband, primarily responsible for taking care of my wife's daily needs: clothing, food, housing, and transportation so she can focus on her work with peace of mind. Our household is different from most. It's mainly the woman who handles the outside world while the man manages the home." Qin Feng didn't shy away from the topic at all, stating it bluntly. Mr. Wang was taken aback by this. He genuinely hadn't expected a man to frame being a house husband in such a refreshingly unconventional light. After a moment of surprise, he remarked, "You're quite candid, sir. My husband surpasses me in every capability. He simply chooses to reserve better opportunities for me. I believe if he desired to pursue a career, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass mine." Chen Ning stepped forward, speaking for Qin Feng with neither humility nor arrogance. "Oh? Sister, doesn't that sound a bit biased? Is he really as good as you say?" "You're right about one thing though, his fighting skills are definitely far superior to yours." Chen Dawei truly had a knack for twisting the truth. He'd always been like that, and now he showed no restraint even in front of outsiders. If things are truly as this young man describes, then under Miss Chen's leadership, Fengmu Group has already achieved commendable results. After all, she has such a capable man by her side. Mr. Wang's thinking had been completely swayed by Chen Dawei, and he shot Qin Feng a look that was anything but friendly. "If my brother Qin Feng isn't good enough, who is? You dog, just biting people left and right?" A haughty voice echoed down from the upper floor. It sounded gentle, yet the authority within its tone was undeniable. Everyone looked up to see a woman in an elegant yet graceful dress, adorned with a necklace that perfectly accentuated her slender, beautiful neck. Every detail reflected her refined taste and status. Yang Mengwu descended the staircase from the second floor, step by step. Instantly, every gaze in the room fixated on her. Each click of her high heels seemed to strike the heart of everyone present. Xin Feng's gaze was naturally drawn to her as well. This young Mengwu was quite the chameleon. Just moments ago at the hospital she'd been one person, and now she'd completely transformed into another. Chen Ning, standing nearby, noticed Qin Feng staring at the woman. She clenched her hand tightly, grabbed a handful of flesh from Qin Feng's waist, and twisted it hard in the opposite direction. A sudden, piercing scream shattered the silence.
Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and let out a loud cry. Ah! The scream truly stunned everyone present. All eyes instantly turned to Qin Feng.
Qin Feng immediately clamped his mouth shut.
Yang Mengwu stepped forward, glaring at Chen Dawei and demanding, "Who do you think you are? Spreading lies and slandering my brother Qin Feng like this? Me? You don't know my name? I'm the sole heir to the Chun Group. The entire Chun Group will be mine someday. You don't know who I am?" Chapter 175, The Clown.
As Chen Dawei spouted his nonsense, he drew the attention of various super conglomerates present. This brat truly had the audacity of a dog daring to challenge the heavens. How dare he speak to the young family's eldest daughter like that? He must genuinely have no desire to survive in Yanjing district anymore. How dare you? You insignificant Chen family, how dare you speak to the Yang family's princess like this? Tang Yong stepped forward, his voice booming as he rebuked Chen Dawei, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the young man. Impossible. How could it be the Yang family's eldest daughter? This penniless brat couldn't possibly know the Yang family's eldest daughter. He's barely scraping by thanks to that stinking brat. How could he possibly know such a big shot? Chen Dawei shouted in disbelief, feeling like a clown stripped naked and paraded before the crowd. He stumbled backward, collapsing onto the hall floor. Gazing up at the faces staring down at him, he scrambled to his feet, retreating in terror. With your pathetic mental fortitude, you dare compare yourself to my brother Qin Feng? What do you have to offer? You're not even a tenth of his caliber. Guards! Throw this lunatic out. I won't tolerate such a fool disrupting the Yang family's gathering for harmonious exchange and experience sharing. This isn't the kind of chaos we need. Yang Mengwu waved her hand, and security guards immediately surrounded Chen Dawei, hoisting him up like a little chick and carrying him out. Suspended in midair, Chen Dawei still screamed in defiance, "I'm the eldest grandson of the Chen family. I'm the future heir of the Chen Group. You can't treat me like this. You can't." Chen Dawei was carried out, still shouting, while the crowd bowed their heads, watching with pity as his struggling figure receded into the distance. Yang Mengwu skipped over to Qin Feng, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Brother Qin Feng, why did you come here? If you told me you were coming back today, I would have come to pick you up early. You wouldn't have had to endure all this humiliation." Qin Feng immediately took a step back. He glanced at Chen Ning, then turned back to Yang Mengwu and said, "I came with my wife. I wouldn't come to a place like this on my own." Seeing Qin Feng's tactful response, Chen Ning chose not to press the matter further. Seeing Qin Feng step back, Yang Mengwu stepped forward, closing the distance between them. "Qin Feng, why are you standing so far away? I won't eat you, and besides, I wouldn't do anything to you. I'm sure my sister-in-law wouldn't mind either, right, sis?" Yang Mengwu turned to Chen Ning with an innocent look, batting her big eyes in a pitifully helpless manner. "Miss Yang, I'm naturally delighted that you hold my husband in such high regard. However, I believe my understanding of my husband runs deeper than yours. After all, as his wife, I know him intimately." Chen Ning refused to be outdone, repeatedly emphasizing her relationship with Qin Feng. She even wrapped her arm possessively around his, like two little girls fighting over a favorite doll, neither willing to back down. "Oomph. Brother Qin Feng is incredibly capable, of course. Brother Qin Feng, if you ever want to attend events like this in the future, just tell me. We don't need anyone else to bring us in. If you want to meet these people, I'll have my dad arrange for them to accompany Brother Qin Feng to dinner every day, 3 meals a day, no repeats." Yang Mengwu's prim and proper temper flared up. "Since you, Chen Ning, want to compete with me, let's see who has the more impressive connections." Before Qin Feng could shake his head in refusal, a stern voice echoed from upstairs. "Mengwu, stop causing a scene. With so many uncles and elders present, what kind of impression are you making?" The speaker was none other than Yang Fan, the head of the Yang family and host of this banquet. Contrary to rumors of him being either otherworldly or menacing, he appeared as a refined scholar, eyeglasses perched on his nose, exuding an approachable demeanor. The moment Yang Mengwu saw her father appear, she skipped toward him, ran up the stairs, and wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's arm, pouting. "Ouch, naughty daddy, stinky daddy. You're my good daddy, but you know you almost never got to see your precious daughter again last time. Your daughter only made it out alive because of Brother Qin Feng. He's your daughter's savior. Just now, someone insulted your daughter's savior. How could your daughter just stand by and do nothing?" Yang Fan had always doted on Yang Mengwu. He gently stroked his daughter's head with affection and said, all right. Daddy understands. I will definitely repay your savior." Turning to the crowd below with a smile, he added, "Young man, please bring your companions up for a chat. I've prepared some refreshments. Thank you for the invitation, Master Yang. I'd be honored to accept." Qin Feng clasped his hands together in a respectful salute toward the upstairs. With that, he led his wife, Tang Yong, and the bewildered Mr. Wang upstairs. Mr. Wan was still reeling. Everything had happened too suddenly, meeting Qin Feng and Chen Ning, then Chen Dawei appearing to mock Qin Feng, followed by Yang Mengwu showing up, seemingly harboring some feelings for Qin Feng. How could these relationships be so tangled? What was going on? And now he'd been inexplicably ushered upstairs. Never mind. At least the current situation seemed to be working in his favor. After everyone ascended to the second floor, Yang Fan led them into a private room. Once everyone was seated, Yang Fan raised his wine glass and addressed Qin Feng. "Young man, I'm deeply grateful you saved my daughter's life. Here, let me toast to you." Qin Feng raised his glass in response. "Mr. Yang, you're too kind. I acted purely out of personal conviction. Having served in the military for years, I possess this ability. When I see injustice, I cannot stand idly by. You've accomplished so much in Yanjing district. This toast should be mine to offer you. Young friend, you flatter me. With your skills, why not become my daughter's personal bodyguard? That way, I'd no longer have to worry about her safety. Naturally, the terms would be exceptionally favorable. What do you say?" Yang Fan had suddenly conceived this idea, hiring Qin Feng as young Manhwa's bodyguard. It seemed like a surefire win-win deal. Before Qin Feng could refuse, Chunning interjected, "I appreciate the Yang family head's kind offer on behalf of my husband. However, he has his own business ventures. He's not the type to take on a mere bodyguard position." "Ha, my apologies for the intrusion. Let's drop the matter then. Come, let's eat." As they spoke, the dishes were served. Yang Fan guided the conversation, steering it toward a new topic. "Young Master Qin Feng, you've got some impressive skills. You must have been quite the figure in the military. What brought you back to Yanjing?" "Well, I made a mistake in the military and got discharged. It was beyond my control." Qin Feng scratched his head, letting slip a small white lie. After all, several high-ranking officers had nearly forced him to stay at Shifeng Pass, promising him all sorts of benefits. Yet he turned them down without hesitation. "Ha, you're quite honest, young man. No worries. Talent won't go unnoticed. There'll always be a place for you to shine. I've got high hopes for you." Yang Fan, for reasons unknown, held Qin Feng in high regard and continued to encourage him. "Ha, thank you, Master Yang. Your words are auspicious." After a round of polite exchanges and toasts, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. "Master Yang, might I request a private word with you?" "Oh? If you wish to speak privately, of course that's possible. Come, follow me." Yang Fan led Qin Feng to his private quarters within the clubhouse. Upon entering, he gestured toward the sofa in the living room, inviting Qin Feng to sit. He poured 2 glasses of water, sat down himself, and spoke slowly. "Young man, what might you wish to discuss with me privately?" Yang Fan was genuinely curious. Qin Feng had saved his daughter's life, yet now he was seeking him out for a private conversation. "Yang Fan, you know there's a mysterious organization that's recently appeared in the Yanjing area. The incident where your daughter was threatened at the bank was also done by this organization. Have you heard anything about it?" Qin Feng no longer addressed Yang Fan as a junior colleague, but rather as the Yanjing District Chief of Police conducting an inquiry. "Ha?" Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation suddenly veered off into such tangential territory? Hesitantly, he asked. "I'm afraid I don't understand what you're referring to, young man. Could you elaborate?" Yang Fan patiently continued the conversation with Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had saved his daughter, and the current discussion involved her. Therefore, he didn't immediately confront Qin Feng for addressing him by his full name. Qin Feng wasted no words. He pulled out his credentials and placed them before Yang Fan, watching him silently. Upon seeing this, Yang Fan picked up the ID and flipped it open. His jaw dropped when he recognized Qin Feng as the newly appointed Yanjing security chief. This young man? He never imagined such a high-ranking figure. Nor did he expect his daughter's situation to be entangled in such a complex web of affairs. Momentarily stunned, he stammered. You're that mysterious new chief of police? What a small world. Not that small. There have been numerous incidents involving this organization in the Yanjing area recently. I wonder if you've heard about them. Yang Fan paused, then looked up at Qin Feng. I'm not entirely familiar with that particular case, but I am aware that Yanjing has indeed been unsettled lately. This organization seems to be one that had gone dormant for a period, only to resurface for reasons unknown. Chapter 176, The Mysterious Organization. Oh? Similar organizations have appeared in Yanjing before? I'm genuinely unaware of that. How much do you know about this group? Qin Feng grew curious upon hearing Yang Fan's words. It seemed this organization wasn't a spur-of-the-moment scheme but a long-planned operation. The recent incidents and people uncovered were merely small fry skimming the surface. The real mastermind appeared to lurk deep beneath the ocean. This matter was getting more and more intriguing. He never imagined that shortly after returning to Yanjing, he'd stumble upon such an exciting situation. This thought only fueled Qin Feng's determination. He'd assumed his life back home would simply involve supporting Chening behind his wife's back and tending to her needs. Little did he expect that within such a short time, so many intriguing events would unfold one after another. This organization last surfaced quite a while ago, probably over a decade. Who'd have thought it would resurface recently? They have their own unique logo and operate with a distinct style, meticulous and ruthless toward traitors. Yang Fan was still immersed in the time of their last appearance, but it seemed that afterward, the organization had mysteriously vanished without a trace. It gradually faded from public view, and eventually, no one paid attention to it anymore. What happened next? Xin Feng grew increasingly intrigued. It seemed this group truly operated with strict discipline. Then the organization vanished as if it had simply disappeared. No one knew where they'd gone. Who would have thought that after so long, they'd start surfacing again? Yang Fan had already shared everything he knew about the organization with Qin Feng. The rest was up to Qin Feng's own judgment. All right. Thank you for the intelligence, Head Yang. Should anything else arise, please contact me immediately. Of course. It's our duty to cooperate with every constable's work. Yang Fan immediately conveyed the gravity he placed on this matter, which itself offered Qin Feng considerable reassurance. Very well. On behalf of the citizens of Yanjing, I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Yang. Should any new information arise, please contact me immediately. Qin Feng stood up to emphasize his commitment to the matter. Yes, certainly. This matter concerns the entire Yanjing region. I, Yang, will spare no effort. Yang Fan also rose to his feet. The two exchanged knowing smiles before walking out together. Chen and the others waited at the table for the two to finish. Yang Menwu looked at Chen with obvious resentment. Sis Chen, you two are clearly just a contractual marriage. You don't have much feeling for brother Qin Feng anyway. Why won't you just give him to me? I really like brother Qin Feng. I can give you anything you want, as long as you let me have him. Chen was utterly stunned by this outburst. How could this little girl speak with such princess-like entitlement? Qin Feng is my husband, not some commodity. His fate isn't mine to decide. But I wonder where you heard this notion that we're a contract marriage. That might have been true back then, but now we are a fully committed couple. He loves me deeply, and I love him just as much. So I doubt you have any chance of him willingly leaving me. After delivering this speech, Chen lifted her head with pride. Her proud neck seemed to declare to young Mengwu, Qin Feng was hers in life, and even in death, he would remain hers. Oof. That's just your one-sided opinion. How brother Qin Feng feels is far from certain. Since you're so confident, you mustn't fear fair competition with me. Starting today, I'll compete fairly with you. We'll see whether brother Qin Feng leaves you or chooses to distance himself from me. Yang Mengwu was naturally furious. After all, the moment she saw Qin Feng, she had fallen deeply for him. His prowess during the bank robbery, coupled with the masculine charm and charisma she witnessed today, had utterly captivated her. I'll gladly accept your challenge anytime. Chen, the formidable president of Fengmu Group, certainly held her own against Yang Mengwu in presence. Their auras were evenly matched, one the daughter of Yanjing's wealthiest tycoon, raised in privileged surroundings, the other a seasoned businesswoman who'd navigated the cutthroat corporate world for years, becoming a master of strategic maneuvering. As the two women were still exchanging sharp glances, Qin Feng and Yang Fan emerged from the room. Noticing the tense atmosphere between them, Yang Fan asked curiously. What's going on here, Mengwu? Did you do something wrong? Hearing this, Yang Mengwu instantly grew displeased. Dad, how could you say that about your daughter? What, does everything wrong automatically mean it's your daughter's fault? No. My dear daughter, even if you did something wrong, you still have your daddy. It's just that the atmosphere feels a bit awkward, so I wanted to ask what's going on. My sensible daughter, I'm sure you can explain everything clearly to daddy. Yang Fan quickly backtracked. After all, provoking this little tyrant wouldn't be fun at all. Oof. Since daddy asked, I'll announce something while both brother Qin Feng and daddy are here. Starting today, I'll compete fairly with sister Chen for brother Qin Feng's attention. Daddy and Uncle Tang can be witnesses. You must help me without holding back, daddy. Yang Fan was genuinely startled by the words coming out of his little girl Yang Mengwu's mouth. To boldly declare her intent to snatch someone's husband right in front of the wife herself in the entire Yanjing region, he suspected only his own little witch would dare such audacity. Yet her words were refreshingly direct. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. True to his daughter, she spoke with such bold honesty and decisive clarity. And what excellent taste she had. Qin Feng was now the chief of police for the Yanjing region, a position that carried significant weight within both military and police circles, wielding considerable influence. The more Yang Fan thought about it, the happier he became, and the more satisfied he felt with Qin Feng. From character to authority to capability, every aspect was outstanding. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hey, Mr. Yang, I'm a married man. You really ought to talk some sense into your daughter. Qin Feng watched Yang Fan, puzzled by the sudden, almost lecherous grin spreading across his face. He quickly patted Yang Fan's shoulder to bring him back to reality. Right. Mengwu, that's inappropriate. As of now, Qin Feng and Chen are still legally married. How could you say such things? At the very least, wait until they're legally separated. No one expected Yang Fan, after delivering such a righteous speech, to spout such lecherous nonsense. Truly, what kind of eccentric father produces what kind of eccentric child? Xin Feng saw Chen Ying's gaze drifting toward him, that icy killing intent about to descend upon him. Better to speak up early and find a way out. No, Mr. Yang, you've misunderstood. My wife and I share a profound bond. Divorce is never an option. You'd be wise to find a more suitable match for your daughter. Hearing Qin Feng's emphatic denial, Chen Ying's murderous glare finally softened. Xin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quietly sat down beside her. Ha ha ha, we can discuss these matters later. There's no rush, my daughter is still young. Let her enjoy her childhood for a few more years. Yang Fan chuckled as he sat down, clearly eager to see young Mengwu and Chen Ying go head to head. Chen Ying snorted and turned her head away. Alright then, it seems we've nearly finished today's meal. Master Yang, you can't just entertain us here. After all, with such a grand banquet, you mustn't neglect the other guests. Xin Feng quickly found an excuse to extricate himself. The current atmosphere was far from ideal. You're right. Xin Feng is indeed thoughtful. Everyone, please move to the main hall. After I speak briefly with my daughter, I'll join you. Thank you all for coming. I hope you've enjoyed today's banquet. If there were any shortcomings in our hospitality, please forgive us. Yang Fan rose to his feet and bowed his fist toward the assembled guests at the table. Very well, we shan't disturb family head Yang any further. Tang Yong, the most influential figure present, was the first to rise and wrap up the matter. He led the group toward the main hall. Still in the banquet hall, Yang Fan turned his head and fixed his gaze directly on his daughter. This intense stare made young Mengwu feel uneasy, and she couldn't help but ask. What's wrong, Dad? Why are you staring at me like that? I really like brother Qin Feng. Besides, he saved your precious daughter's life. You can't possibly try to break us up. Yang Meng was large, watery eyes gazed at young Fan, seemingly hoping to melt his heart with her cuteness and persuade him to let her pursue the person she loved. But instead of speaking, young Fan burst into loud laughter. The sudden outburst left young Mengwu bewildered. Ha ha ha. Do you really think Daddy is the type to break up a couple? I'm not scolding you this time. Instead, I want to encourage you to be brave and bold in pursuing your own happiness. Dad, are you feeling feverish? Yang Mengwu raised her small hand to press against young Fan's forehead, her expression so earnest it seemed she was genuinely trying to measure his temperature. Chapter 177, Scumbag? This gesture genuinely made young Fan laugh. Silly girl. Dad agreeing to let you pursue your own happiness is a good thing, isn't it? And here you are checking if your dad's fevers made him crazy. If you don't agree right now, be careful, wait a few days until I'm better, and I might not agree to this anymore. Yang Fan teased Yang Mengwu deliberately. This father-daughter duo was truly one more amusing than the other. Then I'll take that as your consent. You absolutely must support me. Pinky swear, no backing out for 100 years. Whoever breaks it is the little dog. Yang Mengwu eagerly grabbed Young Fan's hand and made a pinky promise gesture. As soon as she let go, she dashed out the door. Seeing his daughter's adorable expression, Young Fan couldn't resist teasing her again. Woof, woof, woof. No. I won't listen. Yang Mengwu quickly covered her ears and dashed out. Yang Fan sat there, shaking his head. His daughter had truly been spoiled rotten by him, developing a rather headstrong temper. If she could truly end up with Qin Feng, then even if something happened to him in the future, at least Qin Feng would be there to protect his daughter's safety. Even if they didn't end up together, getting closer to Qin Feng couldn't hurt. Yang Fan could see that Qin Feng had attained the position of Yanjing District Chief of Police at a remarkably young age. His standing in the military must have been exceptional during his service, but the rank of Yanjing Chief of Police carried the weight of a major general. Yang Fan stood up, adjusted his appearance, and slowly made his way down. You're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? First that subordinate called Bamboo Leaf Green, then Su Lingxian, and now your pretty female subordinate. You managed to rescue such an innocent girl on every mission, and she's the daughter of Yanjing's wealthiest man. Even the doctor treating you is a stunner. Qin Feng, you really are blessed with good fortune with women. Shening snorted coldly and strode ahead without looking back, paying no mind whether Qin Feng could keep up. Oh, my dear wife. They are them, and I am me. I have absolutely no interest in them whatsoever. My devotion to you is as clear as day and night. The moon represents my heart. My beloved wife, look at the bright moon outside tonight. That is my pure and unwavering devotion to you. Qin Feng's gushing praise came to nothing when Shening looked up to see the overcast sky, not a moon in sight tonight. The awkwardness was palpable. Qin Feng wished he could just slam himself into the wall, the kind where he'd get stuck and couldn't even pull himself off. There he was, alone against the wall, bearing the weight of endless embarrassment. The moon is right there, we just can't see it. But the moon has always been that big, it's always been there. My love for you is like the moon, it's always been there, and my love will always be there too. It will never fade away. Qin Feng now resembled a love guru descended from the heavens, employing every trick in his arsenal to win Shening back. Shening had never seen Qin Feng so talkative before. She giggled shyly, covering her mouth, then shot him a playful glare and said coyly, "Oomph. You stinky man. Fine, you talk your way out of it this time. I'll let you off this once. Try it again, and I'll snap you in two." She waved her delicate hand in the air, mimicking scissors, then shot a fierce glance at Qin Feng's crotch. That look froze him in his tracks, and he hurried to catch up with Chen Ying's pace. He eagerly linked arms with Chen Ying as they walked through the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the charity auction for this banquet. Please kindly move to the adjacent auction hall." Yang Fan reappeared on the second floor platform, directing the various VIPs at the banquet. By the time the crowd slowly moved into the auction hall, Yang Mengwu was already standing on the stage. "Hello everyone, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. I'm sure you all recognize me. I'll be hosting today's auction, and I hope everyone has a delightful evening." Yang Mengwu truly knew how to stir up excitement. Seeing such a charming young lady hosting the auction, everyone immediately perked up. "Alright, then let us now welcome the first item up for auction." The auction proceeded smoothly, while below, Qin Feng and Chen Ying were engrossed in their own little couple's private conversation, paying little attention to the proceedings. Until Yang Mengwu announced from the stage. "Next is our 10th and final item up for auction. This peculiar-looking cauldron was discovered by my father in a small northern town. It appears to be an ancient artifact, but neither he nor I know its purpose. Its true function will only be revealed to its next destined owner." Qin Feng's head snapped up at those words. He recognized the familiar cauldron on the stage. Holy cow, this was the very cauldron his master had used for alchemy when he was a child. This was a treasure indeed. Qin Feng had learned a bit of his master's alchemy craft, yet for years he'd been unable to find a suitable cauldron to perfect his skills. Now, at last, it had come to him. That old master of his. When Qin Feng was young, the old man lost a bet and had to forfeit this very cauldron to settle the debt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent all these years searching for a cauldron to refine medicine. "Honey, I need this. We have to get it." Qin Feng whispered into Chen Ying's ear. "Ha? What possible use could this thing have? It's just a big cauldron. It won't serve much purpose at home and will only take up space." Chen Ying was genuinely puzzled. This thing was practically useless, so why was Qin Feng so determined to have it? "Oh, honey, this thing is genuinely useful. If we get it, Fengmu Group can break into a whole new field. And in this field, we'll crush all other products of the same grade." Qin Feng urged Chen Ying anxiously as the auction neared its end. "Ladies and gentlemen, are there any further bids? 2 million per increment." Yang Mengwu scanned the room, looking for any remaining bidders. 3 million. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Ying immediately shouted out the bid. If it truly lived up to his description, this great cauldron would be Maplewood Group's next strategic weapon. They absolutely had to secure it. Chen Ying now placed immense trust in Qin Feng. After all this time together, she knew he wouldn't joke about something like this. Meanwhile, Lin, representing Yanjing City's 4 major families at the banquet, noticed Chen Ying's interest in the item. Driven by a desire to annoy Fengmu Group even if he didn't know the item's purpose, he raised his paddle. 4 million. This time, he had truly provoked Qin Feng. The item was practically in his grasp. The previous bidder had already withdrawn, and the great cauldron seemed destined for his family. Who could have anticipated this unexpected interruption? 5 million. Chen Ying refused to be outdone, especially after recognizing the bidder. There was no way she was letting this item slip away. "That's Lin Wei, the head of the Lin family." The explanation whispered to Qin Feng finally revealed the reason behind the sudden competition. 6 million. I take a keen interest in this piece. Might the president of Fengmu Group grant me the honor of ceding this item to me? Lin Wei was playing the old man card to the hilt, ready to trade his seniority for the item at the drop of a hat. "Head of the Lin family, you jest. This item is also extremely important to me. I'm afraid I can't help you." 7 million. Qin Feng was absolutely determined to get his hands on this item. There was no way he'd just hand it over. "Then I shall compete with you." 10 million. The old codger was throwing money around recklessly, just to make life difficult for Fengmu Group. "If you want something, I'll make sure you get it just to annoy you." "Ah, then do as you please." 15 million. 20 million. 20 million was tossed out so casually, revealing just how much clout these 4 families held in Yanjing City. But with 20 million split among the 4 families, it amounted to a mere 5 million each. He truly didn't take it to heart. Qin Feng grew increasingly infuriated by the old man's tactics. He wouldn't bid recklessly. He intended to keep him firmly in check both at this auction and in the business world of Yanjing. 15 million and 10,000. Ha ha ha. If your funds are insufficient, young friend, there's no need to compete with this old man. Let me have it. 20 million. Lin Wei burst into laughter upon hearing the incremental bid, thinking to himself that Fengmu Group was still a newly risen small conglomerate. Its foundations simply couldn't compare to those of the 4 major families. Qin Feng wasted no words, replying coolly. 20 million and 10,000. Once again, he had outbid his opponent. Now Lin Wei understood this wasn't about insufficient funds at all, it was pure stubbornness. Oof. Such a young age, yet so ruthless.
40 million. 40 million and 10,000. Lin Wei intended to name a price that would force Fengmu Group to withdraw.
What he hadn't anticipated was Qin Feng's determination for the Great Cauldron, which only drove the bidding higher.
Yang Mengwu, watching the auction from above, was stunned.
She didn't even know what this thing was for, yet the bidding was so fierce. And one of the bidders was her own Qin Feng brother. Seeing Qin Feng's actions, Yang Mengwu found him even more charming.
40 million and 10,000 one more time. Any further bids? Chapter 178, The Madman on Stage.
Lin Wei gritted his teeth inwardly. This was already a hefty price, and he still didn't know the true purpose of this thing. If it was just to cause trouble for the Fengmu Group, the cost seemed a bit too high.
I never imagined your resolve would be so strong, young friend. Well then, I shall reluctantly part with this item and let it go to you.
The old devil was truly obsessed with saving face. Clearly, he lacked the guts to keep haggling, yet he made it sound so noble and magnanimous. Truth be told, even if he tried, he couldn't outbid Qin Feng anyway.
Upon hearing this, Yang Mengwu on the stage promptly announced, 40 million and 10,000 going once. 40 million and 10,000 going twice. 40 million and 10,000 going 3 times. Sold.
Congratulations to Mr. Qin Feng for securing the top lot of this auction, claiming the crown at 40 million and 10,000. Yang Mengwu called out the price in one breath, desperate to avoid another last-minute bidder like Cheng Yaojin snatching the item from Qin Feng and forcing him to waste more money. Next, we invite Mr. Qin Feng to the stage to deliver his acceptance speech. This time, it was Qin Feng's turn to be dumbfounded.
There was actually this part?
Amidst waves of applause, Qin Feng reluctantly made his way to the stage. There was no choice, the atmosphere had been built up to this point.
Refusing to go up now would make Fengmu Group look stingy.
His steps felt heavy as he walked up. After all, standing on that stage was a little witch.
Hello everyone.
I wholeheartedly support this charity sale, so this is simply my duty.
Let us all strive together.
Qin Feng's lofty speech sounded very official indeed. But while he was speaking, Yang Mengwu over here had already started clicking her little abacus away. Ah, Mr. Qin truly has a deep passion for public welfare.
We are immensely grateful for Mr. Qin Feng's generous contribution today. Of course, as the host family, the Yangs must also commend Mr. Qin Feng's outstanding achievements.
At this point, Yang Mengwu couldn't help but chuckle to herself, stealing a sly glance at Qin Feng, who knew what mischievous plans were brewing in her mind. I wonder what suggestions everyone has for this reward. Miss Yang and Mr. Qin make such a perfect match, perhaps they should tie the knot? Who would be bold enough to say such a thing in front of so many people? Surely not just anyone. Of course, it was someone Yang Mengwu had arranged beforehand. She had instructed someone from a direct subsidiary of the Yang Group to stir things up the moment she posed the question on stage. Naturally, this also capitalized on Qin Feng having secured the most expensive item, though even if he hadn't, Yang Mengwu would have found some awkward excuse to invite him up anyway. The lucky audience member was actually a clever choice. Chen Ying's face darkened instantly below the stage.
Pledging oneself? I'm her lawful spouse right here. What the hell are you doing pledging yourself? Is that even appropriate?
Qin Feng on stage jumped in surprise, instinctively glancing down. That look from his wife sent a chill down his spine. This was going to spell trouble at home. Just kidding, just kidding. I'm a married man, and Miss Yang is still a maiden in her family home. How could I joke about such things? Seriously, how could anyone joke about such things with our guest of honor today? Mr. Qin Feng is a married man. If he weren't, someone as outstanding as him, well, I certainly wouldn't mind. How about we compromise? Today, we'll give Mr. Qin Feng a kiss as a reward.
How does that sound?
Yang Mengwu had never intended to find a suitable match from the start. She simply wanted to kiss Qin Feng openly, which was why she had orchestrated such a grand spectacle initially.
Now, backing down wouldn't embarrass Qin Feng. Ah, that's inappropriate.
Well, it's already wonderful that I'm allowed to share my thoughts on charity work on stage. Anything more would be undeserved. I'll just... Before Qin Feng could finish, the entire venue plunged into darkness.
Panic erupted instantly, screams and chaos filled the air.
The moment the lights went out, Qin Feng grabbed Yang Mengwu beside him.
He saw Chunning Delo, frantically calling his name amidst the panicked crowd.
Holding Yang Mengwu, Qin Feng leaped forward and landed beside Chening, grabbing her hand.
Honey, don't be afraid. I'm here.
Feeling Qin Feng's distinctive warmth, Chening finally felt at ease, gripping his hand tightly. But just then, a voice nearby shattered the couple's shared moment.
Brother Qin Feng, what's going on? Why did the lights suddenly go out?
Yang Mengwu also clutched Qin Feng's arm tightly, her grip so firm that she probably wouldn't have let go even if someone had a gun pointed at her head. Before Chening could even feel annoyed, 2 loud gunshots echoed through the hall, instantly illuminating the space.
Silence fell over the room.
The sudden, blinding light and the 2 gunshots had stunned everyone present.
Hello, everyone. Some of you know us, while others don't. Let me introduce ourselves first. We are an organization dedicated to saving humanity.
We are called Beyond the Door. This name may not be familiar to you now, but we believe that in the near future it will echo throughout Yinjing and even across all of Huagua. We will rescue you from the fires of hell. A gaunt, masked man suddenly appeared on stage. Bathed in the spotlight, he resembled a patient reveling in his own madness, insane, obsessive, as if the entire banquet hall had become his personal stage. He savored this moment, relishing the shock he had created. Oh no, I've talked too much again. What am I gonna do? This totally ruins my stage presence. I'm done for. He was like a madman talking to himself, completely oblivious to anyone else in the room, utterly lost in his own world. Suddenly, he lifted his head, looked out at the audience, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's begin today's performance. Now, please gather closer to my side." Everyone stared at the man on stage with expressions that suggested they were looking at a lunatic. Not a single person moved. Around the perimeter of the hall, a large group of uniformly dressed individuals slowly advanced. Each held standardized weapons and began firing bursts at the people in the hall. People began scrambling frantically to escape, but they were surrounded by the encircling forces. In desperation, they all fled toward the central stage. Thank you. Thank you all for your cooperation. It truly is an immense honor. The organization had resurfaced, and this time, they'd done it so openly. Below the stage, Xin Feng had already pulled Yang Mengwu and Chen Ying into a corner, hiding them in a less conspicuous spot. This group clearly regarded Yinjing district as their own backyard, launching 2 major operations within just a few days. Next, we'd like to introduce the guest performer for this show, Mr. Qin Feng. Hello, Mr. Qin Feng, are you here? Beneath his mask, his gaze swept repeatedly over the audience below. That eerie stare made everyone lower their heads, but he didn't seem to like this situation. He disliked it when his audience didn't interact with him. Seems the audience isn't in the mood today. Let's liven things up. Bring out our warm-up props. He stood silently to the side. Then, in the eerily quiet hall, the sound of wheels scraping against the floor echoed, squeak, squeak. Su Lingxian, suspended from an iron cage, was slowly wheeled onto the stage. She was unconscious. The show begins. He picked up a bucket of ice-cold water and poured it over Su Lingxian from head to toe. Dazed, Su Lingxian opened her eyes. It felt as though a shimmering door had materialized before her. Slowly regaining consciousness, she saw a madman on the stage, corpses below, and this eerie atmosphere. Alright, it seems our little warm-up prop has regained consciousness. Our stage is about to reach its climax. I now once again sincerely invite Mr. Qin Feng to join me in savoring this beautiful moment. With that, he raised the gun in his hand with relish and fired a shot into Su Lingxian's shoulder. Blood spattered everywhere, and the pain sent Su Lingxian into unconsciousness once more. Qin Feng watched every scene unfold from below the stage. This madman, from the moment he appeared, had been completely immersed in his own world. His target was clear, it was Qin Feng. Already, many had been killed or injured. If Qin Feng didn't step forward now, this madman would likely slaughter everyone present until he found him. Xiaoling, take my phone and send a message to Zhu Yeqing. By the time Qin Feng made his arrangements, Chen Ying already knew he intended to go out. She didn't want him to leave, but this was his job. Chen Ying knew she couldn't stop him. Seeing the determination in Qin Feng's eyes, she slowly let go. I'm here. With such a heartfelt invitation, how could I not come out? It would ruin your perfect performance. Qin Feng rose and leapt onto the stage. Alright, a warm welcome to our very own Mr. Qin Feng. He gazed out at the audience below. Another burst of gunfire echoed. Why isn't anyone clapping? He tilted his head, looking down at the audience with a puzzled expression. Scattered applause echoed through the hall. Thank you for your applause, though I hope it might be a bit more enthusiastic next time. Alright, let us now turn our attention back to Mr. Qin Feng. Dear Sheriff, have you uncovered any clues about us yet? Chapter 179, The End? I've found some. You appeared, then vanished, and now you've suddenly reappeared. Oh? Mr. Qin Feng is quite sharp, isn't he? But what I want to know now is, what is your organization's purpose? Who is the leader? As I mentioned earlier, our goal is to save humanity. We are a sacred organization. Even someone like you should understand that. This man adopted an extremely devout tone and expression whenever he mentioned the organization. Then shouldn't all of us here be grateful? Of course we are. But sir, your actions don't exactly seem like you're thanking us. With a bang, he fired his gun, aiming at Qin Feng. Qin Feng ducked his head and dodged the bullet. His eyes widened. Oh my god, you really can dodge bullets. The reports they sent were true. Bang! A crimson streak appeared on the head of a businessman below the stage. Mr. Qin Feng, you won't be able to dodge the next bullet. I can't guarantee where the next shot will land, maybe on your wife's head, or one of your friends. Qin Feng saw the gun barrel shift toward him once more, his mind racing through the assassin's every move. Of course, if he wanted to kill the man before him, Qin Feng could do it. But in this situation, if he acted, the man would die. Yet he wasn't alone. Don't forget this place was swarming with their people. If this man died, everyone here might end up riddled with bullets like a honeycomb. Bang! Qin Feng's brow furrowed as pain shot through his left leg. The man had fired. Ah, yes, Teacher Qin Feng, thank you for your cooperation. Suddenly hesitating for a moment, he slowly approached Qin Feng again, leaning in to speak. Teacher Qin Feng, we actually know each other quite well. I've heard your name since I was a child. But you seem unfamiliar with me. Within this organization, I am a very high-ranking leader. I look forward to our next meeting. He turned to address his audience. Alright, that concludes today's performance. Thank you all. He tilted his head, gazing at the crowd as he spoke slowly, I need applause. The applause inside the venue was even louder than last time. Thank you all for your support. Intense lights flashed on the rooftop, and the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. He led his men as they leaped off the rooftop. A hearty laugh rang out, followed by the crack of gunfire. Teacher Qin Feng, here's your parting gift. Thank you for cooperating with today's performance. Qin Feng darted to the side, but the bullet still pierced his abdomen. His marksmanship was truly exceptional. Once wounded, evasion became impossible. Qin Feng! Chenning screamed from below and rushed up. The last image before Qin Feng's eyes was Chenning frantically pulling him into her arms, followed by Yang Mengwu. Chenning clutched Qin Feng tightly, frozen in shock. She stood there, dazed, holding him close, muttering, it's okay, it's okay. The doctor will be here soon. Given the situation, Yang Mengwu could only kneel beside Qin Feng, silently watching him without a word. Boss, are you okay? After a moment, Zhu Yeqing arrived with reinforcements. Yet she too seemed to have suffered some mishap, her entire appearance disheveled and battered. Zhu Yeqing snatched Qin Feng from Chun Ying's arms and carried him toward the helicopter. Chenning silently followed behind them, while Yang Mengwu stayed behind to find Yang Fan. After settling Qin Feng, Zhu Yeqing returned to carry Su Lingxian down and brought both of them to the helicopter, leaving the others behind to handle the remaining matters. Qin Feng's physical constitution was remarkably strong. By the next morning, he had already regained consciousness. Chenning had kept vigil by his side all night. When he awoke, she was asleep, her head resting on his lap. Running his fingers through her hair, Qin Feng attempted to sit up, only to wince as the movement tugged at his wounds. A sharp gasp startled Chenning awake. Rubbing her eyes, she lifted her head to find Qin Feng sitting up, staring at her. Her voice filled with concern, she exclaimed. Qin Feng, you're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Why did you sit up? Lie back down. She hurried to help him sit back down, but Qin Feng waved her off. It's fine. I recover faster sitting up. Don't worry about me. Are you okay? What could possibly be wrong with me? You're the one who took 2 bullets. It's a miracle you're recovering at all. Ha, that's not true at all. I've always recovered quickly from injuries before. It's nothing serious. Don't worry. Chenning shot Qin Feng a look. That was then, this is now. You have to think about me now. You can't keep ignoring your own well-being. Alright, I get it. Relax, don't worry. Qin Feng reassured Chenning, then glanced around and asked. Where exactly are we now? The 1st Military District Hospital. Ha? This damn place again? Well, who keeps getting shot? This place is the most authoritative in Yanjing for treating gunshot wounds. As the two were still discussing Qin Feng's gunshot wound, the door swung open, followed by a wave of teasing. Hero Qin, how long were you even out before coming back? When do you plan to check out this time? The person entering was He Qingyun. Yes, once again, He Qingyun was Qin Feng's attending physician. Why is it always you? Qin Feng leaned back against the headboard, his expression utterly devoid of hope. Why can't it be me? If you don't want me here, then don't come. But you're the one who keeps showing up so often. Qin Feng fell silent. He genuinely wanted nothing more to do with this troublesome doctor. Chenning, standing nearby, spoke up. I'd appreciate it if doctor he could examine my husband again. Look how sensible she is. Now look at you. He Qingyun, looking smug, proceeded with the examination. After performing some particularly remarkable maneuvers, she was utterly astonished by Qin Feng's recovery speed. It was simply not the pace of a normal person's recovery, it was terrifyingly fast. Well, Dr. He? Chenning grew visibly tense upon seeing He Qingyun's expression. His recovery is exceptionally rapid, far beyond what's normal for a human being. As long as he's recovering well, that's all that matters. Chenning didn't even register He Qingyun's subsequent remarks. As long as he was recovering well, that was all that mattered. Qin Feng's health was the most important thing. Knock. Boss, may I come in? Come in. The person knocking was none other than Zhu Yeqing, who had carried both of them onto the plane last night. Qin Feng asked helplessly, what happened last night? How's Su Lingxian? Boss, something happened last night. Scorpion and that leader were rescued. Last night, Bamboo Leaf Green and Snake Sword were interrogating Scorpion and the leader separately. The two were held in different locations, and this interrogation ensured the night would be anything but ordinary. Scorpion, look at the state you're in now. What's the point of struggling? Just spill it. Once you're done, I can go eat sooner and maybe even bring you a portion back. Snake Sword's interrogation was like a gentle knife, always aiming to pry open the weakest points in his opponent's psyche. Scorpion remained silent, head bowed. He swallowed hard, a simple gesture that did not escape Snake Sword's keen observation. Seeing it had effect, Snake Sword continued to tempt him relentlessly. After all, not every member of this organization was equally devoted, nor was everyone willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Meanwhile, Bamboo Leaf Green interrogated the minor leader, the chief. Under the dim light, Bamboo Leaf Green stared intently at the leader, who sat silently, twiddling his fingers. There's no point in continuing your stubborn resistance. You and Scorpion are completely under our control. You have no other options left. If you confess to me now, you might still get a favorable outcome. At these words, the leader burst into maniacal laughter. Mid-cackle, he declared. You're truly amusing, woman. Do you still think we're just an ordinary organization? Ours is sacred and divine, with a grand design. We're all prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the cause at any moment. And tonight, there will be a spectacular performance. You and I are both part of this show. Our second stage will be truly magnificent. As he spoke, the leader regained his composure, as if the man who had just been raving had never existed. He gazed at Zhu Yeqing with an expression akin to admiring a work of art. Zhu Yeqing slammed her fist on the table in fury, shouting back. What's second stage? Where is the first stage? What is your plan? If you're also ready to sacrifice yourselves for the organization, why didn't I see you sacrificing yourselves for some damn organization when I captured you? Now you're here spouting empty rhetoric. Tell me what your plan really is. What is the purpose of your organization? The leader simply stared at her, saying nothing, not even blinking. His stare made Zhu Yeqing's skin crawl. She sat down, returning his gaze, determined to test his patience. A long, heavy silence settled between them. Amidst this drawn-out standoff, the leader suddenly lifted his head, fixed his gaze on Zhu Yeqing's eyes, and spoke without a trace of emotion. The show is about to begin. Welcome to the world beyond. The words had barely left his mouth when explosions erupted outside the interrogation room, followed by the sound of guards assembling. Zhu Yeqing shot the leader a glance, cursed him under her breath, then locked the interrogation room door before rushing out to investigate. Chapter 180, Escape. Before he had gone far, he spotted Snake Sword emerging at the same time. Before either could speak, a thunderous boom erupted from the interrogation room. It had been blown to pieces. Snake Sword and Bamboo Leaf Green were buried beneath the rubble. By the time they struggled free and returned to the leader's interrogation room, it was empty. Only a note left by the leader remained, bearing the words, "For the sake of revival." Zhu Yeqing and Snake Sword brushed the dust off their clothes, exchanging only helpless smiles. Just then, Zhu Yeqing's phone rang. A text from Qin Feng, sent via Chening, arrived. Incident at Yanjing Merchants. Come immediately. Something's happened with the boss. I'm dispatching people to the Yanjing Merchants Association right now. You stay here and handle these matters. Got it. You go. I'll handle things here. At the hospital. Boss, you know the rest of the story. By the time I arrived, you were already in this state. It's all my fault for failing to anticipate their actions. Zhu Yeqing hung his head in self-reproach. It was his miscalculation that had left the boss so badly injured, still lying in the hospital bed. It's not your fault. I didn't foresee their plan either. That was my oversight. It's fine, it's all in the past now. I did manage to gather some intelligence. Qin Feng comforted Zhu Yeqing, intending to share details of the incident with his team members. He glanced up at He Qingyun, who remained standing there. He Qingyun, sensing the situation, shrugged and walked out. After He Qingyun exited, Qin Feng cleared his throat and began recounting the events at the Yanjing Chamber of Commerce to Zhu Yeqing. At the Yanjing Chamber of Commerce, there was a madman. I still don't know his name. He reveled in the stage he'd created for himself, to a sickening degree. This lunatic claimed to know me, and to have known me for a very long time. I suspect this organization must be extremely familiar with me, yet I know nothing about them, not a single scrap of information. Qin Feng shook his head. He still hadn't figured out what exactly connected him to this organization. That madman had been so certain he knew him for many years. Boss, what about that flower? Bamboo Leaf Ching was deeply preoccupied with that flower, which had appeared multiple times. That flower is their organization's totem. Their group is called Beyond the Gates. It existed 10 years ago, vanished suddenly, and has now resumed operations. They seem to believe in saving all of humanity and possess significant firepower, massive firepower. Qin Feng was now intensely curious about their firepower. Such massive firepower, plus helicopters freely operating in the Yanjing area, they must have military or police backing. These were the forces supporting them. After confirming this, Qin Feng decided to reconnect with those military bigwigs whose contacts he had previously blocked. After absorbing this information, Zhu Yeqing fell deep in thought. Once she had processed it, she snapped back to attention, nodded to Qin Feng, and turned to leave. Chen-ing and Qin Feng were left alone in the hospital room. Honey, how are things with the group? After Fingmu Group secured the land, Chen-ing had attended the Yanjing Chamber of Commerce meeting and hadn't formally processed the property yet. Compounded by the obstruction from Yanjing's 4 major families, the land remained in limbo. The blueprints are being drawn up and construction will begin soon. I plan to build a pedestrian shopping street. Once it's completed and officially opened, I believe Fengmu Group will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tianmu Group. That would also be a way to repay manager Tang's kindness. Chen-ing was exceptionally professional in business matters. Perhaps after Qin Feng gave her an opportunity, her performance would far exceed his expectations. Good. Your idea is spot on. It will go smoothly. After speaking, Qin Feng was practically forced by Chen-ing to lie down and continue recuperating. At the Yanjing Chamber of Commerce, within 3 days, everything had returned to its pre-attack state. Yang Fan sat silently in his office, watching his listless daughter across the room. He couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? You've been like this since yesterday. You won't say anything when I ask you questions. Come on, tell me what's going on. For once, Yang Fan asserted his authority as a father, compelling Yang Mengwu to open up about her troubles. Dad, you're still scolding me at a time like this? Qin Feng is injured. The moment he heard this, Yang Fan understood exactly what Yang Mengwu meant. Good grief, she was blaming herself. Ha ha ha. Just look at you. When he was hospitalized, you didn't say you'd visit him. Now he's almost discharged, nearly fully recovered, and you've run off. Oh, come on. I just didn't dare. Brother Qin Feng was so badly hurt, and I didn't even have the courage to visit him. My precious daughter, what are you afraid of? Yang Mengwu hung her head low. Truthfully, she didn't even know what she was worried about. It was just this vague fear of something. Yang Fan gave a wry smile. Silly girl, you have to make your move. If you truly like Qin Feng, how can you expect him to leave his current family and choose you if you don't even lift a finger? Yang Fan was willing to go to any lengths for his daughter, even teaching her to break up someone else's family. Okay, Dad. I understand. I'll go find Brother Qin Feng right now. Yang Mengwu felt as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. Right. At least trying gave her a chance. If she didn't even try, then she'd have absolutely no chance at all. Once she grasped this, all her hesitations vanished. She broke into a light jog and headed straight for Yanjing City. Inside the hospital room, Chen-ing was eating an apple Qin Feng had peeled for her. Outside the door, Yang Mengwu stood quietly, timid and hesitant, unable to take another step forward. With Qin Feng's keen senses, how could he not know someone was standing outside? A mischievous idea quietly formed in his mind, though it would require Qin Ying's cooperation. Leaning close to Qin Ying's ear, Qin Feng whispered, Honey, that little young Mengwu is standing at the door. Let's tease her a bit. Chen-ing heard this and thought, good. She's always trying to steal my husband. Let's give her a taste of her own medicine. She nodded at Qin Feng, and the two launched their operation to tease young Mengwu. Honey, I've got an itch here. Scratch it for me. See what's going on? Sure, where? Let me take a look. Hey, what are you doing, Qin Feng? You're so naughty, and we're still in the hospital. No, let's wait until we get home. No, I want it now. Alright. Once we get home, you can do whatever you want, okay? We're still in the hospital. Don't move around. Just leave it alone. Outside the door, Yang Mengwu grew increasingly anxious as she listened to the sounds inside. What on earth were these two doing? The implications were suddenly overwhelming. They were still in the hospital, how could they be doing something like this? And the male lead was her own Qin Feng. What infuriated her most was that the female lead wasn't her. You can't do this. In public like this. You'll give the little kids a bad impression. Yang Mengwu yelled as she pushed open the door. Seeing nothing, she continued to shout. Qin Feng and Chen-ing shook their heads helplessly. Qin Feng sighed and said, What a little cutie. Open your eyes and look around before you speak, okay? My Miss Yang. Ha? Yang Mengwu snapped to attention at the sound of her name. Her eyes widened as she scanned the room. Qin Feng was seated on the bed, while Chen-ing sat on the bedside eating an apple. Both pairs of eyes were fixed on her, causing Yang Mengwu's face to flush instantly. No, you weren't just... Ouch. What are you doing? You're picking on me. She sulked off to sit by herself. Qin Feng thought, oh no, I've upset her. Great. He picked up a knife and swiftly peeled an apple, gesturing to Chen-ing. Chen-ing was feeling pretty pleased with herself now, having successfully teased her. She triumphantly handed the apple to Yang Mengwu. Yang Mengwu's little teeth showed no mercy, biting into the apple as if each bite were aimed at Qin Feng himself. Qin Feng watched with his hair standing on end, quickly interjecting. Ahem, what brings you here today? I came to check on your injuries, see how you're recovering. I don't want to see you lying in a hospital bed, injured all the time. As she spoke, tears the size of beans began to fall one by one, leaving Qin Feng completely dumbfounded. Wait, why are you crying out of nowhere? If your dad sees this, he'll think I'm bullying you. Stop crying, stop crying. Just tell me what's wrong. Chin Feng grew anxious. He hadn't even done anything yet, so why was she crying? I. Brother Feng, I was there both times you got hurt. Each time was to protect us. Because of me, you ended up in the hospital twice and got shot multiple times. It breaks my heart. This was precisely why young Mengwu had been so gloomy and hesitant to see Chin Feng. She feared she might bring him misfortune and had been consumed by deep guilt. Chin Feng had no idea a girl's heart could hold so many hidden thoughts. He hurriedly tried to comfort her. What does this have to do with you? Hey, this is just my daily life. I'm used to it now, and I'm almost fully recovered. Don't worry, I'm fine. You're lying. Who gets shot every single day? You got hurt because of me. With that, Yang Mengwu slumped over the chair and began crying again. Chin Feng sighed helplessly and turned to Chening. Honey, come help me take off my shirt. Chapter 181, Clinging Like a Leech. After Chin Feng removed his shirt, Yang Mengwu stared at his body riddled with wounds and was utterly stunned. Nearly every inch of his upper torso bore scars, shrapnel cuts, bullet holes, knife wounds, blast injuries. Each scar told a story of Chin Feng's glorious days on the battlefield, revealing the sheer terror of the fire and steel he had endured. These are all wounds I've sustained over the years. The few small bullet holes from these past days are just a tiny fraction of them. You don't need to blame yourself. Yang Mengwu stared at the scars, unable to compose herself for a long time. What kind of man was he? How could he bear so many scars? What did these scars bear witness to? They bore witness to Chin Feng's past life. Silence. A long, heavy silence. Suddenly, Yang Mengwu rushed to Chin Feng's bedside, threw her arms around him, and then bolted away in a flash. Only Chin Feng and Chening were left standing there, utterly bewildered. Listen to me, honey. It's not what you think. I said nothing happened just now. Do you believe me? Chin Feng was still struggling to speak when Chening began to move. Chin Feng. Chen Ying's furious shout echoed through the ward, mingled with Chin Feng's agonized screams. Tonight at the first military hospital was destined to be another extraordinary night. Several days later, Chin Feng's injuries had fully healed and he was discharged from the hospital. There had been no further progress on the clues regarding the other shore. All information had stalled at the night of Chin Feng's injury. As soon as Chin Feng and Chening arrived home, they found Zhang Yuan sitting on the living room sofa, her face ashen. The moment she saw them return, she erupted in a torrent of curses. You good-for-nothing bastard. Where did you drag my daughter off to? You useless piece of trash. A grown man needing my daughter to support you. If it weren't for you, my daughter would be soaring to great heights by now. She wouldn't be dragged down by a loser like you. As the tirade continued, Chening couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed a glass from the table and slammed it onto the floor. Enough, Mom. Zhang Yuan was startled too. This was the first time she'd seen her daughter so furious, and she froze in shock. Every single day you complain about how this or that is wrong with Chin Feng. Do you even know him? You keep criticizing him like this. Do you really know Chin Feng? You don't even know what he does for a living. What right do you have to judge him now? Zhang Yuan slumped onto the sofa, sobbing as she spoke. He's just a bum. Work? I didn't have any money, so I took the money you gave me to invest. Then I got scammed out of it all and ended up with a huge debt. I've been looking for you for 3 days. If you hadn't come back, your mother would have been taken away to pay off the debt. The mystery of Zhang Yuan's recent constant busyness and absence from home was finally solved. She thought she was clever by investing, only to lose a huge sum. This woman really was good at nothing but causing trouble. How much do you owe? Chening sat down and sighed. Millions. Millions? You invested a few $100,000 and ended up losing millions? How did you manage that? You were clearly swindled. Chening was furious. An investment of a few $100,000 had somehow spiraled into a loss of millions. Zhang Yuan had truly made a mess of things with her investments. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan erupted again. It's all your fault. If you'd listened to me back then, divorced this good-for-nothing, and remarried young Master Lin, we'd be living the high life by now. Why would I have touched any investments? It all comes down to this useless man. Why won't you leave my daughter alone? Zhang Yuan launched into another tirade, lunging forward as if ready to scratch at Chin Feng. Chening sprang to her feet and grabbed Zhang Yuan to restrain her. Enough, Mom. Don't go too far. Chin Feng has already sacrificed so much for this family. You don't even know him. What gives you the right to call him a good-for-nothing? How could you possibly understand his work? You've gone too far this time. It was your own poor investment judgment, yet now you're turning around and slandering Chin Feng. Chening had reached her limit with Zhang Yuan. She didn't blame her mother for the investment loss after all, she lacked experience in such matters. But today, Zhang Yuan's treatment of Chin Feng had truly crossed the line. Are you even my daughter? Fine. Your family. I'm leaving. Zhang Yuan grabbed her bag and stormed out the door, slamming it shut behind her with a loud bang. Qin Feng gently wrapped his arm around Chen Ying's shoulder, comforting her. It's okay, honey. I'll handle it. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Chen Ying turned and wrapped her arms around him. Thank you, Qin Feng. What would you like me to cook for you? Anything you make, I'll love to eat, Qin Feng said with a smile. You're such a smooth talker, Chen Ying said, her mood lifting as she headed to the kitchen to cook. Left alone in the living room, Qin Feng pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chowda. Find out what Zhang Yuan has been up to lately, who she's been associating with, and where she is now. After sending the message, Qin Feng settled back comfortably, waiting for the delicious meal to arrive. Deep within a mountainous region of Yinjing, Madman crawled at an old man's feet, as if undergoing some kind of baptism. After the ritual concluded, Madman raised his head and gazed at the old man with reverence. Master, I saw Qin Feng. The master asked slowly, oh? How was he? Was Qin Feng's strength within your expectations? His strength is exceptional. He's definitely above me in that regard. But I'm confident I can defeat him in other areas. Indeed. After all, he's a monster trained by that old man. How could he not be powerful? You must strive harder. The day of our sacred sacrifice draws near. Both men simultaneously performed an eerie gesture, placing their hands together atop their heads. In another room, the leader and Scorpion sat huddled around a brazier. Scorpion, we're out. Indeed. All thanks to the Holy Sun's assistance. The sacred ritual is about to begin. Are you ready? For the flower. At Qin Feng's home, Qin Feng was busily clearing away dishes and utensils, while Chen Ying was still battling pots and pans in the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Come eat. Got it. Chen Ying and Qin Feng finished tidying up and sat down. As soon as she sat, Chen Ying looked at Qin Feng with eager anticipation, waiting for his verdict. Delicious. You're truly my wife, not only beautiful and a great businesswoman, but also an amazing cook. This shower of praise made Chen Ying feel incredibly gratified, and she began eating with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, Chen Ying remembered the large bronze cauldron Qin Feng had been so eager to acquire at the Yinjing Chamber of Commerce. She paused and asked, oh, that cauldron? Did you send it back? The mention of that cauldron truly made Qin Feng anxious. With that thing, why would Fengmu Group even bother with real estate? With the technology from that cauldron, money would pour into their pockets like water. It was returned ages ago. It's just sitting in the garage. What's the point of that thing anyway? Spending all that money just to bring back a big tripod. Qin Feng glanced around, creating a tense atmosphere, then whispered mysteriously. Honey, do you know about elixirs? The atmosphere caused Chen Ying to lower her head and speak softly. Pills? Like the ones from Sun Simiao's Inner Alchemy? Do such things really exist? After teasing Chen Ying, Qin Feng deliberately raised his voice and declared proudly. Of course they do. Alchemy is one of the traditional cultures of China, after all. Startled by the sudden outburst, Chen Ying turned and shot Qin Feng a disapproving look. You scared me. How could that be possible? Isn't that just something from mythical tales? Does that mean Qin Shi Huang's search for the elixir of immortality was real too? Qin Feng scratched his head and said. I can't say whether that's true or not, I haven't reached that level yet. But I do know a few pills that can make women change dramatically. Chen Ying wasn't interested in the pills and quickly changed the subject. Women? What difference could they possibly make? Qin Feng lowered his head again and murmured, like breast enhancement, improving skin quality, regulating hormones, and managing menopause. Thud. Chen Ying smacked him hard on the head. Breast enhancement? Breast enhancement? Are you implying my breasts are too small? Ouch. My dear lady, how could I possibly dislike your chest size? I was just simply listing its benefits. Think about its commercial value: pure herbal medicine with no side effects. Qin Feng's words stunned Chen Ying. Pure herbal medicine with no side effects that could improve women's health if it was genuine and could build a strong brand, this would undoubtedly be a highly profitable venture. Positioned as a high-end brand, it would surely sell like hotcakes among the wealthy ladies of Yinjing. Chen Ying snapped back to reality and fixed her gaze on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do you actually know how to refine this elixir? Of course I do. If I didn't, everything I just said would be nonsense. Qin Feng tilted his head proudly, looking at Chen Ying as if to say, your cash cow is right in front of you, you'd better cherish it. That's fantastic. Chen Ying rushed forward, throwing her arms around Qin Feng. In the heat of the moment, she even grabbed his face and planted 2 passionate kisses on his cheeks. Qin Feng thoroughly enjoyed those kisses. The sensation felt like a fish returning to the sea. One word, bliss. Chen Ying turned back, gazing at Qin Feng with eyes so full of love they seemed to melt him. Silently, she tugged at Qin Feng's clothes, pulling him inch by inch toward the entrance. A burst of silver bell laughter followed as she dashed inside, leaving Qin Feng standing dumbstruck at the doorway. Chapter 182, Journey to Flower City. When Qin Feng finally snapped out of it, he let out a low growl and charged into the bedroom like a wild beast set free. Tonight truly felt like spring blossoms bursting forth, impossible to contain. After they finally settled down and lay together, Qin Feng held Chen Ying quietly in his arms. The two simply savored their shared happiness. Xin Feng, can you tell me about your childhood? What did you go through growing up? How did you become the person you are today? Chen Ying stared at him with wide eyes, her expression full of curiosity. Me? What's there to say? I was alone since childhood, then taken in by some old man. I spent my days practicing all sorts of strange things, and then I came back to be with you. Xin Feng's experiences were indeed limited to that. He omitted so much the relentless training as a child, the dangers encountered on his travels. Everything was buried deep within his heart. It's not as simple as you make it sound. You always downplay things. So, does that big cauldron of yours need any preparation? Something that magical can't just be used right out of the box, can it? Of course it does. We need something truly extraordinary. Xin Feng wore that same mysterious look again, staring at Chen Ying strangely. What do we need? See? I told you something this magical must require preparation. We need coal. Ow. Wrong. I'm sorry. Before Xin Feng could finish his sentence, Chen Ying's hand was already on his waist. The moment he uttered the word coal, she delivered a swift 180-degree twist clockwise. Xin Feng was in for it. For some reason, he'd been teasing Chen Ying all day, and now he was getting his just desserts. Let go, honey. I wasn't finished. There's also herbs. I'll head to Huaqing tomorrow to gather them. Once all the herbs are procured, it'll be done. Chen Ying slowly released her grip, puffing indignantly as she declared. Who told you to not finish in one breath? Always teasing me. Now you've learned your lesson the hard way. Xin Feng gently lifted Chen Ying's jade-like chin and kissed her, only releasing her when she was panting heavily. I don't regret a thing. After all, with such a beautiful wife, what would I regret? Chen Ying's face flushed crimson as she looked shyly at Xin Feng. Alright, stop being so mischievous. You haven't given me a moment's peace all night. So where are you going to buy these herbs? Are they easy to find? Xin Feng gently stroked Chen Ying's hair as he spoke softly. It's quite a distance. I'll set out early tomorrow morning for Huaqing. What? You're going that far just for herbs? When will you be back? How many days will you be gone? Chen Ying never imagined this journey would take her so far away, all the way to Huaqing. This trip meant she wouldn't see Xin Feng for a very long time. Don't worry, honey. It won't be long, 2 or 3 days at the earliest, a week at the latest. I'll definitely be back. You stay here and focus on revamping that commercial street. While you're at it, start scouting for factories and commercial buildings. Once I get these materials back, we can ramp up production in earnest. Chen Ying nodded eagerly. This project could genuinely shape Fengmu Group's future business trajectory, so she naturally took it very seriously. If it succeeded, Fengmu Group would truly be sitting in their office building counting money in the years to come. Alright, I'll get on it. I'll aim to secure the site and buildings within 3 days, then have everything renovated within a week. Thanks for all your hard work, honey. Get some rest. I'll be heading out first thing tomorrow morning. After a while, Chen Ying had already drifted off to sleep. Lying beside her, Xin Feng's thoughts drifted back to Huaqing. When he was young, his master had taken him there once before. The purpose then was the same as now, to gather medicinal herbs. Of course, there was one significant difference: that earlier trip had also been to teach Xin Feng the art of alchemy. That time, they'd stayed in Huaqing for a full 2 years. Returning now, those old acquaintances would surely be surprised. Though whether that surprise would be more shock or delight remained to be seen. Early the next morning, Xin Feng began bustling about preparing breakfast, tidying up. Once everything was settled, Chen Ying still lay deep in slumber. Last night's exertions had indeed been rather intense. Xin Feng leaned down, kissed Chen Ying's forehead, then turned and left. The moment Xin Feng closed the door, Chen Ying opened her eyes and silently let 2 clear tears fall. Chen Ying was an emotional person. After all, this was the first time the couple had been apart since falling in love. She had been awake for a while, but she simply didn't want to face reality head-on. The moment Xin Feng stepped outside, he called Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing, how are your injuries? Boss, I'm fully recovered already. After all the life and death situations we've been through, a few scrapes like this are nothing. Good. I'm heading to Huaqing today and have a mission for you. Be at Fengmu Group by 9 this morning. Until I return, you're responsible for Chen Ying's personal protection. The leads on Beyond the Shore have dried up anyway. I'll get back as soon as possible. Got it, boss. You can count on me to keep the boss's wife safe. Good. By the way, how is Su Lingxuan's condition? Lingxian has regained consciousness but remains hospitalized. She said she was drugged on the street and woke up at the Yanjing Chamber of Commerce. She should be discharged within days. Good. Let her rest properly for now. There's nothing urgent at the moment. Have Snake Sword, Iron Fist, and Hunter Wind focus on training intensively to restore their physical fitness and skills as quickly as possible. This organization won't be easy to deal with. Got it. I understand. Boss, stay safe. We'll wait for your return to discuss our next move. After hanging up, Bamboo Leaf Green immediately set about arranging the tasks Qin Feng had assigned her. Meanwhile, Qin Feng hailed a taxi and headed for the airport. Seated on the plane, Qin Feng recalled the little girl from Flower City decades ago. She was a child his master had befriended while residing there to teach him alchemy. Her name was Yun Ni. Over a decade had passed, she must have blossomed into a graceful young woman by now. And that village. Had his master and he not shattered its tranquility, the villagers would likely still be unaware of the scheming and intrigue beyond their walls. At the entrance of Fengmu Group's headquarters, Chening spotted Zhu Yeqing standing by the door the moment she arrived. The moment Zhu Yeqing saw Chening, she walked straight over. "What's up?" Chening was curious. "As a Yanjing security officer, why weren't you continuing to investigate the incident at the Yanjing Chamber of Commerce? What were you doing standing at the entrance of Fengmu Group?" "I'm here to protect your safety." "Ha? Have you guys figured out the Yanjing Chamber of Commerce case? And now you have time to protect me?" "That incident, we haven't found any other leads for the time being. All we know now is that this organization is connected to the boss. So protecting the people around the boss is also our mission. Once we ensure your safety, we'll proceed with your plan to further disrupt this organization. Besides, this was also the boss's arrangement before he left. Since it was Qin Feng's arrangement, Chening had no choice but to silently accept it." The moment she entered the office, Chening began coordinating venues and office space. The office space was readily available. The Chun Group building had been sitting vacant all this time. This was the perfect opportunity to renovate it completely and make it usable. As for the venue, that was where Tang Yong came in. After all, Tianmu Group was a leading enterprise in Yanjing City. Securing a venue should be a breeze. Once Tang Yong was contacted and learned it was for Qin Feng, he made early preparations. After securing the venue, he called Ms. Bai back. Chening hadn't expected that in just a short morning, both the venue and commercial building would be settled. With that done, the next step was finding renovation and design services tasks that would need to be handled during Qin Feng's absence. Still aboard the plane, Qin Feng began piecing together the events since encountering that inner flower. From witnessing the afterlife flower during the assassination attempt to the scorpion and leader in the bank robbery and the madman at the Yanjing Chamber of Commerce in just a few short days, 4 members of this organization had surfaced, each appearance accompanied by ill fortune. This organization claimed to be saving humanity, but what humanity was worth saving? In the end, they were just using noble causes as a cover for their own dirty deeds. Qin Feng shook his head. Pondering these matters now was futile. He'd wait for their next move, it wouldn't be long. His immediate priority was to resolve the matter of the elixir. Having promised to handle it, he needed to see it through swiftly. Still dazed, Qin Feng hadn't realized he'd already arrived above Huacheng. As he stepped off the plane and approached the airport entrance, something hard pressed against his lower back. "Don't move. If you so much as twitch, I've rigged this with several pounds of TNT. You won't be harmed, but you wouldn't want to inconvenience the other passengers at the airport, would you?" Qin Feng asked slowly. "What is your designation, sir?" "Wild Wolf." Upon hearing that name, Qin Feng let out a startled cry. "You little brat." "Boss, 005, Wild Wolf reporting for duty." Qin Feng spun around and threw himself into a bear hug, squeezing his counterpart until they gasped for air before letting go. Wild Wolf pounded his chest, panting heavily. "Boss, that hug nearly sent me to the grave." Wild Wolf was a veteran who had left Qin Feng's Xuanwu Hall long ago. He later came to Huacheng and joined the police force, now working undercover among the city's drug dealers. Chapter 183, AMU Village. Qin Feng had contacted Wild Wolf before boarding the plane. After all, Wild Wolf was practically a veteran here, and having him handle things would make matters easier. "Ah, you little rascal, long time no see. How've you been lately?" Same old, same old. Been busy with my own stuff." "How's the boss doing? What about Snake Sword and the others?" "Well, I ended up getting roped into being some sort of Yanjing security chief by those old farts. Snake Sword, Iron Fist, Hunter Wind, and Bamboo Leaf Green are all still working under me." Wild Wolf flashed an envious look. Though his own business in Flower City was thriving, he was ultimately alone. He missed the feeling of working alongside the boss back in the day. This situation genuinely made Wild Wolf envious. They still got to stay by Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng noticed Wild Wolf's frustration and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Once this mission wraps up, come to Yanjing. I've run into some tricky business here. Having all 5 of you together would make things a lot easier to handle." "Sounds good. That's perfect timing. My end is already at the closing stage. It should wrap up in about 3 days. You're still here chatting with me so casually 3 days before closing the net? Not even a bit nervous?" Facing Qin Feng's teasing, Yilang shook his head helplessly. "What can I do? The closer we get to this moment, the more relaxed I have to appear. If this operation succeeds flawlessly, we'll wipe out nearly all the major drug dealers in Huacheng City. Once that happens, I won't have much value left here." "Then that's perfect, you can come help me there." Qin Feng hadn't expected that by coming to Huacheng alone, he might be able to bring someone back with him. "All right. Since you're playing it cool, why not help me procure some supplies in Huacheng while I'm away? I'm heading into the mountains. By the time I return, you should have most of it sorted. Got it, no problem. Wild Wolf was more than happy to work for Qin Feng. After all, the days spent by his side were the happiest times for people like them. Qin Feng had Wild Wolf arrange an off-road vehicle and informed him of the wild medicinal herbs he needed to procure before heading into the mountains. Driving along the mountain roads, Qin Feng's heart swelled with anticipation. He was finally returning to that place. The estate was one of the few quiet, peaceful memories from his childhood. Only upon reaching the mountain did Qin Feng realize things weren't as straightforward as he'd imagined. He was lost. Having not set foot in these woods for over a decade, he suddenly couldn't find his way. As he stood there trying to recognize the path, a voice suddenly came from ahead. Where are you from? Outsiders aren't welcome here. Please leave this forest. Qin Feng snapped to attention and saw a young man dressed in distinctive Miao ethnic attire. The man was lean and muscular, every muscle perfectly defined, clearly a master of the jungle. Hello, I'm looking for AMU village. Could you point me in the right direction? He reached into his backpack and offered some fruit as a gesture of goodwill. In these parts, money held little value when seeking assistance. One showed their sincerity through small tokens: a sip of water, a piece of fruit. I told you outsiders aren't welcome here. AMU village is our home, and we don't welcome strangers like you. Qin Feng hesitated, then asked curiously, You're from AMU village? I don't recall meeting you before. If you're from AMU village, you should know village chief Mutu. How is he doing these days? The young man hesitated, then suddenly lunged at Qin Feng. Thinking the youth intended to attack, Qin Feng swiftly executed a small takedown, pinning him against the hood of the car. The pain made the young man yelp and squirm. Young man, I came here in peace. I used to live here. Why would you attack me for no reason? The young man pounded the hood with his free hand, shouting. Brother Qin Feng. It's wooden stick. Wooden stick. I know you used to live here right next door to me. I just wanted a hug. Why am I pinned here? It hurts. Brother Qin Feng, let go. Qin Feng gasped. Whoa, wooden stick? You mean that chubby kid who used to follow me and Yunny around everywhere when we were little? Yep, you remember me, Brother Qin Feng? But seriously, this hurts like hell. Can we talk about old times after you let go? Sure. Qin Feng released wooden stick, rubbed his shoulders, wiped the apple in his hand, and offered it to him. Look at you, kid. How did I raise you? When you're ambushing people in the woods, you're supposed to announce your name first. If you'd said a few more words, I would have guessed it was you, wooden stick. Mugon took a big bite of the apple and shot Qin Feng a glare. Then why didn't you say anything? Didn't you tell me that when meeting strangers, I shouldn't blurt out my name? That way, it greatly reduces the chance of someone tracking me down through my name. These stories were nothing short of Qin Feng's childhood black history, and now Wooden Pole was bringing them all up one by one, rubbing salt in the wounds. This was truly cutting deep into Qin Feng's heart. Alright, you little brat. How come you're on patrol today? How's your dad? How's everyone in the village? Mugon found a spot to bury the apple core he'd finished eating. This was an AMU village tradition: return what comes from the earth to the earth. Father is in good health, and the elders in the village are all doing well too. Many of the kids we used to play with back then are now fathers and mothers themselves, but Mugon's hesitation made Qin Feng feel a twinge of unease, prompting him to ask urgently. But what? What's wrong? You kid, now you've learned to keep people in suspense? Spit it out. Never mind. You'll see for yourself when you return to the village. Hop in the car. Qin Feng and Mogan climbed into the car. Along the way, Mogan pointed out the route, revealing the depths of the dense forest. Mugon glanced around and said, Brother Qin Feng, this vehicle can only go this far. The rest of the way, we'll have to walk. Alright. Qin Feng got out, loaded all the gear from the car onto himself, and step by step, he and Mugon walked deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Mugon shouted into the forest, Ahoo! It's coming out! Accompanied by a thunderous tiger's roar, a massive tiger 5 meters long emerged from the forest. Its eyes gleamed with intense focus, fixed squarely on Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced back at Mugon. Mugon nodded firmly. Qin Feng relaxed, spreading his arms wide. Ahoo pounced, knocking him flat onto the ground. Qin Feng didn't struggle. Strangely, the tiger did nothing else but nuzzle his head against Qin Feng, acting as if it were seeking affection. Alright, Ahoo. You've grown so big. Back then you were just a little kitten, and now you're a big cat. Who seemed to dislike the big cat nickname, nudging Qin Feng with his head. Not happy about that? Fine, big tiger. Who has grown into an adult. The man and tiger snuggled together like this. Qin Feng took out his phone, snapped a selfie with Ahoo, and sent it to Chening. He felt such a fun moment deserved to be shared with her. Chening was currently at Chen Group, discussing the company's renovation plans with designers. Mid-thought, she suddenly received the photo Qin Feng had sent. She was startled to see Qin Feng posing with a tiger in the woods, a wild tiger, it seemed. But why did the tiger appear so affectionate toward Qin Feng? That was indeed strange. Turning to the designers deep in thought, inspiration struck her. She addressed them immediately. Design a big tiger to go up there. Use this photo as the original concept. The designer found the photo utterly novel after all, such harmony between man and beast was undeniably fresh material. He nodded eagerly in agreement. Meanwhile, after bonding with Ahu, Qin Feng followed the wooden pole into the village. As soon as they entered, Ahu excitedly shouted, "Everyone, listen up! Brother Qin Feng is back!" The roar instantly startled everyone in the village. People scrambled to peek out, and upon seeing Qin Feng had returned, they all rushed out. "Oh my, Xiao Feng! It's been so many years since we last saw you. Why did you wait so long to come back? Yeah. You've been gone all these years without even coming back to see us. You ungrateful little brat. Don't you miss your moose cooking? Little Feng, if you hadn't come back now, you might never have seen us old folks again." Qin Feng quickly replied, "Mother, I'm back now, aren't I? I've been away all these years, but as soon as I had a chance, I came home. Mother, I've been craving your cooking for over a decade. I'm staying for a few days this time, so you absolutely must cook for me again. Otherwise, I'll probably be craving it for another few decades." "Grandma Ta, what nonsense are you talking? After all these years, you're still as sturdy as ever. You're bound to live to be 100. A deep, gravelly voice cut through the crowd. "Xiao Feng, you're back." "Yes, Master Mutu, I'm back." Mutu gently stroked Qin Feng's head and spoke softly. "It's good you're back. Now that you're here, come see us old folks. We probably won't have another decade left." Qin Feng hurriedly replied. "Not at all. The people of our village will surely live to be 100 years old." Mutu smiled faintly, looking at Qin Feng. "It's all right. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are part of life. Our people in the village don't fear death. You know our traditions. Rest assured." Chapter 184, A Wedding Hijack? Qin Feng felt a touch of helplessness. The village customs truly followed the ways of nature. People were born from nature and would eventually return to it. When death came, they would surrender themselves to the forest, leaving their final essence to the land. Mutu led Qin Feng slowly through the village. Qin Feng noticed the village was adorned with red ribbons and, recognizing this as a wedding custom, asked Mutu, "Sir, is there a joyous occasion in our village? Why are there so many red ribbons hanging?" "Ah, you mean this matter? It's hardly a joyous occasion. Yaha from the neighboring village has set his sights on Yunni. He's come demanding to marry her according to custom. You know how things are with the Miao people. Custom is custom. If the custom is broken, the entire village could be destroyed. For the greater good, Yunni has no choice but to marry him." "Marry? Just like that? For the sake of tradition? To destroy Yunni's happiness?" Qin Feng was deeply agitated. Yunni was practically his only childhood friend he'd grown up playing with. Such a bond naturally made him unable to bear seeing her suffer such injustice. "There's nothing we can do. The promise has been made. This matter is practically set in stone. No one can change it now. I'll try. Let me take Yunni away. Once we're out of the village, we'll be free of these rules." Mutu flew into a rage, raising his walking stick to strike Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't dodge, taking the heavy blow squarely. "If I could send Yunni away, I would have done it long ago. You think you can take her? She might be able to leave, but can you guarantee everyone in the village will come with you? Even if you have the means to support them all, can you guarantee they'll all choose to leave with you?" Mutu coughed heavily several times, catching his breath before continuing his tirade. "What if we can't leave? Staying here means certain death. Can you stay here forever? Can you keep protecting the village's safety indefinitely? Don't do anything foolish. Village affairs aren't something you should meddle in." Qin Feng lowered his head. He knew Master Mutu was right. He couldn't protect the village forever. If he couldn't safeguard its security, why disturb the peace of its people? He spoke reluctantly. "Then where is Yunni now? I want to see her." Mutu pointed toward the tall inner tower within the village. "She's inside the tower. According to Miao custom, a bride-to-be may not be seen by anyone for 3 days before her wedding." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Qin Feng alone to gaze silently at the tower. Mugan found Qin Feng and called out to him. "Brother Qin Feng, weren't we going to gather herbs? Let's go. It'll be dark soon. We should find what we can this morning so we can continue searching tonight." Qin Feng straightened his clothes, his expression tinged with silence. "All right, let's go." The two walked back to the village together, the journey passing in quiet calm, as if nothing unusual would ever happen. They reached the village entrance again and saw Ahu lying quietly there. He seemed to sense Qin Feng's mood, giving him a downcast glance before trotting over to nuzzle against Qin Feng. "Ahu, your sister Yun and I is about to be married off. She didn't choose this. If I truly can't help her, then during the beating the flower cat ritual, you must prove yourself. I'll be right by your side. You must fight to stop this marriage from happening." This was Qin Feng's backup plan. In Flower City, the groom's party had to go through several steps when coming to fetch the bride. The first was the kidnapping ceremony, though it wasn't a real abduction, merely a display of the bride's coyness. The groom arrived armed with a knife, while the bride cried out for help to her family and relatives. Along the way, he encountered branches and grass, which he hacked through with his blade, demonstrating his resolve to win her hand. The second step was this beating the flower cat ritual. Since tigers roamed Huacheng, this step involved smearing potash all over the groom's body and face to scare away the tigers. Xin Feng knew a little about Huacheng's customs, having lived here for some time. Yet, Mugei's few words completely dashed his plans. Brother Xin Feng, stop daydreaming. Do you want Ah Hu to die? If something goes wrong during the beating the flower cat ritual and the wedding procession, that flower cat will be hunted down by people from both villages. They'll force the AMU village people to kill Ah Hu with their own hands. What do you think will happen then? For the AMU village people to kill Ah Hu themselves was utterly impossible. Ah Hu was the guardian spirit stationed at the village entrance, having protected them for over a decade. He had formed a profound bond with the villagers. If the opposing village dared to harm Ah Hu, it would likely spark a full-scale war between the two settlements. Xin Feng completely lost it, cursing furiously. What the hell is this nonsense? Ah Hu is just a tiger. Where's all that meow talk about nature? Don't they fear the curse of the great shaman? Mugan walked over to Xin Feng, placed a hand on his shoulder, and spoke softly. This is the meow custom. Xin Feng brushed Mugan's arm away. Rules, rules, rules. I know the meow people value their traditions, and I respect them. But can every single one of these rules push people into a sea of fire? Isn't there a single rule about saving lives? There is. Of course there is. It's just that the rules for saving lives are rather complicated. Xin Feng shot Mugan a look, then smacked him squarely on the head with a chestnut. You little brat, now you're playing coy? If you knew this rule, why didn't you mention it sooner? In the Meow Clan, we follow the Meow Clan's rules. Quick, tell me the rule. Ouch. That hurt. Brother Xin Feng, I thought my dad already told you. This rule doesn't work well. Another sharp crack echoed. If you have rules, just tell me already. Stop stalling. Is there anything too difficult for Brother Feng to handle? Spit it out. Fine, fine, I'll tell you. Xin Feng, please stop hitting me. I'm still young and need to grow taller. Mugan sat down, leaning close to Ah Hu, and slowly began to speak. This rule concerns wedding hijacking. To pull it off, you must appear the moment Sister Yeni shows up. Wait at the village entrance. When the flower cat palanquin reaches the gate, block the entrance and declare to all the wedding party that you've come to hijack the bride. That's just the first step. What first step, second step? What's so hard about this? You kid, just tell me already. This is merely the beginning. After declaring the wedding hijacking, you must pass trials. First comes the mountain of knives. The wedding party will bring knives from the village and plant them neatly in the ground. You must walk barefoot across them. Next is the sea of fire. Charcoal will be burning in a furnace. When the flames are at their fiercest, you must lie down on the ground and walk barefoot through the fire. Xin Feng laughed, a joyful laugh. That's all? Wooden pole, you know I trained in the physical arts passed down by the great shamans here as a child. As long as I move fast enough, do you really think either the blades or the fire could hurt me? I know Brother Xin Feng trained with the Meow people as a child, but you're not Meow. That's why your steps require 2 additional ones beyond these. What else could there be? At this point, Mugan's expression darkened slightly. The first extra step is quite simple. It's the flick the flower cat phase. It tests who can intimidate the flower cat into retreating with sheer force of will. That's a piece of cake. With Ah Hu around, that step's no problem. What else? Right, I know Ah Hu is here. But the second extra step isn't easy to practice. You and the groom must cover your eyes and ears. You rely solely on the vibrations on the ground to sense each other's positions. The first one to knock the other down wins. Xin Feng was baffled by this rule. What the heck? Blocking both eyes and ears? How the hell were they supposed to fight? Relying solely on vibrations from the ground? The forest was teeming with all kinds of animals. How could anyone possibly tell? Before Xin Feng could process his confusion, Mugan delivered another blow. The most crucial point is this: Yaha frequently hunts in the forest. He knows the distinct vibrations each animal makes when stepping on the ground. He can also tell your vibrations apart from the animals. These are skills Yaha honed here, advantages Brother Xin Feng simply doesn't have. Xin Feng gritted his teeth. This wedding hijacking is happening. I refuse to believe I can't beat the people in this village. Xin Feng's resolve was set. The matter was settled. The next step was to carry out the wedding rescue the day after tomorrow. With certainty, the matter no longer troubled Xin Feng. Now, he had to consider what to do after the abduction. He would have to take Yeni out of the village. After all, a Meow girl abducted by Han men could no longer live in the Meow village. Xin Feng's real headache now was how he would explain Yun Ni's presence to Chunning upon their return. They had left for Huacheng under the pretense of gathering herbs, yet they were coming back with a Meow girl in tow. But that was all for later. First, he had to successfully carry out the abduction. Alright, that's settled. Let's go gather herbs. Shin Feng and Mogan set off into the deeper forest. The two walked and gathered herbs all the way until dusk approached. Mugan, find us a place to camp in the woods. We won't make it back after gathering tonight's herbs. We'll just have to make do here for the night. Mugan surveyed the terrain and replied. There should be a cave nearby. Let's look around. Those herbs should be close by too. Alright, let's go look for one. Sure enough, within half an hour, they found the cave. They stashed their gathered herbs inside before setting off to collect the nighttime herbs. Chapter 185, The Strange Temple. The Miao region truly was a place brimming with wonder. Certain herbs could only be seen at night, no one knew why. During the day, you'd never find them. Only when the night was deep and quiet could they be spotted. Perhaps that was the very charm of the Miao region. After gathering all the herbs, the two prepared to return to the cave. Only then did Mogan ask curiously. Brother Qin Feng, why did you come back just to gather so many herbs? They're not exactly rare or special. Why make a special trip for them? Qin Feng smiled at Mogan. You can't buy these herbs anywhere else. I've only seen them among the Miao people. I came back for them because women out there are so obsessed with their looks. Products made from these herbs help them preserve their appearance. It's a lucrative business. Mugan scratched his head in confusion. Money? I know what money is, but is it really that important? Sure, you can buy some novel things with it, but you can still live just fine without it. In the Miao village, everything was self-sufficient. There were no monetary disputes here. They only sent an elder from the clan outside periodically to sell some Miao specialties and bring back novel items. The two chatted and laughed as they approached the cave's vicinity, only to find it vanished. Hey, this cave was right here. We even left a mark. How did it turn into a temple? Mugan and Qin Feng looked up, but instead of a cave, they saw a temple standing tall where the cave had once been. Mugan stared intently at the temple for a long time before exclaiming in shock. This is the Great Witch Temple. What a twist of fate. What a twist of fate. For the Miao people, this temple was nothing short of a sacred sanctuary in their lives. Every Miao person who had seen the Great Witch Temple held it in extraordinary reverence. The Miao believed that those who had witnessed the temple were chosen by the Great Witch herself, and these individuals were destined to lead the Miao people to prosperity. What? Is there something special about this temple? Qin Feng surveyed the structure before him. To the naked eye, it appeared merely as a dilapidated temple, showing no outward signs of distinction. How could this place command such reverence from the Miao people? To human eyes, it seemed little more than a derelict ruin, yet it garnered such profound veneration. Of course, Brother Qin Feng. This is the Great Shaman Temple, the very sacred ground of the Miao people. The Great Shaman protects us. To think that old Mugan like me could see the Great Shaman Temple in my lifetime. What a blessing! What a blessing! Mugan knelt down and banged his forehead against the ground several times in reverence toward the temple. This was how the Miao people showed their respect for the Great Witch. Qin Feng shook his head, chuckled, and helped Mogan to his feet. He picked up the herbs and gestured toward Mogan. Mugan, seeing the Great Witch Temple isn't just about looking from afar. We have to go inside. Come on, let's go in and see what it looks like inside. Saying this, he pulled Mogan toward the temple. As they approached the temple entrance, they saw the dust-covered door handle above the doorway, a clear sign that no one had cleaned or paid attention to it in ages. Pushing the door open, they were met not with gilded splendor or ancient grandeur, but with a cloud of dust. The thick dust blew straight at them, clouding their vision. They quickly waved their hands to disperse the dust in the air. Only when the dust finally settled could Qin Feng and Mugan barely open their eyes. The first sight stunned them both. Before them stood a majestic statue of the Great Witch, so lifelike it seemed to be alive. Its expression, features, and slightly furrowed brow appeared to be reproaching the two for intruding upon its sanctuary. Upon witnessing this, Mugan immediately knelt once more, prostrating himself while speaking with profound reverence. Great Shaman, please forgive us. The wooden staff from Wolahomo village was gathering herbs in the mountains and found no cave to rest in tonight. We humbly request to use your shrine. Thank you, Great Shaman. May heaven bless the Miao people. After speaking these words, he looked up and saw that the Great Witch's statue seemed to have relaxed its brows and eyes, no longer bearing that fierce, terrifying expression. Mugan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Qin Feng, "The Great Shaman has agreed to let us stay here. Don't worry. Good." Now it was Qin Feng's turn to furrow his brow deeply. As an atheist, witnessing today's events had genuinely bewildered him. What strange occurrences were these? The sudden appearance of the Great Witch's temple, the statue's sudden cheerfulness after he bowed to reveal his identity, and the peculiar temple itself, everything felt so bizarre. But there was no time to dwell on it. Qin Feng began surveying his surroundings. At the temple's center stood a statue of the Great Witch, occupying the very heart of the structure. Beneath it lay nothing but 3 burning incense sticks. Incense? Burning? Qin Feng whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto the 3 incense sticks. The flames flickered and danced, as if speaking to him. Patting the wooden pole on the shoulder, Qin Feng pointed at the candlestick. There's incense smoke. Mu Gan shrugged dismissively. Of course there is. The Great Witch Temple is in Miao Mountain, and Miao Mountain is full of Miao people. How could there not be incense? You're making a big deal out of nothing. This temple's been abandoned for so long, yet the incense still burns? You pig-brained fool, you lit it yourself. With a thud, Mogan knelt down and began kowtowing. Great shaman, you have shown your spirit. I swear here that as long as I live, if I, Mugan, ever return to the Great Shaman Temple, I will offer sacrifices to you. Qin Feng was nearly driven mad. This wooden pole hadn't done a single thing yet and was already banging his head on the ground countless times. Resignedly, he pulled wooden pole up and brushed the dust off his body. This guy, Mogan, had reached a level of reverence for the Great Witch bordering on obsession. Alright, never mind. We'll stay the night here. Hurry up and get things ready. He instructed the wooden pole to prepare the bedding. Qin Feng continued wandering around the Great Witch's temple, examining the surroundings. It wasn't a large temple, and the walls were covered in dust. Qin Feng stared intently and noticed faint traces of characters. He wiped at them with his hand, only to find more and more material coming off. He quickly called out to Mugan. Mugan, hand me the ointment brush. There's something on the wall. Ha? Something on the walls of the Great Witch Temple? It might be a message left for us by the Great Witch. Quick, wipe it off and let's see. Yeah, bring the brush over. Qin Feng took the brush and began scrubbing the wall with relentless determination. Before long, he had cleaned an entire wall. Staring at the characters on the wall, Qin Feng fell deep in thought. This was the kind of internal martial art his old master had made him practice as a child. That such an art actually existed astonished him. But it wasn't just that. The wall also displayed many characters he'd never seen before. These characters seemed to be the latter half of the internal martial art Qin Feng had practiced. Qin Feng's current physical arts were already incredibly potent. It could be said that his past survival in fierce combat was inseparable from these techniques. It was also because of practicing them that his recovery speed was so astonishingly fast. The latter half was precisely what astonished Qin Feng. After all, the first part of this physical technique was already incredibly abnormal. Who could have imagined that in this sudden encounter with the Great Witch Temple, Qin Feng would find the latter half of this physical technique? Suddenly realizing something, Qin Feng pulled out his phone and began snapping photos frantically, determined to document every detail of these martial arts techniques. After photographing them, he resumed his examination of the inscriptions on the wall. The inscriptions were written in Miao script. Thanks to his childhood training in this martial art, Qin Feng recognized the characters. Truly, nothing he had learned had been wasted. Mugan tapped Qin Feng on the shoulder. Brother Qin Feng, can you understand this? It seems like some kind of physical training method. Yes, this is the kind of physical training I practiced with my master back in Amazai when I was young. It's incredibly powerful. Once I've mastered it all, I'll teach it to you. Great. Then hurry up and learn it. Well, it's not like it'll happen overnight. Heh, true. Qin Feng glanced around at the other three walls. Holy cow, this one wall alone had so much stuff, what could the other three be hiding? He started chipping away. In no time at all, Qin Feng got to work. Once he had painted the other three walls, he was utterly stunned. Each of the three walls was covered in paintings, human figures in all sorts of poses. These images instantly struck a chord with Qin Feng. He stared at them like they were a treasure trove. Everything felt like bullets firing into his brain. Qin Feng looked around, taking in the paintings and calligraphy on the walls. The images swirled in circles before his eyes, and with a sudden dizziness, he collapsed to the floor. Mugan froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Mugan scrambled over to Qin Feng, frantically shaking his shoulders while shouting, "Brother Qin Feng, wake up! What's going on? How could you just pass out from looking at this?" Mugan patted Qin Feng's body, shaking him relentlessly, trying desperately to rouse him. But no matter how hard he tried, it seemed futile. After struggling for a long time, Mogan realized something. He placed his finger under Qin Feng's nose to check for breath. Thankfully, he was still alive. That was enough. As long as he was alive, they would wait. If he still hadn't woken up by tomorrow morning, then they would carry Brother Qin Feng back. Human life mattered more than medicine. Outside, the wooden pole pondered deeply. What it didn't know was that Qin Feng had now plunged deep into a dream. A wave of dizziness swept over Qin Feng, plunging him into a pitch-black world devoid of even a glimmer of light. Where am I? Is anyone there? Qin Feng shouted, reaching out to feel for anything in the surrounding darkness. He groped and groped, thinking no one would answer him. Just then, a solemn voice suddenly echoed. Chapter 186, Higher Realms. Hello there, young man. It's been ages since anyone came here. What's your name? Startled by the sudden apparition, Qin Feng spun around, his voice trembling. Who are you? Where am I? Where are you? Me? You've come to my temple and you ask who I am? Qin Feng stared in disbelief at the pitch-black surroundings. His temple? You're the Great Witch. How many years have you been dead? How is this possible? The surroundings brightened. It was indeed the inner temple. Qin Feng had been here all along, never stepping outside. But this temple was different. The previous one had only walls and the Great Witch's statue. This one had no statue. Instead, a person sat where the statue should be, speaking. Indeed, I've been dead for many years. I never imagined anyone could reach this place. If you're dead, how can I see you? Am I dead too? This utterly baffled Qin Feng, the staunch atheist. The Great Witch had been dead for ages, yet here sat this middle-aged man in the Great Witch's place, claiming to be the Great Witch himself. Qin Feng found it truly hard to believe. I died over 1,000 years ago. You're not the first to come here. This is a spiritual realm, something that existed thousands of years ago. People today no longer possess such abilities. The Great Witch shook his head helplessly. This spiritual realm no longer depended on physical survival. It was a higher-level existence transcending the flesh. Yet this very transcendence further restricted the realm's emergence. Only exceptionally unique minds, exceptionally unique environments, and exceptionally unique methods could create the opportunity to access such a strange spiritual realm. Spirit? What is that? A god? Qin Feng studied the middle-aged man on the platform. He wore attire resembling the Miao people's most solemn garments, yet it felt far more archaic than their traditional robes. His appearance radiated an imposing dignity distinct from the scholarly quietude of an intellectual or the fierce ruthlessness of a warrior, a commanding presence tinged with kindness. It's merely spirit. You can think of this as nothing more than a dream you've had. There are no gods. If this world truly had gods, it wouldn't be what it is now. It would have been ravaged by so-called divine calamities long ago. How could you possibly enjoy the good life you have today? You know about the outside world now? I cannot, but you were able to enter. As I said, you are not the first to come here, nor will you be the last. I see. This is merely a realm. You likely exist here by attaching yourselves to some material substance, surviving within this domain as spiritual entities, yet unable to manifest in any other form. The Great Witch smiled and stood up. Correct. You've understood perfectly. Standing tall, the Great Witch exuded immense presence. Roughly estimated at over 2 meters 2 centimeters tall, he towered beside Qin Feng like a colossus. The Great Witch opened his mouth again. Do you know what another crucial condition is for coming here? No idea. This is my first time here, damn it. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, the Great Witch suddenly moved. He swung a fist like a sandbag and charged toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng could only watch as the fist grew closer and closer, his entire body frozen in place, helpless to stop it from landing on his face. With a thud, Qin Feng was sent flying backward, slamming into the wall before slowly sliding down to sit on the floor. Rubbing his wounds, Qin Feng grumbled, "What was that about, great shaman? I didn't disrespect you in any way. I'm practically half Miao myself, having lived among them for years. I just accidentally stumbled into your shrine. Was that really worth it?" The great shaman roared with laughter. "I wasn't targeting you. To enter the spiritual realm, there's one crucial requirement: you must have trained in the Witch Clan's martial arts. You have trained, and quite well at that, at least exceptionally so among the external martial arts. I was merely testing your foundation. How else would I know how to tailor my approach?" Qin Feng shook his head with a wry, helpless smile. "If you wanted to know, you could have just asked. I would have told you right away. Why did you have to knock me flying to test me?" The Great Witch walked over to Qin Feng, picked him up like a little chick, and shouted, "All right, get up. It's fine now. I told you this is just a mental world. It has nothing to do with your body." "Oh, I see." Little did Qin Feng know that his physical body had nearly scared the wooden pole to death. When the Great Witch had sent him flying, his body had jerked upward like it had a pacemaker, only to crash back down heavily. This scene had terrified the wooden pole so much it scrambled to its feet and immediately kowtowed before the Great Witch's statue. The great shaman had assured Qin Feng that his physical body wouldn't be affected, precisely to keep him fully immersed here, free from thoughts of the outside world. After all, entering this place once was already an extraordinary coincidence. Trying to come back again was practically impossible. Go read the words on the wall. What did you understand? The great shaman pointed at the wall inscriptions and addressed Qin Feng. What Qin Feng practiced was merely a physical technique the great shaman had disseminated thousands of years ago, intended to enable the frail to hunt and avoid starvation. That ancient martial art, now a treasure that had saved Qin Feng countless times, had been passed down through the millennia. I've read it all. This seems like an upgraded version of the martial art I practice. Exactly. The martial art you practice is a simplified version of a body-strengthening method circulating outside. But the complete martial art written on this wall is its true form. Want to learn it? At these words, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Of course he wanted to learn. If he could truly master the complete version of this miraculous martial art, his overall strength would surely reach a new level. As he pondered this, his head nodded like a chick pecking at grain, agreeing wholeheartedly. I want to. Of course I want to. If you want to learn, I can teach you. That's the perk of stumbling into this place by accident. Qin Feng was practically soaring with excitement, pumping his fists in the air and shouting, "Long live the Great Witch!" The Great Witch couldn't help but laugh at the sight of this young man before her. "You little rascal," she teased, "just moments ago you were spouting atheism outside, and now you're suddenly buttering me up." Qin Feng scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling awkwardly. "Alright, now look closely at the characters written on the wall. They're all pure essence." Qin Feng hurried to the wall and began scrutinizing each character. As he read, the Great Witch explained the meanings of the techniques beside him. The more Qin Feng read, the more alert he became, the brighter the light in his eyes grew. Several hours later, Qin Feng and the high priest had thoroughly studied every single character in the temple. Qin Feng let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily from exhaustion. Yet, his eyes still shone with an unwavering determination. "How did it go?" "You won't get a second chance to come here." The Great Witch observed the young man plopping down on the floor, inwardly marveling at his talent. Qin Feng wasn't the first to attempt this, but he was by far the fastest to comprehend it and grasp its depths. "It's incredible. This place is a treasure trove. These writings and paintings have completely opened my understanding of this world. It's nothing short of a miracle." Qin Feng remained immersed in this sense of wonder. Every character on the wall struck deep into his soul. Bulletproof armor? Mastering this would make one a human tank, a tank with flesh and speed. Who could withstand that? It was simply unbelievable. However, the wall's instructions for cultivating this physical art were extremely demanding. Many precious ingredients had vanished into the mists of time. Certain herbs, for instance, were long since impossible to find. "Good, I'm glad you understand. Such profound knowledge is beyond the grasp of modern practitioners. If you can master this martial art to its fullest extent, it would be an extraordinary achievement." Qin Feng glanced at the Great Witch and asked with a thick skin, "There are several extinct herbs mentioned here that I've never even heard of. I wonder if the Great Witch has any." "You little brat. Do you want me to practice it for you? I've already explained everything to you, and you still push your luck. Oh, come on, great shaman. Go the extra mile and see it through to the end. If you have them, it'd save me from all this confusion. Also, can I teach this martial art to others? It's such a valuable skill, it should be shared with everyone. Don't go acting like Shakyamuni Buddha here, teaching a bunch of naive monks who know nothing of the world. Those herbs can be found in the Miao Mountains, go find them yourself. As for teaching others, use your own judgment. Don't reveal everything. Building on the foundation you've already laid is acceptable, but that's it. Now, get lost, you brat. No, please, just give me a hint." With that, the Great Witch waved him off, dismissing Qin Feng without a second thought. Not even a sliver of opportunity was granted to the youngster. Qin Feng's mind went blank, and he fell unconscious. After all, his mental energy had been drained to the point of exhaustion, and he simply couldn't hold on any longer. When Qin Feng finally came to, it was already dawn the next day. Groggily opening his eyes, his first instinct was to look around. He found himself in a cave-like space, with the wooden pole fast asleep beside a campfire. Qin Feng began to doubt whether yesterday's events had truly occurred or if they were merely hallucinations induced by some strange poison he had encountered in the mountains. Chapter 187, Enhancement. Qin Feng flexed his foot and swung his fist, discovering his strength and speed had genuinely increased. Yet he still struggled to believe it. Only when he took a running start and, unable to adjust to his newfound speed, slammed into the wall did he truly accept yesterday's events. Once convinced, he muttered under his breath, "This guy didn't even bother to prepare a single herb for me. What a pain. I'll have to come back later and search for those herbs properly. But seriously, what the heck are those strange herbs anyway? Never heard of them before." On the other side, Mugon, who had been sleeping, jolted awake at the sound of Qin Feng crashing into the wall. Still half asleep, he squinted at Qin Feng and asked, "Brother Qin Feng, you're awake? Huh? How did we end up in this cave? Where's the Great Witch Temple? Where's the Great Witch statue?" He looked around in disbelief, even tapping the cave walls with his hand. "How should I know? Was I unconscious? Are you sure we slept in the Great Witch Temple last night, not in this cave?" "Of course we did. We found the temple last night, but somehow ended up in this cave. You were staring at those inscriptions on the wall and suddenly passed out. You scared the life out of me." Qin Feng couldn't make sense of how the entire situation had unfolded either. But with all the strange things that had already happened, what was so odd about suddenly appearing in a cave? Compared to yesterday's events, this seemed almost acceptable, no big deal. Mugon was still looking around curiously. "Hey, brother Qin Feng, aren't those the herbs we left in the cave yesterday? We've come back to the exact spot we were at before setting out to gather herbs last night." "Yeah, that's great. We won't have to gather them again. Come on, let's head back. Tomorrow is Yunni's wedding day." Mentioning Yunni's wedding, the mood turned somber. Her forced marriage felt like a thorn lodged in both Qin Feng and Mugon's hearts. Thankfully, that thorn would be removed tomorrow. Mugon nodded. "Yeah, we should head back. Only after Yunni's matter is resolved can we truly be happy." The two of them shouldered the medicinal herbs they had gathered that day and began their journey back. Incredible things happened every moment, though perhaps too many had recently befallen Qin Feng. They walked together back to the village, reached Qin Feng's vehicle, packed all the herbs neatly, loaded them into the car, and returned to the village entrance. There, they found Ah Hu still standing dejectedly by the gate. Qin Feng patted Ah Hu's head. Ah Hu, it's okay now. I've found a way to resolve this. Just wait until tomorrow and cheer me on. I'll protect Yun and I. Ah Hu instinctively rubbed against Qin Feng, as if giving his own affirming nod. As Qin Feng and Mogan stepped into the village, Qin Feng was instantly surrounded by his relatives. They crowded around him, asking questions about the herb gathering all at once. Qin Feng, did you gather enough herbs? If not, just tell Grandma I have plenty here. Little Feng, haven't you had breakfast yet? Come eat with me. You've worked so hard gathering herbs all day. Come in and have something to eat. Brother Qin Feng, is the outside world fun? I want to go out and play too. Qin Feng thanked each person for their kindness. Having gone without food all day, he plucked up the courage to head over to Moon Yang's house for a meal. Mu Gan, however, hurried home. Seeing the Great Witch Temple was a major event, he had to tell his father, Mu Tu, immediately. Father! Father! I saw the Great Witch Temple. I've returned from the Great Witch Temple. Mu Gan shouted to his father, Mu Tu, who was watering plants in the courtyard as soon as he entered. The Great Witch Temple? Boy, you don't joke about things like that. If you're making this up, I'll break your legs. He grabbed his walking stick and strode toward Mogan, seizing the boy firmly. Now, tell your father properly. What Great Witch Temple? Where did you see this Great Witch Temple? Don't you dare lie to me. Mugan stamped his feet in frustration. Oh, father. How could I possibly joke about something like this? He caught his breath and continued. When brother Qin Feng and I went to Miao Mountain to gather herbs, we found a cave. We stored all our herbs there and went off to gather night herbs. When we returned, the cave was gone. In its place stood a temple. Mutu smacked Mugan on the head. You brat! Just because you saw a temple, you dare call it a Great Witch Temple? Ouch! Dad, let me finish. I went inside that temple. Inside, there was a statue of the Great Witch, and there were even offerings of incense burning. Even though the Great Witch Temple was covered in dust, there were still incense offerings. That must be the Great Witch Sage. Mutu's eyes instantly grew solemn with reverence as he turned to confront Mugan. The Great Witch Temple? The Great Witch Temple? Did you disrespect the Great Witch? Of course not. I bowed my head countless times. Brother Qin Feng even said I was bowing blindly. Qin Feng isn't one of the great shamans, so he doesn't have to. But you and I are descendants of the great shamans. We must show respect to the great shamans. So what happened next? Mugan scratched his head. Then brother Qin Feng saw something on the wall. After he finished wiping it clean, he passed out. When we woke up the next morning, we were back in this cave. The Great Witch, the Sage. Quick, where is Xiao Feng? Legend says those who faint in the Great Witch's temple will finally meet the Great Witch. Hurry, take me to find Xiao Feng. Ha? Brother Feng met the Great Witch? He's eating with Wooden Maiden right now. Good. Take me to him now. With that, Mutu had already stepped outside the courtyard. By the time Mugan turned around, his father had already walked a considerable distance ahead. Hey, Dad, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Didn't you say your legs weren't good? Qin Feng was still enjoying his delightful meal at Moon Yang's when the shouts from the courtyard reached him. Xiao Feng, have you seen the Great Witch's temple? It was Mutu, who had left a teenager far behind on the way. He had given Mugan quite a chase. Yes, Mr. Mutu, both Mugan and I saw it. Where's Mugan? Didn't he tell you? Qin Feng's mouth was still full of food when the question caught him off guard. He quickly swallowed and replied. Mugan? That brat's still trailing behind. Don't worry about him. Did you pass out inside the Great Witch Temple? Qin Feng scratched his head in confusion. Yeah, I passed out. Does that have anything to do with this? Upon hearing Qin Feng's affirmative answer, Mutu grabbed him and pulled him out. The two walked all the way to the village's sacrificial site before Mutu finally asked Qin Feng. Xiao Feng, this is serious. Did you see the great shaman? Mr. Mutu, the Great Witch ascended to immortality years ago. Are you joking? How could I have seen the Great Witch? Mutu was taken aback by Qin Feng's response. He muttered to himself, this doesn't add up. It contradicts the ancestral teachings. The ancestral teachings? Did they mention anything about the great shaman's temple? Yes, it states that if someone faints without cause within the Great Witch's temple, they shall see the Great Witch. Little Feng, you truly haven't seen her? Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, then looked up at Mutu and said solemnly, I didn't see the great shaman, but I dreamed of him. Dreamed of the Great Witch? Is that what you're saying? I fainted for no reason in the Great Witch temple. Then everything went dark and I saw someone seated upon the Great Witch statue's pedestal. He declared himself the Great Witch. That was my dream. Mutu was so excited he nearly jumped up, shouting at Qin Feng. Then what? Then what? What else did the Great Witch say? The great shaman taught me some physical techniques and instructed me that if others wish to learn, they can only study what I practiced as a child in AMU village or perhaps something slightly more advanced. Martial arts? Like those techniques your master kept forcing you to practice back in the village when you were young? Yeah, exactly those physical techniques. But back then, I was only at the beginner level. I still had a long way to go. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that old codger brought a little kid back then who actually got to meet the great shaman? The stuff he practiced back then was actually left behind by the great shaman. No wonder that old codger insisted on staying in AMU village. Mutu shook his head at the thought. He'd been outmaneuvered by that old fox after all. Can that technique be passed on? Yes. After asking this, Mutu gave Qin Feng a strange look, then continued, Little Feng, meeting the great witch is an honor, but you can't just abandon yourself because you met her. When you should be human, you must be human. The way you are now, you won't be able to integrate into the group. With that, Mutu's conversation with Qin Feng ended. Mutu turned and walked away, leaving Qin Feng alone in the sacrificial hall. Qin Feng couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Mutu's words. He glanced at the statue of the great shaman on the platform, feeling as though it were silently smiling at him. Qin Feng quickly turned his head away, refusing to look at the statue any longer. Stepping outside, Qin Feng spotted the towering pagoda where Yunni was confined. He began moving stealthily toward it, inch by inch, approaching the second-floor entrance. 2 guards stood watch there, vigilantly scanning the surroundings to prevent anyone from nearing the small building. This was the rule. They were from the neighboring village, sent to guard Yunni. She was not to see anyone before her wedding. As Qin Feng crept near, he spotted the 2 guards and circled around to the other side. With a light leap, he landed on the second floor. He began searching the area for Yunni, inching deeper into the building. Chapter 188, The Encounter, The Plot. Qin Feng's timing couldn't have been more perfect. Yunni had just finished bathing and was changing clothes when Qin Feng appeared behind her. He gazed at her back, white as jade, with its graceful and alluring curves. Born in the village, Yunni possessed a delicate beauty unlike the rugged, free-spirited women of the settlement. This very quality made her so popular among the surrounding villages. After dressing, Yunni instinctively turned around, her small mouth opening to scream. Fortunately for her, the great shaman had significantly enhanced Qin Feng's speed prior to this incident. With a single flying tackle, he pinned Yunni to the bed, muffling her scream before it could escape. Shoo, it's Xiao Feng. What's your name? This time, it was Yunni's turn to be dumbfounded. Little Feng? You're Little Feng? Is that really you? Yeah, I'm Qin Feng. Is it that hard to recognize me? Wooden Pole recognized me right away. If Wooden Pole can recognize me, how come you can't? Yunni helplessly pointed at the mirror in the room, gesturing for Qin Feng to go take a look himself. Qin Feng walked to the mirror and peered inside. He almost punched the person staring back at him. Covered in grime, his skin was pitch black and a foul odor wafted off him. Could he blame Yunni for not recognizing him? He barely recognized himself. Turning back, Qin Feng said sheepishly, Wait for me a moment. I'll be quick, just going to wash up. With that, he dashed out. The sound of running water filled Yunni's bathroom. Qin Feng emerged, water still dripping from his face. He looked at Yunni and smiled. See? Now you recognize me, right? Seeing that familiar face, Yunni nearly jumped for joy. Seeing how much Qin Feng had grown, she couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed forward, leaping onto him and wrapping her arms tightly around him. Little Feng, why did you come back so late? I'm about to get married now. If you'd come back sooner, I wouldn't have had to marry him. Yunni clung to Qin Feng, sobbing softly. Her tears instantly soaked his shoulder. Qin Feng felt helpless, wanting to wipe away her tears but unsure how to begin. He could only pat her gently and offer quiet reassurance. It's okay, it's okay. I'm back now. You don't have to marry him. If you don't want to, no one can force you. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Yunni calmed down, gently pushing Qin Feng away and shaking her head. Brother Feng, it's too late. Tomorrow I'll be married. You only appeared in the village today. Perhaps it truly was meant to be, but not for us. Don't worry, little girl. I've got a plan. Mr. Muto has been telling me all about the customs. Since the Miao village has its rules, we'll follow them. Tomorrow, I'll kidnap you from the wedding. Get ready. After the kidnapping, we'll leave the village together. We'll live outside. If you ever want to come back, you can always visit. Yunni was stunned by this news. Eloping was indeed a custom of the Miao village, but it was one that had long been forgotten, buried deep in people's hearts for ages. She never imagined Qin Feng would bring it back to life. After a moment of deep thought, Yunni said, Kidnapping a bride, Brother Feng? I'd rather just marry you. Kidnapping is far too dangerous. I'm afraid something might go wrong. And it's too risky. If anything happens, you'll be ruined. Qin Feng gently stroked Yunni's hair and said softly, Don't worry, little one. I'm no longer someone who can be harmed by such things. With that, he picked up a cup from the table and crushed it in his bare hands. This action startled Yoon and I. The cup on the table was a gift, crafted from ancient trees in the Miao village. Its density was practically on par with steel, yet Qin Feng had shattered it with his bare hands. You need to be careful, brother Feng. Seeing Qin Feng possessed such formidable strength, Yoon and I naturally held her tongue. Having grown up together since childhood, they'd shared many years. She too dreaded being forced into marriage with someone she didn't love. Don't worry, little girl. Sleep soundly tonight. We'll meet tomorrow. With that, Qin Feng departed without lingering. After all, it wasn't convenient to stay. He simply flipped over and vanished. Once on the ground, Qin Feng didn't dwell on it. He headed straight for Mugan. When he found him, Mugan was still repairing the village's sacrificial site. The encounter with the great shaman had deeply shaken Mugan's heart after all. Who could have imagined they'd ever witness their own faith incarnate? Qin Feng approached Mugan and nudged him. Mugan, Yunny's wedding is tomorrow. Our wedding rate is drawing ever closer. What are your thoughts? Still busy with his task, Mugan replied, I haven't really thought about it. Since Yunny doesn't want to marry, if you don't come, then I'll have to go. If things really can't be changed, I'll go and rescue her. Qin Feng chuckled and gave Mugan a friendly pat on the shoulder. The bonds within this village were so simple, so pure, truly something to admire. Don't worry, I'll be there. Just focus on cheering me on tomorrow. An eerie atmosphere permeated the entire village. It felt unsettling, yet everyone waited for tomorrow's arrival. Yanjing City, Pingmu Group. Chening sat in her office, studying the design blueprints in her hands. The plans for the Chun Group headquarters had been finalized. Rooted in a slightly archaic Chinese aesthetic, they incorporated unique decorative elements all to establish a grand facade for this rising star of the pharmaceutical world. The designer had diligently incorporated tiger motifs, rendering them vividly. Witnessing the dynamic between Qin Feng and Ahu, the designer had also sensed that primal charm. Chening was thoroughly satisfied with the design and immediately called down to give the go-ahead for construction to begin. The office door chime sounded the moment she finished her call. Come in. Tang Yong opened the door and stepped inside. He smiled at his boss and said, Miss Chen, the venue is all set. It's located on a plot of land just outside the city, with convenient transportation. The staffing has also been arranged. You can start construction right away when you're ready. Thank you, Manager Tang. I didn't expect you to plan so thoroughly. I was worried about troubling your team, but you've handled everything. I'm truly grateful. Ha ha ha, no harm done. We're partners, after all. And I believe Fengmu Group will only get better. Since that's the case, why split hairs over such details? Thank you for your support, Manager Tang. We'll count this new drug as part of your equity investment. Qin Feng and I are both incredibly proud of this project. It's bound to become a major hit. Chening truly had immense confidence in this project. As long as Qin Feng had the capability to realize the promising prospects he outlined, it would undoubtedly be a highly successful launch plan and a major stride forward for Fengmu Group. Then I'll accept your generous offer, though I feel undeserving. Moving forward, if Fengmu Group needs my assistance in any capacity, just let me know, Manager Chen. After all, I am now a shareholder in this project. Of course. I'll still be relying on Manager Tang. Having your assistance is certainly welcome. Tang Yong stood up and said, I'll be heading out now. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Chen. I'll leave the keys to the venue here. Everything inside is ready and prepared. Feel free to come by and take over whenever you have time. Alright, take care, Manager Tang. After saying that, Tang Yong departed. Chening remained alone in the office, holding the keys and glancing at the blueprints on the desk. Everything was ready. Now they only awaited Qin Feng's return. Once he arrived, everything could begin. Once this project was completed, Fengmu Group would rise to the forefront of the entire Yinjing region. Night fell. Qin Feng lay on the roof of his house in AMU village, gazing at the star-studded sky and the moon. He stared, thought, and waited for tomorrow's arrival. Glancing at the small building still lit up, he imagined little Yunny must also be waiting for tomorrow to come. A quiet night descended upon AMU village, enveloping it in profound stillness. Only the chirping of insects and the rustling of wind filled the air, the serene night offering a unique sense of tranquility. Yet in neighboring Yama village, the scene was entirely different. The entire settlement glowed with lamplight. Yaha, the central figure, stood joyfully amidst the crowd. Some were busy blackening the palanquin for tomorrow's wedding procession, others sharpening hunting knives. The whole village radiated an atmosphere of triumphant anticipation. Yaha still thought of Yunny, the girl who had drowned. He dreamed of bringing her back to his village, of her bearing his children, of them living a quiet life together in Yama village. Alas, none of this would ever come to pass. The night passed swiftly. Before dawn broke, Yunny awoke, and AMU village stirred into activity. Though they did not wish to give Yunny away, tradition was tradition. A group of elderly women entered, beginning to wash and dress Yunny, preparing her for the arrival of the wedding procession. Outside, Qin Feng and Mogan exchanged a glance. Shin Feng then vanished into the village, lying alone in the woods beyond the village entrance, watching the rising smoke from the cooking fires within. At Yama village, Yaha had also risen early, rallying the villagers. Yama folk, get ready to head out and join me in the wedding raid. Ha! Ha! The young men of Yama village responded. Yaha held a position akin to the village's master, commanding everyone's respect. After all, this was beneficial for Yama village. If their master could snatch a beautiful woman from AMU village, it would fully demonstrate Yama village's strength.